My girlfriend and I have been in love for 4 years, and today I'm holding roses and ready to propose to her. She walked slowly towards me in a little black dress, but her eyes hesitated. I knelt down on one knee and took out a diamond ring. Mingyuan, marry me. The audience gasped, but she calmly said, "You're a good person, but we're not right for each other. Let's break up." For years of relationship and the estrangement after graduation vanished in an instant. She even mentioned someone else, Shin Xiao, someone who could provide her with a luxurious life. Just as I was about to give up in despair, her best friend Chu Qinglan suddenly walked up to me, picked up roses and a ring, and said with a firm look in her eyes, "Lin Chun, I love you, and I want to marry you." Mingyuan was stunned. She hadn't expected her best friend to propose to her right then and there after she rejected her. Her expression shifted from confusion to anger and jealousy, even a sense of betrayal. A thought flashed through her mind. Had I been having an affair with Chu Qinglan behind her back all along? I once loved Mingyuan deeply, so when faced with Chu Qinglan's sudden marriage proposal, my subconscious thought was to refuse. Just then, a crisp notification sound rang in my mind. Ding dong, life reversal system is activating. The system's voice continued. Detecting that the host is at a critical moment in life, 3 choices are provided. First, reject Chu Qinglan, and you will be rewarded with 1 random time travel opportunity. Second, beg Mingyuan to reconcile, and you will be rewarded with 2.5 million yuan in cash. Third, accept Chu Qinglan's marriage proposal, get the marriage certificate today, and receive the reward of a bound system. The countdown began, and a thought instantly dawned on me. Random time travel? What if I end up as a eunuch or a slave? Forget it. Begging for reconciliation? Absolutely not. Without hesitation, I said, "System, I choose 3. I looked up at Chu Qinglan. There was bitterness in her eyes, but also expectation. "I won't force you. As long as you're single again, I'll have a chance." She had witnessed my 4-year relationship with Mingyuan, knew my character and personality, secretly liked me, but had always silently waited for me. I nodded firmly. "No, I do." She looked up suddenly, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Really?" I smiled and said, "If you're willing, we'll go get our marriage certificate today." She stretched out her slender hand, her beautiful eyes filled with affection. "Chun, put the ring on my finger." I shook my head. "No, it's not good enough for you." I threw the diamond ring and roses I had prepared directly into the trash can, looking very serious. I told her that I owed her a romantic confession and a grand wedding. I told her that as long as she was willing to give me time, I would definitely make it up to her in the future. She smiled and replied, "I don't care about any of that, as long as you're by my side." She said that as long as we work together, we will definitely have everything in the future. I nodded emphatically, "Definitely." She took my hand and said, "Then let's go get our marriage certificate." I readily agreed. "Okay." Someone nearby remarked that this was true love. Ming Yuan's face turned pale, and she urgently questioned Chu Qinglan about what he was up to. She suspected that I was deliberately trying to upset her, and felt that I still loved her. I shrugged. "You're overthinking it. We're over now." Chu Qinglan also looked at Ming Yuan. "Let's break off our friendship and not contact each other again," she said coldly. "Breaking up with Chun will be the biggest regret of your life." She took my arm and snuggled up to me as we walked out of the movie theater. Ming Yuan gritted her teeth and told herself that she had made the right choice. She disliked me because I came from a rural area, had no connections or background, and had no future. She said that having a good personality is useless. Not being able to afford a house is a fatal flaw. She felt that I was earning 5,000 yuan a month, living in a shared apartment, and couldn't even afford to eat at Haidaleo. She compared me to Shen Xiao, saying I could never compare to him who drives luxury cars and lives in a villa. She confidently believes that people who have tried Evian will never want to try Ebao again. She was convinced she wouldn't regret it, and turned to leave the movie theater. When we reached the bottom of the mall, I let go of Chu Qinglan's hand and looked at her with mixed feelings. I said, "Thank you for earlier." She frowned. "What do you mean?" I stammered and couldn't explain clearly. I wasn't sure if she really wanted to be with me, or if she was just doing it to embarrass me. Although I really want the system, I know that with it I can definitely give Chu Qinglan a good life and not let her suffer poverty with me. But I also understand that love cannot be forced. If she only agreed to give me a way out, then we might get divorced later. A forced relationship won't be happy, and it's not fair to her either. Chun, are you doubting me? She stiffened, her eyes filled with sadness. I quickly explained, it's not doubt, don't overthink it. Marriage is a major life event. Are you really willing to marry me? I looked at her seriously and said, if you don't want to, I won't blame you. In fact, I'll thank you. I asked her if she had her household registration booklet with her, and she said she did. Because I originally planned to get our marriage certificate directly after successfully proposing to Meng Yuan, I also brought my household registration book. She didn't answer me, but walked towards the electric scooter. Get on. I hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. She told me to wait at the entrance of a residential complex, and then ran upstairs. Soon after, she hurriedly ran downstairs, offered no explanation, and continued riding her bike. Half an hour later, we arrived at the marriage registration office in the district's citizen service hall. She tossed her long hair, its fragrance wafting past my nose, and said, let's go. I took a deep breath and took out my household registration booklet. Since premarital medical examinations are no longer mandatory, we signed a commitment letter, took photos, and received our marriage certificate in less than 10 minutes. The little red notebook looked particularly eye-catching in my hand. She moved closer to me, smiled, and said, do you believe me now? I swallowed hard, my palms sweating. I will treat you well. She nodded, I believe you. How about we have a big meal to celebrate today? She tilted her head, revealing her canine teeth. But it's only 2:30 now. I want to go for a walk by the lake. Will you come with me? I smiled and agreed, of course. She naturally took my hand, and our fingers intertwined. At that moment, a system notification sounded in my mind. Task completed, system binding successful. I immediately asked what functions the system had. It told me that as long as I check in every day and complete the tasks, I will have a chance to get a reward. If you check in for 7 consecutive days, you'll receive a letter from your future grandson. I asked what this meant out of curiosity, and the system only said that the letter was written by a future grandson and that it had no right to check its origin. I chose to check in immediately. The system prompted me that today's task was to kiss my wife, Chu Qinglan. After completing the task, I would receive a newbie gift pack. I felt a little awkward looking at her as she rested on my shoulder. Her eyelashes were long and long. Her face was fair and clean. Her lips were soft, and her hair was fragrant. It has to be said that, as the university's recognized campus beauty, her looks are at least a 9 out of 10. I secretly compared her to Meng Yuan and realized she was much prettier. I used to only have eyes for Meng Yuan and didn't notice Chu Qinglan's beauty. I wanted to take this opportunity to complete the task, but the subway was crowded, and I was too embarrassed to do anything. While I hesitated, the subway arrived at the station. She took my hand, and we walked out of the subway station, then nestled close to me. Walking on the broken bridge, I wanted to ask her if I could kiss her, but I didn't say it. She bought a marshmallow, took a bite, and handed it to me. She suddenly said, Chun, shouldn't we change how we address each other? I was taken aback for a moment. Isn't it better to call you Qinglan? She rolled her eyes. That's too formal. We're a married couple, by the way. She tilted her head, her eyes filled with expectation. What should you call me? I was speechless for a moment. Honey, wife. She smiled sweetly, as happy as a kitten. I smiled at her and said, it's your turn. What should you call me now? Old. Oh dear. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly, gave me a shy glare, and said, Chun, I can't say it. It's so embarrassing. She's never been in a relationship before. Holding hands and resting on my shoulder were fine, but asking her to say those 2 words was really difficult for her. I squeezed her hand. What's embarrassing? We're a legally married couple. We're married. I looked into her eyes and said, Honey, I'm really looking forward to it. Chu Qinglan didn't dare to look me in the eye. She hugged my arm and nestled against me, whispering as softly as a mosquito's buzz, Husband. Husband. I smiled at her and said, My dear wife, you are so adorable. She stomped her foot, rested her head on my arm, and covered her face with her hair, not letting me see. Looking at her shyness, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. thinking to myself that she was truly charming. Holding her hand, I cursed myself for being blind before. How could Shin Mingyuan compare to Qinglan? Since she's willing to treat me so well, I'll definitely make her the happiest woman in the world. She bit her lip and whispered, "Let's never be apart, okay?" Without hesitation, I said, "Of course, honey, we'll be together for life." She nodded. "Even if you don't really love me, I'll be content as long as we can be together for a lifetime." I immediately turned her shoulders and looked at her earnestly. "From now on, you'll be the only one in my heart." I raised my hand and swore, "If I ever fall in love with someone else, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." She quickly covered my mouth. "You mustn't talk nonsense, it's bad luck." Her eyes were gentle and touched. "Chun, I believe in you." I smiled and said, "Honey, don't worry, I'll do it." Looking at my phone, I suggested we go out for a big meal to celebrate our wedding. Westlake State Guest House or Lakeside 28 Restaurant. She shook her head. "Those are too expensive, not worth it. Let's just grab something to eat on Hufong Street." She snuggled up to me and took out her phone. "Chun, smile." Click. The photo captures this moment. I jokingly said I would take her out for fancy meals every day from now on, but she said she prefers to cook for herself. I grinned and said, "I love everything my wife makes. I promise I'll finish it all." She squinted and threatened, "If you don't finish it, see how I deal with you." I joked with a laugh, "Then you can just eat me." I took her hand and led her into a restaurant on Hufong Street. She insisted on listening to me today. I shrugged and said, "Of course I'll listen to you. My wife is the boss." She smiled and suggested that from now on I would make the decisions on big things, and she would make the decisions on small things. I joked that then there would be no big things anymore. She rolled her eyes and ordered my favorite braised pork and stir-fried shredded potatoes. Just then, a familiar female voice rang out, and we realized it was Hao Fong, a fellow alumna from the same department. She exchanged a few pleasantries and asked why Mingyuan hadn't come, but Qinglan deflected the question for me. She had something to do. Hao Fong left with a smile, but secretly took a picture. After dinner, I walked Qinglan back to her apartment building. I wanted to kiss her, but I didn't say it. I just waved and said, "See you tomorrow." Just as I turned around, she called out to me, "Chun." I turned around, and she leaned down and gently kissed my lips. "Goodbye." She ran upstairs as fast as she could. The system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You are rewarded with a newbie gift pack." I immediately gave the order. "Open the gift pack." The system's voice announced, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 bottle of physique improvement potion, 880,000 renminbi in startup funds, and god-level electric vehicle driving skills." The system notification sounded in my mind, saying that the reward had been sent to my backpack, the fund could be withdrawn at any time, and all money was obtained through legal means. When I heard 880,000, I was shocked. This system is really generous. Everyone says that getting a system can change your life, and it seems they weren't lying to me. I immediately opened the system's inventory and withdrew 880,000 yuan in cash to my bank card. Ding dong. The bank sent me a text message notifying me that 880,000 yuan had been deposited into my account. I looked at the balance, and my eyes lit up with excitement. I majored in finance in college and am now interning at a fund company, earning only 5,000 yuan a month. 80,000. If I were to work, I might not be able to earn that much in 10 years. This is just the beginning. There will definitely be more and more in the future. I not only want to buy a house in Hangzhou, but also a large flat in Binjiang, and villas in Cixi and Westlake. With that in mind, I rode a shared bike back to my shared apartment. In addition to the 880,000, I also received 2 other rewards. This body-enhancing potion can improve the body, comprehensively enhancing temperament, appearance, and health. It's simply a wonderful product. Just as I was about to drink it, I suddenly wondered if I could let Qinglan use it. The system indicated that the medicine could only be taken by the host. I was a little disappointed and asked the system how I could make Qinglan have the same benefits. The system says that you have a chance to get it by completing daily tasks, or you can exchange it in the store once you have enough experience points. Experience points are gained by completing tasks, and I only have 1 right now. The system upgrade requires 1,000 points. There's still a long way to go. As for the God-level electric vehicle skill, I don't have an electric vehicle, so I can't use it for now. However, the medicine and the fund alone are enough to make people happy. I decided to drink the medicine first. It had no taste at first, but suddenly my whole body felt hot. Countless black grime was expelled from my pores, and the stench made me rush to the bathroom. Half an hour later, I walked out feeling refreshed, and my roommates were stunned by the change in me. My back is straight, my neck no longer hurts, my eyesight is good, my hair is shiny, and my skin is smooth. Her facial features are more defined, her eyes are bright and piercing, and she exudes confidence. Muscles appeared in his arms and abdomen, and even certain parts of his body underwent surprising changes. I smiled and thought to myself, Qinglan will be in for a big surprise tomorrow. Lying in bed, I picked up my phone and found that the finance department's group chat had suddenly exploded. Someone posted a screenshot of Hao Fang's WeChat moments, which was a photo she secretly took of me and Qinglan having dinner. The caption said I was a scumbag who was intimate with my girlfriend's best friend behind her back. I checked the group chat and found that several close classmates had already explained it to me. But many people don't listen to explanations and are only immersed in the truth they want. I don't care what others say, but I'm worried that Qinglan will be implicated. I opened her chat interface and saw that she had tagged me in her moments. I clicked on it and was immediately stunned. That's right, Chu Qinglan's post on WeChat Moments was an official announcement of her relationship. When I saw the 9-grid photo, I sat up straight immediately, my heart trembling with excitement. The photos include our marriage certificate, a group photo taken at the marriage registration office, and a group photo taken in front of Leifeng Pagoda at sunset on the shore of West Lake. There was also a cartoon heart and a comic book depicting an elderly couple growing old together, with the caption, "May you live a long and happy life, remembering today's happiness," and then they tagged me at the end. That's when I understood why she didn't explain in the group chat, because this post on her WeChat Moments already explained everything. Qinglan, you're so thoughtful. I followed her example and posted one with the caption, "Holding your hand, growing old together." I slapped my forehead and quickly deleted all my previous posts on WeChat Moments with Chen Mingyuan. I never want to see those things again. I was so stupid before. During our 4 years of dating, I sent her so many messages, but she never sent me a single one. She said she didn't like official announcements, and I believed her. Now I understand that a woman who truly loves you will be eager to let everyone know that you are her man. If I don't send it, it means I don't love you. Qinglan is the woman I want to spend my whole life with, and I will definitely work hard for her. I glanced at the classmates discussing in the group and couldn't be bothered to pay attention. A moment later, my phone beeped with a comment notification. Some people praised my sister-in-law for being beautiful, some asked me how I managed to win over the school beauty, and some even called me, Brother Lin is taking on apprentices. My college roommate, Wang Shihao, also sent me a message. I laughed and said that they were the ones who pursued me, and he sent a crying emoji and called me Versailles. I told him to wait for me to start my own company, and then he could come and help me, and also get to know the receptionist. He agreed very readily. I opened Qinglan's chat window again. "Wife, you've had a hard day." She replied to me, "Chun, thank you for your hard work. I'm a little sleepy, go to sleep." I checked the time. It was already 11 p.m., so I sent a good night message. She replied instantly, and even sent a cute cartoon emoji. I laughed and sent another emoji of 2 bears hugging and sleeping, thinking to myself that we could actually sleep together. My shared apartment is too basic. I need to buy a house as soon as possible. As a man, I can't let a woman suffer because of me. The system gave me 880,000 yuan in startup funds, and I'm determined to use it to make even more money. A typical 3-bedroom apartment in Hangzhou costs 3 million yuan. 880,000 yuan is enough for the down payment, but the monthly mortgage payment is 10,000 yuan, which is not enough to cover my salary. It's shameful for someone with a systematic approach not to think about starting a business and making money. As I was thinking, I fell asleep. Meanwhile, in another upscale apartment, Chen Mingyuan scrolled through my WeChat moments, watching Qinglan and me showing affection, her expression complicated. Even though she was the one who dumped me, she felt disappointed. She originally thought I would beg to get back together, and that she would impatiently delete me. She was very upset that I was living such a happy life. Seeing our marriage certificate, she had mixed feelings. Shen Zhao sent her a message congratulating her on becoming single again, and transferred 10,000 yuan to her to buy clothes and have dinner together on the weekend. She accepted it, thinking to herself that 10,000 yuan was 2 months' salary for her, but it was just pocket money for Shen Zhao. She firmly believed she was right, and secretly vowed to make us envious of the lives of the rich. The next morning, I yawned and the first thing I did was check in on the system. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in for 7 days. The system notified me that today's tasks had been assigned. I checked immediately, and what I saw shocked me. 7. The task the system gave me today completely stunned me. It surprised me 4 times. Yes, the task interface clearly shows completion 04, and I really have no idea what to do. I asked the system if it was serious, but it didn't answer. It just quietly displayed the task notification. It seems he's serious. I pondered the word surprise and asked what the reward would be upon completion of the task. The system still doesn't go into details, only emphasizing that the task is triggered randomly and there will be a random reward upon completion. Fine, I can only accept its bad habit of keeping things mysterious. Qinglan is going to cook for me tonight. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to work first. I sat up in bed and put on my pants, patting my brother who was full of fighting spirit that morning. Don't rush. Once we have a home, you'll have a home too. After washing up, I rode a shared bicycle to the office building where my company is located. As I walked into the office, my colleagues greeted me. When I checked in, the receptionist looked at me with shock. You're Lin Shen? I smiled and said yes. She looked me up and down, her face full of suspicion. How come you've changed so much? I shrugged, offered no explanation, and walked to my seat. She stared at my back and muttered to herself that she hadn't realized I was so handsome before, that I had such an air about me. I ignored her gaze and turned on my computer to continue working on the PPT I hadn't finished last week. I went downstairs for lunch and ate some fried noodles. When I came back, I found a fruit afternoon tea on the table. I looked around, and no one else had this. Who gave it to me? Soon, the receptionist came over with a smile and said she didn't know if I liked mangoes, so she cut up some mangoes and oranges for me and asked what I wanted to eat tomorrow. I looked at her suspiciously, thinking that there must be a reason for her unusual kindness. As a married man, I politely declined her offer, but she laughed and said it was okay and she would buy it for me every day. Then she asked me if I wanted to go to the movies after get off work, and said she would take me to her house to walk her dog. I was terrified and kept thinking, is this some kind of trick to lure me into the house and then knock me out? I quickly declined, saying we could talk about it another day. She looked at me with reluctance, scrutinizing my face, her surprise growing more and more obvious. I never realized you were so handsome before. At this moment, a system notification sounded. The host has been detected to be causing surprise. Mission completion rate 14. My eyes lit up, so this counts as completing a task. I guess it was because she drank the body-strengthening potion yesterday that her appearance and demeanor changed, which surprised her. Just as I was about to surprise Qinglan before finding 2 old classmates to complete the task, the system prompted that the system could only recognize surprising appearances and temperaments once. I cursed the damn system in frustration. It seems I have no choice but to find another way to get the remaining 3 chances. My colleague next to me said enviously that she was so good to me, and that she ignored all the men who were pursuing her in the company. I laughed and said I wasn't interested. She was far inferior to Qinglan. Besides, she used to be very arrogant and looked down on me, an outsider. It's only now that she's starting to think highly of me. My colleague reminded me that the manager was in a bad mood today because our group failed to close the deal with the client last time. I just said, oh, and didn't think much of it. At 3 p.m., I saw a girl from my group walk out of the manager's office, crying. It seemed the atmosphere wasn't good. 8. What's wrong? What did the manager say to you? I watched as a girl in my group lay on her desk crying. A group of colleagues surrounded her and asked her questions, but she just shook her head and couldn't stop crying. Old Zhang, who was standing next to him, suddenly sat up straight, his face pale. The manager is calling me. He looked at the shake notification on WeChat and muttered to himself, oh no, this is terrible. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he braced himself and walked into the manager's office. Colleagues whispered among themselves, "He's probably going to get yelled at. He didn't close the deal with that big client." Some people are saying the manager is furious and might lay off employees. Upon hearing the word layoffs, everyone's expressions immediately became tense. I leaned back in my chair and sighed. The financial environment this year is indeed not good. Many companies are laying off employees, and graduation season has become unemployment season. We are lucky to have an internship. A dozen minutes later, old Zhang walked out dejectedly. "My manager scolded me, and I lost my quarterly bonus," he said. "He also warned me that if I didn't meet my KPIs, I'd be fired." After saying that, he glanced at me and said, "The manager wants you to come over." My colleagues all looked at me with pity. I stood up and walked over indifferently. As I passed the front desk, the young woman whispered, "Don't be afraid. If you get fired, I'll support you. My family owns 3 houses." I stumbled and could only pretend I hadn't heard it. Inside the office, the manager's face was grim. "The PPT you made is utter garbage." He slammed his fist on the table and roared, "After seeing your proposal, the client immediately switched to investing tens of millions in the competitor. Are you out of your mind? You can't even make a decent PowerPoint presentation. What use are you to the company?" I shrugged and said, "I think that client is out of his mind. It's not a problem with the PPT." The manager froze for a moment, his face instantly turning red. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm mentally ill?" I said calmly, "You said it yourself." He was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table and yelled, "You little intern, how dare you talk back? I think you don't want to work here anymore." I smiled, then suddenly remembered the system task, and my eyes lit up. "That's right, I just don't want to do it anymore." The manager glared at him. "Say that again." I looked at him and said, "I'm quitting. I'm not going to serve you anymore." He was stunned. "Are you crazy? Jobs are so hard to find these days. Who would hire you if you quit?" Just as he spoke, a system notification sounded, "Mission completion 2-4." I was secretly delighted. This was indeed surprising enough. Completing the task is far more important than this lousy job. I couldn't earn 880,000 yuan in 10 years with this paltry salary. I sneered. "No need to say more. I've already decided to resign. Write the report immediately." For the first time in 10 years, I no longer bowed my head and endured the scolding. I used to have to put up with it to pay rent, but now that there's a system, why should I suffer any more grievances? I turned and left the office, and the manager behind me slammed his fist on the table, yelling, "You brat." He was actually just trying to scare his employees so he could deduct their bonuses and then pretend to be the boss and give them a reward. As a result, my departure ruined his entire plan. When I went outside, my colleagues looked at me with surprise. I shrugged. I really resigned. As I opened my computer to write a report, everyone quickly stepped back. A short while later, the boss came in, and as usual, he first put on a friendly demeanor and asked everyone to work overtime. Then he looked at me and said, "You want to resign? Young man, don't be impulsive." He told me I should apologize to the manager, keep working hard, and that there's no future without striving. I looked up and smiled. "I'm planning to quit my job and go pick up trash." The shopkeeper was stunned. "Picking up trash?" "Yeah, my friend collects bottles and cardboard boxes at night and can earn 30 or 40 yuan a night. That's better than this lousy job." The boss nodded suspiciously. Seeing his expression, I continued to laugh. Some bosses don't pay overtime. They're worse than garbage. 9. Puff. Old Zhang, who was sitting next to me, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea, looking at me with shock in his eyes. I could sense that although my other colleagues didn't say anything, their eyes were full of admiration and surprise when they looked at me. They know perfectly well that what I said to the boss just now came from the bottom of my heart. After all, this stingy and cunning boss loves to force employees to work overtime without paying them overtime wages. They also frequently spread rumors about layoffs to scare people, which is just to force everyone to work overtime or resign voluntarily. He refused to fire people directly for a very practical reason: national regulations require N+1 compensation, and he could save that by resigning. The system notification sounded promptly. Host detection has surprised colleagues. Task completion rate 3-4. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, the manager immediately glared at everyone, then glared at me fiercely. "Shut up." I shrugged and sneered. Working 3 hours of overtime every day without a penny of overtime pay is less than earning 30 or 40 yuan by picking up trash. The boss was speechless for a long time after I confronted him, and could only give the manager a look. The manager yelled through gritted teeth, "You're fired." I simply tossed the printed resignation letter at him. "I'm resigning on my own. I don't need you to write it for me." The manager was so angry that he could only take the report and go to process his resignation. Old Zhang gave a thumbs up and laughed. "You're really something. You said you wouldn't do it, and you just did it. I admire you." He sighed and said that the rent was a huge burden and the job market was bad, so he didn't dare to quit his job. I understand his situation. Everyone knows the hardships of working people. But I have a system and an 880,000 yuan startup fund, so I have the confidence to be myself. He asked me if I had found a new job, and I laughed and said no. I was planning to start my own business. Old Zhang shook his head and told me to be careful, saying that he knew someone who invested over 100,000 yuan to open a shop, but lost it all in 6 months. I smiled and made a promise to treat him to a meal sometime. He smiled and thanked me, but he obviously didn't take it seriously. Soon after, HR handed me my resignation certificate and told me to pack my bags and leave. I didn't have much stuff, so I cleared out the files on my computer and left the office. Along the way, some colleagues were envious, some were disdainful, and some made sarcastic remarks. I couldn't be bothered with them, because I knew very well that they would be surprised when they saw me next time. I checked the task panel, and I've completed 3/4 of today's tasks, with only the final surprise remaining. Thinking about how to complete the 4th time, I rode a shared bicycle to Chu Qinglan's company. On the way, I jokingly told the system that it would be great if it could reward me with a godlike skill that allows me to drive a Ferrari with one hand. It only told me to look forward to it, keeping me in suspense as usual. When I arrived at Chu Qinglan's office park, I sent her a message to let her know I was there. She said she had half an hour left before she got off work and asked me to wait for her at a nearby coffee shop. I found a coffee shop, ordered a latte, and scrolled through her WeChat moments. Chu Qinglan works in an office at a medium-sized home furnishing company. We graduated from an ordinary second-tier university in Hangzhou, so most of my classmates either found ordinary jobs or took postgraduate entrance exams or civil service exams. Half an hour later, I finally saw Chu Qinglan walking over. However, she was not alone. A man was walking side by side with her. 10. What's going on? I suppressed my doubts and walked out of the coffee shop. I believe Qinglan and guessed the man next to her is someone from the company who's been bothering her. Qinglan. I waved. She quickly walked over, offered me her hand, which I took, and glanced at the man. Qinglan introduced him as her colleague Zheng Huan, who works in the sales department. He confessed his feelings to her shortly after joining the company, and even after being rejected, he didn't give up. He insisted on taking her to the movies today, but she said she was married, which he didn't believe. I smiled. This wasn't surprising. It would be strange if a beautiful woman like her didn't have suitors. Qinglan pointed at me with a graceful and generous manner and said, "This is my husband, Lin Chun. We got our marriage certificate yesterday. Please don't bother me anymore." Zheng Huan sneered. "You've been single all this time. Even if you were in a relationship, you wouldn't get married right away, would you? This is your friend, right?" He suspected I was hired by her to act, and said he wouldn't give up. Qinglan asked suspiciously. "I posted it on my WeChat moments. Didn't you see it?" Zheng Huan shook his head, saying he didn't see it. Qinglan patted her forehead. "I blocked you, so you can't see it." He coughed awkwardly, and I took out my phone to show him the photo of our marriage certificate. "See? We're already married. Please stop bothering her." Zheng Huan still looked unconvinced. Qinglan unblocked him, letting him see his moments on WeChat moments himself, and said there was no need to lie to him. After looking at the photos, Zheng Huan looked up and questioned Qinglan. "Why did you marry him? What does he have that I don't?" Qinglan said indifferently. "This is my business. It has nothing to do with you." Zheng Huan glared at me angrily. "Kid, can you give Qinglan a good life? Are you good enough for her?" I laughed. "This is between her and me. It's none of your business." He roared. "Qinglan should marry me. I'm a local from Hangzhou. I own a villa and 2 apartments. and I have 3 million in savings. What do you have? He said viciously that I was an outsider who could never afford a house even if I worked hard my whole life, because I didn't have a Hangzhou household registration. He pointed at me and said, "You can't give her happiness. You should get a divorce immediately." Zheng Huan then urgently urged Qinglan to consider the child's future, saying that after marrying me, the child wouldn't even have a school registration in Hangzhou. Qinglan didn't want to talk to him anymore, so she took my arm and said, "Chun, ignore him. Let's go." My eyes lit up, and I knew I had found the target for the fourth surprise. Zheng Huan had delivered himself right to my doorstep. "Chun." Qinglan was worried that I would be discouraged. I smiled and said, "It's nothing." Then I looked at Zheng Huan and asked, "What's the point of telling me all this?" Zheng Huan sneered. "Where do you work?" I shrugged. "Just quit my job, unemployed." His lips twitched. "Even if you find a job right away, the monthly salary will be at most 5,000. After deducting rent and living expenses, you can only save up to 20,000 a year at most." He continued to mock. "The cheapest houses in the suburbs of Hangzhou cost 20,000 yuan per square meter. You can't even afford a toilet with your annual salary." He coldly said, "The down payment is 1 million. It would take you 50 years to save enough for the down payment. As a man, if you can't even give her a home, what makes you think you can marry Qinglan?" 11. What's it to you? I wasn't angry at all. Instead, I looked at Zheng Huan with a smile and said, "Qinglan doesn't care, so why are you worrying?" He was so angry that his face was contorted and his mouth was trembling. He pulled out a car key and waved it in front of me. "See that? A BMW 3 Series. I glanced at it and said, "Oh, a BMW lighter? Sorry, I don't smoke." He was so angry he almost fainted. I pressed the unlock button, and the white BMW next to me flashed its lights twice. He pointed at the car with great pride. "This is mine. Qinglan will come with me, and I'll have a car to pick her up and drop her off at get off work. She won't have to squeeze onto the bus or get wet in the rain. If I marry you, I'll only be able to ride an electric scooter." How shabby. After saying that, he looked at Qinglan again. "I know you acted on impulse. It's okay. As long as you get a divorce, I'm still willing to marry you." I reached out to stop Qinglan, who was about to explain, and looked at him with a smile. "I feel sorry for you." He was stunned. "What do you mean?" I said calmly. "You have a house, a car, and savings, yet you couldn't win Qinglan's heart. I have nothing, and she still married me. Don't you feel ashamed?" I shook my head and sighed. If it were me, I would have dug a hole and buried myself long ago. Qinglan was leading the electric scooter when I called out to her with a smile. "Wife, give me a kiss." Her face flushed red, and before she could say anything, I kissed her cheek. She lowered her head and said reproachfully, "Let's go, stop talking." I sat in the back seat and deliberately put my arm around Zheng Huan's waist in front of her. As I left, I smiled at him and said, "Dude, so what if you drive a BMW?" Qinglan urged me, "Sit tight." The electric scooter started, and behind him, there was a poof sound. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just then, the system notification sounded. "Host has been surprised. Mission complete." I almost burst out laughing. This guy really asked for trouble. Qinglan drove me to the supermarket outside the neighborhood, stopped the car, turned around, and glared at me. "Don't hug me so tightly. It's hot." I laughed and clung to your hand, saying, "You're not hot outside, you're hot inside." She blushed again and glared at me, saying, "Don't talk nonsense." I laughed so hard I almost fell over. I thought she was so easily embarrassed, and I liked her even more for that. We went into the supermarket, and she picked out vegetables from the shelves. I said, "Anything is fine. I love whatever my wife makes." She pretended to be fierce. "If you're left over, see how I deal with you." After buying the groceries, she pointed to the cherry tomatoes in the fruit section and said she wanted to eat them, so I immediately went to get the bag. She handed me the bag, saying her hands were too dry to open it, so I smiled and helped her tear it open and pack it away. "Thank you," she said softly. I shook my head. "No need for thanks between husband and wife." She suddenly whispered, "I used to feel really lonely when I came to buy things alone and couldn't untie the bags. Chun, let's never be apart again." I squeezed her hand. "I'll open bags for you for the rest of my life." She smiled and nodded, and we paid and left the supermarket. I thought the neighborhood looked nice, so I asked her if it was rented. She said it was a relative who was going abroad and lent her their one-bedroom apartment. When we got to the 4th floor, she opened the door and invited me in. The house is clean and tidy, and I like the temperature. She poured me some tea. Please sit wherever you like, I'll go cook. Suddenly, she tensed up and ran to the balcony. I looked up and saw her quickly taking in a few small pieces of clothing that were hanging out to dry. I didn't look closely, but I knew the bright, sparkly color was captivating. I couldn't help but laugh as I watched her rush into the bedroom, her face flushed. It's good that she's still so shy even after getting married. Men always hope their wives are as conservative and cute as possible, while other women's wives are as daring and adventurous as possible. 12. Chun, time to eat. There were 3 dishes and a soup on the table, and I laughed as soon as I saw it. Qinglan served me rice, worried that I might find it too simple. This is already quite a feast. I rolled up my sleeves and started eating. Garlic sprouts with shredded pork, stir-fried cabbage, scrambled eggs with chives, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. I shoveled rice into my mouth and gave a thumbs up. My wife is truly a woman who can grace any occasion and cook in the kitchen. She rolled her eyes at me and laughed. Don't praise me, or I'll get too big for my britches. Eat as much as you like. She said she usually only eats half a bowl of rice for dinner, so I naturally didn't hold back and ate it all up. After we finished eating, I was about to clean up when she stopped me, saying, "It's your first time here. I can't let you do anything." I laughed and said that we should do housework together from now on, and she nodded and said that we would make an exception for today. I sat on the sofa, patting my stomach. That feeling of being full and satisfied, with women busy at home, was more comfortable than anything else. Thinking of Chen Mingyuan, I let out a cold laugh. I used to cook and wash the dishes. She wouldn't even wipe the table after she finished eating. Thinking of this, I shook my head and sighed, then casually started scrolling through the news. Chun, have some fruit. Qinglan brought over sliced cantaloupe and then took out a file folder. You really resigned? Yes, I nodded. That job has no future. I'm planning to start my own business. I asked her if she supported me, and she said yes without hesitation and even encouraged me to try it. My heart warmed, and I picked up a piece of melon and fed it to her. Wife, you're the best. I know many women would blame men for not having money, but she never said that. Don't worry, I said confidently. We'll be able to buy a house and have a wedding sooner or later. She nodded with a smile. While casually flipping through my resignation certificate, I suddenly exclaimed, Chun, look. I glanced at it and was so angry I almost cursed out loud. It says on it that I am irresponsible at work, late and absent without leave, and disrespectful to my superiors. This is really bad. It's obvious they're deliberately messing with me. Qinglan was extremely worried. Should we confront them? I sneered. No need. It's no use him trying to harm me. I'm not planning on working again anyway. I threw the paper into the trash can and said casually, I'm starting a business. I don't need their opinions. She bit her lip, still a little uneasy, so I could only hold her. She sat on my lap, and my heart fluttered. My hand involuntarily moved upwards. Chun. She quickly grabbed my hand, her face turning bright red. We're married, I said softly. I know. I'm just not ready yet. She looked at me earnestly. Give me some time, okay? I sighed and could only nod with a smile. As I was leaving, she blushed and saw me to the entrance of the residential area. Not long after arriving at the shared apartment, she sent me a message. You're not angry, are you? I laughed and replied, of course not. She sent me a heart emoji, and I replied with a kiss emoji. Actually, I understand that, given her personality, if I really force her, she will comply. But that's not what I want. I hope that once I have a house and the means to do so, she will willingly hand it over to me. No rush, she's already my wife anyway. I leaned back in bed and nodded. The most important thing now is to make money. When planning a wedding, you have to meet your future in-laws. She may not care about material things, but her parents definitely do. A man should make a woman feel confident and not put her in a difficult position. I muttered to myself, I hope my mother-in-law is easy to talk to. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. The host has not yet claimed today's reward. I slapped my forehead. I almost forgot. Receive. Ding dong, congratulations. Host, you have obtained 13. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 51% of the shares of Ritter Fund Company. The system notification stunned me. It also said that the equity transfer was complete and that I was now the chairman. I was just thinking about starting my own business, and this opportunity was delivered right to my doorstep. A company with a market value of 10 million is like giving me 5,100,000 directly. Am I a millionaire now? Wait a minute. Isn't Ritter Fund Management Company Limited the company I just resigned from yesterday? Resigning at noon and becoming the boss by evening, that's a change that happens too fast. I suspected the system was playing a joke on me, so I immediately checked it out using Tianyanka, a Chinese business information platform. As expected, the shareholder change was completed, and Wang Hao, who originally held the controlling stake, became the second largest shareholder. I smiled and thought, if I sell these shares, I can buy a house in Hangzhou right away. However, the financial market is bad this year, and many companies have gone bankrupt, so whether anyone can take over is a problem. Besides, why should I be in a hurry to cash out? With the system in place, the money will come sooner or later. It's more fulfilling to build a successful company. After all, I studied finance, and the real thrill comes from running a company and growing it bigger and bigger. If they want to sell shares, they'll have to wait until the company's performance improves. Just then, my phone rang. Hello, Chairman Lin. I am Wang Hao from Ritter Fund. On the other end of the phone, his voice was unusually humble as he asked when I would come to the company for an inspection. I mimicked the tone of a successful person, saying I would visit when I had time, and reminded him to manage the company well, otherwise I wouldn't mind replacing the general manager. He quickly explained that it was due to financial market volatility and assured everyone that operations would be fine. After hanging up the phone, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's funny to think of that arrogant and cunning boss who used to be so haughty in front of me, and now he's become so humble. And that scoundrel manager, the one who wrote those sarcastic comments about me. He only knew how to flatter the boss and didn't understand the business, which led to a decline in company performance and the loss of major clients. Truly capable people would never trust someone who is all bark and no bite. I sneered, thinking I was going to give him a surprise. However, the priority now is to raise funds and improve company performance. 880,000 is not much. Human desires are indeed limitless. As I was thinking, I fell asleep. The next day at 8 o'clock, I woke up as usual and sent Qinglan a message saying, "Good morning, wife." I drew back the curtains to get ready to wash up when I suddenly remembered that I had to clock in today. I checked in through the system, and it said I had completed 7 days. When I heard about today's task, I laughed to get my former boss and manager to apologize and beg for forgiveness. System, you really know me inside and out. This task is exactly what I want. I prefer to settle scores on the spot and not let them linger overnight. I immediately texted Wang Hao, saying that I was going to visit the company today. Upon seeing the news, he was startled and quickly prepared to receive it. After all, as the chairman of the board and the largest shareholder, I have absolute control, and I can remove him from his position at any time with a single word. 14. Wang Hao rushed to the company early in the morning. While he was busy preparing to welcome me, someone in another office building in Binjiang District, Hangzhou, was thinking about me. Sitting in the media company office, Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but mutter before turning on the camera, "Lin Chun, Chu Qinglan, what are you doing right now?" She stared at the chat history on her phone, which had remained untouched for several days, a sense of melancholy washing over her. She used to greet her every morning and evening, but she was too lazy to reply. Now, the lack of messages only made her more and more uncomfortable. He said he had let it go, but deep down he was still unwilling to accept it. She clenched her fist in the office and muttered to herself, "He didn't delete me from his friends list, so he must still be thinking about me. I'll go back to him when I get jealous." Her mind was even more confused when I wasn't by her side. Just as she was trying to comfort herself, the manager came in and called a meeting, saying that the general manager had an important personnel announcement to make. As they walked, the colleagues guessed who was going to be promoted, and most thought it would be managerly. In the conference room, when the personnel results were announced, everyone was stunned. Chen Mingyuan was appointed as the deputy manager of the operations department. She herself was so surprised that she stood up and pointed at her nose. "Me?" Colleagues whispered among themselves, saying that she had only been a full-time employee for 3 months, so how could she have been promoted to deputy manager without meeting the required level? They even suspected that she had an affair with the general manager. The general manager smiled and gestured for her to speak, then leaned closer to explain. The boss and young Master Shen are friends. This is what young Master Shen instructed. She instantly realized that it wasn't her job that mattered, but her relationship with Shen Zhao. Thank you all for your kind words. I will work hard. She tried to appear calm. The manager led the applause, and the others had no choice but to clap along. She was moved to a private office, and Manager Li became her assistant, immediately changing his attitude to be ingratiating. Sitting in her new seat, she opened her phone and saw a message from Shen Zhao. Satisfied with the surprise? She replied with 2 words, thank you, and then scrolled through his WeChat moments to receive another reply. As long as you're happy, congratulations, Manager Chun. She posted a photo of her office on her WeChat moments with the caption, promoted to deputy manager, thanks to Zhao Zhao. Looking at the likes and comments, a proud smile crept onto her lips. Chu Qinglan, Lin Chun, you'll never be managers in your entire lives. With just 1 word from young Master Shen, I can get promoted. She thought to herself, there's nothing wrong with exchanging one's body for benefits. A woman should always rely on her most valuable asset. Recalling how she could only earn a few $1,000s a month when she was with me, she became even more certain of her choice. Lin Shen, you'll never understand what it means to earn over 10,000 yuan a month. Qinglan, just wait and see what happens. It's more comfortable to cry in a BMW than to laugh on a bicycle. At that moment, I was riding my bike to Root Fund Company. I sneezed and laughed to myself. Who's thinking about me? It must be Qinglan. The thought of giving her a surprise soon made me even more determined. At the company, Wang Hao was ordering Manager Go to clean, decorate, and put up banners. He straightened his tie and his suit and said, I need to please the chairman. Maybe if he's in a good mood, he'll invest a few million. Manager Go patted his chest and assured, don't worry, Mr. Wang. I will definitely serve the new chairman well. Just then, the company doorbell rang. 15. It must be the chairman who has arrived. Wang Hao rushed out of the office and waved to the employees. Line up to welcome them. Get moving. With the cannons lined up, Manager Go hurriedly went to open the door. The door slammed shut, and as soon as I stepped inside, cannons fired in unison and colorful ribbons filled the air. Welcome, Chairman. Wang Hao bowed at a 90-degree angle, and the others also shouted good morning in unison. I was stunned for a moment. The news spread too fast. I really didn't expect them to be preparing to welcome me. Before I could react, Manager Go looked up and saw my face clearly. He glared and roared, Lin Shen, you're here to cause trouble? Get out of here. After he finished speaking, he looked outside and said, the chairman hasn't arrived yet. Don't block the way. I breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out they didn't know who I was, which made things easier. Wang Hao also said coldly, what are you doing here? You've already been fired. Why are you still getting in the way? Manager Go sarcastically remarked, apologizing now is useless. You've missed your chance. I laughed and replied, you're overthinking it. He said I was there to cause trouble, but I just calmly said, I have important business to attend to, and I won't waste time with you. Take your things and get out of here. Manager Go said, becoming increasingly impatient. Just as he was shouting, the receptionist suddenly interjected, Lin Shun is here to see me. Her eyes lit up, and she winked at me. Have you thought it through and decided to marry me? Don't worry, I won't bully you. Manager Go was furious. You don't want to work here anymore? She sneered, fine, I won't do it. I'll sell an apartment and travel the world with him. The office nearly erupted in chaos. Manager Go roared, get out of here, all of you. I was speechless. This girl was completely infatuated with me. Old Zhang came over and whispered to me, ignore him. Let me help you find a new job. Wang Hao coldly replied, if you're short of money, I'll pay your salary in advance. Don't cause trouble. I glanced at him sideways and laughed. If you hadn't told me, I would have been thinking of getting a husky to be the manager. Upon hearing this, Manager Go flew into a rage, picked up the husky plush toy on the table, and smashed it on the ground. The doll was shattered into pieces, and he gritted his teeth and roared, if you don't get out, I'll make you end up like this. I crossed my arms and sneered. I'm just here for an inspection. Inspection? Are you kidding me? There was complete confusion around me. No one believed what I meant. Manager Go laughed so hard he almost fell over. If you were the chairman, I would be the richest man in Hangzhou, I said calmly. I have no reason to lie to you. He laughed even harder. Shameless lunatic. Get someone to kick him out. After he finished speaking, he asked several male employees to come forward and urged Wang Hao to make a phone call to confirm the chairman's whereabouts. Wang Hao didn't have my number and assumed the new person mentioned in yesterday's shareholder notice was someone else. He took out his phone and dialed a number to contact the new chairman. Just then, my phone rang. The red sun rises in the east. Its path is filled with rosy light. All eyes turned to them. I remained calm and smiled as I took out my phone. Wait a moment. Let me take this call. Swipe the screen to answer the call. The office fell silent instantly. 16. I was standing at the company entrance when I saw Wang Hao holding his phone and asking respectfully, Chairman, where are you? There was no response for a long time, so he called out a few more times, his face full of confusion. He looked at Manager Go suspiciously and said that the chairman had answered the phone but wasn't speaking. Manager Go guessed that the chairman might be in the elevator, which was why he couldn't hear anything. I couldn't help but laugh and press the speakerphone button. I'm at the company in trance. My voice came from Wang Hao's phone. He froze instantly, staring at me blankly with a look of shock as if he had seen a ghost. The surrounding employees stared wide-eyed, clearly not expecting that I, who had been reprimanded by Manager Go yesterday, would become the company's chairman today. This contrast left them speechless. Manager Go nervously swallowed, suspecting Wang Hao might have dialed the wrong number, and asked him to call again to confirm. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then dialed my number again, which I answered with a smile. Looking at the 3 words, chairman, in his phone's contact name, and comparing them with the number sent by the shareholder last night, Wang Hao finally confirmed that he was indeed the chairman, his face full of bitterness. The room fell silent. Everyone looked at me with complex emotions, shock, flattery, and disbelief all mixed together. They never imagined that I was actually a major shareholder of the company. Someone checked the information on their phone and found that the company's legal representative was Wang Hao, but he only owned 40% of the shares, while I owned 51%, giving me absolute control. Upon hearing that the company's market value was just over 10 million, they gasped in surprise, exclaiming that my net worth exceeded 5 million, and marveling at how low-key I was. Some even joked that all I was missing was flip-flops. Several employees were curious about why I wanted to acquire the company, saying that the financial industry was sluggish this year and that I should invest in a hot pot restaurant instead. I just smiled, crossed my arms, and looked at Wang Hao and Manager Go. Now, are you still going to kick me out? I asked casually, but it made Manager Go's expression change instantly, and he immediately put on a fawning smile. Chairman Lin, I was blind to your true nature. Please forgive my rudeness and let me go. After saying that, he actually slapped himself. He slapped his face a few more times, then respectfully gestured for me to enter. I didn't say anything and walked into the chairman's office. He quickly pulled out a chair and instructed his assistant to pour me tea. I crossed my legs, glanced at him, and said, You really are a good dog. I can't bear to fire you. He immediately barked a few times like a dog and smiled obsequiously. I sighed inwardly. This guy had no professional skills, yet he could flatter to such an extent. No wonder Wang Hao always valued him. Subordinates like this certainly made the boss feel comfortable. Manager Go wiped his sweat and cautiously said that he would definitely be more careful in the future and would never make the same mistake again. He was clearly worried that I would really fire him, because finding a job is not easy. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind, informing me that I had received Manager Go's apology and plea for forgiveness, and that I had achieved half of today's task completion. I nodded in satisfaction. I looked at Wang Hao and slowly asked, Mr. Wang, what do you think of me serving as the company's chairman? Do you have any objections to this? I took a sip of tea, my gaze slowly falling on him. Manager Go was too nervous to speak, only glancing furtively at Wang Hao. Wang Hao's expression was complicated. He had laughed at himself last night for overthinking things and not connecting me with the chairman. After all, in his eyes, I was just an intern an insignificant employee. How could I possibly become the person in charge of the company? 17. I watched as Wang Hao swallowed hard, his expression still complicated. He clearly didn't know how to handle the situation. If I were just a young, unfamiliar chairman, he might naturally be respectful and ingratiating. But I happen to be his former employee, which makes him feel extremely awkward. Making him grovel before someone he once looked down on was incredibly painful for him, and he hesitated to respond to me. Seeing that he remained silent, and remembering that the system task was not yet completed, I put on a cold face and said, "President Wang, you seem to be dissatisfied with my appointment as chairman." I pointed at him and said, "How about this? I'll give you my position, and you can take 4 million and acquire my company shares to become the chairman. Is that feasible?" Wang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. The financial market was sluggish this year, and he couldn't even come up with 400,000, let alone 4 million. I slammed my hand on the table, startling Manager Go, his assistant, and several supervisors in the office. The air seemed to freeze instantly. I sneered. "If you don't have money, you should understand who's in charge of this company. What do you say?" I glanced at the managers. Manager Go and the supervisors were all smart people. They immediately expressed that they would listen to my arrangements and do whatever I asked, completely standing on my side. I looked at Wang Hao and said, "If you're not feeling well and want to stay home and recuperate with your shares, write your resignation letter now, and I'll approve it immediately." Wang Hao swallowed hard. He knew that in addition to the stock dividends, the general manager also had a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, which was a considerable income. Circumstances dictate his actions, and he finally bowed his head, saying, "Chairman Lin, I have no objections. I will obey your management." He admitted that he was wrong yesterday and bowed to apologize. A system notification sounded in my mind. Mission complete. I leaned back in my leather seat, crossed my legs, and looked at these people. A sense of relief washed over me. It felt like Su Qin returning home after retiring from his post as Prime Minister of 6 states, facing those who had once looked down on him now being arrogant and obsequious. That contrast was incredibly satisfying. I helped Wang Hao up and said, "You didn't know my identity before, so it's understandable that you were abrupt. It's no big deal. Let's let bygones be bygones." Following my words, Wang Hao expressed his hope that we could work together to make the company better and better, and even patted his chest to say that he believed I could lead the company to glory. I turned to Manager Go and asked coldly, "What about you?" He was sweating profusely and said he would work hard and would never let me down. I thought about it and realized that although Manager Go wasn't good at business, he was very good at entertaining clients, especially those second-generation clients who like to have fun. After all, many contracts are not negotiated in meeting rooms, but rather struck out while singing and drinking in clubs, which gives him an advantage. I decided to make him the deputy manager and hand over the manager's position to Lao Zhang, who is right next to me. I know that he has good business skills and character, but he just lacks a platform. Old Zhang bowed to me excitedly, promising to do his job well. I patted him on the shoulder and then looked at Supervisor Feng, who had previously targeted me. I fired Supervisor Feng directly, sent him to the finance department to settle his salary, and handed over the supervisor position to Lao Lu, who has always been diligent and hardworking, so that he would report directly to Lao Zhang. Old Lu was so surprised he couldn't believe it. Old Zhang quickly reminded him to thank him, and he immediately bowed 90 degrees. I smiled and told him to keep up the good work. At this moment, Wang Hao looked at me and said that he had something important to talk about. He had been worried about this and felt that he had to let me know. I frowned and urged him to speak. He told me in a deep voice that the company's current working capital was about to run out and the cash flow had been cut off. 18. When I heard Wang Hao say that the company's cash flow had dried up, my first reaction was disbelief. Old Zhang and Old Lu stared wide-eyed even more. They'd just become manager and supervisor, hadn't even had a chance to enjoy the thrill of leadership, and the company was already going to collapse? The two men stared at each other, their expressions blank as they looked at me. I looked at Wang Hao. He owned shares, so there was no reason for him to fabricate something like this to scare people. He simply opened the public funds account to show me. There's only 400,000 in the account, just enough to pay next month's salary. There haven't been any large clients' custodial funds in recent months, and several long-term clients have redeemed their funds after they matured. Several fund accounts managed by the company are about to be closed, Wang Hao said with a wry smile, mainly due to declining returns. Of the three main funds, the best-performing one in the past 3 months has a return of 7.5%. In this situation, how could major clients possibly invest their money? Saving in a bank is safer and offers stable interest. My gaze immediately swept over Manager Zhao and the supervisors in the investment department. Manager Zhao forced a smile and said that the market had been declining for the past few months, and most stocks and funds were losing money, so there was nothing they could do. Wang Hao looked at me, his tone tentative. He said if he couldn't secure investment, the company might have to dissolve next month. He was clearly watching me make a fool of myself, waiting for me to embarrass myself. Of course I could tell he was deliberately setting a trap for me, wanting to test my abilities. But I have the system with me. I refuse to believe I can't revive the company within a month. I waved them off, telling them to go about their business and not to worry about the company's finances. I would turn it around. Wang Hao smiled and left, clearly not believing I had that ability. He'd been in the financial industry for over a decade, and even he was powerless to change this situation, let alone a young person like me. He was even secretly planning to buy my shares at a low price when the company couldn't pay salaries. That way, once he secures another investment, the company will be completely his. He walked into his office, chuckling to himself, thinking I was too naive to outmaneuver him. Old Zhang didn't leave. As a newly promoted manager, he wanted to show off, saying that if the company couldn't attract major clients, it would really go bankrupt, and that the operations department hadn't contacted any major clients recently. I told him to contact them as soon as possible, by any means necessary, to talk to some major clients about investment. But more important is the investment department's performance. The investment department's funds have been consistently losing money. Even when the operations department finds large clients, they won't invest once they see the performance. After all, if they buy, the price will drop, and who would want to manage the funds and pay for it? I told Lao Zhang that he couldn't manage the investment department for the time being, and asked him to hold the operations department up first and try to secure some investments. I would urge the investment department to make the fund profitable and cooperate with them to attract investment. At this moment, Manager Zhao walked in, and I told him directly that I wouldn't listen to excuses, only look at performance. The company has 3 funds managing a total of 300 million yuan, and I demanded that they all turn a profit within 1 month. Manager Zhao frowned and said that unless they buy stable yield government bonds or large denomination bank certificates of deposit, the returns would be very low and customers would not buy them. It would be better for them to deposit their money in the bank themselves. I told him coldly that I wouldn't listen to any excuses. He had to do his best within a month, or he would have to resign. He could only reluctantly agree. I rubbed my forehead, cursing the system inwardly. I was so happy yesterday, thinking about starting my own business, and the reward was a company on the verge of bankruptcy. There really is no such thing as a free lunch. These days, being a boss is more tiring than being an employee. Employees just work and wait for their wages, while bosses have to worry about the life and death of the entire company. However, compared to employees, bosses still enjoy more power and a greater sense of accomplishment. I shrugged, remembering that the system task was complete and I should claim my reward. I was filled with anticipation, hoping the system would lend a hand and help me through this difficult time. System, claim your reward. I shouted in my mind. The system notification sounded immediately. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 19. The system notification rang in my ears, a 5 million cash reward. I was instantly excited, my eyes lit up, and I almost jumped out of my chair. 5 million. That's equivalent to the price of an apartment in downtown Hangzhou. My phone screen lit up, and I immediately checked my bank information. The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, ICBC, sent me a transaction notification that 5 million yuan had just been transferred into my account ending in 5478, and the balance immediately became more than 5,880,000 yuan. Looking at the 7-figure balance, I felt so happy. It was like a dream. The money came so fast. My phone lit up again, and my first thought was that the bank might suspect money laundering and freeze my account, since banks are very strict about the flow of funds. I immediately checked the message and found it was a notification to upgrade to VIP customer status, prompting me to go to the branch to upgrade my bank card. After upgrading, you can enjoy instant large amount transfers. Otherwise, the daily limit for third-party spending on a regular card is 10,000 yuan, and the limit for transfers via the bank's app is 500,000 yuan. I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as my account wasn't frozen, everything was fine. Come to think of it, the system is always reliable. It's impossible for me to make such a mistake. I secretly decided to go to the bank another day to upgrade my card. Otherwise, my future spending and money transfers would be restricted. How should we use the 5 million? Should we buy a house or invest in a company? If we invest, we can maintain operations, but to turn a profit, we need to improve the fund's performance and attract more clients. As a finance graduate, I am well aware that fund companies make profits by attracting clients to invest, then using the client's money to buy stocks, futures, and government bonds, and then collecting custody fees. Some funds charge fees for both purchase and redemption, while others only charge fees upon redemption. Regardless of whether the fund makes a profit or loss, a custody fee is always charged. In reality, some unscrupulous fund companies collude with speculators to buy up stocks at high prices, resulting in losses for investors. The speculators then cash out and distribute the profits to the fund companies. As for whether Ritter Fund Management Company Limited had done this before, I was just a junior employee and didn't know the inside story. The key now is still investment, but that's not easy. The market has been falling recently, with even major internet companies and well-known liquor stocks losing half their value, and the market is a sea of red. I was pondering which stocks to buy to turn the company around when there was a gentle knock on my office door. I let the other person in, and Manager Go walked in cautiously, looking at me with a fawning expression. He started by saying he had a solution to the company's predicament that might offer me some ideas. I became interested and asked him to continue. Manager Go suggested that since the company only has 400,000 yuan in its accounts, it could choose to pay fewer salaries or temporarily suspend salaries to extend its operating time. He even stated that he was willing to accept only 1/3 of his monthly salary of 15,000 yuan, setting an example so that everyone could overcome the difficulties together. I chuckled inwardly. Was this some kind of scheme to trick me? The first thing a new official does upon taking office is to stop paying salaries. Isn't that just asking for trouble? I was a wage earner yesterday, and I know all too well that nobody wants to work if they're not paid properly. Manager Go has savings to tide him over, but ordinary employees can't. I told him coldly not to bring it up again, that he didn't need to worry about the company account and should just focus on his job. He nodded quickly and said I had money. He lowered his voice again to warn me that Mr. Wang seemed to be plotting something bad and that I should be careful. I told him to keep an eye on things for me and report back immediately if anything happened. Manager Go scurried away, knowing that my words meant he was temporarily safe. Watching him leave, I thought to myself that this man certainly knew how to make a living. I continued to bury myself in reviewing company documents. To gain a firm grasp of the company, I needed to understand its structure and operations. I was busy until the early hours of the morning. After staring at the computer for several hours, I stretched and saw that it was 11:59. I could check in soon. I didn't leave the office. I kept an eye on the clock until midnight, then immediately opened the system to clock in. The notification showed that 7/4 of the task was completed. I felt quite relaxed when the system issued today's tasks, but I was completely stunned when the task details appeared because today's task was 20. When I saw the system's announcement of today's task, I was completely stunned to share a bed with Chu Qinglan for one night. I subconsciously swallowed. This system is really something else. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my shock and asked the system if it was serious. The system stated bluntly that all you needed to do was share a bed. Everything else was up to you. I immediately understood what that meant. It was an arrangement that skirted the line. To be honest, this task makes me a little embarrassed. Qinglan and I have only been married for 4 days now, and I really didn't plan to pressure her so soon. She's the type of person who takes time to warm up. She won't immediately commit to a relationship like some women. There was an element of impulsiveness in getting the marriage certificate initially, partly to dispel my doubts. She wants to take things slowly and let things unfold naturally, and I'm not one to rush things. Although I'm looking forward to it, I'd rather respect her pace. Thinking back to my 4-year relationship with Chun Min-yuan, we traveled together and shared a room, but nothing like that ever happened. At that time, she insisted that we could only do it after marriage. I love her, so I respected her choice. We really just cuddled and slept together. We didn't cross any boundaries. Qinglan might not refuse now, but I hope everything will happen naturally. Directly stating the task feels awkward to me. I sat there pondering how to start the conversation, looking at the few WeChat messages she had sent. She asked me to have dinner with her in the afternoon, and in the evening, she sent me photos of herself eating spicy hot pot, as well as photos of herself stretching in the shower and reading Wencheng. Finally, she said she was going to sleep. I simply replied that I would pick her up after get off work tomorrow, and then said goodnight to her. After thinking about it, I'll try again tomorrow. Going there so late at night would make my intentions too obvious, and trying to sneak into someone's bed would be too abrupt. It was already 12:15 when I got off work. I was going to go home and sleep to give my brain a rest. I was startled when I passed by the office area and saw Lao Zhang still busy at his computer. I thought it was haunted. Manager Go walked out of the office looking refreshed, handed me a cup of coffee, saying it was a newly written plan, and asked if I wanted him to take me home. I smiled and gave him a thumbs up. He continued, saying that serving the company and me was his duty. Old Zhang, and he exchanged a knowing glance. As I left the company, I was thinking about another person, Zheng Huan. This local resident who had been forced to relocate due to his home demolition had previously been so angry with me that he nearly vomited blood, yet that night he tossed and turned, thinking about me constantly. Of course, he didn't mean it in a nostalgic way. What angered him was that I, a poor guy from out of town, had no house or car, yet I managed to win Chu Qinglan's favor. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He even conjured up images of me and Qinglan in his mind, so angry that he wished he could take her place. He was drinking with his best friend Kong Guanglong, who had also met Qinglan once. When Kong Guanglong mentioned her beautiful legs, he revealed a greedy look in his eyes and lamented that such a good cabbage had been eaten by a pig. Zheng Huan sneered and said that I was just a poor out-of-towner who was of decent appearance. What good is being handsome? It can't put food on the table. After listening, Kong Guanglong's eyes lit up. He clinked glasses with him and suggested that he find a way to make Qinglan leave me. Chapter 21. Good at sneaking. Oh, what's the best idea? Tell me quickly. Upon hearing Kong Guanglong's words, Zheng Huan, who harbored great envy, jealousy, and resentment towards Lin Chun, immediately looked at Kong Guanglong with great interest. Actually, it's not that difficult to do. It's very simple. Lowering his voice, Kong Guanglong whispered, "Brother Zheng, that's it." Wow. After hearing Kong Guanglong's words, Zheng Huan looked at him in surprise. It's that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Kong Guanglong laughed and said, "Seize the weakness, and then magnify it infinitely." Chu Qinglan only agreed to Lin Chen's request because of a momentary impulse. To say how much she likes Lin Chen, I guess not that much. Shaking his head, Kong Guanglong looked at Zheng Huan. So as long as Chu Qinglan sees this scene, she will definitely be disappointed in Lin Chen. At that time, she will naturally, obediently, and honestly throw herself into your arms, Brother Zheng. Don't you think that makes sense? That makes sense. After thinking it over carefully, Zheng Huan's eyes lit up, and he nodded excitedly. That makes perfect sense. Brother, if this plan succeeds, then I'll owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, just call me anytime. We're brothers, it's only right. Kong Guanglong smiled and said, when you're dealing with Chu Qinglan, Brother Zheng, just film a video and show it to me. I'll be satisfied. Haha, what's so special about that? Don't let her cool and aloof demeanor fool you. She'll probably be more wild than anyone else once she gets to the hotel. Aren't all women like that? The more arrogant they are in public, the more unrestrained they are in private. Zheng Huan sneered. Once I'm tired of playing around, I'll find a chance to get them drunk. Do whatever you want. Wow, this is awesome. Upon hearing this, Kong Guanglong immediately became excited, his eyes shining as he looked at Zheng Huan. Brother Zheng, so you don't really like her? I thought you really liked her and were planning to marry her. I used to like it, but I don't like it anymore. Zheng Huan sneered. Right now, I'm just not reconciled. How am I any worse than that poor bastard Lin Chen? Why should he let that poor bastard Lin Chen play with me, but not me? Zheng Huan's expression turned ferocious. That's why I'm going to get revenge and torture her severely. As for marrying, is she good enough for me? 2. Kong Guanglong nodded in deep agreement. Used cars are fine for casual driving, but they're definitely not suitable as permanent vehicles. Then I'll be waiting for you to succeed, Brother Zheng. Little kiss. Zheng Huan waved his hand and continued drinking with Kong Guanglong. The next morning, Lin Chen, who had sneezed several times throughout the night and hadn't slept well at all, sat up in bed. Ding dong. Good morning, Chen. Qinglan, good morning. Lin Chen sent Chu Qinglan a voice message. I just woke up. How about you? I've arrived at the company. Lazy pig image. I just went to bed late last night. Lin Chen posted an innocent-looking picture with a wry smile. Yesterday was so busy, and I'm going to be busy today too. I'll come find you after get off work. Okay. Wait for you. Chu Qinglan sent Lin Chen a picture of a little person sitting on a chair, swaying and waiting. So cute. In a good mood, Lin Chen washed up and arrived at the company on time. Welcome, Chairman Lin. The moment Lin Chen stepped into the company, led by Manager Go and Lao Zhang, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully to greet him. Chairman Lin, please speak. Manager Go handed the microphone to Lin Chen. Cough, cough. Lin Chen glanced at the group of employees and said with a cool expression, Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Serving the company is not hard work. Lin Chen glanced at Manager Go and Old Zhang, who were both looking at him with obsequious expressions. I have nothing to say. Everyone, just focus on your work and be serious about your jobs. The investment department needs to keep a close eye on the stock and futures markets, and the operations department also needs to step up its game and attract more clients. The company will get better and better. Salaries and commissions will be paid as usual. Lin Chen cleared his throat. The financial market is sluggish this year, but while the market is falling and many peer companies are losing money, some companies are bucking the trend and growing. Our company aims to be a company that grows against the trend, not a company that loses money. I hope everyone can keep this in mind. Don't just say that the market and industry are in a slump and then pretend it's not my fault, that everyone is doing badly, and try to get by. The result of just getting by now is that if you don't work hard today, you'll be working hard to find a job tomorrow. I hope everyone understands this principle. Lin Chen said seriously, when the industry is booming, our company will strive to be at the top. When the industry is in a slump, our company will also rise against the trend. I will work hard together with everyone. Okay, that's settled. Clap, clap, clap. Old Zhang immediately clapped enthusiastically. Chairman Lin is absolutely right. Realizing he was too late to applaud, Manager Go immediately looked at Lin Chen respectfully and said, listening to Chairman Lin's words is truly worth more than 10 years of study. I believe that under Chairman Lin's leadership, the company will surely take off. Lin Chen glanced at Manager Go and smiled. Don't do things like this again in the future. Spend all your time working hard. Clear. We will definitely get the job done. Manager Go and Lao Zhang bowed respectfully as they watched Lin Chen walk into the chairman's office. Lin Chen is so stylish. That's right. His temperament and demeanor are like a completely different person. He doesn't even look like the same person as Lin Chen who used to work with us. Do you think Lin Chen might actually be a rich young master, or the heir to some conglomerate? Did he deliberately conceal his identity and come here to experience life? The employees were all talking about it, and they were very curious about Lin Chen-jun. Cough, cough. Manager Go coughed a few times and glanced at the gossiping colleagues. From now on, call him Chairman Lin, and don't talk about him behind his back. If I hear that again, I'll be fined. Yes, Manager Go. I see. Everyone held their breath, thinking that Manager Go was really a good dog. Lin Chen had no idea what everyone was thinking. Frustrated by the company's predicament, he arrived at Key Cafe at 5:30 p.m. sharp after a day of handling business. Chen, wearing high-waisted blue skinny jeans and a knitted sweater, Chu Qinglan, with her long, straight, and shapely legs and alluring curves, excitedly ran to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen glanced around and noticed that Zheng Huan hadn't come out with him today. Chen, shall we go eat? Okay, my treat. With rice in his pocket and no worries in his heart, Lin Shen waved his hand generously. Eat whatever you want. Chapter 22. Deliberately showing off. Oh, Chun, did you get a bonus? Looking at the generous and magnanimous Lin Shen, Chu Qinglan's eyes were full of smiles as she blinked at him. Looks like you've sent quite a lot. But didn't you say you just resigned? How come you found a new job so quickly? Haha, you could say that. Lin Shen smiled, thinking that being the chairman of the board could be considered a job, and the rewards from the system could be considered bonuses, right? Qinglan, let's wait and see. I'll give you a really big surprise later. Is that so? Then I can look forward to it. Chu Qinglan chuckled lightly. Since you've put it that way, Chun, then I'm going to have to take advantage of you today. I'll eat you out of house and home. Chu Qinglan winked at Lin Shen, her beautiful eyes full of smiles. Random. Lin Shen shrugged slightly. You can eat whatever you want. Then let's go to Tianjie for barbecue. Chu Qinglan tilted her head. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. Go on. Holding Chu Qinglan's small hand, Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan walked for about 10 minutes before entering a barbecue restaurant in Tianjie Commercial City near Chu Qinglan's company. Unbeknownst to them, someone had been secretly following them all along. The two sent a message immediately after entering the barbecue restaurant. 15 minutes later. Are you sure Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan are at the barbecue restaurant? Looking at her classmates, Chun Mingyuan's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Which table are they sitting at? Of course I'm sure. I saw them go in with my own eyes. Without hesitation, the student replied. It's at the table by the window. Okay, the money has been transferred to you. After transferring 200 yuan to the classmate as a tip, Chen Mingyuan pretended not to know anything and walked into the barbecue restaurant. Oh, Qinglan, Lin Shen. I didn't expect to see you all here. Deliberately walking up to Chu Qinglan and Lin Shen, Chen Mingyuan feigned surprise. What a coincidence. Lin Shen glanced at Chen Mingyuan, too lazy to pay her any attention. It is quite a coincidence. Chu Qinglan gave Chen Mingyuan a cold reply. Hello, are there 3 of you? Would you like an extra set of cutlery? The waiter asked instinctively as he approached. No. There are 3 of them. Before Lin Shen could speak, Chu Qinglan sat down. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan for her opinion. Never mind, let's eat together. After all, they were classmates who had known each other for many years, and they used to be best friends. Although Chu Qinglan was disgusted by Chun Mingyuan's behavior, she could only nod with a complicated expression in the face of Chun Mingyuan, who was shamelessly freeloading her meal. Please sit down. After a slight hesitation, Chu Qinglan distanced herself from Chun Mingyuan and sat down next to Lin Shen. Thanks. Chen Mingyuan took the cutlery from the waiter and looked at Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan, who were sitting together whispering. Her expression was complicated. In the past, when the 3 of them went out, she would sit with Lin Shen, or she would sit with Chu Qinglan. Now, but it's nothing. Chen Mingyuan took a deep breath, recalling how she had been promoted and received a raise thanks to Shen Zhao's efforts. My heart was instantly filled with pride. If she doesn't break up with Lin Shen, she can forget about becoming a deputy manager or earning over 10,000 yuan a month in her entire life. Qinglan, how's your company? Chen Mingyuan casually remarked. I heard that the home decoration industry isn't doing too well this year either. Good. Chu Qinglan gave Chen Mingyuan a cold reply. If you're having trouble at work, you can come to me. Chen Mingyuan took out her business card. I got promoted. I'm now the company's deputy manager. My monthly salary isn't much, just over 10,000. In a big city like Hangzhou, it's still hard to make a living even with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan. Well, oh, congratulations. Chu Qinglan still looked completely indifferent. Qinglan, you haven't changed your phone in 3 years, have you? Did you buy it when you were a sophomore? Chen Mingyuan took out her new iPhone. I just bought the latest model. It wasn't expensive, just over 10,000. The functions of mobile phones these days haven't changed much. It just means the photos will be clearer. The price is quite high, and it's not very interesting. It's better to use the old one. Chen Mingyuan sighed softly. Lin Shen, I remember my old phone was a gift from you. You delivered takeout for 2 months during the summer vacation just to buy me a phone. Looking back now, I'm still quite touched. I was blind. Lin Shen looked coldly at Chen Mingyuan. It's my fault. Chun, it's nothing. Everyone makes mistakes. Chu Qinglan gently placed a piece of meat on Lin Chen's plate. To know one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. I believe you will get better and better. With your support, Qinglan, our future will definitely get better and better. Look, there's barbecue sauce all over your mouth. Don't move. Lin Chen smiled and picked up a tissue, gently wiping the barbecue sauce from the corner of Chu Qinglan's mouth. Chen Mingyuan's face turned ashen. He had intended to flaunt his wealth and job to make Chu Qinglan and Lin Chen jealous, but the two seemed to have no reaction at all. Chen Mingyuan was so angry she was practically grinding her teeth. This meal is on me. Chen Mingyuan took a deep breath and deliberately put on an elegant demeanor as she said, Lin Chen, I was somewhat sorry to you before, and I want to apologize to you. Qinglan, thank you for taking care of Lin Chen for me. No need for you to thank me. Chu Qinglan sneered. My relationship with Chun Hui is getting better and better. Our lives have their own joys and sorrows. None of this has anything to do with you. Honey, let's go. Lin Chen took Chu Qinglan's hand. We're full. We should go home. Okay. Chu Qinglan nestled gently against Lin Chen. Make me a fruit salad when we get home. Sure. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Absolutely no problem. Just in time. Young Master Shen's car has arrived, and he's here to pick me up. Chen Mingyuan stood up at the same time, looking at Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan. Where are you going? I'll have young Master Shen give you a ride. Oh, right. I forgot that Qinglan usually commutes to get off work by electric scooter. It's all right. Young Master Shen drives a Land Rover SUV. The trunk space is big enough. It can fit your electric scooter. Lin Chen, you should also earn some money to buy a car. Chen Mingyuan said seemingly casually. We can't let Qinglan ride an electric scooter every day, can we? Firstly, it's exposed to wind and sun, and secondly, it's unsafe. Let me tell you about another man who doesn't even own a car. Chen Mingyuan shook her head. Young Master Shen knows a few used car dealers, or I can ask him to introduce you to some. Buy something cheap and affordable? Excuse me. Lin Chen looked at Chen Mingyuan meaningfully. I don't like used cars. Chen, we're not in a hurry to buy a car. Chu Qing gently hugged Lin Chen's arm. Riding an electric bike is fine. Convenient and cool. What did Chapter 23 say? Qinglan, you are so kind. Lin Chen gently held Chu Qinglan's hand, looking at her with deep affection in his eyes. We should be people who can ride electric bikes and enjoy the breeze, and also drive around in a car. Trust me, I'll soon give you a big enough surprise. There's no need for too much pressure. Chu Qinglan smiled and said, I don't care about those things. I am already very happy to have you by my side. Lin Chen hugged Chu Qinglan's slender waist and let Chu Qinglan ride the bicycle. He likes to sit in the back of the electric car, because this way he can openly and legitimately hug Chu Qinglan's slender waist. What are you thinking about? Inside the Land Rover, Shen Zhao, with a yellow crane tower 1916 cigarette dangling from his mouth, glanced at Chen Mingyuan with a suspicious look. Nothing. Chen Mingyuan watched Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan ride away on their electric bikes, her expression complicated. So, are you satisfied with the deputy manager position we assigned to you? In a few days, I can mention to my dad that you can come work at my family's company, Shen Zhao said with a smile. The salary is 30,000 yuan a month, and the working hours are flexible. I have an apartment in the city center. You can pack it up and move in. As for cars, I have a red BMW X5, you can drive it for now. How about it? As he spoke, Shen Zhao's hand was already on the fleshy stockings under Chen Mingyuan's black pleated skirt. Young Master Shen, there's no rush. I'm fine with my current job. Chen Mingyuan, who kept her legs tightly closed and held her skirt firmly to prevent Shen Zhao's hands from moving upwards, bit her lip tightly. Let's wait a while longer. We're moving a bit too fast. Chen Mingyuan knew, of course, that Shen Zhao provided all of this for her on the condition that she also provided something for Shen Zhao. Haha, what's so fast about it? Smack. Shen Zhao pinched Chen Mingyuan's stockings and gently tugged at them. These days, isn't the point of everything to be fast? Young Master Shen, I'm still not quite used to it. Seeing the snagged stockings, Chen Mingyuan knew what Shen Zhao was planning to do, and bit her lip tightly. Give me some more time. I still haven't experienced that. Give me some time to prepare. What? The original? Shen Zhao was immediately surprised upon hearing this. He looked at Chun Mingyuan suspiciously. Didn't you date Lin Shen for 4 years? For years. You didn't do your job? Chun Mingyuan lowered her head. Holy crap, is this kid done for? Can you resist having such a beautiful and charming girlfriend? He's an exceptional talent. Shen Zhao laughed and tossed his cigarette, but out the car window. All right then. Then I'll give you some time to get used to it. But I'm not like that good for nothing. I can't stand it for long. Shen Zhao started the car. Want me to take you home? Chen Mingyuan frowned. I know. Haha. Interesting. Shen Zhao, who was initially annoyed that Chen Mingyuan didn't want anything to happen in the car right now, was indifferent at this moment. After all, he knew that one should be more tolerant of women who are still virgins. Furthermore, these kinds of women only need to be made to dedicate themselves willingly. That's what makes it truly satisfying. After all, doing something with a virgin woman is not physically comfortable. After all, they don't understand anything. I wonder what they should do after the man pats them on the shoulder. Having this kind of woman brings comfort to the spirit. For people, the satisfaction derived from mental pleasure far exceeds that from physical pleasure. Qinglan, have some fruit. Lin Shun, of course, had no idea what Chen Mingyuan and Shen Zhao were talking about. And of course, he didn't care what they were talking about. Even if Lin Shen knew that Shen Zhao was laughing at him for this, he wouldn't care. Since we have different values, there's not much to say. Even if others make fun of Lin Shen about this, Lin Shen won't care. There is nothing wrong with love. Although he was blind at the time, he ultimately loved her with all his heart. Because of love, they are unwilling to force each other and want to fully obtain each other's love on their wedding night, when they can give each other a home. Is this wrong? It may not conform to most people's values now, but Lin Shen doesn't think it's wrong. Thanks. Chu Qinglan picked up a toothpick and watched History in Classical Texts on TV with great interest. Fu Sheng protects the books. As the host explained the historical anecdotes, Lin Shen became somewhat distracted. Looking at Chu Qinglan, whose pink socks accentuated her delicate feet and whose tight jeans outlined her alluring curves, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a surge of heat within him. Lin Shen felt a headache coming on when he thought about the system's tasks for the day. This task is not going to be easy. How should he tell Chu Qinglan? How can he convince Chu Qinglan to believe him and agree to let him stay overnight? Will Chu Qinglan think he is frivolous and lustful? Lin Shen felt a little embarrassed. System, what will be the punishment if I fail to complete today's task? Lin Shen, feeling overwhelmed, could only quietly ask the system in his mind. Will it deduct money or something else? All previous check-ins are void, and you must start the 7-day check-in process again. The system immediately replied to Lin Shen. There will also be random penalties. Random punishment? Lin Shen was taken aback. What kind of random method is it? Give me an example. Including but not limited to wiping out the host's bank deposits, wiping out the host's personal assets, causing the host to fall seriously ill, or doing something that will be punished. I see. This punishment is rather severe. Lin Shen's lips twitched. Not only will the hard-earned check-in record be reset to 0, but a person's assets may even be wiped out. This is an accident. After working hard for several days, I was back to decades ago overnight. That's too dangerous. We absolutely cannot let the attendance records be reset to 0. After all, I'm still waiting to see the letter my future grandson writes to me. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, looked at Chu Qinglan in front of him, and wondered whether he should throw away the key to the rented house. He made the excuse that he had lost his key and there was no one to make a copy so late, so he couldn't go back to his rented room and had to stay at Chu Qinglan's place. This should work, right? That doesn't seem quite right either. Lin Shen had a bit of a headache. After all, if you lose your key, you can just go to a hotel and get a room to sleep. Even if I sleep at Qinglan's house, this sofa will do. There's no need to share a bed. Then let's just lay our cards on the table. Lin Shen frowned. This isn't quite right either. If I say it like that, Qinglan might misunderstand and think that I really want to do that with her. I don't want to lower her opinion of me. Right? Lin Shen's eyes lit up instantly as he watched the scene playing on TV. An idea came to mind. Shen, what's wrong? Chu Qinglan turned around and looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. Do you have something to say to me? Chapter 24. in pursuit of romance. Yes, I have something to say. Lin Shin took a deep breath, composed himself, and looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile in his eyes. Qinglan, I want to give you a surprise and do something romantic with you. Life may be mostly mundane, but even in the mundane, there should be little moments of romance. What do you think? Romantic things? Chu Qinglan tilted her head, looking at Lin Shin suspiciously. Chun, what exactly is this romantic thing? You'll know when you get there. Come with me. Lin Shin stood up, smiled, and extended his hand to Chu Qinglan. You don't need to think about anything. Just follow me. That's all. Shall we go out? Okay then, I'll change my clothes. Although she was a little tired after a long day at work, Chu Qinglan couldn't bear to refuse Lin Shin's enthusiastic attitude, so she finally nodded slightly and chose to follow his arrangements. I'm waiting for you. Watching Chu Qinglan walk into the bedroom, Lin Shin immediately took out his phone and quickly made the arrangements. No woman dislikes romance. Therefore, as long as Lin Shin starts from this point, he can naturally complete the task given by the system today. Moreover, he can complete the mission without making Chu Qinglan dislike him. This is crucial. Lin Shin didn't want to lower his image in Chu Qinglan's eyes. Chun, I'm all better now. 10 minutes later, Chu Qinglan, now dressed in a dress, walked out of the bedroom with a smile. She twirled in front of Lin Chun, looking at him with amusement in her eyes. Chun, am I pretty? Of course it's beautiful. Without a doubt, my wife is definitely the most beautiful. A smile flickered across Lin Chen's lips as he took Chu Qinglan's hand. Come with me. Chu Qinglan obediently followed behind Lin Chen, letting him hold her hand. Get in the car. At the entrance of the residential compound, Lin Chen proactively opened the back door of the car. It's inconvenient for me to wear a skirt. You can get in the car first. The last 4 digits of the phone number? The driver glanced at Chu Qinglan enviously through the rearview mirror and asked Lin Chen. 0503. Okay. Taking a deep breath, the driver started the car and drove Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan away. Chun, where are we going? Inside the car, holding Lin Chen's hand, Chu Qinglan looked at the night view outside. Let's go to an incredibly romantic place that overlooks the entire city center of Hangzhou. Lin Chen smiled and reached out to gently flick Chu Qinglan's nose. Aren't you looking forward to it? I'm quite curious. Chu Qinglan tilted her head and answered Lin Chen with a smile. You will definitely not be disappointed. Chun, I'd like to take a stroll along the riverbank. Upon arriving at the Qiantang River embankment in the city center, Chu Qinglan suddenly spoke. Sure. Driver, pull over. Good. The ride-hailing driver stopped the car immediately. Thanks. Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan stepped out of the car, and holding Chu Qinglan's small hand, Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan enjoyed the breeze from the riverbank and the coolness of the summer evening. Chun, if only we could keep going like this forever. That's good. Chu Qinglan held Lin Chen's hand, her voice barely audible. Sure. We will never be apart. Without hesitation, Lin Chen intertwined his fingers with Chu Qinglan's. He noticed that Chu Qinglan seemed to lack a sense of security. What is the reason for this? Qinglan, when will you take me home? Lin Chen smiled and said, Your parents don't know we're getting married yet, do they? We can decide for ourselves to get the marriage certificate. After all, we transferred our household registration when we enrolled in university and have our own household registration book. But for the wedding, both sets of parents still need to be present. We should invite relatives and friends and have a lively celebration. Okay, I'll talk to them about it later. Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly. Then let's find a holiday, like National Day. I'll take you back then. Okay. Without hesitation, Lin Chen answered Chu Qinglan. Then it's the 11th. Lin Chen thought to himself, it's mid-August now, and there's still a month and a half until November. He believes that with the system's help, he should have a house and a car in Hangzhou by then. Under these circumstances, he could naturally go to Chu Qinglan's house openly and confidently. Give Chu Qinglan's parents an explanation, make them satisfied, and marry Chu Qinglan to him. Chun, what about your parents? Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen with some worry. What if they do this to me? Don't worry. Without hesitation, Lin Chen answered Chu Qinglan. My parents are very easy to talk to and they respect my ideas very much. As long as I'm willing, they won't have any objections. I will agree. Besides, you are so beautiful and intelligent, and even more gentle and considerate. My parents are more than happy with it. Why would I be picky about you? Lin Shen smiled and said, in our area, parents treat their daughters-in-law very well. Unlike some places, such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou, where local parents look down on daughters-in-law from other places, thinking that the other party is after the household registration or money or something. Lin Shen shook his head. It's very annoying. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly, still unable to help but feel a little worried. Let's go. I'll take you to a surprise. Holding Chu Qinglan's hand, Lin Shen led her into a 5-star hotel by the river. When Chu Qinglan arrived at the hotel entrance, she paused noticeably for a moment. However, she still went into the hotel with Lin Shen. The two entered the middle floor of the hotel, a room with a very open view overlooking the bustling Olympic Sports Center and the winding Qiantang River. Of course, it's not a double room, it's a twin room. This is where Lin Shen's intelligence lies. Lin Shen, holding Chu Qinglan's small hand, could clearly feel that Chu Qinglan breathed a sigh of relief the moment they entered the hotel and saw that it had twin beds. Clearly, she wasn't fully prepared to give herself to Lin Shen yet. Lin Shen knew very well that when he first went out with his girlfriend, unless she was a particularly open-minded woman, it was better to book a double bed. There's no chance of splitting into 2 rooms, and the woman might not want a double room. The purpose is too obvious. Having 2 beds allows for intimacy and provides opportunities for the woman to gracefully back down without feeling too awkward. And since they were already a couple, she felt awkward refusing. After all, what's wrong with a twin room if there's a chance? When it's time to share a blanket, don't you still share a blanket? Like tonight. Ding dong. Host has completed today's task. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Lin Shen successfully received a system notification. Cool. Lin Shen's eyes lit up as he sensed Chu Qinglan's unease and continued sleeplessness. He smiled, hugged her tightly, and, without fidgeting, excitedly chose to claim his reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 25, A Letter from Sun Tzu. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the letter from your future grandson ahead of schedule. The system notification sounded perfectly in Lin Shen's mind. Holy crap, Lin Shen couldn't help but sit up in excitement. Unexpectedly, the system was so helpful that it allowed him to unlock the letter from his grandson ahead of schedule, which should have taken 3 days to be unsealed. This is such a pleasant surprise. Indeed, effort and reward are proportional. Although it was not easy to sleep with Chu Qinglan for one night, it was still worth it compared to unlocking the letter from his grandson ahead of time. Morning. What's wrong with you? Chu Qinglan, who was curled up in Lin Shen's arms, immediately sat up and looked at Lin Shen with a surprised expression. Are you all ready? Chu Qinglan glanced cautiously at Lin Shen's pants. Her pretty face flushed, and she hesitated to speak. Cough, cough. It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of a funny joke. Lin Shen certainly couldn't tell Chu Qinglan that he had received a reward from the system, which was why he was so excited that he sat up in surprise. So, he could only explain to Chu Qinglan with a wry smile. I couldn't help it. The more I thought about it, the more interesting it seemed. I laughed. What joke? Chu Qinglan tilted her head and looked at Lin Shen with a suspicious expression. Tell me about it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Shen smiled and said, it's already very late today, and you have to go to work tomorrow. We can't delay. Oh, tell me now, tell me after you're done. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen with great curiosity. You've piqued my curiosity. I won't be able to sleep if you don't tell me. Shen, tell us quickly. Chu Qinglan's heart was pounding. Sitting on the bed, she blinked her bright eyes and looked at Lin Shen with great tenderness. Actually, she couldn't sleep at all. After all, it's the first time sharing a bed with someone of the opposite sex. How could you possibly fall asleep easily? In this situation, most men feel restless and unable to sleep. They feel a strong urge to do something, tossing and turning, scratching their heads, and feeling confused. Most women, on the other hand, are unable to sleep due to a mixture of anticipation and fear. After all, she was an adult woman who had just gotten married to Lin Shen. Chu Qinglan actually harbored some expectations for that kind of thing. It's not a funny joke, it just reminded me of an ancient person's epitaph. Lin Shen had to come up with a quick idea. In his epitaph, he wrote, he first studied literature, but failed the imperial examinations for 3 years. Later, he practiced martial arts, and in the training ground, he fired an arrow that hit the drummer, who then expelled him. Finally, he studied medicine and achieved some success. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan helplessly. In short, it's very interesting. At the end, he added a sentence. He wrote a good prescription, took it, and died. Puff. Chu Qinglan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chun, this is too tragic. Yes, it was absolutely terrible. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly. So the more I thought about it, the more interesting it seemed, and I laughed. This must be fake, right? There's no such person, is there? Chu Qinglan tilted her head and looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. Otherwise, we shouldn't be laughing. If such a person really existed, he must have been in utter despair when he wrote this epitaph, right? It's probably fake. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. This joke comes from Xiaoling Guangji, a collection of humorous anecdotes. Nobody knows the specifics. Okay, let's go to sleep. Seeing Chu Qinglan fidgeting, Lin Shen smiled, turned off the light, and got into another bed. Good night. Chu Qinglan hummed softly, lay down quietly, and soon her even breathing could be heard. What exactly is this letter from my future grandson? Excited, Lin Shen opened the letter immediately. Grandpa, when you read this letter, you should be in the prime of your youth, and have only been married to Grandma for a short time. Grandma has loved you very much all her life, and has been very good to you. Grandpa, you must not let Grandma down and must treat her well. You little brat. Lin Shen muttered. Do you even need to tell me? You're lecturing your grandpa now? I'm not stupid. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan tenderly. With such a well-behaved and beautiful wife, how could I not cherish her? Then, Lin Shen looked at the second paragraph of the letter. Grandpa, to improve your and Grandma's lives, I'll tell you a secret. 3 days later, the liquor industry in the stock market will see a surge, especially Matai, the leading liquor brand, which will hit the daily limit for 3 consecutive days. Do not buy after next Friday, as a decline is expected then. Also, do not buy semiconductor stocks recently, as the entire industry will experience a significant decline in the near future. Wow, this is like a perfect opportunity to help someone when they're sleepy. Lin Shen, who was worried about how to turn the company's fund into a profit, immediately looked at the last sentence of the letter. Grandpa, that's all for now. Looking forward to seeing you again next time. The inscription reads, from your grandson in the future, 214400408. I'm also looking forward to hearing what good news you'll bring me next time. Now that I have this foresight, I'm sure I can successfully turn the company's 3 funds around and make a fortune. 3 consecutive days of limit-up price increases mean that no matter how much money you invest, you can earn 30% in 3 days. Invest 1 million, and 3 days later it will be 1,300,000. I currently have over 5.8 million yuan on me. If I were to invest it all, I could earn 1.74 million yuan in 3 days. My goodness, you can earn 1.74 million in just 3 days. This really is money making money. Lin Shen became more and more excited and thrilled the more he thought about it. Making so much money in just 3 days is amazing. The feeling of money making money is even better than drinking an ice-cold Sprite on a sweltering summer day. I never dared to imagine that I could make money so aggressively before. As expected, it's great to be rich. As long as you have enough capital, making money is as easy as playing a game, isn't it? Taking a deep breath, Lin Shen finally understood why the rich get richer and richer. For an ordinary person, let alone earning over 1 million in 3 days, even earning 1,000 yuan in 3 days would be considered very good. I'd be working myself to the bone for 3 days on a construction site, and I probably wouldn't even earn 1,000 yuan in those 3 days. Now the company's difficulties have been easily resolved. Comfortable. In a pleasant mood, Lin Shen smelled the fragrance emanating from Chu Qinglan beside him and listened to her even breathing. He couldn't help himself a little. Qinglan, as long as I seize this opportunity, even without company shares, my savings will soon reach tens of millions. Putting everything else aside, Buying an apartment in Hangzhou is absolutely no problem. Qinglan, I will soon be able to give you a home. We will definitely be happy together. After a slight hesitation, Lin Shen secretly lifted Chu Qinglan's blanket. And then, quietly, it slipped into Chu Qinglan's fragrant bed. Chapter 26. Earning More Money. Oops! You stepped on my hair. The next morning, with a startled cry, Chu Qinglan rubbed her hair, looking aggrieved. Well, Lin Shen awkwardly moved away. Chun, go wash up. Stretching, Chu Qinglan, whose curves were on full display, tidied her hair. You go first. Looking at Chu Qinglan's slender, snow-white waist, Lin Shen felt a little embarrassed and hid under the covers, saying, I'm a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Chu Qinglan immediately looked at Lin Shen anxiously. Chun, where do you feel unwell? No, not at all. Lin Shen laughed and said, I'm a little embarrassed to say it. Men cough in the morning. That's how it is for them. Lin Shen scratched his head and looked at Chu Qinglan with a half-smile. But once you have a wife, you definitely won't do that anymore. Oops. Upon hearing this, Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she glared at Lin Shen in annoyance. Although she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. She naturally understood what Lin Shen meant by those words. TCH, I'm ignoring you. I'm going to wash up. With that, Chu Qinglan walked straight into the bathroom. Lin Shen stretched and said to himself with a smile, This is a good start. Before long, you'll be thinking about taking leave every day. The best is yet to come. What's the rush? After getting dressed and washing up, Lin Shen escorted Chu Qinglan to the company building. Chun, I'm off to work. Yes, work hard. Come on. Lin Shen clenched his fist and made a firm gesture towards Chu Qinglan. Bye-bye. Chu Qinglan skipped and hopped as she entered the office building, clearly in a very good mood. The 5.88 million I have seems like a lot, but it's actually not much. Although a 30% profit is a lot, because the principal was too small, my final profit was only 1.74 million. If I add up the principal and the profit, I only have 7.54 million. And a handling fee will also be deducted. Actually, in the end, I probably won't have much money left. Lin Shen frowned and muttered with a complicated expression, although this amount of money should be more than enough to buy a house and a car in the suburbs outright. But I want to buy a nice, large, single-level apartment in the city center. There are still some shortcomings. After all, a decent large-sized apartment in the city center of Hangzhou, by the river, would cost at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Lin Shen scanned the QR code on his phone. Now that we have the system, we should buy the best one from the start, instead of just buying a mediocre place to live. There's no need for that. Lin Shen's eyes were filled with a sharp glint. For people who don't have much money, buying an ordinary house to make do with is something they have no choice but to do. After all, I'm short of money. There's nothing I can do. But for me, I must give Qinglan the best. Lin Shen clenched his fists and made a silent vow in his heart. He was determined to buy a luxurious penthouse in the city center to give Chu Qinglan a wonderful surprise. The system and my future grandson certainly wouldn't try to fool me with this. Since it's a sure thing, I'll definitely try to increase my investment, Lin Shen muttered. The bigger the investment, the more I'll earn. And it's a sure thing, no risk at all. If it's futures, you can use leverage. But you can't use leverage in the stock market. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. Right? I can take out a mortgage loan. If I mortgage this 5.88 million to the bank, I can probably borrow 1 or 2 times that amount. Then you could have 12 million, or even 20 million. If I invest this 20 million in the stock market, I can earn 6 million in 3 days. After paying back the bank loan and 3 days interest, Lin Shen calculated briefly. I should still have over 10 million left. That's an extra 4 million out of thin air. You made an extra 4 million in 3 days. Lin Shen became more and more excited. Where can you find such a good thing? It must be done immediately. Excited, Lin Shen immediately opened his phone's map app and searched for the nearest branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Just a few days ago, the bank sent him a message asking him to upgrade to a VIP card. He can apply for a credit line while he's at it. That shouldn't be a problem. After all, he has sufficient bank deposits, and he also owns the Ritter Fund. The bank should lend him the money. Now we can make a killing. Excited, Lin Chen didn't hesitate. After finding out that the nearest industrial and agricultural bank of China was only about 600 meters away, he started walking towards the bank. Hello, for withdrawals under 2,000, please use the ATM outside. In the bank lobby, a pretty female receptionist wearing stockings and a pencil skirt glanced at Lin Chen, a deep look of disdain flashing in her eyes. Because she could tell from Lin Chen's clothes that he was a poor working man. I'm not withdrawing the money. I need to conduct business. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'll find your bank's account manager. This is a service that ordinary counter staff shouldn't be qualified to handle. Thinking that it was tens of millions after all, he figured that when he had more money in the future, he might be able to get a loan of hundreds of millions. Lin Chen naturally knew that ordinary counter clerks were not qualified to handle this. You're looking for our manager? The female receptionist chuckled and looked at Lin Chen. What kind of service do you need? Our manager is not someone that just anyone is qualified to meet. Do you have an appointment? I don't have an appointment. I need to handle loan business. Lin Chen answered truthfully. Could you please make an appointment for me? Then you just wait. The female receptionist glanced at Lin Chen disdainfully and ignored him. Lin Chen could only wait awkwardly. 40 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a large belly, wearing a suit, and accompanied by a glamorous woman, strode into the bank lobby. Hello, what service do you need? The female receptionist immediately greeted him with a smile. I'm looking for your manager's song. The middle-aged man revealed a hand adorned with a gold thumb ring. Let's talk about paying the employees' salaries. Do you have an appointment? Make an appointment? Do I even need to make an appointment? The middle-aged man immediately laughed. Tell him, my surname is Wang. Wang Kong from Kongda Pharmaceutical Factory. It's President Wang. Upon hearing Wang Kang's words, the female receptionist immediately put on a fawning expression. Please wait a moment. I will inform Manager Song right away. Mr. Wang, Manager Song has some time. Please go ahead. No, I was here first, wasn't I? Lin Chen, who had been waiting for 40 minutes, was getting impatient. He frowned and looked at the female receptionist. Could you please explain the order of arrival? Who are you? Trying to cut in line. Before the receptionist could speak, Wang Kong glared coldly at Lin Chen and said, Get out. Chapter 27. Chairman Lin invites. You've misunderstood, that's not what I meant. Ignoring Wang Kong, Lin Chen looked directly at the female receptionist and asked, I just want to ask when I can see your manager Song. I do have something to do. You just wait. The female receptionist glanced at Lin Chen disdainfully, then looked at President Wang and said, President Wang, please. You don't need to lower yourself to the level of a poor laborer like him. He actually wants to see our manager Song. Hee. In front of Lin Chen, the female receptionist made a series of unceremonious comments about him. Exactly. How can such a lowly scoundrel compare to my husband? Pooh. The glamorous woman, holding Wang Kang's hand, glanced at Lin Chen with disdain, her face full of contempt. Poor bastard. Hey kid, did you hear me? You think anyone can just see a bank manager whenever they want? Wang Kong patted his large belly. Let me tell you, if you don't have tens of millions in savings, you can get out of my way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Ding dong. Host has not checked in today. Sign in. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Chen subconsciously checked in on the system interface. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received today's task. Today's mission is to ensure that people do not deceive me, and to ensure that I do not deceive others. Please punish Wang Kong and the female receptionist Zhao Lily. This mission. Looking at the system's task display for today, Lin Chen frowned, slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, the system gave him such a task. Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Seeing that Lin Chen ignored him, Wang Kong immediately glared at Lin Chen and said, You think you can see the bank manager? I'll tell you. Pointing at Lin Chen's nose, Wang Kong said arrogantly, Let me tell you, kid. You are not qualified. You poor wretch. Clinging to Wang Kang's arm, the glamorous woman said with an air of arrogance, You're so rich, husband, with tens of millions in savings. That's right, he's just a penniless wretch. The female receptionist immediately responded, Mr. Wang, given your status, why would you bother with him? There's no need for that. Please go ahead. I'm not qualified. Lin Shin sneered, looking at Wang Kong with a playful expression, wondering how to deal with him. Ordinary people might really have no way to deal with the arrogant Wang Kong and Zhao Lili. Even if they are treated unfairly, they can only accept their bad luck. But Lin Shun is no ordinary person now. What happened? Before Lin Shun could make a move, Manager Song, who had been notified by security, quickly walked downstairs. After glancing at Lin Shun, Wang Kong, and the female receptionist who were facing off, he immediately looked at Wang Kong with a smile. President Wang, you've arrived. Why didn't you give me advance notice? So I can come downstairs to pick you up. It's nothing. I like to keep a low profile. Wang Kong looked arrogant, exuding an air of superiority. Exactly. Even someone as rich as you is low-key. The glamorous woman glanced at Lin Shun disdainfully. The poorer someone is, the more they like to pretend. Manager Song, this person is deliberately causing trouble. Pointing at Lin Shun, the receptionist Zhao Lili immediately said, he doesn't handle business, deliberately blocks President Wang's way, and speaks rudely to President Wang. Security guard, what are you standing there for? Zhao Lili pointed at Lin Shin. Why aren't you kicking him out yet? Who said I don't handle business anymore? Lin Shin glanced at Zhao Lili with disgust. So you didn't make an appointment for me at all? You? What qualifications do you have to make an appointment? Zhao Lili gave a disdainful snort. Security guard, what are you standing there for? Get him out of here right now. Wait a moment. Manager Song suddenly spoke, looking at Lin Shun with a suspicious expression. Lin Shin seemed strangely familiar. What kind of service do you need? Upgrade your bank card and get a mortgage loan. Lin Shun answered truthfully. Upgrade your bank card. Manager Song thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Your surname is Lin? Are you Mr. Lin Shin? It's me. Lin Shun was also surprised, as he hadn't even said his name yet. How did Manager Song find out? How did you know? Lin Shin looked at Manager Song suspiciously. We've never met before, have we? Mr. Lin, it really is you. I am truly sorry for not being able to greet you from afar. Please forgive me. Manager Song looked at Lin Shun with a respectful expression. Not only do I know you, but all the senior executives of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Hangzhou know your name. This was my mistake. I didn't explain things properly, which caused the people below not to recognize you and treated you poorly. I'm so sorry. I'm extremely sorry. As he spoke, Manager Song bowed deeply to Lin Shun at a 90-degree angle. I hope Mr. Lin will forgive me. What's going on? Wang Kong was stunned. He stared at Manager Song with wide eyes and suspicion. Manager Song, a bank manager, actually bowed to Lin Shun, a mere employee. What does that mean? What the hell? Manager Song, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? The receptionist, Zhao Lili, was also shocked. She looked at Manager Song cautiously and said, Manager Song, you must have made a mistake. Judging from his clothes, he doesn't seem like a rich person. Shut up. Manager Song glared fiercely at Zhao Lili. Quickly apologize to Mr. Lin. Quick. This. Sorry. Completely bewildered, Zhao Lili had no choice but to bow to Lin Shun. Mr. Lin, it was a mistake. It was my fault. Please come upstairs. Manager Song gestured for Lin Shin to enter and was extremely respectful. System, is this your doing? Lin Shin silently asked the system in his mind, but the system did not answer him. Good. With no other option and harboring doubts about the system, Lin Shun could only nod and go upstairs with Manager Song. Manager Song, what about me? You should have greeted me first. When Wang Kong saw that Manager Song was actually entertaining Lin Shun, such a poor nobody, and ignoring him, such a big client, he immediately became anxious. That's so embarrassing. As the boss, all he cares about is saving face. Excuse me. Please handle this at the counter downstairs. With your savings of just over $1 million, haha. Manager Song glanced at Wang Kong, then ignored him. Wang Kong may look like a cow, but he actually has very little money. In other words, the overall economic environment is sluggish this year, so bank depositors don't have much savings. Even a small amount is still something, which is why Manager Song cooperated in receiving Wang Kong. A few years ago, Manager Song wouldn't have bothered with someone like Wang Kong, who owned a small factory. No, what do you mean? Wang Kong instantly became impotent and enraged. Mr. Lin, please have some tea. Upon entering the SVIP office, Manager Song immediately and respectfully poured Lin Chen a cup of tea. Manager Song, there's something I'd like to ask you. Lin Chen, holding his teacup, looked at Manager Song with a suspicious expression. What did you mean by what you said earlier? What does it mean to be the top executives of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Hangzhou? You all know me. Chapter 28, Tenfold Credit. You don't know this, Mr. Lin? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Manager Song looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Mr. Lin, you are really low-key. I really don't know. What exactly happened? How did I become a celebrity inside your ICBC and ABC bank? Lin Chen looked at Manager Song suspiciously. Tell me about it in detail. With a slight shrug and a look of suspicion, Lin Chen truly didn't understand how he had suddenly become so famous. He didn't receive this treatment when he came to the bank before. Mr. Lin, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either. It was an instruction from above. Pointing to the ceiling, Manager Song said with a wry smile. Our boss at ICBC in Hangzhou tagged us branch managers in the group chat and then posted your photo. We will ensure that whoever meets you receives you with the highest level of hospitality from our bank. But the boss didn't say exactly why. You know that. Manager Song looked at Lin Chen. If the boss doesn't say anything, we subordinates don't dare to ask. I see. Lin Chen frowned slightly and pondered for a moment, thinking that it must be the system's doing. Let's not talk about that. Let's get down to business. Lin Chen took out his bank card. The message said my card needed to be upgraded? Yes. Manager Song carefully took the bank card. Mr. Lin, according to regulations, your bank card will be upgraded to our bank's highest level black gold card. Our association will do everything in its power to provide you with convenience. Do I have a credit line? Lin Chen looked at Manager Song and stated his key question. A mortgage loan is also acceptable. Loan. Manager Song looked at Lin Chen with great surprise. I wondered, how could someone like Lin Chen need a loan? Yes, I need a loan. Lin Chen nodded immediately. What loan amount can your bank provide for me? Based on your credit score, Mr. Lin, our bank can provide you with a credit line 10 times the amount of your frozen deposits. No more than 1 billion. To be specific, it's like you currently have 5.88 million in your bank account. Looking at Lin Chen's bank account balance, Manager Song respectfully said, if you choose to take out a loan, after our bank freezes your deposit, we can provide you with a loan amount of 58.88 million. If you have 100 million in savings, you can withdraw 1 billion at any time. It's an online loan that arrives instantly and can be applied for with a single click. As for higher loan amounts, it's not impossible, but you'll need to bring all the company documents to the branch or head office to process it. Manager Song looked at Lin Chen. As for the interest rate, it will fluctuate according to the benchmark interest rate. The interest rate on this frozen loan will not be very high, and enjoy the convenience of repaying at any time. Unlike some loans, it won't require repayment according to the contract. Early repayment will also incur interest for the entire contract period or several years, Manager Song said with a smile. Because you are a black card holder, you enjoy this privilege. It's probably like an enlarged version of a credit card. It's just that the credit card has changed from being only for spending and having a 1-month interest-free period to allowing cash withdrawals at any time, and then having no interest-free period. Manager Song looked at Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, would you be willing? Manage. Lin Chen nodded without hesitation, secretly delighted. I thought I'd only get 1 or 2 times the loan amount at most, but now it's 10 times. This is absolutely wonderful. 10 times 5,880,000 is 58,880,000. According to the letter, if the stock price hits the daily limit for 3 days, then after those 3 days, the profit would be 58.88 million multiplied by 30%. This is a staggering 17.4 million. My goodness. Lin Chen's eyes lit up immediately, filled with excitement. Earning 17.4 million in 3 days would make someone the richest person in Hangzhou, but even that's not something you can earn that much. Mr. Lin, it's done. After the upgrade, Manager Song handed Lin Chen a brand new, understated yet luxurious black gold card. Thanks. Lin Chen put away the black gold card, remembered the task issued by the system for today, and casually took a sip of water. There's something I'm not sure if I should say. Mr. Lin, please speak. I will listen attentively to any advice you may have, and will earnestly correct my mistakes. Manager Song immediately stood up, looking at Lin Shun with the utmost respect, like a child being disciplined. It's not a big deal. It's just that your bank's service attitude is really problematic. Lin Shun glanced at Manager Song. It's not that I'm special, it's just that everyone is treated the same way. I can understand that customers have conditions because they see you as the manager. After all, as a bank manager, you are a person of status. It's normal that ordinary people are not qualified to see you. Mr. Lin, what are you saying? Manager Song quickly replied. Compared to you, my status is nothing. There's no need to flatter me like that. I'm nothing special. Lin Shun waved dismissively at Manager Song. I'm just an ordinary person. Manager Song just smiled apologetically and didn't say anything. I thought to myself, what a joke. How could an ordinary person get such attention from a high-ranking leader and obtain a black gold card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China? You should know that there are only 10 black gold cards issued by ICBC and ABC worldwide. My request is very simple. I understand that you have the means, but I want to avoid being bothered by people who cause trouble. However, you can speak if there are conditions, and you can speak directly even if you are not allowed to meet. To not say you're not qualified to meet someone, and then deliberately leave them hanging, that's going too far. Lin Shun said seriously, state your requirements. If you can't meet them, you can't see me. If they insist on waiting, that's unreasonable. You should kick them out. That's normal. But they don't say anything. They're just playing with people on purpose. Isn't that going too far? Lin Shun looked at Manager Song seriously. Don't you think that makes sense? Yes. Manager Song immediately nodded. This is due to my poor management, and I will conduct a serious self-examination. I will fire Zhao Lily immediately. Whether you fire him or not is up to you. It's none of my business. Anyway, I don't want this to happen again. And that Mr. Wang guy, he's hilarious too. When you enter a bank, everyone is a customer. Why are we divided into different classes? Lin Shun sneered. I understand that people receive different treatment because of the different services they provide. But is it really necessary to be so arrogant? Clear. Manager Song bowed again in response. I will immediately issue an order to cancel all cooperation between my branch and Wang Kang's company. Hey, you figure it out yourself. I'm just offering a suggestion. Lin Shun shrugged slightly and stepped out of the office. In the bank lobby, Lin Shun witnessed a scene that was both laughable and absurd. This scene was quite shocking. Chapter 29. A Pair of Lively Treasures. She was a glamorous woman who had previously been all lovey-dovey with Wang Kang and had shown great contempt and ridicule towards Lin Shun. At this moment, they were actually chasing after Wang Kang and beating him. They scratched Wang Kang's face until it was covered in scratches. What's going on? This scene stunned Lin Shun, his eyes filled with deep astonishment. Because weren't these two just now getting along quite well? It could be described as the husband and wife mocking him in unison. You bastard, you dare to lie to me. I thought you were a multi-millionaire, but it turns out you're a multi-millionaire in debt. You not only took advantage of my body, but you also took advantage of my money. Give me my money back. The alluring woman, baring her teeth and claws, pounced on Wang Kang and began tearing at him. And while tearing at each other, they also shouted angry curses. Extremely angry and frustrated. I'm not lying to you. My factory is indeed worth tens of millions. As for your money, that was an investment, not a scam. Wang Kang shouted, clutching his head and struggling. You have no right to accuse me of scamming you. You invested your money in me. Wasn't it for the interest I promised? And you still lied to me about your body. The glamorous woman was still tearing at things angrily. This is definitely not a scam. Wang Kang immediately struggled. Didn't you enjoy it too? Everyone is treated fairly. Wang Kang muttered. Besides, I put in more effort. I paid more than you. You bastard. Seeing that she couldn't out-argue Wang Kang, the glamorous woman, in her anger, could only tear at Wang Kang again, scratching him with her fingernails. This is a grand spectacle. Lin Shun stared wide-eyed, truly witnessing something he'd never seen before. What exactly happened? Seeing that Lin Shun seemed interested, Manager Song immediately called over a female clerk. Tell me about it. Manager Song. This is what Wong Kong was bragging to her at the beginning. He said that in addition to owning a pharmaceutical factory, he was also worth tens of millions, was a VIP client of the bank, and was very rich. Then she was instructed to invest her 500,000 yuan savings in Wong Kong. Wong Kong promised to give her 50% interest every month. This is obviously a scam, Manager Song said without hesitation. This interest rate has exceeded the limits protected by the state. Typical loan sharks only charge 10% to 15% interest per month, and it's never 50%. Yes. But this woman believed it and transferred all the money to Wong Kong. The female clerk said with a wry smile. In fact, Wong Kang's factory had already been mortgaged. Although his factory was operating well, it was mortgaged to the bank to obtain a loan of 10 million yuan because Wong Kong had lost money gambling. Although he has more than 1 million yuan in savings, it is nothing compared to his debts. His factory is no longer his factory. Looking at Manager Song, the female teller said with a wry smile, Wong Kong mortgaged the factory to the commercial bank next door, and today he wants to mortgage it to our bank again in order to get a loan. When we were checking the assets, we discovered that the factory had already been pledged by the commercial bank next door. Let's talk about this. Then, the female clerk shrugged slightly, and the rest was left unsaid. That's how feelings are. Men these days love to pretend to be rich, and women are easily fooled without thinking, Manager Song said with a wry smile as he looked at Lin Chun. Some gold diggers these days really do have something wrong with their brains. Do you really think that if a man drives a luxury car, lives in a nice house or a high-end hotel, and owns a shop or a factory, he's a rich man and a golden bachelor? Little did they know that the car and house might be rented, and the shop and factory might have already been mortgaged. Not only do they have no assets, but they're also heavily in debt, Manager Song laughed. They don't know that while they're eyeing other people's cars, houses, and businesses, thinking they can marry into a wealthy family and become rich wives. They're not only after their bodies, but also after their savings. Shaking his head, Manager Song smiled and said to Lin Chun, Mr. Lin, there are quite a few women like that. By the time you realize you've been scammed, it's too late. Not only did they lose both their money and their loved ones, some even became pregnant. Lin Chun nodded with a wry smile, knowing that there weren't that many wealthy people in this day and age. Most of them are fake. Some women are just foolish. They didn't actually suffer any major losses. A female clerk next to her muttered softly. I knew a female customer who was scammed out of 300,000 yuan in the same way. And then she got pregnant. But it's nothing. She went back to her hometown later. The female clerk laughed. I saw her post on WeChat Moments at the beginning of the year. She was already married. She also gave birth last month. If you lower the requirements a bit, there will always be honest men willing to marry her. Well, Lin Chun was utterly helpless, wondering what this honest man had done to deserve this. That's normal. Manager Song, with his extensive experience, said, after all, women who want to marry into wealthy families are usually quite attractive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a plan in the first place. Some women who are of average appearance and build know they don't have the luck to be chosen by rich men, so they settle down and find ordinary men to live with. Among these beautiful women, some were deceived, while others were engaged in special professions. When I investigated Song in previous years, I also came into contact with quite a few people, Manager Song said with a smile. I added them all on WeChat. Actually, 9 times out of 10, they all go home to get married when they're almost 30. After all, she has good looks and a great figure. As long as she doesn't talk about her past, no one will know. Getting married is still very easy. 2. Lin Chun nodded, offering no objection. These days, it's normal for men to have trouble finding wives. As for women, if they just lower their standards a little, there are plenty of men willing to marry them. That's perfectly normal. Come with us. Stop messing around. If you really hurt him, not only will you not get your money back, you might even have to pay compensation. Several security guards came over, helped Wong Kong and the glamorous woman up, and took them away together as they were still fighting. Pass down the notice. Cancel all cooperation between our bank and Wong Kong. Manager Song deliberately gave some instructions to the female tellers in front of Lin Chun. Mr. Lin, please feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. I am at your service 24 hours a day. Okay, I'm leaving. Lin Chun waved to Manager Song, smiled, and walked away. Mr. Lin, please take care. Manager Song stood respectfully at the bank entrance. They watched Lin Chun leave with utmost respect. Manager Song. Zhao Lily cautiously walked to Manager Song's side. What is he? What is your identity? Chapter 30, Expelled. What is your identity? Manager Song glanced at the clueless Zhao Lily and said respectfully, let me tell you, Mr. Lin is someone you can never hope to reach in your lifetime. Someone you absolutely cannot aspire to. Gulp. Zhao Lily swallowed hard, her expression one of astonishment. Really? Is that so? Nonsense. Why would I need to fool you? Manager Song laughed. He's a big shot. Wong Kong is really blind. Zhao Lily patted her chest. No wonder Manager Song canceled all cooperation between our bank and him. He deserved it for daring to provoke such a big shot as Mr. Lin. Manager Song, we must try our best to please Mr. Lin from now on. This will never happen again. We won't produce someone as heinous as Wong Kong. Get this straight, you are you, and I am me. There is no us. Manager Song sneered, looking at Zhao Lily with disdain. Wong Kong is blind. So Zhao Lily has eyes. This. Hearing Manager Song's words drawing a clear line, Zhao Lily was completely stunned. She stared at Manager Song, utterly bewildered. Manager Song, what do you mean by that? Isn't my meaning clear enough? Pack your things, and let's go. Manager Song waved his hand at Zhao Lily without any politeness. Your service attitude is too poor, and you are not qualified for the position of receptionist in the lobby, so you have been laid off by the bank. Go find a better job elsewhere. Manager Song, you can't treat me like this. I gave over 300,000 yuan in gifts before I even got into the bank. You can't fire me. Zhao Lily panicked and immediately rushed towards Manager Song. The reason she had her family spend a lot of money on gifts and connections to get her a job at the bank was not only because bank jobs were indeed stable and considered a secure career. He also hoped to use his position at the bank to get to know some wealthy clients. Then, taking advantage of her work, she flirted with these big clients and successfully married into a wealthy family. I've only been working for a few months now, and I haven't made any money or found anyone. Is he going to be fired? Zhao Lily absolutely couldn't stand it. Oh. Manager Song smiled dismissively, glanced at Zhao Lily with disdain, and then waved to the bank security guard. Let her go. Please. Don't cause trouble. Several security guards immediately surrounded Zhao Lily and forcibly kicked her out of the bank. Wow. Holding a folder, Zhao Lily, whose name tag had been removed, stood outside the bank and burst into tears. Not only was Zhao Lily angry at herself for losing her job, but she was also angry at herself for being blind to have missed out on Lin Chun, a young and low-key tycoon. If she had known Lin Chun had such a status, she would have served him with utmost respect from the start, and might even have been willing to clean herself up, book a room herself, and offer herself up for Lin Chun to enjoy. She would be willing to let Lin Chun have a mistress. Lin Chun, who could be treated with such respect by Manager Song, could not be an ordinary person. Even if she were to be Lin Chun's mistress, she would still be a top-tier person. Unfortunately, she missed such a great opportunity. Wah! I really didn't know who he was. Who knew he was dressed so simply and kept such a low profile? Hugging her knees, Zhao Lily squatted down, crying with immense grievance. Foolish thing. You almost got me killed. Should I keep you here? Recalling what the boss had said in the group chat, Manager Song got goosebumps all over. Luckily, he happened to go downstairs today, otherwise Lin Chun might have been kicked out by that bastard Zhao Lily. Lin Chun casually mentioned it when he went to another branch. If this gets to his boss's ears, won't he be completely finished? After all, his boss had repeatedly instructed them in the group chat to be prepared to receive and serve Lin Chun well. I never expected Mr. Lin to come to our branch. However, this is both a danger and an opportunity. Now that I've gotten to know Mr. Lin, I must serve him well from now on. Manager Song's eyes were full of shrewdness. As long as I get along well with Mr. Lin, he'll be able to say a few good words about me to the leaders in the future. Can't I just get a promotion right away? We must seize this opportunity. After setting Lin Chen's phone number as a special contact and then adding Lin Chen as a WeChat friend through the phone number, Manager Song immediately told the boss about Lin Chen's visit to the bank to open a bank account, how he had received him respectfully, and how he had helped Lin Chen obtain a black gold card. As for Zhao Lily's bullying of Lin Chen, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to tell the boss about it. Wouldn't that just make yourself miserable? Lin Chen, who had just arrived at Root Fund, was unaware of Manager Song's ulterior motives, and Zhao Lily was filled with regret. Lin Chen walked into the company with his hands behind his back, humming a tune, in a good mood. Chairman Lin. Good afternoon, Chairman Lin. The company's employees greeted Lin Chen one by one. Chairman Lin. Please have some tea. The receptionist was extremely respectful as she entered Lin Chen's chairman's office and poured him a cup of tea. Thanks. Lin Chen reached out to take the tea. The receptionist didn't immediately let go. Instead, she took the opportunity to tickle Lin Chen's palm with her fingers. Cough, cough. Lin Chen coughed a few times and quickly let go of his hand. Mr. Lin, my parents have gone on a trip, and I'm all alone at home now. The receptionist winked at Lin Chen and deliberately moved closer to him. Oh. Lin Chen immediately stood up. He knew that if he was a step too late, the female receptionist with her legs up would probably sit directly on his lap. Chairman Lin. Seeing that Lin Chen was deliberately avoiding her, the female receptionist could only roll her eyes at him. I'm a little scared to sleep alone at night. Could you spend some time with him? You can get a dog. Without hesitation, Lin Chen said. Then we won't be afraid. You have such a hobby? The receptionist was taken aback at first, then winked knowingly at Lin Chen. If you're interested, come to my house. I can give you a performance. Cough, cough. Lin Chen looked utterly embarrassed. I'm not interested. Cut. You men are all hypocrites. The receptionist chuckled. Mr. Lin, you know my home address. They're always waiting for you. As she spoke, the receptionist deliberately swayed dramatically in front of Lin Chen before walking out of his office. This is quite a mess. Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed and wondered if he should fire her. However, when Manager Go and Wang Hao targeted him, this receptionist was the first to speak up for him. Thinking about this, Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed to fire him. Yes, I haven't claimed today's reward yet. Lin Chen opened the system directly and selected to claim today's reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 31, 100 Cell Phones. Among the 100 units are the latest flagship smartphones. Your phone will be delivered to your door shortly. Please check it. Note: these 100 mobile phones are all original domestic products, with a 1-year warranty and complete accessories and documentation. Holy crap, 100 of the latest ZW35 mobile phones. Hearing the rewards the system gave him for the day, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. What's with this reward? 100 copies? How can he possibly use them all? He could share 1 or 2 phones with Chu Qinglan as a reward. But 100 phones? He couldn't just smash his phone for fun, could he? The current flagship version of the Zhongwei phone has a market price of 10,000 yuan. 100 copies would be 1 million yuan. If you convert it to money, it's quite a good deal. Lin Chen's eyes darted around. System, can I forego the phone and just get an equivalent cash reward? Can't. The system answered Lin Chen affirmatively. After the system is upgraded, the host will gain access to the system's marketplace. At that time, you can choose to replace it. Upgrade. Lin Chen glanced at his current 8 experience points and shrugged slightly. The system upgrade requires 1,000 experience points, and he currently only has a mere 8. When will we finally be able to upgrade? Are you suggesting I set up a stall and sell cell phones? Or perhaps I could resell it at a low price on a second-hand platform like Xinyu? Lin Chen pondered. Or maybe it could be used to win people over? The company currently has 80 employees, and these 100 mobile phones are enough to give 1 to each person. As the newly appointed chairman, I'm distributing benefits to everyone. This is indeed a better way to win people's hearts. Lin Chen's eyes darted around. Anyway, it's a system reward, and I'm not short of money now. Even if we were to sell 100 copies, they wouldn't be sold on the same day. I'll sell them all in 10 days or half a month. By then, I'll have made enough money in the stock market, so I won't be short of a little more, Lin Chen said with a smile. If I could sell them immediately, I could use the money to take out a loan and invest in the stock market. That would be a good option. But it's not that easy. Lin Chen knew very well that because the financial environment was not good this year, many workers did not have much money. People are generally reluctant to change their phones. Many young people use their phones for several years without wanting to replace them. Didn't this news even trend on social media before? Perhaps some people are unwilling to switch because the current flagship phones are either low-spec and high-priced, or they pay more without adding any features, or they are used to the old ones and are too lazy to change the settings. However, a large number of people genuinely don't have the money to replace it. They're just making excuses and don't want to admit it. After all, any flagship phone these days costs several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan. A regular, standard version of a phone is cheap, but its quality and configuration are even inferior to older flagship models, so it's really not very interesting. Shaking his head, Lin Chen made up his mind. A new broom sweeps clean. He's just giving everyone a treat. Chairman Lin, you have a package. Manager Go walked into the office and looked at Lin Chen with a fawning expression. Actually, the assistant could have just informed Lin Chen about this, but in order to make his presence known to Lin Chen, Manager Go came in person. After all, if you want your boss to promote you, you first need to make your boss remember you. This is how the boss prepares to do something or assigns a position. I'll naturally think of you subconsciously. Okay, bring him in. Lin Chen stretched and walked out of the office. Have everyone gather in the conference room. Cough, cough. I called everyone over here to give you all some perks. Lin Chen opened the box and took out a brand new Huawei phone. Everyone has worked hard at the company these days. Therefore, I have decided to equip everyone with a brand new flagship mobile phone. Consider it everyone's year-end bonus. I hope everyone will continue their efforts in the coming months to make the company even more successful. Next, everyone, please collect your items according to your roll call. Lin Chen smiled and winked at Manager Go. Zhang Xiaoyang. Manager Go immediately opened the computer. Chairman Lin. A young male employee who had just graduated immediately walked up to Lin Chen and bowed respectfully to him. Give. Lin Chen personally handed the phone to Zhang Xiaoyang. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Zhang Xiaoyang took the phone and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Manager Go suddenly spoke. Zhang Xiaoyang, who provided you with this job? And who do you work for at the company? It was Chairman Lin who provided me with this job. Zhang Xiaoyang had watched TV dramas, and he instantly understood what Manager Go meant. He immediately and respectfully said loudly, I am in the company, serving Chairman Lin. Very good. Go. Manager Go waved to Zhang Xiaoyang and continued calling out names. Song Li. Work hard. Lin Chen gave Manager Go an approving look and handed a cell phone to Song Li. Son of a bitch. You bastard. In the general manager's office, separated by only a wall, Wang Hao gritted his teeth in fury as he looked at his trusted supervisor, Li Cheng. He's trying to win people's hearts. That's right. Li Cheng immediately responded. These bastards have forgotten that it was you, Mr. Wang, who paid them and provided them with jobs. They've all gone to Lin Chen's side now. They're so heartless. They're all a bunch of scoundrels who'll side with whoever feeds them. Hee. Lin Chen is still too young. President Wang sneered. Does he really think he can win people's hearts and secure his position in the company with these petty favors? Funny. Let's see if these employees curse him when he can't pay salaries next month. Sending out phones now is a waste of money and foolish. Boss Wang looked at Li Cheng. Young man, you just don't know what's good for you. They have money but don't spend it wisely. Just wait and see. Mr. Wang smiled mockingly. It won't be long before he slunk away with his tail between his legs. You're right. Li Cheng immediately replied. Following you, Mr. Wang, is the only way to have a future. This Lin Chen is just a flash in the pan. After a while, Li Cheng's ears twitched, and he immediately made an excuse to leave President Wang's office. Li Cheng isn't here. Manager Go, holding the attendance sheet, asked, You don't want your cell phones anymore, right? Yes, I'm here. Rushing out of President Wang's office in a hurry, Li Cheng quickly raised his hand and ran to Lin Chen and Manager Go's side. Chairman Lin, Manager Go, I'm here. I was busy with work and didn't hear you. Li Cheng immediately said with utmost respect. It was Chairman Lin who provided us with these jobs, and paid our salaries. I swear to serve Chairman Lin to the death. We will follow Lin Dong's lead without question. Li Chung looked at Lin Chun with a fawning expression. I am willing to serve Chairman Lin at his beck and call, and do my utmost. Chapter 32. Opening a stock account. Yes, very good. Looking at Li Cheng's fawning face, Lin Chun felt quite disgusted. Lin Chun already knew about this two-faced guy's character. However, he hadn't done anything wrong. When Lin Chun was an employee at the company, they weren't in the same department, so he hadn't offended Lin Chun. Lin Chun had no reason to fire him on the spot. Lin Chun could only nod with a forced smile and toss a cell phone to Li Chung. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Your subordinate will certainly be a loyal dog under Chairman Lin. I will do my utmost to serve Chairman Lin. Li Chung happily took the phone, his old face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Next, Lin Chun gave each of these employees a mobile phone. He had 20 copies left in the end. I'll use one for myself and give one to Qing Lan. Lin Chun picked out a black one and a pink one, and looking at the remaining 18, I'll mail 3 back to my parents and sister and the remaining 15. Oh, and we can give one to Lao Jin too. Lao Jin was Lin Chun's best roommate in college. After graduating, he went to work for an insurance company. After all, the financial market is not doing well this year, and Lin Chun's school is not a highly competitive 985 or 211 university. Therefore, many students changed careers after graduation. Many of my classmates have gone on to work in the insurance industry. After all, the insurance industry basically accepts anyone, so it's easy to get hired. Old Jean, when you have time to come out for a meal, I'll give you something good. After sending a message to Lao Jin, Lin Chun stretched and opened his bank account. Should I invest this money in the company's name or buy stocks in my personal name? The company's funds should also be put to work, selling other holdings and then buying liquor stocks. But that's not urgent. Let's take care of my own business first. Lin Chun's eyes darted around. Although I am the chairman of the company, it's still difficult to control the subscription and redemption of funds, especially when it involves hundreds of millions of yuan. This still needs to be approved by the board of directors. After all, this money doesn't belong to the company. It belongs to the investors. If the losses are too large, although the company will not have to lose money, it will definitely lead to a large number of investors withdrawing their funds. This led to a run on the company and its subsequent bankruptcy. Lin Chun said with a wry smile. So I'd better settle my own money first, and then use this as evidence to convince the board of directors. I personally invested a lot of money, more than 50 million yuan, into the stock market. They have no reason not to believe it, right? After a slight hesitation, Lin Chun decided to go to the stock exchange hall in Hangzhou to open an account and make purchases. Although you can open an account online, it takes several days to process large purchases and redemptions online. Lin Chun couldn't wait that long. Time waits for no one. Chairman Lin, where are you going? Upon seeing Lin Chun emerge from the office, Manager Go immediately strode over and respectfully greeted him, saying, I'll drive you home. Go to the stock market. Lin Chun glanced at Manager Go, thinking that having a driver would be more convenient. Let's go then. Okay. Please come in, Chairman Lin. Manager Go was naturally very excited to hear that Lin Chun was willing to take him along. After all, the longer he spends with Lin Chun, the more familiar they become, and the more stable his position in the company will be. At that moment, while Lin Chun was heading to the Hangzhou Stock Exchange, Shen Zhao picked up Chun Mingyuan in his Land Rover at the office building. What do you want from me? Is it still working hours? Dressed in a business suit, Chun Mingyuan, a recent graduate, stepped into the car with a youthful, yet slightly womanly air, looking at Shen Zhao with suspicion. This medicine can be kept in the car. Cough, cough. Shen Zhao took a deep breath, suppressing the urge within him, and looked at the beautiful Chun Mingyuan. Today I'll take you to see a big scene. Now that you've come with me, you should know what the lifestyle of the upper class is like. Shen Zhao smiled and waved his hand. As people of the upper class, we eat Black Rose and stay in 5-star hotels every day, wear international brands, wear Rolex and Patek Philippe watches, and live in large apartments and villas. Entering and leaving the company is always accompanied by a large entourage. The places to play are various high-end clubs and golf and equestrian clubs. As for business, That's even more crucial, Shen Zhao said, holding up 2 fingers. Stocks. Flicked his cigarette ash, Shen Zhao said with an even more arrogant expression. Among the elites of our upper class, a large proportion of their personal assets, besides company shares and real estate such as houses and land, are futures and stocks. This is also the key to making money from money. Today I'll show you what it means to spend money like water, and what it means to earn in a day what others earn in a lifetime, Shen Zhao laughed. Ordinary people can never imagine how much money we elites can make in the stock market in a single day. That's something they could never earn in their entire lives. Real. Upon hearing about money, Chen Mingyuan immediately became interested. Then I'll go back to the company and ask for leave. No need to invite me. I've already spoken to your boss, Shen Zhao said with a smile, placing his large hand on Chen Mingyuan's leg. Today, I'll take you to make big money. Work is just something to pass the time. The real way to make money is through the stock market. Chen Mingyuan gently bit her lip, her eyes filled with longing. She was indeed very interested in the lives of the upper class. Oops. Chen Mingyuan, lost in her daydreams, suddenly felt a chill on her skirt and gasped in surprise. Young Master Shen, no, not yet. Holding Shen Zhao's hand tightly, Chen Mingyuan's pretty face turned red, her eyes full of shyness. Let's go to the stock market first. I've always been curious about it. I've never played the stock market before. Haha, great. Shen Zhao rubbed his finger against the tip of his nose, feeling very happy. He knew that Chen Mingyuan was indeed unable to resist the temptation of money. If he can make money with Chen Mingyuan this time, then Chen Mingyuan will probably behave herself and follow his arrangements. Then let's go to the trading hall first, and I'll help you open an account. Shen Zhao started the Land Rover and drove Chen Mingyuan directly to the Hangzhou Stock Exchange. It's him. In the trading hall, Chen Mingyuan, who had just entered the hall, immediately spotted Lin Chun, who was also registering her identity information and preparing to open an account. Why is he here too? Chen Mingyuan was quite surprised by this. As finance students, they had been exposed to stock market demo accounts at school. However, because they were short of money, although she was very interested in stocks, Lin Chun never suggested taking her to open an account and buy real stocks. Chen Mingyuan was naturally surprised that Lin Chun had come to the trading market. Isn't that your loser ex-boyfriend? Shen Zhao also saw Lin Chun and deliberately said, It's quite a coincidence. I never expected to run into this piece of trash here. Chapter 33, Kneel Down and Beg Me. Puff. Chen Mingyuan covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes filled with pride. With Shen Zhao, a man who would spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan on stocks, beside her, Chen Mingyuan felt that she had officially and successfully obtained her ticket to enter high society. Chairman Lin, who are these two? Manager Go, who was standing next to Lin Chun, looked at Shen Zhao and Chen Mingyuan with suspicion. Stranger. Lin Chun replied to Manager Go without any politeness. No need to pay attention. I know you. There's no point in talking to a piece of trash like him. Shen Zhao glanced at Lin Chun with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. Let's go. This is boring. Young Master Shen, please wait a moment. Chen Mingyuan grabbed Shen Zhao's arm, looking at Lin Chun with some curiosity. Lin Chun, what are you doing here? You can't afford stocks anyway. It's none of your business. Lin Chun ignored the arrogant Chen Mingyuan. This is boring. I'm leaving. Lin Chun, are you jealous? Chen Mingyuan suddenly stepped forward, put her hands on her waist, and stood in front of Lin Chun. What? Lin Chun was astonished. He looked at Chen Mingyuan with wide surprise. Are you out of your mind? Why would I be jealous? Are you jealous because of young Master Shen? Chen Mingyuan asked Lin Chun with great interest, looking directly into his eyes. You said you don't like me anymore, but it turns out you were just pretending in front of Qingluan. The person you love in your heart has always been me. Otherwise, why are you in such a hurry to run away? Chen Mingyuan's eyes darted around. Isn't it because you're jealous? You're such a drama queen. Lin Chun was completely speechless. He looked coldly at Chen Mingyuan and said, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I have nothing to say to you. Lin Chun, you don't need to be so jealous. There's nothing between me and young Master Shen. Cough, cough. Shen Zhao coughed a few times, looking somewhat displeased. At least before we broke up, There was nothing between me and young Master Shun. Shun Mingyuan immediately changed her tune, looking at Lin Shun with a serious expression. I didn't betray you, nor did I cheat on you. I know you're jealous, but at least I haven't wronged you. Stop, stop. Lin Shun was completely speechless. He looked at Shun Mingyuan with utter exasperation and said, All right, stop talking nonsense. I don't care what happened between you and him. Qinglan is enough for me. What you want to do is your own business. You don't need to explain it to me. Lin Shun waved to Qin Mingyuan. I'll tell you straight, I'm here to buy stocks. You can move aside now if there's nothing else. You buy stocks. Qin Mingyuan's eyes were full of surprise. You have money? What a joke, our Lin. No need to say that. Lin Shin stopped Manager Go, who was about to refute Qin Mingyuan, and sneered. There's nothing to say to her. Lin Shin knew very well that, given Qin Mingyuan's materialistic and snobbish nature, she would definitely cause trouble if she knew that Lin Shun was now rich. So why should Lin Shin bother with her? Oh, I see. So, Lin Shin, you're here to buy stocks for the company? Qin Mingyuan said with a smug smile. I knew it. With a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, what are you doing playing the stock market? After deducting food and rent, you won't have much money left. Use 500 yuan to invest in stocks. Qin Mingyuan covered her bright red lips. Lin Shun, you really are a talent. It's none of your business. Lin Shun looked at Qin Mingyuan helplessly, thinking to himself that he was having a really bad day. Had he forgotten to check the almanac before going out? To think we'd run into Qin Mingyuan, this crazy person, here, is unbelievable. Lin Shin, which stock are you planning to buy? Young Master Shin has been playing the stock market for 7 or 8 years and has made millions. He has a deep understanding of stocks. As she spoke, Qin Mingyuan took the initiative to put her arm around Shun Zhao's shoulder. Since we've known each other before, and Qinglan is my best friend, I can ask young Master Shin to give you some advice. So that you don't cause the company to lose money, get fired, and then have to rely on Qinglan to support you. Trade secrets. No comment. Lin Shin completely lost his patience. He stepped aside from Qin Mingyuan and said, Whether I make money or lose money is none of your business. There's nothing to say. I don't need any stock trading experts. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. Mingyuan cares about you so much, and you still don't know what's good for you? Hearing Lin Shin's disdainful words, Xin Zhao frowned and looked at Lin Shin coldly. Coward, you're really asking for trouble. Let me tell you, the stock market is very volatile right now. Without some inside information, it's not so easy to make money. Useless trash like you, haha. Young Master Shun, he does know me after all. Remembering how Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan had shown affection in front of her yesterday, Qin Mingyuan said with a smile, Why don't you teach him a lesson? Okay, you're all right now. As she spoke, Qin Mingyuan subtly rubbed her soft flesh against Shun Zhao's arm. With his mind wandering, Shun Zhao nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Lin Shun. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to me now, and I can mercifully teach you which stock you're guaranteed to make money on. This is an opportunity that most people wouldn't even have if they wanted it. Lin Shin, did you hear me? This is like a money-making opportunity. Qin Mingyuan immediately winked at Lin Shin. Money is more important than face. I'm doing this for your own good. With money, you can get promoted and receive a raise. Your life with Qinglan will be better from now on. Qin Mingyuan looked like she was doing it for Lin Shin's own good. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to thank young Master Shun? You two are really a pair. Both of you are out of your minds. Boring. Lin Shin stopped Manager Go, who wanted to argue, and ignored the arrogant Xin Zhao and the clamoring Qin Mingyuan. He then walked quickly into the crowd with Manager Go. Lin Shun. Qin Mingyuan yelled at Lin Shin's retreating figure. You'll regret this. Oh. Lin Shin was speechless. This Qin Mingyuan is really something else. With Lin Shin having the system, why would he need her? Chairman Lin, what is your relationship with this woman? Manager Go, who had been wanting to defend Lin Shin but was stopped by Lin Shin from speaking, was very suspicious. Why are you putting up with her? Just tell her that you are the chairman of our company. She'll definitely be terrified. There's no need for that. Lin Shin shook his head. I have nothing to say to her. Ignore it. Lin Shin knew that if he told her directly now, Qin Mingyuan definitely wouldn't believe him and would think he was faking it. If he didn't explain, Qin Mingyuan might just spread rumors everywhere. He went through all that trouble to explain, but Chen Mingyuan might just keep bothering him and causing all sorts of trouble. So why did he tell Chen Mingyuan this? No need. I'd like to open an account. After getting rid of Chen Mingyuan, Lin Chen went straight to the staff to open an account. Chapter 34 Market Conditions. Chairman Lin, what stocks are you planning to buy? After Lin Chen opened an account, Manager Go looked at Lin Chen respectfully and said, the market has been falling recently, and very few stocks can rise against the trend. If only it had happened the year before last. Back then, the government loosened monetary policy, and the market experienced an unprecedented bull market. Manager Go laughed. You could make money even with your eyes closed. Even if you just buy randomly and have bad luck, you can still make at least a dozen% profit in a year. If you're lucky, you can make 40 or 50% profit a year. It's as easy as playing a game. Manager Go looked at Lin Chen. Back then, Chairman Lin, you hadn't joined our company yet. The year before last was the most glorious time for our company. Several funds all soared in value within a year. The highest performing stock rose by 40% in a year. Manager Go laughed and said, we've really made a killing. Lin Chen nodded slightly, naturally knowing that after the bull market of the year before last, this year and last year were both bear markets. This time I'm not buying anything else. I'm buying liquor. All in. Following the instructions in the system's email, Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly mortgaged his 5.88 million yuan loan for 58.88 million yuan. Then buy all the liquor. Gulp. Mr. Chairman Lin. Manager Go was completely stunned when he saw Lin Chen buy more than 50 million yuan worth of liquor in one go. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so wealthy, able to casually produce over 50 million. Secondly, he hadn't expected Lin Chen to have such boldness. He went all in on 50 million yuan worth of liquor in one go. Isn't he afraid of losing money? Chairman Lin, isn't this a bit? Manager Go said cautiously. Logically speaking, you should start with a small amount of capital and then gradually increase your position based on market conditions. There isn't that much time. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to go to such trouble. This is, after all, more than 50 million. What if something happens? Manager Go looked at Lin Chen, hesitating to speak. Rest assured, I am confident enough. Lin Chen shrugged slightly, smiled, and left with a nonchalant air. Let me find out, what stocks did he just buy? Chen Mingyuan, who had been keeping a close eye on Lin Chen, went straight to a staff member after Lin Chen left and asked, how much did you buy this time? See for yourself. Impatiently pointing to the transaction data on the big screen, and seeing that Chen Mingyuan was a beautiful woman, the male staff member smiled and said, he bought Baijiu, Chinese liquor. Strangeness. Looking at the transaction data, the male staff member muttered suspiciously, the performance of liquor has been mediocre for the past few months, and has even been declining slightly. Why buy it? Liquor. Chen Mingyuan muttered to herself. Then her eyes darted around, and she found Shen Zhao, who had just spent 10 million on stocks. Young Master Shen, what stocks did you buy? Semiconductor. Shen Zhao smiled mysteriously and proudly. I just opened an account using your ID card and bought 3 million. The principal belongs to the company. We need to pay the employees' salaries in a few days, so we can't give it to you. Of course, all the profits will be yours. Thank you, young Master Shen. Chen Mingyuan's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. If the price increases by 7 or 8 points, she can earn 70 or 80,000. Lin Chen only earns enough for these few days in a whole year. Money makes money so fast. Chen Mingyuan bit her lip, her eyes full of excitement. Qinglan, you would never guess that I can earn your and Lin Chen's annual salary in just a few days. I made the right choice. The body is a gift that God has given to women. Since it can be used to exchange for benefits, why not exchange it? Chen Mingyuan excitedly hugged Shen Zhao's arm. Shen Zhao, you're so awesome. Haha. Shen Zhao naturally wrapped his arms around Chen Mingyuan's slender waist, and then his hands moved restlessly up and down. Oops. There are so many people. With her pretty face flushed, Chen Mingyuan pressed Shen Zhao's hand behind her back and snorted softly. Young Master Shen, why did you buy semiconductors? Because it's guaranteed to make money. Shen Zhao laughed and said, Let me tell you, my uncle has a friend who has a very prestigious position abroad. This is the message he sent back. Shun Zhao lowered his voice. Because of the tense international situation, some Western countries are preparing to block my country's chip import trade. In this way, the country will focus on supporting our own semiconductor industry. Shun Zhao laughed and said, once this kind of positive news for the industry is released, won't the stocks of my country's semiconductor industry definitely surge? Especially the stocks I bought. Those are leading companies in the semiconductor industry. So just wait and see how much you earn, haha. Holding Chun Mingyuan's slender waist, with a beauty in his arms and profits from his stocks, Shun Zhao was in a great mood, feeling like he was the chosen one, enjoying himself immensely. Is that so? Shun Zhao, you are really great. Chun Mingyuan sweetly praised. By the way, young Master Shun, what are your thoughts on the liquor industry? A friend of mine wants to buy stocks in the liquor industry. Is there a chance he'll make money? Liquor? Hee. Shun Zhao sneered without any politeness. If you had bought it the year before last, you would have made a profit even with your eyes closed. In that case, it would be pure suicide, asking for trouble and losing money. Only a fool would buy that. Why? Chun Mingyuan tilted her head and looked at Shun Zhao suspiciously. Is there some bad inside rumor? No, not at all. However, it's neither a holiday nor a time for market manipulators to manipulate the market. Therefore, I estimate that liquor prices will only fall in the near future, not rise. If you want to make money, then have your friend buy semiconductor stocks. Shun Zhao looked at Chun Mingyuan suspiciously. This friend you're talking about, it's not Lin Shin from earlier, is it? Of course it's not him. He has nothing to do with me. Chun Mingyuan scoffed. It's good that he has to pay money. He deserves it. Ha ha. Shun Zhao smiled indifferently, completely disregarding Lin Shun. After all, he was a rich second generation, while Lin Shun was just a poor working-class guy. They were on completely different levels. It was because Lin Shun had dated Chun Mingyuan for several years before, but he hadn't taken away Chun Mingyuan's most precious thing, which made him a little strange. Such a cowardly man is a rare sight indeed. Come on, I'll take you to eat a seafood platter. Thank you, young Master Shun. Chun Mingyuan excitedly followed beside Shun Zhao. As she walked out of the trading hall, Chun Mingyuan glanced at the stock trends on the big screen, her eyes darting around, her expression somewhat hesitant. Chairman Lin, should we immediately convene a meeting with all the company's shareholders? Back at the company with Lin Shun, Manager Go looked at Lin Shin suspiciously. Right. Without hesitation, Lin Shin said, I have something to announce. Yes. Manager Go naturally dared not refute. Buzzing. Just as Lin Shin turned on his computer to check the stock market trends, his phone suddenly rang. Why did she contact me? Looking at the name on the caller ID, Lin Shin looked suspicious. Chapter 35, Buying Semiconductors. Boring. After a moment's thought, Lin Shin hung up on Chun Mingyuan, too lazy to deal with this bizarre woman. You dare hang up on me. I'm doing this for your own good. On the other end of the phone, Chun Mingyuan clenched her fists in anger and gasped for breath as she watched Lin Shin hang up on her. You know, Lin Shin never dared to hang up on her before. She would send Lin Shin WeChat messages in the middle of the night, and Lin Shin would set her to be a special contact and keep her by his pillow so that he could reply to her messages instantly. Asshole. Cursing under her breath, Chun Mingyuan, who had initially intended to ignore Lin Shin, frowned and thought for a moment before dialing his number again. What are you doing? Say what you have to say right now. I don't have time to waste with you. Lin Shin's impatient voice came through the phone to Chun Mingyuan's ears. Lin Shin, did you buy some liquor? It's none of your business. You. Chun Mingyuan's lips twitched with anger. Let me tell you, I consulted with young Master Shun, and the market outlook for Baijiu is uncertain, with a high probability that it will continue to decline. If you buy liquor, you're just asking to lose money. You've lost money for the company, they'll fire you. Chun Mingyuan lowered her voice. Also, did you use your own savings to buy liquor? That's my business. Lin Shin's voice remained icy. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you're hanging up. Lin Shin. Chun Mingyuan suddenly raised her voice. I know you're jealous, and I know you have a problem with me. But now you have to believe me. I won't hurt you. Shun Xiao has inside information that semiconductor stocks will surge in the next few days, and he has already spent 10 million to buy shares in a leading semiconductor company. I also invested my savings of over 10,000 yuan into a semiconductor industry fund. Listen to me. Quickly sell the liquor you have, and then buy semiconductors. Chen Mingyuan said urgently. Although we have some conflicts, we don't have any deep-seated hatred. I won't try to fool you with this. I don't want to see you buy liquor and lose everything in a few days. Then she tragically jumped off a building and committed suicide. Chen Mingyuan said bitterly. I owe you a favor because of my family's situation before. I was helping you. Lin Shun, I'm doing this for your own good. At this moment, Chen Mingyuan had a saintly look on her face. Overwhelmed with self-pity, she felt that she was truly a good woman. Even though Lin Shun is already with Chu Qinglan, she's not angry at all. Instead, she's helping Lin Shun like this. She's so wonderful. Thanks. But it's not necessary. You should still think about your Shun Zhao. Hee. Hey you. Beep beep. Before Chen Mingyuan could continue speaking, her phone rang with the busy tone of Lin Chun hanging up. You bastard. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a kind heart. I'm doing this for your own good. Otherwise, with your IQ, you'll definitely lose money and your job this time. Chen Mingyuan muttered in dissatisfaction. She opened the stock charts for the liquor industry and stared at them, wondering if Lin Shun had obediently sold them. Foolish woman. Do you really think your Shen Zhao is some kind of god? Whatever he says goes. In the office, Lin Shun, having put down his phone, was quite annoyed. He hated people like Chen Mingyuan who acted like, I'm doing this for your own good. You're no good. You have to listen to me. This kind of person seems to be doing it for your own good, but in reality, they are constantly trying to belittle and despise you. Lin Shin found it laughable that Chen Mingyuan had flaunted her job and income in front of him and Qinglan at the barbecue restaurant. I really can't be bothered with you, and there's no need for me to lower myself to your level. Otherwise, you would have been dumbfounded long ago. You really think I'm still the same as before? Lin Shin sneered. Still listen to everything you say and think you're perfect in every way? Ridiculous. Looking at the stable stock prices in the liquor market today, Lin Xinyang's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. In a few days you'll see how right my choice was. Liquor prices are bound to rise. As for the semiconductors you mentioned, Lin Shun recalled the system's earlier warning. The system clearly stated that the semiconductor industry will undoubtedly suffer losses in a few days. Your so-called young master Shinjiao hee. After a moment's thought, Lin Shin didn't tell Chen Mingyuan about it. After all, even if he told Chen Mingyuan to buy liquor instead of semiconductors, she wouldn't believe him. Besides, whether she pays compensation or not, whether Shun Zhao pays compensation or not, what does that have to do with Lin Shin? Serves you right. Although he was somewhat angry about Chen Mingyuan's previous materialistic and snobbish views, upon reflection, he could actually understand them. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Some people enjoy crying in a BMW, and it's normal for women to use their bodies to obtain a superior life. Although he said he didn't hate her, Lin Shun didn't have any good feelings towards her either. Lin Shun was particularly annoyed by Shun Zhao's arrogant attitude today. I'd really like to see how badly you'll cry when the semiconductor industry crashes in a few days, Lin Shun said with a playful disdain. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knock, Lin Shun put down his pen and said, Come in. Chairman Lin. Manager Go looked at Lin Shun respectfully. The shareholders have all arrived. Good. Lin Shun stood up immediately. You and Manager Zhao from the investment department, along with Lao Zhang, come and attend as observers. Yes. Manager Go's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lin Shun with immense gratitude. This is the company's shareholders meeting, because the shareholders all have the status of directors, so it is equivalent to the board of directors. Being able to attend board meetings as an observer is a sign of being highly valued. Good afternoon, everyone. Lin Shun stepped into the conference room and looked at Wang Hao and the other 5 shareholders who were present. No one paid any attention to Lin Shun. These 5 shareholders, like Wang Hao, sat motionless in their chairs. They either looked down at their phones or closed their eyes for a short nap. They clearly treated Lin Shun like he wasn't even there. The reason I've called this meeting today is to address the company's current operational situation and decide on a strategic direction. Lin Shen wasn't angry. Instead, he sat in the head chair and took a leisurely sip of tea. Since last year, the international and domestic financial industries have begun to decline. Even this year, the domestic financial industry has continued to decline. The funds I manage have grown from over $1 billion yuan at their peak to 300 million yuan now. If this continues, I estimate that we will be forced to delist because we are managing too little capital. To this end, Lin Shen's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he swept over the 6 shareholders, including Wang Hao. As the chairman of the company, in order to change the current predicament of the company's operations, I have decided to change the investment direction of the company's 3 funds. Buy new shares. Chapter 36. New stocks. Buy new shares. A middle-aged shareholder wearing glasses looked at Lin Shen with a suspicious expression. Chairman Lin, what new stocks do you want to buy? The stock market has been very sluggish lately, and some of the stocks we've invested in are all falling. Even if it rises slightly, it's still one day of rise followed by 3 days of fall. Overall, we're still losing money non-stop. The shareholder adjusted his glasses. Before you became chairman, we considered buying new shares to change the company's current situation. But the overall market is generally falling, with only a few stocks occasionally rising. But it's purely a matter of luck. The shareholder said with a wry smile, suddenly changing the shareholding ratio, after deducting transaction fees, may cause investors to lose even more. It will further damage the company's reputation. That's right. Manager Zhao from the investment department forced himself to speak awkwardly. Chairman Lin, our investment department has discussed this many times before and consulted several well-known domestic stock market experts. But nobody had any good ideas. After all, the decline in the stock market and the economic downturn are not only domestic, but also global financial trends. Although there are stocks that rise against the trend, the chances of buying them are almost like winning the lottery. We cannot determine this. Understand? Lin Shen nodded slightly, showing no intention of bringing up the past, and said with a smile, the past is the past, and the present is the present. They are not comparable. I have decided to use all the funds managed by the company, totaling 300 million yuan, to invest in one industry and buy stocks in that industry. This is it. Liquor. Pointing to the stock trend chart of the liquor industry on the projection screen, Lin Shen smiled and said, the reason I invited everyone here today is to reach a consensus with you all. Then Manager Zhao, your investment department should handle this. Sell all the other shares held by the 3 funds as soon as possible, and then purchase liquor together. Remember, it's all 300 million yuan. This. Manager Zhao was stunned. Startled by Lin Shen's extravagant gesture, he instinctively looked at Wang Hao. If 300 million yuan is invested in liquor stocks, what if it results in a loss? Why don't investors just break up the company? Buy all liquor? The bespectacled shareholder frowned, his expression grave. If we lose money on this, it will be a huge loss for the company. It's not worth the risk. The risk is too great. Cough, cough. Wang Hao coughed a few times without saying anything, but he gave a wink to a shareholder with a hooked nose. Young people can eat whatever they want, but they can't say whatever they want. The hook-nosed shareholder crossed his legs and looked coldly at Lin Shen. Buying all liquor? You really have audacity. Do you really think the company belongs to you alone, and you can do whatever you want with it? Go all in with the company's money. Do you think we shareholders would mess around with you? The hook-nosed shareholder sneered. I absolutely disagree with your messing around. They're trying to bankrupt the company. Exactly, the risk is too great. Chairman Lin is joking. The trend in the liquor industry has been consistently poor this year. There's no need to go all in on liquor. Even if you have money, you can't lose it like this. Young people really act impulsively and do things recklessly. They have no experience. The other 3 shareholders exchanged glances and also expressed their disapproval of Lin Shen's proposal. I'm not joking with you guys, I'm serious. Lin Shen's expression was extremely firm. Based on my analysis, the liquor industry will definitely see a rise in prices. If the company doesn't change the shareholding of these 3 funds, it's just waiting to die. Since I'm the chairman of the board, I have to lead the company to rise again. Lin Shen clenched his fist. The company must make money, and the investors must make money. Hee. You said it yourself. Everything is based on your analysis. You're just a greenhorn, all inexperienced and unreliable. What's the value of your analysis? What's the use? The hook-nosed shareholder looked at Lin Shen coldly. Let me tell you, as a shareholder of the company, I am not only responsible for myself, but also for the investors. We can't let the investors' money go down the drain like this. So, your suggestion? The hook-nosed shareholder sneered. I absolutely disagree. What inside information does Chairman Lin know? Another shareholder looked at Lin Shen with great interest. Is it that a major shareholder wants to cash out and is making us buy in at a high price? That's not impossible, however. Cough, cough. The shareholder looked at Lin Shen with a smile. If there are benefits, Chairman Lin, you can't keep them all for yourself, can you? I can agree without any problem. But as for kickbacks, Chairman Lin, you should at least make it clear beforehand how much we can get, right? That's not true. Lin Shen frowned, suppressing his anger. Sure enough, 9 out of 10 senior executives at fund companies do indeed have such dirty secrets. I'm betting that the price of liquor will rise this time. There's no inside story about buying at a high price. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourselves. Lin Shen displayed his account directly on the big screen. I have invested all my personal assets, $58.88 million, into stocks in the liquor industry. If it's about buying at a high price, would I use my own money to buy in? Am I crazy? Lin Shen's expression was solemn. This time, the liquor industry will definitely boom. Chairman Lin, you actually bought it? The bespectacled shareholder stared at Lin Shen's account with astonishment in his eyes. Chairman Lin, how exactly did you analyze the trends in the liquor industry? Are you really sure? The shareholder took a deep breath. If you're confident, I can support you. Anyway, if we just leave them like this to die, it won't be long before these investors withdraw all their money, and our 3 funds will be completely dissolved and delisted. Since that's the case, we might as well take a gamble. If you, Chairman Lin, are confident enough, after all, you are the chairman of the company and hold the most shares. If you're not afraid of losing money, what's my 2% stake? The bespectacled shareholder said with unwavering determination. I'm willing to take the gamble with you. Thanks. Lin Shen nodded to the shareholder wearing glasses, then looked at the other 4 shareholders. What do you say? Chairman Lin is really going all out. Will the liquor industry really see a surge in prices? I can't figure out the stock market anymore, whatever. Anyway, I only have 1% of the company's shares, so I have no objection. The other 3 shareholders exchanged glances. Because their shareholding was not large, and because Lin Shen seemed genuinely confident in his ability to play for real, they decided to back down. Unwilling to offend Chairman Lin Shen, they naturally chose to provide support. Gentlemen, at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly spoke up. I think we should buy baijiu, Chinese liquor. Not suitable. Chapter 37, Clash of Titans. Mr. Wang's insight is brilliant. The hook-nosed shareholder immediately gave Wang Hao a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. This liquor is obviously no good. Buying liquor is a sure way to lose money. Anyone with even a slightly normal IQ would never buy baijiu, Chinese liquor. That's not how you say it. The shareholder, wearing glasses, adjusted his glasses with a displeased expression. The momentum of the liquor industry was still very strong the year before last. You said it yourself, that was the year before last. The year before last, not now. With a sneer, the hook-nosed shareholder said with disdain, these days, buying liquor is a sure way to lose money. There's no other possibility. Haha. No need for everyone to argue. Just express your opinions. Lin Shen winked at the bespectacled shareholder, ignoring the hook-nosed shareholder who was acting as a pawn, and instead looked at Wang Hao with a playful expression. What are your thoughts, Mr. Wang? I've looked into the liquor industry, and there's not much good news about it. On the contrary, I have some inside information. Wang Hao lowered his voice mysteriously. I have a friend who works in the financial department of a listed company. He told me that their chairman received information from higher up that the West was going to impose a chip blockade on us. Therefore, in the face of Western blockade, Our country will definitely provide huge amounts of financial and policy support to many domestic semiconductor companies. At that time, the domestic semiconductor industry will definitely experience a surge. Their company has already invested over $1 billion to buy stocks in the semiconductor industry. Wang Hao's eyes were full of confidence. No doubt about it. This time we should invest all 300 million yuan into the semiconductor industry. We can definitely take advantage of this favorable industry trend and make a fortune. Wang Hao smiled and took a sip of tea. It's for our own benefit, and it's also for the benefit of many investors. To be honest, I already used all my spare funds to buy semiconductor stocks a long time ago. Semiconductors again. Lin Chun was speechless upon hearing this. Where did Chen Mingyuan and Wang Hao get their inside information? Seeing Wang Hao's confident demeanor, Lin Chun would have believed him if the system hadn't given him a heads up. Mr. Wang's insight is excellent. The hook-nosed shareholder immediately gave Wang Hao a thumbs up. No doubt about it. We must buy semiconductor stocks this time. The liquor industry is a money-losing business. Only a fool would buy it. Only the semiconductor industry can make money and bring our company back to life. President Wang is the core of our company, the soul of our company. As he spoke, the hook-nosed shareholder glanced at Lin Chun disdainfully. Young people don't have much ability, so they should just listen and watch obediently, learn more and talk less. It's not about having money at home. It's about having ability. The money your family gives you and the money you earn yourself are two different things. He scoffed jealously, thinking that Lin Chun's money came from his parents' hook-nosed shareholders. Someone had better sell his liquor stocks and invest all of them in semiconductors. This way, we might be able to make a profit. Otherwise, he. The hook-nosed man gave a disdainful laugh and shook his head with contempt in his eyes. Lin Chun. Wang Hao looked at Lin Chun with a gleam in his eyes. My idea is to use all 300 million in the fund to buy stocks in the semiconductor industry. A large bet. What are your thoughts? As he spoke, Wang Hao looked at the other four shareholders and said, I have inside information. Although the market is sluggish, the government has stepped in to rescue it and invest in it. So other industries are not doing well, but this time it's the semiconductor industry. We're sure to make a killing. I have full confidence in this. Absolutely no surprises. Wang Hao crossed his legs and glanced at Lin Chun sideways. Lin Chun, you're still young. You don't know how deep the waters are in the financial industry and the stock market. Don't make a mistake for yourself. And don't harm the company. Mr. Wang is right. The hook-nosed shareholder immediately responded without hesitation. We should absolutely listen to President Wang on this matter. Lin Chun is just a young man. He hasn't even eaten as much rice as President Wang has eaten salt. What does he know? What future is there in the liquor industry? The semiconductor industry is king. The hook-nosed shareholder raised his hand directly. I wholeheartedly support Mr. Wang's decision and agree to the company's purchase of semiconductor stock. Semiconductors, guaranteed to make money. The liquor will be compensated. Lin Chun, don't be arrogant and think you're so great. The hook-nosed shareholder looked at Lin Chun coldly. Let me tell you, you're just a young man. You have no experience. This place is very complicated, and you can't handle it. Listen to what President Wang says obediently. That's the right way. The hook-nosed shareholder laughed and said, I'm doing this for your own good. This matter. It's hard to say. Mr. Wang is older after all, and he has been in the stock market for so many years, so perhaps what he said makes sense. The other three shareholders exchanged glances, and although they did not explicitly express their support for Wang Hao, their attitudes clearly leaned towards him. Who knows if this inside information is true or false? Such insider information has existed in the stock market before. The bespectacled shareholders still favored Lin Chun, but in reality, only about 1 in 10 will actually achieve it. Even if the liquor industry doesn't see a big surge, it probably won't experience a big drop either. At least it's stable. You yourself said that this news is a mix of true and false. The hook-nosed shareholder immediately retorted. So how can you be sure that this inside information is false and not true? If it's true, if we miss out on such a money-making opportunity, won't we suffer a huge loss? The hook-nosed shareholder sneered. How can we easily miss out on such a money-making opportunity? We must get on the bus immediately. The shareholder wearing glasses froze, unsure of what to say. Cough, cough. After a few dry coughs, Lin Chun, who had been silent until now, finally spoke slowly. After a slight hesitation, he looked at Wang Hao, who was going against him. Is President Wang determined to use the company's money to buy semiconductors, instead of agreeing with my idea to buy liquor? Lin Chun, I'm not going against you. As a shareholder of the company, I have a responsibility to the investors, Wang Hao said in a businesslike manner. The liquor industry has no future. I can't allow you to take investors' money and waste it like that. Good. Lin Chun nodded slightly, looking at Wang Hao with interest. Since President Wang is so confident, then let's make a bet. How? Bet. Wang Hao was taken aback and subconsciously looked at Lin Chun with suspicion. What bet? Chapter 38, The Betting Agreement. Let's bet on which type of stock will rise next. With a smirk and a glint in his eyes, Lin Chun looked at Wang Hao and said, Mr. Wang, are you willing to make a bet with me? Of course, semiconductor stocks will rise. How could the price of baijiu, Chinese liquor, possibly go up? The overall trend of the liquor industry has been downward since last year. This year's decline is as high as 25%. You're joking. The hook-nosed shareholder looked at Lin Chun with utter disdain. Trying to scare President Wang with this? You must have water in your brain. Mr. Wang, let's gamble with him. Since he's looking to lose, why not gamble? With a glint in his eye, the hook-nosed shareholder sneered and urged Wang Hao. Mr. Wang, there's no need to hesitate. Gamble with him. Cough, cough. Wang Hao coughed a few times. Although he had a vague sense of unease, he couldn't tell if it was true or not. Therefore, he looked at Lin Chun with a serious expression. How do you want to bet? I've always been a person who likes to go all in. I either don't gamble at all, or I gamble big. Lin Chun looked at Wang Hao with interest. In this way, the stakes will be the shares we each hold. I have 51%, you have 40%. I won't say who has more or less. There's no need for that. Lin Chun waved his hand. Let's just sign a betting agreement and wager all the shares we each hold. All shares. This betting agreement is a bit too big. Upon hearing Lin Chun's words, the shareholders looked at him with great surprise. They really didn't expect that Lin Chun, a young man, would have such a gambling spirit. It's either don't play at all, or play this big. What are the specific betting rules? Wang Hao looked at Lin Chun with a solemn expression, his body trembling slightly. If he wins this round, then all 51% of the company shares held by Lin Chun will be his. He'll make a killing. If you have enough confidence, okay, then use the company's 300 million yuan to buy semiconductors. Lin Chun looked at Wang Hao with a playful expression. Let's set a time limit of 1 week. If the profits of all 3 funds exceed 10%, then I lose, and all the shares I hold are yours. Lin Chun spread his hands. Conversely, if the profit does not exceed 10%, then I win. All the shares you own are mine. Okay. Lin Chun looked coldly at Wang Hao. Do you dare to bet with me? Wang Hao hesitated for a moment. Mr. Wang, go ahead and gamble. What's there to be afraid of? The hook-nosed shareholder said without hesitation. Mr. Wang, he's practically asking for your money. We have to take a gamble on this situation. We have to show him that experience counts. Since you have inside information, you're bound to make money. He is destined to lose. Shut up. Wang Hao glared fiercely at the hook-nosed shareholder, his expression grim. The sentiment wasn't directed at this hook-nosed shareholder, so he naturally didn't care. But while he didn't care, Wang Hao couldn't. If they really lose, Wang Hao himself will be the one to suffer the loss. Although he had inside information, Wang Hao couldn't be 100% sure whether it was true or false without hearing it with his own ears. He used his spare money to buy semiconductors worth tens of thousands of yuan, but it was only tens of thousands, not his entire fortune. Even if he lost money, it wouldn't be a big loss for him. It's within my tolerance range. Moreover, if the money is bought with the company's funds, it doesn't matter even if it loses money, since it's not his money that's lost. However, betting with Lin Chun is a different story. If he loses, he will lose all the shares he owns, which are worth millions. Wang Hao really didn't dare to make that decision. Since you're hesitant to buy semiconductors, Mr. Wang, That's fine. Let's buy liquor instead. Looking at the hesitant Wang Hao, Lin Chen smiled. Same as always. If we buy liquor, the three stocks will rise by less than 10% within a week. 51% of the shares I own are yours. If you own more than 10%, you will lose 40% of your shares to me. Lin Chen looked at Wang Hao with amusement. President Wang, didn't you have a very negative view of Baijiu and think that the Baijiu industry would definitely lose money? If that's the case, why don't you take the shares that are offered to you for free? Mr. Wang, these shares are practically handed to us for free, the hook-nosed shareholder urged again. We have to gamble. I don't have enough shares. Otherwise, I would have bet with him long ago. The hook-nosed shareholder glanced at Lin Chen disdainfully. Young people are always impulsive. They're just throwing away their parents' hard-earned money like this. That's hilarious. It's okay, you can gamble with me. Lin Chen glanced at the chattering hook-nosed shareholder and decided to give him a chance to lose badly. Same betting method. If you win, I'll give you 100,000. If you lose, give me the shares. Of course, if you decide on too few, you can pay more. Lin Chen laughed and said, if you add 100,000 to your bet, I'll pay you an extra 100,000. If you add 1 million, I'll pay you an extra 1 million. Don't worry about me not having money. It's just that the price of liquor will be halved within a week. I still have a little over 3 million left out of my 5,800,000, Lin Chen said, looking at the hook-nosed shareholder. You'll get your share. I have to gamble. The hook-nosed shareholder sat up abruptly. Why wouldn't I cherish such a golden opportunity to make money? I'll bet you. Mr. Wang, stop dawdling. Since he's offering you his shares, why don't you take them? Cough, cough. Wang Hao coughed dryly and looked at Lin Chen in front of him. Lin Chen, I can gamble, but the way we gamble needs to be changed. How about this? Let's buy some Baijiu, Chinese liquor. If you make more than 15% profit within a week, I'll admit defeat and you can have all my shares. If the profit is between 0% and 15%, it's considered a break-even situation. Neither of us will gain or lose. If it goes down, then you lose. How? Mr. Wang laughed and said, if you dare, we'll sign a performance-based agreement in this manner and then use all 300 million yuan of the company's funds to buy stocks in the liquor industry. This way it's fair and just, so no one can say I'm bullying you because I'm older. You're saying I deliberately tried to scam you out of your money. President Wang is benevolent and righteous. The hook-nosed shareholder immediately gave Wang Hao a thumbs up, then looked at Lin Chen with conviction. Lin Chen, in addition to these shares, I'll add another 500,000. I'll bet with you in the way Mr. Wang suggested. You dare? Haha, what's there to be afraid of? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and winked at Manager Go and old Zhang beside him. What are you all standing there for? Immediately follow Mr. Wang's instructions. Draft a performance-based agreement. Bet. Chapter 39. Shun Mingyuan searches for Chu Qinglan. This. Yes, ma'am. Manager Go looked up and gave Lin Chen a deep look. Seeing the depth and confidence in Lin Chen's eyes, he naturally dared not hesitate in the slightest. Besides, the shares all belong to Lin Chen anyway, so if they lose, it's Lin Chen who loses, not him. What else could he possibly worry about? Therefore, Manager Go immediately drafted 2 contracts as ordered by Lin Chen. One is a performance-based agreement between Lin Chen and Wang Hao, and the other is a performance-based agreement between Lin Chen and the hook-nosed shareholder. Chairman Lin. Manager Go respectfully handed the agreement to Lin Chen. Very good. After glancing at the betting agreement and confirming there were no problems, Lin Chen signed and stamped it, then handed it to Wang Hao and the hook-nosed shareholder. Your turn. This. Wang Hao held the agreement in his hand, his expression still slightly hesitant. I'll bet with you. The hook-nosed shareholder, however, was very confident. Without saying a word, he signed and stamped the document. Mr. Wang, why waste time arguing with him? Why wouldn't we take money that's free? The hook-nosed shareholder slammed the contract on the table and looked at Wang Hao excitedly. We're sure to make a fortune this time. Wang Hao nodded with a complicated expression and gave Lin Chen a deep look. It's important to understand that a betting agreement is legally binding. It's not just ordinary verbal or underground gambling. Gambling is not protected by law. If Mr. Wang and Lin Shen lose, they can easily renege on their debts. Apart from damaging their character, they won't suffer any significant losses. However, a performance-based agreement is different. If one party denies it afterward, the other party can take legal action. As long as there is sufficient evidence, the court will issue a verdict once the trial begins. That means you can apply to forcibly freeze the allocation. Lin Shen, are you really going to bet with me? Knowing that once the agreement was signed, there would be no turning back, Wang Hao looked at Lin Shen with a gloomy expression. You really dare? Do you think I'm joking with you because I have something on my mind? Lin Shen shrugged helplessly. I've signed my name and stamped my seal. What else do you not believe? What? You're scared now? Of course not. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, convinced that Lin Shen was doomed to lose, and signed and stamped the document heavily. This is all your own doing. Don't come crying to me later and say I tricked you. Haha, I might not be the one crying. Lin Shen put away the performance-based agreement and then glanced at the bespectacled shareholder and the other two shareholders. Do you have any objections to this? Want to bet with me? I have no objection. The bespectacled shareholder replied without hesitation. I'm quite optimistic about Baijiu, Chinese liquor. The two shareholders exchanged a glance and then spoke up. I have no objection. Let nature take its course. Okay. Lin Shen smiled slightly and glanced at Manager Zhao from the investment department. Immediately cash out all 3 funds and then buy a number of stocks in the liquor industry. I will let you know when it's time to sell. Yes. Manager Zhao glanced at Wang Hao, and after Wang Hao remained silent, he immediately bowed and accepted the order. Go. Lin Shen stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the conference room. Mr. Wang, do you think he's out of his mind? Standing beside Wang Hao, the hook-nosed shareholder had a complicated expression. The liquor industry has been in a downtrend since last year. Even if it does increase, it's impossible for it to rise by 15 percentage points in a week, let alone the current bad market conditions, even the year before the bull market. Although liquor prices are rising, there's no way it could surge by 15 percentage points within a week. The hook-nosed shareholder sneered. He must be out of his mind. Find someone to send us money. That's right. Wang Hao nodded slightly, his expression somber, his pupils filled with a chilling light. Although he had a vague feeling that something was wrong, Wang Hao didn't think much of it. After all, it's incredible that the liquor industry saw a 15% increase in just 1 week. In the current financial environment, no one working in the financial industry would believe that the liquor industry has this potential, let alone those working in the financial industry, even the chairman of several well-known domestic liquor companies. They probably wouldn't believe their own company could experience such a dramatic increase in value. This might have been possible during the bull market 2 years ago. But now? Absolutely impossible. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and waved his hand heavily. Lin Shen is just bragging. He's just a young man who doesn't know what's good for him and doesn't understand the industry. He'll be crying later. That's right. The hook-nosed shareholder was thrilled. I'm just waiting to make money for free. At that moment, while the hook-nosed shareholders and Wang Hao were excitedly discussing, Chen Mingyuan found Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, I have something to tell you. Looking at Chu Qinglan, whose pretty face was full of impatience, Chen Mingyuan said very seriously, it really is a very important matter. I have nothing to say to you. Chu Qinglan was also angry about what happened yesterday. Lin Shen and Lin Shen finally managed to enjoy some alone time together. But Chen Mingyuan interrupted them, showing off her skills. Who would feel comfortable in this situation? Please don't come looking for me again. I'm breaking up with you. Chu Qinglan was completely too lazy to pay attention to Chen Mingyuan at this moment. She coldly rebuked her without any politeness. Go find your Shen Zhao. I met Lin Shen today. Chen Mingyuan immediately replied. At the stock exchange. He must have used company money to buy stocks, Chen Mingyuan said urgently. He bought stocks in the liquor industry. I asked Shen Zhao, and he said that the liquor industry will definitely decline in the future. Lin Shen is just asking to lose money by buying liquor stocks right now, Chen Mingyuan said, blocking Chu Qinglan's way. If the company loses money, he'll definitely be fired. How will he live after losing his job? I asked Shen Zhao, and he told me that the semiconductor industry will definitely rise in the future. Shen Zhao himself bought 10 million worth of semiconductor stocks. Shen Mingyuan stared at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, I told Lin Shun, but Lin Shun wouldn't listen to me. He is stubborn and inflexible. I hope you can persuade him to immediately sell his liquor stocks and buy semiconductor stocks instead. This way, he can not only keep his job, but also earn a bonus for himself while making money for the company. This is the best possible outcome, Shun Mingyuan said with a serious face. Otherwise, if he buys stocks in the liquor industry, he's just asking to lose money. It will definitely get me fired. Hee. Chu Qinglan smiled dismissively and looked coldly at Shen Mingyuan. What do you think? Would I still believe you? Chapter 40. I'm lying. Qinglan, I didn't lie to you. Everything I said is true. Shen Zhao has been involved in the stock market for 7 or 8 years and has a deep understanding of stocks, Shen Mingyuan said anxiously. If he says that liquor is no good, then liquor must be no good. I asked Shen Zhao under the pretense of helping a friend. I didn't dare mention Lin Shen either. Hee. Chu Qinglan looked at Shen Mingyuan with disdain. Shen Mingyuan, in your eyes, is Shen Zhao really that good? Is everything he says correct? He says liquor prices will fall, and then liquor prices will fall. He says semiconductor prices will rise, and then semiconductor prices will rise. Chu Qinglan gave a cold laugh. Just because you believe him doesn't mean Shun and I have to believe him too. I think you've gone mad. Qinglan, I didn't mean that. It's not that you have to believe everything he says. Shen Mingyuan explained again, quite helplessly. He's been in the stock market for so many years. His stock trading skills are definitely better than Lin Chen's. You should at least believe that, right? Although Lin Shun and I have broken up, Lin Shen did love me and help me after all. Lin Shen also contributed a lot of money to my family's affairs before. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to use this to repay Lin Shen for a favor. Shen Mingyuan looked at Chu Qinglan. So that he can lose less money and not lose his job. No need. There's nothing between you and Chun, and nothing between me and you. Whether you choose to believe Shen Zhao is your business, Chun and I have no say in it. Chu Qinglan turned and walked back to her office. Please don't come looking for me again. Qinglan. Well. Watching Chu Qinglan's departing figure, Shen Mingyuan stamped her foot with a complicated expression. I really didn't mean any harm. I bet you and Lin Shen are all talk and no action. But you'll actually do what young Master Shen says, and buy semiconductors, right? Shen Mingyuan muttered softly. Lin Shen, you helped my family before, and now I'm helping you too. As long as you listen to me and buy semiconductors, I don't expect to make hundreds of thousands, but at least you can keep your job and get a bonus of tens of thousands. We're even now. Shen Mingyuan took a deep breath. That's fine. Achoo. In the chairman's office at Root Fund, Lin Shen sneezed. Chairman Lin. Manager Go quickly poured Lin Shen a glass of hot water. Do you have a bit of a cold? I'll buy you the medicine right away. No, it was just a sneeze. I guess Qinglan is thinking of me. With a slight smile, Lin Shen's eyes shone with happiness. Qinglan, it won't be long. If we make money from this stock market investment, we can go straight to buying a house. Once you have a house, a car won't cost much. Then we can start planning the wedding. With a flicker in his eyes, Lin Shen pondered what kind of wedding he should hold for Chu Qinglan. It is a traditional Chinese wedding with 3 letters and 6 rites, and a 10-mile-long red bridal procession. Or is it a pure white wedding dress and a Western-style red wedding ceremony with a priest's prayer? Or perhaps the most common type of wedding now, a lively and unique combination wedding held on a lawn or in a hotel. After the wedding, it's time to go to the bridal chamber. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little excited. At that time, Chu Qinglan will probably be very compliant and let Lin Shen have her, right? Qinglan. Lin Shen smiled, feeling very pleased. I will be very gentle. Chairman Lin. Manager Go looked at Lin Shen, who was in high spirits, and felt a little embarrassed. Now, everyone in the company remembers your kindness and is loyal to you. Wang Hao wasn't as generous as you were before, giving out such perks to everyone. These are all minor matters. Lin Shen waved his hand dismissively. The important thing is to run the company well and make it profitable. Have the operations and business departments prepare themselves. With the surge in the prices of several of the company's funds in the next few days, there will definitely be a lot of retail investors flocking to invest. Be prepared to accept them. Then, taking advantage of this favorable wind, we should also contact more large companies and clients to encourage them to increase their investment. Lin Shen looked at Manager Go seriously. I hope that the 3 funds managed by our company will benefit from this favorable wind. The scale can be increased by at least 200 to 300 million, reaching the level of 500 to 600 million. Tell everyone that as long as my request can be fulfilled this month, I will also give everyone bonuses. Must. Upon hearing the word bonus, Manager Go's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at Lin Shen. Chairman Lin, I will definitely urge everyone to complete the task you set. Lin Shen nodded slightly. The investment department has also decided on these. Don't let Manager Zhao mess things up. I understand. Manager Go smiled. Chairman Lin, Manager Zhao isn't stupid either. He knows that President Wang can't outmaneuver you. If you win this time, Manager Zhao will definitely follow your lead from now on. I definitely won't listen to President Wang anymore. They are all smart people. Lin Shen smiled, knowing full well that Manager Go wasn't lying. Go. Lin Shen waved to Manager Go and began studying the stock trends in front of him. Semiconductors saw a slight increase today, while liquor initially fell slightly, but due to Lin Shen's large-scale purchases, the slight decline turned into a break-even situation. In the next few days, people will know about Baijiu. What is YYDS? Lin Shen smiled and left the company around 5 p.m., riding his bicycle towards Chu Qinglan's office park. It's really inconvenient not to have a car in big cities. After riding his bicycle to the park and stopping in front of the Key Cafe, Lin Shen muttered to himself, System, when will you reward me with a bicycle? The system remained completely unresponsive. Morning. At 5:35 p.m., Chu Qinglan rushed out of the office after get off work and went straight to Lin Shen's side. Qinglan. Lin Shen smiled and opened his arms. At this moment, if it were a girl with an outgoing personality, she would probably jump into Lin Shen's arms, hug his neck, and let him spin her around. Or she could simply wrap her legs around Lin Shen's waist, becoming intimately close to him. But Chu Qinglan was clearly not that kind of outgoing girl. Faced with Lin Shen's outstretched arms, she blushed and immediately pulled away, then reached out her hand. Chun, there are so many people in the park. That's not good. Okay, then I'll hug you when we get home. Lin Shen had no choice but to hold Chu Qinglan's soft little hand and squeeze it with a smile. Oops. Chu Qinglan seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Haha. Seeing Chu Qinglan's flushed face, Lin Shen burst out laughing excitedly. Chu Qinglan is just that kind of person. Even though she and Lin Shen had shared a bed, but she still blushes adorably at the drop of a hat. Hey Qinglan. This is... At that moment, a surprised female voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 41 Safety Precautions. Hey Yaki. Chu Qinglan turned around and waved to a beautiful woman behind her who was wearing pink sweatpants and dressed in a pure and alluring style. Wow. Who is this handsome guy? Liyaki looked at Lin Shen holding hands with Chu Qinglan with surprise, her eyes sparkling. Because he had previously taken a physique-improving potion, and now he was using the system and the company, Lin Shen's overall energy and spirit had undergone a tremendous change, both inside and out. He looks sunny and handsome, full of energy, and exudes confidence and success. Hello, I'm Qinglan's boyfriend, Lin Shen. Lin Shen smiled and extended his hand to Liyaki. Oh, hello. My name is Liyaki, and I'm Qinglan's colleague. After shaking hands with Lin Shen, Liyaki smiled and said, You're so handsome. That's too kind of you. Lin Shen smiled politely, but didn't say anything more. He knew that as a good boyfriend, he had to learn to keep his distance from his girlfriend's best friends and female colleagues. Qinglan, when did you start dating? He's so handsome. You've been hiding it really well. Liyaki gently nudged Chu Qinglan with her shoulder, a hint of envy in her voice. After all, Lin Shen's temperament and appearance would indeed attract the attention of many girls. We've only been talking for a short time, and haven't had a chance to talk about it yet, Chu Qinglan said with a smile. I posted about it on my WeChat moments before. Maybe I just didn't see it. Liyaki smiled and said, Bring your boyfriend to our get-together next week. Why let the good stuff go to outsiders? If he has other friends as handsome as him, Liyaki's eyes sparkled. Let him take them along. I know, Looking at the infatuated Liyaki, Chu Qinglan happily stroked her hair. Let me ask him if he has time. Then I won't disturb your time together. Liyaki winked at Chu Qinglan, then looked at Lin Shun. Handsome guy, be careful. Yes, it will. Lin Shun handed the electric scooter helmet to Chu Qinglan. Thank you. I'm not just talking about this kind of safety. Liyaki winked at Lin Shun. You know what I mean. Cough cough. Lin Shun was instantly embarrassed. Are women these days so open-minded? Yaki, let's go. See you tomorrow. Chu Qinglan blushed and quickly got into the car, then rode away with Lin Shun on her own. Your colleague is quite interesting. Lin Shun recalled a joke he'd seen online. Sitting on the back of an electric scooter, he smiled and placed his hands on Chu Qinglan's slender waist, supporting her hips. Ouch, it's so itchy. Chu Qinglan snorted lightly. I'm riding a bike, don't move around. You're going to fall. A slight smile flickered across Lin Shun's lips. When he did this, Chu Qinglan's body did not react subconsciously, nor did it show any abnormality. Lin Shun was truly relieved. Because with some experienced women, you can simply pat them lightly or put your hand on their waist. She will have an instinctive reaction and know what to do. A woman like that is undoubtedly a veteran of the battlefield. It's like when you say you need to go to the restroom, and the girl instinctively hands you toilet paper. If you meet a girl like that, you should be secretly thrilled. Chun, eat your noodles. Back in the house, Chu Qinglan cooked Lin Shun a bowl of clear soup noodles, and then smiled as she cut up some fruit. Why aren't you eating? Looking at the pineapple and mango that Chu Qinglan had cut, Lin Shun was a little surprised. Just one bowl. I want to lose weight. Chu Qinglan took a bite of mango. I haven't been eating dinner for the past few nights. It can't be that bad, can it? Looking at Chu Qinglan's slender waist, Lin Shun smiled and said, Your figure is already amazing. You still need to lose weight. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shun. I had spicy hot pot for lunch, which is high in carbohydrates and fat, so I can't eat it again tonight. You can eat it. You need to maintain your figure, so you still need to diet. Chu Qinglan wiped a piece of pineapple. I'll just eat some fruit tonight. Okay. Lin Shun shrugged slightly, knowing that girls who love beauty are always trying to lose weight. In the morning, during my break at the company, I overheard some married colleagues saying that women's figures usually change after giving birth. Stretch marks can also appear on the stomach. Skin will also lose its luster. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shun with a complicated expression. I'm going to gain weight, and my figure and skin won't be good anymore. Will you? Before Chu Qinglan could finish speaking, Lin Shun suddenly covered her cherry-like lips with his. What nonsense are you talking about? How is that possible? Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan seriously. We're together because we're going to stay together for the rest of our lives. Whether the future holds poverty or wealth, sickness or health. If you're saying this, does that mean you won't be with me when I'm old, frail, and sick? Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan and said, You won't take care of me and will just leave me to fend for myself. Of course not. Chu Qinglan subconsciously replied to Lin Shun, I will take care of you. Isn't that it? Of course I won't look down on you because of these things. Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan with utmost seriousness. Besides, your figure has changed and your skin has deteriorated because you gave birth to my child. In this situation, I'm too worried about you to even think about it. How could I possibly dislike it? And Lin Shun didn't continue, because it was indeed difficult to explain at this moment. But it's nothing. He believes that it won't be long before he can get the physique pills that Chu Qinglan can use from the system. Once Chu Qinglan takes this constitution-building pill, she will naturally have no more problems in the future. Her figure and skin will always remain supple and youthful, and she will always have long legs and a slim waist. Honey, stop overthinking. Everyone gets old eventually. Why would I dislike these things? Lin Shun knew that some young women had heard these things from married women, and their concerns stemmed from three main anxieties. First, the fear of losing their figure and experiencing physical pain after childbirth. Second, the anxieties of caring for a child and the associated frustrations. And third, the worry that their husbands would become disillusioned and seek something new if their figures and skin didn't recover well. This has led to a situation where many women now want to remain unmarried or choose not to have children. Chun, you're so kind. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen tenderly, her eyes filled with emotion. Then, we'll have a daughter as beautiful and lovely as you, Lin Chen said with a smile, gently stroking Chu Qinglan's hair. Chu Qinglan nodded obediently. Ha. Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile in his eyes. Qinglan, you said you'd wait until she grows up. I wonder which wild boy will get it. Chapter 42. Encirclement. How would I know? My parents had no idea I'd marry you when I was little. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. We haven't even started yet, and you're already thinking so much. Ha. When will it be available? How would I know? Chu Qinglan subconsciously replied to Lin Chen. This is not something I can control. You can control it. Lin Chen looked at Chu Qinglan with a meaningful gaze. Qinglan, when you agree, it will naturally happen. Upon hearing this, Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen with utter disdain and playfully punched him with her small fist. Chen, you did that on purpose. No, absolutely not. Lin Chen shrugged slightly and replied to Chu Qinglan with a smile. I'm just telling the truth. We can only have a child if you, my wife, agree. So you can control it. Are you in a hurry? Chu Qinglan tilted her head, looking at Lin Chen with a somewhat suspicious expression. Chen, do you want to have a child as soon as possible? To be honest, I do want to have a child. But if you're talking about being in a hurry, I'm not really in a rush. Without hesitation, Lin Chen answered Chu Qinglan. Besides, I actually want to have children a few years later. After all, having children too early is not good. I still want to enjoy a few more years of just the two of us, my wife. Let's talk about it again in a few years. Chu Qinglan snorted lightly. To be honest, after hearing so much from my colleagues, I'm quite afraid of having children. It's all right. Everything will take its natural course and proceed as it should. Lin Chen swallowed a mouthful of noodles. I won't rush you. Thank you. Chen, you're so kind. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of emotion. I am so happy. This is nothing. Don't be so easily satisfied. You will be happier in the future. Lin Chen smiled at Chu Qinglan and comfortably ladled out another bowl of noodles. Your husband will make you happy forever. Enjoy comfort for a lifetime. Chu Qinglan bit her lip, her eyes filled with emotion and anticipation. The two shared a bed yesterday, so how could Chu Qinglan not know about the changes in Lin Chen's body? Although she didn't say it, she wasn't a block of wood. Of course she could sense Lin Chen's presence so close to her. Lin Chen was in so much pain, but he didn't move her or force her. Chu Qinglan was deeply moved. After all, she and Lin Chen are already married. Legally and morally, as his wife, she does have an obligation to satisfy Lin Chen. After all, these days, it's perfectly normal for couples, let alone married couples, to have deep intimacy. Even though Lin Chen really wanted to, he respected her reluctance and endured it. Chu Qinglan was deeply moved. Lin Chen also respects her decision regarding having children. This moved Chu Qinglan even more. Chen, you're so kind. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen with gentle, tender eyes. I'm your man. If I'm not good to you, who will I be good to? It's all I should do. Lin Chen didn't think too much about it. After telling Chu Qinglan, he took the lead in washing the dishes. While Chu Qinglan went to the bathroom to wash up, Lin Chen started studying the stock market. Chen, what are you looking at? Stocks. Lin Chen pointed to the stock market trend. Today, liquor stocks fell by 0.58. I don't know what the market will be like tomorrow. Stock. Looking at the trend chart on Lin Chen's phone screen, Chu Qinglan said softly, Chen Mingyuan came to the park to look for me this afternoon. Chen Mingyuan? What does she want with you? Lin Chen frowned, his expression somewhat unfriendly. Don't pay any attention to her from now on. She's got a screw loose. I'm talking about stocks. Chu Qinglan said with a wry smile. She told our company's receptionist that she was looking for me, and the receptionist then notified me, so I had no choice but to go downstairs. Actually, I don't want to pay any attention to her either. Understood. Lin Chen laughed. Didn't I tell you that Shun Zhao said semiconductor prices would rise and liquor prices would definitely lose money? That's why I asked you to persuade me to listen to Shun Zhao, sell the liquor, and then buy semiconductors. Right. Lin Chen shrugged slightly. She certainly knows how to meddle. That's right. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Chen, how did you know all this? I ran into her at the stock trading hall earlier, and then she called me and said something about Shun Zhao. Lin Chen said helplessly. I couldn't be bothered with her, so I hung up. This guy is still up to no good and is coming to find you. Do you really think everything Shun Zhao said is true? How ridiculous. Lin Shun sneered dismissively, remembering the system's notification, and ignored Chen Mingyuan, thinking to herself that Chen Mingyuan would realize in a few days just how foolish Shun Zhao had been. That's what I think too. She's really obsessed. Chu Qinglan nodded slightly. I ignored her. Honey, what do you think? Lin Shin smiled and looked at Chu Qinglan. The market for liquor was indeed not very good for a while, but semiconductors have shown an upward trend. However, I predict that the price of liquor will definitely rise next. On the contrary, semiconductor prices will drop. Chun, of course I believe you. Chu Qinglan chuckled and looked at Lin Shin gently. I don't know much about the stock market, but I trust your judgment, Chun. You definitely made the right choice. Haha, my wife, you're so virtuous. Then you just wait and see. This time, I'm going to show them all what a real stock market dark horse is. With their limited perspective, they dare to advise me? Hee hee. Lin Shin thought to himself that when the stock market completely changes in a few days, the expressions on Shun Zhao, Wang Hao, and Chen Mingyuan's faces will be quite interesting. Morning. You're the best. Chu Qinglan clenched her little fist and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. My lovely wife is, of course, the best. With a smile, Lin Chen took Chu Qinglan's hand. Oops. Chu Qinglan lost her balance and, dressed in light blue pajamas, ended up sitting directly on Lin Chen's lap. Honey, I have a surprise for you. Holding Chu Qinglan tightly around the waist and feeling the softness on his legs, Lin Chen felt a little distracted. Experienced men know that having a woman with a good figure sit on their lap and then holding her tightly is a good idea. This is really comfortable. Not just the body, but also the mind. Because of this posture, the two are very intimate. As long as a woman doesn't resist and obediently lets you hold her, you will feel from the bottom of your heart that she is the woman who completely belongs to you. Ding dong. Lin Shin's phone screen suddenly lit up. Lin Shin picked it up and took a look. He was shocked by what he saw. The reason the screen lit up was surprisingly. Chapter 43, Interception. Chu Qinglan actually transferred 40,000 yuan to him. Qinglan, what's going on? Lin Shin put down his phone in surprise, looking at Chu Qinglan in his arms with suspicion in his eyes. Why did you suddenly transfer money to me? Of course we support your business. Holding her phone, Chu Qinglan sensed something was wrong and struggled to stand up from Lin Shin's lap. Chun, let me go first. What's wrong? Lin Chun tightened his arms slightly, holding Chu Qinglan tightly in his arms, feeling Chu Qinglan's warm and soft body. Soft and warm in my arms. This feeling is so comfortable. Oops. Why are you squeezing me so hard? You're choking me. I'm feeling a little unwell. Chu Qinglan deliberately pressed her body down forcefully, glared at Lin Chun with annoyance, and softly huffed. Oh, Chun. Ha. Looking at the incredibly cute Chu Qinglan in his arms, Lin Chun, worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself if he kept holding her any longer, had no choice but to stop after taking enough advantage of her. Chen, you're so mean. Chu Qinglan stood up, supporting herself on the sofa. Her legs were a little weak, and her pretty face was flushed. She pursed her lips and was panting. Haha. Lin Chen was very happy to see Chu Qinglan looking so shy. He knew that once you'd experienced something like that, you'd never get to enjoy it again. Women who have never been in a relationship are like this. They are incredibly shy at first, but then become incredibly open. When we first started dating, I'd blush and blush even if I took off my coat in front of you. But after a while, I'd take off my coat without hesitation, and even my bra would be taken off without a second thought. They might even throw it in your face on purpose. After all, menstruation is a real hurdle for men. At first I hated it, but later I was grateful for it. You're still laughing. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chun, her face becoming even rosier and more adorable. Honey, you're so adorable. Lin Chun said with a smile. But honey, let's get down to business. Why did you transfer money to me? You should start your own business. Chu Qinglan chuckled. You've invested all your money in stocks, so you must need more money now, right? This is the money I've saved up from working these past few months. You can use it for now. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen. If it's not enough, we'll think of something else. Wife, you're so good to me. Lin Chen stood up and hugged Chu Qinglan from behind, his eyes filled with emotion. Faced with his investment and entrepreneurship, Chu Qinglan not only had no objections, but was also willing to give him the money she had worked hard to save. How could Lin Chen not be moved? Although for Lin Chen at this moment, 40,000 yuan is really not much. But this has nothing to do with how much money you have. Chu Qinglan, who had only graduated not long ago, probably only had 40,000 yuan saved up. Without hesitation, she used all her savings to support Lin Chen's business venture. Such an attitude. Lin Chen was genuinely moved. Ouch, you're squeezing me so tight I can't breathe. Feeling Lin Chen trying to squeeze her into his body, Chu Qinglan struggled and said, Chen, we should rest. I have to work tomorrow. Lin Chen thought about it. Although he wasn't short of money, Chu Qinglan cared about him so much that it wouldn't be right for him to return the money to her immediately. Then I'll use your money to invest. I'll give you back your principal and interest once I make a profit. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Chen, we're family now. There's no distinction between you and me. Everything is ours. Haha, yes, it's us. I misspoke. Smack. Lin Chen slapped his mouth, his eyes darting around, and then lazily picked up Chu Qinglan, saying, Wife, I'll stay at your place tonight. Morning. Chu Qinglan gave a soft hum, hugging Lin Chen's neck tightly, her face flushed red to the roots of her neck. The next morning. Oops. Chu Qinglan groaned. Chen, you stepped on my hair. Quickly rub it. Lin Chen quickly sat up and rubbed Chu Qinglan's hair. You can sleep a little longer. I'm going to wash up. Okay. As Lin Chen watched Chu Qinglan, dressed in a light blue nightgown and with a slender, supple figure, walk out of the room, he stretched. At this moment, his body was filled with the fragrance of Chu Qinglan. I don't know why, but women seem to have this fragrance. Yes, it's time to check in. Ding dong. Check-in successful. 6-7 completed. So today is already the 6th day. Looking at the time displayed on the system interface, Lin Chen then looked at the tasks assigned by the system for the day. Lin Chen was surprised when he saw the tasks assigned by the system for the day. This task is a bit strange, because this mission was shockingly to make the enemy kneel down and sing conquer. System, what kind of mission is this? Who should I make kneel down and sing conquer? Lin Chen was a little confused. Should I find a watermelon stand by the roadside and ask them if the watermelon is guaranteed to be ripe? If you're not familiar with him, should you just threaten him and make him sing conquer? Isn't this a bit awkward? Lin Chen scratched his head, somewhat speechless at the system's antics. This task is really not easy to complete. Lin Chen is usually kind to others and, to be honest, has no enemies. Is the company's CEO, Mr. Wang, considered an enemy? But I can't make him kneel down and sing conquer. Morning. At this moment, Chu Qinglan opened the door. Don't sleep in, go wash up. Okay. Lin Chen threw off the covers and stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Ah. Chu Qinglan couldn't help but gasp and cover her eyes with her hands. Then he secretly observed through his fingers. Looking at Lin Chen's strong physique, Chu Qinglan's lips curled up slightly. Well, Lin Chen, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed. He quickly pressed a button and said, Young men are all like this in the morning. Oh dear, you should go wash up now. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes and quickly left the room. Hey, it won't be long. After entering the bathroom and washing his face with cool water to suppress the heat in his heart, Lin Chen felt happy. Judging from Chu Qinglan's reaction, he knew that Chu Qinglan was gradually accepting life with the two of them. I'm sure it won't be long before we're mentally prepared. Chen, it's time to eat. After Lin Chen finished washing up, Chu Qinglan prepared a simple fried egg, bacon, and sandwich. My wife, you are so virtuous. Eat your food. Chu Qinglan chuckled, picked up a slice of bacon, and cheerfully stuffed it into Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen was gagged with bacon. Looking at Lin Chen, whose mouth was stuffed with bacon and who could no longer speak. Chu Qinglan took a bite of the sandwich with a happy expression, and then drank a glass of milk. After a comfortable meal, Lin Shin dropped Chu Qingluan off at the park and then prepared to go to work at Root Fund Company. However, accidents always happen unexpectedly. Lin Shin had just stepped out of Chu Qingluan's office park and hadn't even had a chance to scan the code to ride his bike yet. Unexpected mutation. Chapter 44, The Power of Money. Sizzle. Kid, you're surrounded. Where do you think you're going? Get out of the car, put your hands on your heads, and squat down. 3 menacing-looking thugs, led by a scarred-faced leader, surrounded Lin Shin. The 4, wielding wooden sticks, had ferocious expressions and ruthless faces. Robbery. Lin Shin chuckled, looking at the 3 of them with considerable surprise. It's already 2022 in the Gregorian calendar, and there are still people who dare to commit armed robbery in broad daylight? Are you crazy? Kid, behave yourself and stop talking nonsense. The scarred man at the head glared fiercely at Lin Shin, then looked at the car beside him for advice. What do we do next? Lin Shin, robbery is nothing to you. Do you think I'm short of a few dollars? Zheng Huan opened the door of the BMW 3 Series, stepped out of the car with a cold expression, and glared at Lin Shin with icy eyes. Say it again, you poor bastard. How much money do you have? Are you worth robbing? Shen Zhao. Lin Shin's eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood the cause and effect of the matter. It's not that Scarface is trying to rob us in matters of the heart. It's that Zheng Huan, our love rival, is taking revenge. That's interesting. Looking at Zheng Huan's hateful expression, Lin Shin wasn't intimidated at all. On the contrary, he was quite excited. His mission for the day was finally secured. If he can get Zheng Huan to kneel down and sing Conquer, then he can complete today's mission. However, this is a bit difficult to handle, since how could Zheng Huan easily kneel down and sing Conquer for him? Moreover, he was unarmed and couldn't defeat Scarface and the other 4 thugs by himself. Moreover, there are also Shun Zhao and Kong Guanglong, who are eyeing us covetously. Lin Shin, stop grinning at me. You think I'm joking with you? Bang! Click! Zheng Huan smashed a small tree in the roadside green belt with a wooden stick, breaking off a branch on the spot. He glared at Lin Shin with a ferocious expression. Lin Shin, I have no time to waste with you. I'm telling you, you're not good enough for Qingluan. If you know what's good for you, take out your phone right now and call Qingluan. Tell her you want to break up with her and divorce her. Then kneel down and crawl under my pants. With her legs spread wide, Zheng Huan glared fiercely at Lin Shin. Lin Shin, if you behave yourself, I'll let you go. If you dare to disobey, Zheng Huan sneered, I'll make sure you get a black eye and a swollen face. And your teeth are all over the place. Pooh! Lin Shin spat directly in Zheng Huan's face, his expression disdainful. Dream on. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, and you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Is that it? You asked for it. Wiping the spittle from his face, Zheng Huan, completely enraged, looked at Kong Guanglong beside him. You record this, and I'll beat him up right now. I'll post this video in the company group later so Chu Qingluan can see it. How pathetic her man must have been. I don't believe she can still like him. Zheng Huan sneered. No woman likes a cowardly man who gets beaten up like this. Such a coward can't give them a sense of security at all. Brother Zheng, that makes sense. Kong Guanglong immediately nodded. You beat him up badly, and I'll film it. This kid is asking for a beating. After you beat him up, he obediently called Chu Qingluan and divorced her. Even if he doesn't want a divorce, it doesn't matter. Kong Guanglong sneered. From now on, every time you see him, beat him up, and beat him up 3 to 5 times a month. I refuse to believe that he can withstand being beaten like this every day, and that Chu Qingluan can withstand it too. He'll be forced to break up and divorce Chu Qingluan sooner or later. Haha, yes. That's how it should be done. Hearing Kong Guanglong's words, Zheng Huan waved his hand fiercely with a ferocious expression. Give him a good beating. Kid, you asked for this. Scarface didn't hold back either. After giving Lin Shin a cold glance, he waved his hand at his 3 henchmen. Attack. Wait a moment. Lin Shin suddenly spoke. Kid, so you're willing to back down now? Zheng Huan looked at Lin Shin excitedly. So you agreed to call Qingluan and break up with her? You're overthinking it. Lin Shin glanced at Zheng Huan with an expression that suggested he was mentally challenged. You really have a screw loose. You dare to curse me. You're asking for it. Zheng Huan was so angry that he wanted to hit him again. How much money did he give you? Lin Shun ignored Zheng Huan's shouting and looked directly at the scarred man. 3,000. Scarface subconsciously replied to Lin Shun. Kid, we're paid to do this. You deserve to get beaten up. Lin Shun, let me tell you, this is the allure of money. Zheng Huan said arrogantly. If you behave yourself this time and break up and divorce Qing Lan, that will be fine. Otherwise, I'll have someone beat you up every day. I have plenty of money. Zheng Huan glared at Lin Shun with a fierce look. I won't beat you to death or cripple you. I'll just find someone to slap you across the face in front of Qing Lan and humiliate you. 3,000 a day? I can afford that. 10,000. Lin Shun immediately held up a finger, looking at the scarred man with a playful expression. I'll give you 10,000, and you can follow my instructions from now on. Consider it me hiring you. You're overthinking it. Scarface sneered. I still have this much professional ethics. 10 times the amount. I'll give you 30,000. Lin Shun held up 3 fingers again, his eyes gleaming. Listen to me. I'll give you 30,000. This? Scarface hesitated for a moment. Scarface, don't listen to his nonsense. Zheng Huan immediately roared. We've already made a deal. If you dare to go back on your word, you'll lose all face in this area. Kid. Scarface gritted his teeth, staring at Lin Shun with a complicated expression. Do I look like the kind of person who would do anything for money? Stop talking nonsense. There's no room for negotiation on this. You'd better behave right now and do as Zheng Huan says. Kneel down, kowtow, and make a phone call to avoid physical punishment. Scarface's face was contorted with rage. Otherwise, I'll really take action. That's right, Lin Shun, stop talking nonsense. I'm telling you, you can't escape today. Zheng Huan's face was contorted with rage. You must do as I say. Otherwise, I'll beat you so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you. 100,000. Lin Shun ignored Zheng Huan's threat, coldly looked at the scarred man in front of him, and smiled coldly. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Today you'll listen to me. 3,000, and each of you won't even get 1,000. Now each of you can receive 25,000. I don't need you to commit murder or arson or any other heinous crimes. Lin Shun laughed. Just beat someone up for me. It's that simple. 100,000. Lin Shun crossed his arms and looked at Scarface with interest. Are you going to make a profit? Chapter 45, Singing of Conquest. Gulp. 100,000. Scarface swallowed hard, staring at Lin Shun's incredibly generous spending, completely stunned. He could grit his teeth and bear the thought of paying between 10,000 and 30,000. But 100,000 this. Even if he spends a year fighting and brawling, he still wouldn't earn 100,000. And who knows, they might even end up in jail a second or third time. Scarface, you don't want to stay in this business anymore. Let me tell you, if you dare to go back on your word, no one will ever ask you for favors again. Zheng Huan roared immediately. Your reputation will be completely ruined. Kid, do you think I, Scarface, am the kind of person who's only interested in money? Scarface gritted his teeth, concerned for his reputation, and could only glare fiercely at Lin Shun. Brother, I think money is more important. Exactly, reputation is nothing. Big brother, how about we each take 24,000, and you take 28,000? The 3 thugs, their eyes filled with greed, gripped their wooden sticks tightly as they stared at Scarface. Become. Scarface couldn't help but shiver. His forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. He knew that if he dared to say no, he might get beaten up along with Zheng Huan. So how could he dare to say no at this moment? Brother, you have a great eye for people. It's settled then, 100,000. I'll do as you say. Turning around, Scarface immediately surrounded Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong with his men. Zheng Huan, don't blame me for turning against you. He really gave us too much. You think you can give me 3,000 yuan like that, like a beggar? Asshole! Zheng Huan trembled with rage at Scarface. He glared at Scarface with fury. You've gone back on your word. Scarface, you're finished. Son of a bitch. It's all fake. Everything he said is a lie. Kong Guanglong pointed at Lin Shun and immediately shouted at Scarface. Scarface, don't listen to his nonsense. He simply can't come up with 100,000. Look at his clothes. How could a poor guy who can only afford to ride a shared bike have 100,000? You've been fooled by him. Kid. Scarface instantly realized something was wrong, and he glared fiercely at Lin Shun. You get your money first. Okay. Without saying a word, Lin Shun scanned Scarface's QR code to receive payment. Ding dong. 10,000 yuan has been received. How is that possible? How could a penniless wretch like him possibly have 100,000? Hearing the notification sound from Scarface's phone that the money had been credited to his account, Kang Guanglong and Zheng Huan exchanged a glance, both completely stunned. As a local resident of Hangzhou who received compensation for his home demolished, Zheng Huan rarely had the money to come up with 100,000 yuan because his parents controlled all the family's finances. How could Lin Shun possibly have 100,000? The two of them were completely dumbfounded. Is everything all right now? Lin Shun didn't answer Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong's questions. He just smiled and looked at Scarface. Brother Lin, you're in charge. Scarface immediately changed his tune, smiling as he looked at Lin Shun. Whatever you say, we'll do. Very good. Lin Shun looked at Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong with interest. You two wanted to beat me up just now, and you even tried to force me to break up and divorce Qingluan. You're going to beat me so badly my own mother won't recognize me. No, that's not what I meant. Zheng Huan looked embarrassed. Lin Shun, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. I was just kidding with you. Fighting and brawling are illegal and criminal acts. We are all law-abiding citizens. How could we do such illegal and criminal things? You're overthinking it. Yeah. Lin Shun looked at Kang Guanglong with great interest. You just said you wanted to film me getting beaten up and show it to Qingluan. Are we still filming now? How about I take the picture for you? Gulp. Kang Guanglong swallowed hard, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at Lin Shun cautiously. I didn't mean that. I was just joking with you. It was purely a joke. Please don't take this seriously. You two are truly two shameless scoundrels. Lin Shun sneered dismissively, his hands behind his back. I'm not going to waste any more time with you. Kneel down. Sing Conquered. Once you finish singing, I'll let you get out. What? Conquer? Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong exchanged a glance, then looked at Lin Shun with utter bewilderment. Right. Lin Shun nodded with a cold smile. Kneel down and sing. I don't know how. Zheng Huan looked embarrassed and said, I'm tone deaf. Me too. Kang Guanglong quickly chimed in. Forget it. We won't bother you anymore, okay? This was purely a misunderstanding. You can't sing. Lin Shun looked at Scarface with interest. Teach them for me. Smack. Since things had already turned ugly, Scarface didn't hesitate and slapped Zheng Huan hard across the face. What's all this nonsense you're wasting? Sing or not? I think you're asking for a beating. Scarface glared at Zheng Huan with a sinister look. Do you really want to get beaten up before you sing? You dare hit me? Zheng Huan covered her face, glaring at Scarface with a ferocious expression. I hired you. Are you even human? Bang! A thug with a scar on his face kicked Zheng Huan hard from behind with a thud. Zheng Huan stumbled and fell to the ground, losing a front tooth and letting out a miserable scream. You talk too much nonsense. The henchman stepped on Zheng Huan and grinned maliciously. Sing when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense. If you keep babbling, I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. You think you can get rid of us with 3,000 yuan? Are you kidding me? Son of a bitch. Sing. I'll sing. Zheng Huan, who wanted to continue cursing, had no choice but to change his tune when he saw the wooden stick his underling had raised. Just like that, you've conquered me, cutting off all my escape routes. And you? Scarface glared at Kang Guanglong again. I'll sing too. Having no other choice, Kang Guanglong, who didn't want to get beaten up, had to obediently kneel down, holding his head in his hands. My feelings are firm, but my decision is foolish. Ding dong. Host has completed today's task. As Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong yielded, a system notification immediately sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Very good. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he was in a very pleasant mood. It's like someone just brings you a pillow when you're sleepy. I was worried about how to complete today's tasks this morning, and then Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong came to me on their own initiative. You can get out now. In a good mood, Lin Shan glanced coldly at Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong, who were beaten black and blue. If you dare to bother Qinglan again, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Shun. Zheng Huan covered her bleeding mouth and glared at Lin Shun with a ferocious expression. Brother Zheng, let's go. Where there's life, there's hope. Kong Guanglong pulled Zheng Huan along, and they scrambled into the car. Foolish thing. Lin Shun ignored the two idiots and looked at the system rewards for completing the task. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 46 Special Forces Combat Power. Special Forces Combat Effectiveness. This reward is great. Looking at the rewards the system gave him, Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he was in a very good mood. This reward is like a pillow being delivered to someone when you're about to fall asleep. Lin Shan, who was initially worried about what to do if something like this happened again, is now completely relieved. After all, he can't just throw money around every time, can he? Firstly, money shouldn't be spent like this, and secondly, not everyone is like Scarface, who can be bribed to turn against you. Lin Shan, who chose to accept the reward, decided to test its quality. With a glint in his eyes, he directly blocked Scarface and the other 3 men who were trying to leave. Is there anything else? Scarface stared coldly at Lin Shan, pondering how to salvage his reputation. Zheng Huan will definitely go around saying that he went back on his word and calling him an untrustworthy bastard. For people like them, credit is still very important. Without credibility, no one will hire you to do anything. You guys, come at me all at once. Lin Shan beckoned to Scarface and sneered. Hit me. Are you out of your mind, kid? Scarface was instantly stunned, his eyes widening in utter astonishment as he stared at Lin Shan. You asked for a beating. Did you get your head stuck in a door? Today's events have truly shattered Scarface's worldview. Lin Shan first spent money to make him turn against him, and now he's asking for a beating himself. This is an exceptional talent. Just go when I tell you to. Why all the nonsense? Now that he had received the reward from the system, Lin Shan wasn't going to waste it. Give me back every single penny of the 100,000 yuan. You're asking for it. Scarface was furious upon hearing this. If Lin Shan had only made a few shouts, he could have pretended not to hear. But if Lin Shan wanted money, how could the scarred man tolerate that? How could he possibly return the money that's in his hands? You think you're asking for a beating, kid. Huff huff. Scarface, who didn't take Lin Shan seriously, threw a punch at him. Good timing. Bang! Lin Shan easily caught Scarface's incoming fist with a palm strike. Everything was so natural. Although Lin Shan had never practiced before, after receiving the system's reward, it was as if he had developed muscle memory. He now possesses the combat capabilities of a special forces soldier. So after catching Scarface's incoming fist, he instinctively stepped forward, grabbed Scarface's arm, and delivered a powerful over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! Scarface, who had been slammed to the ground by Lin Shan, writhed in pain. Hit him. Let's go together. Cripple him. Seeing that things were going badly, Scarface's 3 henchmen simultaneously swung their wooden sticks at Lin Shan. Unfortunately, they don't have the combat capabilities of special forces to be a match for Lin Shan. A special forces soldier at the peak of his combat ability might be able to take on 7 or 8 people, but taking on 3 or 4 thugs who just blindly fight is no problem at all. Sure enough, a minute later, the 3 thugs and Scarface were lying sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. This skill is really amazing. This system is really awesome. With excitement in his eyes, Lin Shan took back the 100,000 yuan from Scarface's hand without missing a penny, and then looked coldly at Scarface in front of him. Today, I just wanted to teach you a lesson. I beat you up, and that's it. Remember, those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. If you dare to do something like this again, it won't be as simple as just beating you up. Do you know that? Lin Shan clenched his fist, which was as big as an iron bowl, and stared fiercely at Scarface. Gulp. Yes, I understand. I will never do it again. Scarface, who had been beaten, looked miserable and was truly on the verge of tears. Thinking to himself, since Lin Shan is such a good fighter, why did I spend money to turn him against me and just tease him? Why not just beat him up from the start? Now he's in a mess. He's offended Zheng Huan, lost his reputation, and failed to get the 100,000 yuan he was promised. It's like bad luck has opened the door for bad luck. Bad luck has reached its peak. Just remember that. Bang! After kicking the scarred man, Lin Shen hopped on a shared bicycle and headed straight for Root Fund Company. At this moment, in the parking lot of the adjacent street, Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong had no idea that after they left, Lin Shen gave Scarface and the others a severe beating. The two men, their faces bruised and swollen, stared at each other, both filled with anger and helplessness. Bang! Son of a bitch! Slamming his fist on the steering wheel, Zheng Huan gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who did you hire? That Scarface is a piece of trash, a bastard, a stupid dog." Turning against each other halfway through. "I'm so angry. I never expected him to be such a scoundrel." Kong Guanglong looked embarrassed. "This whole mess is my fault. Brother Zheng, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blame you." Zheng Huan glanced at Kong Guanglong, who had been beaten up alongside him, and couldn't really blame him. "What do you suggest we do next? I can't swallow this insult. Let me kneel down and sing Conquer to him." Zheng Huan patted the dirt off his legs. "This is too much. If I have to kneel, it can only be in front of Qing Lan, and I'll have Qing Lan sing for me. Depend on." The thought that Chu Qing Lan might sing for Lin Shen, and then Lin Shen might vividly describe the matter to Chu Qing Lan, made Zheng Huan grit her teeth in anger, her face full of rage. "I don't have any good ideas about this right now. Let me think about it." Kong Guanglong frowned, equally unable to swallow this insult. Anyone would be furious to be beaten up for no reason. He needs to be taught a lesson. I want him to kneel before me, apologize, and sing Conquer for me. Zheng Huan gritted his teeth. "I want to win Qing Lan over in front of him. I'll make him furious." Zheng Huan stared wide-eyed, his anger fueling the malice within him. After Chu Qing Lan joined the company, he began pursuing her. Seeing his goddess being taken away by someone who was inferior to him in every way, Zheng Huan was furious. "That's so discouraging. Brother Zheng, I have another good idea. This should be able to break up Lin Shen and Chu Qing Lan, and let you vent your anger." Kong Guanglong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zheng Huan with great interest. "If we succeed this time, we can definitely make Lin Shen and Chu Qing Lan say goodbye for good." "Oh." Zheng Huan immediately became interested. "What method?" "Brother Zheng." Kong Guanglong immediately lowered his voice and whispered something to Zheng Huan. "Wow, you're really smart. This method is absolutely brilliant." Upon hearing Kong Guanglong's plan, Zheng Huan's eyes lit up with excitement. "If your plan succeeds, they will definitely break up. It will definitely make Chu Qing Lan and Lin Shen completely break off their relationship." Zheng Huan took a deep breath. "Then let's do it your way and get ready. This time, Lin Shen is definitely finished. I want to make him lose everything. Kneel down and sing Conquer for me. Watch me get Chu Qing Lan." Chapter 47. The price dropped. Lin Shen, of course, had no idea what kind of wicked scheme Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong were plotting. Riding a shared bicycle, he went straight to the Root Fund. Having completed today's mission and gained Special Forces physical fitness, Lin Shen was in a very good mood. "Chairman Lin." "Good morning, Chairman Lin." "Chairman Lin, please have some tea." As the chairman, and especially as one who enjoys providing benefits to employees, Lin Shen naturally enjoys the sincere respect of all employees in the company. Sure enough, after Lin Shen entered the office, the employees all greeted him with utmost respect. At first, we needed Manager Go to organize things, but now we don't need to at all. Everyone has great respect for Lin Shen and sincerely hopes that Lin Shen will remain as chairman for a long time. After all, he's a chairman who likes to give bonuses and benefits to his employees all the time. Which employee wouldn't like that? Everyone work hard. Strive to make the company grow better and better. After nodding and waving to the employees, Lin Shen stepped into his chairman's office. Knock knock. Enter. Lin Shen put down the documents in his hand and looked at Manager Zhao, who walked into his office. Chairman Lin. As the investment department manager, Zhao felt considerable pressure facing Lin Shen because of his previous close relationship with Wang Hao. They were afraid that Lin Shen might fire him if he was unhappy. Lin Shen gave a soft hum, picked up his teacup, and took a leisurely sip of tea. Lin Dong, as per your request, we withdrew all 300 million yuan in cash from the three funds yesterday. Manager Zhao respectfully handed a list to Lin Chun. Then, as per your instructions, our investment department worked overnight to develop an investment plan. We plan to invest 300 million yuan in the liquor market. We mainly purchased these few liquor brands listed on the A share market. Manager Zhao looked at Lin Chun and said, Chairman Lin, if you have no objections, I will go and make the purchase. These three funds all have Matai Liquor as their main holding. Lin Chun glanced at the investment plan devised by Manager Zhao, which involved heavily investing in Matai and then purchasing other famous liquors from various regions, such as Ulzu Laojiao, Jugue Liquor, Dukong Liquor, and Shifeng Liquor. This can be considered a reasonable use of assets. Lin Chun pondered for a moment. Matai has a market value of trillions, so their investment of a few hundred million yuan should not have a significant impact on the liquor industry. After all, even if there is an impact, it should be an inflow of funds amounting to several billion or even tens of billions of yuan. Only large-scale capital inflows and outflows can potentially drive up or down stock prices. Now there are hundreds of millions of yuan in funds. It doesn't even require large companies to step in, let alone the parent company to bail out the market. Once the stock price rises, the influx of funds from retail investors should be enough to take over the shares held by Lin Chun himself and Root Fund. However, after the price increase, the liquor industry will once again face a decline. These retail investors who bought at high prices are probably going to get fleeced again. Although he was reluctant to exploit these retail investors, that's just how things are, and Lin Chun couldn't act like a saint. If he doesn't reap the harvest, someone else will. Hopefully you can run fast enough and not get harvested. After offering his prayers for the countless retail investors, Lin Chun looked at Manager Zhao with a serious expression. There's no problem. Go and buy according to this list. Buy it now. Yes, ma'am. Looking at Lin Chun's confident statement, although he didn't know where Lin Chun got his confidence from, and deep down he also felt that the price of Baijio would definitely drop. But Manager Zhao respectfully accepted the order and dared not dissuade him. Lin Chun used his own shares to make a betting agreement with Wang Hao without hesitation. Under these circumstances, what advice could Manager Zhao possibly offer? This wave of Baijio, Chinese liquor, sales is guaranteed to be profitable. After Manager Zhao left, Lin Chun clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with intense cunning. Following the injection of 300 million yuan from Root Fund into the liquor market, the liquor industry saw a slight increase this morning. However, after the market opened this afternoon, the liquor sector quickly fell back down. Because many people were trapped in losses before, they sold their stocks after the liquor price rose slightly. Therefore, from the opening of the market in the afternoon until the closing at 3:30 p.m., the liquor industry was in a continuous decline. In just one afternoon, it dropped by 4 percentage points. Lin Chun, are you dumbfounded now? What an idiot. In the general manager's office, Wang Hao was very excited as he looked at the liquor industry, which had fallen by 4 percentage points and had not rebounded by the close of trading. For percentage points, calculated based on 3 funds totaling 300 million. In just one afternoon today, Lin Chun lost 12 million. Lin Chun himself lost 240,000 yuan of the 60 million yuan worth of stocks he bought. Idiot, what a complete idiot. I told you long ago that the liquor industry was in a slump, and you still haven't lived up to my expectations. Now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Let me tell you, the performance-based agreement has already been signed, and it's too late for you to regret it. He took out the betting agreement he had signed with Lin Chun, and then looked at the falling stock market. Wang Hao was in a very pleasant mood at this moment. Semiconductor stocks rose by 2 percentage points today. Not bad, not bad. Semiconductors are still the most profitable. If you don't listen to me, you'll regret it. Clenching his fists, Wang Hao was incredibly excited. He thought that after this wave was over, he could directly get the shares worth 5 million from Lin Chun and make a fortune. Although many customers will definitely cash out this time due to the decrease in fund net asset value. But it doesn't matter. Wang Hao had already contacted a major client. Once Lin Chun is finished, he will have major clients invest in the company. At that time, he will naturally be able to revive the company and make it soar to new heights. A bunch of idiots. Do you really think that him giving you a cell phone means he's being kind to you? A cell phone is nothing. The most important thing these days is a stable job. It's a job where you can keep getting paid, and there are overtime hours. Only I can provide it to you. Let me tell you, these days we're not afraid of having extra shifts. We're afraid of not having any. Just wait and see. Thinking of manager Go and Lao Zhang, who fawned over Lin Shun, Wang Hao's eyes turned red with anger. After Lin Shun is finished, I will fire you all. Weren't you all very respectful to him? Then let's get out of here with him and go hungry. He. Wang Hao, who had crossed his legs and was ready to watch Lin Shun make a scene, was now leisurely humming a song. I felt the world was full of sunshine. The future is promising. Ding dong. In another company's office, Chun Mingyuan, the deputy manager, was checking the work content with her employees when her phone screen suddenly lit up. She saw that the message was from Shun Zhao. Chapter 48, 3 years. Look at the stock market today. Stock market. Chun Mingyuan opened the stock market website with suspicion. Semiconductor stocks did indeed rise. 2%. Seeing the rapidly increasing numbers on the semiconductor interface, Chun Mingyuan's heart tightened, her eyes filled with intense joy. Shun Zhao deposited 3 million into her account. Although she didn't receive the principal, the profits were hers. 2 percentage points, and she earned 60,000 yuan today. Gulp. 60,000. Lin Shen's total salary for the previous year was only about 60,000 yuan, right? Chun Mingyuan subconsciously compared with Lin Shun. And that's earning, not saving. Even if he worked for a year without eating or drinking, he would only earn 60,000 yuan. If he wants to save 60,000, it will take him 2 or 3 years. Sure enough, the poor will never understand how easy it is for the rich to make money. Chun Mingyuan chuckled. Lin Shun, I made the right decision to leave you. I'd never eat coarse food with you. By the way, how's the liquor Lin Shun bought? Chun Mingyuan then opened the liquor page and found that all the stocks in the liquor industry were falling. Lin Shun, now you regret it, don't you? I bet you're getting yelled at work right now. With a quick thought, Chun Mingyuan posted a screenshot of her daily profits on her WeChat moments. The caption read, "Making money is so hard. I risked losing money and only made a paltry 60,000 today." After a moment's thought, Chun Mingyuan deliberately sent Chu Qinglan screenshots of the decline in liquor prices and the rise in semiconductor prices. Chu Qinglan, now you understand how useless Lin Chen is, right? Chun Mingyuan chuckled. He didn't listen to me, so he deserves to pay money. Marrying him was absolutely the worst mistake you've ever made. Chun Mingyuan was in a very good mood, thinking that she might be able to see Chu Qinglan and Lin Chen's divorce drama soon. When she rejected Lin Chen's marriage proposal, many classmates in the department criticized her, saying she was heartless and ungrateful. What about now? Seeing the numerous comments in her WeChat moments asking for help, as well as those expressing envy, jealousy, and wishing she could ride on someone's coattails, Chun Mingyuan felt a great sense of pleasure. You guys keep pretending. At first you said I was a gold digger who deceived Lin Chen's feelings and that I was sorry to Lin Shun. Wouldn't you do the same if you were in your shoes? Chun Mingyuan smiled and said, This isn't my fault. Blame Lin Shun for his own incompetence. I'm a manager now, and a manager who earns 60,000 a day. I have already surpassed 95% of my classmates. Since you don't have a good family background, then as a woman, you should use your physical advantages to acquire resources. Chun Mingyuan scoffed. I think that's right. Lin Shun, you are not good enough for me. Achoo. Lin Shun sneezed in the office. Who's thinking about me? Is it Qinglan? With a quick glance, Lin Shun smiled and sent Chu Qinglan a series of kissing pictures. Hug. Chu Qinglan quickly replied to Lin Shun. Hey, my wife is the cutest. Lin Shun smiled and said to Chu Qinglan in a cheerful mood. Shall we go stroll around Qingafang tonight? Not today. Chu Qinglan sent a blurry picture. I have to work overtime. Working overtime? Lin Shun thought for a moment and said, Then I'll come to your house tonight, and I'll cook noodles for you. Okay, that's great. Chu Qinglan sent Lin Shun a thumbs-up emoji, then a head-tilting, thoughtful emoji. I also want a fried egg. It must be arranged. Chun, I'm going to get to work now. I'm a bit busy today. Lin Shun smiled and put down his phone, feeling happy. thinking that once they made money from stock trading and the company was completely stable, they would have Chu Qinglan resign and come work for Rit Fund. That way I won't have to work overtime every day. After Chu Qinglan joins Rit Fund, let's see who dares to make her work overtime. Knock knock. A knocking sound suddenly rang out on the door. Enter. Crunch. Chairman Lin. Stepping into the office, Manager Go looked at Lin Shen respectfully and said, there's something I need to discuss. Explain. Lin Shen took a leisurely sip of tea. Chairman Lin, have you seen the stock market situation today? Manager Go asked, forcing a smile. The liquor sector fell by 4 percentage points, while the semiconductor sector rose by 2 percentage points. Our 3 funds that invested in liquor stocks lost 12 million yuan in just one day. Lin Shen nodded slightly, unconcerned. The initial decline in Baijiu prices was to be expected. After all, the system told him that the price would rise, but it didn't tell him when the lowest point would be for buying liquor stocks. But it doesn't matter. After all, as Old Li once said, never try to earn the last penny. After all, no one knows when the market will hit rock bottom or when it will rise to its peak. As long as the overall trend is profitable, then it's okay. As long as you have enough capital, there's not much difference between earning 100 million and earning 150 million. Chairman Lin, many investors have expressed their dissatisfaction with our actions today. They criticized us for not buying semiconductor stocks which were rising, but instead buying liquor stocks which were falling. They're saying we deliberately used investors' money to take over the company. Manager Go awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Some investors are clamoring to cash out. Oh, a bunch of short-sighted people. Lin Shen frowned, a cold glint in his eyes. Here's what we'll do. Tell them that our company has its own reasons for making this arrangement. If they are not satisfied, they can cash out and exit. But let me make this clear. We will not be responsible for any losses they incur from cashing out now, Lin Shen sneered. Once the fund rises in the future, they'll have no time to run away. Don't blame us. Then I'll reply to them right away. Seeing that Lin Shen remained confident and unconcerned, Manager Go decided not to say anything more. Go and make the arrangements. Lin Shen waved dismissively at Manager Go and continued handling company affairs. After getting off work in the evening, since Chu Qinglan was off work, Lin Shen specially bought noodles, vegetables, and eggs to make her a bowl of plain noodles. Then I simply chopped up a tomato for a cold salad. It wasn't that he was unwilling to put in the effort to cook a big meal for Chu Qinglan. If Chu Qinglan wanted to eat, he would be willing to cook garlic crayfish, braised fish, or the laborious potato stew with pork ribs and potato stew with beef brisket. It's just that Chu Qinglan keeps saying she wants to lose weight. Therefore, I can only eat light, low-fat, and low-calorie foods. Women, you can never live without losing weight. Lin Shen shrugged slightly, glanced at his watch, and waited for Chu Qinglan. Morning. A few minutes later, Chu Qinglan opened the door, sniffed, and exclaimed, "Wow! It smells so good." Chapter 49. My relatives are here. Is that so? Lin Shen smiled and served a bowl of noodles. Looking at Chu Qinglan, who was wearing black pantyhose and a dress, with a slender figure, toned calves, and round, delicate feet encased in pantyhose, she exuded a pure yet alluring charm. If you like it, eat more. Of course I want to. This is noodles you cooked yourself. Chun, how can I not eat more? Chu Qinglan excitedly picked up the noodles and quietly ate them slowly, finding them delicious. By the way, Chun, my period is coming tomorrow afternoon. Relative. Lin Shen subconsciously looked at Chu Qinglan's body. Then you should drink more hot water. Oops. What are you thinking about? Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen, annoyed. Not this relative. He's one of my cousins. He works in Ninghai next door. Tomorrow is Saturday, and he's planning to bring his girlfriend over for a couple of days. Chu Qinglan said softly. So Chun, come with me to pick her up. Let's go out and have fun together. Sure. Lin Shen nodded immediately, naturally having no objection to this. It's about discerning whether a woman is just playing around with you or genuinely accepts you. The simplest way is to see if she's willing to introduce you to her friends and relatives. There's really nothing wrong with posting lovey-dovey updates on social media. Because you can set your WeChat moments to be visible only to you, or specifically block certain people, Sometimes when she posts something, it doesn't necessarily mean she's officially announcing it. But if she's willing to introduce you to her friends and relatives, or even to her parents, that basically confirms that she is seriously talking to you and is willing to marry you in the future. So where should we take them to play tomorrow? Of course it's Shilling Lake. Without hesitation, Lin Shin said. When people from other places come to Hangzhou, their first destination isn't always Shilling Lake. Besides, most of the tourist attractions in Hangzhou are located around Shilling Lake. The remaining Xixi and Xianghu are generally only visited by locals. As for the Qiantang River and Tianmu Mountain, they are only visited during specific times of the year, such as to see the tides and ginkgo trees. That's true. Chu Qinglan snorted lightly. Then I'll take them to Shilling Lake tomorrow. Okay. Lin Shin nodded. You don't need to worry about that. I'll arrange everything, from food and drinks to sightseeing. Although he's not my biological brother-in-law, he's still my future cousin-in-law. Lin Shin looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile. I will definitely treat you well. Then it's up to you. Chu Qinglan was naturally happy to let Lin Shin express his gratitude. My aunt and my mother have a very good relationship. Understand. Lin Shin instantly understood Chu Qinglan's reminder. Then I must satisfy my brother-in-law and aunt, and then satisfy my mother-in-law. Don't worry too much. My parents are actually very easy to talk to. Chu Qinglan chuckled. It's just that I was afraid they wouldn't be able to handle it if I suddenly married you without telling them, so I didn't tell them right away. I'll take you home in a while. Don't tell me we're married yet, just as boyfriend and girlfriend. We'll tell them we're getting married once they agree. Is it okay? Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shin tenderly. Chun, will you blame me? Of course not. Lin Shin immediately pulled Chu Qinglan into his arms. Don't I know your personality? I understand. I will make your parents happy, and then I will give them my blessings and have you marry me. Lin Shin knew that Chu Qinglan was gentle, considerate, filial, and thoughtful, and didn't want her parents to worry. He'll leave it for now, until he's met Chu Qinglan's parents and gained their approval. That makes perfect sense. After all, no parent wants their daughter to get a marriage certificate without their permission, or even before they've met their son-in-law. It's perfectly normal for women to have sex without their parents' knowledge these days. 90% of women do it. However, those who get married without their parents' knowledge are indeed very rare. Some men might deliberately get a woman pregnant in order to pressure her parents to lower their expectations, asking for no dowry or even paying extra to force her to marry him off. But Lin Shin doesn't need to do that. He has enough confidence. He was confident that he could satisfy Chu Qinglan's parents and put their minds at ease in trusting Chu Qinglan to him. Don't worry, I know you're worried. Lin Shin gently stroked Chu Qinglan's hair. I won't be angry with you about this. Do I look like the kind of person who argues and makes trouble? I don't know. Chun, you're so kind. Chu Qinglan leaned against Lin Shin's chest, hugged his waist, and her pretty face was full of happiness. Buzzing. While Chu Qinglan was washing up, Lin Shin received a phone call from his mother. Mom. Son, how are you doing in Hangzhou? Is work all right? Are you tired? The mother's concern was palpable on the phone. Mom, don't worry, I'm not tired. Lin Shin thought for a moment and realized that telling his mother directly about his company would probably scare her, so he changed his tune. I'm learning about investing with a friend, and I think I'll be able to make money on my own soon. I see. I don't understand investing or anything like that, so you can handle it. Please don't let him get scammed. Lin's mother was a little anxious. Old Fan's second son in our village was scammed out of 300,000 yuan online for some investment, and now he owes us high-interest loans. It seems like they were gambling online. Now the house is sold, and my wife is asking for a divorce. Mom, don't worry, I won't do that. Lin Shin immediately realized that this guy was probably gambling online. Otherwise, even if you're unlucky when buying stocks and funds, you won't actually lose everything and end up with high-interest loans. After all, no matter how much a stock falls, unless it falls to the point of being delisted, you won't really lose everything. At most, will be cut in half. Son, the son of old Li in our village is the same age as you. I got married last month. She just graduated from university, Lin's mother said again. We met her through a blind date. I heard she's pregnant. Oh, I see. That means they got married because she was pregnant. Lin Shen instantly understood what his mother wanted to say. Sure enough, the old lady was always concerned about the same thing. Son, you and Mingyuan have been dating for 4 years, and now you've graduated from university. Lin's mother had indeed steered the conversation to the main topic, tentatively asking, now that you've graduated for several months, shouldn't you be preparing for your wedding? When is she planning to take you home? Let me tell you, Mingyuan is a good girl, and she's from the city. You must treat her well. It's not easy for us rural folks to marry city girls. When the time comes, you should agree to whatever her parents ask for. Chapter 50, Parents' Hearts. Mom, Chen Mingyuan and I have broken up. Listening to his mother's nagging instructions, Lin Shen told her with a complicated expression the fact that had already happened. He used to think the same way. As long as Chun Mingyuan's parents agreed to his marriage with her, he would do his best to meet any of their demands. Looking back now, Lin Shen realized how foolish he had been. For such an unworthy woman, he actually went to great lengths to prepare and make so much sacrifice. You must have been blind. What? Son, what happened to you? Why did you break up with Mingyuan? Lin's mother's voice suddenly rose, and she asked Lin Shen with great urgency. Son, you can't break up with Mingyuan. She's such a good girl, and she's from the city. If there's any conflict, just coax them and bring them back. You've been talking for years. It doesn't have to come to this. Mom, there's no need for that. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. There are some things you don't know, and I can't explain them to you in detail. Anyway, we've completely broken up and will never have any contact again. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shen said, you don't need to worry about whether I can find someone new or whether I'll end up single. Don't worry. I'm already married. What? Lin's mother's voice suddenly rose several octaves. Lin Shen had truly shocked her several times today. You're already married? Son, what are you up to? Are you lying to me? Of course not. Lin Shen said helplessly to his mother. I registered for marriage on Monday. I was in a bit of a rush and didn't have time to tell you. Don't worry, your daughter-in-law is gentle and kind, and she treats me very well. Lin Shen smiled, in a good mood. When the time is right, I will take her back to meet you and Dad. We are doing well in Hangzhou. Don't worry. Son, did you cheat on Mingyuan? Lin's mother's voice was heavy and complicated. Mingyuan has been with you for 4 years. What you're doing is really immoral. Mom, you're overthinking it. Sensing the hesitation in Lin's mother's words, Lin Shen immediately explained, it was Chun Mingyuan who broke up with me. Qinglan and I got together after that. So I haven't wronged her in the slightest. Lin Shen's voice was extremely serious. Mom, I know you and Dad are both good people. I wouldn't lie to you. Son, you must never become a Chun Shimi, a notorious figure in Chinese folklore known for abandoning his wife. Lin's mother asked, now that you and Qinglan are married, what will her parents say? How much dowry do you want? You need to buy a house in Hangzhou, right? Your dad and I just sold the cow, and now we have 300,000 yuan. I'll transfer it to you. How much are we short of for the bride price and the down payment for the house? Lin's mother was very anxious. I, your fourth aunt, and your eldest uncle should be able to borrow about 100,000 yuan. Mom, you don't need to worry about these things. Lin Shen laughed. I'm learning about investing from my friends, and soon I'll be able to buy my own RV and afford the bride price. You and Dad can keep the money from selling the cow. Lin Shen smiled and said, or I can give it to my sister. You don't need to worry about my affairs. I can handle them myself. You just need to wait to see your daughter-in-law and hold your grandson. Lin Shen knew very well that the 300,000 yuan her parents had saved up over half their lives was a drop in the bucket in Hangzhou. With that, they simply couldn't afford a down payment on a house in Hangzhou. Everything still depends on the system and the stock market. Son, don't do anything illegal or criminal. Hearing Lin Shen's confident words, Lin's mother became even more worried. Although our family is poor, we will not do such a heartless thing. Mom, don't worry. I make money through stock market investments. Seeing Chu Qinglan walk out of the bathroom, Lin Shen smiled and said, I'll stop talking now. You and Dad should rest. I'm going to wash up. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing and won't do anything bad. I'm all grown up now, and I can handle everything here. With that, Lin Shen hung up the phone. What's wrong? Wiping her wet hair, Chu Qinglan stepped out of the bathroom. applying a face mask, and looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. My mom. Lin Shen laughed and said, you just like to chatter on and on with me. Is that auntie? Chu Qinglan instantly became anxious. Does she know about us? What did she say? Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly, looking at Lin Shen with some worry in her beautiful eyes. Shun, will auntie think I'm too frivolous? How is that possible? Lin Shen immediately took Chu Qinglan's soft hand, giving her warmth and trust. You're so good, my mom likes you so much. Why would you have other ideas? Lin Shen gently pinched Chu Qinglan's nose. Aren't you overthinking it? This? Looking at Chu Qinglan, whose pretty face was still filled with worry, Lin Shen chuckled and reached out to pull her. Oops! Chu Qinglan exclaimed in surprise, and wearing only a thin nightgown, she sat directly on Lin Shen's lap. Don't worry, my parents are very easy to talk to. They always listen to me, and as long as we are happy, they will only offer their blessings. Feeling Chu Qinglan's supple and soft body, Lin Shen hugged her tightly in his arms. They're really looking forward to having a grandson now. Oops! Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she glared at Lin Shen in annoyance. Honey, you smell so good. Smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Chu Qinglan and feeling her warm, delicate body on his lap, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little restless. After we've met my parents, we'll go to your house, Chu Qinglan said softly, to meet your uncle and aunt. Okay. Lin Shen nodded immediately. They will be overjoyed to see me bringing back such a beautiful, gentle, lovely, obedient, virtuous, and considerate daughter-in-law. Hey, say less. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen. If you keep praising me, you'll be on top of the world. Hey. Lin Shen chuckled sheepishly. I'm telling the truth. Oops. Chu Qinglan suddenly felt a chill on her body, and her pretty face instantly turned red. She quickly grabbed Lin Shen's restless hand and glared at him, saying, Chun, go take a shower. I don't really want to wash. Then you shouldn't sleep. Bang! Chu Qinglan gave Lin Shen a playful smile and then hid in her room. Hey, my lovely girlfriend. Seeing the incredibly shy Chu Qinglan, Lin Shen could only suppress the heat in his heart and walk into the bathroom with a wry smile. When Lin Shen finished showering, he noticed that his phone's notification light was flashing continuously. Lin Shen picked up his phone with suspicion and saw a message. The content of this information was quite striking. Chapter 51, Cousin. Your ICBC ABC account ending in 5478 completed a transfer transaction of 300,000 renminbi at 22:34 on August 10th, leaving a balance of 344,844 renminbi and 48 cents. 300,000. Looking at the bank transfer notification on his phone, Lin Shen instantly realized that his mother had transferred all 300,000 yuan from the sale of the cattle to his account. Parents' hearts are truly full of love and worry. Most parents are like that. It's okay to suffer hardship and poverty myself, but when it comes to my children, they insist on giving their children all the best things without reservation. Mom, I'm not lying to you. I'm actually not short of money. Lin Shen smiled wryly as he opened WeChat and listened to the voice message sent by his mother. Son, you must treat Qinglan well. Use the money first, and if it's not enough, your father and I will borrow more for you. Mom, I understand. Don't worry. Now that his mother had already transferred the money, Lin Shen couldn't very well suggest sending it back to her. All I can say is to keep it for now, and then, after I make money from stocks, I'll give it back to his mother and double the amount. Qinglan. Stretching, Lin Shen went into the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Chu Qinglan lay curled up in bed, her back to Lin Shen. It seems she has already fallen asleep. What a lazy cat. Lin Shen tiptoed into the bedroom, took off his shoes, turned off the light, and quietly hugged Chu Qinglan from behind. Chu Qinglan's delicate body trembled slightly. Then she turned around and rested her head on Lin Shen's arm while at this moment, in a private room of a club in Hangzhou. Holding a glass of wine, Zheng Huan looked at the portly middle-aged man in front of him amidst the dancing and frolicking of several scantily clad and sexy female escorts. Mr. Jean, I'd like to toast you. Haha, okay. Mr. Jean, with his prominent yellow teeth, put down his cigar took the wine offered by the waitress, and downed it in one gulp. This Mr. Jean is none other than the financial backer behind Chu Qinglan's company and the real big boss. However, she doesn't usually get involved in things. Although he is the largest investor in the company's daily operations are managed by another owner who holds a smaller share. Zheng Huan met President Jean by chance at a party last year. Because they were both locals, and more than 10 years ago they even lived in the same village, belonging to the same villager before the demolition. In addition, Zheng Huan deliberately tried to ingratiate himself with them, so they got to know each other after a while. Come on, let's continue. With a casual gesture, President Jean put his arm around the waist of a beautiful woman wearing a crop top, picked up a glass of beer, and started pouring it down her throat. Oh, Mr. Jean, you're really something. The beautiful woman gave a soft hum and then drank with President Jean with a charming expression, and let President Jin's fat hands move around as they pleased. Well, at this moment, Zheng Huan suddenly let out a long sigh. What's wrong? President Jean glanced at Zheng Huan and asked, Brother Zheng, what's wrong? Why are you so troubled? Tell me about it so I can have a laugh. Well, Zheng Huan looked helpless. But I also know that this is just Jin's temperament. He likes to listen to other people's troubles as if they were a spectacle. I can't say it, it's too embarrassing. Zheng Huan shook his head, looking utterly pathetic. President Jean, I've utterly humiliated myself. They've become the laughingstock of the whole company. Real. Mr. Jean immediately became interested, his eyes shining as he looked at Zheng Huan. Then you must tell me. Let me have some fun too. Well, Zheng Huan just lowered his head and sighed. What is going on? Seeing Zheng Huan's miserable appearance, President Jean immediately scratched his head, extremely curious. Mr. Jean, this is truly embarrassing to talk about. Brother Zheng is really embarrassed to say it. Kong Guanglong chimed in from the side. Because of this incident, Brother Zheng has been too embarrassed to go to work at the company these days. Tell me. Mr. Jean laughed. Who dares to bully my Brother Zheng? Don't worry, Brother Zheng. President Jean patted Zheng Huan on the shoulder. I'll take care of this for you. Mr. Jean, this matter is actually not too complicated. A few months ago, a stunningly beautiful woman joined the company. She was a recent college beauty queen. School beauty. Mr. Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. Just like old Wang, he loved to pursue all sorts of beautiful women. Yes, it's beautiful. She's absolutely stunning. Kong Guanglong deliberately described her. The moment she arrived at the company, all the men in the company were captivated by her. Wow, there's a beautiful woman here. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Mr. Jean immediately became very interested. Do you have any photos or videos? Let me see them. Look. Kong Guanglong handed the phone to General Manager Jean and played a video they had filmed together during a previous company team-building event. She really is a stunning beauty. Mr. Jean immediately became interested, his eyes lighting up. This girl is pretty good. Yes, she is indeed very beautiful. Kong Guanglong continued. Brother Zheng took a liking to her and went after her. But she'd rather be with a penniless guy with no car or house than with Brother Zheng. And they even deliberately humiliated Brother Zheng. It's made Brother Zheng lose face at the company. Kong Guanglong sighed. He's really unlucky. Bang! Boss Jean slammed his hand on the table and roared. This cannot be tolerated. Dare to bully my brother? You've really given him too much credit. Looking at Chu Qinglan's photo with lustful eyes, Boss Jean sneered, then patted Zheng Huan's shoulder heavily. Brother Zheng, don't worry, I've got this covered. I'll stand up for you. I'll definitely get you this girl. I'll give you a good thrashing. Mr. Jean, who has a penchant for beautiful women, instantly took a liking to Chu Qinglan. Upon hearing President Jin's words, Kong Guanglong and Zheng Huan exchanged a glance, both knowing that their scheme had succeeded. Mr. Jean, then I'll leave it to you. If I can't get over this, I'll be too ashamed to go to work. Rest assured. President Jean waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. We're all brothers, why be so polite? Drink wine. Looking at Chu Qinglan's slender figure, President Jean was even more itchy at this moment. Lin Xun and Chu Qinglan, of course, had no idea that Zheng Huan was still harboring such wicked intentions. The next morning, Lin Xun and Chu Qinglan originally planned to go to the high-speed rail station to pick up Chu Qinglan's cousin. However, since Chu Qinglan's cousin said he would come by car, they waited for him at a restaurant on Hufong Street in Shilling Lake. Chun, where are we taking them later? Chu Qinglan gently hugged Lin Shen's arm. We'll walk across the broken bridge and Lonely Hill, then take a boat trip on Shilling Lake, and finally climb Leifeng Pagoda, Lin Shen said with a smile. We'll have dinner by Westlake tonight. I've also booked rooms for them. Chu Qinglan hummed happily. You're so kind. Thank you. Why thank me when we're family? Lin Shen smiled. Of course. My cousin has arrived. Looking at the shared location on her phone, Chu Qinglan looked towards the street corner. This is... Lin Shen frowned, somewhat suspicious, as he watched the group of people walking towards him. Chapter 52, Introducing a Partner. Because it wasn't just Chu Qinglan's cousin Chu Jun and his girlfriend Li Xiaowan who came, as previously agreed. In addition to the two of them, there was also a young man dressed in anime casual clothes, holding a Mercedes car key. Who is this man? Lin Shen suddenly had a bad feeling. Cousin. Chu Qinglan didn't think much of it, because her mother and aunt, who were sisters-in-law, had a good relationship, so Chu Qinglan had a good relationship with Chu Jun since childhood. Qinglan. I didn't go home for the new year either. The last time I saw you was last year. Chu Jun looked at Chu Qinglan in front of him with a smile. You've grown more and more beautiful in the past year and a half. Oops. Chu Qinglan snorted and looked at Li Xiaowan. How can anyone be prettier than my sister-in-law? Qinglan, these are some specialties from Shanghai. On her first meeting with Chu Qinglan, Li Xiaowan smiled and handed him a gift box. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chu Qinglan smiled as she accepted the gift box, then pointed to Lin Shen. This is Lin Shen. Oh, hello. Chu Yun glanced at Lin Shen, then smiled and introduced him to Chu Qinglan. This is my friend, Li Tao. Hello, Qinglan. Li Tao looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile in his eyes and took the initiative to extend his hand to Chu Qinglan. I have heard old Chu say that he has a beautiful cousin. After seeing her today, I can confirm that she lives up to her reputation. That's too much of a compliment. I'm just pretty, not exactly a beauty. Chu Qinglan smiled and said something to Li Tao, then together with Lin Shen, they led Chu Yun, Li Xiaowan, and Li Tao into the restaurant. Brother, when are you and my sister-in-law planning to get married? Chu Qinglan smiled and poured tea for each of them. My uncle and aunt are in a great hurry. Haha, it'll be soon. I guess we'll get engaged around the National Day holiday or the end of the year, Chu Jun said with a smile. Your sister-in-law is from our hometown, and she'll need you to be her bridesmaid. Qinglan, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with this. Li Xiaowan looked at the handsome Chu Qinglan. Although she felt that Chu Qinglan would steal her thunder as a bridesmaid, since Chu Jun had already said so, she naturally couldn't refuse. Of course you can. Chu Qinglan replied without hesitation. I'll definitely dress my sister-in-law up beautifully then. Ha. Chu Jun smiled and said to Chu Qinglan, Qinglan, now that you've graduated from university, it's time to think about finding a partner and getting married. I called Li Tao over this time because I wanted to introduce him to you. Li Tao is a native of Ninghai. He not only owns a house and a car in Ninghai, but he is also very capable. Looking at Chu Qinglan, Chu Jun smiled and said, he is a high-achieving student who returned from studying in Australia. Now I'm a department head in our group. Outstanding in every aspect. Yes, he's truly exceptional, Li Xiaowan echoed Chu Jun's words. Qinglan, you should get to know Li Tao better. Qinglan, your brother and sister-in-law are both too kind. I'm nothing special, just an ordinary person. Looking at Chu Qinglan, whose figure and appearance were both top-notch, Li Tao, whose eyes were filled with longing and covetousness, smiled gentlemanly. You're so beautiful. Let's be together. That's about treating each other as equals. Sorry. Chu Qinglan was quite embarrassed. She had been thinking that the reunion with relatives would be a joyful occasion, but she never expected that Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan would bring Li Tao over to introduce her to a potential partner. This is awkward. She looked at Lin Shen with some apology. Lin Shen shrugged slightly, indicating that he didn't care. Qinglan, what's wrong? Seeing the interaction between Chu Qinglan and Lin Shen, Chu Jun suddenly became a little anxious. He was waiting for Chu Qinglan and Li Tao to get together, and then Li Tao would promote him to manager. Brother, I'm sorry. Chu Qinglan looked at Chu Jun. I already have a boyfriend. Because she was afraid her parents would worry if they found out, Chu Qinglan deliberately blocked all her relatives from her WeChat moments. Therefore, when introducing Lin Shun at this moment, she could only say he was her boyfriend. What? Chu Jun was stunned upon hearing this. He stared wide-eyed at Chu Qinglan in utter astonishment. Qinglan, are you kidding me? Last month I asked you, weren't you still single? Yes. But that's not the case now. Chu Qinglan gently hugged Lin Chen's arm and openly announced her relationship with Lin Chen to Chu Jun, Li Xiaowan, and Li Tao. Brother, Lin Shun is my boyfriend. No need for introductions. You can introduce her to your other cousins. Well? Chu Jun was dumbfounded, and he looked at Li Tao awkwardly. This is a huge blunder. Cough cough. Li Tao was also a little embarrassed. The beautiful woman he had just taken a liking to had become someone else's girlfriend. What's going on? From the moment Li Tao first saw Chu Qinglan, he couldn't take his eyes off her. He vowed in his heart that he must have such a stunningly beautiful woman. Old Chu, it's nothing. Qinglan just found a boyfriend. That's normal. I can only say that Qinglan and I may not be destined to be together. With a quick glance, Li Tao sized up Lin Shun and, noticing Lin Chen's shabby clothes, hatched a plan. A poor young man marries a rich and beautiful goddess? Where in the world is there such a good thing? So as long as he maintains his gentlemanly persona and then sows discord a little, he can't possibly break up Chu Qinglan and Lin Shun. People are realistic. If you swing the hoe well, there's no corner you can't dig down. It's all right. It's good to make more friends. Li Tao smiled and looked at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, since we can't be lovers, let's be friends? Yes, that's fine. Given Chu Yun's influence, Li Tao didn't press the matter further, so Chu Qinglan naturally couldn't refuse in the moment. Lin Shen naturally wouldn't say anything. He couldn't possibly prevent Chu Qinglan from having any contact with men, since she would also be exchanging work information with her colleagues during her regular workday. Besides, he believed that Chu Qinglan knew how to behave. Haha, everyone, eat your food, eat your food. Feeling a little embarrassed, Chu Jun could only urge everyone to eat and poured wine with a smile. Come on, let's have a drink. Okay, cheers. Li Tao wore a fake smile, displaying his gentlemanly demeanor to the fullest. I almost forgot to clock in. After drinking a glass of wine, Lin Chen realized that he hadn't signed in today. After thinking for a moment, he immediately opened the system and selected to sign in. Ding dong, congratulations host for successfully checking in. 7 completed. Please complete today's task, and you will receive a reward upon completion. What's today's mission? Lin Chen glanced at the task with curiosity, and what he saw made him laugh. Because today's task is surprisingly. Chapter 53, Exposing. Please expose Li Tao's true nature as a fake gentleman. Wow, this mission is absolutely amazing. But this is a bit difficult. How am I supposed to expose them? Looking at Li Tao, who had a hypocritical expression and seemed to be a true gentleman, polite and elegant in his dealings with others, Lin Shun had a headache. It doesn't matter whether you're a true lad or a true gentleman, because you can tell at a glance that the first one isn't a good person, while the second one is definitely a good person. But the pseudo-gentleman, or hypocrite, is the most difficult to deal with. They can act very convincingly and easily gain other people's trust and favor. Even if you discover they're not good people, you can't expose them. Sometimes, even if you do, the onlookers not only won't believe you, but will also think you're jealous or envious, or that you're deliberately slandering them. Then this fake gentleman will turn the tables and slander you in all sorts of ways. This is going to be a real headache. Li Tao at this moment is just that kind of person. When he adopted an attitude that suggested they could be friends since they weren't meant to be lovers, maintaining a distance while still being able to interact, Chu Qinglan, though somewhat unwilling, didn't say anything outwardly. After all, Li Tao was brought by her cousin Chu Jun, and she couldn't completely disregard him in front of him. If Li Tao deliberately bothers her, she can be ruthless and cold, showing him no respect whatsoever. But at this moment, facing Li Tao's hypocritical face, Chu Qinglan couldn't bring herself to break off the relationship directly. After all, Chu Jun was right there, and Li Tao didn't do anything excessive. Qinglan, can we add each other on WeChat? Looking at Chu Qinglan in front of him, Li Tao smiled and asked, "If you and Lin Shen ever come to Ninghai, I can treat you. After all, I am a local of Ninghai, and I am familiar with all the tourist attractions in Ninghai. I can make sure you have a lot of fun." "Oh, thank you." Chu Qinglan smiled and brushed Li Tao off, letting him scan her WeChat QR code, but not actually agreeing to the scan. She didn't want Lin Shen to overthink things. "Qinglan, how did you and Lin Shen meet?" Chu Jun, who had originally intended to introduce Chu Qinglan to Li Tao in order to curry favor with him, was now feeling incredibly heartbroken. He was hoping that Li Tao would become his brother-in-law, so he would thank him by promoting him to be a team leader or manager in the company. Now look what's happened. All my wishful thinking has been shattered. Chu Jun glanced at Lin Shen with an unfriendly expression, his eyes filled with anger. Although Lin Shen is very handsome, Chu Jin doesn't care at all. All he cares about is his future. "We were classmates in college." Chu Qinglan immediately replied to Chu Jun. "We've known each other for many years." "I see." Chu Jun nodded and poured Lin Shen a glass of wine with a smile. "My sister can be quite stubborn and has a bad temper sometimes. At home, we all spoil her. So please bear with me a little longer. Qinglan has a very good personality." Lin Shen, who was pondering how to expose Li Tao, smiled and replied to Chu Jun. "We are very happy together, and there are no conflicts." Chu Jun's eyes darted around. "Lin Shen, the economic situation isn't very good this year, and jobs are hard to find. So, which company do you work for? How much income do you have?" Brother, why are you asking this?" Before Lin Shen could speak, Chu Qinglan snorted. "Lin Shen works at a financial company. His salary is all right, enough for us to live on." "That's right." Knowing that Chu Qinglan was afraid of embarrassing him, Lin Shen had no choice but to go along with Chu Qinglan's words. He did not mention that he was actually the owner of a company. "Oh, I see." Seeing that Chu Qinglan was protecting Lin Shen, Chu Yin didn't want to ask about work anymore, so he changed the subject. "Although the financial environment is not good, housing prices remain high. Even when your sister-in-law and I got married, we couldn't afford a house in Ninghai. We can only buy an apartment in our hometown city." Chu Yin said bitterly, "Like my relatives and friends, I bought a house in my hometown and work in a big city. The price of houses in Ninghai is often 50 or 60,000 yuan per square meter. How can I afford it? My sister-in-law and I only earn 20,000 yuan a month combined. Even if we didn't eat or drink for a year, we probably wouldn't be able to buy a toilet in Ninghai. It is quite expensive." Chu Qinglan nodded slightly. "Doesn't everyone in our hometown have tens of thousands?" "Yes." Chu Jun laughed and said, "So Li Tao is more comfortable. He's a local from Ninghai and has a villa in the suburbs and an apartment in the city center. Then you won't have to worry about buying a house, and you can also collect rent from rental properties. How wonderful. Whoever marries Li Tao in the future will be really happy," Chu Jun said seemingly casually. "They could also become a landlady." "Haha, this is nothing." Li Tao laughed indifferently. "It's just a few houses, they're not worth much money. There are plenty of rich people in Ninghai. I'm nothing special." "Oh, brotherly, don't be so modest." Li Shaoan laughed and said, "Brotherly, many of my girlfriends are eyeing you. It's just that your standards are too high, so I can't introduce them to you. Otherwise, they would have already added you on WeChat and chatted with you. After all, a man like you is not only young and handsome, but also a local and capable. That's definitely a typical Phoenix man, a man from a poor background who achieves success. You'd be hard-pressed to find even with a lantern." "You flatter me." Li Tao smiled arrogantly and said, "I'm nothing special, just an ordinary person." "Brotherly, what kind of girl do you like?" Amid Li Tao's modest refusals, Li Shaoan smiled and asked Li Tao, "Well, I don't really have any big requirements." Li Tao could pretend to be indifferent and say, "I'm a very easygoing person, and I'd rather have nothing than something bad. I will only date someone I truly like and who is suitable for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have looked for it." That's just how elegant brotherly is. Li Shaoan looked at Li Tao with immense admiration. "I've heard that many rich men nowadays take advantage of their wealth to engage in promiscuous behavior." "Ha ha." Li Tao laughed it off, admitting that he had also engaged in many sexual harassment practices with female employees at the company and then flirted with girls at bars. However, he certainly wouldn't say these things. Brotherly, just tell us. Li Xiaowan looked at Li Tao relentlessly. If I find someone suitable, I'll introduce you to someone later. In that case, I'll tell you. After a pause, Li Tao suddenly looked at Chu Qinglan with deep affection. I believe in fate and love at first sight. If you ask me what kind of girl I like, all I can say is, I like. Li Tao looked at Chu Qinglan with eyes full of passionate love. A girl like Qinglan. Chapter 54, Second Letter. Well, cough cough. After Li Tao finished speaking with deep emotion, both Li Xiaowan and Chu Jun were embarrassed. Li Tao's approach was way too direct, wasn't it? Is it really a good idea to say this directly to their face? There's nothing wrong with poaching someone, but to do it in front of Lin Chun, isn't that a bit? Although Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan both really wanted Chu Qinglan to marry Li Tao, Chu Qinglan was, after all, their cousin, so they had to give her face. It was quite awkward to say these things in front of Lin Chen. Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan were planning to find out Lin Chen's basic information now, and then talk to Chu Qinglan and Chu Qinglan's parents about it privately. Let the relatives persuade Chu Qinglan to break up with Lin Chen and then marry Li Tao. Li Tao, you've gone too far. Chu Qinglan's face turned cold, and she grabbed Lin Chen's arm directly. I have a boyfriend, please show some respect. I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand. Chun, don't listen to his nonsense. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen anxiously, afraid that Lin Chen would misunderstand. Haha, of course I don't believe his nonsense. Lin Chen held Chu Qinglan's soft hand and gave her a reassuring look. Qinglan, I'm not angry at all, I'm actually quite happy. Oh. Chu Qinglan looked quite surprised. Because it means Qinglan, you're charming. Someone as charming as you is my woman. Lin Chen smiled deliberately at Li Tao. Of course I'm happy. Oops. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, her pretty face instantly turning red. Cough cough. Seeing Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan showing off their affection, Li Tao was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Haha everyone, let's drink. Let's drink. Left with no other option, Chu Jun chuckled and then casually asked, Lin Chen, where are you from? I'm from the north. A northerner? Chu Sun glanced at Lin Chen, who was catching food with a plate, and knew that Lin Chen wasn't lying. After all, there is a significant difference between people from the north and the south. When eating in restaurants, people from the south use small bowls for dishes and plates for food scraps. Northerners, on the other hand, are accustomed to using plates to receive food. Yes, the northern frontier. Lin Chen answered truthfully, there was nothing to hide. I see. Chu Jun paused, then looked at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, didn't you say before that you were planning to settle down in Hangzhou? Yes. Chu Qinglan nodded. I think Hangzhou is a good place to live. Compared to Ninghai, it's not as tiring. That's true. But Lin Chen, what do you think? Chu Jun seemed to have grasped the key point. He deliberately looked at Lin Chen and said, It's not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you, but you and my sister are both adults, not students anymore. So you need to think more about the future and not approach dating with a playful attitude. You're from the north, but my sister can't marry someone from the north. That's all right. Lin Chen smiled. We can settle down in Hangzhou. House prices in Hangzhou aren't cheap either, Li Xiaowan chimed in. They're around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan per square meter in the city center and 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per square meter in the suburbs, right? A two-bedroom apartment would cost close to 3 million, right? Li Xiaowan looked at Lin Chen. Although it's cheaper than Ninghai, it's still not so easy to buy. Yes. Chu Yun immediately questioned. Lin Chen, if you want to marry my sister, then you have to give her a home. If you can't afford a house, we will never agree to let Qinglan marry you. Elder brother. Chu Qinglan raised her voice. Shenhui and I are working hard to buy a house together, so you don't need to worry about it. It's nothing. Lin Chen held Chu Qinglan's hand tightly and looked at Chu Jun in front of him. We will buy a house in Hangzhou soon, so don't worry. I will give Qinglan a home. This? Chu Jun didn't know what to say. Firstly, it was in front of Chu Qinglan, and secondly, he was her cousin, not her parents. Even if Lin Chen was bluffing, he couldn't pry and ask Lin Chen to produce money to prove it, could he? That's so awkward. The financial industry isn't doing too well this year. In a city like Hangzhou, which is full of e-commerce and online celebrities, it probably won't be easy to do finance. Li Tao looked at Lin Shun with a fake smile. I have a friend who is a manager at a large financial company in Ninghai. Lin Shun, if you're interested, I can introduce you to him. What is your educational background? Knowing full well the answer, Li Tao deliberately said, the minimum requirement for their company's recruitment is undergraduates from 211 universities. They usually recruit graduate students from 985 or 211 and 985 universities through campus recruitment. Qinglan, Lin Shun only went to an ordinary second-tier university, right? Chu Jun sighed. He probably has no chance. Unlike you, brotherly, you're a high-achieving student who returned from studying abroad. That's a pity. Li Tao sighed dramatically. Lin Shun, aren't you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? That way, we might have a chance to get the key to the door. After all, working at this company for 1 year is probably equivalent to working in Hangzhou for 5 or 10 years. Not for the time being. Lin Shun wanted to laugh inwardly. Well, there's not much we can do about that. Li Tao's eyes darted around. But their company is hiring security guards, and the educational requirement is a bachelor's degree. You work diligently in your security position. If you can get an internal referral opportunity, you might be able to become a formal employee in the finance department as an exception. Why don't you give it a try? Li Tao laughed and said, that way you'll be able to easily buy a house in Hangzhou. Thank you, but we don't need it. Chu Qinglan was also getting annoyed with Li Tao, who was using the guise of doing it for your own good, but whose words were actually full of contempt. With a slight frown, she coldly rejected Li Tao on Lin Chen's behalf. If it weren't for Chu Jun being there, she would have left long ago. Chun, eat your vegetables. Chu Qinglan placed a peach shortbread on Lin Chen's plate and put her small hand into Lin Chen's palm. Lin Chun chuckled softly, naturally understanding Chu Qinglan's feelings. He knew that Chu Qinglan was trying to comfort him and put his mind at ease. That's actually quite interesting. Yes, today is the 7th day of checking in. Although I did not complete today's task, I cannot receive today's reward. But, can I open the second letter my future grandson wrote to me now? With a quick glance, Lin Chen opened the system. Congratulations, host, you have received the second letter from your future grandson. Sure enough, after Lin Chen inquired, the system immediately sent him the letter. That's interesting. With a quick glance, Lin Chen immediately clicked to view the letter. You wouldn't believe it until you see it, and once you do, you're shocked. Because the contents of this letter were simply too explosive. This really surprised Lin Chen. The contents of this letter were shockingly. Chapter 55, The Unspeakable Secret. Grandpa, when you see this letter, you'll probably be both amused and exasperated to see a foolish guy trying to steal your partner. Shaw, how could he possibly steal my grandma away? But to avoid embarrassing you, Grandpa, I'll secretly tell you a top-secret piece of information. This Li Tao is actually a disabled person who has a problem with a certain function. And then I'll give you a gift, Grandpa. I hope you and Grandma can be happy every day. This news is incredibly explosive. He's actually a useless cripple. Looking at the letter his future grandson had written to him, Lin Chen was completely stunned and found it incredibly amusing. Who would have thought that Li Tao, who looked like a gentleman, would actually be a cripple? Cough cough. With a quick glance at Li Tao, who dared to make a move on Chu Qinglan, Lin Chen already had a plan in mind. He'll teach Li Tao a lesson for trying to steal his man. Brother Li Tao, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Since Li Tao likes to mock people with the excuse of it's for your own good, Lin Chen naturally has to give him a taste of his own medicine. Oh, what did you say? Li Tao, of course, had no idea that Lin Chen already knew his unspeakable secret. So he looked at Lin Chen with great curiosity. Whatever you want to say, just say it. If you'd like to work as a security guard at my friend's company, that's fine. I can introduce you to someone. I will ask him to take good care of you and try to get you an internal referral qualification as soon as possible. I'll make you a full-time employee. Li Tao put on a show of concern for you. This way you can earn more money. Then I should thank you. If I need anything, I'll definitely contact you right away. Lin Chen smiled and said to Li Tao, but that's not what I want to talk about. What is that? Li Tao frowned and looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. For some reason, his right eyelid started twitching, and he had a bad feeling. To be honest, when I was a child, I learned traditional Chinese medicine from an old man in the village. Lin Shen looked at Li Tao with a serious expression. I have some knowledge of the 4 diagnostic methods of observation: auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Traditional Chinese medicine? You know about this? Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan looked at Lin Shen with utter astonishment, wondering what he was up to. Morning. Chu Qinglan also suspiciously grabbed Lin Shen's arm, her beautiful eyes full of wonder. She had known Lin Shen for so many years, but she had never heard him mention that he knew about traditional Chinese medicine. Real? Because it's something I learned when I was a child. I've never said it before. Lin Shen looked at Li Tao. But today, brother Li Tao, you care about me so much and even want to introduce me to a job. I was deeply moved. Looking at you, I feel a sense of closeness, as if we were brothers from different fathers and mothers. Lin Shen said with emotion, you're so good to me, so loyal. If I don't speak out, I won't help you. I've betrayed my conscience. Lin Shen patted his chest. So, brother Li Tao, I have to say this, and I have to find a way to help you. We're brothers. I can't watch you be powerless your whole life. What's wrong with me? Li Tao's face turned somewhat ugly. He said with a gloomy expression, don't try to play tricks and talk nonsense. No. Is there a problem with brotherly? Explain yourself clearly. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan both looked at Lin Shen with great surprise. No, you and your wife didn't know about brother Li Tao's problem? Lin Shen subconsciously looked at Chu Jun and Li Xiaowan with surprise. It's normal that your wife didn't know, but it would be abnormal if she did. But cousin, you've known Li Tao for so long. How come you didn't know about this? No, I don't know. Chu Jun looked embarrassed. If I had known, I wouldn't have introduced her to Qinglan. Although Chu Yun wanted to curry favor with Li Tao and climb the social ladder, he wasn't the kind of person who only cared about himself and was utterly despicable. He wanted Chu Qinglan to find a good home, and then he could benefit from it too. If he had known earlier that Li Tao was no good, he definitely wouldn't have introduced Chu Qinglan to him. After all, this concerns Chu Qinglan's happiness for the rest of her life. Chu Jun would never harm Chu Qinglan. I see. That brother Li Tao has been hiding his true identity quite well. Lin Shen looked at Li Tao seriously again, with a look of concern for him. Brother Li Tao, don't worry. Although this is a problem, it's not untreatable. Since I can see your problem, I can think of a way to cure you. Give me some time, I'll go back and consult the old man. Let's see if we can cure your illness. Shut up. Li Tao's expression changed drastically in an instant. He glared at Lin Shen with extreme anger. I'm not fucking sick. I'm perfectly healthy. Brother Li Tao, don't panic and don't rush. If you're sick, you should get treatment. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Shen looked at Li Tao with a smile. Don't avoid seeking medical help. This will only hurt you. Get treatment sooner, get better sooner, Lin Shen said with a smile. I'm doing this for your own good. Shut up. I'm not sick. Li Tao clenched his fists, glaring angrily at Lin Shen. So what if I only lasted a little longer? This isn't an illness. Well, Lin Shen shrugged helplessly. A few seconds? Isn't that a problem? No. Li Tao roared. Being completely incapable is a problem. I'm not sick. A few seconds. Pfft. While the inexperienced Chu Qinglan was still somewhat confused and couldn't understand what Lin Shen and Li Tao were saying, the experienced Li Xiaowan naturally understood the meaning instantly. She covered her mouth, unable to hold back spitting out a mouthful of tea. Cough, cough. Chu Yun also suppressed a laugh, looking at Li Tao with sympathy in her eyes. Brotherly, don't worry. Perhaps Lin Shen really has a way to cure your problem. I really didn't expect that you would. At this moment, recalling what she had overheard at the company when some female colleagues were talking about Li Tao's shortcomings, Chu Yun suddenly realized what they meant by Li Tao's shortcomings. He initially thought they were saying Li Tao wasn't good at his job. I'm really not sick. Li Tao clenched his fists, feeling a mixture of anger and shame. This was his biggest taboo, and apart from a few female subordinates he had sexually harassed, no one else knew about it. Chu Jun probably doesn't know either. How did Lin Shen know about this? Li Tao was absolutely furious at this moment. Chun, say less. After receiving a hint from Li Xiaowan, Chu Qinglan finally understood what Lin Shun and Li Tao were talking about. Her pretty face flushed red, and she glared at Lin Shun in annoyance. I'm doing this for his own good. Lin Shun shrugged slightly. If you're sick, you should get treatment as soon as possible. I'm not sick. Li Tao wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He's actually a bad person, but he's addicted to drugs. So he had no idea how those female subordinates he had sexually harassed were actually gossiping about him behind his back. Ding dong. Host has completed today's task. Is it finished? Lin Shin's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to claim today's reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 56, Revenge for an Arrow's Arrow. One-handed Ferrari driving skill. This skill. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Shun, who had just picked up a banana from the fruit salad and was about to eat it, suddenly paused, his expression complicated. Fortunately, the banana was soft, otherwise Lin Shun would have swallowed it whole. Because this skill is really useless. Lin Shun doesn't own a Ferrari. It's not even as useful as the previous God-level electric scooter riding skill, since that skill at least had a practical application. Putting aside everything else, whether it's Chu Qinglan's electric scooter or the shared electric bikes on the roadside, you can ride these. System, what exactly is the use of this skill? As the name suggests, the system readily replied to Lin Shun. From now on, host, you will be able to drive a Ferrari with one hand, and your driving skills will be top-notch. What if I drive another car? Lin Shun wasn't really interested in Ferraris. He preferred SUVs or off-road vehicles. While Lin Shun might not be able to afford an expensive Porsche or Rolls-Royce SUV right now, he could certainly afford a regular SUV or off-road vehicle after making a fortune in the stock market. System, will I be able to drive other cars with one hand from now on? This skill only applies to Ferrari sports cars. The system shattered Lin Shun's idea. To drive other cars, the host needs to obtain God-level driving skills. Only in this way can you drive with one hand. Depend on. System, you're really cunning. It only applies to Ferraris. Lin Shun's lips twitched, feeling like he'd been played by the system. Driving skills aren't shared between systems? This system is playing tricks on us. System, how can I obtain this God-level driving skill? After completing daily tasks, the host has a chance to obtain it from random rewards. After the system is upgraded, the host can also redeem it in the system shop. System upgrade? Lin Shun opened the system panel and checked his attributes. Name, Lin Shun. Physical fitness, 80/60 for an average adult. Possesses the following system, life reversal system, with 34 experience points per 1,000. Skills, God-level electric vehicle skills, one-handed Ferrari driving skills, special forces combat skills. Only 34 experience points. I really don't know when the upgrade will be completed. It's too difficult. Looking at his current experience points, Lin Shun felt like crying. Shun, what's wrong? Noticing that Lin Shun was somewhat downcast, Chu Qinglan gently nudged Lin Shun's arm and asked him with a suspicious expression. No, I'm fine. Lin Shun, of course, wouldn't say that the reason he was upset was because he had been tricked by the system. Faced with Chu Qinglan's concerned gaze, Lin Shun immediately smiled and replied, I just drank quite a bit of alcohol, and I'm a little dizzy. In that case, you should drink less. Chu Qinglan immediately moved the wine next to Lin Shun away. Brother, have you and your wife eaten enough? Chu Qinglan put down her chopsticks. This restaurant is quite stuffy. The weather is nice today. Shall we go for a walk by the lake? Sure. Li Xiaowan immediately became interested. She stood up and linked arms with Chu Qinglan. Let's go take pictures. Okay, let's go for a walk then. Chu Jun glanced at Li Tao somewhat awkwardly. Brotherly, let's go. Good. Li Tao's expression was ferocious as he glared fiercely at Lin Shun, his eyes filled with anger. I was just telling the truth. Facing Li Tao's angry gaze, Lin Shun shrugged slightly. You should eat more leeks to nourish your body. Perhaps it might be of some use. Bang! Li Tao, who had just come downstairs, stumbled and was furious. He turned around and glared fiercely at Lin Shun. I'm so angry at Lin Shun. No man wants to admit he's incapable, and even if he truly is, he won't admit it. Li Tao was no exception. None of the female subordinates in the company who had been sexually harassed by him dared to say he was no good to his face. A female subordinate he had previously sexually harassed was gossiping about him behind his back, which he overheard. Enraged, Li Tao fired her without hesitation, finding a pretext to do so. Li Tao is a person who cares about his reputation. People should seek treatment when they are sick. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more likely problems will arise. When it really becomes incurable, it will be too late to regret it. Seeing Li Tao's anger, Lin Shen deliberately smiled and muttered, "I do have a way that might be able to cure this incurable disease. You can find confidence in being a man." Gulp. Li Tao's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. He wanted to ask Lin Shen for the prescription, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. If he asks now, wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting that he's a good-for-nothing? Li Tao was extremely conflicted. Cough, cough. The lake water is quite clear. Chu Yun sensed Li Tao's embarrassment and realized that Lin Shen was deliberately mocking him. Caught in the middle, he could only laugh awkwardly and change the subject. It's best not to discuss this matter. Even if he couldn't win over Li Tao through Chu Qinglan this time, he didn't want to completely offend Li Tao. Now, Chu Yun has given up on the idea of introducing Chu Qinglan to Li Tao. Although he still looked down on Lin Shen, thinking that Lin Shen was poor and incompetent and couldn't give Chu Qinglan a home or a good future. But regardless, Lin Shen is physically healthy, and all his functions are perfectly normal. In that respect, he surpasses Li Tao. After all, he and Chu Qinglan had grown up together, and he didn't want Chu Qinglan to suffer for the rest of her life and be unable to enjoy the pleasures of being a woman. For Chu Qinglan's happiness, he couldn't bring himself to harm her. "Yes, it's quite clear," Lin Shen said with a smile. "Some people who are not good enough should have a deep feeling when they look at this lake." "What do you mean?" Chu Jun was a little confused, and he looked at Lin Shen with suspicion. "It's obvious." Lin Shen stirred up a patch of water with a wooden stick. "Muddy, opaque water is good water. Fish can grow in it. And clear, transparent water is aesthetically pleasing. But no fish will grow there. After all, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish." As he spoke, Lin Shen looked at Li Tao with great interest. "Don't you think that makes sense?" Puff. Li Xiaowan, who instantly understood Lin Shen's meaning, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of salt soda. Cough, cough. Chu Yun coughed dryly, forcibly suppressing his laughter. Li Tao's face turned a deep purplish red from anger and frustration. Karma came too fast. He was just mocking Lin Shen, but now Lin Shen had exacted a severe revenge on him. "Everyone keep playing." Chu Jun suppressed a smile and pointed to the lonely mountain beside them. "Let's go hiking." "Okay, sure." Li Xiaowan immediately responded with a smile, cooperating with Chu Jun to change the subject. Morning. Chu Qinglan walked to Lin Shen's side and gently pinched his arm. "Say less." Chapter 57, The Grandson's Gift. "I'm telling the absolute truth." Lin Shen shrugged slightly. He wasn't the type to repay evil with kindness. Since Li Tao kept mocking him from the beginning, trying to poach Chu Qinglan from his boyfriend, wouldn't Lin Shen just suffer in vain if he didn't retaliate? What a joke. With the system at his fingertips, Lin Shen wouldn't let himself be bullied for nothing. "I know." Chu Qinglan gave a light snort of annoyance and rolled her eyes at Lin Shen. "I also feel uncomfortable with him. But no matter what, he is my brother's friend after all. I will talk to my brother and tell him not to bring him out again. Since you've already brought him out, please give my brother some face." Chu Qinglan gently hugged Lin Shen's arm. "Otherwise, my brother will be in an awkward situation." "Sure. I'll listen to you." Lin Shen smiled at Chu Qinglan. "Don't worry. I have a good temper and never hold grudges." Chu Qinglan nodded in relief. "Actually, if I had a grudge, I would have taken revenge on the spot." Lin Shen watched Chu Qinglan's slender figure walking with Li Xiaowan and chuckled softly. "So there's no need to hold a grudge." The group walked around the lake for several hours and then had an afternoon meal at the tea restaurant on the cruise ship. "I can't walk anymore. I'm so tired." Li Xiaowan hugged Chu Jun's shoulders and collapsed onto him. "I'm a little tired too." Chu Yun stretched and said to Chu Qinglan with a smile, "Qinglan, let's go and rest." "Of course that would be great." Chu Qinglan wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and looked at Lin Shen with a similarly tired expression. "I've already booked the hotel. It's right next to Qinglan's house, On the banks of the Qiantang River, Lin Shun said with a smile. Let's go there now. Lin Shun had originally booked 2 hotels near Shilling Lake, but because Li Tao suddenly appeared, the hotels no longer had any spare rooms. Having no other choice, Lin Shun had to temporarily change hotels. It's not feasible to let Li Tao find a place to stay on his own, or to have Li Tao, Chu Yun, and Li Xiaowan stay in a hotel while Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan go home. This is all quite awkward. Then let's drive there. Li Tao, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. He smiled and took out the keys to a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Because there's a lot of stuff in the car, it can only seat 4 people. Or, Li Tao smiled and looked at Lin Shun. Send Lao Chu the hotel location, and I'll drive Lao Chu, Li Xiaowan, and Qinglan to the hotel. You're taking the subway? Of course you can take a taxi, Li Tao said with a smile. I'll reimburse your taxi fare. I'm so sorry, I didn't expect there to be 5 people today, so there's a lot of stuff in the car. Otherwise, 5 people could sit in the car. This. Cough cough. For a moment, both Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan felt a little awkward. They both knew that Li Tao's car was practically empty. He was saying it on purpose, not wanting to give Lin Shun a ride, and deliberately trying to embarrass him. It's okay, I'll send you the hotel location later. Chu Qinglan immediately spoke up, gently taking Lin Shun's arm. Lin Shun and I will take the subway there. The subway is so crowded. Li Tao said sarcastically. My Mercedes has a spacious interior and genuine leather seats. I spent over 400,000 yuan when I bought my Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Some people save up for a whole year, and it's probably only enough to buy 1 tire on my car. Li Tao looked coldly at Lin Shun. I bet they could never afford a Mercedes in their entire lives. I think riding an electric bike is perfectly fine. Chu Qinglan hugged Lin Shun's arm tightly. It's cool. And there's no need to get stuck in traffic. Li Tao's lips twitched, his expression contorted with rage. Let's go. Lin Shun was already immune to Li Tao's pretentiousness. It's just a car. Why act like he can't afford it? Once Lin Shun makes money from stocks, with the system around, what kind of car can't he buy? That's child's play. Okay, let's go. Chu Qinglan held Lin Shun's arm and walked along the broken bridge towards the parking lot on Beishan Street. Depend on. Bang. Watching Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan's intimate figures cuddling in the sunset, Li Tao gritted his teeth in anger and couldn't help but punch a nearby sycamore tree. Hiss. Because he used too much force, Li Tao's knuckles turned red from the punch, and he grimaced in pain. Cough cough. Brotherly. Seeing Li Tao's exasperated state, Chu Yun felt a little embarrassed, thinking that she should have known better than to bring him along. Who knew that Chu Qinglan would find a boyfriend, and that Li Tao was such a good-for-nothing? If he had known this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have brought Li Tao along. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll introduce you to someone suitable later. Looking at Li Tao in front of her, Chu Jun said bitterly. Xiaowan has a few close friends, all of whom are good-looking and have great figures. I'll have Xiaowan introduce you to someone then. With your looks and qualifications, finding a girlfriend shouldn't be a piece of cake, right? Right, Xiaowan? Of course you can, Li Xiaowan quickly replied. Brotherly, when we get back to Ninghai, I'll introduce you to some new ones. You can choose whatever you like. Although she said that, Li Xiaowan was thinking to herself that she would never introduce Li Tao to her. Although Li Tao is rich, he is a useless person. For the sake of her best friend's future happiness, she couldn't push her best friend into a fire pit. Money is important, of course, but other things are equally important. She married Li Tao and lived a life of widowhood at a young age. What does this mean? Li Tao stared at Chu Qinglan's slender back with a ferocious expression, still extremely unwilling. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan beside him and said softly, I will buy a car soon. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shun, annoyed, and snorted. Do you think I care? As long as you're by my side, none of this matters. Don't overthink it. Chu Qinglan gently hugged Lin Shun's arm, nestled against him, and let Lin Shun feel her warmth. Lin Shun was instantly filled with emotion. But he secretly resolved to buy a house and a car as soon as possible. After all, Chu Qinglan might not care, but as a man, Lin Shun couldn't afford not to care. She had to give Chu Qinglan a good future. There must be a sufficient material foundation. After all, with such a wonderful woman by his side, if Lin Shen didn't work hard, he would really be letting Chu Qinglan down. Ding dong. Host has not yet claimed the gift. That's right. Lin Shen then remembered that his grandson had sent him another gift along with the second letter he received today. What exactly is the gift? Curious, Lin Shen immediately decided to examine the gift. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. It's truly astonishing. In an instant, Lin Shen's eyes widened in surprise. Because this gift was surprisingly. Chapter 58 Ferrari 812. A Ferrari 812 sports car. There was also a sentence attached. Grandpa, this sports car is for you. I hope your life will be full of progress and high spirits. Then, please take Grandma for a ride. La la la. That naughty thing. Lin Shen smiled as he read the little note that came with the sports car gift. My future grandson really came prepared. After the system rewarded him with the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand, it directly gifted him a Ferrari sports car. It's like a pillow being delivered just when you're about to fall asleep. That was satisfying. A Ferrari 812, that car must be quite expensive, right? Knowing he couldn't afford a luxury car, Lin Shen, who didn't know much about them, immediately checked his phone. You wouldn't believe it until you looked it up. What a shocking discovery it was. Because this Ferrari 812 is not only expensive, it's damn expensive. The current price of this car at the 4S store is as high as more than 5 million. Moreover, they are available but unsellable. Because of the sluggish economic environment this year, production of globally renowned luxury cars and sports cars such as Ferrari, Porsche, and Bentley has decreased. Therefore, nowadays, even if you have money, you can't buy such a luxury new car unless you have a certain status. Generally, in addition to having money, you also need to submit various documents to the 4S store, which will then forward them to the head office overseas, where the head office will approve your eligibility to purchase. Even if you are eligible to buy, it could take anywhere from 6 months to a year from the time you pay to reserve the car. Therefore, the resale value of such luxury cars is extremely high. Some luxury cars that you've driven for several years, when you sell them used, you not only won't lose money, but you might even make a profit. Now my new skill isn't completely useless. Lin Shen's eyes lit up, and he looked at Chu Qinglan beside him with great joy. Wife, I have a surprise for you later. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen with some surprise. Chen, what's the surprise? You'll find out soon enough. Lin Shen smiled mysteriously, deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. Actually, if you squeeze in, you can sit down. Walking to his white Mercedes-Benz C-Class sedan, Li Tao took out his car keys and said with an arrogant expression, some people may never have ridden in such an expensive Mercedes-Benz in their entire lives, right? I can grant your request. How about we squeeze in and 5 of us sit together? Li Tao glanced at Lin Shen sideways. Let you experience what it's like to ride in a luxury car. In an instant, Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan exchanged glances, both feeling extremely awkward. Li Tao really does resemble a stray male lion from an animal documentary, driven out of his pride. He's going all out, brandishing his teeth and claws in a desperate attempt to find a new mate. No need. Lin Shen smiled. I have a car. However, my car can only seat 2 people. So I can't take you guys. Lin Shen looked at Chu Jun and Li Xiaowan apologetically. Cousin, sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. I'll trouble you to sit with him. It's nothing. It doesn't matter what you do. Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan quickly laughed it off. Yo-ho, you still have a car? Li Tao raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Shen with disdain. A vehicle that can only seat 2 people. Is it an electric bicycle? Hee. Even a poor wretch can only ride an electric bike. Li Tao sneered. It's true what they say, poverty makes everything miserable for a couple. A toad can't eat swan meat. Even if the swan is fooled by the toad for a while, it will eventually see through the toad's ugliness and go to find the real lion. You've gone too far. Chu Qinglan couldn't hold back any longer. She bit her lip and looked at Li Tao angrily. Qinglan, it's nothing. Lin Shen smiled and stopped Chu Qinglan, then took out the Ferrari 812 car keys in front of Li Tao. These are my car keys. Ferrari. Looking at the galloping horse on the car logo, Li Xiaowan couldn't help but exclaim. This is a Ferrari? Covering her bright red lips, Li Xiaowan looked at Lin Chun with surprise in her eyes. A Ferrari sports car? Wow. Chu Jun was also taken aback. He looked at Lin Chun with equal astonishment. That really is the Ferrari logo. Ha ha ha. Li Tao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hilarious. This is hilarious. You're quite something if you stick a Ferrari logo on your electric car key. Is your lighter also a Bentley? It's utterly ridiculous. Li Tao looked at Lin Chun with disdain. You poor bastards, you really love to show off like this. I didn't know Ferrari started producing electric bicycles. Lin Chun smiled and pressed the car key. Drip, drip. Accompanied by the flashing breathing lights, a cool red Ferrari supercar came into view of Li Tao, Chu Jun, and Li Xiaowan. Qinglan. Lin Chun smiled, opened the passenger door, and gestured for Chu Qinglan to enter. Chun, what is this? Chu Qinglan stared at the luxurious Ferrari 812 supercar in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Don't speak. Sit. Lin Chun simply smiled at Chu Qinglan. Chu Qinglan stretched out her alluring long legs and sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari 812 supercar. Then see you at 9 o'clock. They're gone. Boom. Sizzle. With the deafening roar of the Ferrari 812 supercar's engine, after spraying a face full of exhaust fumes onto the stunned Li Tao, Lin Chun, driving the Ferrari with one hand, sped directly towards the hotel on the banks of the Qiantang River. Gulp. Standing in front of the Mercedes parked by the roadside, Li Tao, his face alternating between pale and flushed, swallowed hard, his expression incredibly complex. He has really embarrassed himself to the extreme. This is just too unlucky. Looking at his Mercedes-Benz C-Class and recalling his boastful words to Lin Chun, Li Tao wished he could ascend to heaven on the spot and never show his face again. Lin Chun's Ferrari 812 supercar is enough to buy more than a dozen of his Mercedes-Benz C-Class cars. What's so great about it? What are you pretending for? Li Tao gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious. Even if you keep pretending, you're still an outsider. You've never been abroad, and you don't have a degree. There aren't many good jobs. I'm a returnee from overseas. Li Tao kept reassuring himself, exaggerating his strengths. However, this doesn't seem to be of any use. Cough, cough. Brotherly. After exchanging a glance with Li Xiaowan, Chu Jun looked at Li Tao with great embarrassment. I really didn't know that Qinglan had a boyfriend, and that her boyfriend even drives a Ferrari. If I had known earlier, I definitely would have told you. This is purely a misunderstanding. Chu Jun scratched his head. His clothes don't make him look like a rich person. This Lin Chun really. Too low-key. Chapter 59. He ran away, too ashamed to show his face. Morning. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari 812, looking at the sports car's luxurious interior and the envious glances from passers-by while waiting at traffic lights, Chu Qinglan felt extremely uncomfortable. Although these people looked at her with envy and jealousy, some young women even had shining eyes, wishing they could take her place. But Chu Qinglan still felt somewhat uncomfortable and unwell. Because she has always preferred to keep a low profile, she really didn't want to show off in such a high-profile way and be stared at like that. For Chu Qinglan, she didn't care about expensive sports cars or high-end luxury cars. For her, a car is simply a means of transportation. An electric car is fine, a bicycle is fine, and even a cheap Santana or Jetta will do. Chu Qinglan always felt that the car itself wasn't important. What mattered was who was driving it. Compared to the eye-catching Ferrari 812, Chu Qinglan preferred Lin Chun's ordinary Volkswagen Sagitter or Magotan. It's unremarkable, but it's enough for getting around. You want to ask about this car? Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Chun, who was driving the Ferrari with one hand, smiled and glanced at Chu Qinglan, instantly guessing what Chu Qinglan was thinking. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, her beautiful eyes flashing with suspicion. She was too embarrassed to ask Lin Chun. The origin of this car, Lin Chun thought for a moment, then smiled and said to Chu Qinglan, "Would you believe me if I told you it was a gift from our future grandson?" Oops. Chu Qinglan blushed and glared at Lin Chun, annoyed. "Chun, what nonsense are you talking about? There's no sign of a son at all. Don't talk nonsense." Ha ha. Lin Chun felt very embarrassed listening to Chu Qinglan's complaints. These days, Nobody believes you if you tell the truth. It's so difficult, so incredibly difficult. This car belongs to a friend of mine. Lin Shen had no choice but to make up a lie. I borrowed it from him. He went abroad, so he left the car with me. I can drive it however I want. I see. Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly. Then you should drive less often. This time it must have been quite expensive. It would be bad if you bumped into it. Okay, then I'll drive less often in the future. Seeing that Chu Qinglan disliked luxury cars and expensive items and didn't like to flaunt her wealth, Lin Shen immediately nodded in agreement, as everything aligned with Chu Qinglan's values. For Lin Shen himself, these were all irrelevant matters. Money, cars, and luxury goods are all external things, and Lin Shen doesn't care about them at this moment. As long as Chu Qinglan is happy, the two of them can live happily together. Whether it's a luxury car or a luxury item, Lin Shen doesn't care whether he has it or not. After all, the one who will spend his life with him is Chu Qinglan, not luxury items. It's not that having luxury cars and luxury goods makes you happy. No, that's not it. As long as Chu Qinglan is by his side, he can ride an electric bike every day, even if it's in the wind and sun. Lin Shen would be very happy. Chun, don't overthink what happened today. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly, hesitated slightly, and then said softly to Lin Shen, I really didn't know at first that my cousin had brought Li Tao with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him bring it. And you don't need to care about what Li Tao said. I don't care about material possessions. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen gently. As long as you're by my side, I'm happy. The rest doesn't matter. Even if we live in rented apartments for the rest of our lives, I'd be willing. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen with tender eyes. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself or create too many difficulties for yourself. I don't require a house or a car, nor do I need anything else. I just want the two of us to live a simple life. Chu Qinglan gently bit her lip. To live a peaceful and safe life, that's enough. I don't want to be envied by others, nor do I like big storms. I just want a simple life with you. I know. Hearing Chu Qinglan's gentle words, Lin Shen's eyes were filled with emotion. With such a gentle and considerate wife, what more could a husband ask for? Qinglan, I know your temper. I won't put too much pressure on myself, Lin Shen said with a smile. I didn't take Li Tao's words to heart either. He's not worth my attention. Lin Shen believed Chu Qinglan completely about this matter. It's not just because he's rich now and can give Chu Qinglan a good future. Even if he were still poor, Lin Shen wouldn't care about Li Tao and Zheng Huan, nor would he doubt Chu Qinglan. If Chu Qinglan were the kind of vain person, how could she possibly be with Lin Shen? During her university years, Chu Qinglan, as the campus belle, had many suitors from wealthy families. If Chu Qinglan is a vain and frivolous woman, she's probably had countless boyfriends by now. Therefore, Lin Shen felt completely at ease with her. You don't need to worry too much about my parents, Chu Qinglan said softly. My parents have always doted on me and will respect my wishes. I'll talk to them about our situation. They will support us even if we buy a house or a car. You don't need to worry about the bride price or anything like that. Chu Qinglan gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. As long as we are happy, those are all optional matters. My parents won't say that they will only agree to our marriage if you give them a large dowry. They have very good personalities. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen gently. Chun, you don't need to worry. Haha, I'm not worried. My aunt and uncle raised my wife so well, she must have inherited their excellent genes. Therefore, my parents-in-law must also have good personalities. They are all good people. Lin Shen smiled and placed his hand on Chu Qinglan's thigh. I'm completely at ease. Oops. Feeling the warmth of Lin Shen's hand, Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she gently patted Lin Shen. Chun, we're in the car, so don't move around. There are countless roads, but safety is the most important. Fine. Sizzle. Lin Shen floored the accelerator, speeding through the traffic light. Driving a Ferrari requires one hand. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen, annoyed. How embarrassing would it be if we got caught on camera on the street? Haha, that's true. Seeing Chu Qinglan's blushing face, Lin Shen reluctantly removed his hand from Chu Qinglan's thigh. Before long, Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan arrived at the hotel on the banks of the Qiantang River. After waving, The two met Chu Jun and Li Xiaowan, who had arrived late. However, this situation made Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan very suspicious. Because, Chapter 60, 300,000 yuan dowry. At this moment, only Chu Jun and Li Xiaowan appeared in front of Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan. Li Tao, who used to act all high and mighty in front of Lin Shun and mock him in every way, is nowhere to be found. Cousin. Chu Qinglan looked at Chu Jun suspiciously. Why is it just you and your sister-in-law? Li Tao has returned to Ninghai. Chu Jun awkwardly replied to Chu Qinglan. He said there was an emergency at Ninghai Company that required him to go back and handle it urgently, so he drove back overnight. I see. Chu Qinglan awkwardly brushed her hair behind her ear and immediately understood that Li Tao felt too embarrassed, so he slunk back. But it's good that he went back, since Chu Qinglan didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. If it weren't for Chu Jun's sake, Chu Qinglan wouldn't have entertained him. I thought he boiled some eggs at home and forgot to turn off the gas before he left, Lin Shun said with a smile. That's perfectly normal. Morning. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shun. Brother Lin Shun, you're really awesome, and so humble. Chu Jun gave Lin Shun a thumbs up with admiration, looking at Lin Shun's Ferrari 812. This car must be worth a lot of money, right? It's not expensive either. Lin Shun shrugged indifferently. It's only a little over 4 or 5 million. Gulp. You're good. Swallowing hard, Chu Jun gave Lin Shun a thumbs up with admiration. He thought to himself, 4 or 5 million. Isn't that expensive? If this is not expensive, then what is? You know, if Li Tao drives a Mercedes-Benz C-Class worth around 400,000 yuan, he's already arrogant and thinks he's incredibly awesome. Lin Shun's Ferrari 812 is worth 10 of his. Qinglan, you too. Lin Shun is so capable. Why didn't you tell your brother sooner? Li Xiaowan hooked her arm around Chu Qinglan's and complained softly. If you had told him sooner, your brother wouldn't have brought Li Tao over. Lin Shun, don't blame us. We really didn't know you and Qinglan were together before. There were some things that Chu Yun, being a grown man, couldn't say. So Li Xiaowan looked at Lin Shun apologetically. If we had known earlier, we definitely wouldn't have brought Li Tao here. Please don't be angry. This is all a misunderstanding. It's great that you and Qinglan are together. Lao Chu and I both support you. Li Xiaowan chuckled. Qinglan really has good taste. Qinglan, you're really amazing. Looking at Chu Qinglan, Li Xiaowan was full of admiration. You actually found such an outstanding boyfriend as Lin Shun. You've really kept that a secret. Oh dear, my sister-in-law isn't that outstanding. Chu Qinglan said somewhat awkwardly. We're just ordinary people now. Ordinary people. Although she said that, Li Xiaowan was thinking to herself, she doesn't believe you for a second. How is it possible for an ordinary person to afford a Ferrari 812 worth 4 or 5 million? Brother, sister-in-law, you flatter me too much. We are all ordinary people. Please go ahead. Lin Shun smiled and gestured for them to enter, then led Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan into the 5-star hotel where he and Chu Qinglan had previously stayed. Brother Lin, you are really quite modest. Chu Jun instantly changed his attitude, putting his arm around Lin Shun's shoulder. I'm at ease leaving Qinglan in your hands. I will take good care of Qinglan. Regardless, Chu Yun was his cousin-in-law, so Lin Shun adopted a more respectful attitude. I will make Qinglan happy. Of course I believe that. Chu Jun smiled and asked, Brother Lin, where are you working now? I started my own financial company. Lin Shun smiled and said, I'm managing several funds. I see. Chu Jun's eyes lit up when he heard this. Finance is an extremely high-paying industry. Lin Shun owns his own company and is his own boss, which is definitely better than Li Tao working for someone else. Li Tao is a department head, but what good is that? Department heads are just high-level employees. The boss doesn't like him and can fire him anytime. On the contrary, Lin Shun is truly as stable as a mountain when he is his own boss. Brother Lin, I was a bit presumptuous just now. I underestimated you. Please don't hold it against me. Looking at Lin Shun in front of him, Chu Jun smiled and said, I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter. Lin Shun shrugged indifferently. I'm not that petty. That's good. That's good. Letting out a long breath, Chu Jun looked at Lin Shun with a gleam in his eyes. Brother Lin, since your company is in finance, You must be very good at investing, right? Is there any way to make money that you can teach me? You don't know. Although your sister-in-law and I have a good relationship, her family actually looks down on me a bit. Well, Chu Jun sighed helplessly. A house in Ninghai costs tens of millions of yuan, while my monthly salary is only 10,000 yuan. Even if I work in Ninghai my whole life, I still can't afford a house. Although I can make a down payment in my hometown, I can't find a job there. Your sister-in-law's family wants her to settle down in Ninghai. This whole thing has been quite unpleasant. And your sister-in-law's family is asking for this amount of dowry. Looking at Lin Shun, Chu Jun held up 3 fingers. 30,000. Lin Shun asked instinctively. What are you thinking about? Chu Jun was quite embarrassed. 300,000. If it only costs 30,000, I'd be laughing in my sleep. What kind of good thing is that? It's not easy. Lin Shun nodded slightly, knowing that although Chu Jun's salary was quite high, working in a place like Ninghai was not easy and the expenses were high. Under these circumstances, he really couldn't save much money. So, when I went to her house last time, I was given a lot of dirty looks because I couldn't afford a house in Ninghai, and I couldn't raise enough money for the bride price. A dowry of 300,000 yuan is not much, but the richest man in his hometown would need 500,000 yuan for a house. Including the expenses for the wedding and the 3 gold pieces, it will cost over $1 million. My family's financial situation is average. It's not easy to collect them all. Chu Jun looked at Lin Shun with hopeful eyes. Brother Lin, if you have any ways to make money, you must help me out. Don't worry about Qinglan. Just take good care of her. I will help you persuade her parents. Chu Jun said with a smile. My uncle and aunt are both good people and easy to talk to. As long as you treat Qinglan well, they have no objections. And you're so capable. They will agree. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Chu. Looking at Chu Jun's ingratiating expression, Lin Shun smiled and said, if you had contacted me earlier, you could have made a fortune. It's getting a bit too late now. Thinking of the baijiu, Chinese liquor, that is about to reach its peak value, Lin Shun smiled and said, next time there are market fluctuations, I will definitely let you know in advance. Chapter 61, Village Chief Sheep, I'm on top. Okay. Then I'll have to leave it to you, Brother Lin. Hearing Lin Shun's words, Chu Jun patted Lin Shun's shoulder heavily, his eyes full of gratitude. Brother Lin, it's really a great thing that Qinglan was able to find a boyfriend like you. I'm so lucky. I'm so happy for her. Actually, finding a girlfriend like Qinglan is my good fortune. Lin Shun looked at the extremely excited Chu Jun and sighed at the reality of life. Sure enough, as long as you have money, you will be respected wherever you go. No one can escape the common customs. If he didn't drive a Ferrari, he would really be a poor young man with no money, and Chu Jun would treat him like this. Even though Li Tao is a cripple, Chu Jun will not try to matchmake Li Tao and Chu Qinglan again for the sake of Chu Qinglan's future happiness. But Chu Jun estimated that there were others who would also disagree with Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan's relationship. Instead, they would try to introduce new people to Chu Qinglan and break up Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan. This society is truly full of reality. Shaking his head, Lin Shun had nothing to say about it. After seeing Chu Yun and Li Shaowan into their room, he and Chu Qinglan went into another room. What did my cousin just say to you? Chu Qinglan poured Lin Shun a glass of water, her expression suspicious. You two are arm in arm. You seem to be very close. Nothing. They know I work at a financial company, so they asked me what stocks I plan to buy, because they also want to invest, Lin Shun said with a smile. Everyone wants to make money. It's normal. I see. Chu Qinglan muttered softly. Then I'm going to take a shower. I don't get involved in your men's affairs. Lin Shun smiled as he watched Chu Qinglan walk into the bedroom. Listening to the pattering water in the bathroom and looking at the brightly lit city lights outside the window, he pondered how to meet Chu Qinglan's parents next. According to Chu Qinglan and Chu Jun, Chu Qinglan's parents should be quite easy to talk to. So this matter should be easy to handle? Let's hope so. Although Chu Qinglan and Chu Yun both said so, Lin Shun was still somewhat uneasy. After all, parental approval is a real hurdle for young people discussing marriage these days. Shun, what are you thinking about? Blow dry my hair for me. Wearing pajamas and drying her wet hair with a towel, Chu Qinglan smiled at Lin Shun as she walked out of the bathroom and said, I really want to cut my hair short. My long hair takes a long time to dry after every shower. I really envy you guys. It dries quickly after showering, just a quick wipe. Haha, long hair looks better. Lin Shun smiled and took out a hairdryer. Then you'll have to blow dry my hair every time. Chu Qinglan snorted. Or I'll just get a short haircut. Okay, I'll blow it for you. Lin Shun naturally had no objection to this. He smiled and picked up the hairdryer to dry Chu Qinglan's hair. After drying Chu Qinglan's hair, Lin Shun also took a shower. After taking a shower and stretching to rest, Lin Shun heard a lively singing coming from the next room. Qinglan. Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan with a playful smile. Oops. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, turned her back to Lin Shun, and buried her head shyly in the pillow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Lin Shun was thinking that perhaps the time was right, and he could try to probe again, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Jin Shun, Lin Shun's best friend in Hangzhou and his best roommate from university. Hey Shunzi. What's the matter so late at night? Lin Shun was slightly annoyed that his plans had been ruined after answering the phone call. Gulp, gulp. The sound of drinking came through the phone. Shunzi. Lin Shun frowned, looking suspicious. Jin Shun is a very self-disciplined person. He basically doesn't drink or smoke. Brother Lin, let's go out for a drink sometime. Drink yourself to death. Jin Shun's slightly drunken voice reached Lin Shen's ears. Shunzi, what's wrong? Lin Shen sat up in bed suspiciously. Just say what's wrong. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved. I'm telling you, don't do anything rash. I'm fine. I just want to drink. Don't ask anymore. Jin Shun's voice was bitter. Anyway, I'll just drink myself to death. Where are you? Lin Shen frowned. Send me your location. I'm coming right now. I work at the food stall downstairs in the neighborhood, the same place where I treated you to dinner last time. You know? Okay, I'll be right there. Putting down his phone, Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan apologetically. Wife, I have to go out for a bit. What happened to Jin Shun? Chu Qinglan, who also knew Jin Shun, looked at Lin Shen with suspicion. Shall I go with you? Not for now. He's drinking alone, and if you come with me, it might upset him, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. If you need anything, I'll let you know, and you can ask a few of your roommates or classmates to come out and hang out with him. All right. Then be careful. Chu Qinglan obediently brought Lin Shen some clothes. Call me anytime if anything happens. Hearing Li Xiaowan singing in the next room, Lin Shen suddenly smiled and hugged Chu Qinglan, then leaned down and breathed on Chu Qinglan's earlobe. That's right. I'm sorry to have wronged you. I'm going to be alone in my empty room. Oops. Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red. She stomped her foot and glared at Lin Shun, annoyed. You're so improper. I didn't want to do that in the first place. Don't talk nonsense. The wedding hasn't even taken place yet. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly. Her pretty face flushed red as she stamped her foot. That should be saved for the wedding day. You promised me. Well, looking at the incredibly shy Chu Qinglan, Lin Shen felt extremely pleased. It's tonight. I'm afraid you'll have a hard time. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shun, then glanced at him shyly and said, You're the one who's feeling bad. You're kidding me. Chu Qinglan skillfully dodged Lin Shen's pounce. Hurry up and go, Jin Shun. Don't get into trouble drinking alone. Drink less at night. Lin Shen was also worried that Jin Shun might do something irrational and extreme in a moment of impulsiveness. Under Chu Qinglan's watchful gaze, he immediately left the hotel and drove to the residential area where Jin Shun lived. At a food stall downstairs in the residential area, Lin Shen saw Jin Shun drinking alone in silence. Besides some kebabs, there were 7 or 8 bottles of wusa beer on the table, 3 of which were empty. Shunzi, what exactly happened? Lin Shen looked at Jin Shun with suspicion. What's bothering you? Is it really that serious? Brother Lin, let's have a drink. Jin Shun raised his glass, his face bitter. Brother Lin, I'm not afraid to tell you this. It'll embarrass you. You know the story of Pleasant Goat versus Big Bad Wolf, right? I never imagined that this day would come. Brother Lin, I've got Chief Sheep on my head. Chapter 62, Betrayed. What? Say it again. Lin Shun, who had just picked up a glass of wine, was instantly stunned when he heard Jin Shun's words. He frowned, looking at his good friend Jin Shun with suspicion. Shunzi, what exactly do you mean by that? What do you mean, village chief sheep is above you? Brother Lin, look. Slightly drunk, Jin Shun grabbed a handful of hair from his head and said, look, this is happy sheep. This is warm sheep. This is boiling sheep. This is pretty sheep. This is red wolf. And this is gray wolf. Right. Picking out another white hair, Jin Shun smiled sadly. This is the village chief. Cough cough. Lin Shin coughed dryly, and looking at Jin Shun's miserable expression, he instantly understood the specific meaning behind Jin Shun's words. What does it mean that the village chief is above him? This isn't the sheep village chief on his head, it's the green grassland growing on his head. This is Jin Shun subtly telling Lin Shun that he has been cheated on. After all, the green grassland is green. Shunzi, what exactly is going on? You and Li Chui have been dating for almost half a year, haven't you? Weren't our relationship always going well before? Lin Shun looked at Jin Shun suspiciously. How could she suddenly cheat on you? That shouldn't be the case. Lin Shun had met Jin Shun's girlfriend, Li Chui. Jin Shun met Li Chui through a blind date. Her looks and figure were not particularly good. At most, they were average. She and Jin Shun had a good relationship before, and they were considered a good match. After all, Jin Shun's education and job were better than hers. Li Chui hadn't gone to university. After graduating from high school, she worked in a clothing factory in Hangzhou. She's just an ordinary factory worker. Brother Lin, I really envy you. After you and Chun Mingyuan broke up, Chu Qinglan, who is more beautiful and has a better personality, proposed to you. I can hold my beautiful wife and enjoy life to the fullest. I finally found a girlfriend and treated her with all my heart, Jin Shun said with a miserable expression. But what happened? I've ended up like this. Brother Lin, what's the point of my life? Let's drink. Let's drink ourselves to death. Gulp, gulp. Before Lin Shun could speak, Jin Shun picked up his wine glass and downed another glass of wine in one gulp. You little brat. All right, let's drink first. Seeing Jin Shun's emotional breakdown and inability to explain herself, Lin Shun had no choice but to drink with her and keep her company. Of course, while drinking, Lin Shun also asked Jin Shun about the specific situation. It turns out that when Jin Shun went to the factory dormitory to find Li Chui during the day, she heard some indescribable sounds at the dormitory entrance. After knocking on the door, he saw Li Chui, who was disheveled but had a ruddy complexion, and her supervisor at the factory, Hu Guobin. Although Li Chui claimed that Hu Guobin came to the dormitory to train her in production techniques, Jin Shun could easily guess what exactly they had done inappropriately. So, anger in Jin Shun questioned Li Chui. Li Chui didn't hide anything anymore, and said directly that Jin Shun was poor and incompetent. Hu Guobin is a factory supervisor with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, and he has also bought a house in the suburbs of Hangzhou. He's nobody, Jin Shun, and can't afford a house in Hangzhou at all. Therefore, Li Chui's betrayal of Hu Guobin was understandable and justifiable. Brother Lin, I was really blind. If you have to blame someone, blame me for being poor and incompetent. Holding his wine glass, Jin Shun looked miserable. If I were rich, I would own a house in Hangzhou. How could she betray me? Well, gulp, gulp. Jin Shun kept pouring himself more alcohol. What's wrong with this society? Are we out of touch with the times, or is society sick? Looking at Jin Shun, who was in excruciating pain, Lin Chen's expression was complicated. Wasn't Chen Mingyuan the same before? Well, Lin Chen sighed deeply, his feelings quite complicated. He knew that without the system, there would be no Chu Qinglan. Because he was dumped by Chun Mingyuan due to lack of money, his current situation is probably no better than Jin Shun's. Both of them would be in unbearable pain. Shunzi, there's nothing to be upset about. You're not worth this much pain for such a despicable woman. Lin Shun patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. There aren't many other things in this world, but there are plenty of women with two legs, aren't there? The best is yet to come. Missing you is her loss. She'll regret it for the rest of her life. Don't worry, leave this to me. Lin Shen's eyes were full of intense glint. I'll get revenge for you. Next, I'll help you make money so you can quickly buy a house and a car in Hangzhou and marry a better woman. Lin Shen's expression was solemn. It's not worth torturing yourself for such a lowly woman. Brother Lin. Well. Jin Shun looked up at Lin Shun, still drinking with great pain. Brother Lin, don't try to comfort me. I know my own limitations. My monthly salary is only 4,500 yuan. How can I afford to buy a house in Hangzhou? The money I save by not eating or drinking for a year wouldn't even be enough to buy a toilet in Hangzhou. Jin Shun smiled bitterly. I'm destined to be a bachelor. It's understandable that people don't think much of me. It's my own fault for not being capable enough. Shut up. Smack. Lin Shen patted Jin Shun's face hard. Sober up and stop talking nonsense. I won't allow you to demean yourself like this. I told you long ago, I'll get revenge for you and help you make money. Don't worry, it's nothing. Lin Shun helped the tipsy Jin Shun to his feet and gave him a sip of water. Let's go. Let's go back to sleep first. I'll get revenge for you tomorrow. I guarantee you'll swallow this insult. Lin Shen sneered. I'll make Li Chui regret this so much she'll turn green with envy. Come here and kneel down to beg you to make up with me. Brother Lin, please don't try to comfort me. Jin Shun looked miserable. Hu Guobin has a house and a car, and he's also a factory supervisor. I'm just a penniless laborer. How could she possibly regret it? Impossible. Jin Shun said bitterly. Brother Lin, I admit I'm useless. You don't need to comfort me. I'm just a useless piece of trash. Shut up. Lin Shen snorted coldly. Don't underestimate yourself. You yourself have no idea how much power you possess. This is a minor matter. Lin Shen's expression was solemn. I will definitely solve it for you. I'll let you vent your anger first. Then I'll promote you and let you make money with me. Now that I'm capable, I won't abandon you. Lin Shun helped Jin Shun into the rented room, placed her on the bed, and frowned as he pondered. How can he avenge Jin Shun? Chapter 63. His health was not as good as before. What's wrong with Jin Shun? Seeing Lin Shun rushing back late at night, reeking of alcohol, Chu Qinglan didn't complain that he was disturbing her rest. Instead, she gently poured him a glass of hot water. Drink some water and sober up. I'm fine. I only drank one bottle. When I got to the food stall, he was already drunk by himself. Looking at Chu Qinglan in front of him, Lin Shen said with a wry smile, I went over and had a few drinks with him, and he got drunk. I took him back to his room to rest. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort. Although she doesn't like men who smoke and drink, she wouldn't object if Lin Shen went out drinking with his friends. It's embarrassing to talk about this. He was cheated on. Chu Qinglan was startled, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Lin Shen. This, really? Certainly. After taking a sip of hot water, Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan with a complicated expression. Have you met his girlfriend, Li Chui? No. Chu Qinglan shook her head. Although she knew Jin Shun, she wasn't familiar with her. After all, her previous identity was Chun Mingyuan's best friend. So it was normal for her to have contact with Lin Shen, but there was no point in having contact with Lin Shen's friends. It's this Li Chui who got involved with the supervisor at the factory. She cheated on him. Lin Shen said awkwardly. It's Saturday today, so Jin Shun isn't working. He wanted to give Li Chui a surprise, so he went straight to Li Chui's dorm to find her and wanted to take her out for a big meal. Then, at the dormitory entrance, I heard some indescribable noises. Oops. Recalling the commotion Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan had caused in the next room, Chu Qinglan blushed and glared at Lin Shen with annoyance. That's all there is to it, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Then he saw Li Chui, who was disheveled, and her supervisor, Hu Guobin. After being cheated on, he would drink alone in anguish. That would be quite difficult for him. Chu Qinglan parted her lips slightly, unsure of what to say. When it comes to matters of the heart, outsiders shouldn't interfere. Never mind, let's go to sleep. Let me think of a way to help him get back at him tomorrow. Stretching, Lin Shen hugged Chu Qinglan's slender waist and leaned to the side, pressing his leg against her. He then buried his head in Chu Qinglan's hair, inhaling her delicate fragrance. Lin Shen slept soundly. Chun, it's time to get up. The next morning, Chu Qinglan nudged Lin Shen. If you get up late and my brother sees you, it will be so embarrassing. What's the big deal? We've all been there. Although Lin Shen didn't care, seeing Chu Qinglan's shy face, he still stepped aside and said, "Go wash up first." "Why?" Chu Qinglan tilted her head and said, "You go first." "Are you sure?" Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile and said, "I'm afraid you'll feel awkward if I stand up." Oops. Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red. Understanding the deeper meaning behind Lin Shen's words, she naturally crawled out of bed with extreme shyness and then ran shyly into the bathroom. Hey. Listening to the pattering sound of water in the bathroom, Lin Shen's lips curled into a smile. Chu Qinglan was genuinely shy. "It won't be long before I'm not so shy anymore. Now you'll have a chance to prove yourself." After comforting himself with a thought, Lin Shen opened the system and selected to sign in. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. 17 completed. What is today's task? Thinking of Li Tao, whom he had driven away in anger yesterday, Lin Shen took a look at the tasks the system had given him today with great interest. Holy crap, this mission. This is a bit difficult. Lin Shen was momentarily stunned when he saw the task given to him by the system. The task was to help Jin Shun and make Li Chui beg to reconcile with Jin Shun. System, aren't you being a bit of a rip-off? Li Chui has cheated on Shunzi with a cuckold. You want me to reconcile them? Lin Chen's lips twitched. That would be too unfair to Shunzi. Please read the question carefully, host. Today's task is simply to get Li Chui to kneel and beg Jin Shun to reconcile with her. As for whether or not to reconcile, there are no specific requirements. Everything is up to you. Oh, I see. That's good. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Shun breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Lin Shun didn't want to try to reconcile He Shun and Li Chui. That would be so unfair to Jiam Soon. Although it's true that as long as life goes on, you can't avoid being cuckolded a little. However, unless absolutely necessary, nobody wants to be cuckolded. With Lin Shen's help, Jin Shun will never lack women in the future. So why does he have to wear a green hat? There's no need for that. Although we don't actually need to reconcile, this task is still a bit difficult. Lin Shun rubbed his temples with a complicated expression. Since Li Chui has made up her mind to cheat on Shunzi, it proves that she and Hu Guobin have been having an affair for a long time. Was it the first time Shunzi caught them doing such a dirty thing yesterday? I think that's impossible. Who knows how many times they've secretly done this kind of illicit affair before? Lin Shen said coldly. So this Li Chui is definitely a complete scumbag. It's not an easy task to get such a scumbag woman to beg Jin Shun to get back together. What should I do? Lin Shun rubbed his temples in pain. He thought to himself that this system was simply creating problems for him every day and making him rack his brains. Chun, what are you thinking about? Chu Qinglan walked out of the bathroom, smiling as she applied some hand cream to Lin Shen's hands. Go wash up. My cousin said that they would take a walk around this morning, have lunch, and then go back to Ninghai this afternoon. Why are you going back so soon? Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan suspiciously. Since you're in Hangzhou, why not stay a few more days? I have to go to work tomorrow. Go back and wash up and clean the house. Lin Shen didn't think much of it. After washing up, he led the refreshed Li Xiaowan and the tired Chu Jun out of the hotel. Brother, did you not sleep well last night? Chu Qinglan looked at Chu Jun suspiciously. You're not averse to sleeping in the same bed? No. Chu Jun gave a wry smile, unable to explain the reason behind it. Brother, I envy you. You're in really good health. Patting Lin Shen on the shoulder, Chu Jun said with envy, I've been living with him for a year, and my health is getting worse and worse. Understand. Looking at Li Xiaojuan's smooth and radiant skin after being moisturized, Lin Shen immediately understood. Hangzhou has so many beautiful women. No wonder it's known as the city of live streamers. Looking at the female live streamers filming short videos early in the morning on the roadside, Chu Jun sighed. Live streaming e-commerce has become a Hangzhou specialty. Female anchor? Lin Shen glanced at the female live streamers on the roadside and remembered the task the system had given him for the day. An idea instantly came to mind. Chapter 64, The True Tycoon. At noon, Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan took Chu Yun and Li Xiaowan to Hangzhou High-Speed Railway Station. While Chu Qinglan and Li Xiaowan were whispering intimate words between women, Chu Jun took Lin Shen's hand and looked at him with a sigh. Brother Lin, I misjudged you before and underestimated you. I'm so sorry. It's because I didn't have good judgment. I didn't realize you were the real super rich. Please don't hold it against me. I'm not very capable, and I've never met any real tycoons. Chu Jun looked at Lin Chen apologetically and bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize to you. Brother Chu, it's not that bad. We're all family. You're Qinglan's cousin, and I'm Qinglan's husband. We're practically family. I'm not that petty. Lin Chen immediately helped Chu Jun up, not daring to act arrogantly in front of Chu Jun. Although he is now wealthy and has become a company owner after acquiring the system, thus changing his identity, Lin Chen's personality remains unchanged. She remained as peaceful and calm as ever. Unlike Li Tao, who becomes arrogant and conceited as soon as he has a little money, he doesn't know his place. Lin Chen is not that kind of person. Brother Lin, you are truly a good person. Seeing Lin Chen's sincere eyes, which clearly showed he wasn't lying and wasn't angry with him, Chu Dun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to offend a super rich person like Lin Chen. Chu Jun knew that since Lin Chen could afford a Ferrari 812, his assets must be 10 times, or even dozens of times, the price of the car. After all, ordinary people buy cars, perhaps with loans, and you can't judge their wealth by their cars. Generally speaking, the owners of cars priced below 100,000 are mostly working-class people who need to pay car loans, mortgages, and the like. However, once the price of a car rises to hundreds of thousands, or even millions, it becomes a significant issue. Chu Jun knew perfectly well that the car owner's net worth was usually 10 times, or even dozens of times, the price of the car. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been willing to buy such a luxury car. He checked yesterday and found that the Ferrari 812 costs over 400,000, nearly 5 million. In other words, Lin Chen's net worth is at least 40 or 50 million, or even over 100 million. Compared to Lin Chen, Li Tao was nothing. Of course, Chu Jun had to please Lin Chen. Brother Lin, we must get to know each other better in the future. Seeing that Lin Chen treated Chu Qinglan very well, Chu Jun, who was deliberately trying to get Li Shaowan and Chu Qinglan to get along well, smiled and said, "When do you plan to go to Qinglan's house to propose marriage? Tell me when the time comes, and I'll go with you. I guarantee you'll win the heart of your beauty, Brother Lin." "Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Chu." Lin Chen almost laughed when he heard this, wondering whether Chu Jun was Chu Qinglan's brother or his own brother. How come he not only didn't make things difficult for Chu Jun when it came to proposing marriage, but even helped him out? However, since this was Chu Jun's goodwill, Lin Chen couldn't say anything. "Then I will definitely ask Brother Chu to be the middleman." "Sure thing. I'll get this done for you as quickly as possible." Chu Jun smiled and waved his hand, looking at Lin Chen with eyes full of flattery. "Brother Lin, if you ever have any profitable business opportunities in the future, you must give your older brother a hand. I can't make much money in Ninghai. It won't be easy to get past your sister-in-law's parents if you want to marry her. I'm almost 30. If I don't get married soon, I'll really be a bachelor forever," Chu Jun sighed. "Brother Lin, I'm counting on you. I hope you can give me a hand." "Of course, that's no problem." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I will definitely let you know as soon as there is a chance to make money next time." "Good. Then I'll wait." Chu Yin patted Lin Chen's arm hard before reluctantly leaving with Li Shaowan. Although he offended Li Tao, Chu Yin felt it was worth it because he pleased Lin Chen. After all, Li Tao's Mercedes-Benz C-Class isn't even worthy of carrying Lin Chen's Ferrari 812 shoes. "What did my cousin say to you? You two are practically brothers, all arm in arm." Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. "Did you become so close over drinks?" "Haha, you could say that." Lin Chen smiled and gently pinched Chu Qinglan's nose. "He's completely sold you out." "Huh." Chu Qinglan's face instantly turned disgusted. "What did he say to you?" "Haha, it's a secret." Lin Chen immediately winked at Chu Qinglan and teased her with a smile. "He promised me that he would take care of my parents-in-law for me." "Cut." Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. "My parents aren't so easy to deal with. Just wait, and you'll get a scolding." Chu Qinglan stretched out her slender finger and tapped Lin Chen's arm. "If they knew, you would be pressing down on my hair every day now. See if my dad doesn't beat you." "Ha ha." Lin Chen smiled. "We're all men. I think Uncle can understand." After all, when Uncle and Aunt were young, perhaps they were also. Morning. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, reached out, and pinched the flesh on Lin Chen's arm, giving it a gentle twist. Hiss. Lin Chen gasped, wincing in pain. She murdered her husband. I didn't even use any force. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, annoyed. Don't talk nonsense. My dad isn't as improper as you. Haha, that's all the truth. After all, if things were serious, how could you be here? Lin Chen smiled and put his arm around Chu Qinglan's slender waist. I am very grateful to uncle and aunt. He gave birth to such a wonderful wife for me. Snort. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort through her nose, still enjoying Lin Chen's praise. Qinglan, you go home and rest first. I'll go find Shunzi. After driving Chu Qinglan to the entrance of the residential area, Lin Chen didn't get out of the car. I still have to get revenge for him. Otherwise, he'll go crazy from holding it in. Chu Qinglan nodded gently, looking at Lin Chen with concern. Don't be impulsive, don't fight. Don't worry. How old are you? Still fighting. Lin Chen shrugged slightly. I'll find another way to get revenge on him. Make Li Chui regret this to death. Of course, Hu Guobin should pay the price. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with a sinister glint. This Hu Guobin is asking for trouble for daring to cuckold my brother. Truly, heaven and earth are vast and boundless. Anyway, don't act impulsively. Chu Qinglan gently instructed Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness. If anything happens, just call me anytime. Don't worry. Lin Chen smiled and said, It'll be fine. It's nothing. What do you think about tonight? Chu Qinglan tilted her head and looked at Lin Chen. I've cooked dinner and am waiting for you at home. Chapter 65. More money. I probably won't be back for dinner tonight. Shunzi might treat me to dinner. Lin Chen looked at Chu Qinglan apologetically. Please, eat whatever you like. Chu Qinglan naturally understood Lin Chen's predicament. She waved to Lin Chen and turned to walk into the residential area. Watching Chu Qinglan's slender figure gradually disappear, Lin Chen smiled happily. He was truly lucky to have such a gentle and virtuous wife. Shunzi, I'll definitely get revenge for you. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lin Chen drove directly to Jin Shun's apartment. Knock, knock, knock. Shunzi, open the door. Crunch. Brother Lin. Jin Shun opened the door. His eyes were dark circles, and his head was a mess, looking like a bird's nest. He looked at Lin Chen with a miserable expression. You little rascal, it's already afternoon. Have you been sleeping since last night? Lin Chen walked into the house and looked at the messy bedroom, feeling quite helpless. Don't you know how to clean up? I am a dying man. There is no need for me to clean. Puff. Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of mineral water, staring at Jin Shun with astonishment in his eyes. What the hell? A dying man. Shunzi, what do you mean by that? Do you have cancer, leukemia, kidney failure, or hemophilia? Neither. Jin Shun shook her head bitterly and slumped onto the bed. I just feel like my life has no meaning. I'm working really hard, being good to her, making money, and trying my best to build a future for us. But I still got cheated on. Jin Shun sighed bitterly. God is playing a cruel joke on me. It's so meaningless. You're overthinking it, kid. God is too busy to play with you. Lin Chen patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. Don't think about those pointless things all day long. In this world, not every effort will yield results. There are many people who put in effort but still fail. You're not the only one. I was with Chun Mingyuan before. Lin Chen shook his head with a wry smile. I've invested for whole years of my feelings in this. Isn't it more painful than it is for you? Brother Lin, what's this? Jin Shun opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. But you have Chu Qinglan now. I have nothing. What's the panic? Lin Chen laughed. There are plenty of women in the world. I'll introduce you to one. But the most important thing right now is for you to pull yourself together and get revenge. Lin Chen sneered. They dared to cheat on you. So Li Chui and this Hu Guobin must pay the price. These two scoundrels will learn the consequences of doing such dirty things. I'm going to make Li Chui kneel down and beg you to make up. Lin Chen smirked and patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. But Shunzi, you have to promise me you won't be soft-hearted. How is that possible? Jin Shun sneered. How could I possibly be soft-hearted towards someone like that? Why didn't she soften when she was putting a hat on me? Jin Shun clenched her fist and slammed it heavily against the wall. I wish I could kill her. Killing him wouldn't be the case. Killing her would send you to jail. There's no need for that. Lin Shen laughed. Just give her a good beating and vent your anger, and that'll be enough. Brother Lin, how should we get revenge? Jin Shun was a little confused. Hu Bin is the factory supervisor. How could I be a match for him? Well, Jin Shun lowered her head dejectedly. I can't beat them. Your brother's here, what's the rush? Don't worry, Brother Bao will definitely help you get revenge. Lin Shen laughed. What you need to do now is take a shower and tidy yourself up properly. Don't make yourself look so pathetic. The more disheveled you are now, the happier Li Chui will be. Because it means she holds a place in your heart, so she's naturally excited and will make fun of your misery. Lin Shen said solemnly. So, there's nothing to be sad about. Missing you is something she will regret for the rest of her life. You haven't lost anything. It's better to see through a woman than to get cheated on after marriage, right? Lin Shen said seriously. It's just a breakup now. It's not a big deal. If you get married and get cheated on, and then divorce, not only will it be a second marriage, but what will happen to the child? If you don't get a divorce, will you be wearing a green hat forever? What's the point of living then? Lin Shen sneered. How can it be shared with others? 2. Jin Shun gave a bitter smile. Brother Lin, I understand the reasoning behind it all. I'm still feeling a bit upset, and there are some things I can't figure out. I was trying my best, and I treated her very well. So why did she betray me like this? Jin Shun frowned deeply. She has no conscience. That's normal. Lin Shen laughed and said, men and women think differently. What seems unbelievable to you is just commonplace to her. It's like when you're arguing, the explanation you give is just an excuse in her eyes. It's meaningless. Lin Shen patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. Go take a shower and change into clean clothes. I'll get revenge for you later. Jin Shun walked into the bathroom with her head down and a dejected expression. Lin Shen opened his phone, found a local live stream, selected a female streamer with a good figure and appearance, and directly tipped her 10,000 yuan, becoming the top donor. Amidst the female anchor's delighted flattery, Lin Shen directly sent his location. Half an hour later, the female anchor who had finished her broadcast arrived at the apartment building. Big brother. The female anchor blushed and immediately hugged Lin Shen's arm, saying, You're so generous. Today, she's your girlfriend. The female anchor winked seductively at Lin Shen. You can treat her the same way you treat your girlfriend. It wasn't me. Lin Shen laughed and said, He's my brother. Wow, brother, you really know how to have fun. Lin Shen frowned. No way. Of course not. Hearing Lin Shen's words, the female anchor laughed. That's not impossible, but if it's like this. The female anchor smiled and winked at Lin Shen. You need to pay more. Chapter 66. That would be cheating people out of their money. Add money. Lin Shen frowned upon hearing this. This female anchor was being too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He's already tipped 10,000 yuan to become the top spender on the leaderboard, and this female streamer still wants to add more money? They really treat him like a mobile ATM. Hey, you two. Seeing Lin Shen's displeasure, the female streamer snorted. I usually don't take orders like this. It's because you've been so generous today, big brother. You didn't say it was just the two of you, which is why I came out. Otherwise, I wouldn't take this kind of order. I'm too tired, it's bad for my health. Well, Lin Shen instantly understood the meaning behind the female anchor's words and knew why she was asking for more money. She thought Lin Shen had called her over to play cards with Jin Shun, but she was really overthinking it. Lin Shen isn't that good at playing games. Furthermore, Lin Shen is also quite self-disciplined. You're overthinking it, I didn't mean that. Lin Shen could only look at the female anchor awkwardly. I called you over so that I could do you a favor and pretend to be my friend's girlfriend. To vent his anger. It's not about doing that. Oh. The female anchor looked at Lin Shen with utter astonishment. This was the first time she had ever seen the top fan call her out, not to discuss anything serious. Here's what happened. Lin Shen smiled wryly and told the female anchor about Jin Shun's situation and his planned revenge. After it's done, I can give you another 1,000 yuan as a reward. It's that simple. Is it okay? Sure. Upon hearing this delightful news, the female anchor immediately became interested. Little kiss. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The female anchor looked at Lin Shun with great confidence. I guarantee I'll do a perfect job for you. Good. Knowing that these female live streamers are generally bold and open, and also have good acting skills, Lin Shun smiled and nodded. Your female streamers can date the top male fan. What? Lin Shun looked at the female anchor with great curiosity. Is this an unspoken rule in this industry? Definitely. Without hesitation, the female anchor replied to Lin Shun. You men tip us. Isn't that all it's for? Of course, we don't pay attention to tips of a few or 10 yuan. Only those who receive over 100 cloud-piercing arrows can add me on WeChat, and only those who receive thousands or tens of thousands of tips can meet me privately. The female streamer laughed. If you can't meet me privately even after receiving 10,000 tips, wouldn't that be considered scamming people? Let's stick to professional ethics, shall we? Lin Shun gave the female anchor a thumbs up in admiration. He knew the saying online that the poor judge a person by their appearance, while the rich judge them by their character. This was truly a wise saying. These days, money really is a good thing. Brother Lin. At this moment, Jean Shun, who had finished taking a bath and changed her clothes, came out of the house. This is... Looking at the female anchor next to Lin Shun, who was wearing tight jeans and had a slender and shapely figure, Jean Shun's eyes were full of surprise. This is your girlfriend. Lin Shun smiled at Jean Shun and said, How is it? Are you satisfied? Husband. The female anchor readily agreed, letting out a seductive hum as she hugged Jean Shun's arm. Gulp. This, Brother Lin. Jean Shun, who was holding the soft and fragrant woman in his arms, swallowed hard and looked at Lin Shun with a blank expression. Brother Lin. What are you doing? Me, my girlfriend? Jean Shun was completely stunned when she saw the female anchor with a great figure. Is this like a beautiful Lin Dayu falling from the sky? Yes, Brother Jean Shun, I'm your girlfriend today. Give me a kiss. The female anchor left a lip print on Jean Shun's face with her luscious red lips. Today, you can do whatever you want to me. Gulp. Jean Shun was completely stunned. He didn't dare to hug the female anchor and was still staring blankly at Lin Shun. This happiness came too suddenly. I just saw Li Chui's clothes and stuff in your room. Call her now and ask her to meet you outside the dorm. Lin Shun ignored Jean Shun's surprise and said seriously, Tell her that since we've been assigned to different places, we should go our separate ways and return her things. As for the things you gave her before, she can't possibly pay me back. Jean Shun shook her head helplessly. I know her personality very well. She's not like those girls with good personalities. After a breakup, we'll keep score and not try to take advantage of each other. I understand, Lin Shun said with a wry smile. Then just tell her to return her things directly. Even if she doesn't return the gift, she wouldn't just abandon her own things, would she? Then let me ask. With a complicated expression, Jean Shun finally dialed Li Chui's number and had a discussion with her. She asked me to deliver it. Putting down her phone, Jean Shun looked at Lin Shun with a complicated expression. Good. Lin Shun nodded slightly, his eyes filled with a sharp glint. When you see Li Chui later, don't say anything. She will naturally say some things for you. Lin Shun pointed to the female anchor next to him. Later, this Li Chui might be begging you to make up. I will absolutely not be soft-hearted. Without hesitation, Jean Shun replied to Lin Shun. I would only keep my distance from this kind of woman. A person cannot fall in the same place twice. I'm not that stupid. Very good. I'm relieved that you understand this principle. Let's go. Lin Shun gestured for Jean Shun to pack Li Chui's things, then waved his hand and led Li Chui and Jean Shun downstairs. This car is awesome. Looking at the Ferrari 812 parked outside the residential area, the female anchor couldn't help but mutter to herself. Yeah. Lin Shun smiled and took out his car keys. Wow. Brother, is this your car? You have a sports car? The female anchor was completely stunned when she saw the car keys in Lin Shun's hand. She knew Lin Shun should have some money, but she didn't expect him to be so wealthy. This is a Ferrari 812 worth 4 or 5 million. Although there are many wealthy people in Hangzhou, few can afford to drive such an expensive sports car. That's really not much. Yes, it's my sports car. Lin Shun nodded slightly, looking at the sports car and then at the female anchor and Jean Shun beside him, feeling quite troubled. That's the downside of sports cars. It's stylish and cool, but it can only seat 2 people. This is so inconvenient. However, that's fine too. After a moment's thought, Lin Shen looked directly at the female anchor and asked, "Can you drive?" "Yes, I will." "Give." Lin Shen handed the Ferrari car keys directly to the female anchor. "Oh." The female anchor stared wide-eyed at Lin Shen, completely bewildered. This is a luxury car worth 4 or 5 million. What does Lin Shen mean by this? You should give it to her. Chapter 67. Who is being called darling? You drive this car and wait outside the factory's employee dormitory. Remember, try not to be seen by anyone. Lin Shen had no idea what the female anchor was thinking in that instant. If he had known she was thinking that way, he would have been absolutely amused. Are you kidding me? A luxury car worth 4 or 5 million. Lin Shen would give it to her. Even if she were covered in diamonds, she wouldn't be worth that price. Wait outside the staff dormitory. Hearing Lin Shen's words, the female anchor took a deep breath and looked at him suspiciously. And then? What should I do? Proceed according to the original plan. Lin Shen's eyes gleamed as he smiled and replied to the female anchor. I'll let you know when the time is right, and then you can drive over directly. Then do it for me according to the method I told you before. Have you memorized your lines? Lin Shen looked at the female anchor with a glint in his eyes. Don't forget. I remember. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, the female anchor immediately nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. Good. Let's drive and get ready. After tossing the Ferrari keys to the female anchor and signaling her to wait ahead, Lin Shen looked at the dumbfounded Jin Shun and waved a flag down a taxi. Shunzi, let's go. What are you standing there for? Gulp. Jin Shun swallowed hard, looking at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. Brother Lin, that Ferrari 812 just now, was it yours? Yes. Lin Shen smiled and nodded. If it's not mine, would I dare to let anyone drive it so casually? Brother Lin, when did you become so rich? Jin Shun looked at Lin Shen with shock in his eyes. That's a Ferrari 812. I'll explain this to you later. It can't be explained in just a few words. Lin Shen smiled and pulled Jin Shun into the taxi. Take care of your business first, then we'll talk about this. Don't worry, I know what it means to be loyal to someone you've made a fortune in. With me around from now on, I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury and make a lot of money. Lin Shen looked at Jin Shun, whose expression still held a hint of worry, and said, I guarantee you definitely have a woman. That's no big deal. I told you long ago, Li Chui cheated on you. This is definitely the biggest loss of her life. Lin Shen sneered. Do you really think her boss, Hu Guobin, is anyone important? I want her to know that Hu Guobin is no match for you, Jin Shunbai. That's nothing but a fart. It's just money. Lin Shen patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. From now on, the one thing we brothers will never lack is money. Brothers are loyal to each other. Hearing Lin Shen's words, the taxi driver gave Lin Shen a thumbs up with great admiration. If I had a good brother like you, I wouldn't have to work so hard driving a taxi. Don't be discouraged, buddy, the taxi driver said, looking at the dejected Jin Shun. With a good brother like you supporting you, what won't you have in the future? We can't do without women. That makes sense. Lin Shen smiled and patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. Don't panic. I'll get revenge for you in a bit. Brother Lin. Jin Shun took a deep breath and looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. What exactly are you trying to do? Don't worry. You'll know when you see that bitch Li Chui. Lin Shen smiled and kept everyone in suspense. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the factory dormitory building where Li Chui lived. Give her a call. Lin Shen handed Jin Shun a bottle of water. Just do as I tell you. Don't panic and don't feel bad. You must remember one thing. It's not worth suffering for a woman like that. What you need to do is let her go and make her regret it. Lin Shen smiled coldly. Make her kneel down and beg you to make up. Then you must kick her aside and absolutely refuse to reconcile. Lin Shen looked at Jin Shun with a solemn expression. Don't be soft-hearted. Don't worry, Brother Lin. It's impossible for me to be soft-hearted. Without hesitation, Jin Shun replied to Lin Shen. I'm not that stupid. I won't be soft-hearted towards people like that again. That's right. Lin Shen nodded with a smile. After all, if Jin Shun softens her heart and forgives Li Chui, then what's the point of him even doing it? Wouldn't that backfire? Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, a husky downstairs in the dormitory started barking incessantly at Lin Shin and Jin Shun. Roll. Bang. Jin Shun picked up a rock and smashed it heavily on the husky, making the barking husky run away with its head in its hands. What's wrong? Lin Shin glanced at Jin Shun with surprise. Jin Shun used to really like dogs, so why is she suddenly into huskies? Brother Lin, Hu Guobin's family has a husky, and she likes huskies too. Jin Shun lowered his head with a complicated expression and looked indignant. She used to go to Hu Guobin's house often to play, saying she was going to tease the husky. I didn't think much of it at the time. After all, she really likes dogs, and I promised her that after we buy a house and get married, I'll get one for myself. Thinking back now, was she just teasing the dog? Jin Shun clenched her fists, her expression contorted with rage. She tricked me so badly. So she went to be a dog. Lin Shin instantly understood, and he patted Jin Shun's shoulder helplessly. It must have been hard on you. But that's all in the past, so don't worry too much. I'll avenge you. Live a good life in the future and meet new, wonderful girls, Lin Shin said with a smile. I'll have Qinglong introduce you to one. Brother Lin, thank you. Gritting her teeth, Jin Shun, feeling aggrieved, still dialed Li Chui's number. Hello, honey, be gentle. The phone rang with Li Chui's rapid, panting voice, full of seductive charm. That's strange. Lin Shin was a little surprised. Even at this point, why is Li Chui still calling Jin Shun darling? That's way too much. I'll wait for you downstairs. Jin Shun's expression was ferocious, and he gritted his teeth. Come down and get your things, and give me back my things too. Wait a moment. Ah hiss. With a gasp of shock, Li Chui hurriedly hung up the phone. Brother Lin, she said she'll wait a bit. Fine. Lin Shin wasn't in a hurry. Looking at Jin Shun, who looked pained, he handed her a cigarette. Don't be sad. Only a fool would torture himself over a woman who isn't worth it. Brother Lin. Jin Shun opened his mouth, as if to say something, but couldn't utter a word. After all, everyone understands some principles, but not everyone can actually put them into practice. Half an hour later, Lin Shun and Jin Shun, who had been waiting impatiently, finally saw Li Chui. The moment Lin Shun saw Li Chui, he finally understood who Li Chui had been calling darling, and why Jin Shun's expression had been so ferocious. Feelings, all of this was actually. Chapter 68. Young Master, we've finally found you. Li Chui, arm in arm with Hu Guobin, her face flushed, fine beads of sweat on her forehead dampening her hair, and swaying from side to side as she walked out of the dormitory building. Clearly something was wrong with her. In this situation, who did Li Chui call darling just now? And what was she doing a dozen minutes ago? This is obvious. Those who understand, understand. Shunzi, hold on. You must hold on. Seeing Jin Shun beside him with her fists clenched, her eyes bloodshot, and her body trembling violently. Lin Shin felt a little awkward and patted Jin Shun on the shoulder, signaling Jin Shun to calm down. At this moment, he could completely put himself in Jin Shun's shoes and feel her anger and pain. Li Chui and Hu Guobin, that despicable couple, are really going too far. He actually managed to get a call from Jin Shun for excitement during that time. It could even be said that Li Chui had done this kind of thing countless times before and had done countless unspeakable things behind Jin Shun and Hu Guobin's backs. He even deliberately called Jin Shun during the journey to seek excitement. Any man who understands this would probably be so angry he'd want to kill someone. This is yours. Take it and get out of here. Bang! Li Chui naturally didn't care about Jin Shun's anger. Having latched onto Hu Guobin, who was a high-ranking official, she naturally looked down on Jin Shun at this moment. Li Chui. Jin Shun's eyes were bloodshot as she glared angrily at Li Chui. Why did you do this to me? In the past 6 months, in what way have I treated you badly? I've been working hard to earn money so I can buy a house and a car, and marry you. Because you're poor. Li Chui scoffed without any politeness. Buying a house and a car? With your monthly salary of 4,500? Li Chui glanced at Jin Shun with disdain. Even if you work your whole life in Hangzhou without eating or drinking, you still won't be able to afford a house. Kid, that's the truth. Hu Guobin crossed his arms, looking arrogant. If you're incompetent, You don't deserve to get a wife. You're destined to be a bachelor your whole life. Shut up. Lin Shan glanced coldly at Hu Guobin. You have no right to speak here. Li Chui was Jin Shun's ex-girlfriend, so Lin Shan couldn't yell at her. But what was Hu Guobin anyway? Lin Shan wouldn't be polite to Jin Shun for daring to mock him like that. You dare talk back? Hu Guobin, as a leader, was already used to the workers being obsequious in front of him and daring not to resist his scolding and reprimands. Hearing Lin Shan yell at him, he was naturally furious. Nonsense. Lin Shan scoffed dismissively. You're out of your mind. Do you even need to ask? You. Hu Guobin waved his hand, intending to hit Lin Shan. Smack. Lin Shan slapped Hu Guobin across the face. Get out of here. You dare hit me? Hu Guobin, who had just been slapped, was furious. He wanted to hit Lin Shan, but when he saw the menacing Lin Shan and Jin Shun, he knew that he couldn't fight them all. You wait. A glint of malice flashed in Hu Guobin's eyes, and he immediately pulled out his phone. Jin Shun, Lin Shan, have you two gone mad? You dare to hit Supervisor Hu? Li Chui immediately became anxious. She glared angrily at Lin Shan and Jin Shun. Why aren't you kneeling down and apologizing to Manager Hu right now? Li Chui. Jin Shun took a deep breath, looked at Li Chui who was shouting and showing great concern for Hu Guobin with a complicated expression, and smiled bitterly. He is 15 years older than you. He's almost old enough to be your dad. You and him? Have you no shame? What's the use of face? Li Chui sneered. Manager Hu is rich. He owns a house and a car in Hangzhou. What do you have? You have nothing at all. Li Chui looked at Jin Shun with disdain. Why should I suffer and be poor with you? Don't give me that empty promise, like how you'll be able to buy a house and a car in Hangzhou once you make money. Li Chui scoffed dismissively. Nobody would believe you. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do you really have that kind of ability? Let me tell you, you'll never be able to afford a motorhome in Hangzhou in your entire life. Li Chui. Jin Shun clenched her fists, her teeth aching with anger. You're out of your mind. Lin Shun was also angered by Li Chui's bizarre thoughts, feeling that Jin Shun had been blind to have fallen for such an odd woman as Li Chui. If you don't like me and don't trust me, why did you agree to it in the first place? Even if you want to break up, why don't you just say so? Jin Shun glared angrily at Li Chui. Whether you break up with me and go find him or someone else, it's none of my business. We can definitely part ways amicably. How dare you cheat on me like this? Jin Shun glared at Li Chui with a ferocious expression. You've done this to me. You've wronged me. Why should I agree to your request? It was right after I broke up with my ex-boyfriend. He scumbed to me, and I was in a bad mood. I wanted to find someone to chat with to cheer myself up. Li Chui snorted. And you were licking my boots all the time back then. I had nothing else to do, so I just agreed. You think I'm really interested in you, want to have a serious relationship with you, or even get married and have children? Li Chui looked at Jin Shun with disdain in her eyes. You really overestimate yourself. You're not worthy? Jin Shun clenched his fists, his face turning ashen with anger at Li Chui, his body trembling like a leaf. Only then did he realize that it was all just his imagination. He considered Li Chui his girlfriend and his future wife. And what about Li Chui? Li Chui treated him like a dog. Don't panic. Feeling that it was about time, Lin Shan sent a message to the female anchor. Boom. Sizzle. With the roar of its engine, the stylish Ferrari 812 sped straight to the front of the dormitory building. Wow, whose car is this? Seeing the cool Ferrari 812, Li Chui's eyes widened in envy. Then, she glanced at Jin Shun disdainfully. Jin Shun, if you had a luxury car like that, would I be cheating on you with someone else? Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being incompetent. He didn't have any either. Jin Shun glared angrily at Hu Guobin. Why did you go with him? Although Manager Hu doesn't have such a nice car, he at least has an SUV worth over 100,000 yuan. And you? You didn't even have a damn thing. Li Chui looked at Jin Shun with disdain. Why am I wasting my breath talking to you? Anyway, you'll never be able to afford a luxury car like this in your lifetime. I doubt you can even afford a tire. Hee. Poor wretch. With that, Li Chui waved to Jin Shun. Get lost. I've blocked you. I don't want to see you again. Creak. As Li Chui finished speaking, The door of the Ferrari 812 opened, and then a shocking scene unfolded. All that could be seen was the female anchor who got out of the Ferrari 812 and walked directly to Jin Shun under Li Chui's envious gaze. Then, Chapter 69, Li Chui's dumbfounded. She smiled and bowed slightly to Jin Shun, then parted her lips and said, "Young Master Jin, I've finally found you." Oh. Jin Shun was stunned, looking at the female anchor in surprise. "Young Master Jin, the conflict between you and the Master should be resolved. The Master has sent you home." The female anchor was extremely respectful and gestured to Jin Shun. "The group is waiting for you to inherit it. Please don't keep arguing with the Master." "Holy crap, what's going on?" Lin Chen suddenly shouted. "Shunzi, who exactly are you?" "You do not know?" Amid Lin Chen's suspicious question, the female anchor immediately replied, "Young Master Jin Shun is the only son of the chairman of our Ninghai Jin group, and also the first in line to inherit our group. A few years ago, he had a conflict with the chairman, so he went to Hangzhou alone." The female anchor looked at Jin Shun respectfully. "Young Master Jin, you have experienced life at the bottom of society long enough. It's time to go home." "No, you must be mistaken." Li Chui's lips twitched violently, completely stunned by the female anchor's words. Her eyes widened. "He is Jin Shun from Jinjiazhuang. His father is Jin Sun too, and his mother is Li Huifeng. How could he possibly be the young Master Jin you're talking about? You've mistaken me for someone else. You've definitely mistaken me for someone else." Since Li Chui met Jin Shun through a blind date, she immediately revealed Jin Shun's background. Him? How could he possibly be the heir of the Jin family? Absolutely not. "Miss, what do you know?" The female anchor snorted coldly and looked at Li Chui with disdain. Young Master Jin deliberately used the identity of Jin family manor to conceal his true identity as young Master Jin. Our Jin group is worth tens of billions. How could we possibly mistake someone for someone else in this matter? Gulp. A market capitalization of tens of billions. Upon hearing the female anchor's words, Li Chui's eyes widened in shock. Is Jin Shun the heir to the Jin group, which is worth billions? Could it be that she really missed the chance to become the young mistress of a wealthy family? No, that's absolutely impossible. You must have mistaken me for someone else. This news was so explosive that Li Chui, who absolutely refused to believe it, roared angrily again. This is probably just a case of mistaken identity. I know Jin Shun very well. He's just a sycophant. He has absolutely no ability. Smack. The female anchor slapped Li Chui across the face and said, "Shut up. Who gave you permission to insult our young Master Jin like this?" The female anchor crossed her arms, looked at Li Chui coldly, and said with an arrogant attitude, "What do you know? Our young Master Jin is unwilling to accept the marriage arranged by his family, so he deliberately concealed his identity and came to the lower class in order to find true love. Young Master Jin just doesn't want to show off his abilities. It's not that we lack the ability. This. Covering her face where she had been slapped, Li Chui's eyes were filled with deep astonishment. This sudden news completely shocked her. She didn't know whether to believe or doubt. Is all of this really true? Although she was slapped by the female anchor, Li Chui was not angry about it, and felt that it was only natural. As a female anchor, Li Chui felt that it was not normal for her to slap herself. Nonsense. The female anchor looked at Li Chui coldly. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to question me and doubt young Master Jin? This has nothing to do with you, get out. As she spoke, the female anchor looked respectfully at Jin Shun. Young Master Jin, the Master is waiting for you to inherit the position of chairman of the group. Please. Shunzi, I didn't know you had such an identity. You kept it from me for so long. That's so unbrotherly. Lin Shen gave the female anchor, who was quite skilled at acting, an appreciative look, and then punched Jin Shun in the chest with a laugh. No wonder you never went when I suggested we go to Ninghai together. It's because they're afraid of being recognized. Going to Ninghai for fun. Li Chui recalled that she seemed to have also told Jin Shun to take her to Disneyland and the Bund. But Jin Shun always made excuses, saying she didn't have time and wouldn't go. She originally thought Jin Shun was stingy and too poor to go, and was afraid she would spend money since Disney tickets are not cheap. Now, thinking about what Lin Chen said, Li Chui suddenly realized that Jin Shun was afraid of being recognized in Ninghai. Shunzi, you really kept it a secret for a long time. Looking at Li Chui, who was beginning to believe him, Lin Chen deliberately said, Shunzi, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. From now on, you will be the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. We've known each other for years, brother. I know how I've treated you, right? You should at least give me a hand, help me out, right? Lin Chen laughed. At the very least, arrange a job with $1 million annual salary for me, okay? Gulp. Annual salary of $1 million. Working for a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Hearing Lin Chen's emphasis on key words, Li Chui's eyes widened in astonishment. This is so exciting. Jin Shun has such a background. If she could marry Jin Shun, wouldn't that be like a hen flying up a phoenix tree and turning into a phoenix? That was awesome. Then, she can carry an LV bag, wear a Bauhaus dress, a Jacques Van Damme handkerchief, Hermes shoes, and drive a Porsche or Rolls-Royce. Even for underwear, you can use international big brands. And they don't even need to be washed. You just wear them once and throw them away. They always had a large entourage when they went out, lived in spacious villas, and had maids and bodyguards. From then on, they lived a wonderful life, second only to the emperor and above all others. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Li Chui opened her eyes wide, completely absorbed in the thought of her wonderful future. The young mistress of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. That's incredibly wealthy. Young master, please come back to the company with me. The female anchor smiled and pulled Jin Shun's arm. The master said that as long as you go back this time, you can decide your own marriage from now on. He will no longer force you to make arrangements. You can marry whomever you want. Jin Shun, who looked somewhat dazed, nodded subconsciously at Lin Chen's prompting. Then, the female anchor pulled him by the arm and led him toward the Ferrari 812 with complicated steps. Shunzi, once we arrive in Ninghai, let's keep in touch by phone. I'll come and seek refuge with you. Lin Chen stood in front of the car and deliberately shouted loudly. This? Hu Guobin stared blankly at the Ferrari 812 in front of him. Of course, he wasn't as blindly trusting as Li Chui, but rather somewhat skeptical. Isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? Wait a moment. Just as the female anchor was about to start the Ferrari 812 and leave with Jin Shun, a gasp suddenly rang out. Upon seeing Li Chui, she didn't hesitate at all and rushed straight towards the Ferrari 812. Looking at Kim Soon sitting in the passenger seat, she spoke without hesitation. Brother Jin. Chapter 70, Brother Jin, you're the one I love. Cough, cough. Jin Shun coughed for a while and almost threw up his dinner from the night before. Looking at Li Chui's gentle and charming face, with her alluring appearance, Jin Shun was both amused and exasperated by her. When it comes to shamelessness, Li Chui is truly one of the best. Just now, he was pointing his finger at Jin Shun, scolding her for being ungrateful and a toad trying to eat swan meat. At this moment, their attitude has changed immediately. So she's calling this toad Jiam Soon Brother Jiam, in such a sweet and coquettish way. That's really funny. What do you want? Sitting in the passenger seat, Jin Shun did not get out of the car at Lin Chen's signal. Instead, he rolled down the window and looked coldly at Li Chui. The female anchor, of course, wisely refrained from making any suggestive remarks, giving Jin Shun a chance to vent her anger. Brother Jin, I actually love you. There was a misunderstanding just now. With her lips tightly pressed together and her cherry-like mouth slightly open, Li Chui, whose breath tasted of blood, winked at Jin Shun and said, Brother Jin, all I was thinking about just now was you. I know you still like her. I promise I will never do such a thing again. They will definitely live a good life with you. Li Chui grabbed Jin Shun's arm and said, Brother Jin, you promised me before that you would marry me and take care of me for the rest of your life. The same to you. Li Chui rolled her eyes at Jin Shun. With such a status, why didn't you say so earlier? Blinded by the Ferrari 812 and the Jin Group's staggering billions, Li Chui, failing to see anything amiss, is now seducing Jin Shun with the utmost allure. She wanted to make Jin Shun fall at her feet again. It's too late. Looking at Li Chui's bewitching expression, Jin Shun's eyes were filled with a cold glint. After what happened before, he now felt intense disgust for Li Chui. Brother Jin, I have my reasons. Seeing that Jin Shun was about to reject her, Li Chui quickly put on a pitiful look, looking at Jin Shun with a pitiful and coquettish expression. Brother Jin, I didn't mean to betray you. Even when he was doing that to me, you were the one I was thinking about. Shut up. Lin Shun, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Li Chui coldly and said, Aren't you disgusting? How could you say something like that? I'm telling the truth. Without hesitation, Li Chui replied, What I was thinking just now was indeed Brother Jin. Nausea. Lin Shen's eyes were filled with intense disgust. I've never seen a woman as disgusting as you before. The facts are right in front of you. What excuse do you have for betraying Shunzi? Let me tell you, Shunzi will be the eldest son of the Jin family from now on, and he won't lack women around him. Who do you think you are? Lin Shen winked at the female anchor. Young Master Jin. The beautiful anchorwoman immediately understood. Without saying a word, she smiled and hugged Jin Shun's arm, snuggling close to him with a sweet scent. Brother Jin, if you want to, they can come anytime. See that? Lin Shen laughed. Given Shunzi's status, there are plenty of women like her who would willingly throw themselves at him. Countless secretaries and clerks in the Kim Group want to marry Shunzi and become the young mistress of a multi-billion-dollar company. You're nobody. Lin Shen crossed his arms. You originally had a chance, but you ruined it yourself. You are not qualified. Lin Shen deliberately emphasized. To become the young mistress of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Gulp. A multi-billion-dollar corporation. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Li Chui swallowed hard. Her eyes filled with a mixture of longing and regret. She dreams of being rich. Brother Jin, I was really forced. He forced me into this. With a quick glance, Li Chui pointed directly at Hu Guobin. Brother Jin, I really have my reasons. He threatened me before, saying that if I didn't obey him, he would fire me. He also said that he knows your company's manager. If I don't obey, he will not only fire me, but also try to fire you. Li Chui lowered her head sadly. Because of this, I have no choice but to listen to his arrangements. I was forced to submit to him. I don't want you to be fired. After all, you've put a lot of effort into this job. Li Chui looked at Jin Shun pitifully. I'm doing all this for your own good. Brother Jin, I truly love you. You must understand my good intentions. Don't misunderstand me. Hee. You really know how to make excuses for your promiscuity. Listening to Li Chui's feigned pitifulness, Lin Shen couldn't help but admire her. It seemed Li Chui was indeed a quick-witted person. It's amazing that such an explanation could be come up in such a short time. That's interesting too. But she wanted to use this to fool Lin Shen and Jin Shun? Dream. You can shut up now. We have no interest in your excuses and cover-ups. Lin Shen looked coldly at Li Chui. No matter what you say, the fact has already happened. Shunzi wouldn't want a woman like you who's promiscuous. Dirty. Brother Jin, I really didn't mean it. Li Chui knew she couldn't win an argument with Lin Shen, so she could only deliberately play the victim, hoping to awaken Jin Shun's previous love for her and thus deceive him. Therefore, she still looked at Jin Shun pitifully and said, Brother Jin, I said that just now for your sake. I'm afraid you'll be hurt, and I'm afraid you'll do something illegal or criminal in a moment of impulse. So you can say that. I'd rather you hate me than let you commit a crime. Li Chui looked at Jin Shun with sincerity and love. Brother Jin, can you understand my predicament? This. Having once loved her, Jin Shun felt a pang of tenderness as she looked at the pitiful Li Chui. Shunzi. Lin Shen sneered, staring coldly at Jin Shun. Don't show any mercy to a woman like her. Have you forgotten about the green hat you're wearing? Gulp. Jin Shun suddenly realized what was happening, swallowed hard, and looked coldly at Li Chui. You don't need to explain. I don't want to hear it, and there's no need for me to hear it. That's enough. You can go now. From now on, we will not know each other. With that, Jin Shun shoved Li Chui away without any politeness. Get lost. Brother Jin. Seeing that Jin Shun was about to leave, Li Chui gritted her teeth and decided to make one last desperate attempt. He immediately knelt down before Jin Shun with a plop. Brother Jin, I really had my reasons before. Just this once, please be understanding. Let's get back together and make up. Ding dong. Congratulations host for completing today's task. As Li Chui knelt down, A system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 71. Lin Chen and Jin Shun are exposed. Wow, what a reward. Interesting, absolutely fascinating. Upon hearing about the reward from the system, Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly, feeling that this system was really good at playing games. This system is really corrupting an honest person like him. However, Lin Chen responded to this. I really like it. After all, if you're going to take revenge, you might as well do it thoroughly and satisfyingly. Otherwise, what's the point of seeking revenge? Why was Li Chui forced to kneel down and beg Jin Shun? This kind of revenge is satisfying, but not satisfying enough. After all, Jin Shun is gone now, so Li Chui can continue her shameless life with Hu Guobin. And Hu Guobin can still comfortably continue being his factory supervisor. To them, Jin Shun's departure was nothing but a farce. So such retaliation, though unusual, is of little practical significance. For Li Chui and Hu Guobin, it was not a painful experience, nor was it a real loss. Especially for Hu Guobin, there was no real punishment. On the contrary, Hu Guobin would feel that he had slept with the woman of the only son of a billionaire family chairman, thus cheating on such a young master. This is something you can really brag about. Therefore, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't give him that chance. If you're going to take revenge, then take it thoroughly and decisively. Cough, cough. After coughing a few times, Lin Chen looked at Li Chui, who was kneeling, and said, Li Chui, stop doing these useless things. It's pointless. Shunzi isn't stupid. She won't want a shameless woman like you anymore. You're not good enough for Shunzi. Take a look at Shunzi's car yourself. Lin Chen deliberately revealed a weakness. You're not even worth a single tire on Shunzi's car. Brother Jin, I really didn't mean to. Li Chui failed to grasp Lin Chen's implied meaning. Blinded by the billion-dollar conglomerate, she was now staring longingly at Jin Shun, hoping to marry into a wealthy family. The license plate of this car is Hangzhou A. It's not Ning A from Ninghai. According to Lin Chen, Jin Shun should be the only son of the chairman of Ninghai Jin Group. Staring at the license plate of the Ferrari 812, Hu Guobin's eyes were full of sharp light. In other words, this female secretary should have driven from Ninghai to find Jin Shun, not from Hangzhou. So this Ferrari 812 should have a Ninghai license plate, not a Hangzhou license plate. Besides, how could things be such a coincidence? Why did this female secretary have to show up at this exact moment, of all times, to cooperate so perfectly with Jin Shun's pretentious act? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Something unusual must be going on. There must be something fishy about this. Hu Guobin, his eyes darting around, noticed the problem and stared intently at Lin Chen and Jin Shun. This must be a staged act by them, deliberately renting a car to scare me and hurt Li Chui. That's really funny. With a cold laugh, Hu Guobin, who thought he had the real inside story, suddenly stepped forward. Stop crying and whining, you shameful thing. You've been scammed. Lifting Li Chui's collar as she knelt on the ground, Hu Guobin sneered. He's not the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate at all. He's just a boring, poor guy who rents a car to show off and try to get attention. The money for renting the car might have been borrowed. You even knelt down and begged him to make up with you? Aren't you stupid? Hu Guobin looked at Jin Shun with disdain. Kid, don't think that just because you're putting on a good act, I can't tell the difference. That's hilarious. Jin Shun was momentarily stunned. You're talking nonsense. Young Master Jin is the only son of the chairman of the Jin Group. Although the female secretary was still shouting at the top of her lungs, she looked somewhat flustered. Having been exposed, she looked at Lin Chen nervously, unsure of what to do. Lin Chen smiled and winked at his female secretary, signaling her to calm down. Because the real show is yet to come. What Jin Group? Don't give me that nonsense. I've already checked. Opening the Tianyanka, a business information platform, interface on his phone, Hu Guobin scoffed disdainfully. There are 3 Jin groups in the country, one in Guangzhou, one in the southwest, and one in the northwest. There is no such thing as the Jin Group in Ninghai. So what exactly is this Kim Group you're talking about? Tell me then, where in Ninghai is the Jin Group? Hu Guobin glared at his female secretary. You poor wretch, what are you pretending to be rich for? Jin Shun, you're lying to me. Li Chui scrambled to her feet and glared angrily at Jin Shun. Pa, you shameless bastard. How dare you lie to me? I really thought you were the only son of the chairman of the Jin Group. So you're a liar. A poor liar who likes to pretend to be rich. Li Chui glared angrily at Jin Shun. I can't believe I was fooled by you. What bad luck. You bastard. Jin Shun opened his mouth, looking extremely embarrassed, unsure of what to say. Cough, cough. Lin Shen spoke at just the right moment, looking at Li Chui with a playful smile. Now, aren't you going to ask us to make up? Pooh. You're a liar too. Li Chui glared angrily at Lin Shen. You're a pretentious bastard too. He should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. Does a bastard like him deserve me? That's disgusting. Li Chui, filled with anger and fury, glared fiercely at Jin Shun. What a disgusting dog. You. Jin Shun's face turned pale instantly. He had just felt sorry for Li Chui, but he never expected her to be so disgusting. Foolish man. Hu Guobin crossed his arms, looking at the furious Li Chui and the stiff-faced Jin Shun, feeling extremely pleased. To be honest, he was also startled just now. He really thought Jin Shun was some big shot. He messed with the wrong person and is now doomed. After all, it's as easy as playing a game for a billionaire to cripple or kill him. With just a flick of a finger, he could be run over and killed or maimed by a drunk driver. I'm sorry, Shunzi actually has another identity that I didn't tell you about. Lin Shen looked at the clamoring Li Chui and the disdainful Hu Guobin, his eyes darting around, and then slowly spoke again. Funny. Li Chui looked at Lin Shen coldly and gave a contemptuous sneer. What kind of worthless identity could he possibly have? He's just a dog. Hee. Hu Guobin laughed too. If you say he's a fraudster, then I'll believe you. I'm telling the truth. Looking at Hu Guobin and Li Chui's disdainful expressions, Lin Shen shrugged slightly. I have no reason to lie to you. Knowing that the system had just given him a reward, Lin Shen smiled and said, Shunzi has a second identity. That's it. Chapter 72, Jin Shun's second identity. Chairman of Hangzhou Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. Just when Hu Guobin thought he had exposed Lin Shen and Jin Shun's charade and revealed their true colors, Lin Shen shocked everyone with another remark. What's going on? Francis. Li Chui looked at Hu Guobin with a blank expression. Why does this name sound so familiar? Well, not only was Li Chui stunned, but Jin Shun, the person involved, was also completely dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Shen with utter suspicion. I don't know what Lin Shen means by this. How did he suddenly go from being the only son of the chairman of Ninghai Jin's group to becoming the chairman of this Franz clothing manufacturing company? This identity change happened way too fast. The number one fan? The female anchor walked up to Lin Shen, quietly tugged at his sleeve, and looked at him suspiciously. Lin Shen hadn't explained this to her beforehand, so she had no script to act out now. Jin Shun is the chairman of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company, a company his father handed over to him. Lin Shen smiled at the female anchor. Don't you remember? The reason why the Jin Group cannot be found on Tinyanka is because the products manufactured by the group are too high-end and belong to confidential projects, so they are not disclosed to the public. Right. Lin Shen looked at the female anchor with a meaningful gaze. Our Shunzi has a career in Hangzhou too. Yes, that's right. The female anchor was also quite quick-witted. Under Lin Shen's serious gaze, she instantly understood what he meant. She immediately said, Our young Master Jin is the chairman of Hangzhou Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. What do you know? The female anchor looked coldly at Hu Guobin. The Jin Group is not something a low-level person like you can investigate. Francis. Li Chui frowned, looking at Jin Shun suspiciously. The more I hear this, the more familiar it seems. Of course you're familiar with it. Hu Guobin sneered. Our factory is under the umbrella of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. We are all employees of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. Hee. Hu Guobin looked at Lin Shen coldly. Kid, you're really fucking funny. Are you trying to play the crab with me? You think I don't know that our company's chairman's surname is Wang, and he's 63 this year? Hu Guobin sneered. I even met him when he came to inspect the company last month. Now you're saying this kid is our company's chairman? Pointing at Jin Shun, Hu Guobin said with a look of disdain. If he were the chairman of our company, I would be the richest man in Hangzhou. What nonsense. He's really addicted to showing off. Jin Shun, aren't you ridiculous? Li Chui naturally believed Jin Shun's words. She put her hands on her hips and looked at him with disdain. I really didn't expect you to be such a disgusting person. Pooh. Recalling the scene of her kneeling and begging Jin Shun to reconcile, Li Chui felt ashamed at this moment. You are a real bastard. I get annoyed just looking at you. Get the hell out of here right now. Pointing her finger at Jin Shun, Li Chui sneered. Don't ever show your face in front of me again. I don't know a pretentious jerk like you. Hee hee. Hu Guobin crossed his arms and looked at Lin Shun and Jin Shun with disdain. Keep acting. Utterly ridiculous. Brother Lin. Jin Shun was at a loss for what to do, and he looked at Lin Shun suspiciously. Shunzi, you're just too low-key and too sentimental. At a time like this, you're still thinking about saving face for them. Lin Shun patted Jin Shun's shoulder with a smile. Fine, what can I do? I'm your brother. Since you're unwilling to teach them a lesson, then I'll step in for you. You don't believe me? Lin Shun looked at Hu Guobin with amusement. Then I'll make you believe it. Now, I'll call out your factory manager so you'll know who Shunzi is. Hee hee. Hu Guobin was amused by Lin Shun. What nonsense are you talking about? If you can get our factory manager to come out, he'll be the chairman of our company. I'll kneel down right now and call you my father. Hu Guobin looked at Lin Shun coldly. His brain is full of shit and maggots. He's completely out of his mind. Two stupid dogs who dream and fool themselves every day. Accept reality. You poor, stupid bastards, Hu Guobin sneered, are destined to be bachelors for life. He doesn't deserve to have a woman at all. Very good. I hope you can remain this unruly later. I love so much. Lin Shun sent a message with a smile, looking at Hu Guobin with a playful expression. Don't back down, or it won't be fun. Honey, what should we do? Looking at Lin Shun's amused gaze, Li Chui felt a twitching sensation in her right eyelid, a bad feeling creeping over her. Therefore, she gripped Hu Guobin's shoulders tightly. Could it be that he really is the chairman of our company? How is that possible? Hu Guobin sneered dismissively. I've worked in this factory for 8 years. How could I not know who the chairman is? Didn't I already tell you? Last month, when the chairman came to inspect the area, I even accompanied the factory director to receive him. How could this be fake? Have you forgotten the cleaning we had on the 15th of last month, where we made everyone do a thorough cleaning? Hu Guobin sneered. Wasn't that just to appease the chairman during his inspection? That seems to be the case. Li Chui scratched her head, still looking somewhat suspicious. Knock, knock, knock. Less than 15 minutes later, accompanied by hurried footsteps, factory manager Song, dressed in a suit and heavily pregnant, ran quickly out of the factory, followed by several factory supervisors. Director Song? Hu Guobin was stunned when he saw factory director Song running towards him. Honey, Director Song really came out. Li Chui instinctively grabbed Hu Guobin's arm tightly. Could it be that he wasn't lying, and Jin Shunjin really is our chairman? Impossible. Hu Guobin gritted his teeth. This is a coincidence, absolutely a coincidence. Director Song is probably out for a night run. Get out of the way. Hu Guobin waved Li Chui away and immediately turned to Director Song with a fawning expression. Director Song, you have quite the refined taste. Going out for a night run late at night. Run my ass. Factory Director Song glared fiercely at Hu Guobin. Where's the chairman? Why aren't you lining up to welcome him? Well, the chairman isn't here. Hu Guobin looked bewildered. I've been outside the whole time and haven't seen the chairman. What do you mean he hasn't arrived yet? The chairman is already here. At this moment, Factory Director Song's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Shun. Are you blind? The chairman is standing right there. He is not. Get out of my way. Pushing Hu Guobin aside, Factory Director Song immediately rushed towards Lin Shun and bowed deeply, saying, Lin. Cough, cough. Before Factory Director Song could speak, Lin Shun coughed and then looked at him with a smile. Factory Director Song, you've mistaken me for someone else, haven't you? Lin Shun smiled and pointed at Jin Shun. Our chairman Jin Shun is right here. Chapter 73. A person who is shameless to the extreme. Ah. Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, Factory Director Song's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at Lin Shun with a very suspicious expression. Just now, The company secretariat sent a notice saying that the company chairman has suddenly sold all his shares and the company chairman has been replaced. According to the information, the new chairman is none other than Lin Shun. After all, there are photos in the materials. Then the secretariat sent another message saying that the company's new chairman had come to inspect the factory and was just outside the dormitory area. In this situation, Director Song naturally didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned the factory's main leaders and then led his men to rush over in a hurry. But he really didn't expect that Lin Shun, who was clearly the chairman in the documents, would deny his identity at this moment. If you insist on calling Jin Shun the chairman. This left factory director Song completely bewildered. In that instant, his mind went blank, and he didn't know what to do. Cough cough. Seeing that director Song still hadn't reacted, Lin Shun, who was somewhat doubtful about whether he was intelligent enough, capable enough, and especially emotionally intelligent enough to be the factory director, could only cough again. Then, he looked at factory director Song with deep eyes and said, "I'm saying, young Master Jin Shun is the new chairman of our company. You don't understand?" Gulp. Under Lin Shen's stern gaze, factory director Song swallowed hard, finally understanding Lin Shen's meaning. Wiping the large beads of cold sweat from his forehead, factory director Song quickly said, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I must have been blind." Then, factory director Song immediately looked at Jin Shun respectfully and said, "Chairman Jin, I am the factory director. My surname is Song. You can call me Xiao Song." Although he was old enough to be Jin Shun's father, Director Song greeted Jin Shun with utmost respect, bowing and scraping. Although he was talking to Jin Shun, his eyes were always on Lin Shen. This posture is really awkward. Cough cough. Lin Shen coughed awkwardly a few more times and glared at Director Song. In terms of acting skills and quick wit, Director Song is far inferior to the female anchor. Chairman Jin. Under Lin Shen's stern gaze, factory director Song reluctantly turned his head and looked respectfully at Jin Shun. Gulp. Lin, brother Lin. Jin Shun was also stunned by the scene. He looked at Lin Shun with suspicion and shock in his eyes. I was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He truly hadn't expected Lin Shun to have prepared so much. Not only did they bribe Ferrari 812s, but they even bribed Director Song of Li Chui's factory. Let him come and play along. To save face for him and vent my anger. Lin Shun really went all out. Indeed, Jin Shun subconsciously assumed that factory director Song was someone Lin Shun had invited to put on an act. He didn't know that the factory, it really is Lin Shen's. Young Master Jin, you really have a bad memory. Is it because you own too many companies that you've forgotten about this factory? At Lin Shen's prompting glance, the quick-witted female anchor immediately smiled and said, "That's right. For someone as busy as you, a factory with an estimated value of only 30 to 50 million is indeed not worth your attention. It's normal that you can't remember it right now. After all, you are the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. A factory worth a mere 30 to 50 million is certainly not worthy of being listed in front of you." The female anchor chuckled. "Without assets of several hundred million, you wouldn't even care. Wow, Shunzi, you're really awesome. A factory worth tens of millions, and you don't even care about it?" Looking at Jin Shun in front of him, Lin Shen immediately gave Jin Shun a thumbs up. "Shunzi, you are really amazing. You must help me out and let me get rich with you. You're just too modest. A factory worth tens of millions, you can forget about it just like that famous General Zhang." Lin Shen laughed. "Isn't that just like that famous General Zhang? I don't know how many wives I have, nor how many children I have. Yesterday a child called out Dad, but couldn't remember who his mother was." Lin Shen looked at Jin Shun. "Shunzi, is there a factory manager or company general manager here who calls you chairman? Have you forgotten which factory or company he works for? Then a tenant pays your rent, and you forget which apartment they actually rented? After all, you own so many houses that you've almost forgotten how many you have." "That's right." The female anchor also laughed and said, "Young Master Jin, you really have a bad memory. From now on, your house should also be managed by the company regularly, so you don't forget to collect the rent." The female anchor chuckled. "After all, with all the meetings you attend every day, you really don't need to remember such trivial matters." After all, how much is the rent? You can handle any contract you want. The female anchor glanced at Li Shui and Hu Guobin, then covered her mouth and chuckled. They're worth hundreds of millions, even billions. So you don't even care about this little bit of rent. It's not worth your attention at all. Jin Shun nodded awkwardly, looking somewhat at a loss. But none of that matters, because Li Shui and Hu Guobin are even more shocked than Jin Shun. Li Shui was completely stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. As for Hu Guobin, although he still had some doubts about Jin Shun and Lin Chen's identities, Director Song was the real deal, his superior, whom he couldn't doubt. Director Song, they really are. Taking a deep breath, Hu Guobin, with a complicated expression, cautiously looked at Factory Director Song. Chairman of the company? Smack. Having already realized that this Hu Guobin wasn't someone who knew Lin Shun and Jin Shun, but rather Factory Director Song who had offended them, Song naturally slapped Hu Guobin across the face without hesitation. Nonsense. Chairman Jin is our company's new chairman. You filthy thing with dog eyes, you're asking for a beating. Haha. Hu Guobin, what do you have to say now? Lin Shun, with his hands behind his back, looked at Hu Guobin with a playful expression. Aren't you going to keep what you said earlier? Kneel down and kowtow. I don't need to be your son. I don't have a good-for-nothing son like you. Foolish thing. Factory Director Song glared fiercely at Hu Guobin, thinking to himself that he had almost been tricked by this Hu Guobin. Hearing Lin Chen's sarcastic remarks, Hu Guobin was speechless for a moment. However, after a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth. Hu Guobin did something that shocked Lin Shun, Jin Shun, Factory Director Song, and the female anchor. This matter was, in fact, quite astonishing. Chapter 74 Lin Chun becomes a father. Dad. Suddenly, Hu Guobin knelt down on Lin Chen's knees with a plop, hugged Lin Chen's legs, and immediately called Lin Chen Dad. Although he was old enough to be Lin Chen's uncle, Hu Guobin didn't care at all at the moment. Holy crap! Not only were Jin Shun, the female anchor, and Director Song shocked, but even Lin Chun, the person involved, was terrified by Hu Guobin's behavior. Seeing Hu Guobin suddenly hug his leg and call him Dad, Lin Chen's lips twitched, and he immediately jumped up. What's going on here? Lin Chen kicked Hu Guobin away, looked at Hu Guobin kneeling on the ground with a serious expression. What do you mean? What do you want to do? Dad, I'm willing to accept the loss. If you don't mind. Hu Guobin knelt on the ground, looking at Lin Shun with utmost respect. Please, Father, accept me as your godson. I will definitely take good care of you, Dad, and see you off in your old age. Shut up. Lin Chen's lips twitched, and he glared fiercely at Hu Guobin. I don't have a son like you. Are you kidding me? Does Lin Shun need Hu Guobin to take care of him in his old age and see him off in his final days? This is a curse wishing Lin Chen a short life. Dad, I know it was my fault before. I shouldn't have done that. But this isn't my fault. It's all because this slut seduced me. Pointing to Li Shui beside him, Hu Guobin quickly explained, I didn't intend to do that kind of thing, but she just sat on me. Tell me, as a normal man, how could I resist having such a young woman sitting on me? That's how, by a twist of fate, I did something I shouldn't have done. Hu Guobin looked at Lin Shun with a pleading expression. Dad, I realize my mistake, and I'm reflecting on it. Please don't take it personally. Uncle Jin. As he spoke, Hu Guobin looked at Jin Shun respectfully and said, I'm sorry. Well? Jin Shun was a little confused by Hu Guobin's actions, and he looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. I give up too. Lin Chen sighed with a wry smile, looking at Hu Guobin who was blaming everything on Li Shui. He was truly impressed. This pair of scoundrels were a match made in heaven. They're really showing no mercy in slinging mud at each other. I've never seen anything like this before. The female anchor scoffed dismissively, giving Li Shui a cold look. Her? She's not even as good as the women in my line of work. At least we don't lie. Just say what you want to say. You'll get things done once you pay. You won't get your money for nothing. Lin Chen nodded slightly, expressing his approval of the female anchor's professional ethics. Mr. Lin, Chairman Jin. Factory Director Song cautiously looked at Lin Chen. What do you think about this matter? There's nothing to say. Of course, we should settle scores and avenge each other. Lin Chen sneered. Now that he had completed the system task, he didn't intend to dawdle any longer. He glanced at Hu Guobin kneeling on the ground and sneered. Hu Guobin, stop shamelessly calling me dad. I don't have a son like you. So, Lin Xin glanced coldly at factory director Song. Let Hu Guobin work as a cleaner in the factory, specifically responsible for cleaning the toilets. Clear. Factory director Song immediately nodded and accepted the order. Dad. Hu Guobin trembled and looked at Lin Xun with a pleading expression. He's made up his mind. If things don't work out, he'll resign. Don't even think about quitting your job. Lin Xun had already seen through Hu Guobin's thoughts, and he sneered. There's no such thing as a free lunch. What a joke. Simply firing Hu Guobin and letting him go to another factory to continue being a boss and bullying others is meaningless. What kind of punishment is that? Lin Xun wouldn't waste his energy like that. Lin Xun grinned menacingly and said, Director Song, you better remember this. If Hu Guobin stays and cleans the toilets properly from now on, that's good. Let him work hard at the factory. If he dares to resign, I'll make sure to report him to all the companies in the industry, especially all the similar companies in Hangzhou. Make the entire industry blacklist him. Lin Xin sneered. Make sure he can never find a job again. Clear. Gulp. Understand. Factory director Song swallowed hard, looking at Lin Xun with a surprised expression. Lin Xin knew that he was going to cut off all of Hu Guobin's paths. After all, there are industry associations in the garment manufacturing industry. As long as Director Song submits Hu Guobin's dirty laundry, Hu Guobin will never be able to find a new job in the same industry again. Dad. Bang. When Hu Guobin tried to grab Lin Xin's leg and beg for his life, Lin Xin kicked him without hesitation. Thump. Hu Guobin lay miserably on the ground, like a dead dog. It's your turn. After Hu Guobin, Lin Xin gave Li Chui a cold look. However, since Li Chui and Jin Shun were previously in a relationship, Lin Xin couldn't directly deal with Li Chui. Therefore, he looked at Jin Shun for advice. Shunzi, what do you think? If you ask me, we should just assign her to clean the women's restroom. Jin Shun. Li Chui looked at Jin Shun with a complicated expression. I really didn't mean to betray you. I really didn't expect things to turn out this way. Let's make up. Li Chui stepped forward and grabbed Jin Shun's arm, saying, I'm willing to have your children, even 3. Need not. Jin Shun gritted her teeth and unceremoniously shook off Li Chui. Let's leave it at that. From this day forward, we part ways, each finding our own happiness. Blocked. In front of Li Chui, Jin Shun gritted his teeth and blocked Li Chui's phone number and WeChat account. I have no say in what you do in the future. Don't look for me. Jin Shun, you can't be so heartless. I love you. Roll. Lin Xin shoved Li Chui away without any politeness and sneered. When you were doing those dirty things with this Hu Guobin, why didn't you think of Shunzi? You have the nerve to say such things now? Funny. Director Song, fire her. Lin Xin sneered. Block her in the entire manufacturing industry, so she can never find a job in Hangzhou again. Get out. After saying that, Lin Xin waved his hand with a cold laugh. Don't bother Shunzi anymore. You're not worthy. Yes, ma'am. Factory director Song immediately accepted the order with utmost respect and winked at the head of the personnel department behind him. Arrange it immediately. Clear. The HR manager glanced coldly at Hu Guobin, who was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, and thought to himself that he deserved it. With so many women in the factory, why did he have to pick Li Chui? He had to offend Lin Xun and Jin Shun. If he doesn't fail, who will? After all, you reap what you sow. Chairman Lin. After Lin Xin dealt with Hu Guobin and Li Chui, factory director Song looked at Lin Xin respectfully. The factory's night shift workers are currently working. Look. Shall we take a look? Chapter 75. Pretending to be a big brother, pretending to be a rich man. Chapter 75. Pretending to be a big brother, pretending to be a rich man. That's not necessary for now. Lin Xin glanced at the dejected Jin Shun, hesitated slightly, and then waved to Director Song. Another day. Clear. Upon hearing Lin Xin's words, Factory Director Song immediately nodded respectfully. Then I await Chairman Lin's inspection at any time. Chairman Lin, what's next for the factory? Just keep operations as usual. Lin Shen glanced at the obsequious factory director Song. Although he didn't have a good impression of Director Song, Director Song had cooperated quite well just now, so Lin Shen didn't punish him. As always, do a good job. There will be a reward for doing a good job. Year-end bonuses can be doubled. Don't worry, Chairman Lin. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Factory Director Song's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. I will definitely manage the factory well and make it very profitable. You will definitely not be disappointed. Lin Shen nodded slightly, and with Director Song's respectful farewell, he drove directly back to the apartment complex where Jin Shun rented, along with Jin Shun and the female anchor. Mr. Lin, what's next? The female anchor, who had been busy with Lin Shen all day, looked at him respectfully. At that moment, she really wanted something to happen between her and Lin Shen. As long as Lin Shen wants her to do something, she will obediently do it. You have to understand, a billionaire like Lin Shen is truly a rare find. Most of the top spenders on the platform aren't actually wealthy. They spend 300 yuan of their salary on instant noodles and then donate the remaining 3,000 yuan to female streamers. He deliberately acted like a big shot and a rich man in the female streamer's live broadcast room. There are actually many such people, because apart from a few tycoons with screws loose, most truly wealthy people wouldn't bother flirting with female live streamers for no reason. There's no need for that. They are never short of women, especially beautiful women. The company secretary, the school's most beautiful girl, and various socialites from the modeling agency, as well as other wealthy and beautiful women. As long as they have enough status and position, they will be surrounded by beautiful women. Why bother watching live streams online to flirt? In reality, most female streamers are fully aware of this, but they deliberately pretend not to know in order to receive tips. They intentionally flatter these top spenders in a coquettish manner, praising them as wealthy. They just want to get tips this way. Among the truly wealthy people, this beautiful female anchor has only met one Lin Shen in a year of working in this industry. When she first met Lin Shen, she actually thought he was a fake tycoon, pretending to be a rich guy who tipped her to become the top spender, just to ask her out for a fling. Her initial thought was simply to feign compliance out of professional ethics, intending to give Lin Shen a perfunctory response and then leave. Unexpectedly, happiness came so suddenly. Lin Shen, who owns a Ferrari 812 and a factory, is actually a tycoon. Therefore, the female anchor naturally wanted to seize this opportunity and cling tightly to Lin Shen's coattails. Such wealthy people are rare finds. Mr. Lin, I know there's a nice love hotel nearby, the female anchor said, winking at Lin Shen. Want to come check it out with me? Need not. Not interested. Lin Shen rejected the female anchor without any hesitation. His heart belonged only to Chu Qinglan. You are right now. Lin Shen, who had intended to simply send the female anchor away, suddenly looked at Jin Shun and said, Shunzi, let her have a drink with you. It's a way to calm down. Don't be too upset. Lin Shen patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. It's not worth torturing yourself for a woman like Li Chui. Why bother? Brother Lin, I know you mean well. But I really don't have those thoughts right now. I'm not in the mood for them. Jin Shun gave a bitter smile. Just let me calm down by myself. Don't worry. I know it's not worth torturing myself for her. After I calm down and take a few days to recover, I'll be able to let it go. Okay. Seeing Jin Shun's complicated expression, Lin Shen hesitated slightly, then patted Jin Shun on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. You won't lack women in the future. Quit your current job. Once you've calmed down, I'll arrange a job for you. I'll have your sister-in-law introduce you to a good girlfriend later. There's nothing I can't figure out. The best is yet to come. Jin Shun looked at Lin Shen with great gratitude. Brother Lin, thank you. All right, we're brothers, no need for formalities. Lin Shen waved his hand dismissively, then looked at the female anchor. After a moment's thought, he took out 1,000 yuan in cash from his pocket. This is for the taxi fare. Thank you for your hard work today. Of course. Seeing that Lin Shen was not interested in her at the moment, the female anchor was somewhat unwilling, but she did not dare to seduce Lin Shen again. Left with no other option, she gave Lin Shen a sweet smile and said, Mr. Lin, please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. You can contact me anytime, 24 hours a day. I'm always available. Good. Lin Shin smiled and waved to the female anchor, then drove directly back to Chu Qinglan's apartment complex under the watchful eyes of the anchor and Jin Shun. Wife, give me a hug. Upon entering the room, Lin Shin's eyes gleamed with intense desire as he looked at Chu Qinglan, who had just finished washing up and was wearing purple cotton pajamas, her snow-white, lotus root-like legs and arms exposed. Chu Qinglan has a really great figure. Oops. Before Chu Qinglan could react, Lin Shin rushed behind her, pressed himself against her body, and hugged her slender waist. Morning. Chu Qinglan shifted her body uneasily. Honey, you smell so good. Lin Shin bent down slightly and rested his head on Chu Qinglan's shoulder, inhaling the fragrance of Chu Qinglan's hair. Because of the angle, Lin Shin could vaguely see a glimpse of snow-white skin through the open collar of Chu Qinglan's pajamas. Oh dear, Chun. Seemingly sensing something, Chu Qinglan quickly covered her chest and collar. Honey, are you still wary of me? Lin Shin's lips curled up slightly as he breathed on Chu Qinglan's earlobe. Let me go. Chu Qinglan blushed instantly to the roots of her neck. She bit her lip tightly and struggled uneasily. Chun, you smell of alcohol. Go wash up first. I have something important to tell you later. All right. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the burning urge within him, Lin Shin finally reluctantly released Chu Qinglan. He was genuinely worried that if he kept hugging him, he would lose control of his inner wild side. After all, he had promised Chu Qinglan that such things would be saved for their wedding night. At this moment, Lin Shin still had to be patient. Huff huff. Lin Shin turned on the tap and took a cold shower, finally suppressing his inner turmoil. Wife. Lin Shin, drying his hair, looked at Chu Qinglan suspiciously as he walked out of the bathroom. You just said you had something important to tell me. What important matter is it? Chapter 76. The serious matter Chu Qinglan wants to discuss. Chu Qinglan pursed her lips, tilted her head, and looked at Lin Shin in front of her. Chun, there are actually 2 things I want to tell you. Oh, 2 more things. Upon hearing this, Lin Shin immediately became interested. He looked at Chu Qinglan with curiosity in his eyes and poured her a glass of water with a smile. Drink more hot water first. I don't want to drink it. Chu Qinglan smiled and said, I want to drink the yogurt from the refrigerator. I want the aloe vera flavor. Chu Qinglan hugged her knees and sat curled up on the bed. Chun, go get it for me. You can't eat anything cold right now. Looking at the graceful curves of Chu Qinglan's back and legs, a curve unique to young girls, Lin Shin smiled and placed the hot water on the table. Your task now is to drink more hot water. Oops. But they just want it cold. Chu Qinglan snorted lightly. I do. Thinking about it won't help. Lin Shin stretched, took off his shoes, got into bed, and laid down against the pillows. I saw it all. Today is the first day, right? Eating it will give you a stomachache. Obedient. Smack. Lin Shin gently patted Chu Qinglan's back. Snort. They just won't listen. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, her lips curving upwards. She deliberately ignored Lin Shin's attempt to get into bed, turning her body to the side with her back to him. Hey. Looking at Chu Qinglan's slender S-shaped back, Lin Shin's eyes welled up with tears. It has to be said that Chu Qinglan, with her back to him, truly showed off her perfect figure. Okay, let's go to the park in a few days. You can eat as much ice cream as you want then. I know that women like to act unreasonably and throw tantrums during this special time. Lin Shin could only smile wryly and pulled Chu Qinglan into his arms. All right. I want strawberry flavor. Sure. Lin Shin laughed and said, when the time comes, I'll sell you as many as you want to eat. You said it yourself. Chu Qinglan's lips curled up, and she excitedly sat up cross-legged. You have to eat with me too. Good. Lin Shin held Chu Qinglan's soft little hand and looked at the coquettish Chu Qinglan, feeling happy. With such a beautiful and lovely girlfriend, most men would probably be very happy every day. One of these 2 things is that my parents know we're living together. Oh. Lin Shin's eyes lit up. What did uncle and aunt say? It's important to understand that although there's only a 1-word difference between being together and living together, the implications are worlds apart. Chu Qinglan's parents knew he was her boyfriend, but they didn't know that the 2 of them were already living together. Although he hasn't vacated the shared rental apartment yet, Lin Chun has no intention of going back. Are you kidding me? Sleeping alone is not as comfortable as having a soft, warm body in your arms every day, like sleeping with Chu Qinglan in your arms. My parents said. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly and replied softly, "Tell me to be careful." Haha. Lin Chun smiled instantly and winked at Chu Qinglan. What kind of security are you referring to? Oops. You're not allowed to laugh. Chu Qinglan pinched Lin Chun in an annoyed tone. And then she said that I should take you home sometime. Let's discuss the specifics of the marriage. This is very important. Lin Chun immediately straightened his attitude, knowing that the marriage arrangements definitely needed to be finalized. To be honest, meeting his future in-laws was a big deal for Lin Chun. It's something that makes me a little uneasy. After all, the fact that he and Chu Qinglan got married without their parents' consent a fait accompli would be unacceptable to any of the woman's parents of their generation. The groom's parents might not care much. After all, there are more men than women in this era. Unless the family is exceptionally outstanding, the groom's parents would generally think of getting a daughter-in-law for free and be quite happy. But the woman's parents would absolutely not stand it. Who would want to give up their daughter, whom they've raised for over 20 years, without ever having met their future son-in-law? So you got your marriage certificate? Chu Qinglan snorted lightly. Don't worry, my parents are very easy to talk to. My cousin said a lot of nice things to them, and judging from their attitude, they didn't seem to be in a hurry. Then I really should thank my cousin. Lin Chun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, thinking to himself that Chu Jun was indeed a capable person. Then, our company is going to hold a party in a few days, and you can bring your partner. It's an internal team-building benefit. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chun. It seems like we're going to a manor in the suburbs. Chun, do you have time? Of course. Without hesitation, Lin Chun replied to Chu Qinglan. Wife, I need it. Are you kidding me? How could I not satisfy you? As he spoke, Lin Chun winked at Chu Qinglan. I promise to make sure you have a great time, and I'll take care of all the logistical matters for you. Oops. Chu Qinglan felt that something was off about Lin Chun's words, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Helpless, she rolled her eyes at Lin Chun and then pinched his arm. Hiss. Lin Chun pretended to be in pain. Wife, why are you pinching me? I'd like to. Chu Qinglan smiled, revealing a woman's unique charm. I'm just being unreasonable. Ha. Lin Chun had no way to refute this, so he simply wrapped his arms around Chu Qinglan's slender waist and held her soft little hand. In about half a month, after I buy a house in Hangzhou. Take me to your house. Is it okay? All right. Chu Qinglan scoffed. Then Chun, when are we going to your house? No rush. Let's wait until Chinese New Year, Lin Chun said with a smile. When my parents see you, they'll definitely be urging me to have a grandson. Ha. Oops. Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red. Chun, I'm not ready to be a mother yet. They say childbirth is very painful. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly, her expression somewhat complicated. In the office, some married colleagues often talk about the discomfort of pregnancy and childbirth, conflicts with their mothers-in-law, and changes in their body shape. Don't worry. Lin Chun hugged Chu Qinglan tightly. This is the fruit of our love. Let nature take its course. But there's really no rush. After all, we've just graduated from university, and it's a bit early to have children now. Let's wait a few years. Lin Chun pondered for a moment. It's not too late to have a child around the 26th or 27th of the month. Let's enjoy a few more years of cozy life as just the two of us. After all, once we have children, we won't be able to live like this anymore. Lin Chun smiled and gently stroked Chu Qinglan's flat, fat-free belly. Wife, what about the future between us? Should we have a boy or a girl? Chapter 77. Chu Qinglan's pregnancy, boy or girl? Oops. Chu Qinglan's pretty face turned even redder upon hearing this. She lowered her head, as if to bury it in her snow-white neck. Chun, it's still early. Why bring this up now? Let's discuss it. Lin Chun hugged Chu Qinglan's slender waist, inhaling her alluring fragrance. Now that we've discussed it, let's make preparations as soon as possible. Let's think of a name in advance. Anything is fine with me. With her pretty face flushed, Chu Qinglan answered Lin Chen softly, clearly unwilling to discuss such an embarrassing matter with him. Being shy, she found it quite difficult to talk about this. Haha, actually having a daughter is quite nice. A little cotton-padded jacket that cares for her parents. However, my future trillion-dollar fortune still needs to be inherited, Lin Chen muttered. My daughter will eventually get married and leave the family. Although it's possible to have a son-in-law live with her, it might not be fair to her. Qinglan, let's have a son and a daughter. How about it? Lin Chen smiled and said, future brothers will have older sisters, or younger sisters will have older brothers. It's good that the two kids have each other, isn't it? Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, annoyed. Trillion-dollar fortune, my foot. Lin Chen really thinks too much. Haha, let's go to sleep. Good night. Excitedly stretching, Lin Chen immediately turned off the lights. Chu Qinglan, who was originally sleeping with her back to Lin Chen, gently rested her head on Lin Chen's shoulder and pressed her legs against Lin Chen's body after a while. Have a good rest. Lin Chen gently stroked Chu Qinglan's hair, inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from her, his mind wandering. He wasn't worried about things like frozen shoulder or spinal problems. With the system around, all of this will be a piece of cake. We still need to upgrade the system as soon as possible, and then exchange for the elixir that can change Qinglan's body. Lin Chen's eyes were full of intense light. That way, Qinglan won't have to worry about the pain of pregnancy and childbirth, or whether she will have stretch marks or lose her figure afterward. After all, this constitution-enhancing potion can change the body. May Qinglan stay young and beautiful forever. Holding Chu Qinglan tightly in his arms, feeling her soft body, Lin Chen slept very comfortably. Meanwhile, while Lin Chen was enjoying the cozy comfort, Li Chui and Hu Guobin, that despicable couple, were paying the price for their reckless actions. What should we do? Forced out of the dormitory by the factory and fired after Lin Chen gave the order, Li Chui found Hu Guobin. You said you would support me. How am I supposed to support you? I can't even support myself now. Hu Guobin, covered in dirt and reeking of filth, emerged from the toilet carrying a broom and mop. Go cool off somewhere else. I can't even take care of myself. How can I support you? Roll. Although it was his own fault, Hu Guobin still believed that the fault lay with Li Chui. If only I had known earlier that Li Chui was Jin Shun's boyfriend, and that Jin Shun and Lin Chen had such a background. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't dare do such a thing with Li Chui. After all, without a job and income, he's nothing. With a job and income, and as a supervisor, would he not casually flirt with the female workers in the factory? Give them a little something sweet, and they'll take advantage of you. It's all your fault, you scourge. If it weren't for you, would I be in this state now? Roll. Hu Guobin shoved Li Chui away in a huff. I don't want to see you. You can't treat me like this. Even if we break up, you should still give me some money. You at least have a house and a car in Hangzhou. You have to marry me. I'd rather die than marry you. Hu Guobin was amused by Li Chui. He looked at Li Chui with disdain and said, I'm just playing around with you. Why would I marry you? Only a fool would believe that. Let me tell you, I have a wife and children back in my hometown. It's just that the child doesn't have a Hangzhou household registration, so she can't go to school in Hangzhou. That's why my wife took her back to our hometown to study. You said you're not married. Li Chui glared at Hu Guobin. You're lying to me. You never intended to marry me. Yes, I was just lying to you. I was just playing around. Who knew I'd get scammed by a fool like you? Get out. Hu Guobin had no time to pay attention to Li Chui at that moment. He picked up his tools and went into the next toilet. Asshole. They're all bastards. Carrying her suitcase, Li Chui walked out of the factory in a disheveled state. Now she truly has nothing left. Jin Shun, I didn't mean to. I never thought he was this kind of person. I've been deceived. Let's make up. Recalling Jin Shun's billions in assets and chairmanship status, Li Chui, her eyes filled with covetousness, directly dialed Jin Shun's number. Beep. Hello. Your call is currently busy. Please try again later. The phone rang once and then was immediately hung up. Clearly, Jin Shun has completely blocked Li Chui. What do I do? Holding her suitcase, Li Chui stood blankly at the intersection. Click. Splash. Accompanied by deafening thunder and lightning, a torrential downpour began. Under the blowing wind, The slanting downpour quickly soaked Li Chui, who was huddled under the doorway. Sizzle. A Toyota SUV drove up in the wind and rain and stopped directly in front of Li Chui. Get in the car. The car window rolled down, and a middle-aged man wearing dark sunglasses appeared, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Who are you? Li Chui was suspicious. Although she was a bit naive, she knew that she shouldn't get into a stranger's car. It's all Lin Shen and Jin Shun's fault that you've fallen so low and lost so much face. Are you really content to just watch them live a good life, while you end up with nothing? The middle-aged man's voice was icy. Who I am is not important, but I can avenge you and make them pay a heavy price. Furthermore, I can change your current situation and make you a truly superior person. If you want revenge, get on the bus. Li Chui's expression froze. After a moment's pause, Li Chui, who felt that Lin Shun and Jin Shun were the ones who had harmed her, finally gritted her teeth and got into the car. Sizzle. Click. As a purple lightning bolt ripped through the night, the black Toyota SUV disappeared into the darkness amidst howling winds and torrential rain. The next morning, Chun Mingyuan, who was lying lazily in bed wearing a pink tulle dress, was startled awake by a phone call. Who is it so annoying? Chun Mingyuan, who was a bit grumpy when she woke up, picked up her phone. The name displayed on the caller ID was none other than Shen Zhao. In the past, if Lin Shen called her in the morning, she would hang up without hesitation, and sometimes she would even scold Lin Shen. But this time, Chun Mingyuan answered the phone immediately. Hello, young Master Shun. What brings you here so early in the morning? Quick. Shen Zhao's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. Quickly check the stock market. Chapter 78. The little thoughts every woman has. What's going on with the stock market? Awakened by Shen Zhao's urgent call, Chun Mingyuan was confused. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked Shen Zhao suspiciously, What's wrong with the stock market? You'll see once you open it. It will definitely give you a surprise. Oh, I see. Urged on by Shen Zhao, Chun Mingyuan had no choice but to turn on her phone and check the stock market. You really don't know until you see it, and once you do, you're shocked. Because of the stock market opening, semiconductor stocks surged immediately. Although they haven't hit the daily limit yet, they've already risen by 8.5%, which means they're about to hit the daily limit. Correspondingly, the share price of liquor stocks declined again. Although the decrease is small, only 1.5 percentage points, when combined with previous declines, the price of baijiu, Chinese liquor, has actually dropped significantly. Young Master Shun, semiconductor stocks have risen so much. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Chun Mingyuan's eyes were filled with shock. There are just too many. Young Master Shun, you are truly capable. You have such excellent taste. Chun Mingyuan calculated that with a principal of 3 million, if the stock price hit the daily limit, she could earn 300,000 in just one day. Such profits are incredibly satisfying to make. 300,000. That's the amount of money so many people have worked hard for 3 or even 5 years. They couldn't even save up 300,000. She earned 300,000 yuan in just one day. That's the difference. What's this? Only 10%. Amidst the adoring voices of Chun Mingyuan, Shen Zhao spoke with an air of confident pride and self-assurance. Let me tell you, this wave of positive news for semiconductors will likely see a further 10% increase. Just wait and see how much money you make. This wave will definitely make us a fortune, Shen Zhao said with absolute confidence. We can make a killing. It definitely can. Chun Mingyan snorted. With your discerning eye, young Master Shun, if you say it will rise, it definitely will. You understand? That's good. Shen Zhao laughed and said, I've been playing in the stock market for so many years, I've long since figured out the market trends. Plus, there's inside information. If we don't make money, who will? Shen Zhao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Let me tell you, this is like picking up money. Yes, that's right. Chun Mingyuan immediately responded obediently. Young Master Shen, you're right. Under your leadership, we'll definitely be able to make a fortune. Young Master Shun, when should we sell these shares? Wouldn't it be better to cash out sooner? No rush. Shen Zhao laughed. I estimate that it will rise again tomorrow, and then we will sell when it reaches its peak. This is nothing yet, it's only gone up a little bit. What's the rush? Chen Mingyuan bit her lip lightly. Then let's do it your way. Don't worry. I'll tell you how to sell when the time is right, Shun Zhao said with a smile. Let's have dinner together tonight. Time to eat. Shun Mingyuan's eyes lit up. Young Master Shun, could you come with me this afternoon to do something? How about we go eat afterwards? What's up? Shun Zhao asked Chen Mingyuan suspiciously. Please pick me up from the company later, and I'll tell you when we meet. Moi. After giving Shun Zhao a cute look, Chen Mingyuan hung up the phone. Lin Shun, you'll suffer the consequences if you don't listen to good advice. I told you long ago that semiconductor stocks would definitely rise and liquor stocks would definitely lose money, but you didn't believe me? Now you know how stupid you were. Young Master Shun has been involved in the stock market for so many years, and he also has status and influence. His inside information must be accurate. Chen Mingyuan snorted. You don't listen to young Master Shun and insist on your own way. You're not worthy. Who will compensate you? You still don't believe me, and you think I'm trying to harm you. Snort. Now I'm going to show you just how stupid you are. As she muttered to herself, Chen Mingyuan thought of Chu Qinglan again. And Qinglan, you're the same too. You insist on marrying Lin Shun, a man who is clearly incompetent but likes to pretend to be. This time I'll show you what the consequences of marrying him will be. You have no future. What's the point of living if I marry him and have to endure hardship and poverty? A man like young Master Shun is a true eligible bachelor. With a gleam in her eyes, Chen Mingyuan quickly got dressed and then carefully applied makeup. Manager Chun. Good morning, manager. Good morning, Manager Chun. After Chen Mingyuan entered the company, many employees greeted her with smiles. Although they all despised Chen Mingyuan and gossiped about her behind her back, saying that she had climbed up the ranks by selling herself. However, on the surface, they still greeted Chen Mingyuan with awkwardness and flattery. Work hard, everyone. Adopting a leader's airs, Chen Mingyuan swayed her body as she strode into the office. After glancing at an employee she had previously argued with, Chen Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and she deliberately walked over to that employee. Smack! Manager Chun. The employee who was working immediately looked up and cautiously glanced at Chen Mingyuan. Li Xiaowan, how did you talk to the client yesterday? Why did this contract fall through? Chen Mingyuan said with utmost seriousness. Everything was fine until we signed the contract. Why did it fall apart because of you? What happened to you? Manager Chun, this is not my fault. Li Xiaowan looked aggrieved. I was talking seriously, but the other party suddenly went back on their word without giving a reason. I didn't even have a chance to explain or negotiate with him before he signed a contract with another company. It's really not my fault. Smack! Chen Mingyuan slammed her hand on the table, her eyebrows furrowing. If it's not your fault, who else is it? Me. I didn't say that. Li Xiaowan, who knew about this client because Chen Mingyuan became the new deputy manager and was taken away by the former deputy manager out of anger, naturally didn't dare to say it out loud. I think that's exactly what you mean. Chen Mingyuan snorted coldly. You're incompetent, yet you have the nerve to blame others? Let me tell you, this matter has seriously affected everyone's performance. So I'll deduct 1,000 yuan from your bonus and then issue a company-wide reprimand. Write me another 5,000-word self-criticism and hand it in. Deputy Manager Chun It's the manager. Chen Mingyuan hated the word deputy, and she glared at Li Xiaowan fiercely. A 10,000-word self-criticism must be submitted today. Otherwise, you can resign yourself. That's all. Snort. With a cold snort, Chen Mingyuan turned and left. Seeing Chen Mingyuan's deliberately hostile back view, Li Xiaowan clenched her fists in anger, feeling extremely wronged. Serves you right. Chen Mingyuan, however, was very happy. That's what you got for arguing with me before and calling me a jerk. You deserve to be fined. Chapter 79. Sitting tranquilly on the fishing platform. I'm deliberately targeting you. To see what you can do to me? Cut. Feeling the angry gaze of Li Xiaowan, Chen Mingyuan was in a very good mood. Li Xiaowan was her and Lin Chen's classmate. After the news of her and Lin Chen's affair spread, Li Xiaowan talked about her behind her back, saying that she was a scumbag who betrayed Lin Chen. Chen Mingyuan was furious at the time. Now, she has finally gotten her revenge. Lin Chen, Chu Qinglan, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty in front of me for? This is what happens when you're incompetent. If you don't have the ability, you'll only be bullied and scolded by others. There was absolutely no chance of resistance. Neither of you will ever become a manager in your lifetime, and you'll never experience the joy of scolding people. Just wait and see. Snort. With her eyes darting around, Chun Mingyuan walked excitedly into the office. He thought to himself that he would definitely show off in front of Lin Xun and Chu Qinglan later, and let them know how dumbfounded they were. In particular, it is necessary to make Chu Qinglan regret it deeply, knowing how wrong she was in choosing Lin Xun. Achoo! Lin Xun, who had just joined Root Fund Company, sneezed violently. Chairman Lin. Upon seeing Lin Xun sneeze, Manager Go immediately approached with a fawning expression and respectfully poured Lin Xun a glass of water. Chairman Lin, you've worked so hard. We've been working so hard to run the company that we've all caught colds. You are truly a role model for all of us employees. Ahem. Lin Xun coughed a few times, glanced at Manager Go, who was endlessly flattering him, and was speechless. This Manager Go is really something. No matter what the situation, he can quickly find an excuse to flatter others. He's quite something. Lin Xun had caught a slight chill yesterday when he accidentally exposed his back to the sun while holding Chu Qinglan to rest. This Manager Go actually described Lin Xun's actions as the company's hard work, and he did so with such righteous indignation. This completely convinced Lin Xun. Nothing. As the chairman, it is my duty to do my best for the company's development. Lin Xun glanced at Manager Go and smiled. It's part of my job. Chairman Lin, you are our role model. You're so capable and wealthy, yet you still work so hard. Manager Go immediately replied respectfully. We should all learn from you. Lin Xun nodded slightly with satisfaction, looking at Manager Go with great appreciation. Although he had previously disliked Manager Go's sycophantic behavior, at this moment, why does he feel so good? This Manager Go is truly a talented individual. Chairman Lin, I request that the company hold an event to learn from you. Manager Go pressed on. We urge everyone to voluntarily work an extra hour every day. This will improve the company's performance and allow the company to develop better. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin Xun frowned. Working overtime is not advisable, otherwise people will say I'm abusing my employees. Chairman Lin, I will tell everyone that this was my arrangement. You were unaware of this. Manager Go immediately laughed and said, if you feel it's inappropriate, then after they work overtime for a while, you can give me a scolding. Give them some overtime pay as a reward. That will naturally solve everything. Manager Go looked at Lin Xun with a fawning expression. They will naturally be even more grateful to Chairman Lin. You little brat. Lin Xun pointed at Manager Go, completely convinced of his superiority. No wonder bosses like people like Manager Go. Lin Xun finally understood. After all, Manager Go is a person who is both perceptive and willing to take the blame for the boss. Furthermore, they also know how to flatter. A manager like that truly deserves a promotion and a raise. Sure enough, people think differently depending on where they sit. Lin Xun took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to agree with Manager Go's opinion. To be honest, he had subconsciously felt that Manager Go's idea was good. After all, people who work overtime without pay are willing to do so regardless of whether it generates revenue for the company. As a boss, I feel uncomfortable seeing my employees working overtime. That's awesome. However, in an instant, Lin Xun thought about the problem from an employee's perspective and realized that Manager Go's idea was absolutely unacceptable. Our company doesn't need to worry about overtime pay. Lin Xun looked at Manager Go seriously. Our company is a legitimate company, and it will develop into a large-scale fund company in the future. Therefore, we must strictly abide by the relevant laws and regulations. Overtime is not the goal. Completing the daily work and performance targets is the goal. Lin Xun looked at Manager Go seriously. As long as the daily performance targets are met, it doesn't matter if we don't work overtime. If you can't meet your targets, there's no point in working overtime. If working overtime can exceed the performance target, then we'll pay overtime. Lin Xun's expression was serious. The company isn't short of money. I used to be an employee, and I know that workers care a lot about overtime pay. When everyone is in a good mood at work, their work efficiency will naturally increase. Lin Shin said with a smile. There's no need to exploit everyone too much. Clear. Manager Go immediately changed his expression and gave Lin Shin a very respectful thumbs up. Chairman Lin, you are truly a considerate boss. Having a boss like you is a blessing for us. All right, let's stop with this sycophantic talk. Lin Shin waved to Manager Go, thinking that if Manager Go continued to flatter him, he might become arrogant and turn into trash like Wang Hao. A boss who doesn't pay employees for working overtime is just trash. No, it's worse than garbage. Go to work. Doing your job well is your primary task. Yes. Then please call me anytime if you need anything, Chairman Lin. Manager Go bowed slightly to Lin Shin before respectfully leaving Lin Shin's chairman's office. It's time to consider buying a house. After all, Qinglan's parents want me to go there. I already have the car, now all I need is a house. Lin Shin opened the home buying app on his phone. After I buy a house, I'll have enough confidence to meet Qinglan's parents. I can rest assured that I trust Qinglan's parents. After all, there are some things that Qinglan may not care about. But how could Qinglan's parents not care? Although it is said that mothers-in-law drive up housing prices, some things are not entirely the fault of mothers-in-law. After all, you don't even have a house. Why would anyone believe you can take care of their daughter for the rest of her life? Lin Shin sighed. That's why I still need to buy a house, so that Qinglan's mother won't worry about me later. Qinglan really likes the river view. Then I should buy a house near the Qiantang River. With a quick glance, Lin Shin began to explore the river view properties near the Qiantang River. Ding dong. At that moment, Lin Shin's phone suddenly lit up. It was a message from Chu Qinglan. Chapter 80 Lin Shin. Chen Mingyuan is treating us to dinner? Looking at the message sent by Chu Qinglan, Lin Shin frowned, his expression suspicious. It's unclear what Chen Mingyuan's intentions were in inviting him and Chu Qinglan to dinner. At this moment, neither Lin Shin nor Chu Qinglan really wanted to talk to Chen Mingyuan. After all, Chen Mingyuan's previous behavior had already made the two of them extremely disgusted. Yes, that's right. Chu Qinglan quickly replied to Lin Shin. She said she felt very bad for taking advantage of our barbecue last time, and she wants to treat us this time. Is it all right? Lin Shin was too lazy to pay any attention to Chen Mingyuan. We have nothing to do with her anymore. We're strangers now. Why bother with her? But she spoke very sincerely. Although I refused at first, she still told me 3 more times. He insisted that he didn't owe anyone a favor and wanted to treat me to this meal in return. Chu Qinglan sent Lin Shin a helpless emoji. He said he'd wait for us downstairs at my company later. That's interesting. She's definitely up to something. Upon hearing Chu Qinglan's words, Lin Shin instantly realized something was wrong, knowing that Chen Mingyuan was definitely up to something. Under normal circumstances, how could she possibly be so persistent as to insist on inviting Lin Shin and Chu Qinglan to dinner? It's boring. Lin Shin snorted coldly, preparing to have Chu Qinglan reject Chen Mingyuan again. Knowing it was a trap, why would someone deliberately walk into it? Although Lin Shin didn't care about Chen Mingyuan, he wasn't stupid. Ding dong. Host has not checked in today. Just as Lin Shin was about to get Chu Qinglan to reject Chen Mingyuan again, a system notification suddenly appeared in Lin Shin's mind. Haven't checked in yet. Lin Shin's expression hardened, and he quickly opened the system interface and selected to check in. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. You have completed March 7th of the check-in. What is today's task? After successfully checking in, Lin Shin looked at the system's task interface. Today's mission is for you to thwart Chen Mingyuan's conspiracy and leave her completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, this mission. Isn't this just forcing me to attend the banquet? Lin Shin, who originally didn't want to pay any attention to Chen Mingyuan, felt utterly helpless looking at the tasks the system had given him for the day. This system was really deliberately making things difficult for him. His ordinary days were suddenly disrupted by countless twists and turns. But Lin Shin couldn't refuse. After all, there will be consequences if today's task is not completed. Who knows, if the system gets upset, it might damage Lin Shin's Ritter Fund and the clothing manufacturing company he just acquired. Then it won't belong to Lin Shin. He was suddenly thrown back to the last century, completely losing everything and becoming poor again. This system really knows how to play games. There was no other way. Since he had received this task for the day, Lin Chen had no choice but to accept it, even though he deeply disliked Chen Mingyuan. Then I'll pick you up from the company this afternoon. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then said to Chu Qinglan, let's see what she's up to and what she's really trying to do. Chu Qinglan sent Lin Chen a cute emoji. Chun, we don't need to pay too much attention to her. I know. Lin Chen laughed. In my eyes, she's a complete stranger. Of course I wouldn't care about a stranger. To Lin Chen, Chen Mingyuan was a complete stranger with no connection to him whatsoever. Although they went from strangers to strangers. This statement is indeed very hurtful and leaves a bad taste in one's mouth. But for Lin Chen, this was of no concern whatsoever. Because of Chen Mingyuan, she is not worth Lin Chen being sad about. See you this afternoon. Okay. Seeing Chu Qinglan's reply, Lin Chen smiled knowingly, put down his phone, and continued working. With a gentle and lovely wife like Chu Qinglan, why would Lin Chen care about Chen Mingyuan anymore? She doesn't deserve it at all. Mr. Wang. While Lin Chen was handling company affairs, Manager Zhao from the company's investment department and Li Cheng, Wang Hao's trusted supervisor, were respectfully reporting to Wang Hao in the general manager's office next door. Mr. Wang, the company's 3 funds are currently suffering heavy losses. Looking at Wang Hao in front of him, Manager Zhao said with a bitter expression, the liquor industry has been declining continuously. Since we bought it, it has basically fallen by 10%. 3 funds, totaling 300 million. In other words, our company has already lost 30 million of the investors' money. Looking at Wang Hao in front of him, Manager Zhao said with a solemn expression, many investors are cursing our company, saying that our company is out of its mind and is deliberately throwing away the investors' money. Many investors have already applied to withdraw their investment. Although we followed Chairman Lin's advice and comforted them, saying that this was a normal market change and that the price of liquor would definitely rise. But they simply wouldn't listen. They think we're deliberately using their money to take over. They think we're just fooling people, Manager Zhao said with a wry smile. This has a huge impact on our company's reputation. I knew this would happen. Wang Hao sneered, his eyes filled with a chilling light. What does Lin Chen, a mere child, know? Insisting on buying liquor and signing a betting agreement with me is just courting death. Look, semiconductor stocks have already hit their daily limit this morning. Pointing to the stock market information, Wang Hao laughed. If we had bought semiconductor stocks right now, we would have already made 30 million. Investors have long since praised us and showered us with all sorts of compliments. That's right. Li Cheng immediately flattered Wang Hao respectfully. If we had listened to you from the beginning, Mr. Wang, we would have made a fortune long ago. If we listen to Lin Chen now, we've really been screwed over by him. How could he possibly be the chairman of the company? Li Cheng looked at Wang Hao with a flattering expression. Only you, President Wang, are the rightful chairman of the company. It can lead the company to its next glorious chapter. He deserved to lose his shares to you this time. Wang Hao nodded slightly, quite satisfied, enjoying Li Cheng's flattery. Manager Zhao smiled wryly and remained silent, because their investment department had also been unfairly blamed. Go and find Lin Chen. With a quick glance, Wang Hao looked at Manager Zhao with great interest. Tell Lin Chen about the stock market. I want to see how he reacts now. Won't that be a huge shock? Won't you cry in a panic? Wang Hao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. You were pretending to be an expert with me before. What a joke. I want him to know that experience matters. He's no match for me at all. His stock trading skills are nothing but child's play, Wang Hao sneered. They're utterly laughable. Chapter 81 Lin Chen is blind. Clear. Then I'll report to him right away. Under Wang Hao's arrogant gaze, Manager Zhao quickly agreed. Let's see how he reacts. Go. Wang Hao waved to Manager Zhao with great pleasure, thinking that Lin Chen was definitely going to lose face this time. He figured Lin Chen would be furious and impotent in a fit of rage, then burst into tears. After all, 51% of the shares were just given away like that. It would be strange if he wasn't anxious. Wait a moment. Just as Manager Zhao was about to go and report to Lin Chen, Li Cheng, who was standing to the side, suddenly had a sudden idea and stopped Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao looked at Lin Chen with suspicion. Wang Hao glanced at Li Cheng, also looking puzzled. Mr. Wang, I have another good idea. Li Cheng lowered his voice and whispered something to Wang Hao. Excellent, very excellent. Upon hearing Li Cheng's words, Wang Hao's eyes lit up, filled with a strong sense of amusement. Your method is not only good, but extremely good. Mr. Wang, this is an example of using someone's own methods against them. He previously gave his employees cell phones in an attempt to win them over and make them listen to him. Ridiculous. Li Cheng sneered. We want these employees to know and understand who the real boss is. What's the point of Lin Shen giving out cell phones? If Lin Shen manages the company to the point of bankruptcy, they will not only lose their jobs, but they may not even receive their last month's salary. And Mr. Wang, you will lead the company forward. Although they don't have many benefits and need to work overtime for free, at least their jobs are stable and they don't have to worry about losing their jobs. Jobs are hard to find these days. Li Cheng smiled obsequiously. We want them to know that you, Mr. Wang, are the real person in charge of the company. Your vision is truly far-sighted. Only you can make the company thrive. Very good. President Wang nodded slightly and glanced at Li Cheng. You are a quick-witted and intelligent person. I am very satisfied. Go. General Manager Wang smiled and said to Manager Zhao, do it the way Li Cheng suggested. Not only should we make Lin Shen anxious, but we should also let all the employees know. President Wang sneered. How poor his judgment is, and how low his IQ is. Clear. Manager Zhao immediately nodded respectfully and then obediently left Wang Hao's office. Everyone, please be quiet. I have some news to announce. Although he knew this would offend Lin Shen, Manager Zhao had no choice but to bite the bullet and do as Wang Hao asked, since Wang Hao had leverage over him. Of course, he also felt in his heart that Lin Shen's choice this time was definitely wrong, and the price of Baijiu would definitely continue to drop. In this situation, since Lin Shen will soon lose everything and leave the company. Therefore, it is reasonable for him to side with Wang Hao at this moment. There isn't much risk involved. Everyone, take a look at the stock market right now. Standing in the company's main office, Manager Zhao said solemnly, the 3 funds we are currently managing have been falling continuously because they bought liquor stocks, and the situation is critical. Many investors have approached us saying they want to withdraw their investment. Meanwhile, other funds that bought semiconductor stocks have seen their prices soar. This is in stark contrast to us. Manager Zhao's serious gaze swept over the group of employees. What does everyone think about this? The employees all fell silent, and no one took the initiative to respond to Manager Zhao's words. Although Manager Zhao's words did not mention Lin Shen at all, every single one of them was a veiled sarcasm and accusation against him. Lin Shen is, after all, the company's chairman. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to agree with Manager Zhao? Everyone, think about this carefully. Our company has developed to this point, on the verge of bankruptcy. Whose fault is this? If the company goes bankrupt, everyone will lose their jobs. These days, jobs are hard to find, and stable jobs are incredibly difficult to come by. Everyone understands that. Manager Zhao said with utmost seriousness. Therefore, I urge everyone to think carefully and understand why the company has come to this point. Don't let a little bit of profit lead you to disregard everything else. Otherwise, the company will go bankrupt. What use are petty gains? Manager Zhao sneered. The most important thing is still a stable job and income. Hey Zhao, what do you mean by this? Old Zhang, who had been personally promoted by Lin Shen, naturally couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table, glaring menacingly at Manager Zhao. Shut your stinking mouth. To mock Chairman Lin, how dare you? I didn't say anything sarcastic towards Chairman Lin. Manager Zhao laughed. What did I say that was sarcastic towards Chairman Lin? Don't talk nonsense. Manager Zhao looked at Lao Zhang with a playful expression. I'm just summarizing what happened and telling the truth. I didn't mean to be sarcastic towards Chairman Lin. What nonsense are you spouting? Old Zhang grinned maliciously, looking at Manager Zhao with a gloomy expression. That's hilarious. Aren't you implying that you're being sarcastic towards Chairman Lin? Let me tell you, the stock market is just getting started this week, and everything is still uncertain. Who knows, the price of liquor will go up in a few days. What's the rush? Old Zhang said with a serious face. The company will not go bankrupt. It will only continue to operate under Chairman Lin's leadership. It's getting better and better. As he spoke, Old Zhang looked anxiously at the group of employees with ulterior motives. Don't panic, everyone. Don't rush. Chairman Lin's judgment is unlikely to be wrong. The stock market is unpredictable, and I believe there will be new changes soon. Chairman Lin will definitely lead the company to glory. Everyone must support Chairman Lin. The employees looked at each other with complicated expressions and did not respond. Hee. Listening to Lao Zhang's feeble explanation, Manager Zhao smiled contemptuously and shrugged slightly. Everyone has seen how the stock market is doing, so I won't say more. Anyway, the facts are right in front of us. Facts speak louder than words. See for yourselves. Manager Zhao smiled, turned around, and walked back to his office. He dared to mock Lin Shun with a group of employees, but he was still hesitant to actually confront Lin Shun in his office. After all, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Lin Shun is still the chairman of the company at this moment. If you're really unhappy with him, you can still fire him. He didn't want to court death. Foolish thing. Old Zhang glared at Manager Zhao and said again, Everyone, don't be anxious, don't be fooled by him. The stock market is constantly changing. The liquor industry is bound to rise. Chairman Lin made the right choice. Looking at the booming liquor industry in front of him, Old Zhang gritted his teeth and said, Just you wait and see, it won't be long. It will definitely rebound. We need to increase our holdings, continue buying on dips, and adding to our positions. Chapter 82 Let the bullets fly for a while. Everyone should trust Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin will definitely lead our company. It's getting better and better. Waving his fists, Old Zhang kept cheering everyone on. He knew that his future rested on Lin Chen's shoulders. If Lin Chen loses this time, he will transfer his 51% stake to Wang Hao and lose his position as chairman. The next result is obvious. Wang Hao will definitely fire him on the spot without any hesitation. This is to make an example of someone. Therefore, he must support Lin Shun and help Lin Chen turn the tide of battle. Although Lao Zhang was shouting enthusiastically, his colleagues still had complicated expressions and discussed among themselves as they looked at the liquor stocks that were down and the semiconductor stocks that were soaring in the stock market. Chairman Lin is a good person, but not a good boss. After all, he is still young. That's right, his judgment is really bad. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, he was just a lowly employee before. He got lucky and became the chairman. It would be strange if he had any good judgment. When it comes to leading the company's development, we really have to rely on President Wang. Despite Lao Zhang's enthusiastic encouragement, the employees of Root Fund Company still didn't think highly of Lin Chun, believing that he had no real ability. Although I disliked Wang Hao before, I now think he is really capable. At least it can stabilize the company's operations and allow the company to make money, to ensure that everyone has stable jobs and stable income. As for whether Lin Chun is a good person or a good boss, what's the use of this? A good boss is one who can keep everyone's jobs. No matter how good a person is, it's useless if they can't keep their job. Chairman Lin. At this moment, in Lin Chen's office, Manager Go looked at Lin Chen anxiously. Chairman Lin, things are getting a bit complicated. This Manager Zhao is deliberately trying to sow discord. I think Wang Hao is behind him. Everyone is talking about this now. This seriously damages your reputation within the company. Manager Go looked at Lin Chen with great anxiety. Chairman Lin, what should we do? If you're in such a hurry, then go and explain to everyone on my behalf and salvage my reputation. Lin Chen glanced at Manager Go. Wouldn't that be enough? Chairman Lin, this. Under Lin Chen's gaze, Manager Go's forehead instantly filled with cold sweat. He looked at Lin Chen with extreme embarrassment, unsure of what to say next. It wasn't that he was unwilling to explain to Lin Chen, but rather that he couldn't explain it. After all, it has already happened. The price of baijiu, Chinese liquor, is indeed falling, while the price of semiconductors is indeed rising. So how does he explain it? And what does he use to explain it? Manager Go was completely stunned. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Manager Go looked cautiously at Lin Chen. Chairman Lin, it's not too late now. Or we could sell our liquor shares and buy semiconductor shares instead. Semiconductor prices should continue to rise. After all, It's a positive development for the industry. Manager Go said cautiously, as long as we make the funds we hold rise, I believe the investors won't blame us. As for Mr. Wong, as long as we don't overpay, we should give him appropriate compensation. There shouldn't be any major problems. You can still retain your shares, Manager Go said awkwardly to Lin Chen. Chairman Lin, what do you think? How I see it. Lin Chen smiled instantly. Having enough confidence in the system and his future grandson, knowing they wouldn't lie to him, Lin Chen looked at Manager Go with a playful expression. You don't believe me? Do you think liquor prices won't rise and semiconductor prices won't fall? This, gulp, swept away by Lin Chen's cold gaze. Manager Go quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Chairman Lin, I really didn't mean that. I was just saying. I'm doing this for your own good. Enough with this nonsense. Lin Chen snorted coldly. And there's no need to explain anything. What's the rush? Let the bullets fly for a while. Lin Chen laughed. The best is yet to come. The person who laughs the loudest now will cry the hardest later. Lin Chen looked at Manager Go with a glint in his eyes. So, don't rush, don't worry. I've invested over 5 million worth of shares, and I'm not afraid. So what do you have to be afraid of? Go back to your work. What's the rush? This? Yes, ma'am. Seeing that Lin Chen was not worried at all, and seeing Lin Chen's nonchalant appearance, Manager Go was slightly infected by Lin Chen and felt somewhat at ease, so he had no choice but to obey and not say anything more. After all, the shares belong to Lin Chen, and the company belongs to Lin Chen. Even if Manager Go was anxious at this moment, it was no use. I was just worrying for no reason. The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. Manager Go sighed. Let's just forget about it and stick to our jobs. If all else fails, I'll just find another job. I don't suffer any unacceptable losses. With a nervous heart, Manager Go glanced at the employees who distrusted Lin Chen and reluctantly continued working. At 1:30 p.m., Shen Zhao drove his Land Rover and picked up Chun Mingyuan directly downstairs at the company. What a figure! Looking at Chun Mingyuan, who was wearing high-waisted blue jeans and a white t-shirt, with her long, straight legs and slender waist that were very alluring, and her curves in all the right places, Shen Zhao's eyes were filled with intense lust. Chen Mingyuan's figure is truly alluring. Young Master Shun. Chen Mingyuan stepped into the car and sat in the passenger seat without hesitation. With her legs tightly closed, she sat fragrantly beside Shen Zhao. She had clearly touched up her makeup and applied perfume before leaving the company. What perfume did you wear? You smell really good. Shen Zhao naturally placed his hand on Chun Mingyuan's thigh. Chanel, N5. Chen Mingyuan let Shen Zhao's hand wander freely without trying to drive it away. Haha, not bad. Shen Zhao was in a very good mood. He moved his palm upwards, intending to take things further in the car. Oops. Chen Mingyuan gave a soft hum, and feeling a chill in her lower abdomen, she immediately followed Shen Zhao's lead and gave a shy hum. Young Master Shun, it's broad daylight and we're in the car. It's not appropriate. Don't do that. If someone sees us, that's bad. Haha. Shen Zhao didn't remove his hand, but laughed boldly. Your company has a big project that I facilitated. It's a collaboration with a clothing company to create customized short videos and live stream promotions for them. The contract amount is probably over 10 million. Based on a 5% commission rate, this salesperson could receive a bonus of over 500,000 yuan. Shen Zhao looked at Chun Mingyuan with amusement. I was going to give this to you so you could represent the company to sign the contract. This. Upon hearing Shen Zhao's words, Chun Mingyuan's eyes lit up instantly. That's over 500,000 yuan for free. Young Master Shun, you're so kind. Thank you. Haha. I can't just thank you with words. Shen Zhao moved his hand that Chen Mingyuan was holding down, his eyes filled with a sharp glint. In terms of action, you prepare. How will you thank me? Chapter 83 Letting Go. This. Chen Mingyuan hesitated for a moment. 500,000. Shen Zhao spoke again. Sign it, and you'll get it. Young Master Shun. With her face flushed and biting her lips, Chen Mingyuan hesitated slightly under Shen Zhao's amused gaze before finally releasing her grip on Shen Zhao's right hand 15 minutes later. Comfortable. Shen Zhao stretched and felt very happy. Chen Mingyuan, standing to the side, blushed deeply, and lowered her head in shame. Haha. Looking at the incredibly shy Chen Mingyuan, Shen Zhao felt even more pleased. As a second-generation rich kid, he is not short of women. On the contrary, he has quite a few beautiful women around him. Some women are even more proactive. He doesn't need to do anything, and these women will take care of everything themselves. But that's pointless. Shen Zhao had long since lost interest in women who took the initiative. He simply liked the innocent and naive type of woman, Chen Mingyuan. He enjoyed breaking through Chen Mingyuan's defenses step by step, watching Chen Mingyuan's shy face. I find this very exciting. I heard you like cats and dogs. I happen to have a husky at home. Looking at Chen Mingyuan in front of him, Shen Zhao smiled and said, "How about we go to my house now and play with the husky?" Young Master Shen. Chen Mingyuan certainly understood the meaning behind Shen Zhao's words. She bit her lip tightly, looking at Shen Zhao with extreme shyness. "I'm not ready yet. Let's wait a while longer." Chen Mingyuan, who had just had her first line of defense breached by Shen Zhao, was still very shy and had not completely opened up to Shen Zhao. Haha, okay. No rush. Shen Zhao shrugged slightly and drove directly to Chu Qinglan's company. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, things get boring if they happen too fast. He preferred to guide Chen Mingyuan step by step, gradually educating her into a mature woman. That gives me a sense of accomplishment. Chen Mingyuan bit her lip tightly and twisted her body uneasily. I was thinking I needed to go to the restroom first. At that moment, Lin Shun had just walked out of Ritfun Company. "Chairman Lin, where are you going?" "I'll drive you there." As Lin Shun walked out of the office, Manager Go suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed up to Lin Shun, looking at him with a fawning expression. "No need. I'll drive myself." Lin Shun waved his hand dismissively. Now that he had received a Ferrari 812 as a gift from his future grandson, Lin Shun was driving to and from get off work. Although this sports car can't handle suburban or mountainous areas, it's perfectly fine for city driving. However, there is an unspoken rule among sports cars. They don't drive after 11 p.m., and they don't cause a ruckus on the streets. Because sports cars are quite loud when they're driving, in order to look cool. Nighttime street blasting disrupts people's sleep, which is unacceptable. "Chairman Lin, then let me see you off." Upon hearing that he was driving, a hint of surprise flickered in Manager Go's eyes. He really didn't expect that Lin Shun would actually buy a car. Lin Shun glanced at Manager Go and knew that Manager Go obviously had something to say, so he led Manager Go out of the office. "Chairman Lin." After leaving the office, Manager Go immediately lowered his voice. Manager Zhao from the investment department and Li Cheng, the head of the human resources department, have both completely sided with Wang Hao. They keep slandering you within the company. You mustn't let them get away. Manager Go looked at Lin Shen respectfully. They are just two lackeys under Wang Hao. Lin Shen nodded slightly, showing no surprise or concern. Because he had anticipated this, he knew it all along. After all, Wang Hao has been the general manager of the company for so many years. How could it be normal for him not to have a few confidants? In other words, Manager Go had only been a manager at the company for a short time, so although he was good at flattery, he hadn't yet infiltrated Wang Hao's inner circle. Otherwise, there would definitely be another Manager Go among those mocking Lin Shun at the company right now. And Chairman Lin, there are a few people in the company who are secretly talking about how fierce you are. To put it bluntly, you're just a poor person who suddenly became rich. You have no ability and no vision. They say that under your management, the company will definitely lose money and eventually go bankrupt. Manager Go took out a piece of paper. This is the list. Oh, Lin Shen did not accept the list, but only smiled dismissively. Chairman Lin. Seeing Lin Shen's disdainful expression, Manager Go hesitated slightly. Then, Chairman Lin, should I find a reason to fire them? No rush. Lin Shen smiled and said, let's see how they perform after the betting agreement comes to light. What's the rush? The show has only just begun, don't panic. Lin Shen smiled and patted Manager Go on the shoulder. All right, go back to work. Yes, please take care. Ferrari. Seeing Lin Shen open the door of the Ferrari 812, Manager Go's pupils contracted, and his eyes instantly filled with intense shock. He really didn't expect that Lin Shen's car was actually a Ferrari supercar. This car alone is worth as much as company shares. Take care, Mr. Lin. Standing there, Manager Go watched Lin Shun leave with utmost respect. Gulp. I underestimated Chairman Lin. Swallowing hard, Manager Go wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I didn't rush to join Wang Hao and betray Chairman Lin. Mr. Lin, who can buy Ferrari sports cars with ease, would never be short of money. Even if Chairman Lin loses money this time, so what? Given Chairman Lin's wealth, he certainly owns more than one company. If Chairman Lin values me, he will definitely bring me to the new company and let me continue as a manager, Manager Go said with a smile. This is a golden opportunity for me. I must cling to Chairman Lin's coattails and absolutely cannot be half-hearted. Follow a wealthy person like Chairman Lin. We will definitely succeed. Manager Go was extremely excited. Boom. Lin Shin had no idea what Manager Go was thinking. At that moment, accompanied by the roar of the engine, he drove directly into Chu Qinglan's office park. He didn't notice that he had just passed a Land Rover. Wow, that's a sports car. Shen Mingyuan looked at the cool and stylish sports car and exclaimed in surprise. Snort. What's so great about sports cars? Shen Zhao, who was driving, muttered something in dissatisfaction. Although he said it with disdain, there was still a hint of envy in the depths of his eyes. After all, his Ferrari 812 is worth over 4 million, while his Land Rover, even though it's a high-spec version, is only worth a little over 1 million. One of his cars is worth 4 of his. Just wait. After we make money from this stock market, Shen Zhao said confidently, I'll buy a sports car too. Chapter 84 Lin Chun, don't be jealous. Honey, you're amazing. Hearing Shen Zhao's words, Shen Mingyuan's eyes lit up with joy. Darling, once you buy a sports car, you must take me for a ride. Besides, they also want to try driving a sports car. Haha, what's the problem? Under Chun Mingyuan's charming gaze, Shen Zhao, his vanity satisfied, waved his hand dismissively. I'll take you for a drive around the suburbs, and then buy you a car. They're all little kisses. I'll make at least a few million from this stock market investment, which is just enough for a few sports cars. It's just a drizzle. As he spoke, Shen Zhao's hand naturally landed on Chun Mingyuan's slender waist. Oh, young Master Shun. Feeling a warmth on her waist, Chen Mingyuan knew what Shen Zhao was about to do. Her pretty face flushed red as she glared at Shen Zhao and said, We're meeting someone later, so please don't move. Otherwise, I won't be able to walk, which would be so embarrassing. Oops. Chen Mingyuan bit her lip tightly. After you buy the sports car, if you want to. That's in the sports car. They're keeping you company. Chen Mingyuan looked at Shen Zhao with a seductive gaze, and it was obvious what she wanted to say. Haha, great. Looking at the incredibly alluring Chen Mingyuan, Shen Zhao waved his hand, naturally extremely excited. Then let's wait until we buy a sports car, and I'll take you for a drive in the suburbs. Then we can relax and unwind. Shen Zhao looked at Chun Mingyuan's slender figure. It's just that this sports car is too small, and with my big build, it's hard for me to move around. Oops. Chun Mingyuan's pretty face flushed red, and she glared at Shen Zhao with annoyance. Haha, Shen Zhao grinned. But it's okay, we can find a stream in the suburbs and go fishing. Chun Mingyuan gave a shy hum, looking at Chu Qinglan's office building, and muttered to herself, Chu Qinglan, I think you and Lin Shin will never even have the chance to ride in a sports car, let alone buy one. Lin Shun, a poor guy, can only afford a car worth 70,000 or 80,000 at most. And it's a loan. Help him pay his car loan. Hee. Chen Mingyuan's eyes were filled with deep disdain. Chu Qinglan, you'll regret this someday. I'm telling you, marry Lin Shun. This is the biggest mistake of your life. After straightening her clothes, Chen Mingyuan shifted uncomfortably. It's only right that we women use our advantages to get the best benefits. Only a man as capable as young Master Shun. Only a beauty like me deserves you. As for Lin Shun, Chen Mingyuan's eyes were filled with intense disdain. Achoo. As Lin Shun walked downstairs to Chu Qinglan's office building and saw Chu Qinglan leaving get off work early after taking leave, he sneezed. Chen, what's wrong? Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shun with great concern. Could it be that you caught a cold? Should we go to the clinic to get checked out and buy some medicine? No need. Lin Shun waved his hand and replied to Chu Qinglan with a smile. I guess someone is talking about me behind my back. It's nothing serious. I'm in great health. Lin Shun pounded his chest. Getting sick or catching a cold? I'm not one of those people. Cut. Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Shun, who was boasting. Honey, don't you believe me? After taking the constitution-enhancing potion, Lin Shun's body was greatly improved, and he had long since gotten rid of his sub-health condition. He winked at Chu Qinglan and said, You'll see later. I'm in great shape. Tisich, I'm not you. How would I know? Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shun, annoyed. Everyone gets sick sometimes. You're just bragging. Hey. Lin Shun chuckled, took Chu Qinglan's soft hand in his, and tickled her palm. Wife, how do you think you'll find out in the future? Huh? Chu Qinglan instantly understood and rolled her eyes at Lin Shun, annoyed. I don't want to know. Haha. Lin Shun smiled and winked at Chu Qinglan. That won't do. We need to know as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll sing for you every day. Sing. Chu Qinglan tilted her head, looking at Lin Shun suspiciously. What song are you going to sing? Of course that one. Lin Shun yelled. What use is this iron rod to me? What good is this transformation to me? Oops. Chu Qinglan instantly understood. Her pretty face flushed red as she stomped her foot. You're being indecent. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Ha. Lin Shun smiled and put his arm around Chu Qinglan's slender waist. Between husband and wife, what can't we say to each other? It's the pleasure of being a young lady in one's boudoir. Snort. Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Shun. Soon, at the Tianjia shopping mall outside the park, Chu Qinglan and Lin Shun met Shen Mingyuan and Shen Zhao. Qinglan, Lin Shun. This is my boyfriend, Shen Zhao. Pointing at Shen Zhao, Shen Mingyuan deliberately linked arms with Shen Zhao intimately and introduced him to Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan. Hello. Chu Qinglan nodded politely. Oh. Lin Shun shrugged slightly, too lazy to pay attention to Shen Mingyuan, who was showing off so much. If Chu Qinglan hadn't been too embarrassed to admit it, and if the system hadn't given him this task, Lin Shun wouldn't have bothered with Shen Mingyuan and Shen Zhao. That disgusting couple. It's utterly boring. Hello. Shen Zhao looked at Chu Qinglan, whose skin was fair and radiant, with a gleam in his eyes, quite surprised. He glanced at Lin Shun, who looked indifferent, with a hint of envy. I'm so jealous. Although Lin Shun is penniless and has no money or skills, he still has them. But he really has a way with women and is very lucky with ladies. First Shen Mingyuan, then Chu Qinglan. These two girls are both incredibly beautiful. Chu Qinglan, as the school beauty, is even more beautiful than Shen Mingyuan, the department beauty. What great luck! Gazing at Chu Qinglan's slender and shapely figure, Shen Zhao's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. He pondered how to find a way to separate Chu Qinglan from Lin Shun, making her the second Shen Mingyuan. It would be best to drive directly to the suburbs and take Chu Qinglan and Shen Mingyuan for a drive. Lin Shun was filled with impotent rage, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Kid, you may not be a money bringer, but you're still someone who makes me happy. Shen Zhao glanced at Lin Shun disdainfully. Just wait, it won't be long. I'm going to turn Chu Qinglan into the second Shen Mingyuan. Let your ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend. They've all left you. Lin Shun. As Shen Zhao pondered how to win over Chu Qinglan, he noticed Lin Shun, who was arrogant and looking away, completely ignoring him. His eyes lit up. She chuckled softly, deliberately tightening her grip on Shen Zhao's arm, and slowly said, Lin Shun, don't be jealous. I agreed to Shen Zhao's request after we broke up. Chapter 85 Qinming Yuan's Show. Puff. Lin Shun, who was originally enjoying the birds in the sky and the cicadas in the green trees with a clear mind, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Then he looked at Shen Mingyuan with a helpless and completely convinced expression. I thought to myself, is this woman out of her mind? Beside him was Chu Qinglan, whose figure and appearance far surpassed hers, and whose personality was even more overwhelming. So, how could Lin Shun still be interested in her, and even get jealous of her? How could that be? Cough, cough. Coughing a few times to suppress his speechlessness, Lin Shun looked coldly at Shen Mingyuan. Please, you're overthinking it. Besides, you're too narcissistic. Boring and ridiculous. Lin Shun shrugged slightly, too lazy to pay attention to Chen Mingyuan, who had a screw loose. If it weren't for completing the system's task, Lin Chen wouldn't have met her. Seeing such a brain-dead idiot, Lin Chen really has to live several years less. Lin Chen, I know you don't want to admit it, but you're still jealous. Chen Mingyuan chuckled. But I did agree to marry young Master Shun after we broke up. Besides, you now have Qinglan, and I hope you can forget me. Live a good life with Qinglan. We must live up to Qinglan's expectations. Chen Mingyuan deliberately put on a concerned look. You need to work hard to earn money and live a good life with Qinglan. Cough cough. Lin Chen couldn't stand Chen Mingyuan's smug tone any longer. He coughed a few times and looked at Chen Mingyuan coldly. Are you done talking? What do you want? You can go now if everything's all right. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Hey, I just said a few words to you, and you're getting angry? I was planning to treat you to a meal to thank you for treating me last time. Chen Mingyuan hugged Xin Zhao's arm. Young Master Xin, what should we eat today? Of course it's a feast. Let's go eat at the most upscale beef hot pot restaurant here. The average cost per person is 500 yuan. Xin Zhao smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing to me. But for ordinary people, this meal is equivalent to 2 or 3 days' wages. That's right. How can an ordinary worker afford such an expensive beef hot pot with a monthly salary of 4 or 5,000? Chen Mingyuan deliberately looked at Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan. You two are really lucky today. Young Master Shun is very generous and is treating you to a big meal. Haha, thank you so much. Hearing Chen Mingyuan's self-righteous words, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Chen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have agreed to her request. Holding Lin Chen's arm, Chu Qinglan looked at Chen Mingyuan, who was walking ahead with an arrogant air. Her expression was awkward, and she clung to Lin Chen's arm, her eyes full of apology. I really didn't expect her to turn out like this. Sorry. Hey, why are you saying sorry to your family? Aren't you being too polite? Lin Chen held Chu Qinglan's small hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. It's all a small matter. People like her are just plain stupid, no need to pay them any mind. If you take her words to heart and get angry with her, then you've fallen into her trap and lost. Lin Chen laughed. Just ignore what she says, and it won't matter. There's no need to worry about it too much. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently, grabbed Chu Qinglan's hand, and walked into the beef hot pot restaurant with Chen Mingyuan and Shun Zhao. He wanted to see what Chen Mingyuan was really up to. What exactly is the purpose of this? Lin Chen was quite interested in this. Lin Chen, you're probably going to get fired this time, right? After ordering a few dishes, Chen Mingyuan deliberately smiled and asked Lin Chen, your company's boss must have a lot of opinions about you, right? Haha, our company's general manager does have a lot of opinions about me. Lin Chen said with a smile, you absolutely loathe me. I wish I could leave the company tomorrow. Looking at the arrogant Chen Mingyuan and Shun Zhao, Lin Chen didn't say anything. Even if the general manager disliked him, there was nothing he could do about the chairman. I knew it. You've got some nerve, admitting it outright. Chen Mingyuan, who had intended to use this opportunity to teach Lin Chen a lesson, was rendered speechless by Lin Chen's shameless words. Lin Chen simply ignored her insults. So how could she possibly continue to mock Lin Chen in a sarcastic manner? Lin Chen, you're probably going to get fired soon, right? Having no other option, Chen Mingyuan changed the subject. If you say you're going to get fired, then you won't have any income. We can't expect Qinglan to support you, can we? Although I am the deputy manager, I have just taken office, and it is not easy for me to assign people. Chen Mingyuan deliberately hugged Xin Zhao's arm and acted cute and coquettishly. Young Master Xin, please help me out. Qinglan is my best friend after all, and I don't want her to suffer or be poor. Why don't you just do me a favor and arrange a job for Lin Chen? Haha, of course. Shun Zhao replied with a smile. Lin Chen, our company is short of a security guard. You can come and work for us first. A security guard's monthly salary is 4,005, but since you are Qinglan and Mingyuan's classmate, I will personally subsidize you 2,000, making it 6,005 a month. As long as you work hard, it's not impossible to become a security captain earning 8,500 a month or a security supervisor earning over 10,000. Darling, you're so generous. Chen Mingyuan snorted and looked at Lin Chen with an arrogant expression. Lin Chen, Aren't you going to thank young Master Shin right away? Ordinary people don't have this kind of opportunity. Oh, thank you. Lin Shin shrugged slightly, as if watching two dogs putting on a show. Miss Chu Qinglan. Shen Zhao ignored Lin Shun and looked at Chu Qinglan with a sharp glint in his eyes. The position of team leader in my company's secretariat, with a monthly salary of 13,000, has been vacant for a long time. If you are willing to work for my company, there will definitely be a vacancy waiting for you, and we will definitely arrange it. Miss Chu Qinglan, what are your thoughts? Huh? Lin Shen laughed upon hearing this. Shen Zhao was truly interesting. Is this another attempt to poach his girlfriend? However, Lin Shen knew that Shen Zhao's idiocy was purely a dream this time. What a joke. How could Chu Qinglan be a seductive and cheap woman like Chen Mingyuan? Sorry, I don't need it. As expected, Chu Qinglan rejected Shen Zhao without hesitation. They didn't care about Shen Zhao's seduction at all. Haha, it's nothing. This is my business card. Shen Zhao was a shameless person. Although Chu Qinglan refused, he immediately took out his business card. Miss Chu Qinglan, if you need anything in the future, please feel free to call me. The position of team leader in our company's secretariat will always be reserved for you. Cough, cough. Sensing that something was amiss, Chen Mingyuan coughed a few times and pretended to pull out her phone. Oh dear, look. Semiconductor stocks have hit their daily limit. Chapter 86 Shocking News for the Stock Market. Wasn't this exactly what we expected? As Chen Mingyuan finished speaking, Shen Zhao waved his hand with an air of pride, brimming with confidence and high spirits. Indeed, Mr. Shun, you have excellent taste. Upon hearing this, Chen Mingyuan immediately let out a sweet shout, haughtily grabbing Shen Zhao's arm, her face radiating happiness. You said it would go up, and it really did go up. That's truly insightful. After all, I've been in the stock market for so many years. If my judgment isn't good, how can I keep making money? Shen Zhao laughed. Besides, in the stock market, the most important thing is actually 2 words. Shen Zhao looked at Chu Qinglan. This is what relationship is. To succeed in the stock market, you need not only a clear understanding of the stock market, but also sufficient inside connections. Through this connection, we can obtain information that ordinary people wouldn't know, Shen Zhao laughed. With such inside information, we can make money even with our eyes closed. Just like the semiconductor industry this time. It was precisely because I knew in advance that foreign countries would block chip exports to China that our country would allocate funds to subsidize domestic semiconductor companies. That's why they immediately bought semiconductors. Because once these 2 positive news items are announced, the semiconductor industry in both the domestic A-share and Hong Kong stock markets will definitely rise. This is something even a child could figure out. Shen Zhao laughed and said, why do people say that rich people will always be rich? It's because there are information and inside stories that ordinary people don't know. We receive advance notice of both positive and negative news, and then we choose to buy or sell, short or long, based on the changes in the stock market. Shen Zhao said proudly, making money is as easy as playing a game for us. Honey, you're amazing. So how much money can we make this time? Chen Mingyuan deliberately played the straight man, tilting her head and looking at Shen Zhao with a smile. You should be able to earn a lot, right? Let me calculate it. Shen Zhao ignored Chen Mingyuan and looked at Chu Qinglan with a glint in his eyes. I bought 10 million worth of semiconductors. Based on the current situation, the price should rise for a few more days. So from this wave, I can earn at least 3 or 4 million. You bought 3 million worth of shares, so you should be able to make a little over 1 million. Wow! Chen Mingyuan exclaimed in surprise, covering her bright red mouth. This is such a great deal. Honey, I can earn not only a little over 1 million, Chen Mingyuan laughed, but probably more than 1 million. Oh, Shen Zhao asked with a smile, why do you say that? I used all of my parents' savings of 500,000 yuan to buy semiconductors. I also borrowed from relatives and friends, raising more than 400,000 yuan, which I also used to buy semiconductors. Chen Mingyuan snorted. Besides the 3 million you gave me, I invested almost 1 million myself. Haha, clever. Shen Zhao smiled and gave Chen Mingyuan a thumbs up. With such a keen eye, you deserve to make money. It's all thanks to your excellent education, young Master Shun. Following someone as capable as you. Of course I'll make money. Shin Mingyuan chuckled. Following a tycoon like you. Making money is just too good to be true. This wave of profit can earn nearly $1 million in just a few days. Without you, I would never have been able to save $1 million in my entire life. They're all little kisses. Shen Zhao waved his hand generously. What's $1 million? I'll help you earn 10 million, and even 100 million. Wow. Shen Mingyuan immediately covered her face, then exclaimed with immense excitement. That's wonderful. Honey, you're amazing. Holding Shen Zhao's arm, Shen Mingyuan looked blissful. You really know how to make money. Haha, what about the money? Shen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. I have plenty of money. Many of the diners looked at Shen Zhao and Chen Mingyuan with envy and surprise. I was utterly astonished. Hey, Qinglan, don't worry. If you ever need money in the future, just tell me anytime, and I'll lend it to you. We're sisters. Once I'm rich, I'll definitely not forget you. Then, feigning ignorance, Chen Mingyuan looked at Lin Shun and said, but this time, Lin Shun should also be able to make a fortune and get a substantial commission, right? After all, young Master Shun had already mentioned it, and I also told Lin Shun to buy semiconductors. Lin Shun. Chen Mingyuan deliberately looked at Lin Shun. How much did you buy for semiconductors? Oh, I didn't buy any semiconductors. Lin Shun shrugged slightly and replied to Chen Mingyuan with a smile. I bought tens of millions of yuan worth of liquor. Oh, liquor. Chen Mingyuan immediately checked her phone. Lin Shun, the price of Baijiu has dropped. Honestly, I told you so long ago. Why didn't you buy semiconductors? You're going to lose a lot of money this time. Chen Mingyuan feigned concern as she looked at Lin Shun. Say, if you sell now and buy semiconductors instead, it might still be in time. Qinglan. Chen Mingyuan then adopted a concerned expression, looking at Chu Qinglan with feigned concern. You should quickly persuade Lin Shun to buy semiconductors. Otherwise, we would have lost so much money to the company and all of our savings. He should go bankrupt and jump off a building. That is. Shen Zhao also said arrogantly. Only a fool would buy Baijiu. Find them and demand compensation. I believe in Shun. Chu Qinglan snorted and retorted to Chen Mingyuan in a firm tone. I will support whatever he buys. Cough cough. Shen Zhao, who was being showered with affection, looked at Lin Shun with immense envy and jealousy. I wonder what kind of magic Lin Shun possesses. How could someone who is clearly penniless and good for nothing win the favor of such a beautiful woman as Chu Qinglan? What exactly happened? What incredible luck Lin Shun had. Lin Shun, you'd better listen to my advice. Otherwise you'll really lose everything. Chen Mingyuan pretended to be concerned again and said, don't make a mistake. Oh, this is it. Lin Shun already knew what Chen Mingyuan's scheme was, so he rolled his eyes and deliberately said, I think the semiconductor industry will definitely lose money, while liquor prices will definitely rise. If you immediately lower the price and sell your semiconductors to cash out, and then buy liquor, you can still make a profit. Otherwise, Lin Shun shook his head. It's too late to regret it. Ha ha ha. You're joking. Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, Shen Zhao immediately burst into laughter, looking at Lin Shun with utter disdain. Even at a time like this, you're still stubbornly pretending to be something you're not? I'm telling you, if the stock market does what you say it will happen, I'll kneel down and call you my father. Believe it or not. Lin Shun shrugged slightly. There are always oddballs these days, but there seem to be more this year than ever. Why do so many people want to be my son? Stupid thing. Shen Zhao crossed his arms, looking disdainful. Ding dong. At that moment, a pop-up news item suddenly appeared. A shocking piece of news for the stock market. It exploded instantly. Chapter 87 Lin Chen's Foresight. Online reports allege that a certain domestic semiconductor group's most important flagship product is actually a complete fake. The core product they've launched is actually an outdated patent purchased from a foreign company. As for the heavyweight chip that they used in their advertising, which was hailed as a groundbreaking product, it's just a chip bought from abroad with a new name engraved on it. What is that? Independently researched and developed and produced. All of this is a colossal lie. The products displayed on the company's official website are not, in fact, any new products developed independently. The 3 billion yuan NRD funding it received was also used by the group's senior executives for lavish spending. According to netizens' investigations, the company owner owns several villas, over a dozen properties, more than a dozen luxury cars, and has a total of approximately over 1 billion yuan in assets. Furthermore, his daughter and wife are both overseas and own several properties there. His daughter also owns several companies. Several company executives also amassed a large amount of real estate and luxury cars. As for the so-called independently developed new products, it's just a concept. It's just a piece of paper with instructions on it, designed to scam money. After the news spread, not only did the group's stock plummet instantly, but due to the industry-wide impact, the stock prices of other companies in the semiconductor industry also fell rapidly. In just half an hour, as countless individuals and institutions sold off their shares, semiconductor stocks, which had hit the daily limit up, quickly turned into daily limit down. If we look at the peak, today's drop was as high as 20%. Individual investors and institutions who bought at high prices, hoping to make a profit tomorrow, are now in despair. In just 1 hour, their wealth shrank by 20%. The outlook for the semiconductor industry doesn't seem very good. Looking at the drastically changing stock market, and then at Shun Mingyuan and Shun Zhao, whose faces were pale and bruised, Lin Shen laughed and said, "This drop is quite significant." "Honey, what do we do? Should we sell it?" Shun Mingyuan had never experienced such dramatic ups and downs before. Looking at the stock price fluctuating wildly, she asked Shun Zhao in a panic. "What's the panic? It's just normal fluctuations." Shin Zhaoqiang tried to remain calm and coldly shouted at Shun Mingyuan, "There's nothing to worry about. It will naturally rise again tomorrow. It's just a blunder by one company. Other companies are only temporarily affected. Anyway, we're reducing our holdings across the entire industry, not specifically betting on this company. So what's the big deal?" Shin Zhao said coldly, "We'll clear out our shares in this company, then buy other companies and do a bottom fishing. It will naturally rise again tomorrow. It's nothing." Shin Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "Anyone who sells now is a fool. They'll be crying tomorrow." "Is this really true?" Shin Mingyuan looked at Shan Zhao with surprise in her eyes. "Can it really go back up tomorrow?" "Nonsense." Shin Zhao looked displeased at being suspected. "I've been trading stocks for so many years. What situation haven't I encountered? It's nothing serious. Don't panic." Seeing Shun Zhao's indifferent expression, Shin Mingyuan didn't say anything more. "I advise you to be cautious." Looking at Shun Zhao, who was feigning composure, Lin Shen smiled and said, "Who can be sure that only this one company has a problem? What if other companies in the semiconductor industry also encounter various problems? Sell now to cut your losses. That is the only way to achieve true kingship." "Shut up," Shin Zhao roared, glaring coldly at Lin Shen. "Kid, you're teaching me how to trade stocks? You're not worthy. You think you're anything? I've been trading stocks for so many years. I've eaten more salt in the stock market than you've eaten rice." Shin Zhao glared at Lin Shen with displeasure. "You want to teach me? Aren't you ridiculous? I'm telling you, semiconductors will definitely rebound tomorrow. They're bound to rise. Some bigwigs will definitely step in to save the market." "That is..." Shin Mingyuan snorted and looked at Lin Shen with disdain. "Lin Shen, stop dreaming and spouting nonsense. You're not worthy. What are you enjoying? You think you can instruct young Master Shen?" "Hee." Shin Mingyuan looked at Lin Shen with disdain. "You'd better sell your liquor shares right now and buy semiconductors, and wait for tomorrow's rise. Or else, I'll bankrupt you." "Hee." Shin Zhao sneered, crossing his arms. What's the point of talking to him about this? A foolish thing only knows how to draw a circle around itself and become stagnant. Morning. Seeing that Shun Zhao and Shun Mingyuan were going too far, Chu Qinglan couldn't help but frown slightly, grab Lin Shen's arm, and wanted to leave with Lin Shen. "Don't rush." Lin Shen smiled and scrolled through the news page on his phone. But a moment later, a new news story popped up again. "Look, what is this?" Lin Shen pointed to the news on his phone. Has Matai released its profit report for the first half of this year? Looking at the news article Lin Shen presented, Shun Mingyuan read the headline with suspicion. The following content states that Mutai Group earned over 10 billion yuan in net profit in the first half of this year, with net profit attributable to the parent company also reaching several billion yuan, making it a case of making money while lying down. So profitable. Chen Mingyuan, who doesn't drink much baijiu, widened her eyes instantly. What do you think? Lin Shen laughed and said, Matai is a better product than anything else in terms of preserving its value. If your parents bought a bottle of Matai every year when you were born and kept it until you were in your 20s, that's enough to buy a new house. If you buy one bottle of Matai a year now and stock up, you can use it as a retirement fund when you get old. That's how valuable it is. Lin Shen smiled and said, it's not just about preserving value. It's about increasing value. It will retain its value even better than gold. Gulp. Young Master Shun. Chen Mingyuan swallowed hard, looking at Shun Zhao in surprise. Is that really true? Barely. Shun Zhao crossed his arms and sneered. In the end, it's all because of us rich people who made it so. Without rich people like us, it's nothing. This stuff is not something ordinary people can afford. Is that so? Lin Shen smiled knowingly and remained silent. What do you believe in? It's just this one company, Shen Zhao sneered. Only this company's stock might rise slightly. Other companies in the liquor industry will still see their stock prices fall. This is boring. That doesn't seem to be the case. Lin Shen smiled and said, keep reading the news. Chen Mingyuan immediately opened her phone to check. Following Matai, more than a dozen well-known domestic liquor companies have released their profit reports for the first half of the year. Without a doubt, all of them are profitable. With the release of these first-half earnings reports, the stock market once again experienced volatility. This shock is different from the last one. It is. Chapter 88 Direct Limit Up. Rise. Yes, the most astonishing scene has occurred again. After the semiconductor industry's recent devastation, with the stock market going from limit up to limit down, the liquor industry, which had been declining, suddenly rebounded and surged. Finally, in the last 3 minutes before the market was suspended at 3:30 p.m., the price suddenly went from falling to hitting the daily limit up. If we consider the magnitude of the decline, the liquor industry has risen by 14% in just one day. Gulp. Young Master Shun. This? Looking at the liquor stocks hitting their daily limit up and then at the semiconductor stocks hitting their daily limit down, Chen Mingyuan's eyes widened in utter astonishment. Everything has changed so fast. How could the price fluctuate so rapidly between hitting the upper and lower limit? This reversal completely stunned Chen Mingyuan, and it was something she never expected. She was even mocking Lin Shen. But now, the clown was actually herself? What's the panic? Although Shen Zhao's face had turned ashen, he still feigned composure and said with a disdainful expression, the liquor industry is only experiencing a temporary boost. The overall market is still in a downer. Just you wait and see. The liquor industry will definitely plummet tomorrow, and the semiconductor industry will definitely surge. 100%. Shen Zhao looked at Lin Shen coldly. Kid, don't be too happy yet. The stock market is more ruthless and volatile than you can imagine. You'd better sell your liquor stocks as soon as the market opens tomorrow and then buy semiconductor stocks. Shen Zhao sneered. Otherwise you'll regret it. Ha ha. Lin Shen immediately laughed, looking at Shen Zhao with amusement. Shouldn't I be the one saying that to you? You'd better sell your semiconductors and buy liquor. Otherwise, Lin Shen took a sip of water unhurriedly. You'll suffer a terrible loss. Funny. I've been investing in stocks for so many years, I know far more about the stock market than you do. Just wait and see what happens. Having lost over $1 million, Shen Zhao was completely disheartened. He glared fiercely at Lin Shen and said, let's go. Lin Shen, you'd better listen to young Master Shen's advice. And Qinglan, young Master Shen has experience, you'd better advise Lin Shen. Don't stubbornly insist on losing money. Chen Mingyuan, that's enough. Chu Qinglan couldn't hold back any longer. She glared angrily at Chen Mingyuan. What Chen does is Chen's business. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to interfere. We have our own lives. And even if we lose money, it has nothing to do with you. Don't contact me again. If you do, I won't reply to your messages. Qinglan you. Chen Mingyuan's face stiffened. Hee. Shen Zhao sneered. You overestimate yourselves. You'll regret it sooner or later. Walk. Don't rush off. Lin Shen crossed his arms and looked at Shun Zhao with amusement. Didn't you just say so confidently that if the price of liquor went up, you would kneel down and call me daddy? Look at this stock market. Lin Shen sneered. No need to call me dad. I don't have a good-for-nothing son like you. However, regarding kneeling, I think you can kneel down now. You, a dignified rich second-generation young master. Lin Shen looked coldly at Shun Zhao. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? You me? Shun Zhao's face stiffened, and he glared at Lin Shen with a ferocious expression. Bastard. Kneel down. Lin Shen looked amused. He wasn't going to be polite with Shun Zhao. I'm talking about the overall picture, not the present. If the price of liquor continues to rise in the next few days, I will naturally keep my word. A temporary price increase is nothing to worry about. That's all. With a gloomy face, Shun Zhao roared and immediately turned to leave. Young Master Shun. Shen Mingyuan glared at Lin Shen resentfully and quickly chased after Shun Zhao. The two left in a sorry state. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing today's task. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Shen's mind. Clearly, Shen Mingyuan's scheme today was to use Shun Zhao and the stock market to mock Lin Shen, sow discord between Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan, and make Chu Qinglan disappointed in Lin Shen. Unfortunately, her plan failed. Not only did he fail to mock Lin Shen, but he was also targeted and ridiculed by Lin Shen. This is utterly shameful. How foolish. Watching Chun Mingyuan and Shun Zhao flee in a disheveled state, Lin Shen snorted disdainfully. Qinglan. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan beside him and chuckled. Don't worry, the liquor industry will definitely see a rise in prices. And it will rise by at least 30%. This time, we're sure to earn enough to buy a house. Chu Qinglan gave a gentle hum and chose to believe Lin Shen. Ha ha. Looking at Chu Qinglan's gentle and pretty face, Lin Shen was in a very good mood. Actually, this is all thanks to you. Chu Qinglan was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Lin Shen. Although she gave Lin Shen her 40,000 yuan savings, it can hardly be considered her achievement. After all, a mere 40,000 yuan can't change the stock market. Hey, you'll see later. Looking at Chu Qinglan's flat stomach, Lin Shen's lips curled into a smile. This is entirely thanks to Chu Qinglan. How can you have grandsons if you don't have sons? Without a grandson, Lin Shen would not have been able to receive this letter from his future grandson, and thus would not have been able to make the firm decision to buy the liquor. And who gave birth to the son? It must be Chu Qinglan. Without Chu Qinglan, where would Lin Shen have a son? He himself doesn't have that ability. Chu Qinglan snorted softly and smiled as she picked up a piece of beef for Lin Shen, thinking that Lin Shen was deliberately teasing her. You'll know everything when the time is right. Lin Shen thought that when he had the opportunity to prove the existence of the system, he would definitely tell Chu Qinglan. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell her, but that he was worried that even if he did, Chu Qinglan wouldn't believe him. After all, the system only existed in his mind. It was something he couldn't see or touch. He couldn't prove it to Chu Qinglan. If he says too much, and Chu Qinglan suspects he has delusions, wouldn't that be awkward? Lin Shen didn't want to be in such an awkward situation. Therefore, Lin Shen naturally had no choice but to temporarily refrain from discussing the system. But as husband and wife, there were some things Lin Shen was unwilling to hide from Chu Qinglan. Therefore, when the existence of the system can be proven at the appropriate time, he would naturally tell Chu Qinglan everything in detail, so that Chu Qinglan could be happy with him. Husbands and wives should be happy together. Let's go home. Taking Chu Qinglan's soft hand, Lin Shen reluctantly paid the bill and then took Chu Qinglan home. Chun, I'm going to take a shower. With a wave of her hand to Lin Shen, Chu Qinglan, unable to stand the smell of hot pot, immediately went into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water dripping in the bathroom, Lin Shen suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to collect his reward for the day. System, claim today's reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 89, a perfect reward for today. 1 bottle of Constitution enhancing potion, which can be given to outsiders. Wow. Seeing the rewards the system had given him, Lin Shen's eyes lit up with excitement. Because this reward is not only appropriate, it's just right. Lin Shen had been thinking about when he could change Chu Qinglan's body so that she could become as healthy and youthful as he was. This can finally be done. It's important to know that a woman's physical appearance changes drastically before and after childbirth. You could say that childbirth is a woman's second birth. The advantage is that some pre-pregnancy conditions, such as dysmenorrhea and cold uterus, will disappear after childbirth. The downside is that many women who had great figures before childbirth will find their figures immediately out of shape after giving birth. Not only will you gain weight, but you'll also get stretch marks. This makes many women who love beauty unwilling to have children. But now, with this constitution-enhancing potion, everything becomes much easier. After Chu Qinglan took this physique-enhancing potion, she would not only be immune to all diseases, but her figure and appearance would also remain in their best condition forever. Even if she gives birth in the future, her figure will not be out of shape, and her skin will be as fair and tender as an 18-year-old's. That's what makes this constitution-enhancing potion so powerful. Qinglan doesn't have to worry about her figure getting worse in the future. This constitution-enhancing potion will improve her body. Even if she overeats again, the potion will allow her body to automatically regulate itself. Excess nutrients that shouldn't be absorbed should naturally not be taken at all. No excess fat will appear, and there will be no belly fat. That's much more comfortable. With his eyes gleaming, Lin Shen immediately knocked excitedly on the bathroom door. Qinglan, come out here for a moment. I have something good for you. Chun, I haven't finished washing yet. Chu Qinglan's voice was very shy, clearly thinking that Lin Shen wanted to. Oh, then I'll wait for you. Lin Shen realized he was getting a little impatient, so he could only wait awkwardly for Chu Qinglan, thinking that he could give Chu Qinglan a surprise after she finished washing up. Chen, what's wrong? 15 minutes later, wiping her wet hair, Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. Qinglan, you'll need to take another bath later. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan mysteriously. Oops. Chu Qinglan blushed and gave Lin Shen a shy, glaring look. Chun, you promised me. It has to wait until we get married. Well, that's not it. Lin Shen instantly realized that Chu Qinglan had misunderstood, and he immediately explained awkwardly. I have something good for you. Look. Lin Shen took out a constitution-enhancing potion. Chen, what is this? Chu Qinglan tilted her head and looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. This is a constitution-enhancing potion developed with the latest high-tech research. After taking it, your entire body will be transformed. Lin Shen said with a smile. You will completely get rid of your sub-health condition. Didn't you wonder why I suddenly became handsome and had such a great physique? It's because of it. Lin Shen laughed and said, after you take it, you'll immediately have abs. Yeah. Yes. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan excitedly. Take it quickly. This is a priceless treasure. An absolute treasure of the world. Lin Shen laughed and said, even the world's richest man and those big shots at the top of humanity don't have this blessing, nor can they obtain such a treasure. Take this key and put it up for auction. Lin Shen laughed and said, that's truly a rare treasure, priceless and unavailable. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen in surprise. After a slight hesitation, under Lin Shen's ardent gaze, she resolutely took the physique-enhancing potion. Chun, I'm so hot. A few minutes later, Chu Qinglan's skin quickly turned bright red. Then, some black toxins and dirt are expelled from the pores. Normal. Lin Shen laughed and said, this is a detoxification process to cleanse the marrow and replenish the essence. These things smell terrible, but only by expelling them will your body get better. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan. That's why I said you need to take a shower. Oops. I'm going to wash up. Chu Qinglan couldn't sit still any longer. Not wanting Lin Shen to see her in this embarrassing situation, she hurriedly ran into the bathroom. It'll be ready in a moment. Lin Shen laughed and said, you'll see how amazing it is. While Chu Qinglan was taking the constitution-enhancing potion and undergoing detoxification washing. At this moment, Wang Hao, the general manager of Root Fund Management Company, Limited, had no intention of leaving Get Off work. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at the red and green stock market updates in front of him, gritting his teeth in anger, his expression ferocious. What exactly is going on? Why? Why is all of this happening? Why did semiconductor stocks fall while liquor stocks rose? Oh shit. Bang. Wang Hao slammed his fist on the table, glaring angrily at Li Cheng. Damn it. Now the whole company is laughing at me and praising Lin Chun, right? No, absolutely not. Although it was indeed true, Li Cheng still dared not tell the truth when he saw the furious Wang Hao. The fact today is that after noticing the changes in the stock market, all the employees of Root Fund Management Company Limited are completely convinced of Lin Chen's abilities. The employees who had previously ridiculed Lin Chen excessively were now slapping themselves in the face, saying they were truly blind to have misunderstood Lin Chen. They all understood from the bottom of their hearts how high Lin Chen's standards were. Compared to Lin Chen, they are utterly blind. Lin Chen's vision is that of a true king. Compared to Lin Chen, Wang Hao is utterly useless. Oh shit. This stock market is garbage. He picked up the monitor, his anger simmering, ready to smash it. But after lifting it, he hesitated for a long time before finally deciding not to do it. After all, monitors cost money too. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table, glaring angrily at Li Cheng. What am I supposed to do? If the liquor stocks continue to rise tomorrow, they could really exceed 20%. Am I really going to transfer all my shares to Lin Chen unconditionally? Wang Hao's expression turned ferocious. That's millions. Is this how you're going to produce something that can't even skip a step? Hold head high. Seeing Wang Hao's exasperated state, Li Cheng had nothing to say. After all, what can he do now that it has already happened? Since Wang Hao was willing to gamble on this matter, he can only accept the consequences. This is entirely nobody's fault but theirs. After all, if Wang Hao wins, he will definitely not give Lin Chen a chance, and he will definitely take over Lin Chen's shares without hesitation. So now that he's about to lose, will Lin Chen give him a chance? Mr. Wang, please don't worry. Li Cheng could only awkwardly offer words of comfort. Perhaps semiconductor prices will rise tomorrow. The price of liquor will drop again. Chapter 90, like an infant. Could it really be like this? Wang Hao suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Li Cheng. He certainly wanted that to be the case. If liquor prices really rise again tomorrow, and semiconductor prices really fall again, then he's finished. Not only will he lose all his shares to Lin Chen, but a large portion of his own savings invested in the stock market will also shrink. Wang Hao cannot afford such a loss. Maybe, probably, roughly, about the same. Under Wang Hao's serious gaze, Li Cheng scratched his head and answered Wang Hao awkwardly. He wasn't sure about this either. After all, he didn't travel back in time. So how would he know what the stock market would be like tomorrow? Besides, the stock market is changing rapidly these days. Let alone him. I bet even most experts can't predict tomorrow's market trend. After all, many experts had previously predicted online that semiconductor stocks would continue to surge, while liquor stocks, even if they didn't plummet, would continue to decline. But what is the reality? The semiconductor industry faltered halfway through, while liquor bucked the trend and rose. These experts' faces have been thoroughly slapped by the story. However, these experts are always shameless. They simply deleted their original comments and continued to be bullish on liquor and belittle semiconductors, continuing to gain followers and deceive people. Anyway, they just talk the talk, but they don't actually buy anything. There was no fundamental loss. Son of a bitch. Bang! Wang Hao slammed his fist on the table, his expression becoming even more ferocious. He wasn't afraid of a drop in semiconductor prices. After all, he didn't actually buy many semiconductors. Even if the price continues to fall tomorrow, he wouldn't lose much money if he chose to sell immediately. At most, we'll lose 10%. Although it's like cutting off a piece of flesh, it doesn't cause any serious damage. However, if the price of liquor continues to rise, then he's really doomed. After all, once the price of liquor rises by 20%, he will have to accept the consequences of his bet and fulfill the agreement, reluctantly transferring all his shares to Lin Chen unconditionally. This is an unconditional transfer, and you won't get a single penny in return. He would be somewhat relieved if Lin Chen paid for the acquisition. After all, you can get money. But now he's lost over 3 million for nothing? Damn it, I will absolutely not allow this to happen. Wang Hao, unwilling to lose his shares, glared at Li Cheng with a ferocious expression, Immediately hire an online army to spread good and bad news about the liquor industry. We need to make sure all retail and institutional investors know that the liquor industry is only experiencing a temporary rebound, and a sharp drop is inevitable. Strive to get all the institutions that have already bought shares in liquor companies to frantically sell their shares. That makes things much easier to solve. As long as they sell off in large quantities, the liquor stock price definitely won't rise tomorrow. Wang Hao roared through gritted teeth. Lin Chun can forget about getting any of my shares. Mr. Wang, this. Looking at the hysterical Wang Hao, Li Cheng felt embarrassed and didn't know whether he should do it or not. After all, he knew very well that Wang Hao was simply grasping at straws in desperation. The orders he gives at this moment will have absolutely no impact on the stock market. It might affect some retail investors, but professional institutions don't care about the messages from online trolls at all. These professional organizations will only pay attention if authoritative media outlets speak out. Or it could be like the semiconductor industry's collapse today, where an insider leaked the negative news. Unless someone working in the liquor industry reveals some inside information about the industry. Ideally, it should involve inside information about food safety. Only such inside information could cause the stock prices of liquor companies, which were on an upward trend, to be halved. The counter-trend rise of the liquor industry was nipped in the bud. Otherwise, the slander from other online trolls would only make some retail investors doubtful. Anyone who trades stocks knows that retail investors generally lack judgment and tend to chase rising stocks and sell at a loss. If liquor stocks continue to rise tomorrow, these previously hesitant retail investors will flood in again. After all, retail investors love buying when prices are rising. Go do it. Wang Hao's expression was ferocious at this moment. He glared at Li Cheng in a fit of rage and said, "Hire an online army to spread bad news. I want to drive down the price of liquor stocks, drive them down." Yes. Seeing Wang Hao's eagerness, Li Cheng could only nod awkwardly. He thought to himself that Wang Hao had completely lost his mind and was probably really doomed this time. I should find an opportunity to meet Chairman Lin and pledge my loyalty to him. He was completely flustered. Li Cheng glanced at Wang Hao, whose expression was ferocious and whose eyes were red, shook his head, and sighed in his heart. I estimate that this time, he is going to lose to Lin Chun completely. Go find an online army immediately. Bang! Wang Hao naturally had no idea what Li Cheng was thinking. After scolding Li Cheng, he slumped weakly into his chair, his expression grave. He had absolutely no idea what to do about this. At this moment, his mind was in complete turmoil, and he was extremely anxious. But all he could do was rage helplessly. At this moment, Lin Shen naturally had no idea that Wang Hao was in such a hurry. If Lin Shen knew, he would only laugh at Wang Hao for being stupid, saying that everything he did was his own fault and he deserved it. Why did he have to provoke Lin Shen? He deserved to end up like this. At this moment, Lin Shen was waiting for Chu Qinglan to come out of the bath. Chu Qinglan, who had taken the physique-enhancing potion, stayed in the bathroom for an hour. Finally, feeling refreshed and smelling wonderful, she stood in front of Lin Chun. "Wow, wife, you are so beautiful." Looking at Chu Qinglan, who had developed abs under the influence of the physique potion, and whose figure was becoming increasingly curvaceous and slender, with her appearance and temperament becoming more and more outstanding, Lin Chen's eyes widened. "My wife is so beautiful." "Morning." Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. "If you're praising me, I'd be on top of the world." "Haha, I'm just telling the absolute truth. My wife is indeed beautiful enough." Lin Chen reached out and took Chu Qinglan's soft hand, then pulled her into his arms. At this moment, Chu Qinglan's skin was as delicate and fair as a baby's. "Chun, this constitution-enhancing potion is truly amazing." Chu Qinglan ran her slender, white fingers over her fair skin and said to Lin Chun with emotion, "Some of my minor ailments, such as cervical spondylosis and cold uterus, are all gone now. After taking this physique-enhancing potion, it was as if I had been reborn. I am completely healthy." Sitting on Lin Chen's lap, letting him hold her, Chu Qinglan looked at him with suspicion in her beautiful eyes. "Chun, what exactly is this constitution-enhancing potion? Where did you get it?" Chu Qinglan tilted her head, her eyes filled with joy and curiosity. This is truly amazing. Chapter 91. Lin Chun, inferior to Chu Qinglan. It was obtained by chance. Lin Chun didn't know how to explain. Unable to directly mention the system reward, he could only laugh it off. A friend of mine works in this kind of secretive department, and he's the one who trained me. This medicine is still under research and has not yet been released to the public. Therefore, ordinary people are not qualified to know. Lin Chun looked at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, don't tell anyone. Okay. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, tilting her head to look at Lin Chun. Chun, do you still have this kind of potion? Or perhaps your friend could get his hands on this potion? Oh. Lin Chun looked at Chu Qinglan in surprise. Qinglan, each of us can only take this medicine once. Even if we had more, it wouldn't be of any use. Chun, I don't want to take it myself. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chun with tender eyes. What I mean is, if there are any left, we can give them to our parents. Our parents are getting old. It would be great if they could take this medicine. The elderly will surely live to be 100 years old, free from illness and disaster. Listening to Chu Qinglan's words and looking at Chu Qinglan in front of him, Lin Chun opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Chu Qinglan has such a wonderful personality. Not only are they gentle and considerate, but they are also filial and sincere. To be honest, Lin Chun himself hadn't expected this. When there are benefits to be had, each other's parents are the first people that come to mind. Chu Qinglan is not only a good daughter, but also a good daughter-in-law. That's all for now. That's all he gave me, Lin Chun quickly said. I'll ask him later if there are any left that I don't need. Then let him bring out a few bottles for our parents to take. May our parents be as healthy and live as long as we are. Chu Qinglan gave a sweet hum, letting Lin Chun hug her slender waist. It's time to rest. Lin Chun stretched, then picked up Chu Qinglan and carried her into the bedroom. The next morning, after driving Chu Qinglan to the company, Lin Chun drove to Root Fund Company. Mr. Wang, what a coincidence. As Lin Chun arrived at the company building, he saw Wang Hao walking out of the building. That's quite a coincidence. Wang Hao glared at Lin Chun with a ferocious expression, his heart filled with intense resentment towards Lin Chun. Because as soon as the market opened today, liquor stocks surged. But semiconductor prices are still declining. In just half an hour, liquor prices surged by 3%, while semiconductor prices dropped by 5%. This infuriated Mr. Wang so much that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Therefore, when he saw Lin Chun at this moment, his eyes were naturally red and he was furious. Although Lin Chun wore a smile and didn't mention anything about the stock market, Wang Hao felt that Lin Chun's every move was a mockery of him. He was furious. Lin Chun, don't be too happy yet. The market may continue to fluctuate this afternoon. Then liquor prices will fall, and semiconductor prices will rise. Wang Hao glared at Lin Chun with a ferocious expression. Let me tell you, you won't be guaranteed to win. You might just turn your joy into sorrow. Snort. With a cold snort, Wang Hao stormed off in a huff. Hee. Lin Chun shrugged slightly, too lazy to pay attention to Wang Hao, who had a screw loose. Wang Hao really thought Lin Chun cared a lot about shares worth only a few million? What a joke. For Lin Chun, these shares are just an insignificant bonus. It's just that Wang Hao is too pretentious, otherwise Lin Chun wouldn't bother with him at all. Lin Chun naturally didn't bother saying this to Wang Hao. If Wang Hao knew that the shares he cared so much about were so insignificant in Lin Chun's eyes, he would never know. Will he get so angry that he vomits blood? Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin is invincible. Chairman Lin is amazing. Under Chairman Lin's leadership, the company will surely reach new heights. Chairman Lin has an amazing eye for talent. Follow Chairman Lin, and you'll get what's coming to you. As Lin Chun stepped into the office, accompanied by applause, Manager Go and Lao Zhang, along with a group of company employees, all offered Lin Chun the most respectful compliments. They were now completely convinced of Lin Chun's discerning eye. Those who can seize this opportunity to buy liquor stocks at rock-bottom prices will make a fortune. Lin Chun is truly a stock trading genius. The next Buffett. Chairman Lin, the fund market is in dire straits right now, with many funds experiencing sharp declines. Several gene products operated by our company have seen a unique surge in price, as they are all heavily invested in liquor, even when the entire market was crashing. Among yesterday's fund market performance, our company's fund had the highest growth rate. They won the top scorer title. Manager Go looked at Lin Chun excitedly. All the investors were stunned, and they all shouted that they wanted to buy our fund again with a large investment. Some individual investors and institutions that had not invested before, or who had invested and then withdrawn their funds, are now contacting our operations department, clamoring to buy into our fund. Our fund is a hit. It is estimated that the net inflow of assets today alone will reach 100 million. Manager Go looked at Lin Chun respectfully. Our management fee alone will net us $1 million. Chairman Lin, this is all thanks to your leadership. That's right. Old Zhang looked at Lin Chun excitedly. Chairman Lin, under your leadership, the company will surely soar even higher. You're sure to make a fortune. Long live Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin's vision is truly remarkable. That's right. Those who sold our fund shares at low prices are now completely dumbfounded. In just 2 days, our fund has surged by 20%. They'll be crying soon. The employees were extremely excited. Yesterday they had looked down on Lin Chun and doubted his abilities, but now they were extremely respectful and praised him. This is just normal fund operation. Don't praise me too much. The stock market is constantly changing, and I dare not say that I will be 100% successful. This was just a coincidence. Lin Chun waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, keep up the good work and strive to get the fund managed by our company to reach a scale of 1 billion as soon as possible. I hereby promise everyone that once the funds managed by my company reach a scale of 1 billion, I will definitely give everyone bonuses. Wow, Chairman Lin is so generous. Long live Chairman Lin. We will definitely work hard. Follow Chairman Lin, and you'll make money and have women. Chairman Lin, from now on I will work overtime every day to find clients, and I must make sure that the company's fund reaches 1 billion as soon as possible. Exactly. We have to work overtime, even if it means dying at the company. All the employees had tears in their eyes and were expressing their loyalty to Lin Chun. Chapter 92, 3 days in a row. Haha, let's all work together. Strive to make the company better and better and reach a fund size of 1 billion as soon as possible. Then let's aim for 3 billion, for billion, 5 billion. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Chun waved to the crowd and stepped into his chairman's office. Chairman Lin. Upon seeing Lin Chun enter the office, Manager Go immediately followed and looked at Lin Chun with great respect. Chairman Lin, you are truly a young man of great promise. Under your leadership, the company will surely thrive and soon be worth hundreds of millions, even billions. All right, let's not waste any more time on this useless nonsense. Lin Chun waved to Manager Go. Go and get back to work. Chairman Lin, there's something else. Seeing that Lin Chun didn't want to be flattered, Manager Go quickly said, It's those people who mocked you before. Do you think I should use this excuse? Fire them all. Manager Go sneered. Don't worry, I'll find a suitable excuse, or reassign them to work overtime, and force them to resign on their own. The company does not need to provide N+1 compensation. You little brat. Lin Chun pointed at Manager Go, unsure of what to say. That Manager Go is really too ruthless. However, his behavior did indeed please the boss. From a boss's perspective, no boss likes employees who don't respect them, and no boss wants to give employees N+1 in compensation. This has always been the domestic practice. If they want to fire you, they won't say fire you, but instead they'll transfer you to another position or arrange for you to work overtime or go on business trips. You're forcing yourself to resign. Manager Go's actions at this moment were clearly aimed at saving Lin Chun money. But Lin Chun had just escaped the life of an employee, so although he understood Manager Go's behavior, he could not accept it. It's normal for them to criticize me a bit. When I was an employee, I would sometimes gossip about my boss and dislike my manager. It's all within reason. Lin Chun said with a smile. Some things are better left unsaid. Just continue implementing the KPI system. Let bygones be bygones. Lin Chun said with a smile. There's no need to think about it anymore. Clear. Upon hearing Lin Chun's words, Manager Go quickly nodded and then gave Lin Chun a thumbs up in admiration. Chairman Lin, You are truly a good boss. They are so lucky to have such a considerate and caring boss like you. After all, I was once a working-class person too. I understand the hardships of working people. Lin Shin smiled and said, "Go and get back to work." "Yes, Mr. Lin." Manager Go immediately accepted the order respectfully and left. Knock, knock, knock. Just after Manager Go left, the door to Lin Shin's office rang again. "Enter." Lin Shin sighed helplessly, knowing that being a boss wasn't so easy. To manage a company well, in addition to holding a constant number of meetings, it is even more important to manage the management team effectively. You don't have to directly manage employees, but you should have frequent contact with management. Chairman Lin. Manager Zhao from the investment department looked at Lin Shin respectfully. Chairman Lin, liquor stocks continue to surge today. Based on the current trend, they are very likely to hit the daily limit today, reaching a 20% increase. Then the company received about 100 million yuan in investment revenue today. More than 100 million yuan should continue to flow in. Although some were sold at high prices, it's not as much as the influx of funds. Manager Zhao looked at Lin Shin with a serious expression. Chairman Lin, should we continue to buy liquor with these influx of funds, or this matter? Lin Shin frowned upon hearing this, his expression turning serious. The system did not provide any predictions for him, and he also did not receive the third letter from his future grandson. He really couldn't predict whether the stock market would rise or fall next. Cough, cough. Lin Shin coughed a few times and looked at Manager Zhao seriously. There's no need to buy liquor for now. These newly poured funds can be used to buy stable government bonds and deposits. I will inform you when the time is right, at which time a large portion of the liquor can be sold to raise cash. Then, Lin Shin paused for a moment, then looked at Manager Zhao seriously. You people in the investment department can't just sit around eating and collecting salaries. Give me a few investment plans and submit them. It's impossible for all three of the company's funds to heavily invest in liquor stocks going forward. Should we heavily invest in a particular industry, adopt a mixed portfolio, or invest in bonds? Your investment department should come up with a plan analysis, and then I'll decide which one to choose, Lin Shin said seriously. In short, the interests of the investors must come first. Clear. Manager Zhao immediately nodded respectfully. Then I'll make the arrangements right away. Go. Lin Shin waved to Manager Zhao and watched him leave his office. System, oh system, I need stock market analysis skills, I need foresight. Otherwise, relying solely on blindly buying stocks carries a very high risk of loss. I wonder what my future grandson wrote in his third letter? Lin Shin muttered. Can someone tell me about new ways to make money? Perhaps. Amid Lin Shin's muttering, the day's stock market trading finally came to a close after its ups and downs. The stock market closes at 3:30 p.m. As Lin Shin had predicted, the outcome was exactly as he had envisioned. The liquor industry is rising again, with both Matai and Wuliangye stocks hitting the daily limit. Other major liquor companies, while not hitting the daily limit, also saw their prices rise by 8 or 9%, with a sea of red. In contrast, the semiconductor industry remains in dire straits. The stock price of the affected group immediately hit the daily limit down. According to rumors, the company has entered the review stage and may be forced to delist at any time. Meanwhile, other domestic semiconductor companies, affected by this fraud incident and with the continuous leaks of rumors, are reported to be researching chips that are basically just theoretical or completely unusable. Although the stocks of these other companies did not hit the daily limit down, they also fell sharply again. The basic declines are all below 5%. Young Master Shun, what should we do? Chen Mingyuan dialed Shun Zhao's number with great anxiety and asked urgently. You fell again. What's the panic? It's just a normal phenomenon. Although Shun Zhao's face was ashen, he gritted his teeth and stubbornly refused to admit that he had misjudged the situation. It will definitely go up next. Young Master Shun, are you sure you don't want to sell? Need not. Shun Zhao gritted his teeth. Keep it there. I believe it will definitely rise back in the next 3 days. This. All right. Chen Mingyuan didn't know much about the stock market, so she could only listen to Shun Zhao at this moment. Time flies, and it's Friday afternoon 3 days later. The final scene in the stock market this week was Chapter 93, Wang Hao, who refuses to defeat. Semiconductor stocks fell for a week straight, with a staggering drop of 25%. One of the companies involved was forced to delist from the stock market due to 3 consecutive days of limit-down trading. Correspondingly, the liquor industry index rose for a week straight. Among them, Matai Liquor saw the highest increase, rising by as much as 30% within a week. The remaining liquor companies generally saw increases between 20% and 30%. This wave of profits is definitely enough. In the chairman's office, Lin Chun was in a very good mood after successfully selling all his liquor shares at a high price and cashing out. Because his 60 million had appreciated over the past week, after he sold it, it had successfully reached 78 million. Aside from repaying the principal and interest to the bank, Lin Chen's savings at this moment, the figure is a staggering 24 million. 24 million, awesome. Looking at the balance in his bank account, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he was in a very good mood. This should be enough to buy a house. Although this amount of money is definitely not enough for a villa by Shilling Lake. After all, a villa near Shilling Lake and CC costs at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Lin Chen muttered. But a large flat by the river should only cost 10 or 20 million, right? That should be enough. Just don't buy those super expensive properties, those in really good locations, worth tens or hundreds of millions. Buying an ordinary Riverview apartment for 10 or 20 million shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Lin Chen's lips curled up. After buying the Riverview apartment, I can go home with Qinglan and meet her parents. With a house and a car in Hangzhou, I should be able to gain Qinglan's parents' approval, right? As long as Qinglan's parents have no objections, then we can start preparing for the wedding. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with a strong glint. I'm going to prepare a magnificent and dazzling wedding for Qinglan, so that she can marry me happily. After the wedding, Lin Chen stretched and smiled. A hero finally has a chance to prove himself. No need to sigh to the sky every day anymore, but to remain steadfast and unyielding. Qinglan, tomorrow is Saturday. Let's go look at apartments tomorrow. Lin Chen took out his phone and prepared to contact several agents. Then I'll give Chu Qinglan a surprise tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office next to Chairman Lin Chen's office, was General Manager Wang Hao's office. Thump. It's over, everything is over. Wang Hao slumped into a chair, staring blankly at the stock market chart on the monitor in front of him. He lost. Under Lin Chen's absolute control, all 3 funds operated by Root Fund Management Company Limited bought stocks in the liquor industry. As of today, the 3 stocks have risen by more than 25%. The highest performing stock saw a gain of up to 30.5% because the bottom was reached relatively late. On the contrary, the semiconductor industry, which he was optimistic about, suffered a devastating crash, causing countless people to jump off rooftops. Although Wang Hao didn't buy many semiconductor stocks, he didn't lose too much money on stocks. As long as you're ruthless enough to cut your losses, you won't be completely trapped. But he lost the bet with Lin Chun. According to the performance-based agreement, he now needs to transfer all of his shares to Lin Chun. That's 4 million. No, it should be more than 4 million. Because of the impact of this wave of fund surge, the company's valuation has already increased. Wang Hao's expression was grim. If I were to sell these 40% of the shares right now, I could get at least 5 or 6 million, if not 7 or 8 million. But now I want it. I'm not reconciled. Wang Hao's expression was ferocious. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Li Cheng, tell Li Cheng to get over here. Enraged, Wang Hao dialed the front desk, wanting to consult his lackey about a plan. Mr. Wang, Manager Li has gone to see Chairman Lin. The receptionist readily replied to Mr. Wang. What can I do for you? I'll let him know when he comes out. No. You son of a bitch. Depend on. Bang. Wang Hao slammed his fist on the table, his anger rising even higher as he faced Li Cheng, that traitorous bastard. That bastard is really pragmatic. He lost his focus for a moment, and then that bastard went to find Lin Chun. What a complete scoundrel. Son of a bitch. Bump. Wang Hao slammed his fist on the table, filled with pathetic, impotent rage. While Wang Hao was raging in a fit of impotent fury, Li Cheng stood in Lin Chen's chairman's office, respectfully looking at Lin Chen. Chairman Lin, according to the previous betting agreement, you should go to President Wang to reclaim the shares. After all, he has completely lost at this point, and his 40% stake should rightfully be transferred to you. Yes, Chairman Lin. Manager Go quickly added, Chairman Lin, this matter should be handled as soon as possible, to avoid any unforeseen complications. You all think so? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then looked at Manager Go and Li Cheng, a smile playing on his lips. I thought to myself that Wang Hao must be in a terrible mood right now. Having lost his shares, he was now completely penniless in the company. Even Li Cheng, who had always fawned over him and obeyed his every word, was now gone. They've all changed sides now. That's really interesting. Chairman Lin, this matter needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Manager Go, acting as Lin Chen's confidant and considering Lin Chen's best interests, said, lest he deny it later and cause any trouble. After all, the stock market is constantly changing. Since liquor stocks have risen for a week, they are likely to fall appropriately next. After all, many institutions and major shareholders are probably going to cash out and exit. Manager Go lowered his voice. It would be best to resolve this matter this week, so that Wang Hao won't deny it next week. Chairman Lin, that's what I meant too. Li Cheng quickly added, Chairman Lin, you may not be familiar with Wang Hao, but I am very familiar with him. He's always been shameless. So now is the best time to strike while the iron is hot, and make him transfer the shares to you without any excuse. If he gets an excuse next week, he'll definitely pull a lot of tricks and stubbornly refuse to transfer the shares to you. Li Cheng looked at Lin Chen respectfully. He has no credibility. Lin Chen nodded slightly, looking at Li Cheng and Manager Go, who seemed loyal to him, and naturally adopted the demeanor of a wise ruler who listened to advice. In that case, you two will go on my behalf and invite this President Wang over. Let's talk about equity. As he spoke, Lin Chen selected to sign in on the system interface. Congratulations, host, you have completed the daily check-in. You have completed June 7th of the check-in. What's today's task? Lin Chen glanced at it and was astonished to find that today's task was Chapter 94, Making Wang Hao Honestly Admit Defeat. Make Wang Hao admit defeat. This mission, looking at the tasks assigned by the system, Lin Chen instantly felt a headache coming on. This task is indeed not easy, because it's quite obvious, although semiconductor prices did indeed plummet while liquor prices surged. And according to the previously signed performance-based agreement, Wang Hao should have transferred 40% of his shares to Lin Chen. Of course, it's not just Wang Hao. Gong Tao, the previous shareholder with the hooked nose, will also transfer his 3% of shares to Lin Chen. After all, he had previously joined Wang Hao in making a lot of noise, shouting that he didn't trust Lin Yun, saying that Lin Chen was bragging, and making a lot of slander against Lin Chen. Under these circumstances, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't let him go. But Lin Chen's relentless pursuit doesn't mean they'll obediently transfer their shares to him according to the performance-based agreement. It would be strange if those two didn't cause some trouble. What do I do? Only then will they obediently transfer all their shares to me. Lin Chen frowned, rubbing his temples, his expression extremely solemn. Knowing this, it seems like it will be extremely difficult to handle. At that moment, while Lin Chen was considering how to acquire the shares, Wang Hao was in his general manager's office when he met the hook-nosed, burly Gong Tao, who had rushed over. The two stared at each other in the office, completely bewildered and embarrassed, because they lost so badly. Gulp. Brother Wang. Holding 3% of the shares, worth roughly several $100,000, Gong Tao glared at Wang Hao with a ferocious expression. Are we really going to let this brat get away with this? Give him all our shares. Damn it, I'm not reconciled. Gong Tao gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with rage and intense hatred. Although his 3% stake is nothing compared to Wang Hao's 40% stake, it is still a small amount of money. If Wang Hao only had to give up 3% of his shares, he would have jumped for joy long ago. But Wang Hao is Wang Hao, and he is himself. He's not as rich as Wang Hao. You think I want this? But what can we do if we don't give it to them? Wang Hao glared at Gong Tao with a serious expression, his eyes filled with complex emotions. After all, We lost the betting agreement. Semiconductor prices have indeed fallen sharply at this moment, while liquor prices have indeed risen sharply. The gains of all three funds exceeded 25%. His status and ability in the eyes of the company and investors have long surpassed ours. Wang Hao clenched his fist. His prestige in the company has already surpassed mine. Especially those investors who listened to my rambling and withdrew their funds from the three funds when liquor stocks fell and semiconductor stocks rose, now hate me even more. It's my fault that they lost 35–36% of their profits. It cost them a lot of money. Wang Hao looked embarrassed. I don't even dare to turn on my phone now. The first thing I saw when I opened it was their sarcastic messages. You can't blame yourself, Mr. Wang. Gong Tao roared in a low voice. After all, investment involves risks, and everyone knows that. In this world, is there anything that guarantees victory? Who would have thought that this liquor would turn the tide? Oh shit. Bang. Gong Tao slammed his fist on the table, his expression contorted with rage. The stock market is playing us too. There's no point in talking about this now. Let's solve this problem first. Wang Hao frowned. How can we avoid giving him the shares? Well, after all, he had run the company from scratch. And now that Wang Hao was transferring all his shares to Lin Chun, his heart was pounding with heartache. Brother Wang, how about we just deny everything? With a quick glance around, Gong Tao looked at Wang Hao with a sinister expression. We'll deny everything. What can he do to us? He's just a young guy. He can't do anything to us. He had no choice but to admit defeat and suffer in silence. We're already being lenient by not asking him for money or shares. What more does he want? Gong Tao sneered. He has no right to force us to give him shares. It's no use. Wang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. He had thought about this long ago, but it was no use. Because Lin Chun isn't stupid, how could he not know that a betting agreement has legal effect? If we had only reached a verbal agreement with him back then, we could have simply denied it, Wang Hao said with a wry smile. But the problem is, we signed a performance-based agreement with him. This betting agreement is recognized and protected by law. If we say we won't transfer the property, he can simply file a lawsuit against us and apply for property preservation. Our shares will be frozen by the court at that time. And then it was forcibly transferred to him. Wang Hao said with a wry smile. Even if we deny it to the death, it won't make a difference. If it really comes to that, the court only needs to issue an enforcement order. We won't even need to get involved. Everything will fall into Lin Chen's hands. Damn it. Clenching his fists and glaring at Wang Hao, Gong Tao gritted his teeth in anger. I shouldn't have signed this gambling agreement with this bastard in the first place. What's the point of saying this? Wang Hao chuckled to himself. If I had known this would be the outcome, I shouldn't have gambled with Lin Chun, who knew that liquor prices would suddenly rise against the trend. He initially insisted on signing a performance-based agreement because he was afraid Lin Chun would renege on the agreement. It was to protect his own rights. But little did they know, this whole thing would backfire and cause them trouble. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. They really shot themselves in the foot. Brother Wang, what should we do? Looking at Wang Hao in front of him, Gong Tao's face turned ashen with anger. Hundreds of thousands of yuan. Are you just going to spend it all for nothing? Well, Wang Hao sighed, his brows furrowed in distress, his expression complex. Brother Wang, I've got a great idea. With a quick glance, Gong Tao suddenly stood up, looking at Wang Hao with a serious expression. Brother Wang, it's a 100% great idea. But that's a good way for us to avoid this. What method? Wang Hao's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at Gong Tao. Tell me. Brother Wang, we can go out and hide for a while, until the liquor price drops and the semiconductor price rises. Then we can come back. At that time, Lin Chun will naturally have no reason to ask us for shares. Gong Tao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. We won't say we won't give it to him. We'll just say we're busy abroad, and we'll transfer the shares to him when we get back. We'll come back when the liquor stock price drops. They said the shareholding had decreased, so the performance-based agreement was invalid. Gong Tao sneered. Is it too much for us to not give him shares at this point? Brother Wang, what do you think of this idea? Will it work? Chapter 95. I'll compensate you with 2 houses. Great idea. Wang Hao's eyes lit up immediately, and he was filled with excitement. The more I think about it, the better I feel Gong Tao's idea is. Although it was opportunistic, at least it was something that was stolen. It's better than tragically giving away all the shares you hold, right? He didn't want to lose all his shares in Ritter Fund and become penniless. Although we did breach the contract to some extent, there was a set date after all. Wang Hao's eyes darted around. But it doesn't matter. We can hire a lawyer to argue with him and find loopholes in the performance-based agreement. There might be a chance for things to turn around. It's better than being certain to lose like this. Excited, Wang Hao stood up without saying a word. Let's go. Let's leave now. Let's just go to a neighboring province and hide there, lest things get complicated. Creak. Before Wang Hao could leave excitedly, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Chun was then seen surrounded by Manager Go and Lao Zhang, with Li Chung following awkwardly. They had already walked directly into Wang Hao's general manager's office. That's right, it's Li Chung, Wang Hao's former confidant. Feeling that following Wang Hao offered no future, he had already secretly defected to Lin Chun. After realizing that Gong Tao and Wang Hao wanted to leave, he went directly to Lin Chun and reported the news to him. Where are you headed, Mr. Wang? In such a hurry? Lin Chun crossed his arms and looked at Wang Hao with a playful expression. Is there something urgent? I wonder if I can be of any help. My brain. Gong Tao slapped his forehead. I suddenly remembered that I was making tea eggs at home this morning. I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot to turn off the gas. I need to go back right away to prevent a fire. Chairman Lin, you're busy, we'll talk later. As he spoke, Gong Tao tried to leave quickly. Don't rush. It's not too late to leave after we finish our business. As Gong Tao tried to leave, Manager Go and Lao Zhang, one on each side, immediately blocked him with cold expressions. Get out of my way. If the natural gas explodes, can you take responsibility? If my house gets damaged, can you afford to compensate me? Gong Tao waved his hand, intending to push Lao Zhang and Manager Go. It's all right. I'll take responsibility for them. If it really explodes, Lin Chun looked at Gong Tao with a smile. I'll compensate you with 2 more apartments, okay? This sigh. Gong Tao's face stiffened, and he fell silent instantly. Mr. Wang. Lin Chun ignored Gong Tao, this insignificant lackey, because the real priority was dealing with Wang Hao. Lin Chun. Wang Hao's face was gloomy, and he looked at Lin Chun with a sinister gaze. His expression was extremely ferocious. This whole mess is going to ruin him for Lin Chun. Now that Lin Chun had him cornered in the office, he didn't even have time to run away. Mr. Wang, you know why I'm here, and I know what you want to do. Lin Chun smiled. We're all smart people, so let's not talk about anything else. There's no need to say anything unnecessary. Please sign and affix your seal to this contract, Mr. Wang. Then whatever Mr. Wang wants to do is entirely up to him. Lin Chun shrugged slightly. As for me, I will absolutely not stop Mr. Wang. If Mr. Wang wants to go abroad for study and inspection, that's even better. Lin Chun smiled and said, I can also offer President Wang a plane ticket as a favor. Where Mr. Wang wants to fill in the destination, then fill it in there. I will pay with my own money, and the company will not contribute a single penny. Lin Chun looked at Wang Hao with a playful expression. How about it? Lin Chun. Wang Hao's expression was ferocious, glaring at Lin Chun with resentment. He was about to explode with anger at Lin Chun. Mr. Wang, I'm a man of my word. Facing Wang Hao's ferocious gaze, Lin Chun looked at Wang Hao with a smile. After all, if I had lost, I would have signed this agreement without hesitation right now. People should be honest and trustworthy. We are men, and we are also bosses. Even more so. Lin Chun. Wang Hao stared at the equity transfer agreement in front of him, his expression contorted with rage as he glared at Lin Chun. He didn't want to sign the agreement. After all, once he signs the document, the entire company will be no longer his concern. What can you do to me if I don't sign? President Wang's expression was ferocious as he glared angrily at Lin Chun. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. You won't be able to leave this office tonight. Lin Chun shrugged slightly and replied to Wang Hao with a smile. I'll stay here and keep you company tonight. You dare to detain me? Wang Hao's face twisted in a ferocious grimace. This is illegal detention. Of course it's not house arrest. Lin Chun smiled. I'm just helping the court organize the documents and schedule the trial. so that when the court accepts the case, Mr. Wong, you've already fled abroad and can then deny everything. Isn't this just stalling for time for both of us? Once the court summons is issued, I will naturally grant you your freedom, Mr. Wong. Lin Shen looked at Wang Hao with a smile. But let's make this clear, this is not detention. It was Mr. Wong who voluntarily worked overtime at the company. Don't worry. Lin Shen's lips curled up. Not a single penny of overtime pay will be missed. Lin Shen, you brat. Bang! Wang Hao slammed his hand on the table, his expression extremely grim as he glared at Lin Shen. You've gone too far. No. Lin Shen smiled and shook his head. This is Mr. Wong's own fault. After all, we're in a long-distance relationship. If I lose right now, do you think you'll let me go? Lin Shen looked coldly at Wang Hao. Since you, Mr. Wong, won't let me go, why should I let you go? Okay, I'll sign. I guess I've lost. I've spent my whole life playing with eagles, only to have my eyes pecked by you, a sparrow. But don't be too happy yet. Pointing his finger at Lin Shen, Wang Hao grinned maliciously. It won't be long before I show you what happens when you betray me. You won't get away with this. Ha. Lin Shen pushed the contract toward Wang Hao. Whether I end up well or not is none of your concern, Mr. Wong. That's my business. Asshole. Looking at the equity transfer agreement in front of him, Wang Hao clenched his teeth, his expression contorted with rage. After some hesitation, though filled with resentment, Wang Hao had no choice but to sign the transfer agreement. He transferred all of his 40% stake to Lin Shen without missing a single share. From that point on, he completely lost contact with Ritter Fund Company. Mr. Wong is very agreeable. Lin Shen put away the agreement and looked at Wang Hao, whose face was pale and whose heart was bleeding, with a smile. If Wang Hao can't find a good job for a while, out of sympathy, I can let you serve as general manager for a few more months. Don't rush to quit. Chapter 96 Complete Mastery. Lin Shen. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Wang Hao's expression turned ferocious with rage, his body trembled, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his fists clenched tightly. That's infuriating. Lin Shen's words infuriated Wang Hao. He, the second largest shareholder of the company, has now fallen to such a state because of Lin Shen. Does he need Lin Shen to hand over the position of his company's general manager? And it's only been a few months. This infuriated Wang Hao to the extreme. Lin Shen wanted him to use these few months to find a new job. It's obvious they want him to get lost. Then, to save face, they gave him some time to find another job. Mr. Wong, I'm doing this for your own good. Looking at the exasperated Wang Hao, Lin Shen smiled and said, After all, jobs are hard to find these days, especially leadership positions. So you can take your time and look for a better option while you're still employed. Lin Shen shrugged slightly. I'll be the general manager of our company for a few more months. When you leave the company, I will definitely give you an excellent evaluation in your resignation letter. I guarantee that the boss of your next company will think highly of you. No need. Wang Hao was absolutely furious with Lin Shen. He glared at Lin Shen with a ferocious expression and said, Stop spouting this nonsense with your fake feelings. It's pointless. I'm resigning right now. Don't be too happy yet. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Lin Shen. Just you wait. One day you'll bankrupt the company. What do you know about management? You're just a self-taught worker. Hee. Bang. Clang. Wang Hao slammed the office door shut and left in a disheveled state. It's your turn. Lin Shen then looked at the hook-nosed shareholder Gong Tao with a playful expression. Stop dawdling. Lin Shen, you'll die a horrible death. Asshole. Gong Tao glared at Lin Shen with a resentful expression. He had no desire to sign the equity transfer agreement in front of him. However, since Wang Hao had given in, even if he didn't want to sign, he had no other choice. After all, the fact is that he lost the bet with Wang Hao. You'll be finished sooner or later. You just wait. Gong Tao glared fiercely at Lin Shen, gritted his teeth, signed the agreement, and then became equally furious. Hee. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but under my management, the company will only get better and better. Lin Shen ignored Wang Hao and Gong Tao, who were cursing him, and instead smiled as he put away the contract in his hand. After acquiring the shares from Gong Tao and Wang Hao, Lin Shen has successfully obtained 94% of the company's shares, giving him absolute control over the company. From then on, the company became a one-man show run by Lin Chun. Congratulations, Chairman Lin. Under Chairman Lin's leadership, the company will definitely get better and better. I will be loyal to Chairman Lin and follow his lead without question. Manager Go, Manager Zhao, Lao Zhang, Li Cheng, and other management personnel all bowed respectfully to Lin Chun to show their loyalty. I accept everyone's blessings. However, this company doesn't just belong to me. It belongs to all of us. Lin Chun smiled and waved his hand. From now on, everyone should continue to perform their duties and work together. I hope that with everyone's hard work, the company will get better and better. Don't worry, everyone. If I, Lin Chun, make money, you will definitely make money too. Go. Lin Chun smiled and waved to everyone. Work hard. When the company's managed funds reach 1 billion yuan, we will give everyone a bonus. Everyone gets a share. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin is truly a good boss. Absolutely. Chairman Lin is truly the best boss I've ever met. Looking at Lin Chun in front of them, Li Cheng, Manager Zhao, and the others were even more apprehensive and respectfully flattered Lin Chun. Their feelings were much more complicated than those of Lao Zhang and Manager Go at this moment. After all, the two of them had always been quite close to Wang Hao. At this moment, Wang Hao has completely stepped down. This is a case of a new emperor bringing a new court. If Lin Chun dislikes them, they'll lose their positions as investment department manager and human resources manager. Haha, you don't need to praise me like that. I'm also doing this to make money, Lin Chun said with a smile. If the company makes money, then everything is negotiable. If the company loses money, I will naturally be angry and won't be in a good mood either. Lin Chun's expression was serious, so the core of everything is still to run the company well. Manager Zhao, you need to take charge of the investment department's affairs. We need to come up with a suitable investment plan as soon as possible. Lin Chun's expression was serious. If we want the company to manage funds to reach a scale of 1 billion, the key is not only the business development of the operations department, but also the performance of your investment department. When the company's managed funds growth rate rises, the operations department only needs to have a brief chat with the investors, and they will naturally invest heavily. Conversely, if the company continues to manage the fund's performance, it will be in a downturn. Even if the investment department talks themselves hoarse, no one will be willing to buy. After all, everyone buys funds to make money. Lin Chun said seriously, the liquor industry made a profit this time, but it's just a one-off. There may not be a significant increase in the future, but we must maintain the rate of increase. Clear. Lin Chun took a deep breath. We absolutely cannot allow it to fall any further, especially not by a large margin. Clear. Under Lin Chun's serious gaze, Manager Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately replied hastily. Chairman Lin, I understand. I'll arrange for everyone to analyze the filing right away. Go. Lin Chun waved to Manager Zhao and then looked at Li Cheng. We can appropriately expand the recruitment scale and recruit more elites from the financial industry. After all, once the company manages another 1 billion yuan in funds, the accounting and investment departments will need talent, and the operations department can also add some. If the customer service department is short-staffed, we can add a few more people. Clear. Seeing that Lin Chun had no intention of settling scores with him, Li Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Go. Lin Chun smiled and waved to Li Cheng. Do a good job. Don't worry, Chairman Lin, I will definitely manage the human resources department well. Recruit enough talent for the company. After bowing respectfully to Lin Chun, Li Cheng left with a slight sense of relief. Now, Root Fund Management Company is completely under my control. Without Wang Hao, there would be no more obstacles everywhere. Lin Chun stretched and felt very happy. Although he was the chairman, Wang Hao, who controlled 40% of the company's shares, could still challenge him and set traps for him. This caused Lin Chun a lot of trouble. It's impossible to guard against. By the way, now that we've completed the task, what's today's reward? Lin Chun's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to claim today's reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 97. Top-tier business management skills. Top-tier business management skills. This reward is just right. Hearing the system's reward notification in his mind, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he became quite excited. This skill was truly very useful to him. Having just acquired all the shares of Ritter Fund Company and previously acquired Franz Garment Manufacturing Company, Lin Chen's current worry is business management. Although he has a formal background in finance, financial management and business management are two different things. Moreover, although he learned some theories at school, he didn't have any real skills. What you see on paper and what you actually do are always different. Managing a company like Root Fund with only a few dozen employees is a real headache for Lin Chen. Letting him manage a large clothing manufacturing company like Franz with several thousand employees would be even more difficult. But Lin Chen couldn't just ignore it. After all, if you don't manage things, the people below you will line their own pockets and drain the company dry. All the losses were Lin Chen's own money. Now it's great. We have top-notch business management skills as a system reward. Managing a company with dozens or thousands of people, isn't that as easy as playing a game? Even if it's a company with tens of thousands of employees, I'm sure I can manage it well. Without hesitation, excited Lin Chen found the icon for this top-level management skill in the system inventory interface, and then selected to learn it. After Lin Chen clicked to learn, a vast ocean of knowledge flooded into his mind. Then, as if a high monk had blessed him by touching his head, Lin Chen suddenly had an epiphany. He understood what management was in an instant and learned how to manage. It turns out that managing a large company is not difficult. You don't need to do everything yourself. As long as you manage the company's management team well, and then set up the departments and rules, then we can proceed step by step and ensure the company runs smoothly. Lin Chen, who was studying management, had a sharp glint in his eyes. At this moment, he had gone from being apprehensive about managing two large companies to being completely at ease. Because as long as a suitable system is established, then the company will be fine. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knocking sound rang out on the door. Enter. Crunch. Chairman Lin. Manager Go respectfully entered Lin Chen's chairman's office and, with great tact, poured Lin Chen a cup of tea. Chairman Lin, please have some tea. Lin Chen took a small sip of tea and glanced at Manager Go suspiciously, knowing that this guy must have something to say since he came to see him secretly. Chairman Lin, I'm worried that Wang Hao and Gong Tao won't let this go so easily. Manager Go looked at Lin Chen cautiously. After all, these are shares worth millions, and they're just going to lose them like this. They'll definitely be resentful. That's normal, of course. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately laughed. If I were them, I wouldn't be willing to give up millions for no reason. But what can I do if I'm unwilling to accept it? The contract is already signed in black and white. How can they deny it? Lin Chen shrugged slightly. All I can do is complain in secret and curse at you in a fit of impotent rage. No need to worry about it. I'm worried they'll slander you, Chairman Lin, and the company behind your backs. Manager Go lowered his voice. They'll try to persuade the company's investors to withdraw their investment. That's just needless worry. Lin Chen glanced at Manager Go. These investors aren't stupid. The company's funds are rising at a good pace, and they can see that. Withdrawing investment now would be asking for losses, wouldn't it? We're all businessmen, and business is business. Lin Chen sneered. Their instigation won't fool many people. After all, our company's funds can make money, and many people are rushing to buy them. This is a real fact. Doesn't the other side of the coin want to make money? Lin Chen sneered. Even if they can't refuse Wang Hao and Gong Tao's favors, they're just saying it. These days, no one will give up the opportunity to make money. Even if there are a few people with screws in their heads, it doesn't matter. It's not a problem to have that little bit of money. Lin Chen looked at Manager Go with an indifferent expression. No need to worry. Understood. Manager Go immediately nodded respectfully. As long as the company's funds keep rising, we don't need to worry about what they say behind our backs. Right. Lin Chen laughed and said, even if a few are persuaded to quit, there will be many more new ones joining. So don't panic. Yes. Manager Go took a deep breath and looked cautiously at Lin Chen. And Chairman Lin, what do you think about Li Cheng and Manager Zhao? They were all Wang Hao's men before. Especially Li Cheng, he is Wang Hao's confidant. I'm worried that Wang Hao might collude with them from the inside to deliberately cause trouble for the company, Manager Go said cautiously, although they are currently very respectful to Chairman Lin. But before that, they were all. Manager Zhao is quite capable. Lin Shun hesitated slightly, glanced at Manager Go, and was already fully aware of Manager Go's little scheme. Clearly, after Wang Hao left, he had his eye on the vacant general manager position. However, Lin Shun has no intention of giving this position to Manager Go. This Li Cheng is indeed a traitor who has served 3 masters, and is utterly despicable. But he betrayed me in time and told me that Wang Hao wanted to escape, so he still deserves some credit. It would be unfair to punish him by firing him directly. Lin Shun hesitated slightly. How about this? You find a few trustworthy people in the HR department and report him for embezzlement or taking kickbacks or something. Then, reluctantly, I'll give him a hint so he can resign on his own. Got it. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with a sharp, intense light. When it's time to establish authority, he will naturally do so. Wang Hao's confidant, Li Cheng, was to be used to tell everyone in the company that the company now completely belonged to him. If Wang Hao tries to contact them secretly again, just block them. Clear. Manager Go glanced at Lin Shun with surprise. Unexpectedly, Lin Shun, who was always straightforward and lacked management skills, is now managing the company so skillfully. She really is a gifted person. Go. Lin Shun waved to Manager Go, lowered his head, and continued to study the basic information of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. He already had the Ritter Fund Company firmly under his control, but as for Franz Clothing Manufacturing Company, he was completely clueless. While Lin Shun was researching the new company, Chen Mingyuan was in a state of extreme anxiety. Previously, it was Shun Zhao who would contact her, but this time she couldn't hold back any longer and rushed to Shun Zhao's company to find him. Young Master Shun, what should we do? Chen Mingyuan looked at Shun Zhao with great anxiety. We've lost a lot of money this time. Chapter 98. Shun Mingyuan suffers a huge loss. What's the panic? Shun Zhao raised his head and looked at Shun Mingyuan with a gloomy expression. There's nothing to panic about. That's how it is with stocks. There are gains and losses. That's perfectly normal. I told you before that investing in stocks is risky. If you want to trade stocks, you need to have a strong heart. Stock market fluctuations are temporary. Don't get too hung up on them. Besides, that 3 million was given to you by me, so the compensation should be my money. What are you panicking about? Shin Zhao sneered. I've already withdrawn that money and used part of it to pay the employees' salaries. It has nothing to do with you. Young Master Shun, it's not just your money. I took my parents' savings and borrowed another million from relatives and friends, and I used it all to buy semiconductors. Shun Mingyuan was extremely anxious, her eyes red with panic, and she was about to cry. If my parents ask about this, or if my relatives come knocking on my door demanding repayment, how am I going to pay them back? Young Master Shun, please think of a way for me. They lost over 300,000 yuan. My parents worked most of their lives, and that's all they had saved up. Young Master Shun. Shaking Shun Zhao's shoulders, Chen Mingyuan's eyes were red with anxiety. It's only a little over 300,000. What's the rush? I lost more than 3 million this time, and my uncle lost more than 10 million. If we're all like you, are we all going to tragically jump off the roof? Shin Zhao glared at Shun Mingyuan and sneered. Let me tell you, there's nothing to panic about. Didn't I introduce you to some business opportunities before? If you close that contract, you'll immediately get a 500,000 commission. Shin Zhao put his arm around Chun Mingyuan's slender waist and made her sit on his lap. I'll talk to your company leaders and ask them to make an exception and pay you the commission ahead of schedule. With this 500,000, you can not only make up for the 300,000 you lost, but also make a net profit of 200,000. Why are you panicking? Whoosh. Burying his head in Chun Mingyuan's arms and taking a deep breath, Shin Zhao felt hot all over. Money is a small matter. Thank you, young Master Shun. For the sake of this 500,000, Shin Mingyuan could only shyly bite her lips, letting Shun Zhao's large hands move around inappropriately. What's making me angry now is that damn Lin Shun. That bastard actually made money. Damn it. Shin Zhao, whose face had been slapped in the face by Lin Shun, frowned deeply, his expression grave. Thinking of Chu Qinglan beside Lin Shun, whose looks and figure were far superior to Chen Mingyuan's, Xin Zhao felt even more furious. Lin Shun, a penniless wretch, is actually more popular with women and has more luck with women than him. Oh shit, I'm going to make sure this penniless wretch is completely ruined. Xin Zhao, whose eyes would light up at the thought of Chu Qinglan, was getting more and more excited. For some reason, if it weren't for Lin Shun, he might not have been as interested in Chu Qinglan, though perhaps not as interested. But now that Lin Shun is involved, Xin Zhao's interest in Chu Qinglan is only growing stronger. The more I think about it, the more exciting and thrilling it becomes. Everyone really is Chow Mingda. Depend on. With a determined look, Xin Zhao looked at the shy and bashful Chen Mingyuan in his arms and asked, Chu Qinglan used to be your best friend, right? Tell me about her situation in its entirety. Her personality, hobbies, and family background, etc. Xin Zhao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Tell me everything. Why are you asking this, young Master Shen? Out of a woman's intuition, Chen Mingyuan immediately looked at Xin Zhao with surprise. Smack! Xin Zhao slapped Chen Mingyuan across the face, then laughed and said, Of course, it's to avenge you. You don't mean you want to break up Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan, do you? Feeling a little unbalanced deep down, Chen Mingyuan blushed. Without thinking much, she quickly told Xin Zhao about Chu Qinglan. At that moment, while Chen Mingyuan and Xin Zhao were talking about Chu Qinglan, two other people were also discussing Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan. These two people were none other than Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong, who had been severely humiliated by Lin Shun before, and who had given Chu Qinglan the punishment. Is everything ready? Zheng Huan stared at Kong Guanglong with a ferocious expression and a sharp glint in his eyes. Are you sure you can handle Chu Qinglan this time? To completely turn Chu Qinglan and Lin Shun against each other? Certainly. Kong Guanglong smiled mysteriously and looked at Zheng Huan with full confidence. I've already made all the arrangements. I've bribed the manager and the waiters. At that time, Lin Shun will naturally fall into the trap without realizing it, and then be led by the nose by us. When Chu Qinglan sees this delightful scene, how could she not be anxious? She will probably be incredibly disappointed in Lin Shun and hate him terribly in an instant. Kong Guanglong looked at Zheng Huan with a smile in his eyes. Given Chu Qinglan's temperament, after being incredibly disappointed, she will definitely divorce Lin Shun. At that time, Brother Zheng, you took advantage of the situation. This way, we can easily gain Chu Qinglan's trust. After all, women feel empty inside when they break up and need comfort. This is the best time to win over a woman. Kong Guanglong laughed. At that time, Chu Qinglan will realize your perseverance and know that you truly love her. I understand, Brother Zheng. You are countless times better than Lin Shun. Hearing Kong Guanglong's words, Zheng Huan nodded slightly in satisfaction, feeling pleased. What you said is indeed very true. If the plan is to be implemented perfectly, then this time, I am certain that I can easily deal with Chu Qinglan. Don't worry. Zheng Huan patted Kong Guanglong on the shoulder with a smile. You'll get your share of the benefits once I've dealt with Chu Qinglan. I'll invite you to the club then. Choose any of the girls inside, it's on me. Hey, we're brothers, it's only right. Kong Guanglong grinned lewdly. I just hope that Brother Zheng can film a video for me to see later. I've never actually seen a goddess like Chu Qinglan dance or sing in person. I'm really curious. Haha, great. Zheng Huan waved his hand and said, I'll definitely satisfy you after I've dealt with Chu Qinglan. That really shows how close they are. Kong Guanglong grinned. Then I'll be looking forward to it. What do you suggest we do about President Jean? Zheng Huan asked gravely. This gathering was something we tricked President Jean into hosting. What if he really takes a liking to Chu Qinglan too? Won't that make things difficult? This should be fine. Kong Guanglong muttered. After all, there are many women in the company, so President Jean wouldn't just be fixated on Chu Qinglan. At that time, there will definitely be other women who will want to accompany President Jean in order to get a promotion and a raise. At his age, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist a woman in her early 20s. We will definitely not only target Chu Qinglan. Kong Guanglong laughed and said, After all, he's an old geezer. Chapter 99, Inspection of the Clothing Company. 2. After listening to Kong Guanglong's words and thinking for a moment, Zheng Huan nodded in agreement. For an old geezer like President Jean, a young, beautiful girl in her early 20s with delicate skin would probably be what he likes. After all, as people get older, what they like is the youthful, supple skin and vibrant aura of young women. Looks are secondary. He probably won't be fixated on Chu Qinglan. I'll arrange for a few outgoing female employees in the company to sit with him, and I reckon he won't be able to resist flirting with them. With these female employees around, he probably won't try to take Chu Qinglan from me. That's right. Kong Guanglong's eyes darted around, and he lowered his voice. And this is also a form of insurance. If Lin Shen doesn't fall for it, then we'll encourage President Jean to flirt with Chu Qinglan. If Chu Qinglan doesn't accompany President Jean, he might get angry and fire her immediately. What if Chu Qinglan is forced to compensate President Jean then? Zheng Huan said with a displeased look. Wouldn't all my hard work have been for nothing, just to benefit President Jean? Wouldn't that be too frustrating? Haha, that's impossible. Kong Guanglong laughed. Brother Zheng, don't worry, Chu Qinglan isn't that kind of person. She can't possibly stay obediently with President Jean. We will not allow President Jean to lay his hands on us. And even if we take a step back and assume that Chu Qinglan allowed President Jean to do whatever he wanted in order to keep her job, can Lin Shen hold back? Kong Guanglong sneered. When the time comes, we'll just stir things up a bit, and Lin Shen will definitely be unable to resist running over and getting into a conflict with President Jean. At that time, not only can we sow discord between Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan, but we can also get Chu Qinglan fired by President Jean in a fit of anger. I heard that Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan don't have much money. Kong Guanglong's eyes darted around, a chilling glint in them. After Chu Qinglan is expelled, the two of them will face financial difficulties. Adding to the matter of President Jean, Chu Qinglan will complain that Lin Shen is meddling and say that Lin Shen is petty. Then Lin Shen will naturally feel that Chu Qinglan wants to cheat on him. If the two of them keep arguing like this, their relationship will definitely break down. At this moment, Brother Zheng, you've just the right time to shower Chu Qinglan with concern. With a smirk and a glint in his eyes, Kong Guanglong looked at Zheng Huan and said, I don't believe Chu Qinglan won't behave. To be under Brother Zheng's control. Good. That's a brilliant plan. Slapping his thigh, Zheng Huan looked at Kong Guanglong with great excitement. You're really smart, kid. Let's do it your way. This time, we'll definitely get rid of Chu Qinglan completely. When I'm done having fun, I'll film it and show it to you. So you can enjoy it too. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. Kong Guanglong grinned and exchanged a glance with Zheng Huan. Their understanding was unspoken. Achoo. In the chairman's office of Root Fund Company, Lin Shen couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Who's thinking about me? Muttering to himself, Lin Shen put down the documents in his hand and stretched. After most of the day's research, Lin Shen had gained a general understanding of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. He had figured out the company's operations and management structure. Franz Garment Manufacturing Company owns 3 garment factories in Hangzhou. Previously, its main production was OEM manufacturing for some major domestic and foreign brands. In other words, it means producing the products that the other party needs according to their orders and designs. Then, after the other party's inspection, it is sold under their own brand. In fact, about 80% of clothing brands on the market today do not have their own factories, but are produced by contract manufacturers. Just like Foxconn and Luxshare are the main manufacturers of Apple products. Very few brands own their own manufacturing plants. Now we want to develop our own brand and expand our online sales. Lin Shen frowned slightly as he looked at the business plan of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. There's no danger in being an OEM manufacturer. As long as we have enough orders and can deliver on time, we can make money. However, the downside is that the brand owner controls the fate of the business. Once the brand changes its OEM, it loses its orders. Then the factory will have to shut down. Lin Shen rubbed his temples. As for developing our own brand, as long as we can sell clothes through live streaming and the internet, we will have a steady stream of production orders to form a complete industrial chain. This idea isn't wrong, but it's not entirely correct either. After all, live streaming e-commerce isn't easy. If you throw money at it but can't promote the brand, Lin Shen said with a complicated expression. Then it's a waste of effort and money. A promotional budget of 10 million. This is no small sum. Looking at the application form sent to him by Franz Garment Manufacturing Company, Lin Shen hesitated. I'm not sure whether to agree or not, but let them try. Or should we simply refuse and continue to steadily develop our OEM manufacturing business? I'd better go and see for myself. Let's inspect these 3 factories. After some hesitation, Lin Shen stood up and said, this plan is feasible to some extent, but the premise is that the clothes of our own brand must be of good quality, well designed, and have a market. Then the effectiveness of live streaming promotion must also be ensured. Otherwise, it's just a waste of money. Although the clothing company was given to Lin Shen by the system for free, it was still money, Lin Shen's assets. He didn't want to waste his money like this for no reason. If he's not confident, he'd rather put the money in the bank and earn interest. That's right. We can also look into Shunzi's side and have him come with me. I'll arrange a position for him at Franz Garment Manufacturing Company and have him keep an eye on things for me. Lin Shen's eyes were full of sharp glint. Having just taken over a company, it would be a low-level tactic to rashly fire or replace senior executives for the sake of stability. The best way is to first arrange for your trusted confidants to occupy some key but not important positions, and let them keep an eye on things for you. Ensure that the existing senior executives do not slack off or embezzle funds. Then we will recruit and gradually replace some senior executives in key positions, such as HR and finance. Finally, fire a few disobedient, respected senior leaders as a warning to others. In this way, the company will naturally. Lin Shen clenched his fist tightly. It's all under my control. System, oh system, this top-notch corporate management capability is truly useful. When will I be able to become the richest person in the world? With high hopes for the future, Lin Shen drove directly to Jin Shun's rented apartment. Knock, knock, knock. Shunzi, open the door. Brother Lin, I didn't lock it. Creak. Depend on. The moment I opened the door, I looked at Jin Shun inside. Lin Shen was completely stunned. Chapter 100 Jin Shun's self-destructive behavior. The room was a complete mess. Various food scraps and takeout packaging, as well as leftover instant noodles and sausages, empty beer bottles, smelly socks, moldy bread, and other things were scattered haphazardly on the ground. It's not only unbearable to look at, but also impossible to step on. Jin Shun lay half-paralyzed on the bed with a sage-like expression, staring blankly at the ceiling, smoking one cigarette after another. Cigarette butts were scattered all over the ground. Are you crazy? Lin Shen's lips twitched violently as he walked into the house with a helpless expression, snatching the cigarette butt from Jin Shun's hand. A grown man like you can't even handle such a small thing? As for beating you up like this, will he never recover and completely give up on himself? Lin Shen glared angrily at Jin Shun. Is it worth torturing yourself like this for a woman who isn't worth it? I've already avenged you. What more do you want? Hu Guobin is now cleaning toilets every day, living with excrement and urine. Lin Shen sneered. Li Chui has also been fired. Those who couldn't make it in Hangzhou were forced to leave. This adulterous couple has paid a heavy price for their actions. Is there anything else you're not satisfied with? Lin Shen looked at Jin Shun with a solemn expression. There aren't many other things in the world, but women are a rare breed. Out with the old, in with the new. Let's find someone prettier, with a better figure and appearance, and younger, Lin Shen said with a smile. Especially someone with a gentle, considerate, and kind personality. From now on, live a good life and make the most of your days. Isn't it good? Lin Shen patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. Stand up and go wash up and get ready. Don't give up on yourself. Brother Lin, have a drink. Jin Shun pulled a bottle of wine from under the bed and said with a drooping brow, I just feel like I'm living such a failed life. In my early 20s, I have no house, no car, no savings, and no stable job. I finally found a girlfriend, but she cheated on me. What's the point of my life then? Jin Shun gave a bitter smile, picked up the bottle, and poured the wine into his mouth. I'd rather drink myself to death. Forget it. Lin Shen snatched the wine bottle from Jin Shun's hand and looked at Jin Shun with a serious expression. If that's the case, then I should have died long ago. I dated Chen Mingyuan for 4 years. I could say that I was completely devoted to her and doted on her immensely. Wasn't your outcome worse? Your mere 6-month relationship is nothing. Lin Chen's expression was ferocious. My 4 years? That's 8 times yours. I can't bear to come anymore. If I were as conflicted as you are, I should have jumped off the roof right now. I'd rather die. Brother Lin, this is different. Jin Shun looked up at Lin Shun with an embarrassed expression. You have money, and you also have sister-in-law Chu Qinglan. With sister-in-law Qinglan by your side, you won't think about Chen Mingyuan. After all, sister-in-law Qinglan is much better than Chen Mingyuan. So this isn't really a big blow to you, Jin Shun said awkwardly. That's just how people are. Time can change everything. It can make people let go, but that's all nonsense. This is on the premise that you have a better future. Jin Shun sighed. It's like if you missed a good girl when you were young, but married a beautiful wife and had children when you were middle-aged, then you will naturally let go frankly and say that it was all fate. But if you're middle-aged and still single, or married to a shrew, can you still be so at ease? They'll only regret it and say they were really stupid back then. Or, you might not have performed well in the college entrance exam and didn't get into a good university. Jin Shun looked at Lin Chen. When you achieve success in your future career, you will naturally say that the college entrance exam is not the only opportunity to change your destiny. But if your business fails, you can only eke out a living by working in a factory. I'm afraid I'll regret it terribly when I think about it. Jin Shun slumped his head and said, Brother Lin, the reason you can let go is because you have money now, and you also have sister-in-law Qinglan. Of course you don't care. Imagine if Chen Mingyuan had rejected your marriage proposal that day, and sister-in-law Qinglan hadn't confessed her feelings to you, and you didn't have any money. Jin Shun raised her head, her eyes filled with complicated emotions as she looked at Lin Chen. Brother Lin, what will you do next? This? Lin Chen's face stiffened. If that had actually happened that day, and his girlfriend of 4 years, Chen Mingyuan, had betrayed him, he wouldn't have gotten the system, nor would he have gotten Chu Qinglan. That was truly a lonely and miserable person, or rather, a wretched and pitiful dog. Perhaps if that were the case, Lin Chen's current performance would be. It won't be better than Jin Shun. I feel utterly hopeless. Well, Lin Chen sighed and patted Jin Shun's shoulder heavily. You've lost your job too? It's gone. Jin Shun gave a bitter smile. I've been bothered by Li Chui's affairs every day lately, so I haven't been able to concentrate on my work. I've been fired. Brother Lin, you don't need to persuade me. I understand the reasoning. But it's meaningless. Anyway, I have nothing left now, and I have no future. Jin Shun collapsed again. I'll just lie here and wait to die. Don't say I don't try, because it's useless to try. I earn less than 5,000 yuan a month. Even if I work hard my whole life, I still can't afford an apartment in Hangzhou. Going back to my hometown is out of the question. My family doesn't have much money. Buying a house back in my hometown would require at least 400,000 yuan for the down payment, plus more than 100,000 yuan for the bride price, more than 100,000 yuan for the car, and more than 100,000 yuan for the wedding's gold jewelry. Even if you can find a wife through blind dates, it will still cost at least 700,000 yuan. Where do I get it? I'm destined to be a bachelor. Jin Shun smiled and shrugged. So what's the point of my struggle? Since the outcome is already predetermined, I might as well just lie down and wait to die. Just live one day at a time. Jin Shun grinned. Brother Lin, to be honest with you, this is actually quite comfortable. You little brat. Lin Chen sighed helplessly and snatched the beer bottle from Jin Shun's hand. Who said you have no future? Am I the kind of person who doesn't stand on his own? When Chen Mingyuan and I were dating, you would rather eat steamed buns for a month than not lend me money to help me buy her Saint Laurent. Now that I'm successful, how could I forget you? I'm telling you, you'll have everything you need in the future. I'll have a house and a car in Hangzhou, and a wife and kids. Lin Chen looked at Jin Shun with a gleam in his eyes. It's just a job and a woman. What's the big deal? Is it really worth this kind of depravity? Hurry up. Lin Chen kicked Jin Shun hard. Get up and get ready. I'll take you somewhere. I'll arrange a decent, high-paying job for you first. Chapter 101 Hairstyles worth over 100 million. What? Jin Shun stared at Lin Shun with a completely bewildered expression. Hurry up and get up and change into something presentable. Go take a shower first. Lin Shun covered his nose. You smell sour, it's really awful. Give yourself a makeover, and I'll give you a bright future. Don't worry, I'll give you a hand. Lin Shun smiled and said, once you have a stable, high-paying, and respectable job, I'll have the company provide you with a car. As for buying a house, that's no longer a difficult thing. With a motorhome and a high-paying, respectable job, why worry about not having a girlfriend? Lin Shun laughed. If you can't find one yourself, I'll ask your sister-in-law, or the company manager, to introduce you to someone. There are plenty of female office workers in the company, aren't there? If all else fails, I'll just assign you a female secretary. Is that all right now? If you still can't handle this. Lin Shun kicked Jin Shun without any hesitation. Then you deserve to be a bachelor forever. Even a great immortal couldn't save you. Gulp. Jin Shun swallowed hard, staring at Lin Shun with shock in his eyes. Brother Lin, this? Are you really serious? Nonsense. Lin Shun laughed. We're like brothers. Now that I'm capable, how could I not promote you? Can you just watch you fall into ruin and abandon you? Hurry up and pack. With his hands behind his back, Lin Shun walked straight out of the room. Hurry up. Okay. Jin Shun wasn't the kind of person who didn't know what was good for him. After all, he was forced to lie down, not that he really wanted to. After all, these days, if you can actually get a wife, who would want to stay single? Without anyone to help him, he was unable to find a wife and was forced to remain a bachelor. With no hope left, he naturally lost the motivation to strive and simply chose to give up. With Lin Shun's support, there was hope. Without saying a word, Jin Shun immediately jumped up and quickly tidied up. Brother Lin, what do you think? Half an hour later, Jin Shun dragged 2 large bags of trash out of the house, changed into clean clothes, and looked at Lin Shun excitedly. Brother Lin, what kind of work are you going to arrange for me? Your head. Lin Shun glanced at Jin Shun's messy, frizzy head and shook his head. Let's go get a haircut first. Welcome. Are you two getting a perm or dyeing your hair? What hairstyle would you like to try? Upon entering the barber shop, Tony, the hairdresser, immediately greeted Lin Shun and Jin Shun respectfully. A hairstyle that makes you worth over 100 million. Lin Shun casually said, let's arrange it. Haha, brother, you're so witty and elegant. I'll make the arrangements right away. Tony, the hairstylist, clearly didn't believe Lin Shun's words. He laughed it off and then designed a hairstyle for Lin Shun and Jin Shun that suited young people. Lin Shun naturally didn't bother to explain. That's always been his personality, simple, easygoing, and not one to force things. Haha, Lin Shun, it really is you. However, just as Lin Shun was getting a haircut, a surprised exclamation suddenly rang out. Zheng Hui. Lin Shun frowned, looking at Zheng Hui, who was wearing a suit and had a beer belly. Zheng Hui was a co-worker Lin Shun met while working a summer job during his freshman year of college. He hadn't gone to university, so when he was working as a waiter in a restaurant, he often made sarcastic remarks about Lin Shun, saying that Lin Shun's education was useless. They deliberately bullied Lin Shun, the student worker. Haha, I didn't expect it to really be you. Looking at Lin Shun in front of him, Zheng Hui grinned excitedly. I thought some big shot had come to the store today. He just opened his mouth and said he was worth over 100 million. I was completely stunned. So it's you, Lin Shun. You ate chives this morning and didn't brush your teeth, did you? Such arrogance. Zheng Hui looked at Lin Shun with disdain. I reckon you just graduated from university, and you're already worth over 100 million? You're really amazing. Zheng Hui gave Lin Shun a thumbs up, pretending to be serious. If you know any good business opportunities, please let me know. As for me, I've worked hard for so many years. That's how I saved up 500,000 yuan to open this barber shop. Zheng Hui sighed. Making money isn't easy. Unlike you, a college student, who easily earns 100 million. I will give you a helping hand if I have the opportunity. Lin Shun glanced at Zheng Hui but didn't bother with him. This kind of person is just plain stupid. Because they're inferior to others in some way, they always like to show off. The more you pay attention to them, the more they'll act up. Lin Shun is always low-key, so he just wanted to get his hair cut and leave, too lazy to bother with him. Haha, then I'll be waiting. Let me experience what it feels like to be worth over 100 million. Zheng Hui grinned. I'm really looking forward to it. Did you hear what our boss Lin said? Zheng Hui glanced at the barber and said, pile all sorts of good stuff on his head, conditioner and curry water. Use them all. After all, he is a billionaire with a net worth of over 100 million. My hairstyle has to be badass. Yes, boss. The barber quickly responded. Haha, brother Zheng, aren't you afraid he won't be able to pay the bill? Another barber chimed in. He might even be begging you to pay him. What nonsense are you talking about? Zheng Hui glared at the barber with feigned seriousness. Our brother Lin is a college student with a net worth of over 100 million. They can easily negotiate deals worth hundreds of millions or tens of millions. You're still short of this little bit of money. Brother Zheng, if you put it that way, I might be richer than him. The barber laughed. Yesterday, I just discussed a deal worth several hundred million with my girlfriend. Give her hundreds of millions for free. The hairdresser shrugged slightly. Sometimes, I even give her billions a day. Do you think I'm a billionaire? Haha, you're hilarious. Zheng Hui grinned, then looked at Lin Shun with disdain. Lin Shun, where are you working now? You college students have also suffered quite a few fates. If you can't make a living like this, you can come to my barber shop, and I'll arrange an apprenticeship for you. Brother Zheng is such a good person. The barber quickly chimed in. Beauty and hairdressing, you'll never be unemployed. If you have a skill to rely on, you'll be able to make money for the rest of your life. That's right. What you learn in university is all nonsense, Zheng Hui sneered. It's completely useless. Brother Lin. Jin Shun's lips twitched, and he looked at Lin Shin angrily, unable to hold back any longer. Why am I being ridiculed for getting a haircut? This is absolutely outrageous. This kid, I think I know him. At this moment, the barber noticed Jin Shun and said to Zheng Hui with a smile, I heard that he couldn't make money after graduating from university. We live on meager rations every month and can't make ends meet. Then his girlfriend cheated on him. She ran away with someone else. Chapter 102 Balance of 24 million. Wow, this is actually quite exciting and enjoyable. Zheng Hui was even more surprised when he heard this. His eyes lit up as he looked at Jin Shun with great curiosity and amusement. Kid, you really wasted your time in college. Like Lin Shun, people like you who are incompetent can't do anything right. Even when I had a girlfriend, I got cheated on. It's utterly ridiculous. With his arms crossed, Zheng Hui looked at Jin Shun with disdain. Kid, let me tell you, the reason you got cuckolded is because you're poor. If you want to be like me, you can also invest 500,000 to open a shop. You see, this woman will even cheat on you. She'll just obediently and docilely try to please you and like you. Zheng Hui laughed. Just like my wife, she'll just do whatever I want and be with me every day. He's rich. Zheng Hui patted his fanny pack. That's awesome. Asshole. With her deepest wounds exposed, Jin Shun's face instantly contorted with rage. Come over. Seeing Jin Shun's angry gaze, Zheng Hui, looking excited, waved to the proprietress Wu Fangfang beside him and said, Give her a kiss. Oh, honey. You're so mean. I really hate you. Pop. As she spoke, Wu Fangfang still gave Zheng Hui a cheerful kiss. Haha, women love bad boys. Zheng Hui put his arm around Wu Fangfang's slender waist and asked, Tell me, will you cheat on me? Hey, honey, what nonsense are you talking about? Dislike. Wu Fangfang rolled her eyes at Zheng Hui without any politeness. I'll only stay with you. See that? Zheng Hui glanced at Lin Shun and Jin Shun with an arrogant look. This is the benefit of being rich. Yeah. Lin Shun, who was originally too lazy to pay attention to Zheng Hui, had no choice but to vent his anger for Jin Shun when he saw Jin Shun's angry and frustrated gaze. Since Zheng Hui is acting so recklessly, Lin Shun will teach him a lesson. If you don't act recklessly, you won't die. What you've got doesn't even count as a benefit of having money. I'll show you right now what the real benefits of being rich are, Lin Shun said coldly to Zheng Hui. I'll show you how awesome it is to be truly rich. Hee. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hui immediately laughed. He hugged Wu Fangfang and looked at Lin Shun with disdain. What are you pretending to be so great for? Does he really think he's a billionaire? Funny. Zheng Hui looked at Lin Shun with a mocking expression. You? I think you're more like someone who's drowning in debt. You college students are just pretending to be broke when you're broke. Perhaps. Lin Shin smiled, opened his phone, dialed a number, and immediately put it on speakerphone. Dear SVIP customer, your available balance in account 5478 is 24,144,785 renminbi and 4 cents. This, 24 million. Upon hearing the sound playing from Lin Shin's phone, Zheng Hui was completely dumbfounded. Lin Shin, whom he had always looked down upon, was not lying after all. He really is worth over 100 million. It's fake. You're ridiculous too. Could this phone number be fake? Jin Shun coldly looked at the stunned Zheng Hui. Why don't you make a call and ask to? If it's true or not, why don't you play a voice message saying you have tens of millions in savings for everyone to hear? Gulp this. Zheng Hui swallowed hard, instantly falling silent. He doesn't have any money. Give my brother a kiss now. Lin Shun ignored the stunned Zheng Hui and instead looked coldly at Wu Fangfang beside him. Here's 10,000. Real. Upon hearing this, Wu Fangfang immediately became excited. She couldn't have earned 10,000 the day before. Although she has settled down and followed Zheng Hui now, the allowance Zheng Hui gives her each month is still less than 10,000 yuan. Zheng Hui only said it verbally. He didn't actually spend any money on her. Would I tease you? Lin Shin sneered and immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to Wu Fangfang. Honey, I'm yours today. Wearing high heels and dressed in a flamboyant manner, Wu Fangfang is also quite talented. Without saying a word, she rushed to Jin Shun's side and hugged Jin Shun's arm. Pop. Then, quite readily, right in front of Zheng Hui, she gave Jin Shun a sweet kiss without hesitation. Son of a bitch. Caught red-handed, Zheng Hui couldn't take it anymore. He glared angrily at Wu Fangfang and yelled, You bastard! How dare you betray me? He. Wu Fangfang snorted coldly and glanced at Zheng Hui with disdain. You can't give me that much money, so why should I follow you wholeheartedly? You really think you're handsome? Fat as a pig. Haha. Upon hearing this, Jin Shun burst into laughter, feeling extremely pleased as she looked at Zheng Hui, whose face had turned a deep purplish red. Let this guy run wild. Now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Boss, is there anything else you need? Gently holding Jin Shun's arm, Wu Fangfang looked at Lin Shun with a fawning expression. As long as you give me money, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. They listen to everything you say. No problem. Lin Shun nodded slightly to Wu Fangfang, then looked at Zheng Hui with a playful expression. I'm sorry, I don't have 100 million in my account. I hope you won't laugh at me. I was just bragging. I should say, get a hairstyle worth millions. Lin Shun laughed and said, I shouldn't have boasted that I would get a hairstyle that would make me worth over 100 million. I'm so sorry. Yumi. Zheng Hui's face was as embarrassed as if he had eaten shit. Under Lin Shin's amused gaze, he was completely dumbfounded. More than 24 million in savings. He could never earn that much money in his entire life. Where did Lin Shin get so much money from? Zheng Hui was completely stunned when he saw Lin Shin in front of him. When we worked together before, Lin Shin was clearly a penniless wretch. Keep up the good work. I think you have a bright future. Let's try to turn this barber shop into a chain as soon as possible. Lin Shin looked at Zheng Hui with a playful expression. That way, you can become a billionaire. Lin Shin. Zheng Hui clenched his fists, feeling extremely frustrated. You have that hope. Lin Shin sneered, glanced at Zheng Hui's wallet, took out his phone to send a message, and then walked away. You're asking for trouble. Now you know what it means to if you don't act recklessly, you won't die, right? Jin Shun glanced at Zheng Hui disdainfully and quickly caught up with Lin Shin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Shin had just left when Zheng Hui's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Manager Song. What do you need me for? Zheng Hui, right? Let me tell you, within 3 days, you must. This. Thump. Hearing the warning from Manager Song of the bank, Zheng Hui, pale-faced, slumped to the ground, stunned and dumbfounded. Because what Manager Song said to him was surprisingly. Chapter 103 City Center. He must repay the 300,000 yuan loan he owes the bank within 3 days. Otherwise, the bank will report him to the credit bureau and seize his assets. They even want to forcibly auction off and transfer his barbershop. That's right. Zheng Hui did spend 500,000 yuan to open a barber shop, but this 500,000 yuan was not money he had saved himself, nor was it money invested in him by some big shot. Of the 500,000, his parents contributed 200,000 as their funeral fund, and he then took out a mortgage loan of 300,000 from the bank. Although his barber shop was doing well, he liked to show off and spent lavishly on food, drinks, and entertainment. Wu Fangfang was a hostess he met at a club. The reason Wu Fangfang was willing to follow him was because he was willing to spend money. Otherwise, why would Wu Fangfang pay any attention to him? Because of this, although the barber shop made a lot of money that year, the money was used to pay the barber's expenses, rent, utilities, and equipment purchases. He had already used up every last bit of the rest. After the repayment period for the bank loan came to an end, he kept using the excuse of the poor economic situation this year to delay and avoid paying back the money. Because the barber shop was indeed doing well, the bank gave him the opportunity to earn money and pay off his debts. But at this moment, after Lin Shun accidentally saw the payment reminder notice from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China on the barbershop counter, he realized that Zheng Hui was just putting on airs, all show and no substance. Then Lin Shun didn't need to do anything else. He just needed to send a message to Manager Song of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Zheng Hui is now completely finished. It's over. This is really happening. I have no choice but to transfer ownership of this shop. Slumped on the ground, Zheng Hui stared blankly at the barber shop in front of him, his face filled with bitterness. Because of the sluggish economic environment this year, the price he will get for transferring his barber shop will not be too high. Especially in cases of urgent resale, the buyer will try to negotiate a lower price. At most 300,000, or even less than 300,000. Apart from paying off his debts, he had nothing left. I'm completely finished. Zheng Hui, slumped on the ground, leaned against the wall, on the verge of tears. He had no idea that he had brought this upon himself. Nothing was wrong at first, but he insisted on mocking and provoking Lin Shun, acting recklessly in front of him. You won't die if you don't court death. A powerful figure like Lin Shun could easily achieve this with a simple flick of his finger. Zheng Hui will be completely finished. Brother Lin, that bastard is really despicable. As she left the barber shop, Jin Shun, sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari 812, was still somewhat angry. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but Zheng Hui bringing up Li Chui's matter really infuriated Jin Shun. Nobody wants their wounds reopened and salt rubbed in, or to be mocked for being cuckolded. This is a man's self-respect, a man's bottom line. He has already paid the price. Lin Xin gave Jin Shun a meaningful look and smiled mysteriously. Some things don't need to be said. Everything is already understood without words. Brother Lin, you're the most reliable. You're really rich. Unaware of Zheng Hui's current predicament, Jin Shun assumed Lin Xin was merely mocking Zheng Hui about using his savings as a weapon. Although this left her somewhat unsatisfied, Jin Shun refrained from saying anything further. Nothing. Lin Xin didn't bother to explain, and just smiled. Just live your own lives well. Don't meddle in other people's business. 2. Jin Shun scratched his head. These days, everyone just sweeps the snow from their own doorstep and doesn't care about the frost on others' backs. If you live your life well, everything will be fine. What others think doesn't matter, Jin Shun said with a smile. As long as I'm comfortable, that's more important than anything else. Right. Lin Xin nodded slightly, indicating that no further explanation was needed. When Jin Shun passed by the barber shop again, he discovered that Zheng Hui had already lost everything and left. Then you'll understand the deeper meaning. His words at this moment would seem like he was deliberately showing off in front of Kim Soon, which is pointless. Lin Xin dislikes nothing more than this kind of pretentiousness. Arrive. After driving to the headquarters of Francis Garment Manufacturing Company, Lin Xin looked at the magnificent Grade A office building in front of him with a slightly surprised expression. This office building is located on the banks of the Qiantang River, in the true city center of Hangzhou. That's right, the city center of Hangzhou is not near Shilin Lake, but on the banks of the Qiantang River. Although the area around Shilin Lake is bustling, it is mainly a tourist center, not a work center where office workers gather. The place that truly teems with high-tech companies, listed companies, countless office buildings, and countless commuters every day is still the banks of the Chiantang River. The Olympic Sports Center area is the real city center. Countless tall and luxurious Grade A office buildings stand here. Compared to these grand office buildings, the office building where Right Fund is located is nothing. Francis Garment Manufacturing Company is located in a magnificent Grade A office building, occupying an entire floor of it. Although it's just a rented office, it's remarkable that they were able to lease an entire floor of a super Grade A office building located on the riverbank in the heart of the city, where land is incredibly valuable. This is enough to demonstrate the strength of the Francis Garment Manufacturing Company. Putting everything else aside, just look at the reactions of passers-by. Lin Shun drove his Ferrari 812, whether to Ritter Fund Company, to pick up Chu Qinglan from her office park, to take her home, or to find Jean Shunshire. When you arrive at your destination, you'll attract attention from passers-by. Even after Lin Shun left, some people would secretly take photos. However, upon arriving in the city center, Lin Shun's Ferrari 812 did not cause a sensation. Even passers-by would glance at it with envy. I don't particularly care. Ultimately, it's because you can often see these expensive sports cars, as well as high-end Rolls-Royces, Porsches, and Lincolns in the city center. So everyone got used to it and stopped caring. Brother Lin, the company you mentioned is actually in the city center. After Lin Shun parked the car, Jean Shun looked surprised. The rent for the office here must be astronomical, right? Which company are we going to? Jean Shun scratched his head and looked at Lin Shun with a suspicious expression. Companies that are located in this area, especially those of a certain size, usually require applicants to have a minimum educational background of 985 or 211 universities, right? At the very least, it must be a key university within the province. We're just a regular class 2. We probably wouldn't even qualify for an interview. Jean Shun smiled awkwardly. We're not even in the same league. You'll find out soon enough. Lin Shun kept everyone in suspense and led Jean Shun directly to an office building. I forgot to bring you something. Slapping his forehead, Lin Shun had no choice but to lead Jean Shun back to the parking lot. Brother Lin, look. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he pointed to a person. Jean Shun immediately called out to Lin Shun in utter astonishment. Chapter 1:0 for the poor Lin Shun. Chen Mingyuan. Lin Shun was quite surprised to see Chen Mingyuan standing in front of his Ferrari 812, half of her body leaning against the car, taking selfies in various poses with her phone. It's true what they say, enemies are destined to meet. I never expected to run into Chen Mingyuan here. The problem is that Chen Mingyuan's company isn't even in the city center. Lin Shun, you've been following me. At this moment, Chen Mingyuan also noticed Lin Shun. Her face stiffened, and she glared at Lin Shun with a cold expression. You are shameless. Well, Lin Shun was completely bewildered by Chen Mingyuan. This girl is so narcissistic. Lin Shun even stalked her? Does she deserve it? You're overthinking it. It's purely a coincidence. Lin Shun shrugged slightly. I have no interest in following you. Snort. I know you men too well. You're all always looking for something better than what you have. Chen Mingyuan scoffed, rolling her eyes at Lin Shun. You just can't bear to part with Qing Lan, but you can't let go of me either. Lin Shun, I know you still love me. Unfortunately, you are no match for young Master Shun. Recalling the humiliation Lin Shun had inflicted on her at the hot pot restaurant, Chen Mingyuan glared angrily at Lin Shun. Young Master Shun is far more capable than you. I wouldn't even look at you. Yeah. Lin Shun was amused by Chen Mingyuan. He said with a playful expression, the semiconductor market seems to have fallen quite a bit. He's really something else. After all, he loses money no matter what he buys. His luck is unmatched. Or rather, he deliberately buys whatever is losing money. Have too much money to burn. Lin Shunyu. Chen Mingyuan's face froze instantly. She gritted her teeth, furious at Lin Shun, and clenched her fists. That was a mistake, an occasional mistake. It's normal to make mistakes when investing in stocks. You only won by luck once. What are you so happy about? Hee. Chen Mingyuan looked at Lin Shun with disdain in her eyes. Let me tell you, you'll never imagine what young Master Shun's abilities are like. Today, young Master Shun can casually offer me a project worth tens of millions. All I have to do is come here and sign this contract. and I can easily get a commission of 500,000. 500,000. Chun Mingyuan sneered. Lin Chun, you wouldn't be able to save up 500,000 even if you worked for 10 years. That's true. Lin Chun smiled and nodded. If he were to simply be a lowly laborer, even after 10 years of hard work, he still wouldn't be able to save up 500,000 yuan. After all, apart from programmers working in big companies, most ordinary workers in Hangzhou earn around 5 or 6,000 yuan a month. In 10 years, he only earned a total of 500,000. How could someone possibly save up 500,000? Saving up 100,000 would be quite an achievement. You're still laughing? You're really shameless. Chun Mingyuan sneered at Lin Chen's relaxed and humorous expression. You poor wretch, you'll never be able to afford a house in Hangzhou in your entire life. Maybe. Lin Chen shrugged slightly. He was too lazy to tell Chun Mingyuan that he actually didn't need to work anymore. Even if you're working, you're still working for yourself. See that? Smack. With a pat on the Ferrari 812, Chun Mingyuan said proudly, "This is young Master Shen's new car, a Ferrari 812. Worth over 4 million. Chun Mingyuan glanced at Lin Chun disdainfully. Your annual salary can't even buy one of its tires. This car belongs to Shun Zhao. Are you kidding me? Jin Shun finally couldn't hold back anymore. He looked at Chun Mingyuan with a helpless expression. This car is clearly. Cough, cough. Lin Chen coughed a few times, gave Jin Shun a wink, looked at Chun Mingyuan, and suppressed a laugh. Indeed, I can't afford it. Your young Master Shun is very rich. I envy him. Good to know. Snort. You poor wretch. With a soft snort, Chun Mingyuan swayed away. Brother Lin, why won't you let me expose her? After Chun Mingyuan left, Jin Shun looked at Lin Chun with a helpless expression. This guy is really out of his mind. He's addicted to pretending. He's really funny to say your car belongs to Shun Zhao. How ridiculous. There's no need for that. Lin Chen shrugged slightly. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite the dog back? If she wants to pretend, let her pretend. We'll just laugh it off. I feel a bit frustrated. Jin Shun was a little annoyed. Look at her arrogant look. She really thinks that Shun Zhao is some big shot. Hey, there's no need to get angry. You'll understand when you reach my level. Lin Chen patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. Some things are really not worth arguing about. It's so infuriating. There's no need for that. Let's go. Too lazy to pay attention to Chun Mingyuan, Lin Chen took the documents from the car and went straight into the office building. Lin Chen, why are you following me again? Upon seeing Lin Chen enter the office building, Chun Mingyuan, who was waiting for the elevator, was instantly furious. You were following me. You're overthinking it. Lin Chen shrugged slightly. I'm here on business. That is. Unable to stand this attitude, Jin Shun glared at Chun Mingyuan without any politeness. This office building isn't owned by you. What's wrong with us coming here? What's it to you? It's none of your business. I think you're following me with ill intentions. They might take pictures up my skirt. Someone come here. Chun Mingyuan suddenly shouted. Help. What's wrong, miss? How can I help you with something? Security at a grade A office building is extremely robust, especially since the person being called out to is a beautiful woman like Chun Mingyuan. So 2 security guards in special police uniforms immediately rushed over with rubber batons, both solicitously inquiring about Chun Mingyuan's situation. These 2 guys are following me. I don't know them. I suspect they wanted to take pictures of me without my consent. Pointing at Lin Chun and Jin Shun, Chun Mingyuan directly scolded. Those 2. They're obviously not good people. Chun Mingyuan, don't talk nonsense. Jin Shun was furious. He glared at Chun Mingyuan and said angrily, Shun Zhao is a pervert, but not all of us are perverts. We're not that disgusting. He was mean to me. I'm so scared. Brother, save me. Chun Mingyuan clenched her fists and hugged them to her chest, revealing an adorable, frightened expression. She hid behind the security guard and pointed at Jin Shun with her slender finger. He must have taken pictures of me without my permission. He's awful. Don't worry. I'll protect you. No one will dare to bully you. That's right. We'll guarantee your safety. Beautiful women always have a natural advantage, especially Chun Mingyuan, who is also very good at acting cute and charming. Sure enough, the 2 security guards were easily fooled by Chun Mingyuan and were immediately captivated by her adorable appearance. The two immediately became enraged and pointed their rubber batons at Lin Shun and Jin Shun. Leave. Get out of the office building. Chapter 105. The two terrified security guards. Cut. Seeing Lin Shun and Jin Shun being blocked by security guards, Chen Mingyuan smiled excitedly, gave a soft hum, pressed the elevator close button, and went upstairs alone. Are you two out of your minds? Seeing the elevator close and the two security guards blocking her and Lin Shun in a fit of rage, Jin Shun was furious. Of all people to believe, why did you have to believe this slutty bitch? I'm speechless. She's a complete liar. Only a fool would believe her. I'd be a fool to believe you. With a snort, the security guard glanced at Jin Shun's artwork at his stall. Judging from your clothes, you don't look like a white-collar worker in our office building. What are you? I think you two aren't here to take pictures secretly, but to steal something. Get out of here. You insulted me, fine, but you dared to insult Brother Lin too. Jin Shun was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and said, looking for a beating? Oh ho, you want to make a move. You want a beating, don't you? The two security guards immediately raised their rubber batons and glared menacingly at Jin Shun. Don't panic. Lin Shun reached out to stop Jin Shun, who was about to make a move, his expression grim. I'm going to Franz Clothing Manufacturing Company. There is such a company. Looking at the inscription on the office building sign that read Francis Garment Manufacturing Company on the 14th floor, a security guard muttered to himself. Hee, I think he's just talking nonsense. Another security guard looked at Lin Shun coldly. Do you have an appointment? No entry without a reservation. Reserve. Upon hearing this, Jin Shun immediately laughed. Are you kidding me? Brother Lin is the owner of Franz Clothing Manufacturing Company. Does Brother Lin need an appointment to go to his own company? What are you doing? Haha, he calls himself a boss? Are you still half asleep, or have you had too much to drink? It's ridiculous. There are always idiots every year, but this year there seemed to be an unusually large number. Upon hearing Jin Shun's words, the two security guards burst into laughter with utter disdain. Of course, they didn't believe Lin Shun was truly the owner of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. Brother Lin, these two guys are out of their minds. Jin Shun was also angered. He looked at Lin Shun and said, call out their captain. No rush. Lin Shun was too lazy to argue with the two security guards, so he directly dialed the secretariat of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company and asked the secretary to send someone downstairs to greet him. At this moment, Chen Mingyuan had just arrived at Franz Garment Manufacturing Company and met with the company's general manager. Mr. Chu, I've come to sign this contract. Young Master Shun had already given prior notice. Holding the drafted contract, Chen Mingyuan looked respectfully at General Manager Chu of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. Okay, sure. Because Shun Zhao had spoken to the company's second largest shareholder, and Chen Mingyuan's company was indeed capable and competent, President Chu didn't think much of it and was prepared to readily accept the favor. Tada! President Chu. Before President Chu could even sign the contract, his female secretary, wearing high heels, rushed over and whispered something to him urgently. The new chairman has actually arrived? Quickly, come with me to greet them. Without saying a word, President Chu immediately stood up. Mr. Chu, what about my contract? Seeing that President Chu was about to leave, Chen Mingyuan immediately called out. Please sign here first. Our chairman will sign this contract with you later. You wait here. After casually mentioning it to Chen Mingyuan, President Chu immediately rushed out of his office. What a joke. With the new chairman here, how could he dare to sign this contract so easily? These contracts that determine the company's investment direction still require the chairman's approval. Although these kinds of minor matters are basically just a formality with the chairman after the company leadership makes a decision. Under normal circumstances, the chairman would not refuse to give face to the general manager. But the formalities that need to be followed still need to be gone through. The chairman may not be involved in the affairs, but signing off on matters is mandatory. Otherwise, if I let you do everything, the chairman won't feel at ease. The agreement takes effect upon signature. This is the chairman's right and a symbol of his status. Chairman Lin. Leading the company's management team downstairs, Chu Yang saw Lin Shun and Jin Shun surrounded by two security guards in the office building lobby. Because he was accompanied by factory director Song, who had met Lin Shun before, President Chu naturally recognized Lin Shun at a glance. Mr. Chu, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Shun smiled and shook hands with Chu Liang, then nodded to Director Song and the management team, standing to the side. What's going on? Factory Director Song realized something was wrong. He glanced at the two security guards who were holding rubber batons and surrounding Lin Shun and Jin Shun. What's going on with you two? Where is the security manager? What's going on with your property management and security personnel? Factory Director Song coldly rebuked the security manager who rushed over. You dare to stop even our company's chairman? Are you property management blind? What's going on with you two? The security captain immediately questioned the two security guards angrily. While property management companies are generally very powerful, and it's common for security guards from such companies to assault residents in ordinary residential communities, in top-tier office buildings like these, property management companies typically avoid provoking residents, especially when they are in the wrong. Because the owners who can rent offices here to open companies are basically people with connections. It's okay, you can't drive it. Gulp. The two security guards were completely stunned. They instinctively dropped the rubber batons they were holding and stared at each other, speechless. Because they genuinely didn't expect that Lin Shun and Jin Shun weren't joking with them. Lin Shun is the chairman of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. They were incredibly foolish to keep such a dignified chairman out of the door. And they also wanted to beat up Lin Shun and Jin Shun. If this isn't courting death, then what is? Would Lin Shun, a chairman of the board, secretly film up women's skirts? How could that be? After all, if Lin Shun wanted to, countless female secretaries and employees in the company would be willing to offer themselves to him. Why would you need to take photos secretly? You can simply be open and honest and let her cooperate with the filming. What happened? Upon hearing that something was wrong, the property manager rushed over immediately. That's what I wanted to ask you too. Chu Liang looked at the property manager with a cold expression. Is this how you property management companies work? Is this how you collect property fees? They blocked our company's chairman from entering the house. You guys are incredibly audacious. Please calm down, everyone. I will investigate this matter immediately. The property manager smiled ingratiatingly, while glaring angrily at the security captain. Manager, it's like this. A female receptionist quickly whispered something to the property manager. Chapter 106, I don't want to see you again. Smack. The moment the receptionist finished speaking, the property manager slapped the security captain across the face. That was a real slap. Not only was the sound loud, but the security captain's face also turned red instantly, and then a clear handprint appeared on his left cheek. This, manager? The security captain covered his face, which had been slapped, and stared at the property manager in utter bewilderment. How did you become the security captain? You have such idiots under your command. Why didn't you get rid of them sooner? He has absolutely no tact. You bastard. After giving the security captain a stern lecture, the property manager realized that Lin Shun was the key to the matter, so he immediately looked at Lin Shun respectfully and said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining them properly, which led to this incident. I'm so sorry. The property manager bowed deeply to Lin Shun, showing utmost respect. What do you think we should do about this? Please punish me. You bunch of blind fools. The property manager glared coldly at the security captain and the two security guards. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. Sorry. It's my fault for being blind. The two security guards quickly bowed and apologized to Lin Shun and Jin Shun. You bastard. The security captain glared at the two junior security guards who had tricked him, then quickly bowed respectfully to Lin Shun and Jin Shun. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I never expected this to happen. Please forgive me, both of you. I guarantee that a similar incident will never happen again. Now you know you were wrong. With his arms crossed, Jin Shun snorted coldly. Weren't you so arrogant just now, calling Lin Gu and me thieves who secretly filmed or stole things? They're even trying to force us to leave. Why aren't you in a hurry now? I'm sorry. I was blind to your true nature. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The two security guards had no choice but to respectfully apologize to Lin Shun and Jin Shun repeatedly. Chairman Lin, what do you think? Chu Liang, on the other hand, looked at Lin Shun with utmost respect and caution. I don't want to see them again. Lin Shun glanced coldly at the property manager. Then, surrounded by Chu Liang, factory director Song, and others, walked directly into the elevator. Given Lin Shin's current status and position, he naturally didn't need to deal with these two security guards personally. He only had one sentence. The property manager will then tell them to pack their bags and get out. That's always the case. Big shots only need a word, or even a glance. Ordinary people would lose their jobs, and even their future. Chairman Lin, I'm so sorry. It's my fault that I didn't greet you in advance, which led to this situation. Entering the newly renovated and gleaming chairman's office, Chu Liang looked at Lin Shun respectfully and said, "Please punish me. This isn't your fault. It's my fault for not giving you advance notice." Lin Shun waved his hand dismissively. No need to apologize. Chairman Lin is magnanimous. Hearing Lin Shen's words and seeing Lin Shen's genuinely unconcerned expression, Chu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Lin Shun was probably the kind of person with a good temperament and wouldn't hold a grudge. A chairman like that is easier to please. Looking at the young Lin Shun, Chu Liang pondered. Perhaps changing the company's chairman wasn't such a bad thing. After all, Lin Shun, who is so young, is able to spend hundreds of millions to acquire France's clothing manufacturing company. What does that mean? Lin Shun must have powerful connections behind him. Who knows? Lin Shun might be the eldest son of some powerful family sent out to gain experience. Otherwise, how could ordinary people casually use a small amount of money to acquire a company? Therefore, following Lin Shun, a chairman with such a powerful background, means a very promising future. It's a much better career path than following the former chairman. After all, the former chairman was not only old, but also didn't have much of a background, so this was pretty much all he could do in his life. Thinking of this, Chu Liang became even more respectful towards Lin Shun, and also more motivated. That's how people are. Once they have a goal, they become highly motivated and have excellent self-control. Nothing. If you run the company well, you'll have a bright future. Lin Shun waved his hand dismissively, looking at the increasingly respectful Chu Liang, fully aware of his thoughts. He had seen a study. That is, under normal circumstances, middle-aged people whose careers are on the rise generally have much greater self-control than elderly people who are about to retire or young people who have just entered society. It's not just middle-aged people who generally have families, with elderly parents and young children to support. They are the pillars of their households. More importantly, middle-aged people are ambitious and have a bright future. Faced with the same temptations, young people, having not been exposed to society and not experienced certain things, are easily blinded by money and beautiful women and embark on a path of no return. People nearing retirement often feel hopeless about their future, so they try to make a quick buck before retirement or pave the way for their children, grandchildren, and relatives. Or perhaps I could make some money so I can retire comfortably in the future. Therefore, self-control is insufficient. However, middle-aged people in their prime, because they have a promising future, generally won't do things that could easily get them into trouble. After all, doing it could easily leave a handle against you and ruin your future. So they generally control their desires and work hard. At this moment, Chu Liang, who is in his 40s, is naturally an ambitious middle-aged man. Lin Shun is certainly not afraid of having ambition. What he fears is having ambition but no ability, or having neither ambition nor ability. A leader who just coasts along like that will only lead the company further and further downhill. I've taken a quick look at the company's operations. The profits for the first half of the year have been quite good. Lin Shun put down the financial report in his hand, crossed his legs, and asked Chu Liang with a smile. That's right. Chu Liang immediately replied. The company's revenue for the first half of the year was 150 million yuan, of which net profit was 30 million yuan, and net profit attributable to the parent company was 23 million yuan. The dividends to shareholders will be 15 million. The dividend that the former chairman mentioned was 9 million. Looking at Lin Shun in front of him, Chu Liang said respectfully, the revenue for the second half of the year is expected to be between 100 million and 200 million. However, due to preparations to expand sales channels, the net profit attributable to the parent company may be lower than that in the first half of the year. However, If the sales channels are successfully expanded, next year we will add our own brand sales to the existing OEM production. Looking at Lin Shun in front of him, Chu Liang took out a document. At that time, the company's annual sales should be able to increase by 30% to 50% year-on-year. If the live streaming sales perform well, then year-on-year growth of 80% or 90% or even 100% is not a problem. Chapter 107 Jin Shun's new position. Given the current situation, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, since the year before last, live streaming e-commerce has become the mainstream sales trend. Nowadays, 8 or 9 out of 10 young women like to watch live streams and then buy all kinds of products in the live stream room. Looking at Lin Shun, Chu Liang said with a smile, "Our brand mainly deals in women's and children's clothing. What about men's clothing?" Jin Shun, who was standing aside listening, looked at Chu Liang with a suspicious expression. "Aren't you making men's clothing?" "Forget about men's clothing." Chu Liang immediately shook his head. "First, there are very few men who like to buy things by watching live streams. Although there are some, the competition is too fierce, so it's not worth it. Secondly, men's spending power is also not good. Many men alternate between 2 short-sleeved shirts, so they can wear them all summer long. As for underwear, women, due to the special nature of their bodies, basically need to change many pieces every month and throw away many pieces. Men, on the other hand, may only use one piece every 1 or 2 years and only replace it when it is worn out, so there is really no business in it. Thirdly, many men's clothes are usually bought by their women, so there is no need to create a separate menswear account, but you can bring a few new items on the live stream. The fourth factor is spending power. According to data from multiple shopping malls, the current spending power is consistently women, children, the elderly, dogs, men. Chu Liang said awkwardly, "But dog doesn't just refer to dogs, it also refers to cats, hamsters, rabbits, and other pets that women like. Anyway, single men's spending power has always been very low. Their spending power on games, cars, houses, and electronic products may be greater than that of women. But that has nothing to do with us. After all, our Franz garment manufacturing company is just a garment manufacturing company. We're not a car company, nor a real estate company, nor a game developer," Chu Liang said with a smile. "So from the perspective of the apparel market alone, making menswear is indeed not profitable." 2. Jin Shun scratched his head and looked at Lin Shun with a wry smile. "Brother Lin, that's true. I can wear the same clothes for several years, as long as they are not worn out. Before, Li Chui was always asking to buy clothes. I might wear a piece of clothing a few times, even though it's not worn out, but I still want to buy a new one." Jin Shun said helplessly, "I have so many clothes." Lin Shun, who had dated Chun Mingyuan, certainly knew what women liked. Let alone women like Chun Mingyuan and Li Chui, who are inherently vain and fond of luxury goods. Even a woman like Chu Qinglan, who has a good personality and is usually very frugal, can't control herself when it comes to buying clothes. They all enjoy browsing Taobao frequently and love shopping. Chu Qinglan's wardrobe was also piled high with clothes. Lin Shun himself doesn't actually own many clothes. He only buys new ones when they're worn out. This approach is feasible. Even if the profits in the second half of the year are not good, we can still give it a try. After a moment's thought, looking at Chu Liang in front of him, Lin Shun made the final decision. After all, doing OEM for others means that our lifeline is always in someone else's hands. When the brands stop placing orders, our factory will have to shut down. That's not good, Lin Shun said seriously. So trying to create our own brand and fully integrate upstream and downstream channels for self-production and self-sales is a good idea. If we make a profit, then everyone is naturally happy. Even if we don't operate well, it won't affect our core business. We can still make money the same way we always have. The contract manufacturing workshops can't be shut down. I understand. Chu Liang immediately and respectfully replied to Lin Shun. The OEM workshop has been operating continuously, and the business department has been negotiating cooperation with several brands to try to secure orders for their new products. Ensure the company's basic profitability. Very good. Lin Shun nodded slightly to Chu Liang. I, as the chairman, won't interfere much. The company will still be run by you as the general manager. Everything else will continue to follow the original rules. We need to keep a close eye on product quality. After all, we are doing OEM manufacturing, so we can't be careless about product quality. We still need to maintain this reputation. Don't worry, Chairman Lin. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't have the arrogant, incompetent, and meddling attitude typical of spoiled rich kids, Chu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Lin Shen liked micromanagement skills that were all talk and no action. That would have ruined what was originally a perfectly good plan. Seeing that Lin Shen wouldn't interfere, Chu Liang sincerely assured him, I will assign someone to keep an eye on this new project and do my best to get it done. Lin Shen nodded slightly and pointed to Jin Shun, arrange a position for my brother in the company. He doesn't have much ability, so it shouldn't be a very important position. The main thing is that you can learn something. Clear. Chu Liang knew, of course, that Jin Shun had come to oversee the construction. It would be strange if Lin Shun, the new chairman, didn't send his cronies to the company. Chairman Lin, what do you think of the position of Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department? Thinking of an important, senior position that wasn't particularly crucial and wouldn't generally affect the company's production or decision-making, Chu Liang asked Lin Shun with a smile. Okay, sure. Lin Shen smiled and nodded, looking at Chu Liang with approval. The position of Deputy Head of the Human Resources Department is very good. He can keep an eye on the company for him, and he won't cause losses to the company because of his lack of management experience. Shunzi, do a good job. Learn more from the head of the personnel department. Once you've mastered the skills, I'll entrust you with important responsibilities. Don't worry, Brother Lin. Jin Shun, who had risen from a junior employee to a senior leader in an instant, looked at Lin Shun with great excitement. I will definitely do my job well, and will never let you down. Jin Shun wasn't stupid. He naturally knew that his primary task was to keep an eye on the company's leaders for Lin Shun, to prevent anyone from embezzling public funds or enriching themselves. Of course I believe you. Lin Shun nodded with a smile. Chairman Lin, the media company that the company selected has sent someone over to sign the contract. Looking at Lin Shun, Chu Liang said respectfully, the company's previous decision was to cooperate with this media company. We will provide the products, and they will manage the accounts and provide the anchors for us. After all, we are not professional enough in live streaming e-commerce, so we still need professionals like them to do it. Would you like to meet with someone from this media company and sign a contract? Can. Lin Shen readily agreed. Bring her in. I'd like to have a chat. Clear. Chu Liang immediately waved to his secretary. A short while later, the secretary brought over the staff of the media company. The man was completely stunned when he saw Lin Shun. Because of the staff of this media company. That's right. Chapter 108 Lin Shun, it's you. Chen Mingyuan. Lin Shun, what's going on? Not only was Lin Shun stunned, but Chen Mingyuan, who entered the chairman's office, was even more completely dumbfounded. Her eyes widened, and she stared at Lin Shun in disbelief. What on earth is going on? What are you doing here? What a joke. Why can't our brother Lin be here? After a brief moment of surprise, Jin Shun crossed his arms and looked at Chen Mingyuan with disdain in his eyes. Hangzhou is so big, where can't brother Lin go? You really think you're the only one who can get into this office building? You really thought brother Lin would take pictures up your skirt? Pa, disgusting. Jin Shun looked coldly at Chen Mingyuan. Brother Lin isn't interested in shit. Who knows how many days you haven't washed? Given Shen Zhao's reckless character, you might have already caught the disease. The stench is overwhelming right now. Shut up. Chen Mingyuan's face turned purple from Jin Shun's provocation. She glared angrily at Jin Shun and said, Shen Zhao and I never did that kind of thing. Hee hee. Jin Shun replied with a mocking look. You're kidding me. Why would I lie to you? Chen Mingyuan looked aggrieved. I said no, so I didn't. Who would believe you? Jin Shun scoffed dismissively. Words are no proof. What proof do you have? How about we show it to brother Lin? Whether there's a problem or not, you'll know at a glance. You. Chen Mingyuan's face stiffened. Of course, she couldn't let Lin Shen see that part of her body. Cough, cough. Lin Shen was also embarrassed by Jin Shun's words. He coughed a few times and gave Jin Shun a meaningful look. Even if Chen Mingyuan really wanted to show it to Lin Shen, let alone not show it to him, Lin Shen still wouldn't. Lin Chen wasn't interested in her. If he had to look, Lin Chen only wanted to see Chu Qinglan. Chu Qinglan is so much prettier than Chen Mingyuan. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? Chen Mingyuan subconsciously didn't believe that Lin Chen was the chairman of Fran's clothing manufacturing company, so she frowned slightly and glared at Lin Chen with an unfriendly expression. Where exactly is the chairman of Fran's clothing manufacturing company? I don't want to talk to you. You'd better get lost. Chen Mingyuan scoffed disdainfully. You sneaked in to steal things, didn't you? If you don't leave now, you won't be able to escape once you're discovered. I advise you to leave right away. Haha, you're really funny. Jin Shun was amused by Chen Mingyuan and pointed at Lin Chen. Let me tell you, the person sitting in front of you. That's the chairman of Fran's garment manufacturing company. Him, the chairman? Who? Chen Mingyuan naturally didn't believe that Lin Chen would be the chairman of Fran's garment manufacturing company, which was a large enterprise with a market value of over 100 million. Chen Mingyuan felt that she knew Lin Chen very well. Lin Chen was a penniless recent college graduate. How could he be a chairman? After all, Chen Mingyuan was well aware of Lin Chen's family background. They're just poor people from the remote mountain villages of northern China. Some children of wealthy families can inherit their family businesses and become chairpersons directly after graduation. But how does Lin Chen have the qualifications? Impossible. You guys are really funny. He's the chairman? Chen Mingyuan said with disdain. If he's the chairman, then I'm the first lady. Boring. You'll all get arrested. Chen Mingyuan glared at Lin Chen, then turned and walked out of the office. I don't have time to waste with you guys. Bang. With that, Chen Mingyuan slammed the door shut. Let her go. Lin Chen sent a message directly to Chu Liang. Brother Lin, why don't you let her know the truth? Jin Shun looked at Lin Chen suspiciously after Chen Mingyuan left. Let her know that this Ferrari 812 is yours, and also that this Fran's clothing manufacturing company is yours. That will drive her crazy. She'll regret it to the core. Jin Shun was very excited. Didn't she leave you because she was materialistic and looked down on you? Now we'll show her just how blind she is. Brother Lin, your status and assets far surpass those of this Shun Zhao. There's no need. Under Jin Shun's excited gaze, Lin Chen shook his head. If she finds out about all this, she might slander me or pester me again. What's the point of arguing with her? Forget it. Lin Chen shook his head indifferently. Let her do whatever she wants. It has nothing to do with me. Brother Lin, you're not angry anymore? Hearing Lin Chen's nonchalant words, Jin Shun looked at him with great suspicion and asked, Did she treat you like that before? At first I was really angry. After all, we had been together for 4 years and I was very serious about her. It's impossible not to be angry after being dumped like this. But now, I'm not angry at all. On the contrary, I'm grateful to her. Lin Chen smiled. Without her, I wouldn't have gotten Qinglan, and I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. That's just how people are. After a certain point, you really won't care about some things anymore. Lin Chen smiled and patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. Just like with Li Chui's matter, you're probably still feeling resentful and unhappy right now. Jin Shun nodded with a ferocious expression. He was filled with anger and resentment whenever Li Chui was mentioned. That bastard betrayed me. I am furious. Yes. Lin Chen smiled and said, but once you reach a certain level, you won't care anymore. When the time comes, just laugh it off when Li Chui is mentioned. On the contrary, Li Chui, just like last time when she knelt down and begged you to make up, will regret it for the rest of her life. Lin Chen looked at Jin Shun. She will suffer for the rest of her life because of this. Therefore, people need to improve themselves. If you become more and more down on your luck, you will naturally dwell on the past and be unable to let go. But you need to develop much better than before. Lin Chen smiled and said, all the things in the past are just laughable and I won't care about them. It is possible to let go and find peace easily. Lin Chen looked at Jin Shun and said, that's how people are. When they find something better, they naturally let go of what they used to have. If I don't have it, I won't let it go easily. You'll always feel resentful, regretful, and in great pain, Lin Chen sighed. In that case, you'll be haunted by it for the rest of your life. I don't know how many times I've dreamed of going back to the past, thinking that if I hadn't done things the way I did back then, I would be living a very happy life now. Well, Lin Shun sighed helplessly. But there's no going back in this world. So even if you regret it, it's too late. Yes. Jin Shun sighed. I'm still lucky to have been mentored by you, Brother Lin. I'll meet even better people in the future. I'll stop dwelling on that filthy Li Chui. Chapter 109, Chu Qinglan's Company Gathering. That's right. I'm relieved that you think that way. Do a good job as the deputy head of the Human Resources Department, learn recruitment skills from the head, and then learn about the company's management and operation skills. If you study well, I will entrust you with important responsibilities in the future. Lin Shen patted Jin Shun on the shoulder and smiled. The future is promising. Brother Lin, don't worry, I will definitely study hard. You will definitely not be disappointed. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Jin Shun's eyes lit up with excitement. I've decided to keep an eye on the company for you. Knock knock knock. As Lin Shen nodded, a knock came at the door. Enter. Chairman Lin. Chu Liang walked respectfully into the office, looking at Lin Shen with a somewhat suspicious expression. I wonder what's wrong with this company. Are we not going to cooperate with them? It's not a big deal. The important thing is just not to cooperate with this company. Lin Shen naturally wouldn't explain his relationship with Chen Mingyuan. Let's go to another place. Yes, ma'am. Although he had some doubts, Chu Liang, who dared not ask Lin Shen, could only nod respectfully at this moment. All right, the company is now in your hands. I have other things to do. We'll come back to inspect again later. With a wave to Chu Liang and Jin Shun, and under their respectful gaze, Lin Shen drove directly to a resort estate located in the suburbs. You've arrived. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen as he walked over and said, I'm sorry to have asked you to come over here. Because she didn't want to flaunt her wealth in front of her colleagues, Chu Qinglan deliberately had Lin Shen park the Ferrari 812 at a distance before walking over. What's wrong with that? I understand what you're thinking. Lin Shen naturally wouldn't get angry with Chu Qinglan over such a small matter. After all, he was someone who liked to make changes. So he smiled indifferently and directly took Chu Qinglan's small hand. Let's go. I'll go with you. Chu Qinglan gave a gentle hum, took Lin Shen's arm, and walked into the resort together. Right now, inside the manor, many colleagues are busy making a barbecue in the courtyard. Because some colleagues have already started families and had children, many children were playing and frolicking on the lawn of the manor, making it very lively. Qinglan, is this your boyfriend? A colleague who was quite familiar with Chu Qinglan smiled and looked at Lin Shen. He is truly a handsome and dignified man. Undoubtedly a handsome man. Haha, you flatter me. Lin Shen grinned and said, I wouldn't call myself a handsome guy. Qinglan is a beauty, that's true, but I'm just an ordinary person. Haha, handsome guy, you really know how to talk. Absolutely. Praising Qinglan in front of us single people is really showing off their love. Bro, can you share your dating tips? How did you manage to win over the beautiful Qinglan? Lin Shen's colleagues greeted him with smiles. In this situation, to save Chu Qinglan's face, Lin Shen naturally wouldn't say that Chu Qinglan had taken the initiative to pursue him. After all, it's quite rare for a woman to actively pursue a man. With a sincere heart, Lin Shen smiled and said, as long as you are sincere enough, you can win her over. Of course we must persevere. After all, with enough effort, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. I've learned something. Haha, Brother Lin, what you said is truly insightful. I'm still completely confused. It seems I'm destined to be alone for the rest of my life. Lin Shen's male colleagues were all very envious of him. Even those who have girlfriends can't help but envy Lin Shen. After all, Chu Qinglan's figure and appearance are many times better than their girlfriends or wives. How could they not be envious? Haha, everyone has their own destiny. As long as you cherish this connection, you won't be lonely for the rest of your life. Lin Shen laughed and said, the best is yet to come. Then I'll take your kind words, Brother Lin. Brother Lin, let's add each other on WeChat. I hope you can give me some advice when I'm pursuing girls in the future. That's right, Brother Lin is the most reliable. Looking at Lin Shen in front of them, a group of male colleagues surrounded him and asked him for advice. They all felt that they were able to win over a great beauty like Chu Qinglan. Besides being handsome, Lin Shen must also have other skills. No problem. We should help each other. Although Lin Shen wasn't particularly interested in Chu Qinglan's male colleagues, and he wasn't one to make friends easily. The fact remained that they were already there, and these were Chu Qinglan's colleagues. Lin Shen still had to give them face on the surface. Qinglan, you are so lucky. A female colleague chuckled and nudged Chu Qinglan's arm. Does Lin Shen have any brothers? Introduce me to some. If I find someone suitable, I'll have him introduce you to someone. Chu Qinglan smiled sweetly, feeling very happy as she watched Lin Shen joking around with a group of male colleagues. She was initially a little worried because of Lin Shen's aloof personality. She probably won't get along with her colleagues. Now she's relieved. Meanwhile, upstairs in the resort, two people stood by the window, their expressions grim as they watched the chaotic scene unfolding in the lobby below. These two people were the instigators of this team-building activity, Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong. Damn it, that bastard. That was really enjoyable. Looking at Lin Shen surrounded by a group of male colleagues, and then at Chu Qinglan's gentle gaze, Zheng Huan's eyes were filled with intense jealousy. At this moment, he really wished he could replace Lin Shen. The one who should have Chu Qinglan is him, not that damned Lin Shen. What a waste of good cabbage. How could he possibly be worthy of Chu Qinglan? Oh shit. Bang. Zheng Huan slammed his fist on the wall, his expression contorted with rage. Chu Qinglan is a woman with a screw loose. How could she fall for such a poor bastard? I'm speechless. That's right. Kong Guanglong said with emotion. In terms of looks, wealth, ability, and emotional intelligence, how can Lin Shen compare to you, Brother Zheng? He's not even worthy to carry your shoes, Brother Zheng. But this Chu Qinglan, she actually had the blind eye to fall for Lin Shen, this penniless wretch. That's truly impressive. Kong Guanglong's expression turned ferocious. This woman, she's got a screw loose in her head. I wonder what kind of bewitching drug Lin Shen gave her. That's really strange. We have to find a way to get her, Zheng Huan said with a ferocious expression. I want Chu Qinglan. Get Lin Shen out of here. A beautiful girl like Chu Qinglan can only be mine. Zheng Huan roared angrily. I'm going to expose Lin Shen's true colors and let everyone know that he's a penniless wretch. He is not good enough for Chu Qinglan. Make Chu Qinglan face reality and give up on him. Come into my arms. Chapter 110 Zheng Huan's Conspiracy. That's for sure. Looking at Zheng Huan, who was full of anger and jealousy, Kong Guanglong laughed and said, Chu Qinglan was just bewitched by Lin Shen's sweet words. Because they had just graduated, they were innocent and naive about the ways of the world. I think he's good. In reality, Lin Shen, who is penniless, only has a mouth, Kong Guanglong laughed. Chu Qinglan will soon realize just how poor Lin Shen is. At this point, Brother Zheng, you should take advantage of the situation. Who knows? I might be able to take her down right here and now tonight. Kong Guanglong waved his hand heavily, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Zheng Huan. I wish you a wonderful time tonight, Brother Zheng. Ha ha ha. If I have fun, you'll definitely get your share of the rewards. Zheng Huan waved his hand, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Kong Guanglong. Are you sure everything is arranged? Please don't let anything go wrong. Don't you trust me to handle things, Brother Zheng? Kong Guanglong laughed and said, Absolutely. I've already made all the arrangements. I guarantee that Chu Qinglan and all her female colleagues will catch him red-handed. People have a herd mentality and like to follow the crowd. Sometimes a woman may not like a man at first, or she may not intend to break up with him, Kong Guanglong said with a smile. But after many people try to set her up with a man, or keep saying bad things about a man to her, she will also be subconsciously influenced, and may actually agree to be with this man or break up with him. This is all normal. After all, if you repeat a lie 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. That makes sense. Zheng Huan nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. The barbecue is almost ready. Let's go. Let's go for a drink. By the way, Brother Zheng, President Jean hasn't arrived yet. Kong Guanglong muttered. It seems like something happened. He was stammering and couldn't explain clearly. It's nothing. They should be here soon. Zheng Huan, whose mind was filled with Chu Qinglan, couldn't care less about anything else at the moment. Without saying a word, he walked straight out of the resort. Lin Shen, let me toast you. Walking into the crowd, under the surprised gazes of many colleagues, Zheng Huan took the initiative to pick up his wine glass and toasted Lin Shen with a smile. This scene surprised many of his colleagues. Everyone knows that Zheng Huan had been pursuing Chu Qinglan, but Chu Qinglan had never agreed to be with him. I thought that after seeing Lin Shun, he would either get angry and deliberately cause trouble, or he would intentionally ignore Lin Shun. After all, this is a meeting of love rivals, and their eyes are naturally filled with hatred. But to everyone's surprise, when Zheng Huan saw Lin Shun, his rival in love, he was not only not anxious at all, but also had a gentle smile on his face. He had such a friendly look on his face. This stunned everyone. When did Zheng Huan become so easy to talk to? That's right, this really doesn't seem like Zheng Huan. Strange, so very strange. Seeing that Zheng Huan was so friendly to Lin Shun, the group of colleagues exchanged glances and then began to whisper among themselves. However, Zheng Huan was a leader, and as a local, he had a good relationship with President Jin. Although everyone was puzzled, no one dared to ask. I won't offend Zheng Huan for the sake of Lin Shun, whom I've never met before. Morning. Chu Qinglan also realized something was wrong, and she looked at Lin Shun with a suspicious expression. Nothing. Lin Shun gave Chu Qinglan a reassuring look, then smiled at Zheng Huan, who was offering a toast. Then let's have a drink. Haha, Lin Shun, you've got quite the nerve. Seeing that Lin Shun and Zheng Huan had both finished their drinks, Kong Guanglong deliberately said, I thought you would be stingy and not want to drink with Brother Zheng. I'm still jealous of Brother Zheng, and I have a problem with him. You're overthinking it. Lin Shun shrugged slightly. After all, you can't hit a smiling dog. Besides, what is there about him that I should be jealous of? Puff. That's an absolutely brilliant statement. I like Brother Lin Chen's personality. Hearing Lin Chen's rebuttal to Kong Guanglong's provocative tone and his description of Zheng Huan as a dog, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Shun. Kong Guanglong was instantly enraged by Lin Shun, and he glared at Lin Shun with a ferocious expression. Cough cough. Zheng Huan, who was compared to a dog by Lin Shun, also had a ferocious expression on his face, wishing he could smash a beer bottle on Lin Chen's head. Huff huff. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his anger, Kong Guanglong tugged at Zheng Huan's sleeve. Brother Zheng, don't worry. It's nothing to get angry about. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. Although he was furious, Zheng Huan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth to endure it for the time being, persuaded by Kong Guanglong. He didn't explode because of Lin Chen's sarcastic remarks. Don't just stand there, everyone. Let's drink and eat. There's also a mahjong machine and playing cards inside. There's a movie theater upstairs and a swimming pool in the courtyard. Have fun, everyone. With a wave to everyone, Zheng Huan looked at Lin Shun and said, Brother Lin Shun, we had some conflicts before, but we became friends after a fight. Now I understand. I know I'm not destined for this. Qinglan doesn't value me. So I sincerely wish you and Qinglan all the best, and hope that you and Qinglan can be happy and joyful for the rest of your lives. Although we were not able to become like-minded people, but at least we share the same interests. Zheng Huan laughed and said, I won't say anything more. I'll drink this cup first as a sign of respect. Good. Lin Shun drank a cup of wusa beer. Brother Lin Shun, you're really lucky to have one Qinglan's heart. I'm very envious too. Come on, this glass is for you, let's drink. After Zheng Huan, Kong Guanglong immediately toasted Lin Shun as well. Then several male colleagues also came over, wanting to curry favor with Zheng Huan. After realizing that Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong were deliberately trying to get Lin Shun drunk, they also deliberately found various excuses to toast Lin Shun. He looked like he wouldn't stop until he got Lin Shun drunk. That's interesting. Lin Shun looked at Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong, who had fake smiles on their faces and were deliberately acting like brothers with him, and his eyes were full of shrewdness. He wasn't stupid. He naturally knew that these two people clearly had ill intentions. Otherwise, why would someone with nothing better to do go out drinking with him? Lin Shun knew very well that deep down, these two people probably hated him to death. After all, Zheng Huan had been coveting Chu Qinglan for a long time. Ding dong. Host has not checked in today. Oh dear, I forgot about that. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Shun quickly checked in mentally. Host has successfully checked in. March 7th completed. What is today's task? Lin Shun glanced at today's tasks with suspicion, and then he was surprised. because today's task is surprisingly. Chapter 111. Please, host, break this situation. Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong are plotting to harm the host. Please break this trap. This task. That's interesting. Looking at the task given by the system, and then at Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong with their hypocritical smiles, who were clearly plotting something, Lin Shen knew that the system was not fooling him. Clearly, Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong are still up to no good and are still after Chu Qinglan. But they didn't realize that Chu Qinglan wasn't so easily won over, and that they could actually obtain her. How could that be? Chu Qinglan can only be Lin Chen's woman, and will only ever be Lin Chen's woman. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you properly. I'd like to see what kind of conspiracy you're plotting. However, in order to avoid Qinglan misunderstanding, I still need to inform her in advance. Lin Chen thought to himself, in case Qinglan really misunderstands, it might backfire and cause something bad to happen. That would be terrible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen's eyes darted around, and he sent a message to Chu Qinglan with a smile. Because there were quite a few people on the lawn, it wouldn't be appropriate for Lin Chen to whisper directly to Chu Qinglan. Taking Chu Qinglan to a corner to talk would be too conspicuous and easily arouse suspicion from Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong. Once these two realize that Lin Chen is aware of their plot, they will continue to plot to harm Lin Chen. Obviously not. Then Lin Chen wouldn't be able to complete today's task. Therefore, Lin Chen had to let Chu Qinglan know that there was a trap, but at the same time, he had to prevent Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong from suspecting anything, so that the two of them could continue to carry out their schemes in their own self-righteousness. Then Lin Chen easily broke the deadlock and won the reward. Upon seeing the message from Lin Chen, Chu Qinglan's beautiful eyes narrowed, filled with deep surprise. She bit her lip, looking at Lin Chen with worry in her eyes. She didn't want Lin Chen to take any risks. Qinglan, I'll have a little more to drink. It's great to get together with everyone today. Lin Chen saw the worry in Chu Qinglan's beautiful eyes. He deliberately cut off what Chu Qinglan wanted to say, and instead waved his hand arrogantly, as if he were drunk. Don't meddle in other people's business. What's wrong with me having a little drink? Lin Chen said nonchalantly. What do you know, you're a woman. What kind of man doesn't drink and smoke? Haha, Brother Lin is amazing. Brother Lin is indeed a real man. Stable. Upon hearing Lin Chen's reprimand of Chu Qinglan, several male colleagues exchanged glances and then gave Lin Chen a thumbs up, expressing their utmost admiration for him. Because these days, there are more men than women, so men are generally henpecked. After all, finding a girlfriend isn't easy, and getting married is even harder. A man like Lin Chen, who has such a beautiful girlfriend as Chu Qinglan, yet still scolds Chu Qinglan. This is extremely rare. He exudes masculinity. After all, for most men, a woman's mere glare is enough to make them cower instantly. They'd be too scared to drink, let alone say a word. Haha, it's nothing. Let me tell you, women shouldn't be spoiled. They should be disciplined when necessary. Otherwise, how can you determine your position in the family? Pretending to be drunk, Lin Chen looked at Zheng Huan again. Brother Zheng Huan, don't you think that makes sense? The more you grovel like a dog, the less this woman will pay attention to you and the less she will care about you. On the contrary, if you don't care about her, she will try to please you in every way and be extremely obedient. Is that so? Zheng Huan looked embarrassed, and his lips twitched. No matter how he listened, it sounded like Lin Chen was calling him a dog. Because when he was pursuing Chu Qinglan, he flattered her relentlessly, using all sorts of obsequious tactics. The end result, naturally, was that Chu Qinglan completely ignored him. Come on, Brother Zheng Huan, let's have a drink. Let's do it. Lin Chen laughed, raised his glass, and downed it in one gulp. A man can't be a dog. That's right. Zheng Huan drank a glass of wine, feeling extremely embarrassed. Haha, Brother Lin Chen, you have a huge capacity for alcohol, and you're a true man. I'm impressed. Kang Guanglong immediately raised his glass. Come on, let's continue. Well, seeing Lin Chen deliberately drinking heavily, Chu Qinglan had no choice but to cautiously reply to him. Be careful. Rest assured. Lin Chen winked at Chu Qinglan and continued playing drinking games, looking carefree and clueless, as if he was about to get drunk. Brother Zheng, this kid's probably had too much to drink. Looking at Lin Shun, who was arm in arm with several male colleagues, loudly playing drinking games and acting all carefree, Kong Guanglong sneered disdainfully. He looks like an idiot. Oh shit. Zheng Huan, who had been repeatedly mocked by Lin Shun as a dog, now had a cold expression and was extremely displeased. That bastard must pay the price. That's for sure. I'll have someone bring Chu Qinglan inside right away. You'll see soon enough. With a quick glance, Kong Guanglong immediately gave a signal to several female colleagues. Qinglan, let the men drink outside. We'll go inside and watch a show. Yeah, let's go play mahjong. This is boring. The smell of smoke is so strong. It's really annoying. Exactly. Let those stinky men play by themselves. Before Chu Qinglan could even agree, several female colleagues grabbed her and ushered her into the room. Haha, Brother Lin Shun, let's continue. After Chu Qinglan was taken away by her female colleagues, Zheng Huan laughed and continued drinking with Lin Shun. Okay, let's drink. Lin Shun naturally accepted all offers. After a while, he pretended to be drunk, his face flushed as he leaned back in his chair, looking dazed and belching as if he were about to fall asleep. Is that about enough? Looking at Lin Shun, who appeared drunk, Zheng Huan sneered and glanced at Kong Guanglong with a playful expression. That's natural. Kong Guanglong smiled mysteriously, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. I've arranged everything. Shall we begin? Good. Zheng Huan smiled and nodded. I'm just waiting to see the show. Sure thing, Brother Zheng, just wait and see. It's definitely a rare and excellent show. Make Chu Qinglan completely disappointed, separate from Lin Shun, and then fall into your arms, obediently becoming your woman from now on. With a quick glance, Kong Guanglong shoved Lin Shun awake. Brother Lin Shun, wake up quickly. Hold head high. What's wrong? Lin Shun pretended to be dazed and picked up a beer bottle. Come on, let's drink. Splash. Lin Shun poured a whole bunch of liquor over Kong Guanglong's head, then pretended to be serious and said, Hey, where's the liquor? I can't get any. Damn it, you. With gritted teeth, Kong Guanglong wiped the beer off his head and said angrily, Brother Lin Shun, you fucking stop drinking. Something has happened to Chu Qinglan. Chapter 112, so this was the conspiracy. Huh, what? Let's drink. Come on, let's continue. Puff. Lin Shun, who had just swallowed a mouthful of wine, burped and then sprayed the wine directly in Kong Guanglong's face. Drink up. Fuck you. Kong Guanglong was completely enraged by Lin Shun's drunkenness. His expression hardened, and he was about to beat Lin Shun up. Don't be impulsive. Zheng Huan quickly stopped the furious Kong Guanglong and winked at him, saying, He's drunk. That's a good thing. Don't rush. Brother Lin Shun. Stopping Kong Guanglong from beating Lin Shun, Zheng Huan looked at Lin Shun with a smile and said, You should drink less. Qinglan isn't feeling well, so I asked you to go and check on her. Hold head high. What's wrong? Splash. As he finished speaking, Lin Shun deliberately spat the mouthful of porridge he had just been holding in his mouth directly onto Zheng Huan's face. I'm not feeling well either. But it's okay. Come on, Zheng Huan, let's keep drinking. Fuck you. With his face covered in porridge, Zheng Huan instinctively assumed it was vomit, and he was now furious with Lin Shun. His expression was ferocious, and he glared at Lin Shun with extreme anger, grabbing a beer bottle from the side and shouting, I'll kill you. Brother Zheng, don't be impulsive, be patient. You must be patient. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. Kong Guanglong, who was about to beat Lin Shun, quickly stopped Zheng Huan when he saw Zheng Huan, who was now extremely angry. Don't rush, don't rush. The more he drank, the more drunk he became. The better it is for us. Huff huff. Don't be angry. I wouldn't be angry with a drunkard. Zheng Huan gritted his teeth, wiped the porridge off his face, and endured it with a ferocious expression. This scene stunned the colleagues who were watching. None of them expected that Kong Guanglong and Zheng Huan would be played like this by Lin Shun. Despite having his head covered in wine and porridge poured by Lin Shun, he still endured it and even greeted Lin Shun with a smile. That's absolutely amazing. Lin Shun, it's Chu Qinglan who's not feeling well. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Suppressing his frustration, Zheng Huan gave Kong Guanglong a wink and immediately helped Lin Chen up. Brother Lin Chen, come on, I'll take you to see Chu Qinglan. Without saying a word, Kong Guanglong and Zheng Huan helped Lin Chen up from either side and dragged him into the resort's guest room area. Brother Lin Chen, Qinglan is waiting for you in this room. Go and take a look. That's right. Qinglan is your girlfriend. It's inconvenient for us to go over. You should take a look yourself. If you need anything, just call us anytime. After Kong Guanglong and Zheng Huan laughed for a while, they pushed Lin Chen directly into the guest room. Bang! Now everything is fine. Kong Guanglong slammed the door shut and, pressing his ear to the doorway to eavesdrop, looked at Zheng Huan with great interest. Soon, there will be a very interesting show. If Chu Qinglan sees such a dramatic scene, she will definitely be extremely disappointed in Lin Chen and then completely break up with him. After all, Lin Chen betrayed her outright. She will think Lin Chen is dirty and will never have any feelings for him again. Kong Guanglong looked at Zheng Huan excitedly. Brother Zheng, after Chu Qinglan sees Lin Chen betray her, she will definitely have an emotional breakdown and be extremely heartbroken. When a woman is heartbroken, that's when she's most vulnerable and easiest to handle. If you seize this opportunity, you can naturally win her over. She might even develop a desire for revenge. Wouldn't that be even better? Revenge mentality? Zheng Huan looked suspicious upon hearing Kong Guanglong's words. What kind of mentality is that? She felt resentful seeing Lin Chen with other women, so she would seek revenge on him by finding other men to make him anxious. Kong Guanglong laughed. This kind of situation is very common. Some young girls are just like that. After breaking up with their boyfriends, heartbroken women will deliberately meet up with all sorts of random people as a way to get revenge on their boyfriends. What kind of revenge is this? She's not hurting herself? Zheng Huan was stunned. He's already found someone new. No matter how much she demeans herself, he won't care. Anyway, they've had their fill and don't want her anymore. Would they care how many men she slept with after that? This doesn't even qualify as being cuckolded. After all, being cuckolded is considered revenge, but she found someone else after the breakup. Zheng Huan shook his head. This doesn't count as being cuckolded at all. Yes, that's what I think too. Kong Guanglong immediately nodded. But women think differently from men, and we don't think this is revenge. But for women, they see it as revenge. Kong Guanglong said to Zheng Huan with a wry smile. Our thought processes are different. I can't understand. Anyway, who cares? If Chu Qinglan wants to take revenge on Lin Chen like this later, wouldn't you be the one who benefits, Brother Zheng? Looking at Zheng Huan, Kong Guanglong was very excited. You can definitely enjoy it to the fullest. That's true. Zheng Huan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and a smile flashed across his lips. What Chu Qinglan thinks is unimportant. What matters most is that I can have her. As long as I'm happy, then everything else is negotiable. That's right. Kong Guanglong immediately laughed and said, as long as you offend Chu Qinglan, Brother Zheng, everything will be fine. We don't need to consider anything else. Zheng Huan nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Lin Chen should be fine. He's drunk, and I don't believe he can sit still when he encounters such a beautiful woman. He'll definitely do something funny under the influence of alcohol later. And what about Chu Qinglan? Zheng Huan looked at Kong Guanglong with a gleam in his eyes. Have you made all the arrangements? All right. Without hesitation, Kong Guanglong replied to Zheng Huan. I've already spoken with a few colleagues. I'll send them a message as soon as there's any movement here. Then they will surround Chu Qinglan. Have Chu Qinglan arrest them on the spot. Kong Guanglong laughed and said, now we just need to wait for any movement from inside this house. As soon as there is any movement from here, everything else is easy to solve. Good. Zheng Huan waved his hand excitedly. This wave is absolutely certain to be a victory. I can definitely win over Chu Qinglan and make him obediently fall into my arms. That's for sure. Kong Guanglong laughed and said, I wish you good luck in advance, Brother Zheng. Have a great time with Chu Qinglan later. Haha, definitely. Zheng Huan was naturally very excited. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. He couldn't wait any longer. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was in his room. That is, Chapter 113, Population Growth. It was rather awkward to look at a beautiful woman wearing a short, slit Chong Sam that revealed her fair thighs, with a curvy figure and average looks. Although the beautiful woman's eyes flashed with disgust, she still walked over to the drunken Lin Chun and said, "It's time to rest. I will help you rest." "Who are you?" Lin Chun, feigning drunkenness, waved his hand and said, "Come on, let's keep drinking." "Why are you still drinking?" The woman in the Cheongsam was amused by Lin Chun. A man and a woman alone in a room, and she was dressed so alluringly. Lin Chun still wants to drink. What's the point of drinking? The woman in the Cheongsam extended her slender, white fingers and deliberately lifted Lin Chun's chin. "Why don't we do something interesting?" "What's interesting?" Lin Chun, holding a beer bottle, said, "What's more fun than drinking? Of course, it's a joyful thing to contribute to the motherland and help increase the population." With a sharp glint in her eyes, the woman in the Cheongsam gave a soft snort. "Stop drinking. Let's get down to business. If you want, I'm yours tonight. You can do anything to me. Are you one of mine?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chun immediately laughed. He coldly called out to the woman in the Cheongsam, "You're one of Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong's people, aren't you? You're not drunk?" Pressed by Lin Chun's piercing gaze, the woman in the Cheongsam stiffened, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked at him. "Nonsense. It's just a dozen or so bottles of beer. How could I possibly drink that much? Even if I had another drink, I wouldn't drink much." Lin Chun stood up abruptly and looked at the Cheongsam-clad beauty who was about to shout a warning to Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong. "You'd better shut your mouth and stop yelling. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." The woman in the Cheongsam froze. If Lin Chun pretends to be drunk and beats her up, she'll have nowhere to seek justice. "Lin Chun, I didn't mean anything by it. That's me." Looking at Lin Chun in front of her, a hint of inner struggle flashed in her eyes before the woman in the Cheongsam suddenly stood up and unzipped the Cheongsam at the back. The Cheongsam slipped off on the spot. Lin Chun glanced at it briefly before immediately turning his head. "Put your clothes on." "Lin Chun, do I not have a good figure?" The woman in the Cheongsam smiled sweetly at Lin Chun. "I know I'm not as pretty as Chu Qinglan. So you do have some self-awareness after all." Lin Chun snorted coldly. "Since you know you can't compare to Chu Qinglan, why bother with all this nonsense? Do you think I would be interested in you?" The woman in the Cheongsam stiffened, glaring fiercely at the speechless Lin Chun. "Although I can't compare to Chu Qinglan, I am still different from Chu Qinglan." "Nothing is different." Lin Chun sneered. "They're all human. They're all women. What could be different?" "Of course they're different." The woman in the Cheongsam snorted softly. "Their appearances are different, their figures are different, their body types are different, and their voices are different too. I know I'm not as good as Chu Qinglan, but you and Chu Qinglan have been together for a long time, and you're already tired of each other. As for me, I am completely new and novel to you. So you can try it out. Perhaps there will be a different kind of pleasure. What do you think?" As she spoke, the woman in the Cheongsam walked slowly and softly toward Lin Chun, trying to press her body close to him and hug his arm. "Get out of here." Thump. Lin Chun showed no mercy. She shoved the woman in the Cheongsam aside without any politeness, then picked up the Cheongsam with a cold expression and threw it at her. "Put your clothes on. Otherwise, I'll call people over right now and let everyone see what kind of person you are." Me?" The woman in the Cheongsam froze instantly. She works at a company and doesn't want to become famous like this. Did Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong make you do this? After the woman in the Cheongsam finished dressing, Lin Chun snorted coldly. "Let you seduce me and have something happen between us. Then they'll lure Qinglan over and have her grab someone and put them in bed. Even if I jump out of the window and escape, they can still use the DNA I left behind to prove that I was here. I might let you frame me, say I forced you, and send me in. Is it right?" Lin Chun coldly stared at the beautiful woman in the Cheongsam in front of him, thinking to himself that Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong were really cunning. Those two, what a clever scheme. If it weren't for the system's reminder, Lin Chun, who knows, might have done something really bad while he was drunk. After all, he's a normal man, and he's faced with a beautiful woman in a Cheongsam who is both alluring and proactive. Especially when one has been drinking alcohol. I doubt they could resist. "You know everything." The woman in the Cheongsam bit her lip, looking at Lin Shun with a complicated expression, unsure of what to say. She truly hadn't expected that Lin Shun wasn't drunk at all. Nonsense, I'm not stupid. From the moment they started calling me brother and deliberately getting me drunk, I knew there was a conspiracy. I was just pretending to be drunk to see what they were up to. Lin Shun coldly looked at the woman in the Chong Sam. They think they can frame me? Ridiculous. You're amazing. The woman in the Chong Sam had nothing more to say at that moment. She knew she couldn't possibly seduce Lin Shun. Actually, I'm quite curious about you. Lin Shun looked at the woman in the Chong Sam with suspicion. You are Qinglan's colleague, and you have a good figure and appearance. You must be in your early 20s. A young and pretty girl like you. Why would you cooperate with them to do something like this when you could do anything else? You were a beautiful woman. Why did you become a prostitute? Lin Shun crossed his arms. Isn't it better to work hard and earn money honestly? Do they really have to take such a crooked and unorthodox path? Even if you wanted to, with your figure and looks, how could you possibly lack suitors? Why bother? Lin Shun knew perfectly well that although the woman in the Chong Sam was only of average appearance, she had a very good figure. Given the current social situation where there are more men than women, a beauty like her would definitely be the goddess of many men. She certainly has no shortage of suitors. After all, there are very few goddesses as beautiful as Chu Qinglan. I owe him money. The woman in the Chong Sam bit her lip tightly, looking at Lin Shun with a complicated expression. He's pressuring me to pay off my debts, and I have no choice. This is the only thing I can do. If I don't do this, they will sue me, expose my contacts, and send the photos I took to my colleagues, as well as my parents and friends. Curled up on the bed, hugging her legs, the beautiful woman in the Chong Sam looked pained. I have no choice. I can only listen to them. Otherwise, I won't be able to pay off my debts. I have no choice. Chapter 114 The Beauty in a Chong Sam. Are you using Guadai? Lin Shun's lips twitched as he looked at the sobbing, Chong Sam-clad beauty. The woman in the Chong Sam simply wiped away her tears with a wronged expression, without answering Lin Shun's question. But the answer is already self-evident. You gave them to them? Taking a deep breath, Lin Shun looked at the woman in the Chong Sam with suspicion. The two of them? The woman in the Chong Sam nodded softly. Since you've already given it all, why not forgive the debt? Lin Shun frowned. Logically, this should settle the debt, right? They said it wasn't enough. Only this time, if I listen to them and do that with you, the woman in the Chong Sam said to Lin Shun, will they completely forgive my debts, delete the videos and photos, and give me some money? I have no choice. I need money. What do you need money for? Lin Shun sneered. You don't need to support a family. You just go to work and spend whatever you earn. Isn't that enough? If all else fails, you can always find a boyfriend who will pay your rent and support you. Is it really necessary to take out that kind of loan? I bought a new phone and a new handbag, the woman in the Chong Sam said softly. I also have other debts to pay. You deserve it. Enjoy as much material wealth as you are capable of. Consuming in advance and taking out loans for consumption, they're just reaping what they sow. Lin Shun glanced at the woman in the Chong Sam and shook his head. No one else is to blame. The prerequisite for emerging from the mud unsullied is being born into the mud, so there's no way around it. But he jumped into the mud himself. This is no wonder it's died. However, Lin Shun also knew that there were actually quite a few women like the one in the Chong Sam. All of this is normal. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. There's no point in me using this to criticize you. If you're willing to trade your youth and body for money, that's your business. Lin Shun sneered. Just don't regret it when you're old and sick. What do they all ask you to do? The beautiful woman in the Chong Sam pursed her lips tightly, not daring to speak. She was clearly afraid that Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong would retaliate against her later. Don't worry, I'll take care of this for you. Just do as I say. Lin Shun snorted coldly. I can give you a reward of 100,000 yuan. It will not only allow you to pay off your debts, but also leave you with a surplus. Really? Upon hearing that there was money to be made, Lin Shun's eyes lit up. You're not lying to me? I don't like lying. Lin Shun sneered. As long as you follow my instructions, I will naturally give you the money. But the woman in the Chong Sam looked at Lin Shun with a complicated expression and some hesitation. They won't let me go. Rest assured. If you do as I ask, I will definitely guarantee your safety. I won't let you go. They'll have to fend for themselves soon. They can't even take care of themselves. How could I possibly have the mind to take revenge on you? Biting her lips slightly, the Cheongsam-clad beauty looked at Lin Shun with a complicated expression. Their plan is for me to seduce you and make you have me. You already know that. Then, I'll make you shout it out loud, saying that you forced yourself on me. The woman in the Cheongsam looked at Lin Shun. I'll make you accuse you of forcing me in front of Chu Qinglan, saying that you are a beast in human form. I'd say you're a beast. Make Chu Qinglan completely disappointed in you. That's it. The woman in the Cheongsam looked at Lin Shun and said, I have no idea what other plans they're up to. Oh, he really hasn't given up his wicked intentions. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun's expression turned cold, and his pupils were filled with a chilling light. Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong are really courting death time and time again. To dare target him and Chu Qinglan like this is utterly unforgivable. Lin Shun will make them pay the price. A heavy price to pay. How should I get revenge on them? Lin Shun frowned, pondering with a suspicious expression. Meanwhile, outside, Kong Guanglong and Zheng Huan were waiting anxiously. Why is there still no movement? That bastard Lin Shun. Could he be impotent? Zheng Hui looked at Kong Guanglong in front of him with some impatience. Damn it, he's really infuriating. How could Lin Shun resist having such a beautiful woman in front of him? Logically speaking, I shouldn't have been able to resist. Kong Guanglong also frowned, looking suspicious, especially since he's been drinking. He's likely to fall for it. That's not necessarily true. Zheng Huan muttered. After all, Chu Qinglan's figure and appearance are much better than this girl's, so it's understandable that Lin Shun doesn't like her. If I had to choose, I would definitely choose Chu Qinglan. These are different. Kong Guanglong said awkwardly. Brother Zheng, you think that way because you didn't get Chu Qinglan. After all, Lin Shun has already won over Chu Qinglan and is living with her. Once the novelty wears off, it gets boring. For men, once the novelty wears off, even the most beautiful woman becomes boring. Kong Guanglong laughed. That's why they say wildflowers are more fragrant than garden flowers. After all, behind every goddess that a simp can't have, there's a man who wants to vomit just looking at her. Shut up. Zheng Huan frowned and glared angrily at Kong Guanglong. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Kong Guanglong was insulting him. Brother Zheng, don't overthink it. I didn't mean that. I wasn't talking about you. Kong Guanglong quickly explained. That's the gist of it. Logically speaking, Lin Shun should already be tired of Chu Qinglan. And this girl is completely new to him. So no matter what, he should be interested. Kong Guanglong muttered. A normal man would be like that. Then why is there still no movement? Zheng Huan was getting anxious. I was thinking of trying to win over Chu Qinglan today. To realize a dream. Maybe he drank too much, which is why his body is sluggish. Kong Guanglong found a barely plausible reason. Brother Zheng, don't worry, good things take time. Anyway, everything is going smoothly according to our plan, so it will definitely be achieved. I promise. All right. Zheng Huan's lips twitched. With nothing else to do at the moment, he could only wait. Then let's wait and see. That damn Lin Shun, he must follow our plan. I want Chu Qinglan. That's for sure. Kong Guanglong naturally smiled and agreed, without saying anything more. Meanwhile, inside the house. Ding dong, congratulations host for completing today's task. Is that all? Lin Shin's eyes lit up, and he clicked to claim today's reward. He was instantly excited after receiving today's reward. Just like a pillow being delivered when you're sleepy, now he knows how to get revenge on Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong. Because today's reward is Chapter 115 System Rewards. 2 Sunflower Manual Pills. This thing is really useful. And it's so much fun. Looking at the rewards given by the system, Lin Shin couldn't help but smile. Because this Sunflower Manual Pill is not just fun, it's incredibly fun. According to the system's explanation, after a man takes this pill, he will soon experience hallucinations. After completing this, you will become a eunuch and can then practice the Sunflower Manual. And there is absolutely no chance of a cure. Of course, the system will only provide this pill, not the legendary secret technique, the famous Sunflower Manual. So whether Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong can become the top-notch Imperial Guard Yu Huatian depends on their own abilities. Hope seems very slim, since you dare to plot against Qinglan and even try to harm me time and time again. Then don't blame me for being ruthless and making you pay the price. You brought this on yourselves. Heaven's sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins are unforgivable. Don't blame me. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Lin Shun snorted coldly. I'll show you through the facts how terrible the consequences of your actions will be. This is my revenge on you. You all deserve it. You're courting death. With a cold snort, Lin Shun pondered for a moment and quickly devised a revenge plan to turn the tables on Lin Shun. Then, he looked at the woman in the Cheongsam with a playful expression. Do you want to earn this 100,000 yuan? Of course I want to. The woman in the Cheongsam nodded without hesitation. Her monthly salary is only 4,000 yuan. With an opportunity to earn 100,000 yuan, how could she not want it? That's very simple. Just do as I say. After explaining the plan to the woman in the Cheongsam, Lin Shin's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Once it's done, I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you immediately. No, how about this? To put your mind at ease, I can transfer 50,000 yuan to you now. After it's done, I'll transfer another 50,000 yuan to you, Lin Shun said with a smile. If you perform well enough, I can give you a bonus of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. That's not a problem. Money? That's no big deal. Lin Shun, who was not short of money, waved his hand dismissively, not caring about it at all. This really works. Won't something bad happen? After hearing Lin Shun's request, the woman in the Cheongsam still looked at Lin Shun with some worry, obviously afraid of being retaliated against by Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong. Don't panic. They're all too busy taking care of themselves to have any energy left to threaten you, Lin Shun said with a smile. Even if they hate me, not you. They brought this upon themselves, so they can only suffer in silence. They dare not expose or sue. Lin Shun laughed and said, Don't worry, they brought this on themselves, so they wouldn't dare call the police. And you need to understand that only by helping me can you break free from their control. Lin Shun looked at the woman in the Cheongsam seriously. When they first forced you to serve them, they should have promised you that as long as you served them once, they would forgive your debts. And then what happened? And then they kept forcing you to serve them, time and time again. Lin Shun sneered. And in the end, they even forced you to do this kind of thing. Do you think this will be the last time? After this, will they really delete your videos and photos? Lin Shun shook his head. They will only threaten you in various ways to coerce you into submitting to them again and again. I won't actually delete the videos and photos. I'm giving you your freedom. You're not stupid. I think you should understand this. Oh well. Seeing the 50,000 yuan that Lin Shun transferred on the spot, the woman in the Cheongsam finally nodded, swayed by the money. Of course, another reason is that what Lin Shun said was indeed correct. She didn't believe Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong's promises, but because they had leverage over her, she had no choice but to submit helplessly. Now that a solution has been found, she will definitely follow Lin Shun's instructions. Go. Lin Shun took another swig of wine, then took off his t-shirt and pretended to slump on the ground, looking like he was drunk and had blacked out. Crunch. The woman in the Cheongsam opened the door directly. What happened? Why aren't you yelling? Haven't you dealt with him yet? Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong were naturally very anxious and immediately questioned the woman in the Cheongsam. It's no use. The woman in the Cheongsam was quite embarrassed. He drank too much. He just collapsed here and fell fast asleep as soon as he came in. No matter how I tried to entice him, I even grabbed and pulled him, but he still wouldn't wake up. I have no other choice. What do you think we should do about this? Holy crap. Why is this bastard drinking so much? Bang! Zheng Huan kicked Lin Shun and was completely dumbfounded when he saw Lin Shun lying motionless, still muttering about drinking. This guy is completely drunk. Under normal circumstances, men do feel more energetic after drinking some alcohol. But I drank too much. I drank until I was completely drunk and blacked out, Zheng Huan said bitterly. Then all I wanted to do was sleep, and I had no interest in anything else. That's right. Kang Guanglong was equally embarrassed. I didn't expect that bastard Lin Shun would get so drunk. This is really awkward. I should have made him drink less alcohol earlier. Now look what's happened. A beautiful woman is right in front of him, and he's completely powerless. Kong Guanglong frowned deeply. He's utterly incapable. Oh shit. Zheng Huan was furious. We can't just give up on the plan that we worked so hard to come up with. If we let him go this time, who knows when we'll have another good opportunity like this again. What if Chu Qinglan resigns? Zheng Huan retorted angrily. So what if I never have another chance? No. We have to find a way to wake him up as soon as possible. Zheng Huan looked at Kong Guanglong anxiously. Should we give him glucose? It's no use. This stuff is for replenishing sugar after alcohol poisoning. He's just drunk and confused, so it's not poisoning, Kong Guanglong said awkwardly. Unless we take him to the hospital to induce vomiting and give him a hangover injection. But in that case, he will be completely awake. Our plan would then be impossible to implement. Kong Guanglong scratched his head with a complicated expression. This is really awkward. This won't work, that won't work either. Zheng Huan was exasperated. What should we do, huh? That. Looking at the impotent rage of Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong, the woman in the Cheongsam cautiously said, I do have a solution. Chapter 116 The Fool Who Fell for Fooling. What method? Explain. As Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong stared at each other, wondering how to deal with Lin Chun, they naturally became very excited and looked at the Cheongsam-clad beauty with great interest. Actually, it's not that difficult. He's currently at the crucial moment of being drunk, so it's normal for him to be half asleep, the woman in the Cheongsam chuckled. But people gradually sober up after being drunk. He should be more lucid soon. That's what they say, but what's the use of being more clear-headed? Zheng Huan's expression was cold. Although I'm sober now, the slight sobering up from being drunk still makes me feel listless. It's not like I haven't tried it before. After drinking a little alcohol, I have plenty of energy and stamina. I feel refreshed and have more energy than usual. But when you've had too much to drink, you really don't feel like doing anything else. I just want to lie down and sleep. That's the truth. After glancing at the woman in the Cheongsam, Kong Guanglong said coldly, You're not a man. You don't understand. Even if you women drink too much, even if you throw up, you can still get things done. But men can't. Kong Guanglong frowned deeply. When we men drink too much, we don't think about anything else. We just want to sleep. I know a little about that. So we can use some special methods. The woman in the Cheongsam rolled her eyes. When he's a little more awake, he'll definitely want to keep sleeping. But what if we give him some cimetidine? I think at this moment, under the influence of the drug, the woman in the Cheongsam said with a smile, he will naturally lose control in his dazed state. Do things you only do when you're sober. Looking at Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong, the woman in the Cheongsam smiled and said, Haven't you achieved your goal? Cimetidine, what is that? Zheng Huan looked suspicious. A special hangover cure? Oh no, that's not it. The woman in the Cheongsam covered her mouth and chuckled, then winked at Zheng Huan. It's what's commonly known as, well, you know? You know what I mean. Oh, so that's what it is. You even gave me a scientific name. After glancing at the Cheongsam-clad beauty who was deliberately showing off her knowledge, Zheng Huan looked at Kong Guanglong with a gleam in her eyes. I think her method is feasible. What do you think? Otherwise, all our efforts today will have been in vain. Even if we call Chu Qinglan over now, she probably won't be angry with Lin Chun, given that he's drunk and passed out in her room. Even if we stripped Lin Chun naked, we couldn't leave any evidence on her body. In addition, some colleagues also saw that it was us who took Lin Chun away. Perhaps Chu Qinglan will also suspect that we deliberately set Lin Chun up. Zheng Huan smiled bitterly. After all, what man who's drunk would be thinking about women? It's normal for someone to reveal their true nature and flirt with women after drinking a little alcohol. But when he was drunk, he was still thinking about women. This is so fake. Zheng Huan took a deep breath. Chu Qinglan isn't stupid. She'll naturally have her suspicions. Brother Zheng, you're right. This method is worth a try. After a slight hesitation, Kong Guanglong glanced at the woman in the Cheongsam and said, Since we don't have any other good ideas right now, if we wait any longer, all the work we've done today will have been for nothing. Give it a try. Success is best, but failure is no big loss. I'll order takeout and have it delivered. Okay. Bang. Zheng Huan gave Kong Guanglong an okay sign, then kicked Lin Shun, who was sprawled on the ground, hard. His expression was cold. Kid, you got off easy. She has a great figure. Reaching out, Zheng Huan pulled the woman in the Chong Sam onto his lap, saying, You must get things done for me later. If you do this well enough, not only will all your previous debts be forgiven, but I'll also give you a reward of 10,000 yuan. Remember what I taught you. When Chu Qinglan asks, just say you were resting, and then that bastard Lin Shen suddenly barged in. Zheng Huan sneered. And then he did something indecent to you. The beautiful woman in the Chong Sam gave a sweet, soft hum. A deep disdain flickered in the depths of her eyes. You expect her to be treated like a slave for a mere 10,000 yuan? It's not even a fraction of what Lin Shen gave us. Are you drinking water? After Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong sat for a while, feeling that the time was right, the woman in the Chong Sam immediately smiled and poured 2 glasses of water for them. Zheng Huan took the water and drank it all in one gulp, then glanced at Kong Guanglong. Has the takeout arrived yet? This place is a bit out of the way. It needs to be delivered from a pharmacy 5 kilometers away, and it'll take another 10 minutes or so. Kong Guanglong took a sip without hesitation and licked his lips. Why does this water taste strange? It must taste like tea, right? The woman in the Chong Sam smiled and said, I've put out the freshest Billionaire tea. The tea polyphenol and new tea have not fully evaporated, so they will have a certain taste. I see. Zheng Huan pondered it again with suspicion. I didn't notice it before, but now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Why aren't you drinking? Kong Guanglong put down his teacup, looking at the woman in the Chong Sam with suspicion in his eyes. The woman in the Chong Sam had no choice but to part her lips slightly and take a sip of the tea in order to avoid arousing suspicion from Kong Guanglong and Zheng Huan. I drank quite a bit just now, so I'm not very thirsty. So, seeing that the beautiful woman in the Chong Sam had also drunk some, Kong Guanglong finally dispelled his suspicions. This time we must completely cripple this guy, and then deal with Chu Qinglan. Zheng Huan kicked Lin Shen hard again, extremely annoyed. This guy is out of his mind. I really don't know why Chu Qinglan took a liking to him. Is Chu Qinglan blind? He's gone through all that, and you still think highly of him. That's hilarious. Zheng Huan was very puzzled. How stupid is a man who can get drunk with a stranger? What exactly is Chu Qinglan thinking? Maybe she's blind. Kong Guanglong said awkwardly. I'm easily fooled by sweet words. And this guy, although he's a bit mentally challenged, is alright in terms of height and build. This alone might attract quite a few women. The short and unattractive Kong Guanglong looked at Lin Shun with great envy. After all, most women nowadays are obsessed with looks. If you meet a handsome guy like him, you might just book a room for yourself. He doesn't even have to pay for the hotel room. It's top-notch too. That's right. Zheng Huan was equally jealous. Damn it. I'll try to disfigure him later so he can never fool young girls again. Hiss. Zheng Huan suddenly slapped his forehead. Why am I feeling a little sleepy? Chapter 117, Where to Send It. Did you drink too much just now? No, I can't hold it in anymore. I'm just too sleepy. Keep an eye on things. I'm going to take a short nap. As he spoke, Zheng Huan, whose eyelids kept drooping and whose mind was extremely hazy, simply slumped onto the table. I quickly fell into a deep sleep. Why do I feel a little sleepy too? Because he drank slightly less than Zheng Huan. After a few minutes, Kong Guanglong, whose brain was feeling heavy, was also overcome by drowsiness. No, this is a trap. Hiss. Forcing himself to regain his senses by biting his tongue, Kong Guanglong glared angrily at the woman in the Chong Sam. Damn it, what did you do? It's not what she did, it's what I did. Lin Shen got up from the carpet and looked at Kong Guanglong and the sleeping Zheng Huan with a playful expression. I was just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Don't worry, you and Zheng Huan will definitely have a lot of fun later. This night will be unforgettable for you, and you will remember it forever. Damn it. Kong Guanglong's lips twitched, and he threw a punch at Lin Shen. You bastard, what do you want? Bang. Lin Shen easily caught Kong Guanglong's soft punch. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Asshole. Kong Guanglong knew he couldn't beat Lin Shen at this moment, So he gritted his teeth and staggered as he tried to escape. 3-2. Under the gaze of the woman in the cheongsam, Lin Chun sneered. 1. Thump. Staggering, Kong Guanglong collapsed to the ground. Two stupid people trying to trick me. Don't you even know if you have the ability? Bang. Lin Chun was quite annoyed, kicking Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong each without hesitation. He'd gotten quite a few kicks from them while he was pretending to be unconscious. What are you going to do next? The woman in the cheongsam looked at Lin Chun with a complicated expression. You don't mean to send them abroad to have their kidneys cut off, do you? Huh. Do I look like the kind of wicked person who would do anything? Lin Chun shrugged slightly, transferred another 70,000 yuan to the woman in the cheongsam, and then directly called Jin Shun. Brother Lin. What's wrong? Jin Shun rushed to the resort hotel, looked at Lin Chun with suspicion, and then glanced at Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong who were lying on the ground. What's going on with these two? Nothing. Lin Chun smiled slightly and told Jin Shuni what had just happened. Damn it. These two are asking for it, trying to screw you over, Brother Lin. Bang. Bang. Jin Shun kicked Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong hard, then grinned maliciously at Lin Chun. Brother Lin, what's next? They just crippled them? No. We can't do it ourselves. That's illegal and criminal. Lin Chun shook his head. We don't want to get ourselves arrested and stuck in jail. There's no need. Then what do we do? Jin Shun's expression turned ferocious. We can't just let them go like this, can we? That's too easy on them, isn't it? Of course not. Lin Chun laughed. We have to think of a way to punish them. I'm so hot. Before Lin Chun could finish speaking, the woman in the cheongsam suddenly blushed and pounced on him. Her face was radiant, and her steps were graceful. She walked with an air of elegance, exuding feminine charm. This made Jin Shun stare in disbelief. Brother Lin. The scene was rather cringe-worthy, so Jin Shun quickly turned around and said, Should I go outside to avoid it? No need. Although the woman in the cheongsam had a good figure and appearance, Lin Chun, whose heart belonged only to Chu Qinglan, was still not interested in her. Lin Chun glanced at the beautiful woman in the cheongsam, whose eyes were flushed. Although he knew she was very pretty, he controlled himself and did not do anything to her. After all, he had Chu Qinglan. Lin Chun would never do anything to betray Chu Qinglan. Shunzi, it's up to you now. Lin Chun glanced at Jin Shun. Let her calm down. Jin Shun was momentarily stunned, looking at the alluring figure of the woman in the cheongsam. This, Brother Lin. Did a pie just fall from the sky like that? Will she agree? She glared at Jin Shun with annoyance. Rinse her head with cold water to sober her up, then find a suitor to continue drinking. All right. Although reluctant, Jin Shun had no choice but to bring a basin of cold water at Lin Chun's insistence. Huff huff. The rosy cheeks and body heat of the woman in the cheongsam subsided slightly after being rinsed with cool water. What's wrong with me? It's nothing, I just drank too much, Lin Chun said, looking at the woman in the cheongsam. You could find a suitor and go look at the stars and moon with him or something. This. I see. Knowing that Lin Chun didn't fancy her cheongsam-clad beauty, she instantly understood the meaning behind Lin Chun's words and thought that tonight she would only be able to take advantage of a colleague in the company who had been pursuing her. Although she didn't like this colleague, he was indeed nice to her. Not only do they say good morning and good night every day, but they also keep buying gifts and sending red envelopes. Since it's such a coincidence, let's just let him have his way today. Well, he didn't want to miss out on such a beautiful woman. What are you looking at? Smack. Lin Chun waved his hand and smacked Jin Shun on the forehead. Stay away from women like this in the future. Isn't it better to study hard at the company, find a girlfriend with a good personality, and have a proper marriage and relationship than anything else? You'll have your fun from now on. What's the rush? Although he was muttering to himself, thinking that Lin Chun was a well-fed man who didn't know the hunger of a starving man. However, Jin Shun naturally dared not say these words aloud. Where do you think would be a good place to send them? Lin Chun looked at the unconscious Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong, his eyes filled with a cold glint. They will wake up shortly. Brother Lin, I have a good idea. This will be something they'll never forget when they wake up tomorrow. With a sinister grin, Jin Shun looked at Lin Chun with gleaming eyes. Besides, They have their own grievances to hide and can't make this public to cause you trouble. You're just unlucky and have no choice but to endure it. At that time, they might even be begging us. They won't let us tell anyone about this. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen immediately became interested. He smiled and looked at Jin Shun. You mean, where should we send them? Brother Lin. Jin Shun immediately smiled and whispered something to Lin Shen. Chapter 118 Unforgettable Memories. I'll go. That's violent enough. However, I must say, although this method is violent, it is incredibly satisfying. Upon hearing Jin Shun's words, Lin Shen's eyes lit up instantly, and he smiled and gave Jin Shun a thumbs up. Great idea. I like it. You really are a real talent. Brother Lin, this was just a sudden inspiration, Jin Shun said with a smile. It just so happens that one of our company's clients runs a farm in the suburbs. It's perfectly reasonable for me to send them there. Especially since he bought this thing himself. Even if he tries to cause trouble afterward, it won't do any good. Jin Shun laughed. It's purely his own fault. As he spoke, Jin Shun broke the things Kong Guanglong had bought in half and fed them to Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong respectively. In that case, let's do it this way. After a slight hesitation, Lin Shen smiled and waved to Jin Shuni. It's up to you. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I promise I'll make them reflect on their mistakes. I will never do such a terrible thing again in my life. Jin Shun smiled at Lin Shen and, without saying a word, lifted Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong and put them in the car that Fran's company had provided for them. Brother Lin, I'm leaving. Go. Lin Shen waved to Jin Shun and watched her leave with a smile. Lin Shen, where are Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong? Where did they go? The female colleagues who were forcibly leading Chu Qinglan to play cards were all stunned when they saw Lin Shen walk into the game hall. They were waiting for Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong's call to take Chu Qinglan to see a play. Now, Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong have disappeared, but Lin Shen has suddenly appeared. What's going on here? They had some family matters to attend to, so they went home first. Qinglan, we can too, right? Lin Shen didn't bother with his colleagues. Now that he had completed the task assigned by the system, he naturally wouldn't stay at the resort any longer. Firstly, it was pointless, and secondly, many people in the company had been bribed by Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong, so Lin Shen really couldn't be bothered with them. Chu Qinglan naturally had no objections. She immediately got up and obediently walked to Lin Shen's side. Actually, she had wanted to leave a long time ago, but Lin Shen told her to be patient, so she had no choice but to wait. We're leaving. You guys keep playing. Lin Shen waved to his colleagues and drove away with Chu Qinglan. Because Lin Shen had been drinking, Chu Qinglan, who hadn't been drinking, was driving. Chen, what exactly is going on? What happened to Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong? While waiting at a traffic light, Chu Qinglan glanced at Lin Shen beside her and finally couldn't help but ask suspiciously, how exactly do they want to ambush you? It's embarrassing to even say it out loud. Here's what happened. Lin Shen smiled wryly and told Chu Qinglan about the woman in the Cheongsam. After all, Lin Shen hadn't done anything with the woman in the Cheongsam, so there was no need for him to hide the truth from Chu Qinglan. I pretended to be drunk after I entered the room. In the end, their conspiracy was exposed. That's absolutely outrageous. How could they do this? Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with disgust and anger. It's nothing, don't be too angry. Lin Shen smiled indifferently. They have already paid a heavy price for their recklessness. There's no need to argue with them anymore. It's not that bad. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan and said, they'll learn their lesson and won't do such a thing again. Rest assured, Lin Shen was well aware of this. Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong, who would later be able to cultivate the sunflower manual, were completely free from desires and wants. From then on, they could concentrate on their studies or do business. I will no longer engage in any reckless behavior or covetousness. What exactly did you do to them? Isn't this illegal? Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen anxiously. Chun, can I do something criminal? Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. With such a wonderful wife, I wouldn't sleep with her every day. Me, go in and sing Tears Behind Bars. Lin Shen laughed. That's not going to happen. Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Shen. I'm sorry about this. It's because of me that you've caused this trouble. If I had known, I shouldn't have come to this team-building event. Hey, why are we speaking so formally when we're family? Lin Shan shrugged slightly and smiled indifferently. Let's not use such formal language in the future. Protecting one's woman is something every man would do. No need for thanks. You're not someone else's woman, Lin Shan laughed. If you were someone else's woman, you should be thanking me. Oh. Chu Qinglan gave a light snort of annoyance and rolled her eyes at Lin Shan. What nonsense are you talking about? Hey. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Lin Shan immediately patted his mouth. My lovely, beautiful, gentle, and virtuous wife will naturally be my woman for life. That's 100% certain. Chu Qinglan let out a barely audible hum. Call. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shan stretched and said, Honey, let's go house hunting this weekend. Once we settle on a house, I can go see my parents-in-law. And then, Looking at Chu Qinglan's slender and shapely figure, Lin Shan smiled excitedly. Do you think our first child will be a daughter or a son? How should I know? Chu Qinglan's pretty face flushed red, and she glared at Lin Shan with annoyance. That depends on whether you're good or not. Women have XX chromosomes, while men have XY chromosomes. So what I say doesn't count. Then let's leave it to fate. Lin Shan smiled and said, whether it's a sweet little girl or a mischievous little devil, I love them both. Snort. Chu Qinglan gave a soft hum. Her face flushed. Then let's go look at houses this weekend. I've arranged to meet with a few salespeople. You can choose one then, Lin Shan said with a smile. There are fully furnished and unfurnished units. It mainly depends on the location and apartment layout. As for the decoration, once we've chosen the house, whatever decoration you like, honey, will do. Even if it's a fully furnished apartment, it can still be demolished and renovated. Money is no object. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. Chu Qinglan gave a soft hum, looking at Lin Shan with tender eyes. Let's go take a look this weekend and then talk about it. Okay. Lin Shan smiled and returned home with Chu Qinglan. After washing up, they fell asleep in each other's arms. At this moment, Zheng Huan and Kang Guanglong were. Chapter 119, Making You the Deputy General Manager. Zheng Huan slapped the so hard across the face, then looked at Kang Guanglong, who was still fast asleep beside him, with a ferocious expression. Wake up. Bang. Zheng Huan kicked Kang Guanglong and then slapped him. Don't sleep. This, Brother Zheng. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Kang Guanglong gradually woke up from his daze, looking at his body and then at his surroundings, and was completely stunned. Gulp. Brother Zheng, what's going on? Kang Guanglong swallowed hard, his eyes filled with a blank stare. I'd like to know what's going on. Damn it, my lifelong reputation is now completely ruined. Let's get going. Zheng Huan couldn't bear the humiliation, so he immediately went for a walk and climbed out of the pigsty. Bang! With a stomp of his foot, Kang Guanglong quickly slipped away as well. What exactly happened yesterday? Walking along the path back to the city, Zheng Huan glared at Kang Guanglong beside him, his expression ferocious. That bastard Lin Shan. What exactly did he do to us? I can't remember. I completely blacked out last night. Kang Guanglong slapped his forehead. Brother Zheng, we were ambushed. Nonsense, I'm not stupid. I just can't understand it. Everything went according to plan, and Lin Shan was already drunk from the start. Zheng Huan's expression was ferocious. Why is it that in the end, it was us who got into trouble? He must have been tricked by that woman. She and Lin Shan teamed up to set us up. Kang Guanglong lowered his voice. I remember everything was fine at first, but after we drank the tea she poured, we all fell into a deep sleep and fainted. When we woke up, this is what it looked like. Kang Guanglong's lips twitched. There's obviously something wrong with the tea. You bastard. You dare to cheat me. Hearing Kang Guanglong's words, Zheng Huan's eyes immediately turned red with anger and fury. I'll make her pay a heavy price. What a bastard. This is really infuriating. Kang Guanglong was very embarrassed, but we absolutely cannot tell anyone about what happened last night. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Nothing happened last night. Zheng Huan glared fiercely at Kang Guanglong. We didn't do anything. Yes, that's true. Kang Guanglong nodded hurriedly. Everything was normal last night. We slept soundly until dawn and did nothing. That's more like it. Zheng Huan clenched his fists. Damn Lin Shun, I'll cripple him. It's all his fault. Kong Guanglong frowned deeply. I never expected this guy to be so sinister and ruthless. They plotted against us like this. Utterly despicable. Zheng Huan, trembling with anger, roared fiercely. What do we do now? There's no chance for Chu Qinglan to misunderstand him now. Let's beat him up. We can't beat him anyway. Damn it. We can go to President Jin, Kong Guanglong said in a low voice. With President Jin's influence, we can use someone else to do our dirty work. This shouldn't be a big problem. Then let's go find them. That damned Lin Shen has to pay the price. Zheng Huan clenched his fists and roared angrily. Otherwise, I won't swallow this insult. I'll be so frustrated. With that, Zheng Huan took a taxi directly to find President Jin. At that moment, Shen Mingyuan, equally furious, went to find Shen Zhao. Francis Garment Manufacturing Company didn't sign a contract with me. Instead, they partnered with a different media company. Shen Mingyuan said angrily. They don't respect you at all. Moreover, Lin Shen works at Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. What exactly is his relationship with Franz Clothing Manufacturing Company? Shen Mingyuan frowned, her expression quite complicated. Although Lin Shen was sitting in the chairman's office of Franz Clothing Manufacturing Company, she absolutely refused to believe that Lin Shen was really the chairman of Franz Clothing Manufacturing Company. How is that possible? She had been dating Lin Shen for 4 years, and she knew very well about Lin Shen's family background and abilities. So how could Lin Shen become rich overnight and become a chairman with a net worth of over 100 million? After all, Lin Shen's hometown was in a remote mountain valley, where there was no possibility of demolition or relocation. Furthermore, she hadn't heard of any extremely wealthy relatives of Lin Shen who lacked heirs. The richest man in Shihong City? Lin Shen wasn't so lucky. If Lin Shen really had such a wealthy uncle who had no heir, how could Shen Mingyuan possibly leave him? She's still waiting to become a rich woman. What exactly is going on? Shen Mingyuan was furious. He broke my contract, 500,000 yuan. How am I going to explain this to my parents and relatives? I can't pay this money back. Shen Mingyuan paced back and forth in Shen Zhao's office, almost frantic with worry. Don't panic. Shen Zhao glanced at the anxious Shen Mingyuan and said with a serious expression, I have already asked about what you mentioned. This has nothing to do with Lin Shen. It's purely Franz Clothing Company that changed their mind. They went back on their word. Because Lin Shen ordered it to be kept secret, Shen Zhao was unaware that Lin Shen was indeed the chairman of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. Although there was considerable evidence to prove Lin Shen's identity, Shen Zhao subconsciously ignored it and didn't care. This is determined by mindset. Unless the facts are undeniably presented, even if Shen Zhao knows it's true, he's unwilling to believe it. After all, he always looked down on Lin Shen, calling him a poor wretch. Being trampled on by the poor bastards I've always looked down on. This is so embarrassing. What should we do then? Shen Mingyuan panicked. 300,000. How am I going to cover this hole? What's the panic? Shen Zhao sneered. The company Chu Qinglan works for, their boss has run into trouble. Oh. Shen Mingyuan looked at Shen Zhao with suspicion, wondering why Shen Zhao suddenly brought this up. This guy has a spendthrift son who, while studying abroad, got into trouble with the wrong people while trying to win over a woman. He got kidnapped, and they're demanding a ransom of €1 million. So this guy is planning to sell the company to save his son's life. My dad is planning to buy this company. Shen Zhao glanced at Shen Mingyuan and smiled. Acquire it under our group. What does this have to do with me? Shen Mingyuan was still anxious. I'm short 300,000. How can it be all right? Shen Zhao glanced at Shen Mingyuan. I can talk to my dad. I'm sending you to be the deputy general manager. Chapter 120 Buying a house on the weekend. This, gulp. Deputy general manager? Swallowing hard, Shen Mingyuan looked at Shen Zhao with a sharp glint in her eyes. She truly hadn't expected Shen Zhao to be so generous. Certainly. Shen Zhao smiled and said, the company's vice general manager earns an annual salary of 300,000. And this is just the annual salary, not including stock dividends, year-end bonuses, profit sharing, etc. If the company is doing well, you should have at least 500,000 yuan a year, including all the miscellaneous expenses. Even though you lost 300,000 yuan in the stock market, you'll make it back in no time, won't you? Xin Zhao glanced at Chen Mingyuan. What are you panicking about? Money is a small matter. Young Master Xin, you're amazing. Hearing Xin Zhao's words, Chen Mingyuan was extremely excited. But would that President Jean really sell the company to my uncle? Pretty close. Firstly, my dad is interested in this area, and secondly, he urgently needs money. In Hangzhou, the only company that is interested in his company and can immediately provide a large amount of cash is my dad. So he can refuse to sell? Xin Zhao chuckled, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Chen Mingyuan. Once my dad successfully acquires this company, he'll definitely be the one to appoint the general manager. After all, the general manager has to do the work, and you don't have that ability. But my dad will probably still give me face for a deputy general manager position that's only on temporary assignment. When you go there and become the deputy general manager, won't you be Chu Qinglan's boss? Xin Zhao's eyes were full of sharp glint. At that time, won't Chu Qinglan have to obediently listen to your arrangements? That'll make you feel better. That was so satisfying. Chen Mingyuan was very excited. In this way, Chu Qinglan and Lin Chun will never be able to show off their kimonos in front of me again. I am Qinglan's immediate supervisor. I'll make them beg me then. Please let me keep my job. Please let me get a promotion. You can handle these things yourself. Don't worry about them. Xin Zhao waved his hand dismissively at Chen Mingyuan. Dare to embarrass me. I'll make him pay the price. Don't think that just because he made a lucky profit in the stock market once, he can ride roughshod over me. Someone as rich and capable as me can recover even if I lose money 10 times, let alone once. And he's such a poor wretch. If he loses money just once, his life will be completely over. With a cold expression, Xin Zhao pondered carefully, thinking about what method he could use to completely deal with Lin Chun and leave him with nothing. He had to trick Lin Chun, otherwise he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Young Master Xin, when will you take me home to meet your uncle? Chen Mingyuan really wanted to marry into a wealthy family, so she looked at Xin Zhao and said softly, I wonder what uncle likes. I'll prepare some gifts. Oh, this is it. Haha, in a few days. Xin Zhao waved his hand with a smile. The company has been very busy lately, and my dad hasn't had time either. And my mom is in a neighboring province, playing mahjong at my aunt's house. So even if you go now, you won't see anyone. Xin Zhao laughed. After a few days, when my mother comes back and my father is less busy, I will take you back. Okay. Chen Mingyuan gave a sweet, soft hum. Young Master Shun, then I'll wait for your arrangements. Haha, no problem. Xin Zhao smiled and waved to Chen Mingyuan. Go ahead, wait for my good news. Oh, you still want to come to my house? Looking at Chen Mingyuan's retreating figure, Xin Zhao's eyes were full of disdain. He flirted with Chen Mingyuan before, but that wasn't with the intention of marrying her. He only coveted Chen Mingyuan's body and wanted to possess her. Now, because Lin Chun humiliated him, he has added another reason to want revenge on Lin Chun. As for marrying Chen Mingyuan, that's absolutely impossible. Once he has completely won over Chen Mingyuan and has grown tired of her over time, Xin Zhao will naturally kick her out. He's flirted with 7 or 8 women like Chen Mingyuan. That's true for all of them. As for marriage, as the eldest son of the Xin family, the woman Xin Zhao really wants to marry will definitely be a young lady from another family. Height, weight, and appearance don't matter. Most importantly, it can help his family's business. You want to marry me? You're not worthy? Too lazy to pay attention to Chen Mingyuan, Xin Zhao stared at the stock and futures markets in front of him, unwilling to accept his losses and wanting to make up for them. The next morning, Lin Chen groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he did after waking up was not to get up and drink water, but to turn over and find Chu Qinglan, wanting to embrace her. Unfortunately, he did not find Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, unable to hug Chu Qinglan, Lin Chen, feeling insecure, immediately sat up in bed. Chen, you're awake? Chu Qinglan walked into the bedroom with a smile, looking at Lin Chen who had just woken up. Breakfast is almost ready. Go wash up and let's eat. My wife, you are so virtuous. Lin Chen looked at Chu Qinglan with happiness in his eyes, feeling very happy. I thought you were lost just now. I was so scared. Where can I throw it? Nonsense. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shun, annoyed. Get up. Get ready for dinner. Lin Shun sat there without waiting. Get up. Chu Qinglan asked suspiciously. Still want to sleep? Get up. Chu Qinglan jokingly grabbed Lin Shun's arm and pulled him away. Lin Shun then stood up from his knees. Then, things got awkward. Huh. Chu Qinglan immediately covered her eyes and glared at Lin Shun, annoyed. Why are you like this? You keep thinking about that, aren't you tired? It's not my fault. Lin Shun looked completely innocent. It's only human nature. I need your help with this. Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan with a playful expression. Wife, when you're willing to help me, things will naturally stop like this. Snort. Chu Qinglan gave a cold snort, annoyed. It can be done after the wedding. Oops. Chu Qinglan, her pretty face flushed red, stomped her foot and glared at Lin Shun, saying irritably, go wash up. The fried eggs will get cold by then. Snort. Chu Qinglan threw the cushion at Lin Shun and quickly fled the bedroom, as if escaping. Hey, just you wait. Smelling the lingering fragrance of Chu Qinglan on the pillow, she buried her head in it, as if she were buried in Chu Qinglan herself. Cough, cough. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shun's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Just wait. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. As long as we buy the house today, we can go see my future-in-laws and talk about the wedding. You'll soon have your chance to prove yourself. Lin Shun stretched and got dressed before walking out of the bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan were just about to have dinner when a knock on the door suddenly rang out. Chapter 121: The Eccentric Cousin and Cousin's Wife. Who is it? Why are you knocking on the door so early in the morning? Lin Shun, who had just picked up a fried egg, was a little annoyed, since no one likes to be disturbed like this while eating. I'll go take a look. I'll go. Lin Shun pressed down on Chu Qinglan's small hand, who was trying to get up, put the fried egg in his mouth, and walked suspiciously to the door. Crunch. Who are you? Looking at the stylishly dressed man and woman outside, Lin Shun looked suspicious. He didn't know either of them. You're the boyfriend Chu Jun mentioned, Qinglan's boyfriend, right? The man looked Lin Shun up and down, his eyes flashing with disdain. Cousin-in-law, you're here. Chu Qinglan stood up in surprise and immediately greeted the man and woman. Please come inside and sit down. This is my boyfriend, Lin Shun. Chun, this is a picture of my cousin with highlights, and my cousin's wife is Li Huiwen. Oh, I see. Hello. Lin Shun smiled and nodded at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen as a greeting. For some reason, the highlighted image and Li Huiwen gave him a very uncomfortable feeling, making Lin Shun very reluctant to have any contact with them. Out of respect for Chu Qinglan, although he felt uneasy, Lin Shun maintained a forced smile to keep up the facade of friendliness. Cousin-in-law, please have a seat. Have you had breakfast yet? Shall we eat some together? Chu Qinglan warmly welcomed Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen into the house and provided them with bowls and chopsticks. I haven't eaten yet. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Although Chu Qinglan only made breakfast for 2 people, Gao Guangtu showed no tact whatsoever and immediately picked up his chopsticks to eat. They completely disregarded the fact that breakfast was actually for only 2 people. Why is there only fried eggs and bacon? Li Huiwen looked disgusted and said, I want to drink milk. Have. Chu Qinglan quickly took out a bag of pure milk from the refrigerator. Sister-in-law, drink this. I'm not drinking this. What kind of lousy brand is this? Li Huiwen glanced at the milk and snorted disdainfully. I want to drink Yiming's yellow peach milk. I didn't prepare any. Chu Qinglan said awkwardly. After all, that milk doesn't keep well. When I came over just now, I saw a shop outside your community, Li Huiwen said casually. They should sell it. Then I'll go buy it. Lin Shun had no choice but to politely ask, do you want it cold or at room temperature? Of course it's cold. Gao Guangtu replied without hesitation. Give me one too. I want the mango one. Okay, sure. Lin Shun could only chuckle at the 2 of them, nodding awkwardly and walking out of the house with a wry smile. Thinking to himself, Chu Qinglan's cousin and his wife must be out of their minds. Can't they see that Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan are just being polite, or are they doing this on purpose? Your milk. Lin Shun returned with 4 cups of milk. After giving one to Gao Guangtu and one to Li Huiwen, he handed a warm cup to Chu Qinglan, saying, "It's not good to drink cold drinks in the morning. You should drink this." Chu Qinglan nodded obediently. "I don't want to drink anything cold anymore. This doesn't taste good, and it's too cold for my stomach." Li Huiwen suddenly spoke up. "I want it warm. Here, take this." Chu Qinglan politely handed the freshly opened but untouched milk to Li Huiwen. "Good." Li Huiwen snatched it away and drank it right away. He didn't show Chu Qinglan the slightest bit of politeness. "You." Lin Chen's face stiffened, and anger flashed in his eyes. Li Huiwen's actions were simply too much. Lin Chen asked earlier, and she said it was okay to drink it cold, but now she wants it warm. Isn't this self-inflicted? Morning. Just as Lin Chen was about to lose his temper, Chu Qinglan reached out and grabbed Lin Chen's arm, gently shaking her head to signal him not to act impulsively. After all, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen were her cousins, so Chu Qinglan didn't want to ruin their relationship. Fine. Under Chu Qinglan's pleading gaze, Lin Chen was somewhat displeased. He could disregard Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen's feelings, but he had to give Chu Qinglan face. Therefore, Lin Chen had no choice but to endure it for the time being. Ignoring this mentally challenged couple, they really are not a family. Birds of a feather flock together. This highlighted image and Li Huiwen are exactly the same selfish and self-serving people. Both of them are ridiculous and disgusting. It's amazing that someone with that kind of personality has survived this long. It's really because Chu Qinglan has a good temper. If it were Lin Chen himself, they should have been sent flying as far away as possible long ago. It's best to cut ties with these kinds of relatives as soon as possible. Truly exquisite. Shaking his head, Lin Chen felt utterly disgusted as he looked at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, who had rudely thrown the sunflower seed shells on the ground, disregarding Chu Qinglan's hard work. After all, the trash can was right there, but they still chose to throw it on the ground. Is this person out of their mind? Fine, I'll just have to bear with it for now. After all, Qinglan is such a sentimental person. Under Chu Qinglan's gentle gaze, Lin Chen, though still somewhat displeased, could only suppress his temper. After all, Chu Qinglan was looking at him like that. If he were to explode directly, it would be too disrespectful to Chu Qinglan. Lin Chen still cares about Chu Qinglan. In this day and age, it's truly unbelievable to see such bizarre, selfish, and impolite relatives. Lin Chen shook his head, inwardly sighing with amusement. He had indeed met some people of low character and some relatives who were not very polite. However, no matter how bad their character was, they would generally maintain a basic level of decorum when visiting other people's homes. People like Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen don't put any effort into their appearance. That's absolutely unique. That means they're just taking advantage of Chu Qinglan's good temper. There's nothing we can do about it. Lin Chen sighed, knowing that while he enjoyed Chu Qinglan's strengths, he also had to accept some of her weaknesses. It's precisely because Chu Qinglan has such a good personality and values relationships that Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen can act so recklessly. If it were Chen Mingyuan, would she be so polite to Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen? What a joke. She would have already snapped back and told them to get lost. After all, for Chen Mingyuan, it's always been okay for her to take advantage of others, but it's absolutely unacceptable for others to take advantage of her. It's a perfect match for the highlighted image and Li Huiwen. Cousin, how long are you planning to stay after returning from abroad this time? Chu Qinglan poured a glass of water for Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen and asked them suspiciously, "Are my aunt and uncle coming back?" "They won't come." Gao Guangtu laughed and said, "Your sister-in-law and I are not planning to go abroad this time. It's tough to make it abroad." "That's right." Li Huiwen laughed and said, "It's tiring abroad, and you don't earn much money. It's not fun." Chapter 122. Whose house is it? 2. The financial environment across the country is not good right now. It's not only unsafe to be abroad, but it's also quite tiring. It's better to come back. Chu Qinglan smiled and nodded. It would be good to come back and find a job in Hangzhou. Yes. Under Chu Qinglan's gaze, Gao Guangtu immediately nodded. That's what your sister-in-law and I plan to do. After all, we're not young anymore, so we plan to come back and find a stable job, and then try to conceive and have a baby. That's good. Chu Qinglan gently brushed her hair behind her ear. Then I wish you and your wife a happy marriage and many children. Haha, I appreciate your kind words. I'd rather have a daughter, Li Huiwen said with a smile. Sons are too mischievous. Sons are still the best. Without hesitation, Gao Guangtu said, sons can carry on the family line, but daughters will belong to someone else's family sooner or later. It's meaningless. Well, Chu Qinglan and Lin Shun exchanged a glance, both feeling a little awkward. Cousin, what kind of job are you planning to look for? Having no other choice, Chu Qinglan changed the subject. If there are any suitable ones, I can have Chun introduce you to someone. No need for that. We've already made arrangements. A friend I met abroad is planning to start a business back in China, Gao Guangtu said with a smile. We're coming back to work with him. They're incredibly wealthy. Their family owns companies overseas, with assets worth hundreds of millions of euros. He came back with tens of millions of euros, which is over 100 million renminbi. Gao Guangtu was very excited. He's definitely going to make a fortune. Qinglan, you don't know, Zhao Xiao is not only rich, but also young and handsome, Li Huiwen added. He's only 30 years old, the prime of a man's life. That's good. Chu Qinglan didn't think much of it, but sincerely wished Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen well. Then cousin and cousin-in-law, you can work hard with him. I hope to have a stable job and earn more money. That's 100% certain. Since young Master Zhao has come back to start a business, he's bound to make a fortune. Gao Guangtu grinned, his eyes gleaming. Qinglan, your job isn't doing too well these days, is it? I heard from my aunt that your income is not high. I'll talk to young Master Zhao and ask him to arrange a job for you at the company. Earn over 10,000 yuan a month with ease. The person in the photo with the high-profile photo looked even more proud. Earning over 10,000 a month. You guys probably never even dared to dream of that before, right? Hee. Lin Shin smiled immediately upon hearing this. This highlight image truly shows a frog in a well. Why are you laughing? Gao Guangtu immediately glared at Lin Shun with displeasure. You can earn 10,000 a month? I can't make any money from it. Lin Shun laughed and said, I don't have that ability. You're really something. Lin Shun smiled and gave Gao Guangtu a thumbs up, too lazy to argue with this idiot. After all, if a dog brags about how many piles of poop it ate in front of you, you can't exactly brag about eating poop too, can you? There's no need for that. Besides, Lin Shin's salary is indeed not much. After all, as the company owner, he doesn't receive a salary. Of course I'm good. I can easily earn over 10,000 yuan a month when I come back, which will make me better than most people in Hangzhou. Gao Guangtu said arrogantly. He glanced at Lin Shun with disdain and then looked at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, don't worry, we're family. You're my cousin, and I'll definitely help you out. When the time comes, I'll talk to Zhao Xiaoyi and ask if you can be his secretary or something. There's plenty of money to be made. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Thanks. Chu Qinglan gently brushed her hair behind her ear and could only offer a perfunctory response. Qinglan, there's something I'm not sure if I should say or not. Li Huiwen suddenly said sarcastically. What's up? Chu Qinglan looked at Li Huiwen suspiciously. Sister-in-law, just tell me what you need. I'll definitely help you if I can. It's nothing serious. When your cousin and I came back, we didn't have anywhere to stay, Li Huiwen said, feigning nonchalance. And then, we decided to have a baby. So renting a place is not a good option. Yes, that's right. Chu Qinglan immediately understood and didn't hesitate. Then I'll vacate the house in a few days. Oh dear, that's so embarrassing. Li Huiwen immediately smiled and hummed. You'd better hurry up. After all, your cousin and I are staying in a hotel now, which is quite expensive. In the next few days. Chu Qinglan didn't say much. I'll move out. Cough cough. Lin Shin couldn't stand it anymore. After coughing a few times, he glanced coldly at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, then stopped Chu Qinglan's small hand. Qinglan, come with me. Morning. Let's talk inside. Lin Shin didn't give Chu Qinglan a chance to refuse. Instead, he took her directly into the bedroom without saying a word. Qinglan, that's going too far. Although we're going to buy a new house and move out, why should they get to live here for free? Lin Shin snorted coldly. It's not that I care about a few thousand yuan in rent. I'm not short of that money. But their attitude, what the hell? He acted as if it were his duty. They didn't even offer a word of thanks. Lin Shen said coldly. If they had spoken politely and had been more courteous, I wouldn't have objected if you had let them live in the house after we bought our new one and moved out. But now, Lin Shen's expression turned cold. Qinglan, I know you have a good temper, but you can't let people take advantage of you. Can you? There's no point in showing any respect to relatives like that. Since they're not going to give us any face, why should we bother with them? Lin Shen said seriously. Let's just tell them to get lost. I hate these clueless relatives the most. Chun, don't be angry. Seeing Lin Shen's sullen face, Chu Qinglan quickly grabbed Lin Shen's big hand with her small hand to offer him warmth. This house is not mine after all. It belongs to his parents. So it's normal for them to come and urge us. Chu Qinglan said softly. Chun, anyway, we're planning to buy a new house. There's no need to bother with them. They're all relatives. Chu Qinglan pulled Lin Shen's arm and said, we'll try to stay away from them in the future, and that'll be fine. Don't be angry. I see. Lin Shen recalled what Chu Qinglan had said at the beginning. You said this house belongs to your relative, that is, his parents? Chu Qinglan lowered her head, avoiding Lin Shen's gaze. That's how it is. Oh well. Since that's the case, Lin Shen didn't say anything more. After all, it's perfectly legitimate for Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen to ask for a room under this pretext. If Lin Shen insists on occupying the space and refuses to move out, it would seem like he's being unreasonable. Lin Shen was certainly not the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others. Besides, he'll buy a house himself. Chapter 123, I'll let you live in a villa. Chun, you don't need to get angry with them or get into a conflict. Chu Qinglan said softly. Otherwise, I'm worried they'll react in front of Grandpa, Grandma, and my parents. You know that. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. Elders always like to talk about these things, and they are also prone to believing what their relatives and friends say. I'm afraid my parents will overthink things if they find out. Especially my grandparents. It would be even more annoying if they kept nagging about these things every day. So don't be angry now. It's fine if we move out. Chu Qinglan held Lin Shen's arm and said gently, I know you don't like them, and I don't like them either. If we just ignore them from now on, things will be fine. All right. It's just that you've suffered. Listening to Chu Qinglan's gentle words and looking at the gentle-looking Chu Qinglan in front of him, Lin Shen smiled wryly. It's so difficult to comfort me and coax them at the same time. That's all. As long as you understand me, nothing else matters. Chu Qinglan gave Lin Shen a gentle, sweet smile. Of course I understand you. Lin Shen smiled and said, I'm sorry to have troubled you. We'll go buy a big house later. I definitely won't let you suffer. After careful consideration, Lin Shen understood Chu Qinglan's predicament. After all, she was doing this so that Lin Shen could gain the approval of her parents, grandparents, and relatives. Moreover, Chu Qinglan was right. Most elders are influenced by what their relatives say. Often, good things are portrayed as bad things. Cousin and his wife. We have some things to do during the day, so we'll treat you to dinner tonight. After Chu Qinglan walked out of the bedroom, she smiled and asked Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, where are you staying now? We stayed at a hotel near Shilling Lake. Then you can go ahead and get busy. We can talk about it tonight. Having successfully achieved his goal and obtained Chu Qinglan's promise, Gao Guangtu no longer bothered with Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan. After a slight hesitation, he said mysteriously to Chu Qinglan, Qinglan, are you complaining that your brother is competing with you for the house? No. Chu Qinglan shook her head awkwardly. It's really inconvenient for my sister-in-law to rent a place since she's trying to conceive. Hee. Lin Shen glanced coldly at the highlighted image, his eyes filled with disdain. I figured I had some idea what I was doing. Qinglan, I didn't come to Hangzhou just to steal your house. I'm not that awful. Gao Guangtu lowered his voice. I came here because I have something good for you. I'll live in this little house, but you can move into the villa. I won't treat you badly. Gao Guangtu winked at Chu Qinglan. Just wait. It won't be long before I give you a surprise. That's right. Qinglan, you're so beautiful and have such a great figure. Li Huiwen laughed and said, she was born to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich lady. Cousin, Thank you very much. I'm doing fine right now. Chu Qinglan subconsciously thought that Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen were bragging. After all, there really wasn't much truth in what these two said. After giving a perfunctory reply, Chu Qinglan grabbed Lin Chen's arm and said, "Chun, let's see my cousin and his wife out." "Oh, okay." Lin Chen shrugged slightly, looking at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen with disdain. He wouldn't look down on his poor relatives just because he's rich now. Lin Chen isn't that kind of person. But the prerequisite is that these poor relatives are of good character and have good judgment. In this situation, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't mind lending them a hand. Just like Kim Soon. Although he was neither rich nor very capable, Lin Chen would definitely not treat him unfairly because he had been a true brother to Lin Chen. If it's time to promote him, Lin Chen will give him a decent job with a bright future. I'll have a house, a car, and a woman in the future. Like Chu Jun, a relative who, although not very good at first, later realized his mistake and became quite perceptive. When it's time to mentor Lin Chen, he can also offer him a helping hand. But people like Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen are selfish and only care about their own relatives. Lin Chen really didn't think much of it. He's not a pushover. Lin Chen, there are some things that it's not appropriate for me, as his cousin, to say. Gao Guangtu crossed his arms and looked at Lin Chen coldly. But we're all adults, so there are some things I won't say, and you know in your heart. Our Qinglan has both a great figure and a beautiful face, but what about you? You'd better watch yourself. After saying that, Gao Guangtu took Li Huiwen's hand, and the two left. Huh, you want me to take care of myself? Lin Chen almost laughed at the highlight image. He looked at it with disdain and said, "You should say that to yourself. This is really going to annoy me." Lin Chen's lips curled up, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "I'll make sure you can't survive in Hangzhou." How ridiculous. Although Gao Guangtu is Chu Qinglan's cousin, he should not dare to do anything to hurt Chu Qinglan or sow discord between him and Chu Qinglan. Lin Chen wouldn't be polite to him either. When it's time to cripple him, Lin Chen will cripple him without hesitation. "Chun, don't be angry." Chu Qinglan noticed Lin Chen's anger, so she quickly and gently hugged his arm, looking at him with concern in her eyes. "It's not that bad. Yeah, I'm too lazy to bother with them." Lin Chen didn't say much. After casually telling Chu Qinglan, the two left the community to buy a house. Outside the residential area, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, who were walking towards the subway station, were discussing something. Chu Jun said before that Lin Chen drives a Ferrari 812 and is a rich man. Li Huiwen looked at Gao Guangtu suspiciously. "The way you spoke to him just now, you offended him. Wasn't that a bad idea?" Chu Jun is a fool. He doesn't look like a rich man at all. Look at his clothes. Are they designer brands? Gao Guangtu sneered. And he doesn't even own a luxury watch. Isn't that even more ridiculous? If someone is truly wealthy, how could they not wear expensive watches and designer clothes? Just like young Master Zhao. Gao Guangtu laughed and said, "Just one Rolex watch of his is worth 1,000,000 RMB. But what about this car?" Chu Jun said he has a Ferrari 812 worth over 4 million. Li Huiwen muttered, "That's not cheap. That's nonsense." Gao Guangtu sneered without any politeness. "I guess he rented it. That day, provoked by the people Chu Jun brought, I deliberately rented a car to show off. How could he possibly have money? I don't believe him for a second." Gao Guangtu's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. "We must find a way to give Qinglan to young Master Zhao. Let Zhao Xiao be happy. A reward for you and me." Chapter 124 Riverview Room. Are you Mr. Lin and Miss Chu? Welcome, both of you. Outside a high-end residential complex in the city center, a sales consultant who had been waiting at the entrance greeted Lin Chun and Chu Qinglan respectfully as they got out of the car. Especially after seeing that Lin Chen's car was a Ferrari 812, the sales consultant became even more respectful. As a sales consultant, he naturally developed an exceptional eye for detail. You can tell whether a customer is rich or poor, or whether they are short of money or not, just by looking at their clothes, behavior, and car. He would naturally be extremely respectful and attentive to truly wealthy customers. The asking price will be slightly higher. After all, these customers are not short of money. When they buy a house, the first thing they look at is not the price, but the size, location, floor, and decoration of the house. As long as everything is good, even if the price is a little high, they will buy it without hesitation. In fact, 9 times out of 10, they all buy it with full payment up front. For customers who are short on cash, location, size, floor, and decoration are not their primary concerns. They're looking at the price of the house. Even if other things are better and more appealing, if the price isn't right, they still can't afford them. So when he encounters this kind of customer, he will recommend some cheaper options with a slightly higher cost-performance ratio. This can be considered a precise viewing, saving everyone's time. Otherwise, you might show a truly wealthy person an ordinary house, or show a customer with limited funds a very nice house. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Hello. Lin Shin smiled and nodded slightly to the sales consultant. We made an appointment yesterday to come and take a look at the apartment. Mr. Lin, please. This development can be described as one of the most upscale developments in Hangzhou, not only because of its location, but also because of the building's architecture, property management, and design. This all-glass curtain wall design surpasses many residential communities. Although this community is located on the riverbank, it can truly be considered a river view property. You can enjoy the river view, the light show, and the night view of the Asian Games Center from your balcony. There are actually only these 3 buildings. Of the dozen or so buildings in the entire community, only these 3 are true riverview apartments. So, Mr. Lin, what kind of house would you like to see? Sales consultant Chen Feng looked at Lin Chen respectfully. Riverview houses have a better view, but they are more expensive. The regular buildings in the back are slightly cheaper. Some even come with high-end interior decoration, and these are cheaper than riverview apartments. Moreover, there is a wider selection of regular apartments. 5 units are currently listed for sale. There is only one riverview apartment available, Chen Feng said with a wry smile. After all, these high-end riverview apartments are often in a situation where they are priced but not available. They are usually very difficult to buy. After all, there are many wealthy people in Hangzhou, but there are very few riverview apartments in the city center. After all, there's a shopping mall and a subway station right downstairs in this apartment complex. Chen Feng looked at Lin Chun and Chu Qinglan. Actually, if you go a little further out on the outer ring road, there are quite a few riverview apartments. But whether it's transportation or the surrounding area, it's definitely not as good as the city center. Some of them don't have a subway station nearby, while others lack complete amenities. Of course, the prices are much cheaper than in the city center. It has both advantages and disadvantages. That's normal. Lin Shen nodded slightly, naturally understanding the situation. After all, when you buy a house, you're not just buying the size of the house, but also the location of the house. Both are riverview properties, but one is located next to a subway station in the city center and also has access to a prestigious school district. The other is in a remote suburban area with neither a subway station nor a school district. Although you're standing on the balcony, you're looking at the same river. However, the prices are absolutely vastly different. Which school district does this neighborhood belong to? Lin Chen looked at Chen Feng seriously. Does it have both elementary and middle schools? Of course there are school districts. Chen Feng immediately smiled. This community comes with a high-end kindergarten. All residents' children can enroll at the residence price, and there is a guarantee that there will be a place. The kindergarten that comes with the community is an international bilingual kindergarten, and the kindergarten teachers hired are all graduates of key universities. Mr. Lin and Ms. Chu can rest assured about the quality of the teachers. There is absolutely no problem with that. Then the primary schools are the number 3 primary school and number 5 primary school next door, both of which are top-ranked public primary schools in the city and have very high-quality teachers. Of course, if you too don't like sending your child to a public elementary school, you can also send them to a prestigious private elementary school a kilometer away. This prestigious private elementary school can feed students into the province's most renowned private middle and high schools. Whether it's studying abroad or getting into a prestigious university in China, it will all be in natural progression, Chen Feng said with a smile. Especially since the classmates I'll be in at the elite private elementary school are the children of many wealthy families in Hangzhou. It will be of great benefit to the child's future interpersonal relationships. There's also no need to worry about the children dating someone who doesn't match their social standing. Chen Feng looked at Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan. After all, the students attending this prestigious school all have parents who are high-ranking officials and wealthy people. After you start dating, it's all about being well-matched in terms of social status and background. Nothing will happen because the children are not allowed to marry ordinary people, which would cause conflicts between the children and their parents. To incite hatred between parents and children. Chen Feng said with a smile, this is also what most students' parents think. They are willing to send their children to elite schools not only because of the quality of the teachers, but also because they want to cultivate their children's social skills from an early age. I see. Listening to Chen Feng's explanation, Lin Chen nodded slightly, and then suddenly understood. When he was poor, he really had no access to such circles. The idea of a rich and beautiful woman falling in love with a poor young man, or a beautiful woman marrying into a wealthy family, is basically just a fantasy. It's somewhat possible that a beautiful woman marries into a wealthy family because of her looks. But rich and beautiful women would never fall in love with poor young men. Of course, 9 out of 10 beautiful women can't marry into a wealthy family and can only become mistresses. So, Mr. Lin, Miss Chu, shall we look at Riverview Apartments or regular apartments? After introducing the neighborhood, Chen Feng looked expectantly at Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan. Since Lin Shun drives a Ferrari 812, he must be very strong. It should be possible to afford a house. He really hoped that Lin Shun could buy a house, because he can earn a substantial commission by selling such an expensive house. What about the price? Chu Qinglan gently held Lin Shen's arm. Her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion as she looked at Chen Feng. What's the price difference between the Riverview room and the regular room? How much does it cost per square meter? Chapter 125, 100,000 per square meter. Ordinary houses are cheaper, with an average price of about 70,000 yuan per square meter. The apartments in this complex are all large units, starting at 200 square meters, so a single apartment costs around 15 million yuan. However, there is extra space included, so the total cost is about 60,000 yuan per square meter. It depends on the floor and the decoration, Chen Feng said with a smile. Riverview apartments are in high demand because they are in short supply, so they are more expensive, costing 100,000 yuan per square meter. The Riverview apartment currently for sale is located on the 14th floor, with an area of 250 square meters, net area, and features 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms. A maid's room and a storage room will also be provided. The house is fully furnished. You can move in after buying some appliances. The total price is 25 million, Chen Feng said with a smile. The owner is in a hurry to sell. So if you two can pay in full, there should be a discount. Which apartment would you two like to take a look at? The houses are the same size and in the same location. The only difference is whether they have a river view or not, and the price difference is 10 million. Holding Lin Shen's arm, Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly. Chun, it's too expensive. We don't want to live in a house like this. Houses in the suburbs cost only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per bottle, and a 3-bedroom apartment would cost just over 3 million yuan. We don't need to buy something so expensive. Chu Qinglan felt very sorry for Lin Shun and tugged at his arm. Chun, let it go. What do you mean? How could it be considered? Lin Shun laughed and said, Qinglan, let's not buy a house at all, but if we do, let's go for the best one right away. I think this Riverview room is quite suitable. This way, we can have a large apartment in the city center, and later we can buy a villa in the suburbs. When I'm busy with work, I live in the city center, Lin Shun said with a smile. When I want to relax, or when my aunt and uncle come to visit, I live in the villa in the suburbs. After all, the air is better and it's quieter in the villa. This is too expensive. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly, looking at Lin Shun with a complicated expression. Shun, it really is a bit expensive. What are you afraid of? Don't worry, our family has plenty of money. I'm here for you. Lin Shun patted his chest thoughtfully. Don't worry, I'll take care of the money. There won't be any major problems. As he spoke, Lin Shun looked at the sales consultant, Chen Feng, and said, let's take a look at the Riverview apartments first. Please go ahead. Chen Feng immediately waved to Lin Shun with utmost respect, gesturing for him to enter. Mr. Lin, you're right. When buying a house, we should definitely go for the best one and buy the most suitable one directly. After all, once a house is bought, it is generally not sold again. There's no need for that. Unless funds are extremely limited, then there's nothing that can be done. We can only buy a cheap one for now, and then resell it for a more expensive one when we have more money, Shin Feng said with a smile. But if we have enough money, it's better to buy a good house. After all, once you get used to living in one place, moving is a hassle. I have no money. Shin Feng gave a wry smile. If I had the financial means as Mr. Lin, I would also be buying a riverview apartment like this. When I have free time, I go to the balcony to look at the river view and the night view, and feel the breeze. How refreshing and delightful this is. You're right. Lin Shin nodded slightly. The fatigue of the day will naturally be swept away. Of course, the house isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is who you live in the house with. Lin Shin smiled and held Chu Qinglan's hand tightly. Living with the person you love, even if it's a small shared house, is still a happy thing. If you're alone, what's wrong with staying in a luxurious riverview room, or even a huge palace? It's still all alone. It's meaningless. Mr. Lin and Miss Chu are a perfect match, and their feelings for each other are very strong. How enviable. Having just witnessed such a display of affection, Shin Feng naturally showered the couple with compliments. Please, both of you. Upon arriving at the 14th floor of a building and reaching the Riverview Apartments for sale, Shin Feng obtained the unlocking code and immediately gestured respectfully to Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan to proceed. This house is really nice. It's well ventilated from north to south and has excellent natural light. Especially this balcony corridor, which is over 30 meters long, is truly a delightful sight. Sitting here, looking out over the Qiantang River and the city center, I feel a sense of grandeur, as if the entire city is under my control. Lin Shin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the vast Qiantang River and the bustling city center. Under the bright sunshine, he felt very happy. Mr. Lin, this building faces south, so the balcony not only offers a view of the river, but also receives plenty of sunlight. It will not become damp due to moisture. Like the buildings across the street, they are also Riverview Apartments. Pointing to the building across the street, Shin Feng smiled and said, but because the side facing the river is north, or northeast and northwest. Insufficient daily sunlight exposure. The room is usually damp. The artistic conception is also much worse. Shin Feng looked at Lin Shin. Of course, the price is also much cheaper. It's about 80,000 yuan per square meter. That's not much cheaper, Lin Shin laughed. They're about the same. They will have south-facing balconies, Shin Feng said immediately. They will all be quite large. I see. Lin Shin nodded slightly. This was not hard to understand. After all, houses that simply face north or have an east-west orientation are generally not easy to sell, especially in such high-end houses. After all, nobody wants to never get any sun. During the plum rain season in Jiangnan, if the sun finally comes out but doesn't dry properly, many clothes will become moldy and damp. It might even get moldy and grow mushrooms. The renovation is all right. Lin Shin took a look and saw that the house was decorated in a stylish and high-end style, and it seemed that a lot of thought had been put into it. However, since there are no home appliances, he will need to buy them himself. Of course, it's better not to have it, since Lin Shin doesn't like using things that other people have used. This house cost a total of 25 million. Yes. Shin Feng immediately nodded. If Mr. Lin can pay in full, then the homeowner is willing to reduce the price by 500,000. 24 million. Lin Shin hesitated slightly, then looked at Shin Feng seriously. Full payment. Well, let me ask the landlord. Shin Feng's eyes gleamed with intense excitement as he immediately inquired with the homeowner. He thought to himself that he had really hit the jackpot this time. Lin Shin was really rich. Mr. Lin, the homeowner has agreed. He said he'll come over right away, and the property transfer and online registration can be completed today. Good. Lin Shin nodded slightly, naturally having no objection. This house is quite nice. With just a few appliances and furniture, he and Chu Qinglan can move in right away. Creak. I want this house. Suddenly the door was opened, and an arrogant voice entered the room. Chapter 126, Robbing a House. Yes, it's a nice house. I really love this Riverview apartment. That's it, it's on the list. Stepping into the house, the young master, dressed in anima casual clothes, wearing a Patek Philippe watch and LV leather shoes, looked arrogant and haughty. What are you? At this moment, the young master noticed Lin Chun, Chu Qinglan, and sales consultant Chen Feng. He frowned and questioned them directly with an unfriendly expression. What's going on with them? As he spoke, the young master turned around and glanced at the salesperson following behind him. Young Master Wang, please don't worry, let me ask you something. The female sales consultant was also somewhat surprised. She immediately looked at Chen Feng, who was with her, and asked, which company are you from? Take your clients and leave quickly. Our young Master Wang has decided on this prescription. The saleswoman glanced at Lin Chun and Chu Qinglan, who were dressed plainly and subconsciously assumed that they couldn't afford the house, and said with disdain, this is not a place for them. You too, don't you have any professional skills at all? Is it really meaningful to bring ordinary people to see such high-end houses? They can't afford it. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I apologize. Chen Feng first apologized to Lin Chun, then immediately looked at the female saleswoman. Are you out of your mind, kicked by a donkey or slammed in a door? Take a look at the back office yourself. This apartment has already been reserved by my client, Mr. Lin. I have applied for the listing to be removed from all online platforms and have agreed on a price with the homeowner. You brought a customer in here, and you say I'm unprofessional? I think you're the unprofessional one. Chen Feng glared at the female saleswoman. Which store are you from? Get out of here. This is not a place for you. What? Your client has already made a reservation. How could that be? I checked just now, and it wasn't there. The saleswoman's face stiffened, and she quickly opened her phone and checked the back end. Holy crap, what? The female salesperson was somewhat bewildered as she looked at the property listings that had already been taken down. What a coincidence. Just a few hours ago, when she was talking to Wang Xiao about this apartment, the listing hadn't been taken down yet. If the property listing is taken down, she won't bring young Master Wang to see it. Is your client really going to buy a house? The saleswoman glanced at Lin Chun and Chu Qinglan, who were dressed in shabby clothes, and frowned. Are you sure they can afford this house? Nonsense. Would I lie to you about this? Without hesitation, Chen Feng said, hurry up and take your client away immediately. You still doubt my professional competence. I think you're the one with low skill. The client I brought is willing to pay in full, the saleswoman said reluctantly. We can talk to the homeowner and suggest that the house should be sold to my client. Has your client paid the deposit yet? If no deposit was paid, then it doesn't count. My clients can buy in full. Deposits are unimportant. Chen Feng sneered. First come, first served. Since your client is late, there's nothing more to say. Take it with you right now. Chen Feng knew that, according to the normal house buying process, a deposit was indeed required before the property would be removed from the listing. However, Lin Chen planned to buy the house outright, and also drove a Ferrari 812 worth over 4 million yuan, so he didn't need to pay a deposit. The reason why the landlord was willing to trust Lin Chun and directly agreed to remove the listing from the platform and reduce the price by 1 million to come and talk to Lin Chun in person was because of this. It was precisely because they knew Lin Chun drove a Ferrari. If Lin Chun had come by subway, the landlord would definitely have to meet him in person before taking the listing off the property after Lin Chun paid the deposit. After all, what kind of strength could someone who came by subway have? Can they really afford a Riverview apartment worth over 20 million? The homeowner will inevitably have suspicions. My customers buy with good intentions. We need to talk to the homeowner. The saleswoman was caught in a dilemma. I already assured him that young Master Wang is determined to have me. And Wang Xiao's identity. The female saleswoman looked at Chen Feng seriously. You can't afford to mess with us. I advise you to take your clients and leave, and not to provoke young Master Wang. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if something goes wrong. Hee. First come, first served. Chen Feng sneered. Unless Mr. Lin decides not to buy it, then this house belongs to Mr. Lin. That's the rule. What? Is your store trying to break the rules? You. The saleswoman's face stiffened. She was speechless after being confronted by Chen Feng. Because what Chen Feng said was indeed reasonable and well-founded. That's how it works in the real estate industry. Once one party agrees on a price and takes the property off the market, a preliminary agreement is considered reached. If the homeowner or the real estate agency breaches the contract, they still have to pay 10% of the property value as compensation, even if no formal contract has been signed. That is $2.5 million. So when Shenfeng said that, the female salesperson naturally had nothing to say. If she tries to force Shenfeng to back out, not only will the compensation issue be difficult to resolve, but her and her store's reputation will also be ruined. For ordinary people, they naturally don't care. After all, the real estate brokerage industry is shady, and ripping people off is the most common practice. However, they still wouldn't dare to swindle someone as wealthy as Lin Chun. After all, someone who can afford a Riverview apartment worth over 20 million yuan must be incapable. Real estate agents are typical bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. So take your clients with you. Mr. Lin is determined to get this house. Shenfeng looked coldly at the female saleswoman. It's your own fault for being late. You can't blame anyone else. Your skill level? Huh. Putting aside the matter of currying favor with Lin Chun, Shenfeng wouldn't give up the house even for his own and the shop's benefit. You should know that once the house is sold, he can get a 5% commission. 5% of 24 million, which is a little over 1 million. However, since the agency fee is up to 1 million, theoretically 5% would be 1,200,000. But Lin Chun only needs to pay 1 million. Of this million, the store takes 500,000, and he gets 500,000. 500,000. That's equivalent to being the richest person in the city owning a house in the suburbs. Are you kidding me? Would Shenfeng and his shops simply hand over this income? As long as Lin Chun doesn't budge, he and the shops behind him will not give an inch. Even if the homeowner regrets it, they should still sue, demanding that the property owner compensate Lin Chun with 2.5 million yuan in breach of contract fees, and also pay the real estate agency 1 million yuan in agency fees. Not a single penny can be missing. After all, there are chat logs as proof. After Lin Chun quoted 24 million and the homeowner agreed, and the house was taken off the market, the contract was considered finalized. It has certain legal effect. If Lin Chun voluntarily backs out without a valid reason, he will have to pay a penalty to the homeowner. Kid. Upon hearing the saleswoman's words, Wang Xiao immediately glared coldly at Lin Chun and Shenfeng. You dare to compete with me for a house? Chapter 127, Slapping Young Master Wang's Face. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun immediately laughed, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at the gesticulating Wang Xiao, his gaze revealing contempt. Are you out of your mind? Was it kicked by a donkey, or got its head caught in a door? If someone is born with a calcium deficiency, then they can be reborn. What the hell do you mean? Bang! Wang Xiao slammed his fist on the table, enraged by Lin Chun's sarcasm. He glared at Lin Chun with a cold expression. Kid, you dare to mock me. Believe it or not, I'll make sure you never leave this neighborhood. You're too kind. Morning. Seeing the aggressive Wang Xiao, Chu Qinglan, looking somewhat worried, subconsciously grabbed Lin Chun's arm and whispered, Chun, what should we do? Maybe we should just forget about it. It's better to avoid trouble. It's no big deal for us to move to a different house. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Lin Chun noticed Chu Qinglan's worry and knew that Chu Qinglan was afraid that this young Master Wang really had some kind of identity, so she didn't want Lin Chun to have a conflict with this young Master Wang. But what a joke. How could Lin Chun be afraid of this mere young Master Wang? Do you like this house? Lin Chun looked at Chu Qinglan with eyes full of affection. What do you think of it? Fine. Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly. But there's no need to cause trouble just to live in this house. I don't care where I live, as long as we have a place to sleep. Your safety is the most important thing. Holding Lin Chun's arm, Chu Qinglan gently bit her lip. Chun, don't be impulsive. Of course I won't act impulsively. I'm just protecting my legal rights. Lin Chun smiled. Since you like it, and we were here first, then this house must be ours. Lin Chun patted Chu Qinglan's hand and gave her a look. Don't worry. Hey kid, are you fucking getting out of here or not? If you want to show off your love, then go do it somewhere else. Wang Xiao glanced at Chu Qinglan, and although a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes, he did not try to strike up a conversation with her. As a wealthy young master, he is never short of beautiful women. Unlike some people who have never seen a beautiful woman before, they wouldn't be so embarrassed by Chu Qinglan that they couldn't move. That's really not the case. You're the one who should get out. Lin Shen glared at Wang Xiao without any politeness, his expression cold. I was the one who saw this house first, so naturally I should buy it first. Since you're late, you deserve to not be able to buy it. There's nothing to say, you can only blame your bad luck. Get out. Lin Shen waved his hand at Wang Xiao without any politeness. You're not welcome in my home. You son of a bitch, you think you're so great. Fuck your house. Pointing his finger at Lin Shen's nose, Wang Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. I think you're asking for trouble, aren't you? Want to make a move? Looking at the overweight Wang Xiao, Lin Shen immediately laughed. You can give it a try. Third brother, you come along too. Lin Shen gave Wang Xiao the middle finger without any politeness. Excuse me for being blunt, but in my eyes, that's true too. Utterly useless trash. Fuck you. With a roar, the enraged young Master Wang threw a punch at Lin Shen's nose. Relying on his family's prestige and always being arrogant, he had no intention of being polite to Lin Shen. Bang! Lin Shen easily caught the fist that Wang Xiao threw, sneered, and then forcefully twisted it. Ouch! Thump! Wang Xiao let out a miserable howl and knelt down on the spot. Stop kneeling, I don't have a useless son or grandson like you. Lin Shen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Wang Xiao kneeling on the ground with disdain in his eyes. No need to pretend to be a dutiful son and grandson in front of me. Son of a bitch. Wang Xiao was now completely enraged by Lin Shen. With a roar, he grabbed a wooden stick and swung it at Lin Shen, shouting, I'll fight you to the death. Young Master Wang. Seeing that Wang Xiao was about to suffer another loss due to his impulsiveness, the female salesperson quickly reached out to stop him. Wang Xiao, calm down, don't be impulsive. It's not that bad. Seeing that Lin Shen must have some training, and that this young Master Wang was truly no match for him, the saleswoman was extremely anxious, saying, Young Master Wang, please don't be angry. It's not worth arguing with such a scoundrel. Please calm down, you must calm down. He dared to hit me. I have to cripple him. Young Master Wang was still red-faced with rage. I'm taking this house. I've lived for 30 years, and no one has ever dared to take away what I've set my sights on from me. Young Master Wang, please calm down. Seeing the extremely angry young Master Wang, the saleswoman quickly whispered in his ear, Don't worry, this house is definitely yours. Please listen to me. Hearing what the saleswoman whispered in his ear, Wang Xiao frowned, suppressing his rage as he looked at her. Are you sure? Certainly. You have a good eye. You can tell at a glance what he and this girl are wearing. How could they possibly afford a house worth over 20 million? It's just deliberate boasting. When the homeowner arrives, you can talk to him, and he'll naturally sell the house to you. The saleswoman laughed. They have no way of having the money to buy this house. The homeowner isn't stupid. He knows that selling the house to you is the only way he can actually get the cash. You can teach him a lesson after you buy the house. The saleswoman's eyes were full of shrewdness. I think he's deliberately provoking you now, trying to scam you. If you can't help but beat him up now, he'll probably lie down and kill himself, complaining of a concussion or broken arms or legs, and then come after you. So why bother arguing with someone who's mentally challenged? It's not worth it. What do you think? 2. After being swayed by the saleswoman's words, Wang Xiao looked Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan up and down, who were dressed in shabby clothes, and said with disdain, Two poor bastards, trying to scam me? You think I'd even look at you? You're not worthy? It's ridiculous. With his arms crossed, Wang Xiao sneered. When the homeowner arrives, he'll naturally sell the house to me obediently. Back then, I'll make you two crawl out of my house. He. Looking at Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan with disdain, Wang Xiao's eyes were filled with a cold, sinister light. Madness. You're out of your mind. Looking at the arrogant young Master Wang, Lin Shen was completely speechless. This was the first time he had ever seen someone so brain-dead. This is not only self-righteous, but also arrogant and domineering. Clearly, they have done many such unreasonable and forceful things in the past. However, while others may indulge him, Lin Shen will not. Are you kidding me? Lin Shen isn't his father. Yes, I forgot to sign in. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. You have completed May 7th of your check-in. What is today's task? Lin Shen glanced at today's tasks with suspicion, but was surprised when he saw them. Chapter 128 Revenge should not be waited until tomorrow. Revenge should not be delayed overnight. Host, please slap Wang Tianhao's face hard today. This mission. Looking at the tasks given by the system, Lin Shen found it rather amusing. Because at this moment, the system was acting like a spectator, enjoying the spectacle even more. It was a deliberate attempt to instigate Lin Shen to target Wang Tianhao, the young master. However, the name Wang Tianhao is indeed arrogant and detestable. Wow, that's awesome. Although the system seems to be instigating me, this task is still quite to my liking. Lin Shen raised his head and looked at Wang Tianhao with a cold expression. They dared to mock him so blatantly in front of Chu Qinglan, and even tried to steal his future home with Chu Qinglan. Are you kidding me? Lin Shen was not about to be polite with him. Hey kid, what are you laughing at? Seeing Lin Shen's sinister smile, Wang Tianhao immediately glared at Lin Shen coldly. You poor wretch who only knows how to pretend. You are utterly ridiculous. Can you afford this house, which is worth tens of millions? Stop pretending. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Wang Tianhao's eyes were full of disdain. I think you're only fit to go to the suburbs and buy some small, dilapidated houses. It doesn't mean anything. You poor guy thinks you can live in the city center? Who gave you the courage? Wang Tianhao scoffed. It's utterly laughable and shows a complete overestimation of their abilities. He probably bought a lottery ticket yesterday. The saleswoman next to her covered her mouth and giggled. So this customer is waiting for the lottery results. If he wins the lottery, he'll have the money to buy this house. Looking at Wang Tianhao in front of her, the saleswoman laughed. If he doesn't win, he'll have to slink away. Haha, that makes sense. Kid, you've got some skills. Wang Tianhao gave Lin Shen a thumbs up with a proud look. Using lottery tickets to buy a house, you're really something else. You're out of your mind. I think you're the one with a screw loose. Lin Shen looked at Wang Tianhao with amusement. Your brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Morning. Chu Qinglan grabbed Lin Shen's arm anxiously and winked at him, signaling him not to act impulsively. Rest assured. Lin Shen winked at Chu Qinglan, giving her a reassuring look, then looked at Wang Tianhao with amusement. Since you're so sure I can't afford this house, why don't you take a gamble? Yo-ho, how do you want to bet? Wang Tianhao, however, became interested. He looked at Lin Shen with a mocking expression and said, Speak. I'll bet on whether I can afford this house. Lin Shen laughed. Didn't you firmly believe that I couldn't afford it? If you're right, I can't afford this house. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you so you can break my arms and legs and vent my anger. How? You asked for this. Wang Tianhao glared at Lin Shen with a fierce look in his eyes, his expression ferocious. He had been unable to beat Lin Shen earlier, but now he really wanted to beat Lin Shen up to vent his anger. On the contrary, if I could afford this house. Lin Shen looked at Wang Tianhao with a playful expression. I don't need to cripple your arms and legs. Just kneel down and kowtow to me. That's enough. Do you dare to bet? With his arms crossed, Lin Shen sneered with a playful expression. Do you have the guts to make a bet with me? Kid, go ahead and bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Trying to scare me with this? Are you kidding me? With your penniless appearance, how could you possibly afford a house worth tens of millions? Wang Tianhao looked at Lin Shen with disdain in his eyes. Ridiculous. You'll find out soon enough. Don't rush. Lin Shen ignored the arrogant Wang Tianhao and instead looked at Shen Feng, the sales consultant beside him. When will the homeowner arrive? It'll be here soon. About 10 minutes. Shen Feng immediately and respectfully handed his phone to Lin Shen. He just sent me the location. He's already nearby. After parking the car and going upstairs, it will only take 10 minutes at most. Very good. Lin Shen nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Once the homeowner arrives, everything will be revealed, and everything will be clear. Yeah, we'll see how you pretend then. You think you can buy a house worth over 20 million? Shen Feng looked at Lin Shen with disdain. That's utterly ridiculous wishful thinking. Kid, you're such a poor guy. I think it's just a dream. I wouldn't even dare to dream like that. I don't even dare to dream that I can afford a large apartment in the city center. Hee hee. Lin Shen just sneered and ignored Wang Tianhao, who seemed to have a screw loose. This was the first time he had ever seen such a young master. It's truly because Wang Tianhao was born into a good family that he can act with impunity and run rampant, relying on his family's power. If he hadn't been born into a good family, given his arrogant personality, they would probably have been taught a lesson by society long ago, beaten black and blue, and looked utterly miserable. After all, no one in society will tolerate your bad temper. What are you laughing at? You'll regret this. Wang Tianhao glared fiercely at Lin Shen, his expression cold and his eyes filled with a chilling light. Then I'll be waiting. Lin Shen shrugged slightly, too lazy to pay attention to Wang Tianhao, who was spewing nonsense. Young Master Wang, just watch. He's going to cry his eyes out later. The saleswoman looked at Wang Tianhao ingratiatingly. This house is definitely yours. Such a large, single-level apartment with a river view is rare, especially in the city center. So every time a unit appears, it attracts a lot of competition, the saleswoman laughed. I suspect he just wants to hold on to the purchase quota temporarily, and then resell it at a higher price to make a profit. There are many people in the real estate market who engage in such speculation. Some new developments require local residents or years of Social Security contributions, and the prices are usually quite low when they open for sale. If the average price in the surrounding area is 60,000 to 70,000 yuan, the opening price will probably be around 50,000 yuan, or even 40,000 yuan. For a 100 square meter apartment, the price difference alone is close to 2 million. So some people who are eligible to buy a house but don't have the money will directly cooperate with people who have the money but aren't eligible, the saleswoman laughed, to make a profit by participating in the lottery. That's how I see him. Wang Tianhao nodded slightly, coldly glancing at Lin Shen, his eyes filled with intense disdain. After all, Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan were dressed too shabbily, and Lin Shen's Ferrari 812 car key was in his pocket, not in his hand. Under these circumstances, Wang Tianhao naturally didn't think Lin Shen was a capable person. I can't believe Lin Shen can afford a house. After all, wealthy people like to collect watches. Lin Shen doesn't even wear an expensive watch. So what kind of rich person could they be? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, accompanied by hurried footsteps, the homeowner finally arrived in a great hurry. Chapter 129: The Acquaintance Who Sold the House. Sorry everyone, there was some traffic on the way. I'm late. Rushing into the house, the homeowner wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly apologized to Lin Shen and Wang Tianhao. This, Mr. Jin. Before Lin Shen and sales consultant Chen Feng could respond, Chu Qinglan, who was holding Lin Shen's arm, exclaimed in astonishment. It's you. The homeowner, Mr. Jin, was also surprised when he heard the voice. He stared at Chu Qinglan with wide eyes and asked strangely, You're here to buy a house? Yes. Chu Qinglan nodded somewhat awkwardly. She truly hadn't expected the world to be so small. The house she and Lin Shen were planning to buy turned out to be her boss's house. Qinglan, do you know her? Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan with suspicion. Chen, he is our company's boss, President Jin. Chu Qinglan quickly explained. I didn't know before that we were going to buy President Jin's house. Mr. Jin, has something happened to the company? Chu Qinglan looked at President Jin suspiciously. You want to sell the house? Hey, it's nothing. I own several properties in Hangzhou, so I can just sell one. To cash out. Mr. Jin waved his hand, pretending to be nonchalant, and said, There's nothing to worry about, don't worry. The company has been operating well. I see. Seeing that President Jin was unwilling to elaborate, Chu Qinglan decided not to press further. Now that you all know each other, everything is much easier to discuss. Mr. Jin, the price we just agreed on is 24 million. Chen Feng smiled and said, Mr. Lin also agreed to this price. So if you have no objections, we'll sign the purchase contract and then complete the online transfer of ownership. Mr. Lin can then transfer all of the 24 million yuan for the house to you. According to regulations, the money will first go into the Housing Management Bureau's safe account. Chen Feng looked at General Manager Jin and Lin Shen. After the house is officially transferred. Once Mr. Lin gets the house, the money will be handed over to you, Mr. Jin, by the housing authority. Everyone is happy, and the deal is done. What do you and Mr. Lin think? Chun Feng smiled and said, I've already sent the contract to the group. If you have no objections, please take a look at the contract in the group and then sign it online. Then Mr. Lin transferred the money to the secure account, and then Mr. Jean chose to complete the online verification and transfer. And that settles everything. The procedures are very simple. Chun Feng looked at Lin Chun and President Jean. Please, both of you. I have no objection. Mr. Jean, who was in a hurry to sell the house, naturally had no objections. Once the money is paid, he'll agree to anything. Can? Lin Chun nodded slightly, naturally having no objection to this. Mr. Jean, young Master Wang, is also planning to take this house. Seeing that things were not going well, the female salesperson next to him quickly said to General Manager Jean, young Master Wang said that 25 million is no problem. I think you should sell this house to young Master Wang. This couldn't be more suitable. 25 million? Upon hearing the saleswoman's words, General Manager Jean paused, looking at Wang Tianhao with some surprise. Right. An extra million is nothing to me. It's just money. Wang Tianhao waved his hand dismissively. The thing we have plenty of is money. This. Mr. Jean was instantly tempted. After all, earning an extra million is a real and tangible benefit. Mr. Jean, we've already reached a sales agreement. Seeing Mr. Jean hesitate, Chun Feng quickly said, if you go back on your word now, you'll have to pay a 10% penalty. That means we need to pay Mr. Lin 2.4 million yuan in breach of contract fees. Furthermore, they will have to pay an additional 1 million in brokerage fees as compensation. That means you'll have to spend an extra 3.4 million. Otherwise, the house cannot be transferred, and we will sue. Chun Feng lowered his voice. He will give you an extra million, but you will have to pay 3,400,000 in compensation. I hope Mr. Jean will think carefully about which is more important. After all, you promised 24 million before. That's the truth. If you say you don't agree and we discuss it face to face, then it doesn't count as a contract agreement. Now that the other party has raised the price, you can sell it at a higher price. But since you've already agreed, then I'm sorry. Chun Feng said with a wry smile. This means that once a cooperation agreement is reached, we must keep our word. Just because of one word. Mr. Jin's face stiffened, and he looked at Chun Feng with displeasure. Because of one word, I lost 1 million. That's truly a word worth 1,000 pieces of gold. That's just the way it is. Chun Feng quickly said, because you just said you agreed, not that you disagreed. Since you've agreed, it means the cooperation agreement has been reached, so I've chosen to apply for the removal of this property from the entire internet. Chun Feng looked at President Jean. You've already agreed to the price of 24 million. If you change your mind now and don't want to sell, you'll have to pay a penalty and a brokerage fee. Similarly, if Mr. Lin changes his mind and doesn't buy, he will have to pay a penalty for breach of contract and a brokerage fee as compensation. But if you hadn't agreed just now and had only said you'd meet in person, Chun Feng said, looking at President Jean, then it would be perfectly reasonable for you to sell it to him for 25 million, with the highest bidder taking all. We are not entitled to make you pay a penalty for breach of contract. I'm telling the truth. Looking at Mr. Wang in front of him, Chun Feng said very seriously, so you have to sell this house to Mr. Lin right now. Otherwise, it would be considered a breach of contract. What breach of contract? It's clearly the highest bidder wins. The saleswoman shouted in dissatisfaction. If young Master Wang offers the highest price, then it belongs to young Master Wang. If your bid is too low, then you're not qualified to buy. Mr. Jean, don't listen to his nonsense. The saleswoman looked at Mr. Jean anxiously. Let him sue. Don't worry, he definitely won't win. After all, it's your house, so you can sell it to whomever you want. That's no big deal. Mr. Jean, don't listen to him trying to scare you. The saleswoman said eagerly. There's definitely no need to pay any penalty for breach of contract. The highest bidder wins. An extra million. The saleswoman grabbed Mr. Jin's arm. You're not going to take 1 million? If that's the case, everyone will say you're crazy. The saleswoman laughed. You absolutely have to earn this million. We can't afford to lose 1 million for nothing. This? For a moment, Mr. Jean hesitated. With 1 million in front of him, why wouldn't he want to earn it? For him, As long as the house can be sold and he can get the money, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter who you sell the house to. If we can earn more, that would be the best. Mr. Jean, he might not be able to come up with 24 million in cash. He might be looking for a loan, the saleswoman added. Young Master Wang will pay in cash. Chapter 130, The Dumbfounded Young Master Wang. Yes, cash. Wang Tianhao took out his phone, looking arrogant. It's just a mere 25 million. I've already activated my large transfer permissions at the bank. This amount of money is just a drop in the ocean for me. If you want to sell, I can transfer it to you directly. It's not a big problem at all. Young Master Wang is indeed generous. Having been persuaded by the female saleswoman and Wang Tianhao, President Jean looked at Chen Feng and Lin Shun with a somewhat embarrassed expression. I'm really sorry, I urgently need cash. Because it takes time for banks to release loans. So it's not that I breached the contract. It's that it wasn't explained clearly beforehand. You said you'd pay in cash, but you want me to take out a loan to buy it, Mr. Jean said logically. Because I urgently need cash, so I can't wait. This house can only be sold to young Master Wang. Cash this. Chen Feng's expression froze, and he quickly looked at Lin Shun. Who said I needed a bank loan? Lin Shun sneered, looking at President Jean without any politeness. My 24 million will also be paid in cash. This? Mr. Jin's face stiffened. If Lin Shun really pays in cash, then he really has no reason to go back on his word. After all, he had already agreed to it. If the real estate agency where Lin Shun and Chen Feng work really sues him, then he will indeed have to pay compensation. Funny, the saleswoman sneered, looking at Lin Shun with utter disdain. Stop pretending. Nobody believes you. Look at how shabby you are dressed. How could you possibly have 24 million? This is 24 million, not 2,400 yuan. How ridiculous. Hee. Wang Tianhao also crossed his arms and sneered, looking at Lin Shun with disdain in his eyes. Show off. Cough, cough. At this moment, President Jean also realized that something was wrong. He looked Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan up and down, his eyes also filled with suspicion. Chu Qinglan is an employee of his company, and her salary is not high, so it is impossible for her to have 24 million. And Lin Shun, no matter how he looked at him, he didn't think Lin Shun looked like a very wealthy person. If you can really come up with 24 million, I can sell you the house. After a slight hesitation, President Jean looked coldly at Lin Shun. But the condition is that it must be in cash. Bank loans are too slow to disburse, and I urgently need the money. I can't accept this. Cash, of course. Under the suspicious gazes of General Manager Jean, Wang Tianhao, and the female salesperson, Lin Shun directly transferred 24 million yuan from his ICBC bank card to General Manager Jin's safe account at the Housing Management Bureau. Ding dong, payment received successfully. The amount is exactly 24 million yuan. Lin Shun, Chen Feng, and General Manager Jean all received notifications from the housing authority on their phones at the same time. Please have the seller sign the online contract and transfer the ownership. After Lin Shun transferred the money, the housing authority naturally notified General Manager Jean to complete the property transfer immediately. Is there really 24 million? Hearing the housing authority's announcement, both the female salesperson and Wang Tianhao were stunned. They never imagined that Lin Shun, dressed in shabby clothes, could so easily produce 24 million. This is absolutely astonishing. After all, given Lin Shun's street stall attire, let alone 24 million, most people wouldn't believe he could even come up with 240,000. Firstly, Lin Shun was young, and secondly, Lin Shun was dressed shabbily. Under normal circumstances, someone Lin Shun's age, let alone 24 million, would be considered quite well off even if he could come up with 24,000. After all, most young people these days live paycheck to paycheck and often only have a few thousand yuan in savings. Then, after receiving their salary, they immediately have to pay off their Huabei and Baiyao credit cards, debts. I simply can't save any money. Mr. Lin, you're so steady. Chen Feng, who had been a little uneasy just now, was now completely relieved. Thinking that Lin Shun was someone who drove a Ferrari 812, how could he not have money? He was just worrying unnecessarily. The reason he dressed so shabbily was because Lin Shen liked to keep a low profile. These days, there are people who like to flaunt their wealth, but there are also quite a few who prefer to keep a low profile. So this is normal. Looking down on people like a dog. Shun Feng glanced coldly at the female saleswoman. Let me tell you, Mr. Lin has plenty of money. What's a mere 24 million? Mr. Lin is just being modest. He. Shun Feng snorted dismissively, too lazy to pay any attention to the female salesperson. Gulp. This. The saleswoman's face froze instantly, unsure of what to say. After all, the facts were undeniable, and the slap in her face was incredibly painful. She was utterly embarrassed. Mr. Jean. Shun Feng smiled and looked at President Jean. Mr. Lin has already transferred the money to the safe account. Can you proceed with the online contract signing and transfer now? Once you successfully complete the transfer, the money will be deposited into your account very quickly. Mr. Lin, the property certificate usually takes about 3 months to be issued. Looking at Lin Shen in front of him, Shun Feng smiled and said, the Housing Management Bureau will notify you when the time comes, and you can just go and pick it up. The procedures are very convenient now, and it doesn't take much effort. If you don't have time, I can collect it for you and deliver it to your home. No problem. Lin Shen nodded slightly, smiling as he held Chu Qinglan's soft hand tightly. Gulp. I'll sign. Now that things have come to this. Although he felt a little heartbroken about losing $1 million, Mr. Jean couldn't go back on his word any longer. After all, Lin Shen had already transferred the money to the safe account, and if he went back on his word now, he would definitely have to pay a penalty for breach of contract. Paying over $3 million in breach of contract fees for a mere $1 million? He's not stupid. He could only blame himself for being so quick-witted and agreeing to Qin Feng's request. Of course, this isn't entirely his fault. If anyone is to blame, it's the female salesperson for notifying him so late. If the female saleswoman had notified him earlier, telling him that young Master Wang had bought the house for $25 million, he definitely wouldn't sell it to Lin Shen for $24 million. It's too late to say these things now. There's no need. Let's just go through with the transfer of ownership honestly. With a sigh, although he was still somewhat reluctant to part with the million, Mr. Jean had no choice but to transfer the money directly to Lin Shen. After all, Lin Shen had already paid. He has no reason to back out now. All right. After the transfer of ownership, Mr. Jean looked at Shun Feng and Lin Shen and said, you two can take care of it and sign the contract as soon as possible. Okay. Shun Feng immediately smiled and looked at Lin Shen. Mr. Lin, please click here and sign your name. Okay, sure. Lin Shen immediately signed his name by hand on his phone screen, then verified his identity with his fingerprint and face. Ding dong, transfer successful. As the green text appeared on the phone screen, the house had been successfully transferred to Lin Shen's name. At the same time, this 24 million yuan was used to purchase the house. The housing authority also transferred the money directly to Mr. Jean from the safe account. Don't go. Seeing Wang Tianhao trying to sneak away, Lin Shen suddenly sneered. Chapter 131 Forced to kneel and kowtow. Kid, I want to leave, and you think you can stop me? I'm not buying this house. I have other things to do. I'm leaving. Knowing he had underestimated Lin Shen, Wang Tianhao naturally didn't say anything more. After glaring fiercely at Lin Shen, Wang Tianhao tried to slip away. He did not want to buy the house, but he had no other choice. Now that President Jean has already transferred the property to Lin Shen, what else can he do? I had no choice but to leave obediently. That's right, Mr. Wang. Don't worry, there are other high-end houses. The female saleswoman glared at Qin Feng and quickly said to Wang Tianhao, there are definitely houses that you'll like. I'll introduce them to you. Hangzhou is such a big city. There are plenty of high-end houses. There are several mixed-use commercial and residential apartments in the office building across the street. We can definitely buy them. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Good. Wang Tianhao nodded coldly, glancing at Lin Shen. Kid, this house is yours. I'm going to buy something better and more expensive than this. I've changed my mind. The big apartments in the city center are boring. I'm going to buy a villa. Wang Tianhao said proudly. A villa with its own garden and swimming pool, perfect for throwing parties. What you buy is none of my business. If you have the ability to buy the moon and build a villa on it, that's none of my business. Lin Shen looked at Wang Tianhao coldly. Buy whatever you want. It's none of my concern. Poor wretch. I own a house on the bond. What's your house in Hangzhou compared to that? Stop pretending. With his arms crossed, Wang Tianhao still looked arrogant, not taking Lin Shen seriously at all. You're awesome. I admit defeat. Lin Shen smiled and gave Wang Tianhao a thumbs up, his expression playful. Where you buy your house doesn't matter. What matters is that you kneel down now and kowtow to me. Please. You're insane. The saleswoman glared fiercely at Lin Shen. Do you know who young Master Wang is? How dare you humiliate him like this? Don't you want to live? Believe it or not, with just one word from young Master Wang, you'll never be able to stay in Hangzhou again. Kid, don't be stupid. Wang Tianhao glared at Lin Shen with a cold expression, his eyes red with anger. I'm just telling the truth. A person should be willing to accept the consequences of their gambles. Lin Shen sneered and looked at the furious Wang Tianhao and the female salesperson without any politeness. Since you lost, there's nothing more to say. You will have to pay the price. Where you want to buy a house is none of my business. Where you own a house is none of my business. Now all you need to do is kneel down and kowtow to me according to the bet. Lin Shen stood with his hands behind his back, coldly looking at the furious Wang Tianhao. Kneel down and kowtow once, and you can leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Asshole! Wang Tianhao roared, his expression becoming even more ferocious. He glared at Lin Shen in exasperation. You're asking for death. How dare you harass young Master Wang like this? The saleswoman was also furious. You're finished. I'm not going to kneel down and kowtow to you. I'm leaving today. What can you do about it? Let me tell you, I just don't want to accept defeat in a gamble. I lost, but I'm not going to honor the bet. What can you do? Seeing Lin Shen blocking his way, Wang Tianhao pushed him away, saying, Get out of my way. Bang! Creak! When Lin Shen grabbed Wang Tianhao's arm and twisted it forcefully, Wang Tianhao immediately knelt on one knee, wincing in pain and howling in agony. Morning! Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, looking at Lin Shen with worry in her eyes. Fearing something might happen, she naturally thought it best to avoid trouble. Rest assured. Lin Shen gave Chu Qinglan a reassuring look. In order to complete the task given by the system, he would naturally not let Wang Tianhao go. You think you can just show off and leave? They really thought Lin Shen's place was a public restroom. It's utterly ridiculous. Kneel down and kowtow. Lin Shen leaned on Wang Tianhao's arm, looking at him with cold eyes. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Son of a bitch. Unwilling to accept defeat, Wang Tianhao roared, glaring at Lin Shen with eyes blazing with fury. I am the eldest son of the Wang family. How dare you treat me like this? My father will not let you get away with this. If you ever dare to go to Ninghai in the future, I will make it impossible for you to move an inch in Ninghai. I won't earn a single penny. Damn it. Crunch. Lin Shen ignored Wang Tianhao's roar, snorted coldly, and tightened his arm again. Ouch. Wang Tianhao let out another piercing scream. I don't care about your Wang family or Ninghai. Lin Shen looked at Wang Tianhao with disdain in his eyes. Now, you must kowtow and apologize to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. This is insane. Absolutely insane. The female saleswoman was stunned by Lin Shen's arrogant behavior. She stared at Lin Shen, who had forced Wang Tianhao to kneel down, and then looked anxiously at Chen Feng. You're finished. Let me tell you, young Master Wang won't let him off the hook, nor will he let you off the hook. Your store won't let you off the hook either. Young Master Wang is someone you absolutely cannot afford to offend. How dare you insult young Master Wang like that? You're completely finished, the saleswoman roared angrily. You'll pay a heavy price. You're out of your mind too. Mr. Lin is simply accepting his loss and taking back what is rightfully his. What's the problem? Chen Feng retorted without hesitation. If Mr. Lin loses, will he let Mr. Lin off the hook? You should really think about yourself. What will your store think of you if you lose an order like this? I generated millions in revenue for the store. Chen Feng said arrogantly. You don't need to worry about what happens in our store. Chen Feng wasn't worried at all about the female salesperson's threats. Even if the store fires him because of the power behind young Master Wang, so what? If he can get the 500,000 commission from this deal, wouldn't it be easy for him to change jobs? After all, with a commission of 500,000, even if he usually saves 50,000 a year, it would still take him 10 years to save that much. Making 10 years worth of money in one go. If that's not comfortable, what is? Chen Feng wasn't in a hurry at all. You'd better pray for yourself. Chen Feng looked at the female salesperson with disdain. You've lost such a big order. Your store manager won't let you off the hook. Yumi. The saleswoman's face froze instantly, her expression turning awkward. Son of a bitch. Wang Tianhao gritted his teeth and persevered. Creak. Lin Shan exerted force again, coldly looking at Wang Tianhao, whose arm was twisted into a pretzel. Will you kowtow or not? This is the last question I'll ask you. If I use more force, I can't guarantee anything. Won't your arm dislocate? Chapter 132, An Unexpected Reward. Son of a bitch. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Wang Tianhao's eyes turned bloodshot, and he glared at Lin Shen with immense anger. His expression was contorted with rage, filled with fury. How could he, a dignified young master of the Wang family, have ever suffered such humiliation and insult? You should know that in the past, he was the one who bullied others, coerced and threatened them, and forced them to kneel down and kowtow to him to apologize. He had never met anyone like Lin Shen before. Still trying to be stubborn? Lin Shen frowned, snorted coldly, and then slightly tightened his grip. Hiss. I'll kowtow right now. After a piercing pain shot through his arm, Wang Tianhao, whose spinal cord was being compressed, finally couldn't bear it any longer. Although his expression was one of grief and resentment, his eyes were filled with a chilling glint as he looked at Lin Shen. However, he could only kneel down respectfully to Lin Shen with immense frustration and bitterness. Bang bang bang. As per the wager, Wang Tianhao was forced to kowtow 3 times to Lin Shen. Very good, very good. I am very satisfied. Looking at Wang Tianhao kneeling and kowtowing to him, Lin Shen smiled and looked at Wang Tianhao with a playful expression. Be careful in the future, and don't let me run into you again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll make you kowtow once. You should watch your mouth and not insult people so easily, Lin Shen coldly rebuked. Poor people also earn their living with their own hands. It's not shameful. I see. Although he was filled with resentment, he had no choice but to submit to the circumstances. Wang Tianhao gritted his teeth, forced a cold snort, and gave Lin Shen a miserable and aggrieved reply. Get lost. Lin Shen knew that Wang Tianhao hadn't listened to him, and that a spoiled young master like him liked to bully others in a self-righteous manner. So, not wanting to bother with Wang Tianhao, Lin Shen waved his hand dismissively at him. Don't let me see you again. You just wait. Scrambling to his feet, Wang Tianhao rushed to the doorway and glared fiercely at Lin Shen. I won't let you get away with this. Yeah. Lin Shen sneered and made a step forward. Thump. Wang Tianhao was immediately startled and staggered. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Wang Tianhao, who nearly fell flat on his face off the stairs, glared angrily at Lin Shen. You just wait. After saying that, Wang Tianhao quickly fled in a disheveled state. He was afraid that Lin Shen would catch up and beat him up. He's mentally challenged too. Lin Shen and Chen Feng exchanged a glance, both amused by the silly yet amusing Wang Tianhao. Young Master Wang, wait for me. I'll show you other houses. The saleswoman had no time to think about the feud between Wang Tianhao and Lin Shen. In order to sell the house she had and get a high commission, she hurriedly chased after Wang Tianhao. She wasn't afraid that Wang Tianhao would beat her up in his anger. After all, it was she who pointed out the problem and showed the room that Lin Shen had already booked. This is also a case of people dying for wealth and birds dying for food. Shaking his head, Lin Shen smiled and looked at Chu Qinglan beside him. Don't worry, he doesn't have any real skills, he's just all talk. Just giving yourself a way out by spouting nonsense. Don't worry about him, and don't pay any attention to him. Although Chu Qinglan still had some worries deep down, after hearing Lin Shen say that, she could only awkwardly nod her head to indicate that she understood. Gulp. Standing to the side, President Jean broke out in a cold sweat, his heart filled with rage at Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong. These two weren't just a disgrace to their father, they were utterly disgraceful. That was close. This CEO Jean had offended Lin Shan before. Seeing Wang Tianhao's miserable state, how could President Jean not be afraid? They both deserve it, spewing filth and nonsense. Luckily, something came up before otherwise. Gulp. Swallowing hard, President Jean wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly relieved. Chu Qinglan was indeed beautiful enough, and to be honest, he was quite interested in her. After all, no man could remain unmoved by a beauty with such a stunning figure and appearance. But Chu Qinglan was a woman he absolutely could not flirt with. Lin Shun is not the useless good-for-nothing that Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong described. He could casually spend 24 million to buy a house outright, and then beat him mercilessly, showing no fear of Wang Tianhao, who had a considerable status. Could this be an ordinary person? Are you kidding me? How could an average worker come up with 24 million to buy a house? Dare to offend young Master Wang. For the average worker, let alone 24 million, they probably couldn't even come up with 240,000. This is reality, not the internet. Although everyone online claims to be a millionaire or even earns over 10,000 yuan a month, they are still considered the lowest of the low. But that's the truth. They are basically all in debt to Alipay and Ant Financial, and they live paycheck to paycheck. Gulp. Mr. Lin. Mr. Jean looked at Lin Shun with a respectful expression. At this moment, his attitude was not only friendly but even flattering. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Miss Qinglan, please don't worry. President Jean looked at Chu Qinglan and said, the company is operating well and there will be no problems. Chu Qinglan nodded immediately. President Jean, I will work hard. Hey, no problem, no problem. We're all friends. If a suitable leadership position comes along, I'll definitely promote you. President Jean didn't think Chu Qinglan would continue working at the company or for much longer. After all, with a capable man like Lin Shun, why would Chu Qinglan continue working for a monthly salary of 4,000 or 5,000? Is this really necessary? Then please take care, Mr. Jean. Unaware that this boss Jean had previously set his sights on Chu Qinglan, and filled with dread at the moment, Lin Shun naturally smiled and nodded. Qinglan is at the company, so I'm troubling you to take care of her. Of course. We're friends, Brother Lin. You can rest assured. I will make sure Miss Qinglan is happy at the company. It's a small matter. Then I'll be going. After waving to Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan, President Jean hurriedly left. He was secretly overjoyed. Otherwise, he would probably have ended up in the same miserable state as Wang Tianhao. I never expected that this house would belong to President Jean. Chu Qinglan said to Lin Shun with some surprise. President Jean has always been quite wealthy. It's strange why he would suddenly buy a house. Is there a problem with the company's operations? Lin Shun laughed and said, perhaps his cash flow has dried up and he urgently needs money, so he has no choice but to sell the house to raise funds. With the economy sluggish this year, many business owners are selling their houses and cars to buy stocks to pay their employees' salaries. We struggled to raise money to keep the company running. Lin Shun shook his head. That's probably why he was forced to sell the house. Chapter 133. The air is terrible. That's right, the market is indeed sluggish this year. After Lin Shun finished speaking, Chen Feng chimed in. We in the real estate industry understand this all too well. In previous years, properties in these upscale neighborhoods were in high demand and sold very well, often at a premium. Many people are selling off their shares this year. Only Riverview apartments with excellent locations and views are slightly easier to sell. Ordinary high-end apartments are priceless and have no market. One of my clients listed his house for 6 months and reduced the price by more than 1 million yuan. Nobody cares at all. Chen Feng shook his head and said with a wry smile, someone like you, Mr. Lin, who casually spends over 20 million yuan and even buys a house in full. Truly unique and extremely rare. Haha. No need to flatter me. I just happened to have a stroke of luck and made a fortune in the stock market. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford it either. Lin Shun smiled and took Chu Qinglan's hand. Wife, now that we have a house, shouldn't we go pick out some furniture and appliances? Are you satisfied with the renovation of this house? Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan for her opinion. If you're not satisfied, then smash it and rebuild it. It's now doing a luxurious European style. Should we create a new Chinese style or a Japanese style like Muji? The minimalist Scandinavian style probably doesn't suit this house. After all, that style is suitable for small houses, Lin Shin said with a smile. The furniture should be chosen according to the decoration, otherwise it will look out of place. This is good enough, no need to reinstall. Chu Qinglan quickly shook her head. That would be too expensive. We can just buy some furniture. Haha, is money included? As long as you're happy, my wife. Lin Shun held Chu Qinglan's soft hand, looking at her with tender eyes. Whatever kind of decoration you want, I'll arrange it for you. Anything is fine with me. The house is so big, it feels a bit empty for just the two of us. Chu Qinglan blushed and gave a soft hum, then skipped to the balcony, looking at the expansive river view. Actually, we could rent out a few rooms, which would increase our income. Haha, that's unnecessary. We're not short of that money. I also don't like people entering our love nest and disturbing our time together. After seeing Chun Feng off, Lin Shin looked at Chu Qinglan's slender and graceful figure standing by the window, a smile flashing across his lips, and hugged Chu Qinglan from behind. Oops! Chu Qinglan, whose body had been attacked, let out a soft groan, her pretty face instantly turning red. The house is too big, it just feels a bit empty and lifeless. Chu Qinglan snorted lightly. I've heard that people who live alone in villas in the suburbs are afraid at night. After all, the house is too big. I've heard that if a house is left uninhabited for 2 years, ghosts will move in and make it their home. Haha, you're overthinking it. Lin Shin grinned and said, Don't worry, it won't be that bad. Besides, our house will soon become lively. Chu Qinglan tilted her head and gave a soft hum. Of course, it all depends on your contribution, Qinglan. Lin Shin chuckled and placed his large hand directly on Chu Qinglan's abdomen. After our child is born, we'll bring my parents or your parents over. I have children and parents. This room is much noisier than usual. Oops, I'm not in a rush to have a baby. Chu Qinglan blushed and glared at Lin Shun, saying, I'm not ready yet. Haha, then take it slow. It all happened naturally and logically. Lin Shin naturally wouldn't force Chu Qinglan. He pressed close to Chu Qinglan's body, feeling the softness of her skin. After a slight hesitation, he buried his head in Chu Qinglan's hair, blowing his breath against her earlobe. Now, I can confidently go see my aunt and uncle. Chu Qinglan's eyes were glazed over, her face flushed, and she leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, slightly unsteady on her feet. Do your uncle and aunt have any other opinions? Lin Shin held Chu Qinglan tightly and asked softly. Oops. Morning. Chu Qinglan's pretty face suddenly flushed red, and her delicate body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. I'm going to the restroom. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shin, then quickly pushed him away and rushed into the bathroom. Her pretty face was flushed red. She was incredibly shy at that moment. Hey. Watching Chu Qinglan's slender figure from behind, Lin Shin's heart leaped with joy. There should be a home improvement market nearby, right? Lin Shin took out his phone to check and confirm that there was a furniture and appliance market nearby, so he used his phone to take pictures inside the house. I'm thinking of going to the market later to carefully select some items, and then designing them. Let's see what good furniture and appliances we can buy. At that moment, while Lin Shun was taking Chu Qinglan to the furniture market, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen were at Hangzhou Airport, picking up Zhao Kun, who had just returned from abroad. Young Master Zhao, welcome back to China. Upon seeing Zhao Kun emerge from the VIP passage, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen immediately greeted him with utmost respect. Zhao Kun nodded slightly to Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, his expression arrogant. Achoo! As Zhao Kun stepped out of the airport, he sneezed and rubbed his nose with an annoyed expression. The air in China really isn't as good as abroad. Well, both Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen were somewhat embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Of course, Li Huiwen, quick-witted as ever, immediately responded to Zhao Kun with a smile. There are too many cars and chemical plants in China, and too many people, so there is a lot of exhaust gas. Overseas countries have more land and fewer people, and larger green areas, so the air is relatively fresher. When I first went abroad, I was amazed by how fresh the air was. Even a single sip is sweet. That makes sense. The highlight image immediately echoed. The air is definitely better abroad. The environment is also very poor. Compared to foreign countries, we are far behind. Zhao Kun glanced around at his surroundings with disdain, his eyes full of contempt. If it weren't for the old man insisting that I come back to start a business, telling me that I shouldn't put all my eggs in one basket. I'm not coming back. It's boring. Zhao Kun scoffed disdainfully. If the old man hadn't forced me, I would never have wanted to come back in my life. Once young Master Zhao has built up his business and given old Master Zhao an explanation, he can naturally go back. That's right, young Master Zhao, don't worry. When you return abroad, we'll manage the company in China for you. Gao Guangtu said ingratiatingly. We'll make sure you leave with peace of mind. You can go back to enjoy life, and you can also give an explanation to old Master Zhao. And domestic companies can also continue to make money for you. Chapter 134 The Arrogant Zhao Kun. What you said makes some sense. That's what I'm planning too. Once I've built up this company and given the old man some closure, I'll go back abroad. There's really nothing interesting about things in China. As he stepped into the car, Zhao Kun's eyes still gleamed with intense disdain, criticism, disgust, and contempt. Young Master Zhao, what industry are you planning to go into this time you've come back? Li Huiwan, who had been exchanging glances with Gao Guangtu and was now scheming to line her own pockets and bully her superiors in the company, cautiously asked, Where should we go first? Shall we go to the hotel first? I have already booked a 5-star hotel for you. No need. My grandfather bought me a villa a long time ago, in the suburbs. Zhao Kun crossed his legs. I've sent you the address. Just go directly to the villa area. Okay. Without saying a word, Gao Guangtu immediately turned and drove towards the villa area. He thought to himself, Zhao Kun is indeed rich. He hasn't even arrived in Hangzhou yet, and he's already bought this villa. As for business, I'm planning to get involved in the jade business this time I'm back. Zhao Kun rubbed his temples. Don't Chinese people all like jadeite? And all kinds of gold and silver jewelry. Our Zhao family owns a chain of gold and silver shops overseas, but people abroad are not interested in jade and gemstones, so we have not been involved in jade and gemstones. This time when I came back, I planned to get involved with jade and gemstones. Zhao Kun toyed with a string of fine jade prayer beads in his hand. This industry should be profitable. I happened to be abroad and had studied jade identification with several masters. By selecting just a few good rough stones, one can make a fortune. With your abilities, young Master Zhao, this will be a piece of cake. Gao Guangtu immediately gave Zhao Kun a thumbs up. I estimate that in a few months, young Master Zhao, you will be able to turn the company into a well-known jade and emerald company in Hangzhou. Well-known in the industry. Oh, Zhao Kun sneered, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. What I want to do is be number one in the industry. Young Master Zhao's wish will surely come true. That's right, with young Master Zhao's abilities, this will be a piece of cake. Looking at Zhao Kun in front of them, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen naturally had fawning expressions on their faces, flattering and praising him in every way. This house is still barely habitable. Upon arriving at the villa area, Zhao Kun entered a townhouse, looked around, and nodded slightly. Although this villa area is in the suburbs, it is not in a remote location. It's located just 1 kilometer from a subway station and a large shopping mall, as well as office buildings and residential areas. The surrounding area is also tranquil, with mountains and water. It can be said that you can enjoy both tranquility and liveliness. For example, some elderly residents in the villa area still ride electric bikes to the nearby farmers' market to buy groceries. Some residents also ride electric bikes to the subway station a kilometer away to commute to get off work. It can be said that this is a villa area with a strong sense of life. This villa is really great. Upon entering the villa, Gao Guangtu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Those few detached villas on the mountainside must be the best, right? Li Huiwen said with a sigh as she gazed into the distance. Of course. Zhao Kun sneered. This villa of mine costs more than 20 million. A detached villa in the heart of the mountainside. with a large garden and swimming pool, offering unparalleled views, Zhao Kun remarked. A villa like that would probably cost over 100 million. Even for me. I can't afford to live here right now. Haha, young Master Zhao, what are you saying? Gao Guangtu immediately said obsequiously. It's only temporary. With your abilities, young Master Zhao, you will surely be able to buy it very soon. But you don't need to buy it. After all, you won't be staying for long. Zhao Kun strode into the villa, crossed his legs, and said, This villa is quite spacious for me all by myself. Didn't you guys show me a picture last time? That girl was pretty good. When will you bring it over so I can take a look? Well, this. Upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen exchanged a glance and immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. Because Chu Qinglan already has Lin Shen by her side. When they showed Zhao Kun Chu Qinglan's photos before, Chu Qinglan and Lin Shen weren't even dating yet. But now, Chu Qinglan and Lin Shen are already living together. Now they want to introduce Chu Qinglan to Zhao Kun. Let's set aside whether Zhao Kun dislikes or not that Chu Qinglan has had a boyfriend before. The problem is that Chu Qinglan won't leave Lin Shen to come and keep Zhao Kun company. Isn't that a bit awkward? After all, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen had already noticed that Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan seemed to have a good relationship. How? Zhao Kun sensed something was wrong. He coldly glanced at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen. What's going on? Young Master Zhao, this is a rather embarrassing matter. That's right. Having no other choice, Gao Guangtu had to bite the bullet and give Zhao Kun an explanation. Oh, a penniless wretch like you wants to steal my woman? Zhao Kun didn't know what was going on until he heard it, and then he immediately laughed. He had initially considered Chu Qinglan insignificant, but now he was becoming increasingly interested. I have to win this girl over. She has to come and take care of me while I'm in Hangzhou. Young Master Zhao, we don't have the final say on that. The person in the photo, who was in a very awkward position, said, We can't control her either. Young Master Zhao, how about we switch to someone else? I have a cousin who really admires you, Li Huiwen quickly said. Let me introduce her to you. Change my ass, I'm not changing it. She's been saved. Zhao Xiao snorted coldly, giving Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen a cold look without any politeness. You two go and make an appointment. I'm treating this girl to dinner this afternoon. No, it's not just about eating. I'll take her to the jade market first. I want her to see what real wealth is. I've been through a lot with women. Give them a piece of jade, then take them for a stroll around the villa. Then she'll naturally know who to be with. Zhao Kun crossed his legs, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. These days, everyone is very pragmatic. As long as I have enough RMB, she'll be more obedient than a dog. Zhao Kun's eyes were full of disdain. He's just a poor wretch, and he wants to steal the woman I've got my eye on. Can he afford jade and live in a villa? You have nothing to your name. Yet you want to marry a beautiful woman? Zhao Kun laughed with utter disdain. What a dream, utterly ridiculous. This. All right. Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen exchanged a glance, then looked at Zhao Kun, whose expression was gloomy yet arrogant, and could only nod awkwardly. Although they lacked confidence, feeling that Chu Qinglan was not so easy to deal with. But since Zhao Kun had said that, they didn't dare to object. We can only carefully obey orders. Chapter 135, Having Unrealistic Thoughts. These are all minor matters. Looking at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, whose expressions were filled with apprehension, Zhao Kun sneered and waved his hand dismissively. You can handle them both easily. Just a penniless wretch. How could you possibly win against me? You dare to steal my woman. Watch me teach him a lesson. Zhao Kun crossed his legs and slowly poured himself a glass of red wine. This empty house is just missing a woman. I've been back for a while, and I haven't felt comfortable without anyone to keep me company. That's for sure. Gao Guangtu looked at Zhao Kun respectfully. With your status and abilities, young Master Zhao, no woman could refuse your pursuit. After all, you have money and good looks. He is absolutely the dream lover of countless women. It's just that I'm not a woman. Gao Guangtu looked at Zhao Kun obsequiously. Otherwise, I would definitely be willing to accompany you, young Master Zhao, and make you have fun. That's right, Mr. Zhao. What woman wouldn't like a man as outstanding as you? It's just that you don't think much of me, Li Huiwen said with a fawning expression. Otherwise, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Well, the person standing next to him with the high-profile image instantly looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Haha, let's not talk about this useless stuff. Go and make the arrangements. Tonight I'm going to win over Chu Qinglan. Looking at the photo of Chu Qinglan sent to him by the high-profile photo service on his phone, Zhao Xiao sneered. Let her know how powerful I am. Clear. Then we'll make the arrangements right away. After showering Zhao Xiao with flattery, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen cautiously left Zhao Xiao's villa. What did you mean by what you just said? Are you disgusted with me? Gao Guangtu glared angrily at Li Huiwen, his expression cold and displeased. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? I'm being dismissive. Tell me, how can you compare to young Master Zhao? Li Huiwen rolled her eyes at Gao Guangtu, annoyed. You're only good at carrying his shoes. Jealous of young Master Zhao. You're out of your mind too. This sigh. The person in the highlight photo froze instantly, unsure of what to say. How could young Master Zhao possibly be interested in me? Li Huiwen sneered. I was just saying that. What are you thinking? This is boring. 2. Gao Guangtu's lips twitched. He had to admit that what Li Huiwen said was indeed the truth. After all, Li Huiwen's figure and appearance are average, and she's also older. How could a wealthy and powerful young master like Zhao possibly be interested in Li Huiwen? The most urgent thing right now is to get your cousin to accompany young Master Zhao and serve him, Li Huiwen said solemnly. Only by currying favor with young Master Zhao can we get his promotion and important position. I'll have your cousin whisper some sweet nothings in your ear later. When Zhao Xiao leaves, he will probably make us the heads of the company and manage it for him. At that time, we will not only hold high positions of power, but we can also line our own pockets. Li Huiwen was very excited. I'm sure I can make a fortune. Your cousin's current boyfriend is nothing, Li Huiwen said with disdain. Compared to young Master Zhao, he's not even worthy of carrying young Master Zhao's shoes. As soon as young Master Zhao came to Hangzhou, he immediately had a villa to stay in. And him. He's probably renting places everywhere. This is boring. Li Huiwen looked at Gao Guangtu sternly. You must convince your sister that submitting to young Master Zhao is the best choice. If she goes along with young Master Zhao, she'll not only have a villa to live in, but she'll also make money. Once Zhao Xiao goes abroad, she can freely remarry if she wants to. Once she has money, she can easily marry whomever she wants, right? Li Huiwen laughed and said, I don't know how many women would want such a good opportunity, but wouldn't have one. You must persuade her to come and curry favor with young Master Zhao. Of course I want to. But this might not be easy to handle. Under Li Huiwen's encouraging gaze, Gao Guangtu frowned. She seems to have a pretty good relationship with that Lin Chen. If we talk to her about this now, will she agree? If she doesn't agree, then we'll be in an awkward situation. If young Master Zhao has a problem with us then, that would be terrible. I'm thinking it would be best to replace young Master Zhao with someone else, Gao Guangtu said in a low voice. That way there's little risk. Young Master Zhao has already said that he doesn't want to change anyone. He just wants Chu Qinglan. Were you deaf just now? Didn't you hear me? Li Huiwen glared at Gao Guangtu with annoyance, her brows furrowed. I was thinking of introducing my sister to young Master Zhao, but he doesn't want her. The main reason is that she has a boyfriend. The highlight photo is quite awkward. They've just started dating and are in the honeymoon phase. It won't be easy to break them up. Then why did you send her photo to young Master Zhao so early in the morning? Li Huiwen glared at Gao Guangtu with annoyance. You stirred up young Master Zhao's anger, but you didn't put it down for him. Are you asking for trouble? I didn't expect her to suddenly have a boyfriend either. Gao Guangtu was quite embarrassed. She didn't have a boyfriend at the beginning of last month. The only thing we can do is arrange to meet her and try to persuade her. Try to reason with her and appeal to her emotions. Gao Guangtu was quite embarrassed. She has no future with Lin Shun, that penniless bastard who only knows how to pretend and flaunt his wealth by renting cars. Only by being with a rich man like young Master Zhao can you have a promising future. Only then can you enjoy life. I'll message her right now and ask her out. Gao Guangtu took a deep breath. Hopefully she'll know what's good for her. Aren't we women stupid? Li Huiwen snorted coldly. I don't think there should be any problem. We women will naturally choose what's best for ourselves. Young Master Zhao is many times better than that Lin Shun. They live in a villa. Li Huiwen felt a pang of regret, thinking that she was too old and her figure wasn't good enough. Otherwise, if Zhao Kun had taken a liking to her, she would have immediately abandoned Gao Guangtu and obediently submitted to Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun simply didn't think much of her. She has no choice but to live with this highlighting image. Hopefully we can make a profit this time. Otherwise, after glancing at the cheap highlighter, Li Huiwen snorted coldly. A plan has already formed in my mind. At this moment, Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan are strolling hand in hand through the furniture market, adding bricks and tiles to their new home. Although Chu Qinglan was very frugal, Lin Shun was still very generous and bought the best and most suitable items without any hesitation. Since you've already spent 24 million on the house, how could you possibly skimp on the furniture? Lin Shun. As Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan entered a closet store, a surprise shout rang out. Suddenly it rang out. Chapter 136, The Man I Once Loved. Lin Shun subconsciously turned around and looked at the person who called him. I knew I wasn't mistaken, it really is you. Tang Kursen's eyes were full of surprise. She stared at Lin Shun with bright eyes, her eyes blinking, her eyes filled with joy. Tang Kursen. What a coincidence. Lin Shun recognized the woman in front of him. He sighed awkwardly and greeted her with a wry smile. After all, Tang Kursen had already recognized him. If he pretended not to know her and didn't greet her, wouldn't that be quite awkward? This Tang Kursen is none other than Lin Chen's high school classmate. She was also the prettiest girl in Lin Chen's high school class. Actually, none of that matters. What matters is that Tang Kursen did pursue Lin Chen back then. However, because Lin Shun was focused on his studies during high school, he completely ignored the love letters Tang Kursen wrote to him. So nothing ever happened between the two of them. It's quite a coincidence that we've run into each other here by such an unexpected turn of events. It's not just a coincidence, it's an incredible coincidence. After graduating from high school, we didn't see each other or contact each other for more than 4 or almost 5 years because we didn't have each other's contact information. Tang Kursen looked at Lin Shun. I really didn't expect that we would meet in this way. It's true that stories don't happen without coincidences. Lin Shun didn't know what to say, so he could only awkwardly reply to Tang Kursen. I heard you went to university in central China. How did you end up in Hangzhou? After I graduated from university, my boyfriend and I moved to Hangzhou. Tang Kursen gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. He's a local from Hangzhou. We met in college. I see. Lin Shun smiled and said, That's great. I'm fine. I heard you went to university in Hangzhou. Tang Kursen looked at Chu Qinglan beside her. Is this your girlfriend? Yes, my wife. Lin Shun directly took Chu Qinglan's hand, announcing his own identity and Chu Qinglan's ownership. This also put Chu Qinglan at ease. He said that he had just run into Tang Kursen by chance and was simply catching up with her. There won't be anything else. Unlike many classmates at reunions who chat and drink together, only to rekindle their old flame and end up in bed together soon afterward. Lin Shun is not that kind of person. His heart belongs only to Chu Qinglan. It's so beautiful. Tang Kursen looked Chu Qinglan up and down. She has a really good figure. You are beautiful too. Chu Qinglan answered Tang Kursen with a light laugh. Although Tang Kursen is not quite as beautiful as her, she is still considered a top-tier beauty. I'm nowhere near as good as you. Otherwise, Lin Shun wouldn't have looked down on me when I was pursuing him, Tang Kursen said with a smile. So you're the one who's better off. Cough cough. Lin Shun felt a little embarrassed by Tang Kursen's words. He could only cough a few times and say, That's all in the past. Back then, I was focused on my studies and didn't think about anything else. Kursen, who are these two? At this moment, a fat man in an expensive suit strode over. His small, rat-like eyes glanced at Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan. Upon seeing Chu Qinglan, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze filled with intense amazement. Honey, this is my high school classmate Lin Shun, and his girlfriend Chu Qinglan. I didn't expect to run into them here. It's quite a coincidence. Oh, I see. Upon hearing Tang Kursen's words, the obese man's eyes gleamed as he scrutinized the slender and shapely Chu Qinglan, his gaze darting around. Lin Shun, Qinglan, This is my boyfriend Gong Jianping. You can just call him Jiangping. Oh, hello. Lin Shun greeted Gong Jianping, who was as fat as a pig, with a wry smile. I don't know why Tang Kursin, who has a great figure and looks, would choose Gong Jianping, a man who is both ugly and fat. What kind of aesthetic sense is this? Tang Kursin, who is 1.65 meters tall and weighs just over 100 pounds, is wearing white sweatpants and a pink tank top. She has a great figure with a prominent bust and buttocks. Gong Jianping, who is only a little over 1.7 meters tall, weighs a full 200 kilograms. His arms were thicker than Tang Kursin's thighs. He walks unsteadily, panting for 3 steps after taking one. The two women standing together are a stylish and elegant woman and an obese man. Honestly, their styles don't match at all. I really don't know what Tang Kursin could possibly have fallen for Gong Jianping. Isn't she afraid of being crushed to death? Or is it that beautiful women always marry wild boars? Lin Shin shrugged slightly, neither confirming nor denying it. Because this kind of thing is very common, many beautiful women date men who are extremely ugly in appearance and physique, making it a ridiculous and speechless pairing. I have no idea what they were thinking, and I have no idea how these men pursued them. Is he really that approachable? Couples like Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan are both handsome men and beautiful women. Actually, there aren't that many. Haha, hello. Several shops here are owned by my family. What kind of furniture are you looking to buy? Are you here to look for a job? Gong Jianping glanced at Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan, who were dressed in shabby clothes, and thought that Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan probably couldn't afford a house in the city center. He then said with a forced smile, "If you're looking for a job, I can introduce you to some. It just so happens that our store is short of a female sales clerk." Gong Jianping looked at Chu Qinglan with a glint in his eyes. "I can arrange for you to work as a saleswoman in the store. As for salary, it's 5,000 yuan a month during the probation period, and 6,000 yuan plus performance bonus after you become a full-time employee. During peak season, earning over 10,000 is no problem at all." Staring at Chu Qinglan in front of him, Gong Jianping's eyes were filled with a sharp glint. He thought that as long as Chu Qinglan agreed, he would definitely be able to win her over. After all, those who are near the water get the moon first. As Chu Qinglan's superior, I will use the excuse of discussing work to invite Chu Qinglan to have more private conversations and meals, thus fostering a better relationship. Then find another excuse to take Chu Qinglan on a business trip to another city. A man and a woman go on a business trip to another city, so it's only natural that they stay together. Gong Jianping had used this method to win over the female sales clerks in the store many times before. After all, these female sales clerks would naturally be intimidated by his leadership authority. He spent a little more money. So these female sales clerks, half-heartedly, just went along with it. As for you, Gong Jianping glanced at Lin Shun and snorted coldly, "I don't have a suitable position for you here. But it's okay." In order to distance Lin Shun from Chu Qinglan and create an opportunity for him to come into contact with Chu Qinglan, Gong Jianping deliberately said, "I have a friend who runs an electronics factory in the suburbs. I can recommend you to work as a management trainee in his electronics factory. If you work hard, you'll have a chance to be promoted to section chief or line leader. These are not problems at all." Chapter 137 Million Furniture. Huh. Hearing Gong Jianping's arrogant words and holding Chu Qinglan's soft hand, Lin Shin immediately smiled. This Gong Jianping is really too interesting. Lin Shin couldn't help but laugh. "Honey." Tang Kursin was also a little embarrassed by Gong Jianping's words. She gave Lin Shin an apologetic look and then reached out to hug Gong Jianping's arm. "My stomach is a little uncomfortable. Let's go home." "What's the rush? Go back yourself if you want. Don't bother me." Giving Tang Kursin a disapproving glare, Gong Jianping looked at Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan with a gleam in his eyes. "Don't worry. As long as you work hard, you will naturally be promoted. Perhaps I can be promoted to a leadership position in the future. The future is limitless." Gong Jianping looked at Chu Qinglan with covetous eyes. "We had a female salesperson in our store before, who gained my appreciation because of her outstanding work ability. With my guidance, she not only became a store manager, but also signed several big deals and earned hundreds of thousands in commissions. Now everyone buys their own cars. You need to do a good job." As he spoke, Gong Jiangping reached out and patted Chu Qinglan's arm. Maybe you can become a store manager someday. Afraid. Lin Shen slapped away Gong Jiangping's outstretched hand and looked coldly at Gong Jiangping in front of him. No need. We don't lack jobs. You should save your kindness for someone else. Looking coldly at Gong Jiangping in front of him, Lin Shen already knew exactly what Gong Jiangping was up to. Lin Shen couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. What's going on here? Why would anyone want to introduce him to a job? Moreover, the jobs they introduced were either factory work or security guard positions. Lin Shen was speechless. Does he look so incompetent? Although there is no distinction between high and low status in work, there is a salary. The jobs these people introduced him to were all thankless, tiring, and low-paying low-level jobs. Lin Shen was completely helpless. Kid, I wasn't asking you. Just because you don't want to doesn't mean Miss Chu Qinglan doesn't want to. Gong Jiangping glared fiercely at Lin Shen, who had interrupted his good time, then looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile. Miss Qinglan, you can think about it. Come work at my shop, and I'll definitely take good care of you. I guarantee that you will not only have a comfortable job and earn a lot of money, but also have a very broad career path. This is something so many people long for but can't have. Sorry, no need. Chu Qinglan was speechless. She glanced at Gong Jiangping, who had a fat face, with disgust, and gently tugged at Lin Shen's arm. Shun, let's go. Good. Lin Shen was too lazy to pay attention to Gong Jiangping, who had a screw loose, and prepared to leave. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Seeing that Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan wanted to leave, Gong Jiangping immediately became anxious. What a joke. He's got his hands on her. How could he let Chu Qinglan fly away like that? Therefore, he immediately stopped Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan. I advise you to think about it again, otherwise you will never encounter such a chance to make money again in your life. If you follow my instructions, you can make money in the future and even have the opportunity to buy a house in Hangzhou. Otherwise, you poor outsiders will only earn money and spend it in Hangzhou, and you won't be able to save a single penny. You are destined to have nothing. With his arms crossed, Gong Jiangping looked at Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan with an arrogant expression. Don't make a mistake. In a person's life, there are only a handful of truly good opportunities to make money. Haha, thank you so much. Lin Shen sneered, looking at the arrogant Gong Jiangping with disdain. I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need it. Promote whomever you want. We are not interested in this. Lin Shen looked coldly at Gong Jiangping. You're also a bit of a jerk with a big ego. Hehe. If Gong Jiangping weren't Tang Kersen's boyfriend, and if Tang Kersen weren't her high school classmate, then this situation would have been quite awkward, as Tang Kersen clearly didn't want to do it. Lin Shen, without any hesitation, slapped Gong Jiangping across the face, teaching him a lesson in manners. They're just looking down on people. Kid, you really are asking for trouble. How dare you talk back to me? Staring at Lin Shen in front of him, Gong Jiangping's face immediately contorted with rage. Mr. Lin, this is your reservation form. Please take a look. If there are no problems, after you make the payment, we will send someone to deliver the goods to your door and then install them for you. Before Lin Shen could leave, a female saleswoman in high heels ran up to him and respectfully handed him an order form. Oh, Mr. Gong. So you and Mr. Lin have known each other for a long time? Upon seeing Gong Jiangping's saleswoman, she immediately greeted him with surprise. Now it was Gong Jiangping's turn to be surprised. He frowned and looked at the female salesperson suspiciously. What do you mean? Mr. Gong, Mr. Lin is one of our major clients. He placed an order for kitchen and dining furniture worth over 1 million yuan at our store today. They are all top-of-the-line models. I was just about to report to you, the saleswoman said with a smile. Please arrange a car to deliver these items to Mr. Lin's new house. That is, Riverview Apartments in the Jiangpan New City residential complex located on the riverbank. We still need to arrange some workers to complete this as soon as possible. What's going on? A property with a prime river view. Jiangpan New City residential area? The saleswoman's words stunned Gong Jiangping. He stared at her with wide eyes, utterly astonished. A 1 million yuan order. Are you kidding me? Gong Jiangping knew very well that any Riverview apartment in the Jiangpan New City residential complex would cost over 20 million yuan. This is a landmark luxury residence in Hangzhou. even though his family are locals from Hangzhou and were relocated due to land expropriation. But I can't bear to buy such a luxury house. Lin Shan, whom he had just looked down on, was actually the owner of such a luxury mansion? Gulp. Swallowing hard, Gong Jiangping stared at Lin Shan with a grave expression. How is this possible? Furniture worth over $1 million? Is this true? Holding Lin Shan's order form, Tang Kerson was completely stunned. They spent over $1 million on furniture alone. That's not just extravagant, it's far too extravagant. You know, how many people's houses don't even cost a little over $1 million? Lin Shan, is this real? Tang Kerson stared wide-eyed at Lin Shan in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with intense surprise. She never imagined that Lin Shan, whose family seemed to be of average means during high school, would be like this. How did they suddenly become so wealthy? Not only do they live in prime riverfront properties, but their furniture is also worth millions. Buy whatever you want. Chapter 138. My dad will absolutely beat me to death. Does this look fake? Under the utterly astonished gazes of Tang Kerson and Gong Jiangping, Lin Shan shrugged slightly and replied with a smile. I can even bribe the store sales staff to set me up on purpose. Just to put on an act in front of you. I'm sorry. Lin Shan shrugged slightly and said bluntly, I'm not like some people who are so bored that they like to pretend. You. Upon hearing this, Gong Jiangping's face stiffened, and he glared angrily at Lin Shan. Because Lin Shan's words were a direct insult to him, a direct slap in the face. He just deliberately put on a show in front of Lin Shan. Now, compared to this, he's in a very awkward position. Lin Shan slapped that fat, ugly face repeatedly. I was completely dumbfounded. Gulp. Lin Shan, when did you become so rich? Tang Kerson looked at Lin Shan with a complicated expression, her eyes filled with deep suspicion. Actually, when Gong Jiangping mocked Lin Shan just now, although she felt slightly embarrassed, she was actually a little happy deep down. After all, she had pursued Lin Shan before, but Lin Shan ignored her. He threw away the love letter she wrote, without even reading it. Although 4 years have passed, Tang Kerson still feels somewhat angry with Lin Shan deep down. At this moment, Tang Kerson happened to run into Lin Shan, and especially after seeing how beautiful Chu Qinglan was beside Lin Shan, she naturally felt a little jealous. However, she was still somewhat proud because she had found the wealthy Gong Jiangping. I feel like she's living a more comfortable life than Lin Shan and Chu Qinglan. Therefore, although she felt embarrassed when Gong Jiangping mocked Lin Shan like that, she was happy to see it happen. At this moment, Tang Kerson was completely dumbfounded. Lin Shan casually bought furniture worth over 1 million yuan and lives in a Riverview apartment worth over 20 million yuan. Everything she was so proud of was a joke in front of Lin Shan. If someone can afford a Riverview apartment worth over 20 million yuan and spend over 1 million yuan just on furniture, what does that mean? This means Lin Shan's net worth must be at least over 100 million. Otherwise, how could Lin Shan afford such an expensive Riverview apartment? In fact, if Gong Jiangping's family were determined enough, they could come up with more than 20 million yuan. But is he willing to buy a Riverview apartment? How could that be? Gulp. Lin Shan. Swallowing hard, Tang Kerson looked at Lin Shan with suspicion in her beautiful eyes. She knew very well that if an ordinary person drives a car worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of yuan, it doesn't necessarily mean they are rich. They may not only have no house or savings, but the car was also bought with a loan. It's purely for showing off. Even if you own a house, it might be a house in your hometown or a house worth 2 or 3 million in the suburbs of Hangzhou. That doesn't count as being rich. You could only say they're relatively wealthy ordinary people. Because you'll definitely end up with a mortgage and car loan debt. Working like a slave every day, fearing unemployment, the pressure is immense. This kind of life isn't actually comfortable either. They might be able to afford cars worth several million or tens of millions of yuan, and drive cars worth hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan. Then the situation will be very different. Because someone with 1 million in savings is willing to buy a car worth 100,000 or 200,000, but would never be willing to buy a car worth 1 million. If you can afford a car worth millions, your net worth must be at least tens of millions. So if Lin Shan can afford a Riverview apartment worth over 20 million, his net worth must be at least over 100 million. Otherwise, why would Gong Jiangping's family be able to scrape together 20 million yuan, but be unwilling to buy a prime riverfront property? Because Gong Jiangping's family only has over 20 million yuan. He doesn't have that kind of capital. It's like if you owe a bank tens or hundreds of thousands. The bank will keep pressing you for repayment, and you'll be treated like a servant. But if you owe a bank billions or tens of billions, the bank will fawn over you, becoming subservient and afraid you'll go bankrupt. It's the same principle. Being able to owe a bank 10 billion is an absolute feat. Gulp. Swallowing hard again, Tang Kerson looked at Lin Shun with a complicated expression, her eyes filled with doubt, shock, and confusion. How did you suddenly become so rich? Your family didn't have much money before? A scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days of separation. We haven't seen each other for 4 years, so it's normal for me to have some opportunities, Lin Shun said to Tang Kerson with a smile. There's no need to go into the details of how I made the money. Anyway, I'm different now than before, and you understand that. Gong Jiangping, Mr. Gong, right? Lin Shun crossed his arms and looked at Gong Jiangping with a playful expression. So, are you still going to introduce me to factories now? I would actually like to work in a factory. Lin Shun smiled and said, why don't you introduce me to them again? Me? Gong Jiangping's face stiffened, and he was speechless for a moment after being rebuked by Lin Shun. Because of what he just said, compared to Lin Shun's strength, it was like he was slapping himself in the face. Lin Shun, whose net worth is over 100 million, does he need someone to introduce him to a job? He's nobody. What do you mean, you? Aren't you going to introduce my wife to a job so she can work in your shop? And they're planning to promote her to store manager? Lin Shun looked at Gong Jiangping with a playful expression. I do appreciate your help. Why don't you make arrangements right now? Should I just let my wife be the store manager at your shop? Gulp. Me. Gong Jiangping looked extremely embarrassed, speechless after being rebuked by Lin Shun, unable to utter a single word. This situation led him to introduce a job to Chu Qinglan. Does he deserve it? He had previously set his sights on Chu Qinglan, wanting her to work at his shop so he could sexually harass her. Ideally, he would take Chu Qinglan on a business trip, book a room, and then force himself on her. But now, Gong Jiangping would never dare to have such a thought again. Lin Shun's strength had already far surpassed his. So how could Chu Qinglan possibly be interested in him? Gong Jiangping still had some sense of self-awareness. Keep your eyes open in the future, and don't look down on people anymore. I'm too lazy to argue with you. It's boring. Disdainfully glancing at Gong Jiangping, Lin Shun looked at the extremely embarrassed female saleswoman and said, forget about this one. I'll buy it from another store. Your store's reputation and quality. Lin Shun glanced coldly at Gong Jiangping. I don't trust him. Let's go? As he spoke, Lin Shun directly took Chu Qinglan's soft hand and led her away without hesitation. Mr. Lin. This. She subconsciously called out to Lin Shun, but when he ignored her, she had no choice but to turn to Gong Jiangping. Mr. Gong, this is a contract worth millions. What should we do now? What to do? How am I supposed to know what to do? Gong Jiangping said with a mournful face. It's over. It's really over now. I need to let my dad know that I offended such a big shot and missed out on $1 million contract. You'll definitely beat me to death. Chapter 139. My face screams poverty. I already hinted to you not to act impulsively, but you wouldn't listen. They insist on being self-righteous and mocking others. Tang Kerson muttered to herself and said to Gong Jiangping in an annoyed tone, now look what's happened. You've lost $1 million contract, and I can't go catch up with my old classmates anymore. It's all your fault. You made a huge mess of things. It's so embarrassing. Shut up. Smack. Gong Jiangping slapped Tang Kerson across the face. Are you crazy? Tang Kerson covered her slapped face, glaring angrily at Gong Jiangping. You hit me. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Gong Jiangping glared angrily at Tang Kerson. You still have the nerve to blame me? Let me tell you, this is your fault. If you had told me sooner, if I had known he had such power, would I have dared to provoke and mock him? Asshole! Gong Jiangping glared at Tang Kerson angrily. Are you deliberately trying to make a fool of me? Incomprehensible. Tang Kerson was panting with anger. She glared at Gong Jiangping furiously. How was I supposed to know he suddenly had money? When he was in high school, His family didn't have much money at all. I didn't ask you to mock him. Tang Kursin sneered. You still have the nerve to accuse me? Do you think I don't know what you're up to? You deserve it. Tang Kursin glared angrily at Gong Jiangping. Let me tell you, you're nowhere near as good as Lin Shun. I'm not as handsome as her, not as rich as her, and I certainly don't have her good personality or temper. You look down on me, but you're interested in him, right? You slut, get out of here. Pointing his finger at Tang Kursin, Gong Jiangping gritted his teeth and roared, get out of here right now. Since you think he's better than me, then go find him. Oh shit. Fine, I'll go then. I didn't even like it in the first place. You'll regret it. Snort. Tang Kursin glared at Gong Jiangping, slapped him, snorted coldly, and strode out of the shop. You bastard. Staring at Tang Kursin's departing figure, Gong Jiangping, who had just been arrogantly mocking Lin Shun, could only erupt in helpless rage. Let's go. Let's buy from another store. I feel a little embarrassed. Holding Chu Qinglan's hand, Lin Shun drove to another home improvement mall and said to Chu Qinglan with slight embarrassment, I need you to choose again. What's wrong with that? Chu Qinglan gave a soft hum and gently hugged Lin Shen's arm. Anyway, we don't have anything else to do today, so let's choose again. It's hard on you to come shopping with me. Haha, I couldn't be happier. Lin Shen laughed. I wonder how many people envy me for accompanying such a beautiful wife shopping. This is great news that will make us proud. Cut. Chu Qinglan gave Lin Shen a light snort and rolled her eyes. Isn't it said that men don't like to go shopping with women? How come it's the other way around with you? Haha, it's not because my wife is too beautiful. I'm completely smitten, so I can't help but enjoy shopping with you. Lin Shen reached out and hugged Chu Qinglan's slender waist. With my wife by my side, I'm happy to do anything. Glib-tongued. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen, then lightly pinched him. Greasy. Hey. Lin Shen smiled upon hearing this. I'm telling the truth. As long as you're by my side, I'm happy. What you do is not important. Having you by my side is the most important thing. Snort. Chu Qinglan smiled and gently hugged Lin Shen's arm. Me too. Haha. Upon hearing Chu Qinglan's words, Lin Shen was instantly delighted and felt very comfortable. Honey, do you think my face says poor? Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan suspiciously. Have I been labeled like that? Oh. Chu Qinglan was taken aback and looked at Lin Shen with great surprise. Why are you suddenly saying that? Because it's been like this every time. Why do these people think I'm poor at first glance? Lin Shen shrugged slightly, quite helplessly. That's how it was with Gong Jiangping just now. Wang Tianhao was like that when we were looking at houses before. And the same goes for Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong before them. Lin Shen was completely helpless. He looked embarrassed and said, They all take one look and assume I'm poor, and they make all sorts of sarcastic remarks about me. I'm really fed up with them. Could it be that I really have poor written all over my face? Chun, you're so funny. Covering her bright red lips, Chu Qinglan glared at Lin Shen with annoyance. You're just talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth, okay? Lin Shen shrugged helplessly. I didn't do anything, but they still called me a poor wretch. I'm speechless. That's completely unfounded. It's not like it's a party or anything. It's just that I'm reluctant to pay the bill. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan and said, Once or twice is fine, but it's always like this, and it's really annoying. You're getting annoyed too, aren't you? It's mainly quite awkward. They're too narrow-minded to understand your humility. Chu Qinglan chuckled. They're too focused on appearances. They judge whether someone is rich or poor by what clothes they wear and whether they're wearing an expensive watch. I don't judge based on temperament. Because you like to keep a low profile, you wear ordinary clothes, you don't wear a watch, and you keep your car keys in your pocket. You don't like to take them out and show them off like they do. So they naturally and subconsciously assume you are poor. That's because they're too young and don't understand social etiquette. Chu Qinglan said with a smile. I've heard that the real big shots are all very low-key. They don't judge a person by their clothes, but by their demeanor. Their father should have that ability. Chu Qinglan hugged Lin Shen's arm. They can't do it themselves. 2. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Some real big shots wear very simple clothes. After all, these second-generation rich kids still need to rely on material possessions to elevate themselves. But when you reach a truly high level, it doesn't matter what you wear. After all, at this level, it's not about wearing this outfit or this watch that makes you seem powerful. It's actually because you're wearing this watch and this outfit. Therefore, the merchants are proud. Lin Shin smiled and said, "This is the fundamental difference in realm. After all, when you reach a certain point, your own name becomes the best brand. It doesn't need any material to complement it." Yes. Chu Qinglan snorted softly, hugged Lin Shin's arm, and looked at Lin Shun with her big eyes blinking. "So Chun, you've come to this point?" Chapter 140. Wang Tianhao is looking for someone. Of course I didn't. Lin Shin shrugged slightly and replied to Chu Qinglan with great embarrassment. "I'm still far from it. I've only just touched the threshold. But I will try my best." Holding Chu Qinglan's slender, soft hand tightly, Lin Shin said solemnly, "I believe that as long as we work together, our future will definitely get better and better. From now on, you'll have everything you need." Chu Qinglan gave a gentle hum, hugged Lin Shin's arm, and nestled close to him, feeling very comfortable. "Let's go pick out some new furniture." Lin Shin smiled, feeling a surge of happiness, and naturally led Chu Qinglan into the new furniture store. Meanwhile, Wang Tianhao, who had been subjected to a series of targeted retaliations and humiliations by Lin Shun, encountered a burly man with a scar on his face and who had served several years in prison at a club. "Young Master Wang, what's wrong with you? I heard that you were very angry and yelling as soon as you arrived, as if you were on fire." Scarface walked up to Wang Tianhao, looked at him who was drinking alone, and asked with a smile, "What exactly happened? Which audacious bastard dares to provoke our young Master Wang? Don't even mention it. I'm so unlucky." "Oh shit." Bang! Wang Tianhao slammed his hand on the booth, his face turning purple with anger. "I'm just unlucky to have run into such an idiot. This is actually Hangzhou, not Ninghai. Otherwise, I would have had him crippled long ago. Damn it." Wang Tianhao grew angrier the more he thought about it. "What a damn bastard who's asking for trouble. Dare to try and take my house? You're forcing me to kneel down before you. I'll chop off his fingers and feed them to the dogs, then make him kneel down and kowtow to me." Wang Tianhao's face was contorted with rage. "No, that's not enough. I also want to castrate him. Asshole." Young Master Wang is really angry. Looking at Wang Tianhao, who was furious and had a stiff expression, Scarface laughed and said, "It seems that this person has really offended you badly, young Master Wang. How awful. Not only is it despicable, it deserves to die." Oh shit. With bloodshot eyes, Wang Tianhao grew angrier the more he thought about what had just happened. He's lived for 30 years, and he's always been the one bullying others. If there's anything about kneeling down, it's forcing men to kneel and kowtow to him, and women to kneel and serve him. Being forced to kneel and kowtow by Lin Shun at this moment was a huge blow to Wang Tianhao. He felt utterly humiliated. If this gets back to Ninghai, how will he ever be able to work there again? Damn it. Clenching his teeth, Wang Tianhao grew angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. "Young Master Wang, please calm down. Let's drink. I'll toast you." Scarface looked at the furious Wang Tianhao and poured him a glass of wine with a smile. "Tell me what exactly happened. Perhaps I have a way to help you, young Master Wang, get revenge." "Young Master Wang, you are my friend. If I can help," Scarface sneered, "of course, I'll definitely help young Master Wang get revenge. It's nothing serious. I just ran into a mentally challenged person today. This idiot is actually somewhat capable of fighting. I didn't bring any bodyguards, so he tricked me." Wang Xiao's lips twitched. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he didn't want to let the matter go, so he had no choice but to say something to Scarface. "That's how feelings are. According to what you're saying, young Master Wang, Lin Shun really is a bastard. You dared to steal your house, young Master Wang, and even forced you to kneel down and kowtow to him." Scarface's expression was cold. "You're incredibly audacious and have a death wish. However, I've never heard of a big shot like Lin Shun in Hangzhou. Is he from the Lin family of Hangzhou?" Scarface glanced suspiciously at his trusted, bespectacled man behind him. "Is he the eldest son of the Lin family?" "No." The bespectacled man immediately replied. "None of the younger generation of the Lin family in Hangzhou are named Lin Shun, and the ages don't match either. The younger generation of the Lin family are mostly over 30 years old. The youngest are newborns or 3 to 5 years old, and the oldest are no more than 10 years old. The Lin Chin that young Master Wang met is in his early 20s. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. So he can't possibly be from the Lin family in Hangzhou. Besides, if he were the legitimate son of the Lin family in Hangzhou, young Master Wang should have known him long ago, right? It can't be someone from the Lin family in Hangzhou. Without hesitation, Wang Tianhao replied, although I'm not very familiar with them, I do know all the members of the Lin family in Hangzhou. I've seen him before at a banquet hosted by the Chamber of Commerce. We've met before. Even if I don't remember clearly, they will still recognize me. Wang Tianhao gritted his teeth. But this Lin Chin obviously doesn't recognize me, and he's not pretending not to. I can tell he really doesn't recognize me. Since he's not from the Lin family of Hangzhou, he must be some unknown nouveau riche, or an outsider. Scarface sneered. An outsider dares to be so arrogant in our Hangzhou, daring to beat up young Master Wang on my turf. They're tired of living. Scarface looked at Wang Tianhao with certainty. Young Master Wang, don't worry, I'll take care of this. I'll send someone to keep an eye on him and give him a good beating. To get revenge for you. So what if he can fight? Scarface sneered. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. I sent a few men with steel pipes to smash it right in the head. We'll beat him so badly he'll run away with his tail between his legs. Scarface grinned maliciously. He'll pay a heavy price for his reckless behavior. Damn it. Looking at the description the Scar had given him, Wang Tianhao didn't believe it. Although Scarface's words sounded nice, Wang Tianhao knew that Scarface was just talking. Although Lin Shun is not a member of the Lin family in Hangzhou, he can still easily afford a high-end Riverview apartment worth 24 million yuan. This means that Lin Shun definitely possesses extraordinary strength, and perhaps even an extraordinary background. Scarface and Lin Shun have no grudges against each other? Why would he have nothing better to do than target Lin Shun because of something Wang Tianhao said? Is he out of his mind? I wouldn't offend people so openly, and for no reason. Damn Lin Shun. Wang Tianhao clenched his fists, looking at Scarface with a cold expression. He knew that Scarface's words were just a pretense. It's not something to be taken seriously at all. Otherwise, why would Scarface only talk about it, but not send anyone to do it? The bespectacled man behind him stood there motionless, wearing a fake smile. If he really intends to do it, this bespectacled man should find a way or make arrangements. I'll give you 300,000. Chapter 141 Crippling Lin Chen's Arms and Legs. Huh. Young Master Wang, what do you mean by this? Although Scarface understood Wang Tianhao's meaning instantly, he still pretended not to know and looked at Wang Tianhao. Young Master Wang, you are too kind. We're all friends, you don't need to pay for your drinks here. Get this word out, and I'll take 300,000 from you for every bottle of wine. Wouldn't that make him a profiteer? Scarface chuckled and shook his head. My king of wine is free for you to drink as much as you like. No need to pay. Scarface, stop pretending with me. You know what I mean. Wang Tianhao stared coldly at Scarface in front of him, his expression grave. 300,000. Cripple his hand. Make him kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize. Let him know what happens when he messes with me. Ha, really? Upon hearing Wang Tianhao's words, Scarface smiled and said, Young Master Wang, I'm sorry, I can't agree to that. I'm a law-abiding businessman. I don't do those violent things anymore. Scarface took a sip of his drink. I really want to help you get revenge. But, well, I don't have that ability right now. 500,000. Wang Tianhao gritted his teeth and stared at Scarface with a serious expression. I'll give you 500,000 yuan. Cripple him for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this insult. I can't bear the shame. Young Master Wang, this isn't about money at all. Scarface crossed his legs. I know you're upset. To be honest, this whole thing is making me pretty upset too. After all, you're my brother. You've been humiliated like this on my turf. Slap, slap. Scarface patted his face. To be honest, I lost face too. If this gets out, 9 out of 10 people will laugh at me and call me a coward. Scarface looked at Wang Tianhao. I also really want to stand up for you, young Master Wang. Don't say such useless things. Name your price. Wang Tianhao gritted his teeth, glaring at Scarface with a ferocious expression. Help me cripple him. Tell me, how much money do you want? Haha, young Master Wang is really generous. You're rich. Scarface smiled and gave Wang Tianhao a thumbs up. I'm impressed. 1 million, a fixed price. Wang Tianhao grew angrier the more he thought about it. Completely enraged, he glared at Scarface with a ferocious expression. Any more would be going too far. Haha, young Master Wang, you're overthinking it. I'm not the kind of person who asks for an exorbitant amount. Scarface laughed. We're all brothers. Talking about money is too vulgar. This isn't about money. Brother, you've been wronged. As your older brother, I have to take care of you and help you get revenge. Don't worry, young Master Wang. I'll not only cripple Lin Chen's arm for you, but I'll also give you a leg. I'll break your legs too. Scarface grinned maliciously. I'll make him kneel down and kowtow to you in apology. As for money, you don't need to give me a single penny. It's only right for brothers to help each other. Why talk about money? Tacky, what do you want? Wang Tianhao's expression stiffened, and he looked at Scarface with a serious expression. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. If Scarface said he didn't want money, then what he wanted must be something that money couldn't necessarily buy. Haha, I just wanted to ask you, young Master Wang, to do me a favor. I heard that your shipping company recently had a batch of cargo ships sailing from Ninghai to Southeast Asia. Scarface looked at Wang Tianhao with a glint in his eyes. On the return trip, they will bring back some fruits such as pineapples, mangoes, coconuts, or bananas from Southeast Asia. Right. Wang Tianhao nodded slightly with a solemn expression. The freight company's affairs are usually handled by the manager appointed by my father. I have no say in them. Haha, it's all your Wang family's property. Sooner or later, it'll all be yours, young Master Wang, won't it? Scarface laughed. Young Master Wang, I happen to have a shipment in Southeast Asia that I want to bring back, but I don't have a ship. So we hope that you, young Master Wang, can speak with the manager of the freight company or the captain of a certain ship. Bring it back for me. Scarface looked at Wang Tianhao and said, Don't worry, it's not contraband. It's over 10 tons of mangoes, pineapples, and watermelons. I plan to buy them back and resell them wholesale to make a profit. Is it really just fruit? Wang Tianhao looked at Scarface with a gloomy expression. Nothing else. Certainly. Scarface laughed. It's just over 10 tons of fruit. Don't worry, we won't let you work for nothing. Shipping costs will be charged at the market rate, not a penny less. This matter. Wang Tianhao's lips twitched, his expression somewhat suspicious. He knew some people would cut open fruit, stuff something inside, and then ship it in large quantities to evade customs inspection. It looks like a fruit, but it is actually. As long as you agree, young Master Wang, I'll take care of Lin Chen for you without a doubt. I'll help you vent your anger. Scarface naturally understood Wang Tianhao's concerns, and he said with a smile, Knowing too much about this batch of goods won't do you any good, young Master Wang. Don't worry, I'm not the only shareholder. All you need to do is help me bring it back. Once we arrive, I will naturally send someone to pick up the goods. Scarface looked at Wang Tianhao confidently. How to transport them back to Hangzhou is my business, and has nothing to do with you. I will take care of everything in China. It has nothing to do with you. Even if something really happens, you can just say you thought it was just fruit and didn't know anything about it. Scarface looked at Wang Tianhao. Young Master Wang, we're all friends. Let's help each other out. 12 tons is too little. Enraged by Lin Chen and blinded by hatred, Wang Tianhao, desperate for revenge, gritted his teeth and said, At least prepare a boatload of fruit. Otherwise, I cannot agree. Haha, deal. Smack. Scarface clapped hands with Wang Tianhao and said, Young Master Wang, just you wait and see. In just a few days, I'll take Lin Chen's arms and legs. Scarface grinned coldly. I'll bring it to you. Good. Wang Tianhao gritted his teeth. I want to see him kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize. Little kiss. Scarface immediately smiled. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, young Master Wang. Wang Tianhao nodded with a ferocious expression. At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware that Wang Tianhao intended to retaliate against him in this way. After buying the furniture, he and Chu Qinglan returned to their Riverview apartment. Chen, our new home. Chu Qinglan excitedly spun around in the room. then pounced on the bed in the master bedroom and rolled around in it. Yes, we finally have a new home of our own. We can live happily now. Seeing Chu Qinglan's slender figure lying down, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he wanted to pounce like an eagle hunting its prey. Buzzing. However, before Lin Chen could pounce, Chu Qinglan's phone rang, which was quite unfortunate. Suddenly it rang out. Chapter 142, My Boyfriend's Habits. Hey, cousin. Okay, I understand. Chu Qinglan replied softly. Then I'll talk to Chun, and we'll head over in a bit. Okay, I'll hang up then. Your cousin. Unsatisfied, Lin Chen looked at Chu Qinglan with some displeasure. Is it the highlight image and Li Huiwen? What kind of trouble are they up to now? Lin Chen was very annoyed. Are you in such a hurry to urge us to move? No, that's not it. My cousin isn't that awful. Don't overthink it. Chu Qinglan gave a light snort, noticing Lin Chen's displeasure, and gently took Lin Chen's arm, saying, My cousin is treating us to dinner, and he wants us to go to a restaurant later. They've made a reservation. Oh, really? Lin Chen laughed upon hearing this, looking at Chu Qinglan with interest. Are you sure your cousin and his wife are inviting us to dinner? Given their cunning nature, are they really going to treat us to dinner? Lin Chen looked at Chu Qinglan with interest. This is quite interesting. That's what they say. Chu Qinglan shrugged slightly. They didn't say anything else, just that they had made a reservation and wanted us to go eat. Too lazy to go. Lin Chen put his arm around Chu Qinglan's slender waist, lay down on the bed, and smelled the fragrance emanating from Chu Qinglan. This is like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken, definitely up to no good. There's no need to go. Oops. Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Chun, he's my cousin after all. They probably don't mean any harm. After all, we've already bought the house and agreed to move out, Chu Qinglan said with a smile. What could they possibly have to say? That's true. Lin Chen thought about it and realized that even if Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen were being difficult, they probably had nothing left to do now. After all, Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan were already prepared to give up the house, so what could they possibly be dissatisfied with? From now on, we'll each go our own way. All right then, I'll go. Although he couldn't be bothered with the two of them, Lin Chen couldn't ignore Chu Qinglan's feelings. Therefore, Lin Chen smiled wryly and said to Chu Qinglan, Let's go have a meal then. Let's see what other tricks they have up their sleeves. Cut. There's no way anything else could go wrong. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen and snorted irritably. You should rest for a while. I still need to clean up. These pieces of furniture are all new. They need to be wiped down and then aired out. Otherwise, there will be formaldehyde. I'll help you. Lin Chen couldn't just watch Chu Qinglan work alone, so he got up, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to help her. It's embarrassing to admit, but he had just mopped the floor and was then met with all sorts of complaints from Chu Qinglan. Some corners were not cleaned properly, and some areas were dusty. In short, Chu Qinglan's thoughtfulness is unmatched by Lin Chen. When women get serious, they're always this terrifying. Snort. Chu Qinglan snorted, rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, and tossed him a rag. Clean up the bedside table. I'll be checking it later. If you don't clean it properly, then you'll be punished by sleeping alone tonight. Hey. Lin Chen held the rag and twirled it on one finger. Now, how do we clean it? What kind of reward is there? Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. What kind of reward do you want? You're going to reward me? Seeing Chu Qinglan bending over to wipe the table, her graceful figure incredibly alluring, Lin Chen couldn't resist reaching out and patting her, a habit common to all boyfriends. Smack. Oops. Chu Qinglan shuddered, turned around and glared at Lin Chen. We're cleaning, don't move around. Ha. Then reward me by letting me move around for 5 minutes. Dream on. Get to work quickly. Chu Qinglan blushed and pushed Lin Chen directly into the room. Ha. Lin Chen chuckled and took a rag to diligently wipe the bedside table. At this moment, downstairs at a restaurant by Shilin Lake, Li Huiwen and Gao Guangtu looked at each other. What did young Master Zhao say? Looking at the photo of the boy who had called Zhao Kun again, Li Huiwen asked anxiously, Did young Master Zhao agree? Of course I agreed. Gao Guangtu smiled and took the lead. He praised me for doing a good job and said that as long as this matter is successful, he will definitely promote us in the future. Let us be leaders in the new company. Monthly salary over 10,000. Gao Guangtu smiled broadly. By then, we'll definitely be among the high-income earners in Hangzhou. I'm so happy. And he's a leader, someone with prestige. Even more comfortable. Yeah. Li Huiwen couldn't help but let out a soft hum, looking excitedly at the highlighting image. This time, we must successfully match your cousin with young Master Zhao, and make your cousin obediently serve young Master Zhao. As long as your cousin whispers something in your ear, everything will be fine. Certainly. Gao Guangtu's eyes were filled with a sharp glint. Young Master Zhao won't stay in China for long. Once his company in China is stable, he will return abroad. After all, he's used to living abroad, so he definitely wouldn't be comfortable staying in the country. The company will definitely entrust someone to manage it at that time. Companies that invest hundreds of millions or even millions of yuan. With a little manipulation, we should be able to rake in tens of millions. Buying a house and a car in Hangzhou will be a piece of cake then, Gao Guangtu said excitedly. Qinglan isn't stupid. She should know what's best for her. A woman's youth only lasts a few years. What's the point of her giving her youth to Lin Chun? She will get nothing unless someone takes advantage of her. Anyway, she gave her youth to Zhao Xiao, and after he leaves, besides a hefty breakup fee, he should also leave the house to her. If she pleases young Master Zhao, the company might even give her shares. Back then, with money, a house, and a car, it would have been easy for her to find a handsome young man, wouldn't it? Gao Guangtu laughed. It would have been much better than suffering with that poor wretch Lin Chun. This kind of opportunity is something most women dream of but can't get. She has it now, so she must cherish it. Gao Guangtu looked at Li Huiwen excitedly. I will persuade her and let her know what to do. Moreover, young Master Zhao also said that she will show her strength at that time. Let Lin Chun know just how poor he is and make him back down. You could even say that Zhao Xiao could give him a breakup fee and let him get lost. Gao Guangtu laughed. I think Lin Chun will obediently take the money and leave. After all, he's far inferior to young Master Zhao. Rather than be dumped by Qinglan, I'd rather get lost with nothing. It would be better to just take the money and get out of here. Chapter 143. The plan is good. That's true. Upon hearing this, Li Huiwen's eyes lit up, and she instantly felt that the highlighting plan was really good. Just like watching an animal documentary, the lionesses will watch the male lions fight fiercely, and after the male lions decide the winner, they will follow the victorious male lion. Because the winning lion is definitely the strongest in terms of physical strength and fighting ability, and its genes are also the best. Following such a lion can ensure the safety of the territory and the health and abilities of future children. So even if the lionesses unite to drive away the new male lion, they won't help and will just watch as the old male lion is driven away by the new one. In essence, there is not much difference between humans and animals. Just as men like tall, slim, beautiful women, women also like handsome and wealthy men. This is animal instinct. For men, marrying a beautiful, tall, and slender woman not only satisfies their vanity, but also improves the genes of their offspring. For women, marrying a handsome and wealthy man means not only that they can enjoy the superior life he brings, but also that their children can get a head start over others. If you marry the right person, even your child's starting line will be the ceiling for other people's children. So what are you still worried about? How can a man who only knows how to rent cars and transport cattle compare to the wealthy young Master Zhao? Gao Guangtu sneered. My cousin isn't stupid. I believe she will make the right choice. That's true. Li Huiwen snorted. If I had to choose, I would definitely choose young Master Zhao. It's just a pity that I'm old and my looks have faded, and young Master Zhao doesn't even look at me. Well, Li Huiwen sighed helplessly, glancing at the incompetent Gao Guangtu, feeling rather uncomfortable. If possible, she would certainly prefer a villa to an apartment building. Cough cough. Gao Guangtu coughed awkwardly, feeling helpless in the face of Li Huiwen's superiority. He always felt like he might be cuckolded at any moment. It shouldn't be that bad. After all, she's older, and her figure and looks are just average. Besides me, there's probably no one better than me, Gao Guangtu muttered to himself. Even if I have feelings for someone, I can only think about it. After all, the prerequisite for cheating is that there is something to cheat on, and the person you cheat on must be better than me. You can't just cheat on someone with any man, can you? There's no need for that. Thinking about it that way, I'm relieved about the highlight image. The older generation used to tell him that he shouldn't marry a wife who was too beautiful or too outstanding. At first, he didn't believe it, thinking that the older generation was talking nonsense. After all, what man doesn't like a beautiful woman with a great figure? Marrying a wife like that would be such a treat. I finally understand. The older generation was right. Looking at Li Huiwan, whose figure and appearance were average, Gao Guangta felt a little relieved. After all, beautiful women can easily find excellent men, and even if they get married, there are still people who covet their beauty and want to instigate them to divorce. Once the man is better than their husband, they themselves are not particularly conservative. That makes it very easy to cheat. On the contrary, women with average looks and figures are much safer. Because those with excellent qualities don't want them, and those with average qualities don't want them either. She can't possibly have an affair with a man who's worse than her current husband, can she? There's no need for that. Therefore, when one's own circumstances are average, one should marry a woman who is also of average figure and appearance. It certainly gives you a great sense of security. You don't have to worry about being cheated on at any time. Just wait and see. Gao Guangta stretched and chuckled. They'll be here soon. Li Huiwen gave a soft hum, her eyes darting around. Inside a high-end Riverview room. My dear wife. Lin Shun, having carefully wiped down the bedside table, glass, and wardrobe in the bedroom, smiled and looked at Chu Qinglan, who was busy in the living room. Please check. Okay, sure. Chu Qinglan stretched, her slender waist incredibly alluring, and rolled her eyes at Lin Shun. Shun, a house that's too big isn't good either. Lin Shun was surprised. Why are you suddenly saying that? It takes a whole day to clean thoroughly. I'm so tired. Holding a rag, Chu Qinglan shrugged slightly. My old little house could be cleaned very well in an hour. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun immediately laughed. I thought it was something serious, but it turns out it's this. I'll help you with housework from now on. Working together with men makes the work easier. If we're too busy with work, we can hire a nanny. Don't want. Chu Qinglan immediately shook her head. That's too expensive, not worth it. Ha ha. Seeing Chu Qinglan's extreme frugality, Lin Shun smiled happily. He's so lucky to have such a thrifty and gentle wife. After we get married in a while, and you get pregnant, you can bring your parents or my parents over. They don't have to go to work either. They can just clean up when they have nothing else to do. The kids love to run around, Lin Shun said with a smile. The house is big, which is perfect for them to run around in. That's all we can do. Chu Qinglan patted her smooth forehead, looking quite troubled. Actually, a house of over 100 square meters is the best. Why? Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan with suspicion. Because it can be made into a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 2-bathroom layout, and perhaps a small study. Enough for children to run around and live in. And the area isn't very big, so it's not too difficult to clean. Chu Qinglan smiled and said, and when my parents come, they'll have a place to stay. Otherwise, a 2-bedroom apartment would be too small, and there would be nowhere for my parents to stay when they come to visit. That's true. Lin Shun muttered to himself, then smiled and looked at Chu Qinglan. This is fine too, since our parents can clean up after they come. For seniors who don't go to work, cleaning the house every day is good for their health. What do you think? All right. Chu Qinglan tilted her head, indicating that she had no objection. You just have too many excuses. Ha ha. What I said is clearly the truth. Please have my wife check. Lin Shun smiled and gestured to Chu Qinglan. I went to great lengths to clean this room until it was spotless. We've gone through several different dishcloths. Then I'll see. Chu Qinglan snorted and winked at Lin Shun. Let's see if you've really cleaned it properly. As she spoke, Chu Qinglan walked into the room and touched the surfaces of the bedside table and wardrobe with her slender fingers. There wasn't a speck of dust at all. Wife. Looking at Chu Qinglan's long, slender legs encased in white sweatpants, Lin Shun instantly felt a pang of envy. Chapter 144 Much prettier. Wearing white sweatpants and a pink tank top, Chu Qinglan's slender figure was on full display, her back damp with sweat. especially her slender waist that could be encircled by one hand, and her snow-white shoulders that radiated a lustrous glow, made Lin Shen unable to take his eyes off her. A young girl's figure is always full of rich collagen. Gulp. Seeing Chu Qinglan's alluring figure with her back to him, Lin Shen couldn't help but take a step forward and hugged Chu Qinglan from behind. He grasped Chu Qinglan's slender waist. Oops! Chu Qinglan, who was bending down to check the wardrobe, was suddenly attacked and couldn't help but exclaim, Chun, what are you doing? Honey, didn't I clean it perfectly? Lin Shen didn't let go, but instead felt Chu Qinglan's struggle. Shouldn't you reward me? Stop messing around. The check isn't finished yet. Chu Qinglan, her face flushed, seemed to sense something. She quickly pried Lin Shen's fingers off and fled from his embrace, as if escaping. Wife. Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile in his eyes. It's too cold. I want to warm up for a while. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen, annoyed. It's obviously very hot. Then I'm cold too. Lin Shen went straight to grab Chu Qinglan's soft little hand. Oh dear, Chun. Chu Qinglan, her pretty face flushed, gave a light snort and rolled her eyes at Lin Shen, saying, Don't be like that. It's not appropriate now. We're going to eat later. If you keep doing this, I won't be able to walk anymore. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen. Chun, listen to me. Well. Oh well. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Chu Qinglan, and faced with her stern rebuke, Lin Shen, though still somewhat tempted, could only obediently comply. After all, something does happen later. He couldn't say anything, so he simply held Chu Qinglan and rested. Be good. They'll give it to me naturally later. Oops. Chu Qinglan blushed and glared at Lin Shen, saying, It'll be fine after the wedding. Ha. Isn't that something that will happen immediately? Looking at Chu Qinglan's slender and shapely figure, Lin Shen couldn't wait to hold the wedding. After all, the sooner he holds the wedding, the sooner he can enjoy life. Snort. Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Shen. You men, all you can think about is that kind of thing. Haha, of course not. I just want to do that kind of thing with you, my wife. Lin Shen said with a smile. I want to have a baby. Cut. Chu Qinglan snorted and pointed to a corner of the wardrobe. This place isn't clean yet. You can continue. The second bedroom also needs to be cleaned. I'm going to clean the bathroom. With that, Chu Qinglan skipped and hopped out of the bedroom and rushed into the bathroom. So cute. Watching Chu Qinglan's excited and lively figure, Lin Shen's lips curled up, feeling extremely comfortable. For men, no matter how tiring the work or how annoying the social engagements are, returning home to see such a gentle and considerate wife, and then to adorable and well-behaved children, then it would all be worth it. Even if you're exhausted, it will sweep away all your fatigue and completely rejuvenate you. With Qinglan around, I have a purpose in everything I do. Thinking back to Jin Shun's previous self-destructive behavior, Lin Shen now understands the importance of a good woman to a man. After a long day of hard work, you return home exhausted. If your wife treats you coldly, or there's no food in the pot, or she's out playing mahjong instead of being home, or perhaps you're all alone, and when you get home, you can only stare blankly at the ceiling, looking at the pots and pans in the kitchen as you eat instant noodles. The latter two types of men, in terms of career development, lifespan, and physical health, are more concerned with the deeper aspects of their vitality and spirit. I doubt either of them is as good as the first one. Your energy, spirit, and attitude towards life can influence your luck. The careers of the latter two types of men will likely decline as they grow, while the first type will improve. That's the difference. I am lucky. Lin Shen smiled and happily began wiping the hard-to-reach corners of the wardrobe. With a wife as good as Chu Qinglan, countless people would envy him. Although he was not short of money, since Chu Qinglan was unwilling, Lin Shen did not mind accompanying Chu Qinglan to do the work himself. At 6:30 p.m., Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan arrived at the restaurant on time. Cousin, you finally arrived. Gao Guangta looked at Chu Qinglan with a fake smile. Why does your complexion look a little off? She looks very tired. Could it be? Gao Guangta glared at Lin Shen, wondering if Lin Shen had deliberately tormented Chu Qinglan. This made him very angry. After all, A woman's body changes after experiencing this kind of thing many times. What if Xiao Xiao isn't happy or comfortable with it later? Wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? How can he still be in charge of this company? I'm fine. Chu Qinglan had no idea that Gao Guangtu was thinking such disgusting things. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Chen and I cleaned the house for a long time, and we're a little tired. Brother, let's eat quickly. I want to go back and rest after we finish eating. That's right. Lin Chen smiled and said, we bought a new house. Huh? A new house? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with disdain and suspicion. The two of them clearly thought Lin Chen was bragging. I guess they rented a place somewhere. After all, even the cheapest apartments in Hangzhou, a one-bedroom apartment of about 30 square meters, would cost several 100,000 yuan. How could Lin Chen, who looks like a poor guy, possibly afford a house like this? Are you kidding me? Don't rush to eat, Qinglan. I'll let you meet someone later. I'll definitely give you a surprise. Gao Guangtu smiled and looked at his phone eagerly. Haha, sorry to keep you all waiting. I'm sorry. At this moment, Zhao Kuan, who deliberately arrived late to highlight his status, finally arrived belatedly. Young Master Zhao, you've arrived. You're not late. We're the ones who arrived early. Gao Guangtu looked at Zhao Xiao with a fawning expression. You've come at the perfect time. Yes, that's right. Li Huiwen smiled and said, You're really punctual. Ha. Zhao Kuan laughed heartily, glanced disdainfully at Lin Chen, and then his shrewd eyes openly sized up Chu Qinglan. Seeing Chu Qinglan's slender and graceful figure, Zhao Kuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Because Chu Qinglan has a really good figure. Not only is her skin delicate, but she also has a curvaceous figure. She has everything a woman should have, and she's exceptionally good at it. She truly exudes goddess-like charm. Good. I am very satisfied. Zhao Kuan's eyes lit up with satisfaction. Chu Qinglan, right? You're much prettier in person than in photos. Chapter 145, even a toilet is unaffordable. Great, I'm very satisfied. Staring at Chu Qinglan's long, slender legs, Zhao Kuan couldn't help but swallow hard. What the hell are you looking at? Smack. Without saying a word, Lin Chen slapped Zhao Kuan on the head. Get your eyes off me. Stop looking around. What a joke. How could Lin Chen allow someone to stare at Chu Qinglan with such lecherous eyes? You dare hit me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuan immediately flew into a rage, glaring angrily at Lin Chen. Kid, you think I'm being too nice to you? You motherfucker. You're asking for it. Zhao Kuan, who had just been slapped by Lin Chen, grabbed a beer bottle and tried to fight back. Young Master Zhao, please calm down. Yes, you shouldn't stoop to the level of a poor wretch like him. Seeing the angry Zhao Kuan, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen quickly grabbed him from both sides and forcibly pulled him to sit down. Lin Chen, are you crazy? What's wrong with young Master Zhao? Taking a few glances, Gao Guangtu glared angrily at Lin Chen. It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh. What's wrong with looking at it? You'd better apologize to young Master Zhao right now. You're really giving me too much credit. Then, Gao Guangtu looked at Chu Qinglan and asked, Qinglan, what's going on with Lin Chen? That's so rude. Aren't you going to do anything about him? Exactly, Li Huiwen snorted coldly. Qinglan, you shouldn't be with a man with such poor manners. He's the one who lacks manners. I don't think Chen is wrong. Although Chu Qinglan had a good temper, she wasn't stupid. Faced with Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen's accusations of distorting the truth, she immediately grabbed Lin Chen's arm and chose to support him. My wife is so good. Lin Chen patted Chu Qinglan's hand, feeling pleased. If Chu Qinglan chooses to endlessly accommodate Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, Lin Chen will become very annoyed. Wanting to maintain good relationships with relatives, help your younger brother, or be filial to your parents is perfectly fine. However, everything should be done in moderation and with a bottom line. If the other party goes too far, and you still indulge and take care of them without any limits, then there's a problem. These kinds of Voldemorts or Voldemort-like figures are people you should keep your distance from. Morning. Chu Qinglan gave a soft hum and gently hugged Lin Chen's arm. This, young Master Zhao, Gao Guangtu, and Li Huiwen were dumbfounded to see Chu Qinglan and Lin Chen showing affection on the spot. He thought to himself, How can Chu Qinglan be so ungrateful? Why would someone with a net worth of hundreds of millions like Zhao Kun not try to curry favor with a powerful figure like Lin Chen? This is just plain stupid. Nothing. Zhao Kun waved his hand with a cold laugh, staring at Lin Chen, his rival in love, with a gloomy expression and intense anger in his eyes. Lin Chen, you're so stingy too. The slightly embarrassed highlighter scratched his head and muttered again. It's just a few glances, what's the big deal? You still dare to disrespect young Master Zhao? You don't know what's good for you. Luckily, young Master Zhao has a good temper, otherwise you would have been finished long ago. Oh. Lin Chen was so angry at the highlight image that he almost laughed. He looked at the highlight image coldly and said, You think you're so great? Then why don't you send your wife to him for him to see and study? I don't care what you do with me. You me. The highlight image froze instantly after Lin Chen's retort. Hey, Qinglan, listen to what he's saying. He's making fun of me. Doesn't he have any conscience at all? I'm his sister-in-law, aren't I? Li Huiwen said to Chu Qinglan sarcastically. And you? What kind of person did you find? Your manners are really low. I think Shin is right. Chu Qinglan was also annoyed by the bizarre highlight photo and Li Huiwen. She snorted coldly. I'm not as magnanimous as you. I don't like being stared at. You me? Li Huiwen's face stiffened, rendered speechless by Chu Qinglan's retort. Cough, cough. Zhao Kun coughed a few times, his expression cold. Everyone, let's eat. Yes, let's eat, let's eat. Gao Guangtu immediately changed the subject, and after taking a sip of wine, deliberately flattered him, saying, Young Master Zhao, where should we set up our business meeting? City center. Zhao Kun crossed his legs. I've rented an entire floor of office space in the city center. That will be the company's headquarters from now on. In addition to physical jade and jewelry stores, we should also vigorously promote jade and jewelry accounts online. This is how we develop our company. Online sales are booming right now. Zhao Kun's eyes gleamed. Although many netizens can't afford the expensive items, they can still make a profit by selling more in small quantities. That's right. Gao Guangtu immediately responded. Recruit more live streamers and sell jewelry online. We should make a fortune. Some major clients can be scheduled to meet at the physical store for discussions. Selling high-priced, precious jewelry. I believe that under Zhao Xiao's leadership, the company will definitely get better and make a lot of money. That's right. Li Huiwen added. After all, young Master Zhao's abilities are undeniable. We should follow young Master Zhao. That will definitely make money. Haha, it's nothing. Zhao Kun waved his hand, glancing at Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan with a deliberately smug look. It's just investing a few $100 million to start a company. It's nothing. As long as you work hard, buying a house and a car in Hangzhou with your bonuses will be a piece of cake. Thank you, young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao is truly amazing. Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen naturally showered Zhao Kun with sycophantic praise. After a round of flattery, and encouraged by Li Huiwen, Gao Guangtu deliberately looked at Chu Qinglan and Lin Chen. Qinglan, Li, how much do you earn a month? Not many. Chu Qinglan said nonchalantly. 5 or 6,000, I guess. In Hangzhou, this is considered basic salary. It's common. Gao Guangtu laughed. You just graduated, and you're a young woman, so earning this much money isn't bad. After all, you don't have to worry about buying a house or a car, so you don't have any pressure. Just spend whatever you earn. Yes. Li Huiwen laughed and said, if we're frugal, it'll be enough to spend. Gao Guangtu muttered something to himself, then looked at Lin Chen with a playful expression. Lin Chen, what about you? How much do you earn in a month? Young master. Lin Chen was taken aback, his expression somewhat suspicious. As chairman of Ritter Fund and Franz Garment Manufacturing, he received stock dividends, not a salary. So, in terms of salary, it seems he doesn't actually have any salary at the moment? I don't have much of a salary. Lin Chen shrugged slightly and answered Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen with a smile. When I was working before, I only earned 4,500 a month. Only 4,500. Upon hearing this, Gao Guangtu immediately laughed, looking at Lin Chen with utter disdain. With your salary, you can't even afford a toilet in Hangzhou after a year. Chapter 146, Giving You Breakup Fee. Yes, that's right. Houses in Hangzhou are quite expensive. To be honest, my previous salary was not enough to buy a house. Lin Shen nodded slightly, giving an affirmative answer regarding the highlight image. After all, the average price of a house in Hangzhou is around 30,000 yuan per square meter, and a toilet, including the common area, is at least 5 square meters. In that case, a toilet would be worth 150,000. Based on Lin Shen's previous salary, his annual income was indeed not enough to buy a toilet. That's not a lie. In fact, when Lin Shen was in college and had just graduated, and when he was with Chen Mingyuan, he was indeed quite worried about this matter. After all, housing prices in Hangzhou are expensive, and his family's financial situation is only average. He really can't afford a house in Hangzhou. You seem pretty indifferent? How shameless. Seeing Lin Shen's nonchalant attitude, Gao Guangtu's lips twitched, completely speechless. You've worked for a year and can't even afford a bathroom in Hangzhou. Tell me, how are you going to give Qinglan happiness? With your mouth. You think you have my abilities? Oops. Li Huiyuan, who was standing to the side, suddenly blushed and glared at Gao Guangtu, saying in an annoyed tone, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Cough cough. Gao Guangtu coughed awkwardly twice and quickly explained, "What I mean is, I'm eloquent. I can make money as a salesperson, and I can buy a house for your sister-in-law to have a home." Are you sure you can do it? No explanation needed. Lin Shen looked at the highlight image with interest. I understand. We're all adults. This kind of thing is normal. There's nothing to hide. It's understandable to have some special hobbies. Morning. Although Chu Qinglan had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. She naturally understood what Lin Shen was implying, so she rolled her eyes at him, annoyed, and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Ha ha. Lin Shen grinned, neither confirming nor denying the matter. Cough cough. The highlight was a bit awkward. After all, this wasn't something to be proud of. But luckily, he was thick-skinned enough, and he still glared at Lin Shen with feigned seriousness. Lin Shen, don't give me this nonsense. Tell me, you can't even afford a house. How are you going to give Qinglan happiness? As Qinglan's cousin, I must be responsible for Qinglan's future. Can your future provide Qinglan with a good future? He. Gao Guangtu looked coldly at Lin Shen. Let me tell you, young Master Zhao just arrived in Hangzhou, and he immediately bought a big villa here. What are your abilities? You think you can compare to young Master Zhao? It's not as good as it used to be. Lin Shen laughed upon hearing this. He deliberately put his arm around Chu Qinglan's shoulder, letting her lean against him. But Qinglan is willing to eat coarse food with me. So what? So what if you're willing to live in a rented apartment with me? How we live is none of your business. Lin Shen looked at the highlighting picture with disdain. We just like living in a shared apartment, and we're quite happy about it. We're just poor. We can be happy for half a day if we can eat hot pot once in a while. That's how it is, so what? What's it to you? You're being nosy. With his arms crossed, Lin Shen deliberately retorted. Qinglan didn't complain, so what are you babbling about? Isn't it boring? You me? Gao Guangtu's face froze instantly, speechless after being rebuked by Lin Shen. Qinglan, look at what kind of person he is. Helpless, Gao Guangtu could only look at Chu Qinglan and say, a person who has no ambition like this is not worthy of you at all. The Zhao family owns villas, cars, and companies. Their net worth exceeds 100 million yuan. They are young and wealthy. Not only is Lin Shen useless, but he is also lazy and shameless. A person like that is not good enough for you. I'm not saying you have bad taste, nor am I trying to break up your relationship, Gao Guangtu said with utmost seriousness. I'm just advising you to be more cautious and not walk into a dead end. That would be asking for trouble. Why bother? That's right. Li Huiyuan quickly chimed in, deliberately feigning concern as she looked at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, your cousin is right. You should be more cautious. Don't make things difficult for yourself like that. Young Master Zhao has everything, but he has nothing. Why make yourself suffer? This is my own choice, and it has nothing to do with you. Chu Qinglan was also amused by the highlighted picture and Li Huiyuan. She gently hugged Lin Shen's arm and said, what kind of life I live in the future is my own business. You don't need to worry about it. See that? Lin Shen deliberately looked coldly at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiyuan. Let me tell you, Qinglan and I just like to eat coarse food and simple dishes. We don't like delicacies like lobster and crab. What's wrong? It's none of your business. That's like a dog catching a mouse meddling in other people's business. With a disdainful snort, Lin Shan deliberately picked up a piece of green vegetable and fed it to Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, you eat. With a slight blush, Chu Qinglan parted her lips and took a bite of the green vegetable. Qinglan, I want to eat celery. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly, obediently picked up a stalk of celery, and fed it to Lin Shan with a smile. This matter. Seeing Lin Shan and Chu Qinglan, who were not only not angered by the provocative words, but also showed their deep affection and displayed their love on the spot. The highlighted image and Li Huiwen were completely dumbfounded. Their faces were truly slapped hard by Lin Shan and Chu Qinglan's actions. It was so swollen it looked like a pig's head. The two of them were dumbfounded and had no idea what to do. Cough, cough. Finally, Zhao Kuan couldn't help but cough a few times, breaking the awkward silence between the three parties. Zhao Kuan was furious at the sight of Lin Shan and Chu Qinglan deliberately showing off their affection in front of him. After all, Lin Shan and Chu Qinglan's actions not only slapped Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen in the face, but also directly slapped him in the face. This was naturally a source of immense humiliation for Zhao Kuan. After all, he was very interested in Chu Qinglan. Lin Shan, right? Zhao Kuan ignored the awkward expressions on Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen's faces, and instead looked coldly at Lin Shan. Speak your mind, or shut up. Lin Shan glanced at Zhao Kuan with disdain, knowing that this guy was bound to spout nonsense. Since he wants to be tortured, Lin Shan will mercifully grant his wish. Let him know the consequences of provoking Lin Shan. Chu Qinglan is very beautiful and has a great figure. I like her very much. Break up with him. Lin Shan was amused by Zhao Kuan and looked at him with a playful expression. Did a donkey kick your brain? Since you know Qinglan is so wonderful, why would I easily agree to break up? You just need to choose to break up now. Zhao Kuan looked coldly at Lin Shan in front of him and slowly said, I can give you a breakup fee. Chapter 147, 100,000 yuan breakup fee. Oh. Lin Shan was instantly taken aback by Zhao Kuan's words. He stared at Zhao Kuan with wide eyes, amusement on his face. He thought to himself, this Zhao Kuan is truly a talent. They actually wanted to give him a breakup fee. They certainly know how to have fun. Kid, I know you're not happy about giving up Qinglan like this. With his arms crossed, Zhao Kuan looked at Lin Shan with arrogance. We're both men. I can figure out your little scheme even with my toes. So there's no need to haggle. I can give you some money. To be honest, even if you work your whole life in Hangzhou, you still won't be able to afford a house here. Zhao Kuan looked at Lin Shan with disdain. If you can't afford a house, then how will you give Qinglan a home? Give Qinglan happiness? You don't have that ability. Therefore, people should have self-awareness. If you suffer poverty your whole life eating chaff and wild vegetables, it's because you lack ability, and you deserve it. But you can't let Qinglan suffer poverty for the rest of her life. A man should have this sense of responsibility. Zhao Kuan said arrogantly. It's fine for me to eat coarse food myself, but to make my woman eat coarse food with me is a sin. If you were a real man, you wouldn't do that. That's right. Gao Guangtu immediately chimed in. What young Master Zhao said makes perfect sense. Men should indeed be responsible for their women. If you can't afford to support her and can't give your woman a proper home, then it's best to part ways amicably. Don't hold them up. You deserve to be poor your whole life. Gao Guangtu looked at Lin Shan and said, you can only blame yourself for being incompetent and having bad luck and being born into the wrong family. You can't blame anyone else. But to cause a woman to suffer poverty for the rest of her life is against your conscience. That's disgusting. That's right. I hate selfish men like that the most. Li Huiwen chimed in. If you can't give us women a home, then don't bother us women. Let's part ways amicably. We can't waste our youth. After all, we women don't have many years of youth in our lives. If we waste them, they're really gone. Any man with a modicum of conscience knows how to be responsible for us women. Lin Shan. Gao Guangtu looked at Lin Shan seriously. I know you like Qinglan, but you can't give Qinglan a good future. So let's not waste Qinglan's youth. There's a saying that goes, there's a kind of love called letting go. I hope you'll consider Qinglan's feelings and stop being so selfish and only thinking of yourself, ignoring Qinglan. Gao Guangta looked at Lin Shun with utmost seriousness. Don't hold Qinglan back. That's enough. Before Lin Shun could speak, Chu Qinglan couldn't hold back any longer. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with anger as she looked at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen. What I do is my own choice, and it has nothing to do with you. You don't need to point fingers at me. Whether I am happy or not is not something you can decide. I'm happy, and that's enough. Only the one experiencing it knows whether it's hot or cold. Chu Qinglan snorted angrily and grabbed Lin Chen's hand. Chun, we're not eating. Let's go. Walk. Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. He patted the back of his hand with a smile and said, Don't rush, sit down. It's not time to leave yet. Morning. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Chu Qinglan immediately looked at Lin Chen with suspicion. You'll find out soon enough. Lin Chen deliberately kept Chu Qinglan in suspense, then smiled and winked at her. Of course, he wouldn't let this matter rest. Zhao Kuan, Gao Guangtu, and Li Huiwen mocked him and Chu Qinglan, and then the two left in a sorry state, leaving them to their own devices. Are you kidding me? Lin Chen would not tolerate such humiliation. Today he's going to give Gao Guangtu, Li Huiwen, and Zhao Kuan a good thrashing and show them the consequences of offending Lin Chen. Lin Chen wouldn't suffer injustice and then go somewhere to cry and lick her wounds alone. He's going to get his revenge. Don't worry. Lin Chen noticed the worry in Chu Qinglan's eyes, gestured for her to calm down, and then forcibly pulled her down to sit. You still have some self-awareness. You know you're not good enough for Qinglan. Seeing that Lin Chen hadn't left, Gao Guangtu snorted coldly. Since you know, then you'd better cooperate obediently with our young master Zhao. Such an opportunity is something most people would kill for. You're quite lucky. That's right. After Gao Guangtu finished speaking, Li Huiwen also snorted coldly. This way, it's good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. It's a win-win situation. You get a breakup fee and leave. Qinglan can marry Zhao Xiao. You can gain benefits, and Qinglan can live a good life in the future instead of having to eat coarse food with you. Li Huiwen looked at Lin Chen with disdain. You've done right by Qinglan. Otherwise, let Qinglan and you live a life of hardship, eating coarse food, and living in a rented room. That would be too unfair to Qinglan. Ha ha. Hearing what Li Huiwen and Gao Guangtu said, Lin Chen was immediately frightened. He glanced at the two of them disdainfully, then looked at Zhao Kuan with a playful expression. You are quite an interesting person. What happened today really took me by surprise, and it's getting more and more interesting. Kid, stop talking nonsense. I'll give you 100,000 yuan as a breakup fee. Take it and leave Qinglan. Zhao Kuan looked at Lin Chen coldly. With this 100,000 yuan, you should have enough to marry a village girl when you go back to your village. You only deserve to spend your life with a village girl. You don't deserve a beauty like Qinglan. She should belong to someone like me, young, rich, charming, handsome, and exceptionally capable. You don't deserve it at all. Zhao Kuan crossed his arms, looking arrogant. 10,000 yuan. You'd only earn that much if you worked in Hangzhou for 2 years. If you want to save 100,000 yuan, I think you'll need to work for 10 years. So, take the money and get out. Zhao Kuan looked at Lin Chen with disdain. You are not good enough for Qinglan, so don't waste Qinglan's youth. Qinglan deserves to live in a villa and eat the finest delicacies in her life. Instead of squeezing into a dirty and messy rented room with you, eating coarse food and wild vegetables. As he spoke, Zhao Kuan looked at Chu Qinglan with a sharp glint in his eyes. Qinglan, I have nothing to say. Let the facts speak for themselves. If you agree, they can be moved into my villa tonight. Enjoy the picturesque scenery and the delicacies. And you don't have to do anything. I'll give you 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses, Zhao Kuan said with a smile. Buy whatever you want. Chapter 148 The System's Special Mission. Other luxury items such as jewelry, bags, and clothes are just child's play. As long as you work with me, I can have someone mail them to you from overseas. They're all genuine products from official stores. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. With his arms crossed, Zhao Kuan looked at Chu Qinglan with great arrogance. It's nothing. Wow. Young Master Zhao, you are so generous. Li Huiwen clenched her fists, looked at Zhao Kun with stars in her eyes, and couldn't help but praise him. Absolutely. Young Master Zhao is truly amazing. After Zhao Kun said that, Gao Guangtu also smiled and flattered. It's really good luck for Qinglan to be favored by you, young Master Zhao. Most women would never have such good luck, even if they dreamed of it. This is also because Qinglan is beautiful and has a good figure. Zhao Kun smiled and waved his hand. Otherwise, I'm not interested either. I don't just fall for anyone. I see. Hearing Zhao Kun's words, Li Huiwen laughed and said, Young Master Zhao is really trying to praise our Qinglan in a different way again. Qinglan, aren't you going to thank young Master Zhao right away? Li Huiwen winked at Chu Qinglan. Young Master Zhao said you're beautiful and have a great figure. Unnecessary. Chu Qinglan frowned slightly and gave a displeased snort. This is my own business. It has nothing to do with you. At this moment, Chu Qinglan was filled with regret. If she had known that Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen would do such a thing, she should not have agreed to go out for dinner today. Although she values relationships and doesn't want to fall out with her relatives, she's not stupid. Chu Qinglan would naturally reciprocate the kindness of relatives who treated her well and treat them with the same kindness. As for relatives who treated her badly, Chu Qinglan would simply ignore them and show no leniency. After all, people are reciprocal. Since others don't respect her, why should she treat them politely? Qinglan, what are you saying? Li Huiwen smiled somewhat awkwardly and said, You should cherish this great opportunity. Ordinary people wouldn't even have such an opportunity. Don't make a mistake for yourself. Li Huiwen winked at Gao Guangtu. Talk to Qinglan and make her understand this. Qinglan, let me tell you, not only did young Master Zhao buy a villa as soon as he arrived, but he is also planning to invest over 100 million yuan to start a large company. If you follow young Master Zhao, you'll live a good life and enjoy yourself. I'm your cousin. Would I ever harm you? Then, Gao Guangtu looked at Lin Shun seriously and said, Lin Shun, you should know your place. Don't be ungrateful. Young Master Zhao is giving you 100,000 yuan to let you leave Qinglan. This is already more than enough. Take the 100,000 yuan and hurry back to the village to find the village girl. Stop bothering Qinglan. If you truly love Qinglan, you should break up with her. Gao Guangtu said with utmost seriousness. That would truly be for Qinglan's good. After all, Qinglan has nothing with you, but with young Master Zhao, she has everything. What a stark difference this is. Gao Guangtu said with utmost seriousness. If you're a responsible man, then immediately break up with Qinglan and give her her freedom. Qinglan is a good girl. She doesn't want to say the words break up to you because she cares about your feelings. Qinglan is thinking of you, so you should also think of Qinglan. Don't let Qinglan's good intentions go to waste. Gao Guangtu's expression was grave. You understand what I mean, right? Oh. Lin Shun was amused by the highlight image. After scanning it with a cold eye, he looked at Zhao Kun with a playful expression. Are you sure? 100,000 yuan? Right. Zhao Kun sneered. You've never seen so much cash in your life, have you? If you break up with Qinglan now, I'll give you 100,000 yuan immediately. I'm not kidding you. Money you've never seen before in your life. In my eyes, that's just the price of a meal or a bottle of wine. Not worth mentioning. Zhao Kun waved his hand dismissively. That's the difference. You poor wretch, you'll never imagine how luxurious our lives are. Luxury cars and villas are standard. Even a single bottle of wine we open costs you poor bastards a year's salary. Once my company opens, I can easily give Qinglan a few high-end jewelry necklaces. Zhao Kun said proudly. These are priceless treasures, each one costing 5 or 6 figures. Can you afford it? Zhao Kun looked at Lin Shun with disdain. You could never afford it in your entire life. Haha, you make it sound so true. Lin Shun was amused by Zhao Kun's arrogance. He looked at Zhao Kun with a playful expression and said, Since you've put it that way, it wouldn't be right for me not to give you a response. Stop dawdling. Break up with Qinglan. Zhao Kun snorted coldly, looking at Lin Shun with disdain in his eyes. You are not good enough for Qinglan. Let's not talk about this nonsense. Didn't you say you have a villa? Lin Shun hesitated slightly, looking at Zhao Kun with a playful expression. Coincidentally, I also bought a house. Haha, you're buying a house. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Kun immediately laughed, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Lin Chen. You're absolutely ridiculous. What kind of house are you buying? You have the money to buy a house. You must be dreaming. Zhao Kun was amused by Lin Chen. He looked at Lin Chen with utter disdain. I bet you can't even afford a toilet in Hangzhou, let alone a house. It's utterly ridiculous. That's right. Gao Guangta looked at Lin Chen with utter disdain. Lin Chen, there's nothing to pretend for. Stop joking. If it's a gift worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, I can understand if you borrow money to pretend you're rich. But what are you going to use to decorate a house in Hangzhou that's worth millions? Don't even mention villas worth tens of millions. Can you afford the cheapest apartment, which costs just over 1 million? Gao Guangta looked at Lin Chen with utter disdain. If you can afford it, I'll be so proud of you that I'll have diarrhea while doing a handstand. It's utterly ridiculous. What a pretentious show-off. Li Huiwen scoffed disdainfully and looked at Chu Qinglan beside her. Qinglan, now you see him clearly, and you know what kind of person he is, right? You still want to be with this scumbag who only knows how to deceive people and talks nonsense. Don't be silly. You're not a child anymore. You should have your own judgment and know who a good person is and who a scumbag is. Li Huiwen said very seriously. You don't need to continue with a scumbag like Lin Chen. Take your sister-in-law's advice and leave her immediately. Then I'll happily be with young Master Zhao. Li Huiwen smiled and said, only young Master Zhao can give you a comfortable life. He's all talk and no action. Li Huiwen glanced at Lin Chen disdainfully. You're just talking nonsense. Chapter 149. Two companies. A man like you can only fool young girls who are 17 or 18 years old, in high school or college, and who are still naive. They haven't entered society yet, so they are innocent and naive. You just use sweet talk and make grand promises, and they're foolish enough to believe you. Li Huiwen glanced coldly at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with deep disdain. To an adult, your words are the most ridiculous thing to say. Even a fool wouldn't believe your empty promises. As she spoke, Li Huiwen immediately looked at Chu Qinglan seriously. Qinglan, don't believe his nonsense. He's just trying to fool you. How could he possibly afford a house? Do they really think houses in Hangzhou are dirt cheap? Li Huiwen scoffed dismissively. How ridiculous. That's pure nonsense. Gao Guangta looked at Lin Chen with disdain and said sarcastically, you heard that young Master Zhao bought a house, so you lied and said that you bought a house too. What a coincidence. Gao Guangta sneered, looking at Lin Chen with disdain in his eyes. Is it after young Master Zhao opens his company? Are you going to brag about owning a company again? I do own a company. Lin Chen shrugged slightly and said truthfully. And it's not just one company, it's 2 companies. Ha! You motherfucker, that's hilarious. Lin Chen's words made Gao Guangta laugh out loud. He slapped his thigh and looked at Lin Chen with disdain in his eyes. Kid, you're really bragging too much. 2 companies? Why don't you just say you're worth trillions and are the richest person in Hangzhou? You're really good at bragging. As he spoke, Gao Guangta looked at Zhao Xiao and said, Zhao Xiao, this is the first time I've ever seen someone with such a screw loose. That's really bragging without thinking. Madness. Zhao Kun nodded slightly and glanced at Lin Chen with disdain. What is fake can never become real, and what is real can never become fake. It's pointless for you to keep bragging. In the end, won't you still have to go back to living in a shared apartment? Zhao Kun crossed his arms and looked at Lin Chen with utter disdain. Utterly stupid. Qinglan, did you hear me? He's just spouting nonsense. Why are you still going to talk to him? Li Huiwen said anxiously to Chu Qinglan. He doesn't tell the truth at all. Don't pay any attention to him. It's pointless. Let's just live a good life with young Master Zhao. He's just a stupid idiot. Morning. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen questioningly, thinking that Lin Chen should just take out the online visa certificate directly. They should give Zhao Kun, Gao Guangtu, and Li Huiwen a good slap in the face and teach them a lesson they shouldn't be so arrogant. She was furious. No rush. Having previously received a special mission from the system to thoroughly humiliate Li Huiwen, Gao Guangtu, and Zhao Kun, and completely reverse the facts, Lin Chen naturally wanted to play even more recklessly. He wanted to let the bullets fly a little longer. At this moment, Li Huiwen and Gao Guangtu were acting more and more arrogantly towards Zhao Kun, looking down on Lin Shun and becoming more and more self-righteous. When Lin Shun revealed the truth, the three of them were even more dumbfounded and confused. Lin Shun wanted to use the most truthful facts to slap them in the face. Let them know what it means to look down on others. Since you don't believe me, we can see for ourselves. Lin Shun shrugged slightly. Facts speak louder than words. Once you see it with your own eyes, you'll naturally know everything. Oh, Gao Guangtu scoffed dismissively and looked at Zhao Kun for advice. Young Master Zhao, how about we take Qinglan to your villa for a stroll? Let Qinglan see your strength. I suppose Qinglan will behave herself after seeing your villa. I will do whatever you say. I am completely obedient to you. Gao Guangtu laughed and said, after all, we're just talking about it now. There's no direct evidence yet. Perhaps she still has doubts and is unwilling to separate from Lin Shun. What do you think? Looking at Zhao Kun with a consultative gaze, Gao Guangtu asked very respectfully. I think it would be better to take them to see it in person. Yes, young Master Zhao, we've proven that with facts. After Qinglan sees your villa with her own eyes, she will definitely no longer be interested in Lin Chin's dilapidated house. After all, who would want to remember sharing this shabby rental house when they have a villa to live in? Once Qinglan sees the villa, she will instantly come to her senses and understand what she should do. Li Huiwen chuckled lightly. After all, people are realistic. With delicacies laid out before them, who would choose to eat coarse food and wild vegetables? That's true. Zhao Kun took a sip of tea and glanced at Lin Shun with disdain. Since you have thick skin and want to keep getting slapped in the face, then I can grant your wish. Let me show you what the real life of the wealthy is like. You've probably never lived in a villa in your entire life, right? With a disdainful snort, Zhao Kun looked at Chu Qinglan again, revealing a fake smile. Miss Qinglan, please tour my villa. From now on, this will be our love nest. Vomit. Chu Qinglan was disgusted by Zhao Kun. She covered her mouth, her eyes filled with intense disgust. If Lin Shun hadn't insisted that she stay, she wouldn't have bothered with Zhao Kun at all. She left a long time ago. Seeing this hypocritical, pretentious Zhao Kun at this moment, Chu Qinglan felt utterly disgusted. Lin Shun, my car can only seat 4 people. As they walked out of the restaurant, Gao Guangtu deliberately said to Lin Shun, why don't you put it in the trunk? Cousin. Chu Qinglan looked at the highlighted image with great anger. This is so insulting. He was driving a 5-seater SUV, but he made Lin Shun lie in the trunk. This is utterly despicable. No need. We drove here ourselves. Lin Shun took out his keys and opened the door of the Ferrari 812. This. Zhao Kun's pupils suddenly contracted. This is a luxury car worth over 4 million. So you're still renting this place? Gao Guangtu coldly swept his gaze over Lin Shun. The rent alone has emptied your savings, hasn't it? You're faking debt because you rented a car to show off? That's ridiculous. Let's see how you pay off your debts in the future. That's none of your business. It's my business. Lin Shun smiled and led Chu Qinglan into the car, glancing at the highlight image. Lead the way. Let me also visit this big villa and broaden my horizons. Snort. Gao Guangtu glared coldly at Lin Shun. He could only sullenly get into the car and drive away. It's ridiculous. Lin Shun pressed the accelerator, following Gao Guangtu's car at a leisurely pace. He's going to let this highlighting image, Li Huiwen, and Zhao Kun know about it soon. How mentally challenged they are. Ding dong. Host has not yet claimed today's reward. I almost forgot. Lin Shun slapped his forehead. We should have claimed it back when we dealt with Wang Tianhao. Receive. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 150, How to Slap Someone in the Face. Wow, what a reward. That's amazing. Looking at the rewards given by the system, Lin Shun was completely convinced. This reward is truly amazing. The system is really clever. This is because they're afraid he won't be thoroughly humiliated. So they're adding fuel to the fire to make things even more exciting. System, oh system, you just love to stir up trouble. The way you're rewarding them will probably leave them speechless with regret. Lin Shun patted his head, unable to suppress a laugh. Lin Shun had to admit that he was truly impressed by the system's rewards. Lin Chun likes this system. Zhao Kun, I never expected you to be this kind of person. You said I was faking it, but it turns out you're the one who's faking it the most. I'll show you what it means to be utterly ostracized in a moment. Lin Chen's eyes darted around, his mood extremely cheerful. This is getting more and more interesting. There are no cracks in the floor of this villa, so you'll have nowhere to crawl into. Looks like you'll have to go to the bathroom and awkwardly crawl into the toilet. Interesting, this is so interesting. An excited Lin Chen looked at Chu Qinglan beside him and winked at her with a smile. Qinglan, I'll give you a good show later. It's absolutely hilarious. Chu Qinglan tilted her head, looking at Lin Chun with great confusion. Chun, what's the show? It would be pointless to say it now, so I can't say it. But you'll find out soon enough. Lin Chen smiled and winked at Chu Qinglan. It's definitely going to be a very interesting show. Okay then. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chun, who was deliberately keeping her in suspense, and could only tilt her head and say, Chun, I'm really sorry about what happened today. I really didn't expect them to do this. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chun with a complicated expression. If I had known, I shouldn't have brought you here. They really went too far. Hey, what's the big deal? We've been married for so long. We shouldn't get angry over something like this. Lin Chun laughed and said, Don't worry, I'm not that magnanimous. It's no big deal. They're all minor matters. Lin Chun looked at Chu Qinglan and said, Besides, they didn't really mock me, so I don't care at all. It's like watching a monkey show. They're just monkeys jumping around everywhere in my eyes. It's not interesting at all. Don't worry. Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly and rolled her eyes at Lin Chun, who said we're an old married couple. Ask my parents. That's what an old married couple should be like. I'm not old. Ha ha. Lin Chun smiled and placed his hand on Chu Qinglan's thigh. Then we'll be a young husband and a young wife. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chun, then gently patted his hand. Drive carefully. Okay. My young wife will be waiting to see the show. I guarantee this will be absolutely hilarious. Lin Chun couldn't wait to see Zhao Kun, the highlight photo, and the interesting expressions on Li Huiwen's face. This is truly an extremely interesting matter. This system is really clever. At this moment, in the SUV driven by Gao Guangtu. What's the deal with the Ferrari 812? Sitting in the back seat, Zhao Kun looked grave. He glanced at the driver's camera and Li Huiwen in the passenger seat, his expression darkening. Is it really Lin Chen's? For some reason, Zhao Kun's right eyelid was twitching. I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen. No. Gao Guangtu immediately laughed. Young Master Zhao, don't be fooled by Lin Chun. That guy is a big liar. My cousin came over before, and he brought a group of people who drove a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Lin Chen rented a Ferrari on purpose just to show off. Looking at Zhao Kun, Gao Guangtu laughed and said, This guy is just a complete show-off. He doesn't have any money at all. It's just a pretentious person who's so concerned with saving face that they suffer for it. Gao Guangtu sneered. Young Master Zhao, you don't need to care about him. He's nothing. That guy was intimidated by his pretentious behavior and then slunk away. Don't be fooled by his pretentious behavior. He doesn't have any real skills. Gao Guangtu looked at Zhao Kun with a fawning expression. My cousin will definitely belong to you. Young Master Zhao, I guarantee it. Once we arrive at the villa, my cousin will see your house and immediately understand how outstanding you are, young Master Zhao. At that point, she will naturally make the right choice. I agree to your request, young Master Zhao. Looking at Zhao Kun in front of him, Gao Guangtu smiled and said, From now on, I will serve you obediently and respectfully, young Master Zhao. Absolutely. Zhao Kun nodded slightly. After hearing what Gao Guangtu said, Zhao Kun immediately felt that it made a lot of sense. If it's a highlight image, it should be pretty close to the truth. He's overthinking it. How could Lin Chun, a mere penniless wretch, possibly defeat him? Chu Qinglan definitely belongs to him. It must be mine. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Kun's eyes lit up as he recalled Chu Qinglan's graceful figure, and he was in a very pleasant mood. Tonight, he will get Chu Qinglan. He wanted to make Chu Qinglan his own. Young Master Zhao, please rest assured. If Lin Chun really wanted to pay back that much money, how could he still be living in a shared apartment? Li Huiwen also laughed. How could he possibly beg and plead to squeeze into a small room with Qinglan? If he really wanted to buy a Ferrari worth over 4 million, he should have bought a house long ago. You agree, right? How can someone who can afford a Ferrari not be able to afford a house? 2. Zhao Kuan shrugged slightly, relieved. Soon after, the group entered the villa. See that? Pointing at the villa in front of him, Gao Guangta swept his gaze over Lin Shun with an arrogant expression. This is young Master Zhao's villa. Young Master Zhao has a villa as soon as he returns to China. That's real power. And you? All you can do is share an apartment with Qinglan. Gao Guangta looked at Lin Shun with utter disdain. Let me tell you, don't make trouble for yourself. You don't deserve it. You are not good enough for Qinglan at all. Don't let Qinglan suffer along with you. That is. Li Huiwen looked at Lin Shun with disdain. Qinglan has a villa to live in. Why would she live in a shabby rented house with you? So you might as well just give up on yourself. Stop bothering Qinglan. Kid. Zhao Kuan crossed his arms and looked at Lin Shun with an arrogant expression. Here's a breakup fee of 100,000 yuan. Take the money. Roll. Haha, this house is nice. Lin Shun laughed heartily, looking at the arrogant Zhao Kuan and the supporting Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, his eyes full of amusement. As for me, I just happened to have bought a villa before. But it would be a little awkward to say it now. So I don't know whether I should say it or not. Chapter 151, Where's the villa? Huh? You bought a villa too? Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Gao Guangtu was immediately amused and burst into laughter. He clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. Ha ha. Hilarious. This is fucking hilarious. I've never met anyone like you who likes to show off before. How can you be so funny, so idiotic? Looking coldly at Lin Shen in front of him, Gao Guangtu's eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Lin Shen, do you find it very interesting to show off like this? Anyone can talk big. What's the point if you can't produce the facts? Your words are only good for fooling naive little girls. Gao Guangta looked at Lin Shen with utter disdain. Do you think this is school? Everyone is naive. They'll believe whatever you say and be fooled by you. It's just that my cousin is a bit naive and easily fooled by you because she just graduated and hasn't been tempered by the real world. But do you think we'll believe you? With his arms crossed, Gao Guangta looked at Lin Shun with utter disdain. You're utterly ridiculous. That is. Li Huiwen looked at Lin Shun with the same disdain. You want to buy a villa? Stop pretending. Looking Lin Shun up and down, Li Huiwen's eyes were full of disdain. I don't think your whole outfit costs more than 1,000 yuan. So you have the money to buy a villa? Do you even know how much this villa costs? Li Huiwen stared coldly at Lin Shun. Let me tell you, it's tens of millions. Don't even mention a lifetime. You couldn't afford this villa even if you worked for 10 lifetimes. What a pretentious show-off. So bragging isn't a crime, Li Huiwen said sarcastically to Lin Shun. Otherwise, you would have been sentenced to death long ago. How ridiculous. That's right. Gao Guangta laughed again, looking at Lin Shun with utter disdain. Kid, stop pretending. It's pointless. If you can afford a villa, I'll do a handstand and have diarrhea. That's hilarious. Look at Xin Tao. He has a car, so you should hurry up and rent one. Gao Guangta looked at Lin Shen coldly. Now you see Zhao Xiao has a villa, so you want to rent one too? Let me tell you, renting a villa is different from renting a car. You can rent a car for a few days and then return it. Most people can afford that. It just costs a little money. Gao Guangta sneered. But a villa is different from a car. A villa rental contract must be signed on an annual basis. The annual rent for this villa is at least 100,000 yuan. You can earn 100,000 a year. Gao Guangta looked at Lin Shen coldly. What are you pretending for? You're utterly ridiculous. One should have self-awareness. If you have something, you have it. If you don't, it's useless. If you're incapable of backing down, then you should frankly admit it. There's nothing shameful about being honest like that. After all, there are very few people like young Master Zhao who are young, rich, and talented. Gao Guangta looked at Lin Shun with disdain. It's normal that you are not as good as young Master Zhao. After all, most people can't compare to young Master Zhao. My cousin is beautiful and has a stunning figure. It's perfectly normal that you're not good enough for her. After all, you're penniless and incapable. You'd better take the 100,000 yuan breakup fee that young Master Zhao gave you and get lost right now. Gao Guangtu looked at Lin Shun with disdain. That way you can go back to your village, find a village girl, and get married and settle down as soon as possible. Don't be ungrateful. Idiot. Li Huiwen snorted and looked at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, now you know how much he loves to show off, right? This is a liar who talks nonsense and never tells the truth. You're an adult, not a 17 or 18-year-old student. Shouldn't you be able to distinguish right from wrong? You should be able to tell whether he's telling the truth or lying, right? Li Huiwen pretended to be doing this for Chu Qinglan's own good, and deliberately said in a pretentious manner, Qinglan, your sister-in-law is doing this for your own good. You and young Master Zhao live in villas, eat lavish meals, wear gold and silver, and enjoy life. Following him means only eating chaff and wild vegetables, suffering, and poverty. For us women, getting married is the most important thing in our lives, Li Huiwen said earnestly. If you marry the right person, you'll enjoy happiness for the rest of your life. If you marry the wrong person, you'll suffer poverty and hardship for the rest of your life. Your cousin and I were doing it all for your own good. If you listen to us now, everything will be fine. Li Huiwen looked at Chu Qinglan anxiously. If you don't listen to us, you'll regret it later. You'll regret it then. You must not make a mistake. My own choice. Chu Qinglan couldn't stand Li Huiwen's incessant chatter any longer. She frowned and retorted without hesitation, I don't regret my choice. This has nothing to do with you. Whether my future is good or bad is my own business, Chu Qinglan sneered. It's none of your concern. Qinglan, your temper. I'm doing this for your own good. Seeing that Chu Qinglan was biting the hand that fed him and was criticizing him instead of being kind, he was shocked. Helpless, Li Huiwen could only look at the highlighted picture. Tell me about your cousin. All of this is for her own good. Qinglan. Gao Guangtu could only put on a stern face and look at Chu Qinglan without any politeness. Your sister-in-law is doing this for your own good. Others would love to serve young Master Zhao, but they don't even have the chance. I don't need it. Chu Qinglan snorted coldly and grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Chun, let's go. Lin Chen shrugged slightly, glanced disdainfully at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, and ignored the two of them. That's really incredibly stupid. Walk. Before Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan could leave, Zhao Kuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. He snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan. Where do you think you're going? Weren't you being pretty arrogant just now? Didn't you keep saying you bought a villa? Zhao Kuan sneered, looking at Lin Chen with disdain in his eyes. Don't go. Keep pretending. Show me your villa. I want to see what kind of villa this is. With his arms crossed, Zhao Kuan looked at Lin Chen with utter sarcasm. I'd like to know where you bought your villa. You like to pretend, don't you? I'll give you the chance to pretend. Come on, prove me wrong with the facts. Zhao Kuan looked at Lin Chen with a mocking expression. You are utterly ridiculous. You poor wretch. Oh ho, you're panting now that I'm saying you're fat. Lin Chen was amused by Zhao Kuan. He looked at Zhao Kuan with disdain. I originally wanted to save you some face, but you're asking for trouble, so don't blame me. Let me tell you, this is the villa I bought. Exactly. Chapter 152. Lin Chen is the landlord. The villa you're standing on. Pointing to the villa where the group was, Lin Chen looked at Zhao Kuan with a playful expression. This villa is mine. I just bought a villa. Oh. Ha. Lin Chen's words instantly made Gao Guangtu laugh. After a brief moment of surprise, he looked at Lin Chen with a mocking expression. Kid, you're such a good actor, aren't you? Did a donkey kick your head? Even if you're renting a villa to show off, you don't have to go this far. Gao Guangtu looked at Lin Chen with utter sarcasm. You are truly stupid and utterly ridiculous. You can just name any other villa that might be believable. Even if you can't fool us, you might be able to fool my cousin. Now you're saying that the villa Zhao Xiao owns is one you just bought? Gao Guangtu gave Lin Chen the middle finger. Your brain must have been slammed in a door and kicked by a donkey. I think you've eaten too many walnuts that got stuck indoors. That is. Li Huiwen crossed her arms and looked at Lin Chen with utter disdain. You're really hilarious. Can't you just tell the truth? Just admit you're poor. What's the point of pretending? And you even said that Zhao Xiao's villa is yours. Li Huiwen looked at Lin Shun with a mocking expression. That's ridiculous. Qinglan, listen to his pretentious talk. Do you still believe him? Li Huiwen looked at Chu Qinglan anxiously. Don't be foolish enough to believe his nonsense. He's just fooling you. He hasn't told you a single truth. Don't believe the promises he makes. They're all lies. You should listen to your sister-in-law's advice and stick with young Master Zhao. Li Huiwen said to Chu Qinglan very seriously. Only by sticking with young Master Zhao can you enjoy the convenience of villas and luxury cars and become a superior person. His promises were all lies, and everything was rented. Don't be so foolish as to let him deceive you again. Li Huiwen looked at Lin Shun with utter disdain. This kind of liar never tells a word of truth. I'll definitely talk to my aunt later and tell her to open her eyes wide, and then persuade Qinglan. Gao Guangtu was even more serious. You absolutely cannot marry a liar like that. If you marry a liar like that, you'll run into big trouble. No matter what, you can't marry him. Morning. Chu Qinglan was also confused by Lin Chen's words, so she clung to Lin Chen's arm and looked at him suspiciously. She certainly didn't doubt Lin Chen's character or abilities. She just didn't know why Lin Chen suddenly said that. The apartment she and Lin Chen just bought is a Riverview apartment in the city center. The two did not buy a villa. That's why Lin Chen said he had a villa. What's going on? Rest assured. Lin Chen gave Chu Qinglan a reassuring look and gently patted the back of her hand. Ignoring the shouting Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, he looked at Zhao Kuan with a playful expression. Young Master Zhao, is that right? Those two flies are buzzing so loudly that my ears are filled with static. It's really annoying. Let's get straight to the point. Tell them. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Kuan with a mocking expression. Whose villa is this anyway? Is there even a need to ask? Gao Guangtu immediately sneered and refuted Lin Chen. Then it must belong to young Master Zhao. The Zhao family has a net worth of over 100 million yuan and plans to invest several hundred million yuan to start a company. You're short of that little bit of money? Say less. At this moment, Li Huiwen sensed something was wrong because Zhao Kuan hadn't said a word. Logically speaking, Zhao Kuan should have immediately refuted Lin Shun after he put him down like that, right? With a woman's keen sixth sense, Li Huiwen looked at Zhao Kuan with a serious expression. Young Master Zhao, what's going on? This house. What could possibly be wrong? Although Zhao Kuan's face stiffened for a moment and a hint of evasion flashed in his eyes, he still stubbornly shouted. This house can't possibly be his. That's right. This villa wasn't bought by Zhao Kuan. It was rented by Zhao Kuan. But no matter what, this villa may not belong to him. But it can't possibly belong to Lin Chen either. After all, when he rented the place through the agent said the landlord was overseas. Lin Chen is not abroad again. So how could this villa possibly belong to Lin Chen? Tell me first, is this villa yours? Seeing Zhao Kuan stubbornly refusing to admit it, Lin Chen crossed his arms and looked at Zhao Kuan with a playful expression. You tell me. I have nothing to say to you. With a stiff expression, Zhao Kuan glared angrily at Lin Chen. Anyway, this villa is definitely not yours. You're just spewing filth and talking nonsense. How ridiculous. So you're admitting that this villa isn't yours? Lin Chen ignored Zhao Kuan's explanations and directly questioned him in a cold voice. You me? Zhao Kuan's face stiffened, unsure how to respond. Young Master Zhao, what's going on? This villa really isn't yours? Both Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen were completely astonished. They exchanged a glance and looked at Zhao Kuan with great surprise. At first, they all thought the villa belonged to Zhao Kuan. Cough, cough. Zhao Kuan coughed stiffly a few times, then said coldly, I didn't buy this house. I rent it. After all, I can't stay in Hangzhou for too long. Otherwise, I was planning to buy a house, Zhao Kuan said with a sneer. Buying a villa is a piece of cake for me. I don't lack that kind of money. I will leave naturally once the company is on the right track. So I don't need this villa. I'm too lazy to buy it. Zhao Kuan, with his hands behind his back, said, instead of leaving it idle, we might as well rent a place to live. Indeed, young Master Zhao really knows how to plan. That's right. Once the company is up and running, a villa is nothing. After exchanging a glance with Li Huiwen, Gao Guangtu, though somewhat embarrassed, continued to praise Zhao Kuan. That's only natural. Zhao Kun snorted coldly and looked at Lin Shun with a cold eye. No matter what, this villa can never be yours. I can buy it any time I want. And you? He. Zhao Kun looked at Lin Shun with disdain. You could never afford it in your entire life. That's right. You poor wretch. Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen immediately followed Zhao Kun's lead and continued to mock Lin Shun without any restraint. Although the villa did not belong to Zhao Kun, they would not believe it at all if it belonged to Lin Shun. How could that be? How could Lin Shun, who was a poor wretch in their eyes, possibly own a villa? Highlights, and Li Huiwen don't believe it. You don't believe me? It's all right, then you can watch. With a cold laugh, Lin Shun slowly took out what he had prepared beforehand. Chapter 153 Property Certificate. Property Ownership Certificate. That's right, it's a bright red property ownership certificate. I didn't originally intend to take this out. Even though it's on my body, I really don't want to show it to you. After all, we had a meal together, and we're all friends, so it's a bit awkward to talk about it. Lin Shun shrugged slightly and smiled as he placed the property certificate on the table. But if you insist on asking, then I have to prove it. Otherwise, you might say I'm faking it. I'm also a very meticulous person. In that case, let's let the facts speak for themselves. Lin Shun raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhao Kun with a playful expression. Young Master Zhao, what do you say? Gulp. Impossible. Zhao Kun swallowed hard, his expression dark and gloomy. He glared at Lin Shun with fury in his eyes, his expression ferocious. He simply couldn't believe Lin Shun's words. I think Lin Shun is just talking nonsense. When he rented the villa, the agent told him everything in detail. So how could it be false? What are you pretending for? Picking up the property certificate, Zhao Kun opened it directly. This. Zhao Kun was completely dumbfounded when he saw it. Because the name on the property certificate was none other than Lin Shun. The ownership of this villa does indeed belong to Lin Shun. The transfer date is today. Gulp. How is this possible? Holding the property certificate in his hand, Zhao Kun stared wide-eyed, his body trembling, his eyes filled with intense disbelief. This villa actually belongs to Lin Shun? So, after all that, he was just using Lin Shun's villa and Lin Shun to show off? This is so embarrassing and shameful. Zhao Kun was completely dumbfounded in an instant. Young Master Zhao? What's going on? Seeing Zhao Kun completely stunned, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen couldn't wait any longer. After exchanging a glance, the two immediately snatched the property certificate from Zhao Kun's hand and took a look at it. The owner of the property writes, Lin Shun. Upon seeing the name on the property certificate, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen both read it aloud in unison and were completely dumbfounded. Because this house actually really did belong to Lin Shun. Lin Shun really wasn't lying. Young Master Zhao, what's going on? Yes, you actually rented his house? Both Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen looked at Zhao Kun in utter bewilderment, wondering what was going on and why he was doing this. Because this is too far-fetched, isn't it? Isn't Zhao Kun contradicting himself? On one hand, he rented Lin Shun's villa, and on the other hand, he used Lin Shun's villa to show off with Lin Shun. This person's brain isn't just kicked by a donkey, it's more likely filled with shit. After all, no reasonably normal person would do such a thing. Gulp. Zhao Kun swallowed hard, glaring at Lin Shun with a ferocious expression. What exactly is going on? This villa wasn't yours when I rented it. Is it possible that he printed the property certificate to show off? I think it's very possible. After all, he can rent a car to show off, and he can also fake a property certificate to show off. Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen exchanged a glance. Then both looked at Zhao Kun with suspicion. Let me ask you something. Zhao Kun immediately took out his phone and called the real estate agent who rented the villa for him. Hello, let me ask. Who is the owner of the villa I'm renting? It's young Master Zhao. Please wait a moment, let me take a look. The agent quickly replied to Zhao Kun. Young Master Zhao, the previous landlord has already sold the villa you are renting. The current owner of the property is Mr. Lin Shun. But don't worry, the lease for this house is still valid. You can stay for another year. You can sign the lease agreement with Mr. Lin Shun again after 1 year, the agent said with a smile. I'll add Mr. Lin Shun as a friend later and then send it to you. You can pay the rent to Mr. Lin quarterly thereafter. If you need anything, Feel free to contact Mr. Lin or discuss it with me. I see. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Zhao Kun looked at Lin Shun with a serious expression and complicated feelings. He was truly embarrassed. He really wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. This is so embarrassing. He'd been putting on airs for ages, only to find out the villa's owner was actually Lin Shun. In other words, in Lin Shen's eyes, his pretentious act was just him putting on a monkey show. He's a monkey. They bounced around, showing their red bottoms, and thought they were so arrogant it was utterly ridiculous. Lin Shun. Staring at Lin Shun with a ferocious expression, Zhao Kun, whose face was now extremely embarrassed, felt that he had lost face beyond measure. This is just too unlucky. Gulp. This matter. Not only was Zhao Kun extremely embarrassed, but Gao Guangtu and Li Huiyuan, who were standing next to him, also had stiff expressions and didn't know what to do. So, the villa they were bragging about for so long was actually owned by Lin Shun. They really underestimated Lin Shun. That's a resounding slap in the face. Although Lin Shun didn't say anything, the facts were a slap in the face to them. The same mockery they had just hurled at Lin Shun was now being met with the same slap in the face. And it will be a double blow back. It was extremely embarrassing. It's nothing. The contract has already been signed, and I'm not the kind of person who goes back on my word. Lin Shun looked at Zhao Kun with a smile. I have other houses elsewhere, so I'm not in a hurry to move into this one. Actually, even if you don't rent it, I'll still rent it to someone else. After all, it's pointless to leave it empty, and it's easy for ghosts to settle down there. So let's stick to the contract. You pay me the rent quarterly, and you can continue living here. Lin Shun looked at Zhao Kun with a smile. That's easy to agree to. We'll do everything according to the contract. Don't be embarrassed. What's so awkward about renting a place? Lin Shun looked at Zhao Kun with great understanding. I know you won't be staying in Hangzhou for long, so buying a house isn't worthwhile. You should rent a place to live first. Understand? Lin Shun laughed and said, I used to rent a place too. Everything is perfectly normal. I'm not renting it anymore. I'd rather die than live in this house. Zhao Kun, who had just lost face, was furious with Lin Shun. His expression was extremely cold, and he glared at Lin Shun with utter anger. You can live alone then. Damn it, it's not like I'm broke. It's just a villa, what's the big deal? I'm going to buy a house right now that I can move in with just my suitcase. It's just 10 million. Do you think I'm short of that little bit of money? I'm not staying here anymore. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Kun glared fiercely at Lin Shun, then rushed out of the house in a disheveled state. Bang! With a slam of the door, Zhao Kun fled the villa, as if escaping. He has completely lost face today. This is extremely embarrassing. Chapter 153 Receiving Special Rewards. Don't go. If you leave now, that would be considered a breach of contract, and I won't be refunding your rent and deposit. Watching Zhao Kun flee in a disheveled state, Lin Shun smiled and said, You've wasted your money. I don't want it anymore. Roll. Zhao Kun, looking utterly disheveled, rushed out of the house. He had no interest in asking Lin Shun for the rent and deposit back. He now only feels ashamed, and extremely ashamed. He really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into and cover his face with mud. This is utterly shameful. Hee. Lin Shun sneered, his eyes filled with disdain as he watched Zhao Kun leave. Since he's so mentally challenged, he deserves it. Lin Shun naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony with him. He wanted to flirt with Chu Qinglan in front of Lin Shun, and also wanted to put Lin Shun down. Lin Shun really gave him too much credit. That's really embarrassing. Actually, I didn't want it to be like this. Lin Shun shrugged slightly, looking helplessly at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiyuan across the table. After all, we are all friends, especially since you and Qinglan are related. I'm a person who has always kept a low profile and doesn't like to make things too tense. He insisted that I prove it, but I was too embarrassed to say no. So it's really quite embarrassing that things have escalated to this point. I'm so sorry, I really apologize. Lin Shun clasped his hands in a fist salute to Gao Guangtu and Li Huiyuan, with a polite smile on his face. Please excuse my poor performance. Gulp. You. Gao Guangtu and Li Huiyuan's lips twitched, and they looked at Lin Shun in front of them with complicated expressions. At this moment, they were both stiff and extremely embarrassed. I don't know what to say. Because they brought all of this on themselves. They insisted on looking down on Lin Xun and on praising and elevating Zhao Kun. With the facts laid bare before them, what else can they say? They could only feel incredibly embarrassed, thoroughly slapped in the face by this fact. Lin Xun beat him black and blue with the villa and property certificate. They spent so much time praising Zhao Kun, only to discover that the rented house was actually Lin Xun's house. After all that, it turns out they were just using a rented house to show off their wealth in front of Lin Xun, their landlord. This is something to be happy to see. This is incredibly embarrassing. Cousin, are you still planning to tell my mom? Chu Qinglan sneered, looking at Gao Guangtu with a playful expression. So, what are you going to say to my mother now? Continue praising Zhao Kun and then belittle Chun? You mean Zhao Kun is very rich? Also very capable. Chu Qinglan looked at Gao Guangtu with disdain in her eyes. Do you want to tell my mother about today's farce and tell all the relatives? Gulp. The person in the highlight photo froze instantly, unsure of what to do. He couldn't respond to that. He was extremely embarrassed. Sister-in-law, what do you think? Chu Qinglan then looked coldly at Li Huiwen. Should I give up on Chun and marry someone who only knows how to rent apartments and act like a cow? Is that what you think? Qinglan, Li Huiwen was extremely embarrassed. I never expected things to turn out this way. This matter. I'm sorry. Helpless, Li Huiwen could only say awkwardly. Don't take it to heart. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Lin Xun is doing well. Li Huiwen awkwardly gave Lin Xun a thumbs up. Lin Xun is truly a refined and handsome man. You and Lin Xun are a perfect match. You're really quite good together. It couldn't be more perfect. Yes, it's suitable, very suitable. Gao Guangtu immediately nodded awkwardly, looking at Lin Xun. I'm at ease in trusting Qinglan to you. I will talk to Qinglan's parents. You are a perfect match for Qinglan. You two are a match made in heaven. They're practically like the cowherd and the weaver girl. Gao Guangtu scratched his head, looking extremely embarrassed. I really don't know what to say right now. He was completely dumbfounded when things escalated to this point. Who knew this villa actually belonged to Lin Xun? If he had known it would turn out this way, he definitely wouldn't have tried to match Chu Qinglan and Zhao Kun together, and he definitely wouldn't have done it this way. After all, there are plenty of beautiful women in China, and Chu Qinglan isn't the only one. They also have other cousins and sisters. Nowadays, as long as a girl is young and has a good figure, that's all that matters. With just a little makeup, those with fair skin are all beauties. A face full of collagen is beautiful no matter how you look at it. He had plenty of ways to please Zhao Kun. There's no need to specifically use Chu Qinglan. Even if they found another woman, perhaps because their relationship wasn't good, this woman wouldn't likely whisper sweet nothings in Zhao Kun's ear. But regardless, this woman was still a gift they gave to Zhao Kun, so Zhao Kun should be grateful for their help. As long as they keep Zhao Kun and this woman happy, they can wait until Zhao Kun goes abroad. The company still needs to be handed over to them to manage, right? But now things are better. They neither pleased Zhao Kun nor did they offend Lin Xun. It's a lose-lose situation. That was incredibly embarrassing. Haha, my cousin and his wife really know how to talk. I didn't see you guys being so sweet talking just now, like you've been coated in honey. Interesting, this is really interesting. Seeing Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen fawning over him, Lin Xun couldn't help but smile. These two are so real and so funny. It's nothing. Lin Xun looked at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen with a smile. As long as you two don't speak ill of me in front of my parents-in-law in the future, then it's fine. They're all relatives. Lin Xun smiled nonchalantly and said, I have a very good temper. I wouldn't get angry with you. Thank you. Looking at Lin Xun, who seemed completely indifferent, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen exchanged a glance, both feeling incredibly embarrassed. It's obvious that their status is too low. Lin Xun was too lazy to argue with them or settle scores. Well, we have something to do, so we'll be leaving now. If you need anything, just call us for help. Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen exchanged a glance, feeling utterly humiliated, and could only leave in extreme awkwardness. Hee. Watching Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen leave, Lin Xun snorted disdainfully, too lazy to pay attention to these two utterly idiotic people. The real reason is that they are related to Chu Qinglan. Even if Lin Shen and Chu Qinglan don't want to pay attention to them, Gao Guangtu's mother and Chu Qinglan's mother are sisters. Lin Shen is, after all, just a son-in-law. So sometimes he suffers a slight loss. I don't want things to get too tense. Otherwise, Lin Shen would have severely punished Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen long ago. Daring to act so arrogantly in front of him is tantamount to courting death. Have we forgotten what happened to Zheng Huan and Kong Guanglong? Ding dong. Host has completed today's special task and can claim the reward. Oh, Lin Shen's eyes immediately lit up. I'll take it. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 155 Rewards for a Special Mission. RMB cash reward of 25 million yuan. The reward has been sent to your account. Please check it. Wow. Seeing the rewards from the system, Lin Shen's eyes lit up with excitement. This system was really generous this time. With so many zeros, does that mean it's worth hundreds of millions? Well, there's a decimal point after emotion. Looking at the decimal point before the last two zeros, Lin Shen was speechless, realizing that he had gotten excited for nothing. I thought it was a cash reward of over 100 million, but now it turns out it's only 25 million. Although there are quite a few. But compared to the expectations of over 100 million, this really isn't much. Your ICBC/ABC account ending in 5478 completed a transfer transaction of 25 million renminbi on August 24th at 1834, leaving a balance of 25,034,780 renminbi and 48 cents. No matter what, it's not bad. After all, I had already spent all the money I made from stock trading on buying a house. Seeing the bank's notification of the deposit, Lin Shen's eyes lit up, and he was still very happy. Now that I have this cash, I'm confident in everything I do. The system is still very powerful. Knowing I didn't have any cash on me, they just gave me a sum of money. Lin Shen clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Zhao Kuan, you think you can slap me in the face with money? You're just being a fool and daydreaming. With the system, the one thing I have in abundance is money. You think you can take Qinglan from me? How utterly foolish and ridiculous. After giving a disdainful snort, Lin Shen smiled and looked at Chu Qinglan beside him. Qinglan, let's go back to your place first. The furniture in the new house is all newly bought, so it's necessary to let it air out for a few days to let the smell and formaldehyde dissipate. We'll move there in a few days. Chu Qinglan gave a docile hum, naturally having no objection to it. Now that you have a big house, shouldn't you consider it? While waiting at a traffic light, Lin Shen naturally placed his hand on Chu Qinglan's thigh in the passenger seat. Take me home. Oops. Drive carefully. Chu Qinglan blushed as her thighs felt a heat, and she quickly pried Lin Shen's fingers away, saying, Be careful while driving. Don't worry. Lin Shen laughed and said, I can drive a Ferrari with one hand pretty well. Drive carefully. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen, annoyed. There are a lot of cameras on the road. What if we get caught on camera? Oops. Chu Qinglan's pretty face turned bright red. How embarrassing. All right. Despite his excellent driving skills, Lin Shen had no choice but to reluctantly let go of Chu Qinglan's thigh when faced with her shy demeanor. He knew that Chu Qinglan wasn't lying. He had a friend who put his hand inside his girlfriend's clothes while driving. Later, he was caught on camera and points were deducted immediately. I'll think about it, maybe in a few days. Let me find some time to talk to my parents, and then you can come back with me, Chu Qinglan said softly. It's just that we haven't been dating for very long, and I'm afraid they might not be too willing. After all, in the eyes of parents, more than half a month is too short. They should date for at least 6 months to a year, right? Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly. Only then will they feel that this is the most suitable way to get married. It's all fine. Lin Shen laughed and said, If you fall in love after knowing each other for a short time, you need to date for a longer period of time to get to know each other better. We've known each other for so many years. Your uncle and aunt shouldn't have any objections, right? Chu Qinglan clenched her small fist. Then I'll ask. No problem. Lin Shen nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. These are no problems at all. I'm sure my uncle and aunt will be satisfied with my abilities. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shen, annoyed. Chun, that house just now. What exactly is going on? Looking at Lin Shun with a suspicious expression, Chu Qinglan, who was quite puzzled, finally asked the question. Lin Shun and she just bought a Riverview apartment, and then Lin Shun bought a villa? There's no need for that. After all, there are only 2 of them, so one house is enough. Why buy so many? You mean that villa? Unable to explain, Lin Shun could only laugh it off. That belongs to my friend, but he couldn't register it under my name because he was inconvenient. I will still transfer the money to him once he becomes eligible to buy a house. It's just a nominal position. I didn't expect to run into Zhao Kun, that idiot. Lin Shun laughed. So I just went with the flow and slapped him in the face. This is all his own doing. He insisted on bringing his face closer. So I'm definitely going to slap him in the face. I won't be polite to him. Lin Shun glanced at Chu Qinglan. I want to flirt with my wife. He was courting death. I see. Chu Qinglan replied softly. Then you should return the house to the owner as soon as possible. That's for sure. Chu Feng nodded immediately. I'll transfer the funds to him as soon as he's qualified to buy a house. Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly. I'm really sorry about what happened today. I didn't expect Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen to call Zhao Kun over and say those things. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shun apologetically. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let you come. I won't come myself. They really went too far. It's nothing. It's not your fault. Lin Shun reached out and flicked Chu Qinglan's nose. You're innocent too. This is entirely the fault of Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen. They just made things up. I think you should stop contacting these 2 relatives in the future. Lin Shun sneered. They're both clueless and have screws in their heads. They're not doing this for your own good at all. They're just trying to curry favor with Zhao Kun so they can use you and sacrifice you. This kind of sophisticated egoist. Lin Shun's eyes were filled with coldness. I can't do anything today because you're here and they're your relatives. If it were any other time, I would have made them pay a heavy price. That's incredibly stupid and courting death. Chu Qinglan bit her lip lightly, her beautiful eyes blinking as she looked at Lin Shun. Shun, I will have less contact with them in the future. I'm sorry to have troubled you today. Because of me, they targeted me like that. I suffered a lot of injustice. Hey, why are you bringing this up? Lin Shun waved his hand dismissively and said to Chu Qinglan with a smile, these are all trivial matters. We are husband and wife, and we are one. Your relatives are my relatives too. Wouldn't it be fine if we just ignored them from now on? Lin Shun laughed and said, actually, I have some relatives who are also rather mentally challenged. Chapter 156. Kneel down and beg me. When you come home with me, they might ask you all sorts of questions behind my back. Or they might borrow money from us or freeload off us. Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan and said, in the future, they might come to Hangzhou to stay for free, or even want us to arrange jobs for them. And they want us to introduce them to potential partners, help them buy a house, and so on. Who doesn't have a few eccentric relatives? Lin Shun said with a wry smile. For our generation, these relatives should have been driven away long ago, and we should have ignored them completely. But our parents and their parents are brothers or sisters or siblings. We should always give face to our elders. Otherwise, it will be awkward for the parents and their parents to meet. Sometimes, I just bear with it and let it go. Lin Shun smiled and said, after all, my parents are getting old and they value family ties more. Once our parents are gone, we won't need to spoil them anymore. As he spoke, Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile. At that time, it will be difficult for you. It's nothing. Chu Qinglan smiled at Lin Shun and said nonchalantly, I will try my best to be a good one. Your daughter-in-law, right? Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile in his eyes. Oops. Chu Qinglan blushed and glared at Lin Shun. Very embarrassing. Ha ha. Lin Shun chuckled, parked the Ferrari downstairs, and went back inside with Chu Qinglan. At this moment, inside a 5-star hotel in Hangzhou. Young Master Zhao, I'm truly sorry about this. We didn't expect that Lin Shun, who looked completely poor and dressed in tattered clothes, would. Looking at the sullen Zhao Kun in front of them, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen were embarrassed and apologized to Zhao Kun with great distress. They've already annoyed Lin Shun, so they can't afford to let Zhao Kun have a problem with them too. Otherwise, if they end up pleasing neither side, Zhao Kun might just fire them and stop assigning them jobs. Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen are self-aware enough to know they don't have much ability. If Zhao Kun doesn't assign them jobs, they're doomed. The only option left is to go to the factory to tighten screws. Oh shit. Bang. Zhao Kun slammed his hand on the table, his expression cold as he glanced at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, his lungs practically bursting with rage. He thought he could act arrogantly, belittle Lin Shun, and make Lin Shun back down and leave. Then tonight I can enjoy the warmth and fragrance of Chu Qinglan and directly obtain her. But who would have thought things would turn out this way? Not only did he fail to win over Chu Qinglan, he was also thoroughly humiliated by Lin Shun. This really infuriated Zhao Kun. It's not only embarrassing, but also incredibly frustrating. Imagine Chu Qinglan falling asleep in Lin Shun's arms tonight, while he can only toss and turn alone in the hotel. What kind of day is this? Comparing yourself to others is just asking for trouble. Damn it. Recalling Lin Shun's ugly face, Zhao Kun's eyes turned red with rage. This guy is really despicable. Exactly. He doesn't look like a good person at all. Faced with the furious Zhao Kun, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen quickly responded. Young Master Zhao, you don't need to stoop to his level, Gao Guangtu said cautiously. Lin Shun is an idiot. He's just an extremely stupid bastard. Just ignore him. Huiwen and I have other beautiful cousins and sisters. We'll introduce you to them. I guarantee I'll be better than Chu Qinglan. Introduce me my ass? Zhao Kun glared fiercely at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen. I must get Chu Qinglan. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this insult. Damn it. How dare you slap me in the face? Zhao Kun gritted his teeth and roared with an extremely ferocious expression. I will make them pay the price. They must be broken up. I'm going to make Lin Shun watch me take Chu Qinglan away, make him cry, make him anxious to death. Then, Zhao Kun grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with intense coldness. He had already made up his mind. He planned to first break up Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan, leaving Lin Shun desperate and helpless. Then, after he got tired of Chu Qinglan, he would dump her and make her go find Lin Shun to cry together. Only in this way can he vent his anger and regain his good mood. This, young Master Zhao. Seeing Zhao Kun's furious outburst and incoherent ramblings, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen exchanged a glance, both feeling extremely awkward and unsure of what to say. After all, they all subconsciously felt that Zhao Kun's hope of winning Chu Qinglan's heart was extremely slim. Lin Shun already has a villa. Chu Qinglan doesn't need to break up with Lin Shun. She can stay with Zhao Kun. However, after exchanging a glance, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, unwilling to provoke Zhao Kun, simply lowered their heads and dared not tell the truth when they saw the angry Zhao Kun. I know what you're thinking, but this is something I must do. Zhao Kun glared at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen. Go and gather some information about Lin Shun for me, and find out as much as you can. I want to see what kind of person he really is. Do you really own a villa and a company? But even if he has it, so what? With a sinister grin, Zhao Kun clenched his fist tightly. I'll make his company go bankrupt completely, make him sell his villa, and lose everything. When the time comes, I'll make him kneel before me and beg me to invest in him. Give him alms. With a sinister grin, Zhao Kun roared viciously. Once my company is up and running, I'll show him what real money making is all about. His company is nothing. That's right, Mr. Zhao. You are the real rich man. That's right, compared to you, young Master Zhao, Lin Shun is nothing. Seeing Zhao Kun's exasperated state, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, although they didn't think Zhao Kun could really bankrupt Lin Shun, had no choice but to go along with what Zhao Kun said. After all, Zhao Kun was extremely angry at this moment. They were terrified of saying the wrong thing and causing Zhao Kun to have a problem with them. No more using them. You two don't need to worry. I've always been clear about right and wrong. Zhao Kun glanced at the worried Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, then snorted coldly. I see through this. It wasn't you two who conspired with Chu Qinglan to deliberately frame me. You were unaware of this matter either. Young Master Zhao, I truly had no idea that Lin Shun possessed such abilities. That's right. If we had known earlier that Lin Shun had a villa, we wouldn't have introduced Chu Qinglan to you, young Master Zhao. Both Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen looked bitter and frustrated as they explained to Zhao Kun. I know. Zhao Kun nodded slightly. So I don't blame you. Chapter 157. The thief's heart remains undiminished. Zhao Shaoran is so righteous. We feel truly at ease following young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao will definitely be able to get revenge on Lin Chun and vent his anger. Upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen immediately gave Zhao Kun a thumbs up and respectfully praised him. This is not your fault, but I must take revenge on Lin Chun, and I must have Chu Qinglan too. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this. I'm not reconciled. With a ferocious expression and a furious roar, Zhao Kun glanced at Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen. Go. Find out all the details about Lin Chun for me. I've already had someone choose a location for the company. Your top priority right now is to find out the truth about Lin Chun. As long as I get him and can have Chu Qinglan, Zhao Kun said with a cold smile, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. I transferred 50,000 to you. This is the initial capital. Go and investigate this damned Lin Chun. Young Master Zhao, I'm so sorry. He quickly clicked to receive the highlighted image and was very excited to see the 50,000 yuan that had been deposited into his account. Don't worry, young Master Zhao. I will definitely find out everything about Lin Chun. I will also try to subtly speak ill of Lin Chun to Qinglan's parents. I guarantee you will experience tranquility. Zhao Kun nodded slightly, and thinking of Chu Qinglan's slender and graceful figure, he felt a surge of envy. He had to have a beauty like that. We can't let that bastard Lin Chun get away with this. Go. With a cold laugh, Zhao Kun waved to Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, then prepared to contact another group of people to take a two-pronged approach against Lin Chun. He wasn't stupid enough to place all his hopes on Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen. Did he really think he would hand over the company completely to Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen in the future? Are you kidding me? No boss is stupid. He came to Hangzhou not because he was fooled by Gao Guangtu and Li Huiwen, but because he had connections and influence in Hangzhou. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident in opening a company in Hangzhou. Zhao Kun had originally planned to start a company based on connections and networks, but now he knows that he not only wants to start a company, but also revenge on Lin Chun. Young Master Zhao, I have arranged some entertainment activities for you. Would you like to see him? Gao Guangtu said cautiously. Otherwise, wouldn't you be quite lonely living alone in such a big house? What kind of entertainment activities? Zhao Kun's face stiffened. Do you think I still have the mind to have fun right now? You know what I mean. The highlight image is a bit awkward. I've already sent you the photo. Would you like to call him over and see him? That's not bad either. Feeling a bit bored, Zhao Kun glanced at the photos of several beautiful women and nodded slightly. Then call them over. I'd like to meet them. Clear. I'll arrange it right away. With a fawning smile, Gao Guangtu immediately made some arrangements for Zhao Kun. Half an hour later, after leaving two beautiful models to play do Diju with Zhao Kun, Gao Guangtu dismissed the other three beautiful models. It's finally done. Young Master Zhao probably isn't really angry with us. Letting out a long breath, Gao Guangtu looked at Li Huiwen, who was waiting for him. As long as we help him get revenge on Lin Chun and take care of Qinglan next, he will probably still promote us. Is Lin Chun really that easy to deal with? Li Huiwen frowned, looking at the highlighter with a complicated expression. I've also noticed your cousin's temper. She doesn't seem like the type to be materialistic or snobbish. It doesn't matter. Gao Guangtu laughed indifferently. We'll just check Lin Chun's identity and background, and then hand the information over to young Master Zhao. We don't have the ability to do the rest. It all depends on young Master Zhao himself. If he wants revenge, and he has the ability, then he will take revenge. If you don't have the ability, you're just talking the talk, aren't you? Gao Guangtu laughed and said, these are no big deal. We try to handle it openly so that he can't find any fault with it, and that's enough. That way he'll probably promote us and let us work for the company. Gao Guangtu laughed. He won't completely hate us and fire us. That's true. Li Huiwen nodded slightly and glanced at the highlighted image. My cousin is over there. Will anything happen? That shouldn't be a problem at all, Gao Guangtu said with a smile. If we don't actively cause trouble for Lin Chun, what objections could she possibly have? Anyway, we've really offended them. As for the rest, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. If we had known that Lin Chun could afford a villa, we shouldn't have thought of introducing Qing Lan to young Master Zhao. That way, we won't offend Lin Chun. Gao Guangtu said helplessly. If Lin Chun really starts a company, then we'll have to curry favor with him. He might even arrange jobs for us. This is really awkward. Gao Guangtu said helplessly. When Xu Jun told me this before, I thought Xu Jun was joking. Who knew it was actually true? This Lin Chun is clearly dressed shabbily and has an unremarkable appearance. How could they afford a villa? Who exactly is he? Gao Guangtu looked at Li Huiwen suspiciously. Does he really own a big company? How would I know? Who told you to act recklessly without investigating the matter thoroughly? I've offended someone I shouldn't have. Li Huiwen glared at Gao Guangtu and said irritably. Anyway, things have already turned out this way. We've completely offended Lin Chun. It's basically hopeless to try and please him again. So you'd better just listen to him and try to get on Zhao Xiao's good side. Although the villa is rented, it's true that young Master Zhao is planning to start a company. Li Huiwen's eyes gleamed. He may not have bought the villa, but he is really rich. We should cling to his leg. That's the right thing to do. Of course, young Master Zhao is definitely rich. Gao Guangtu laughed and said, then let's follow young Master Zhao's arrangements and thoroughly investigate this Lin Chun. Give it to me. Li Huiwen snorted coldly and waved her hand at the highlight image. What? Gao Guangtu stared at Li Huiwen with wide eyes, looking at her with great suspicion. What do you want? Money. Li Huiwen snorted coldly, glaring at Gao Guangtu. Didn't young Master Zhao just give you 50,000 yuan? Hurry up and transfer the money to me. This money is for investigating Lin Chun's identity. That doesn't need to cost 50,000. Will you give it to me or not? Li Huiwen grabbed Gao Guangtu's ear and said, trying to hide some money from me, huh? You want to find some random woman too, huh? No, that's not what I meant. After being yelled at by the tigress, Gao Guangtu naturally and obediently transferred the money to Li Huiwen. Chapter 158, Shen Mingyuan gets beaten. Young Master Shun. After dinner, while sitting in Shen Zhao's car, Shen Mingyuan, who had been driven home by Shen Zhao, pressed down on Shen Zhao's outstretched hand. Her pretty face flushed and softly hummed. No, please. Shen Zhao, please drive carefully. Safety is the most important thing. Why did you say goodbye again? Are you ever going to stop? Although he had taken advantage of Chen Mingyuan quite a bit, Shen Zhao had not been able to completely win her over, and now Chen Mingyuan was wearing out his patience. Therefore, after Chen Mingyuan pressed his hand down, Shen Zhao glared at Chen Mingyuan fiercely. Let me tell you, my patience has its limits. You can pretend to be innocent in front of me, but it will take some time. Shen Zhao looked at Chen Mingyuan with a cold expression. I'm not like your cowardly ex-boyfriend Lin Chun, who would always hold back and tolerate you. Don't give me any of this nonsense. If you keep pretending to be innocent, get out of here. You think I'll keep indulging you forever? Young Master Shun, I'm just not used to it yet. Seeing Shen Zhao's hand reaching inside her clothes, Chen Mingyuan gritted her teeth shyly and subconsciously reached out to stop him. Give me some more time. Wait a little longer. Smack. Screw you. Shen Zhao slapped Chen Mingyuan hard across the face and grinned maliciously. I think you're asking for it. You've gone too far. Covering her reddened face, Chen Mingyuan opened the door and tried to leave. You try walking. Shen Zhao gave a cold laugh. If you leave now, I'll have the company fire you immediately. You can forget about ever getting into the company where Chu Qinglan works. You can forget about staying in Hangzhou any longer. Whichever company you go to, I'll make sure they fire you. With his arm on the steering wheel, Shen Zhao looked at Chen Mingyuan with amusement in his eyes. Go ahead and try leaving. I won't stop you. Gulp. Chen Mingyuan, who had stuck one leg out of the car door, froze, her face instantly stiffening and her body trembling. She couldn't leave, and she didn't dare to leave. She had lost over 300,000 yuan in the stock market before. Without Shen Zhao's help, she wouldn't have been able to raise that amount and wouldn't have been able to explain it to her parents and relatives. She had no choice. Young Master Shun. Turning around, Chen Mingyuan looked at Shun Zhao with an extremely complicated expression. Only now did she finally understand that not everyone was like Lin Chun. Shun Zhao wouldn't tolerate her little temper. Oh. Looking at Chen Mingyuan, who obediently sat back in the passenger seat like a wooden doll and dared not stop him anymore, Shun Zhao smiled contemptuously. That's how women are. The more you indulge them, the more demanding they become. On the contrary, if you don't indulge them, they will behave themselves. Of course, this is on the premise that you have enough power to make this woman unable to leave you. If you have nothing, no house, no car, no stable job, and aren't handsome, and you come from a poor family with no savings. If you want to get a woman to back down, that's going to be difficult. No. Seeing that Shun Zhao wanted to take things further, Chen Mingyuan blushed and quickly covered Shun Zhao's hand. Young Master Shun, my stomach is upset. Wait a few days. Your father acquired the company where Chu Qinglan works, and I became its vice general manager. If you want to think about it then, I will definitely. Chen Mingyuan looked at Shun Zhao pitifully. Is it okay? You're still making demands of me? Shun Zhao was taken aback, but after seeing what was in Chen Mingyuan's bag, he stopped and said, Then I'll give you a few more days. Anyway, it'll only be a matter of a few days. At that time, I will not only make you pay off your debts, but I will also let you vent your anger. None of these are problems. As long as you keep me comfortable and don't act up, Shun Zhao said coldly, glancing at Chen Mingyuan. I'll naturally promote you and give you important responsibilities. I'll make you a fortune. Chen Mingyuan gave a soft hum, her pretty face turning bright red. Faced with the assertive Shun Zhao, she could only back down step by step. Although we can't do that. However, I can collect some interest first. Seeing Chen Mingyuan's bright red lips, Shun Zhao's eyes lit up and a plan came to mind. Half an hour later, after watching a satisfied Shun Zhao leave, Chen Mingyuan quickly ran back to her apartment. She turned on the tap and kept showering and brushing her teeth. They were crying too. She finally understood that not all men are like Lin Chun, and not all men would spoil her like Lin Chun did. Shin Zhaokai wouldn't indulge her. He only cares about himself. Lin Chun, it's all your fault. It's all because of you. If you had money, why would I have to suffer such humiliation? Asshole. Clenching her fists, Chen Mingyuan squatted in the bathroom, letting the water from the shower head soak her hair. It's all your fault. I won't let you get away with this. I want to show you with reality that I made the right choice. Although I'm feeling a bit frustrated right now, I will have money. Once I have money, I won't feel so resentful anymore. Chen Mingyuan clenched her fists, recalling something one of her classmates had once said. During that club activity, she saw a promising young woman who had become a leader before she was 30. She was very envious of the classmate next to her and said that she wanted to be like her. At that moment, this classmate gave her a meaningful look and said, "There's nothing to envy. You only see her current success, but you don't see the frustration she experiences behind the scenes. And the things she dares to eat, you might not dare to eat." So that's what she meant. So that's what it means. Chen Mingyuan clenched her small fists, her eyes filled with deep resentment. It wasn't until she was scolded by Shun Zhao today that she finally understood what that classmate had said. However, that classmate might not know. Chen Mingyuan ultimately followed the same path as her senior. I made the right choice. This world laughs at poverty, but not prostitution. No one cares what I do behind the scenes. They'll only envy me for becoming the vice general manager and having money. Chen Mingyuan bit her lip tightly. They'll only see my glory in front of others. Lin Chen, you're just a poor man. You'll never enjoy the life of the rich. Chu Qinglan, you will regret marrying Lin Chen. Sooner or later you will end up on the same path as me. Chen Mingyuan snorted coldly and clenched her fists. The suffering I'm going through now, you'll suffer twice as much in the future. Just you wait and see. Watch how I educate you after I become the vice president of your company. I want you to become like me. Thinking of Lin Chen, Chen Mingyuan snorted coldly. Lin Chen, I'll let you know that you will never be happier than me. Definitely not. Achoo achoo. Lin Chen, who was holding Chu Qinglan while resting, couldn't help but sneeze several times. Chen, what's wrong? Chu Qinglan sat up and turned on the desk lamp. Do you want to take some cold medicine? Need not. Did you catch a cold? Perhaps. Looking at Chu Qinglan, who was wearing a black tight-fitting vest that perfectly showcased her slender waist and graceful figure, Lin Shan couldn't help but feel a little envious. Chapter 159, getting more and more familiar. Chu Qinglan already had a very good figure, and she usually wore loose sweatpants and t-shirts, so it might not be noticeable. But once she puts on that tight black tank top and lounge shorts, she becomes incredibly eye-catching. Her slender waist and long legs made Lin Shan instantly envious. Her figure is absolutely amazing. Because girls' loungewear shorts are all slit-fronted, those super short shorts that barely cover a tiny area. Therefore, Chu Qinglan's legs were snow white and gleaming. That made Lin Shan even more infatuated. The girl's delicate and fair skin was fully revealed in this moment. Lin Shan's eyes widened immediately. Gulp. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Chu Qinglan in front of him, Lin Shan swallowed hard, feeling quite thirsty. Shan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell with a fever? Seeing that Lin Shan hadn't said a word, Chu Qinglan had no idea that Lin Shan was actually feeling restless inside. Subconsciously assuming that Lin Shan was sick, she quickly reached out to touch Lin Shan's eyebrows, wanting to see what was wrong with him. If you have a fever, you should go to the hospital as soon as possible. Qinglan, I'm fine. Very healthy. Lin Shan bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain his senses, and looked awkwardly at the extremely worried Chu Qinglan. I just felt a little dizzy for a moment. Maybe it's due to lack of blood. It's much better now. How could there be a lack of blood? Chu Qinglan frowned slightly, looking at Lin Shan with suspicion. It's just a temporary discomfort, don't worry. I've always been in very good health, so you don't need to worry. It's all right. Looking into Chu Qinglan's concerned eyes, Lin Shan felt a deep warmth in his heart. He is incredibly lucky to have such a gentle and lovely woman. After all, Chu Qinglan is absolutely top-notch in terms of figure, appearance, and personality. Feeling cared for, Lin Shan naturally felt comfortable all over. Happiness radiated from every pore of my body. It's safe to say that no man wouldn't yearn for such happiness. Everyone hopes that there is a woman who can care about them. Chu Qinglan gave a soft snort, tilted her head, and looked at Lin Shan cutely. Chun, if you're not feeling well, just say so. You can't hide it from me. If there's a problem, we'll go to the hospital for a checkup. It can always be cured. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shan gently. If you are sick, you should seek medical treatment. You can't hide your illness and avoid seeing a doctor. Many people get terminal illnesses because they don't take the disease seriously at first, thinking they're fine and can tough it out. Then, without any regard for the consequences, the disease became more and more serious. In the end, it really did become a terminal illness. Morning. Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shan with great tenderness. So you must take care of your health and never let yourself feel unwell. If you think it's unrelated, then don't go see it. Don't worry. Am I that stupid? Lin Shan smiled and took Chu Qinglan's soft hand, placing his large hand on her leg. I know what you mean. I will take care of myself. We want to grow old together and live to be 100 years old. In the future, I'll be able to watch my children and grandchildren play around on my lap and enjoy the company of my grandchildren. How could I leave so early? Lin Shan shrugged slightly. Then we'd be at a huge loss. I've finally found a wonderful wife like Qinglan. I must live a few more years and enjoy this life to the fullest. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Shan, annoyed. Stop showering me with compliments. Ha. I'm telling the truth. My wife, you're definitely the best. Lin Shan looked at Chu Qinglan in front of him, who was wearing a tight vest, with a slender waist and flat stomach, and the most eye-catching and dazzling part of her body, which was very tempting. At this moment, I feel a real itch in my heart. Unfortunately, he could only watch, not move, at this moment. Lin Shan knew very well that Chu Qinglan usually liked to wear loose clothes or long skirts. Having known Chu Qinglan for so many years, he rarely saw her wearing super short shorts or mini skirts, as well as tight tank tops, crop tops, backless dresses, and low-cut dresses when going out. She wouldn't even wear some slightly daring dresses. Honey, you're the best. Looking at Chu Qinglan, whose figure was incredibly alluring, Lin Shan was very satisfied. Men are all like that. The more clothes your own wife wears, the better. Naturally, the less clothes other people's wives wear, the better. If Chu Qinglan goes out dressed scantily, Lin Shen will definitely have a problem with it and get jealous. He naturally didn't want others to stare at Chu Qinglan or pay attention to her. Lin Shen knew very well that with Chu Qinglan's slender and shapely figure, she would wear shorts and a tight vest, or a short skirt and tight shorts, when she went to work or shopping. That would definitely get a 100% head-turning rate. And there are probably quite a few people who try to chat him up. After all, Chu Qinglan is tall and beautiful. She usually wears loose-fitting clothes that don't accentuate her figure, which already attracts a lot of attention. Not to mention those clothes that really accentuate the figure. That would make it even harder for people to look away. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Chu Qinglan possibly know what Lin Shen was thinking? She rolled her eyes at Lin Shen playfully. Actually, when she first started living with Lin Shen, she was too embarrassed to wear such alluring clothes. At that time, she was wearing loose-fitting long-sleeve pajamas and pajama bottoms. Later, as she spent more time with Lin Shen, she naturally opened up. Now I can freely wear these more revealing clothes. Afterwards, the two held a wedding ceremony and consummated their marriage. That might just mean don't talk nonsense. Chu Qinglan reached out and pinched Lin Shen, her eyes full of laughter. She knew that all women were like that. At the beginning of our relationship, she was very shy and wouldn't let me touch her. Even if they have consummated their marriage, she might still cover her face with a pillow or have her boyfriend or husband turn his back to her when changing clothes. Or perhaps someone would hide in the bathroom to change. But once you spend more time together, it doesn't matter anymore. That would be very open. They don't care about these things at all. I'm not worried about being seen. You could even do it right in front of a man. In short, bottom lines are broken step by step. This applies to most women. She was incredibly shy at first, but later she became very bold. Of course, men and women are different. The man was very excited at first, but later he got bored and lost interest. Otherwise, why would people say that love eventually transforms into familial affection? After marriage, couples without children are much more likely to get divorced than those with children. Qinglan. Lin Shen smiled and winked at Chu Qinglan. We must have 2 children in the future. 1 son and 1 daughter. What do you say? Chapter 160, an extremely difficult mission. Oops. Chun, why are you bringing this up again? You're always thinking. Chu Qinglan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she gave Lin Shen a shy glare. Let's talk about that later. That's so embarrassing. Haha. Looking at the shy, adorable, and incredibly beautiful Chu Qinglan, Lin Shen's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Chu Qinglan's shyness and cuteness always captivated Lin Shen, making him utterly irresistible. Of course, he said that his purpose in having children was not simply to have children. After all, it's important to do things that are good for your health before having a baby. Qinglan, I think it's okay to have a few. Lin Shen winked at Chu Qinglan and said with a smile, it is said that women should not be too old to give birth. Otherwise, your body might not be able to handle it. Generally, those under 26 years old are the most suitable. Is that so? Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan with a smile and winked at her. So we need to hurry up. Oops. I'm sleepy. Let's rest first. Chu Qinglan coughed lightly. Her pretty face flushed, glared at Lin Shen, then turned off the light and shrank into the covers. She's not stupid. Of course she knows what Lin Shen wants to achieve by constantly bringing up having a child. Although she's not particularly averse to that thing now, well, she would still feel awkward and embarrassed if she were to nod in agreement. Hey. Seeing Chu Qinglan curled up in bed, Lin Shen chuckled and followed suit, then hugged Chu Qinglan tightly. He knows that many couples who choose not to have children don't actually know the benefits of having children. Aside from having children, the most important thing is to maintain their relationship. Getting married without children is actually just like dating. If either the man or woman feels uncomfortable, they can unilaterally terminate the relationship and announce their separation. Whether the other party is willing or not, there's nothing that can be done. No choice. After all, if you get married but don't have children, it's just like dating but with an extra marriage certificate. You can break up at will during a relationship, and it's really the same after you get a marriage certificate. After all, if 2 people have been separated for more than 2 years, even if one party refuses to get a divorce, it's unlikely. You can also file for a forced divorce. But after having children, everything changed. Neither the man nor the woman is comfortable talking about divorce lightly. After all, both parties will subconsciously consider the children's situation first when considering a divorce. Their divorce may have made things easier, but how will the child grow up in a single-parent family? This is very troublesome. Therefore, in many cases, even if there are significant conflicts between the man and woman, however, they will tolerate each other and compromise for the sake of the children. Sometimes conflicts are just temporary. Once everyone calms down, they realize it's nothing and they can go back to their lives. Therefore, Lin Shen knew very well that children are the glue that helps any couple maintain their relationship. Qinglan, it's so kind of you. We must have a little girl in the future. Lin Shen buried his head in Chu Qinglan's body, inhaling the fragrance of Chu Qinglan's hair, feeling extremely happy. Chun, you have to promise me one thing. Unable to sleep because Lin Shen was tickling her, Chu Qinglan turned her back to Lin Shen and bit her lip tightly. You have to promise me now. I must do that from now on. Honey, what's up? You say? Lin Shen buried his head in Chu Qinglan's hair, smelling the fragrance of her hair, and asked Chu Qinglan in confusion. Chu Qinglan pursed her lips and gave a soft hum. You must take good care of your health and make sure nothing goes wrong. If you feel unwell, be sure to tell us as soon as possible. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup and treatment as soon as possible. This matter. Lin Shen smiled upon hearing this, hugged Chu Qinglan tightly, pressed his body close to hers, and let her feel his heartbeat. Don't worry, I know. I will take good care of myself. I will take even better care of you. Real. Chu Qinglan pursed her lips and whispered to Lin Shen. You must take good care of yourself. What I fear most is leaving this unexpectedly. My high school classmate's mother passed away unexpectedly last year. She was working in another city at the time, and I didn't even get to see her one last time. Chu Qinglan's voice was bitter. She was video chatting the night before, and then she suddenly left the next night. She was completely stunned when she received the news. When I got home, I cried even harder. I'm most afraid of accidents like this. Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly. We must stay healthy and prevent such an accident from happening. Parents too. You must take good care of your health. Don't worry. Sensing Chu Qinglan's worry, Lin Shen smiled, held Chu Qinglan's small hand tightly, and hugged her close. He knew that Chu Qinglan was somewhat afraid. But it's nothing, Lin Shen isn't worried. Because he and Chu Qinglan had already taken the constitution-enhancing pills, their bodies were already immune to all diseases, and they could live to be 100 years old. When he has the opportunity in the future, he will obtain some constitution-enhancing pills from the system and give them to his and Chu Qinglan's parents respectively. Wouldn't that solve everything? In this way, he and Chu Qinglan's parents could all live long and healthy lives without illness or disaster. May you enjoy a lifetime of health and happiness. Don't worry. Have you forgotten the constitution-enhancing pills I gave you before? It will keep our bodies healthy. We'll give some to our parents when we have the chance in the future. Wouldn't that be even better? Lin Shen smiled and said, we will all be healthy and happy for the rest of our lives. Morning. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Chu Qinglan trembled, turned over, and threw herself into Lin Shen's arms, resting her head on his chest. You're so good. Of course I'll treat my wife well. Get some sleep. Lin Shen held Chu Qinglan tightly, letting her press against his chest, and gently stroked her hair. Chu Qinglan clung to Lin Shen's arm, and fell into a sweet sleep. Everything will get better and better. Holding the soft, fragrant Chu Qinglan in his arms, Lin Shen naturally slept soundly and peacefully. The next morning, after washing up, Chu Qinglan made breakfast for Lin Shen. Call. Lin Shen stretched and moved his sore arms before checking in. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. You have completed June 7th of your check-in. What is today's task? Lin Shen looked at the task given by the system with suspicion. Holy crap! Lin Shen was shocked when he saw it. Because the task the system gave him today turned out to be an extremely difficult one. Chapter 161 Lin Shen in disarray. This task. What am I supposed to do? Looking at the tasks given by the system, Lin Shen was extremely confused. They were like a dog adrift in a typhoon, or a cat with nowhere to shelter from the rain. It's so difficult. This is quite a mess. What should I do? Lin Chen frowned, his expression complex, and he was extremely agitated. Because this task is just too difficult to solve. System, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Can't you give me an easier task? Lin Chen's lips twitched, utterly helpless. Can I draw a new task? The host may choose not to complete the task, but they will be punished. The system readily replied to Lin Chen, unable to redraw the task. What kind of punishment will there be? Including but not limited to causing the host to lose all property, all cash, all abilities, and become a eunuch. Wait for other random punishments. Puff. Lin Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression incredibly complicated. System, you're deliberately forcing me. That's outrageous. I knew there wouldn't always be good things in the world. As expected, bad things can happen at any time. Lin Chen frowned deeply, his expression extremely grave. He was truly having a terrible headache. This damn system isn't just a rip-off, it's downright awful. How am I supposed to complete this task? Rubbing his temples, Lin Chen felt like he was searching for mineral water in the Gobi Desert. It was too difficult. He had just started learning hairdressing when he encountered a big beard. What a challenge, shaving. Hiss. Lin Chen gasped, his brows furrowing, instantly becoming incredibly irritated. Chun, breakfast will be ready soon. Go wash up quickly. Chu Qinglan, holding a wooden shovel, looked suspiciously at Lin Chen, who was sitting on the bed in a daze. What are you thinking about? You look so silly. No, it's nothing. Lin Chen's lips twitched, and he looked at Chu Qinglan with a complicated expression, unable to utter a word for a long time. This is so embarrassing. What is he supposed to say? If Chu Qinglan knew what task the system had given her today, why didn't he just get so angry that he made Lin Chen uninstall the system? System, oh system, you're making things too difficult for me. You're not happy unless you're teasing me. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen, feeling utterly helpless, could only endure a speechless wash and then absent-mindedly eat the egg pancake that Chu Qinglan had made for him. I'll drive you to work. After lunch, Lin Chen drove Chu Qinglan to the park. I'll pick you up this afternoon. Okay. Goodbye. Waving to Lin Chen, Chu Qinglan, dressed in pink sweatpants, a light pink vest, and a semi-transparent jacket, exuding a pure yet slightly sexy aura, happily walked into the park. Since moving in with Lin Chen, Chu Qinglan's style of dressing has changed slightly. She used to like wearing loose wide-leg pants, t-shirts, and shirts, usually covering herself up tightly and not showing anything. She really likes wearing tight-fitting clothes these days. Whether it's jeans, a skirt, a tight-fitting tank top, or a sports bra. Although not much is still exposed. But she looks innocent yet sexy, which is very alluring. Perhaps this is what changes women undergo after falling in love. She wasn't trying to attract attention, but me. Lin Chen smiled slightly, instantly understanding Chu Qinglan's little thoughts. But this task, well. Lin Chen sighed helplessly, then frowned and drove to Root Fund Company with a complicated expression. Lin Chen. As Lin Chen walked into the company, the receptionist winked at him and said gently, I brought you breakfast. You eat. Oh, no need. Lin Chen waved his hand. I already ate this morning. Then let's eat some more. You're eating. As she spoke, the receptionist insisted on stuffing breakfast into Lin Chen's hands. It's all your favorite tea, eggs, and porridge. How did you know? Lin Chen glanced at it and was quite surprised. He hadn't told the receptionist what kind of breakfast he liked. They just know. The receptionist winked at Lin Chen and said very gently, Tell me, was my guess right? That's right. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly and quickly stepped into his chairman's office. He had no time to pay attention to the receptionist. Go back to your work. Thanks. Unable to refuse, Lin Chen told him and then went directly into his chairman's office. He knew, of course, that the receptionist had been eyeing him for a long time. When Manager Go initially wanted to fire him, this receptionist spoke up for him and even offered to support him. If it weren't for this, Lin Chen would have fired her long ago. After all, Lin Chen truly had absolutely no feelings for her. I don't want anything to happen between us. Although it was offered to her for free, and she was also quite attractive. However, Lin Chen, whose heart belongs only to Chu Qinglan, has no interest in other women. Chairman Lin. After Lin Shen entered the office, Manager Go immediately followed, looking at Lin Shen with a respectful expression. How are the company's recently launched new funds doing? Lin Shen glanced at Manager Go and asked him directly and seriously, has the operations department secured any investment? How far are we from our goal of 1 billion? Chairman Lin. Manager Go immediately looked at Lin Shen with utmost respect and replied, after this period of development, the operating funds of the 3 funds managed by the company have now reached 700 million. Our company has recently been in contact with a large company. If we reach an agreement, this large company is willing to hand over the vast majority of its current 1 billion yuan in cash to our company for operation. Oh, Lin Shen's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Then we must negotiate a deal. Don't worry, I'm keeping a close eye on it myself. The chairman of the other company is currently on a business trip out of town. Their general manager said that this matter needs the chairman's approval. Then their company's chairman is quite interested in you and may request to meet with you and have a face-to-face talk. Without hesitation, Lin Shen laughed and said, as long as we can secure this billion-dollar contract, I'll go meet with them. That's not a problem. Understood, I'll go and talk to the other company's general manager. Go. Lin Shen waved to Manager Go and glanced at the breakfast the receptionist had given him. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Take this. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Manager Go immediately thanked Lin Shen with great excitement. Well, Lin Shen sighed, still troubled by today's tasks. At that moment, looking at the photo of the stadium on his computer desktop, Lin Shen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It seems I've found an opportunity to complete today's task. Because the task the system gave him today was precisely. Chapter 162 Swimming Pool. On a calm lake, 2 mandarin ducks are frolicking and playing in the water. That's right, this is the task the system gave Lin Shen. Although it wasn't about Lin Shen directly and completely winning over Chu Qinglan, it was practically the same. After all, bottom lines are broken step by step. At first, Chu Qinglan refused to share a bed with Lin Shen no matter what. Even though the two had obtained their marriage certificate and confirmed their relationship, she still made Lin Shen go back to his rented room to sleep. Later, the system gave out the task of sharing a bed. After some effort, Lin Shen finally took advantage of the convenience of the standard room to cleverly complete the task and crawled into Chu Qinglan's bed. After this experience, Chu Qinglan naturally became very compliant. Without Lin Shen having to do anything tricky, he was able to hold her and sleep every night. That's just how women are. Lin Shen sighed and smiled wryly. At first, I was unwilling to do anything. The first time, I always made excuses and resisted in various ways. I was extremely shy. But after they've had that experience once, they've learned their lesson. So they won't resist. Lin Shen laughed and said, practice makes perfect. We won't say that if they resist fiercely a second time, it still won't be allowed. That's impossible. Lin Shen knew that most women were the same. They were incredibly reserved and unwilling the first time. Afterwards, he forcefully won her over the first time, holding her in his arms and sleeping soundly with her. Then she won't resist anymore. Qinglan, this is a task given to me by the system. This is the only way I can get it done, by taking shortcuts. Looking at the computer desktop, Lin Shen's eyes were filled with a strong glint. Because he wanted Chu Qinglan to learn how to play with mandarin ducks in the bathroom of the house. Are you kidding me? Given Chu Qinglan's personality, she would absolutely not allow it. What's the difference between this kind of playful banter and actually getting things done? Given Chu Qinglan's level of shyness, even if Lin Shen were to completely seduce her, she probably wouldn't agree to let him enter the bathroom while she's showering anytime soon. After all, she is such a shy person. So when Lin Shen saw the task the system gave him in the morning, he was completely dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. This is really difficult. It's even harder than asking him to just take care of Chu Qinglan. Luckily, I'm quick-witted enough to come up with this opportunistic plan. Now there shouldn't be any problems. It's completely settled. It's very simple. Looking at the tabletop with the mandarin ducks playing in the water, Lin Shen's lips curled up in a smile. After he took Chu Qinglan to the swimming pool, the two of them could naturally go swimming in the same pool. In this way, Wouldn't it be equivalent to completing the task assigned by the system? After all, the system didn't say that Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan couldn't wear clothes and jewelry to play in the water, right? So Lin Shun took a shortcut and found the best solution. Going to the pool wearing a swimsuit to swim, on the other hand. Isn't that just like taking a bath in a big bathtub? So they achieved the same result through different means. System, oh system, what reward will you give me this time? I really racked my brains to come up with this brilliant idea. Lin Shun couldn't help but shudder. Luckily, I came up with this idea, otherwise. You might castrate me. Thinking of the system's bizarre punishments, Lin Shun felt utterly helpless. This damn system was, frankly, incredibly awful. It was absolutely torture. If the mission fails, Lin Shun will either be reduced to poverty or castrated. This is truly an extraordinary trap. System, given your usual behavior, after I complete this task, will the next mission be? Lin Shun's eyes flashed with a sharp light, thinking that this should be the case. He and Chu Qinglan have been together for almost a month now, and it's time for them to make some real progress. To be honest, Lin Shun was finding it hard to resist sleeping with Chu Qinglan, who was so soft and fragrant. Every day? Being able to look, but not eat is no ordinary torture. Dog system. I hope you'll give me a good reward today. And then the next task. Lin Shun took a deep breath. The first time you do something like that, it's very easy to fail. If Qinglan gets shy or hurts then, wouldn't I then lose my chance? You can't give me any weird punishments. After giving the system a warning in secret, Lin Shun carefully examined the recent business reports of Root Fund Company. As the company's chairman, he naturally doesn't need to worry about minor matters. However, he must understand the company's overall direction, the use of its funds, and its net profit. Otherwise, the people below will be a mixed bag, and they will be able to line their own pockets without any real power. It's possible that the company will make a profit of 10 million, but he will only receive 5 million. The remaining 5 million was secretly spun around by these management members. Don't think this is impossible. No one can resist the allure of money, beautiful women, power, and luxury cars. When the boss doesn't manage things, some managers might secretly embezzle company assets to line their own pockets. Many family businesses suffer from the untimely death of the older generation. The young chairman who succeeds will then be bullied by these veterans. If he's not capable, this company might not be his anymore in a few years. He'd do anything to embezzle company assets by falsifying accounts. Any high-ranking leader could do it. It's like a large company hiring a certified public accountant. You thought you were asking him to give a real account? Wrong. Nobody wants a certified public accountant who can't falsify accounts. Generally, the accounting departments of large companies need to keep several sets of books. One set is for paying taxes, one set is for shareholders, and one set is for the chairman. Sometimes there is another set of rules. That's for all the employees to see. Which of these sets of account books is the real one? That's common knowledge, of course. Being a boss isn't easy these days. It requires scheming and backstabbing with a lot of people. Lin Shun sighed, looking at the dense data in front of him. These numbers and plans, carried by ants, were making his head spin. Fortunately, the system had given him advanced management skills, and he had already mastered the techniques of reading expense reports as a boss. Otherwise, Lin Shun, who was just a lowly employee like before, really wouldn't have been able to understand these expense reports. After all, there's a dense array of data and some difficult-to-understand technical terms. This is something that not just anyone can understand. This is so annoying. Gulp. Lin Shun took a sip of green tea, forcibly trying to stay awake, but still endured the tedium of looking at the data. To prevent company leaders from falsifying accounts, they deliberately swindled him out of his money. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. Chapter 163 Lin Shun is reported. Enter. Lin Shun, who was reviewing the documents, said something without looking up. Chairman Lin, something has happened. Something terrible has happened. Old Zhang rushed into the office, looking at Lin Shun with panic in his eyes. What's wrong? Don't rush. Lin Shun poured Old Zhang a cup of tea, clearly annoyed. Just say what's on your mind. The sky isn't falling down. Even if it collapses, there will be tall people to hold it up. It won't hit you or me. Gulp. Swallowing hard, old Zhang looked at Lin Shun with a serious expression. Chairman Lin, the tax authorities have arrived. The tax authorities? Lin Shun frowned slightly, looking at old Zhang with a very suspicious expression. What are they doing here? If there are tax issues, let the finance department handle them. It was brought by Wang Hao. Old Zhang quickly explained. It was Wang Hao who filed a formal complaint, alleging that our company was evading taxes. Then these people came to investigate. Wang Hao. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun frowned immediately, his eyes filled with intense coldness. Wang Hao is truly still harboring wicked intentions. He is utterly despicable. After losing all his shares last time, Lin Shun thought he would realize how useless he was, and then give up and stop making a mess of things. I never expected that Wang Hao would dare to be so reckless. They still dare to come and cause trouble. This was somewhat unexpected for him, and the fact that they took such drastic measures right away, even contacting the tax authorities to have them investigate him, was quite surprising. That's suicidal. Are there any issues with the company's taxes? Lin Shun fiddled with a ballpoint pen, looking at old Zhang with a serious expression. What exactly did he report? Under the auspices of Director Lin, I don't know anything about the tax department. After all, I used to be a junior employee who only helped attract investment. How could I possibly have any contact with tax matters? Old Zhang scratched his head awkwardly. After you promoted me to supervisor, I was only responsible for departmental matters and didn't learn about the finance department. After all, I don't know anything about taxes. Lin Shun nodded slightly, not blaming old Zhang for this. After all, everyone has their own expertise. Old Zhang has always been in charge of attracting investment for the business department, so it's normal that he doesn't understand taxes. To be honest, Lin Shun himself doesn't really understand taxes. Although they received system rewards, they knew how to run a company well. But being a boss naturally means grasping the overall strategic direction. The boss won't get involved in purely tax-related issues. Therefore, Lin Shun only had a slight understanding of basic tax knowledge. He couldn't possibly scrutinize the expense reports carefully. Where is Manager Go? Lin Shun stood up immediately. Let's go take a look. Manager Go is stalling for time and blocking the tax officials. Old Zhang quickly said. Chairman Lin, it seems that Wang Hao has something on his hands. Otherwise, how would he have dared to file a formal complaint under his real name? That's normal. He's just clinging to his wicked intentions. With a cold snort, Lin Shun led Lao Zhang directly into the company's reception room. Chairman Lin. Manager Go, who was explaining to a group of tax officials, quickly and anxiously looked at Lin Shun. Chairman Lin, this is Director Li, who is in charge of tax inspection. Director Li, this is our Chairman Lin. Lin Shun. Standing next to Director Li, Wang Hao glared at Lin Shun with a dark and sinister look in his eyes. You dare to evade taxes? Let me tell you, you're finished now. You'll just have to wait to go in and squat there. You'll spend the rest of your life in jail. Oh, Lin Shun snorted coldly, looking at Wang Hao with disdain in his eyes. You're quite amusing, still harboring wicked intentions. I think it wasn't me who went in there to squat, it was you. Lin Shun. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao flew into a rage. He roared furiously, his eyes filled with anger as he glared at Lin Shun. What nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you ridiculous? You've evaded taxes, and you're still being stubborn and threatening me? I'm telling you, threatening a witness is a crime. Director Li. Wang Hao immediately looked at Director Li with a fawning expression. I demand that Lin Shun be forcibly arrested and detained immediately. Make him confess his crimes truthfully. To dare threaten witnesses is utterly despicable. Mr. Wang, please don't worry. Director Li smiled at Wang Hao, then turned to Lin Shun with a sinister look. Lin Shun, right? What else do you have to say about your company's tax evasion? You must now confess the truth and pay the taxes accordingly. I can also apply to the higher authorities for leniency on your behalf. Otherwise, with a cold laugh, Director Li looked at Lin Shun with eyes full of icy intent. Mr. Lin, you are a smart man. You know what the consequences will be. Director Li, I don't understand what you're saying. Since I took over the company, it has always filed and paid taxes on time. Whether it's business income tax, the personal income tax of each employee of the company, my own personal income tax, or the profit tax of these funds. My company has reported all of these expenses truthfully and paid all taxes accordingly. Manager Ho. Lin Shin glanced at Ho Huan, the head of the company's finance department. Bring out the ledgers and reports and show them to Director Lee. Yes. Ho Huan was prepared and immediately handed the month's ledger to Director Lee. Director Lee, please review it. My company submits its accounts to the competent tax authorities through the tax system every month on time. Every employee in the company can check their individual income tax report information with the tax authorities. Therefore, our company has not engaged in any tax evasion or tax avoidance. Please see the truth. Chairman Lin. Ho Huan then looked at Lin Shin respectfully and said, I guarantee that during the month I take over the company's finance department, any tax issues will be handled reasonably and legally. I'm not afraid of scrutiny. Very good. Lin Shin nodded slightly to Ho Huan, quite satisfied. The previous finance manager was fired by Lin Shin long ago because he was Wang Hao's man. Ho Huan used to be the company's finance team leader. She had good workability and attitude, was perceptive, and was familiar with the company's business. So Lin Shin promoted her to the new head of the finance team. Director Lee. Please verify. Lin Shin trusted Ho Huan, so he handed the ledger to Director Lee without hesitation. If there are any problems with my company's taxes, I am willing to take full responsibility. Punish them as you see fit. I'll accept whatever the fine or detention is. However, if our company's taxes are not in problem. Lin Shin coldly stared at Director Lee, who was deliberately picking a fight. What should we do about this? And what about the negative impact you've had on our company? And of course you too. Lin Shin then looked coldly at Wang Hao. Your accusation is false. And what do you mean now? Chapter 164 Wang Hao's evidence. What a joke. Why would I falsely accuse you? If I didn't have evidence, would I dare to report this to Director Lee? Stop pretending. The evidence against you for tax evasion is irrefutable. Wang Hao smiled mysteriously, glared at Lin Shin, and then looked at Director Lee. Director Lee, don't worry, the evidence I submitted has been verified by facts. It is 100% conclusive evidence of guilt. I guarantee there won't be any problems whatsoever. Good. Director Lee nodded slightly and waved to his subordinates behind him. Investigate. Yes. Clear. These subordinates, without saying a word, immediately went to investigate as Director Lee had requested. Chairman Lin. Looking at Wang Hao, who was all smiles and clearly full of confidence, it was obvious he had some real evidence. Then there was Director Lee, whose face was grim and who exuded an unapproachable, businesslike air, clearly having made some kind of deal with Wang Hao. Manager Go's expression was somewhat complicated. He had already realized that Wang Hao had clearly set a trap for Lin Shin. Something's definitely fishy. Rest assured. Under Manager Go's suspicious gaze, Lin Shin smiled slightly, unconcerned. If we have nothing to hide, we have nothing to fear. The company has always handled tax matters in accordance with relevant national regulations. It's nothing serious. Although many companies like to evade taxes because it saves them a lot of money. But Lin Shin really didn't have that idea. There's no need for that either. For Lin Shin, how much money this company made was utterly insignificant. To be honest, Lin Shin hadn't originally intended to make much money from this root fund company. For him, the quickest way to make money was through the system's daily and special tasks. Once he completes this task, he'll have plenty of money. The system can easily give him a reward of millions, or even tens of millions or hundreds of millions of yuan. With these rewards in hand, is Lin Shin worried about not making money? Would they really stoop to embezzling a few dollars in taxes? There's no need for that. Lin Shin wouldn't risk losing the big picture for a small gain. This includes Fran's clothing manufacturing company. Upon taking over, Lin Shin immediately notified the company's CFO, requiring the CFO to strictly comply with national regulations regarding tax payments. He also told Jin Shun to keep a close eye on it and make sure there were no problems with the tax payments. For Lin Shin, who is not short of money, other companies need to save costs and increase profits by evading taxes. But for Lin Shin, he didn't need it at all. Therefore, Lin Shin found it laughable to be targeted by Wang Hao and Director Lee. Trying to defeat him with this is absolutely wishful thinking. Chairman Lin, I'm worried he has a conspiracy. Looking at Wang Hao, whose face was all smiles and whose expression was cold. Manager Go lowered his voice and said again, "Judging from his appearance, he must be hiding some kind of conspiracy. What do you think?" "That's true." Lin Shin nodded slightly, glanced at Wang Hao, whose expression was cold, and his pupils contracted. "This guy is really no good. So, Chairman Lin, let's make some other preparations. If you know someone who does, it's best to let them know in advance, to avoid any unexpected occurrences." Manager Go said cautiously, "Who knows what kind of scheme this guy might have up his sleeve?" "That makes sense." Lin Shin nodded slightly, giving Manager Go an affirmative answer. He sent a message to Jin Shun very quickly. "Make sure Fran's clothing company is prepared to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's just a little money, nothing to me. A drop in the ocean." Looking at Wang Hao with disdain, Lin Shin wanted to see what disgusting things Wang Hao was going to do. Since Wang Hao has come looking for death again, Lin Shin doesn't mind granting his wish and giving him a painful lesson. "Do you really think Lin Shin is made of clay? Ridiculous. Director Lee, we didn't find anything wrong. This ledger is fine. It basically matches the information we have. There is no suspicion of tax evasion." After reviewing the accounts for the past month, the tax officials shook their heads and reported back to Director Lee. "Now, what else do you have to say?" Lin Shin crossed his arms and looked coldly at Director Lee and Wang Hao. "There is absolutely no problem with my company's accounts and taxes. We are a law-abiding and good company. We will pay every single penny of the taxes due." "That is," Ho Huan quickly added, "I've been personally overseeing things and handling the expense reports this month. Every income and expenditure is absolutely accounted for. There won't be any problems whatsoever. You can't frame someone like that." Cough, cough. Director Lee coughed a few times, looking somewhat embarrassed, and then glanced at Wang Hao beside him. "Don't worry, Director Lee. I have concrete evidence." Wang Hao immediately laughed and said, "There's a problem with your company's tax payment from last month. If you have the guts, bring out last month's accounts right now. What if this debt didn't exist? Or what if you had paid taxes on this debt?" With a sneer, Wang Hao glared at Lin Shin with a ferocious expression. "Then I'll just tear this ledger to shreds and eat it. Last month. This." Seeing Wang Hao shouting loudly, Ho Huan's face stiffened, and she looked at Lin Shin with an embarrassed expression. "Chairman Lin, I wasn't in charge of the finance department at that time, so I'm not very clear about this. I've been checking old accounts recently, but I haven't finished yet." Chairman Lin. Manager Go also looked somewhat panicked. Judging from Wang Hao's expression, it was clear that he had planned this all along and was deliberately trying to trick people. "Mr. Lin." Director Lee stood with his hands behind his back, coldly looking at Lin Shin in front of him. "Then please produce last month's bill. I need to conduct a thorough investigation." "Can." Lin Shin's expression hardened, and he gave Ho Huan a wink. "Go and get it." "This, Chairman Lin?" "It's all right, go ahead." Lin Shin sneered. "Since Director Lee wants to investigate, then let Director Lee investigate." Gulp. "Yes." Swallowing hard, Ho Huan realized something was wrong. Although she didn't want to take it, she couldn't resist. They had no choice but to take it. "You all follow." Director Lee immediately gave his two subordinates a meaningful look. "Clear." The two subordinates immediately followed Ho Huan to the finance department's archives to prevent her from destroying accounts or falsifying records. "Lin Shin, let's see what you have to say for yourself now. Your tax evasion is undeniable." Wang Hao glared at Lin Shin with a ferocious expression. "You dare to evade taxes, you lawless bastard. You'll be going to jail." Hee. Lin Shin just sneered with his hands behind his back. He didn't care at all about Wang Hao's provocation and didn't bother to respond. An hour later, last month's bills were reconciled. The final result was Chapter 165, Striking the Snake at its 7-inch. 10 million. Holding an account book, the tax official looked at Director Lee with utmost respect. "Director Lee, there is a discrepancy in the income of 10 million yuan here. Based on the comprehensive business tax of 7% and the surtax of 8%, Root Fund Company evaded taxes amounting to 1.5 million yuan last month." "Did you hear me?" Upon hearing the staff member's words, Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he glared at Lin Shin with conviction. "Kid, You're incredibly audacious to evade taxes of up to 1.5 million. And they're so arrogant, they don't even bother with falsifying accounts. What exactly are your intentions? Pointing his finger at Lin Chen's nose, Wang Hao arrogantly roared. Kid, you have to pay the price for your recklessness. If you dare to evade taxes, you're finished. After berating Lin Chen, Wang Hao looked urgently at Director Li. Director Li, you absolutely cannot be lenient with people who evade taxes like this. He must pay a heavy price. Otherwise, would everyone follow his example and start evading taxes? He must be brought to justice. Wang Hao shouted urgently. I suggest arresting him and detaining him for at least 10 days to half a month. Then you'll be fined and have to pay back taxes. And more importantly, Wang Hao looked coldly at Lin Chen and gave a sinister sneer. We must expose Lin Chen's tax evasion, so that everyone knows that Lin Chen is such an untrustworthy and treacherous person. Let investors see Lin Chen's ugly face. You have to be careful when working with him. Consider this a reminder to everyone. After all, what kind of good person can someone who evades taxes be? What kind of credibility can they have? Wang Hao sneered. We must warn everyone not to easily trust this cunning villain. What do you think? Looking at Director Li in front of him, Wang Hao kept giving him meaningful glances. That's for sure. We will order those who evade taxes to rectify their behavior. Director Li looked coldly at Lin Chen. As long as you pay the fines and back taxes on time, my unit will not detain you, much less shut down your company. But my company will naturally announce this on our official website. Lin Chen, what else do you have to say? The evidence of this 10 million in tax evasion is irrefutable. What excuses do you have left? Chairman Lin. This matter. Manager Go and Lao Zhang froze, both looking at Lin Chen with worried expressions. Lin Chen ignored them and instead looked at Ho Huan with a serious expression. Gulp. Under Lin Chen's watchful eye, Ho Huan quickly went to investigate the origins of the 10 million. Chairman Lin. After verifying the information, Ho Huan looked at Lin Chen with a helpless expression. On the 3rd of last month, the company did indeed have a profit of 10 million that was not paid in tax on time. Lin Chen, did you hear me? Hearing Ho Huan's words, Wang Hao became even more arrogant. You tax-evading and scrupulous businessman, what else do you have to say? Hurry up and honestly pay the back taxes, and then pay the fine. And I apologize to Director Li and to my work. Wang Hao looked at Lin Chen coldly. Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. He looks honest and kind, but he's actually disgusting. Chairman Lin, things are getting worse. This is like killing someone by breaking their spirit. Taking a deep breath, Manager Go looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. He had already realized that Wang Hao's purpose was not as simple as making Lin Chen and Root Fund Company pay back taxes. After all, a mere 1.5 million in taxes is really no big deal for Root Fund Company. It might have been a problem before, but now that Root Fund Management Company Limited manages more than 700 million yuan, why would it be short of a mere 1.5 million yuan? The most important thing is reputation. If this matter is exposed, the reputation of Root Fund Company will be greatly affected. Chairman Lin, what is this? Manager Go looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression and was very flustered. I understand your concerns. Lin Chen glanced at Manager Go, nodded slightly to him, and looked very serious. He immediately understood Wang Hao's true purpose. Since the purpose wasn't to pay back taxes, the loss of 1.5 million yuan to Lin Chen wasn't a significant one. Moreover, tax evasion is not a particularly serious matter in essence. It's not like murder or arson, where being caught means detention and imprisonment. Let alone evading 1.5 million in taxes, it could be 15 million or even 150 million. You won't go to jail for that. As long as you pay the taxes and fines on time and promise to pay taxes truthfully in the future, you won't even need to be detained. Only by failing to pay taxes and fines on time, and then being caught repeatedly for tax evasion. That's why you'll be detained. So Wang Hao's demand that Director Li detain him was purely a bluff. As long as Lin Chen's attitude is good enough, he will immediately pay the taxes and fines for tax evasion. Director Li has no right to forcibly detain Lin Chen. He doesn't have that authority. After all, tax authorities want money, not people. What's the point of detaining someone for no reason? Wang Hao. Lin Shen took a deep breath, his eyes filled with intense and serious gaze as he stared at Wang Hao. He knew Wang Hao's real purpose: to get Director Li to publish the announcement of Lin Shen and Root Fund Company's tax evasion on the tax department's official website. Then he would naturally find some reporters or some influential figures on social media to report on and hype this matter. This will only create obstacles and smear campaigns against Root Fund Management Company, Limited. It's important to understand that this tactic might not work on ordinary companies, since they don't care about such reputational damage. However, it plays an extremely important role for special companies like Ritter Fund Management Company, Ltd. Because the essence of a fund company is its reputation. You need to make investors believe in you. It's not just about trusting the company's investment capabilities, but also about trusting its reputation. It won't be said that your company took investors' money to buy up other companies' stocks at high prices, or that you ran away with donations from illegal fundraising. And they deliberately use all sorts of excuses to swindle money from investors. Therefore, the reputation of companies like Ritter Fund Management Company, Limited is more valuable than anything else. Once a company's reputation is compromised, it's not far from going bankrupt. After all, who would dare to invest their money in a company with a tarnished reputation that might be a scam? Wang Hao. Lin Shen's expression hardened, and he looked at Wang Hao with a cold gaze. This Wang Hao is truly ruthless. To be honest, tax evasion is really not a big deal. 9 out of 10 companies have done this. And it's nothing serious. But for Ritter Fund Management, once this gets out, it really will be a big deal. Strike the snake at its vital point. Chapter 166, Deliberate Cover-Up. Wang Hao. You're really cunning. Lin Shen looked at Wang Hao with a solemn expression, his eyes filled with a deep chill. He knew that if this matter were to be made public, and Wang Hao seized the opportunity to hype it up, then Root Fund Company would be in real trouble. The investors who flocked in earlier are probably now running a massive run on Root Fund Management Company, Limited, trying to withdraw their investments. The once thriving Root Fund Company may now face a major setback. Completely cut in half. There's even a risk of bankruptcy. After all, no one would invest their money in an unreliable fund company. People invest to make money, not to invest in unreliable fund companies. Isn't this the kind of situation where you could lose all your principal if you're not careful? Nobody's that stupid. Lin Shen, I don't understand what you're saying. With a sneer, Wang Hao looked at Lin Shen with disdain. What do you mean by cunning? This is clearly a blatant violation of laws and regulations. As a law-abiding citizen, I naturally cannot condone your behavior and must expose it. Otherwise, if everyone evades taxes like you, how will the country improve people's livelihoods and invest in infrastructure? What can we use for disaster relief and poverty alleviation? Wang Hao said with utmost seriousness. That's why what I can't stand the most is a ruthless, lawless businessman like you. Now that I've seen it, I'll report it every time I see it. I'm telling you the truth. How did I betray you? You have to be strong yourself to succeed. Wang Hao looked coldly at Lin Shen. You messed things up yourself, so you deserve to be punished. Director Li, there's no need to be so polite with him. Just issue a penalty notice. Wang Hao smiled and winked at Director Li. For a shrewd businessman like him, he won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. If we don't order him to make changes, he'll just keep messing things up like this. Harmful to national interests. Right. Director Li nodded slightly, looking at Lin Shen with a solemn expression. Lin Shen, after our investigation, the evidence of your Root Fund Company's tax evasion is now conclusive. What else do you have to say? If you have no objections, please sign the penalty notice. You need to pay $1.5 million in taxes and $150,000 in fines within 3 days. From now on, my company will be keeping a close eye on your company. Don't do such illegal and disorderly things again. That is. Wang Hao was even more excited. Lin Shen, let me tell you, I'll be keeping an eye on you too. If you dare to break the law or violate regulations, I will report you every time I see it. Oh. Lin Shen gave a sinister smile, staring at the two treacherous officials, Director Li and Wang Hao, with a solemn expression. Chairman Lin, something's not right. At this moment, Ho Huan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. This account is not right. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately became anxious. He glared angrily at Ho Huan. At a time like this, you still want to make excuses? Hold head high. Shut up. Lin Shen glared at Wang Hao, then looked at Ho Huan with a serious expression. What exactly happened? Where do these accounts not match up? Don't rush. Tell me slowly. Chairman Lin, the company transferred this 10 million in revenue directly to Wang Hao's personal account. Wang Hao also signed off on the withdrawal of this 10 million. So this 10 million in revenue did not go into the company's public accounts, but into Wang Hao's private pocket. Pointing to the signature on the ledger, Ho Huan said with utmost seriousness, the reason why the company did not pay this 10 million in taxes this month is because this 10 million was not included in the company's profits at all. Since it's not included in the company's profits, why does the company pay taxes? Even if taxes are to be paid, Wang Hao should be the one to go to the tax bureau to pay them himself. It has nothing to do with the company. After all, that 10 million went into Wang Hao's personal pocket. Ho Huan looked at Lin Shen with utmost seriousness. Chairman Lin, this is not tax evasion on our part. It's Wang Hao who is evading taxes. Shut up. What do you mean I evaded taxes, Director Li? This is a counterattack, a frame-up against an innocent person. Wang Hao looked anxiously at Director Li. You must see through this. Wang Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? When this 10 million was transferred in and out, I was just an ordinary employee of the company. I had not become the chairman of the board, nor did I receive any shares in the company. So what does this 10 million have to do with the company and me? As the company's chairman at the time, you not only failed to file taxes, but also embezzled company assets. Lin Shen looked coldly at Wang Hao. I can file taxes on this 10 million, but you must first return this 10 million to the company and count it as company income. Otherwise, how am I supposed to file my taxes? That 10 million is rightfully mine. Wang Hao shouted instinctively. I'm just passing it through the company. Why should I give it to you? Pass through a company? Lin Shen instantly seized on the loophole in Wang Hao's words and looked at Wang Hao with amusement in his eyes. Why did you have to go through the company to resell it? Where did this 10 million come from? Is it legitimate income or illicit income? Wang Hao, you're quite interesting. Lin Shen then looked at Director Li with a playful expression. Director Li, I now suspect that Wang Hao is involved in illegal money laundering. I think you should investigate this. Gulp, this. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Wang Hao's face instantly froze, rendered speechless by Lin Shen's rebuttal. Director Li, you have seen his actions firsthand. So you still want my company to pay the back taxes for this? Lin Shen looked at Director Li with a playful expression. You should go find whoever has the money in their hands. After I became the chairman of the company, I took charge of the company's affairs. Before I became chairman, that was none of my business. Lin Shen pointed at Wang Hao. So, Director Li, you'll have to go ask him for the money. Gulp. Aye. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. It was originally intended to target Lin Shen, to ruin Lin Shen and Root Fund Company by making them infamous. What exactly is going on here? He actually brought trouble upon himself and made a mess of things. Who gets the money is naturally the responsibility of the anti-money laundering department to investigate. It has nothing to do with me. Director Li snorted coldly and looked at Lin Shen with a glare. I only investigate tax issues. Okay. Lin Shen sneered. Now that the 10 million is in his hands, go ask him for it. That's your business. It's none of my concern. Director Li scoffed again. I only have the ledgers. This money belongs to the accounts of Ritter Fund Company, so it must be paid by Ritter Fund Company. Not paying is tax evasion. Chapter 167 Tax Deduction for Donations. Huh. Lin Shen was amused by Director Li's words. He crossed his arms and looked at Director Li with a playful expression. Director Li, are you trying too hard to be funny? The money has already reached him. What does this have to do with our Root Fund Company? How can it be all right? Director Li sneered. Was this money transferred into Root Fund Company and then transferred out of Root Fund Company again? As for the changes in the shareholding of Ritter Fund Management Company, Limited, this is an internal matter for your Root Fund Company. What does it have to do with me? I only investigate the tax records, not the shareholding changes or your internal conflicts. Whatever happens in your internal affairs is none of my business. Director Lin looked at Lin Shan coldly. If you think this bill is wrong, if you think he should pay this money, you can sue him in court. I will naturally issue you receipts for the 1.5 million in taxes and the 150,000 in fines. That's all. Director Lee, who deliberately ignored several important points and kept focusing on Root Fund Company, looked at Lin Shan with a cold expression. You don't need to make excuses anymore. I only accept the accounts of Ritter Fund Company. It's about the company, not the person. Hi. Wang Hao gave Director Lee a thumbs up with great admiration and glared arrogantly at Lin Shan. Lin Shan, what do you have to say now? Why don't you hurry up and honestly pay the taxes you owe? As for how this 10 million came about and how it ended up in my hands, Wang Hao looked at Lin Shan with a playful expression. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation. Let's take it slow, there's no rush. Oh, Lin Shan sneered, looking at Wang Hao with a cold expression. He knew this was a trap Wang Hao had deliberately set for him. But it's nothing. Wang Hao has a clever plan, and Lin Shan naturally has a way out. Since Director Lee insists on protecting Wang Hao, there's nothing more to say. Brother Lin. Jin Shun rushed to Root Fund Company and handed a folder to Lin Shan. Here's what you wanted. Very good. Lin Shan nodded slightly to Jin Shun, then handed the folder directly to Director Lee. Director Lee, look what this is. After reading this, if you still want that 1.5 million in taxes, then I'll pay right away, without saying a word. Snort. Playing tricks. Director Lee and Wang Hao exchanged a suspicious glance before opening the folder themselves. What's going on? Looking at the documents in the folder, Wang Hao and Director Lee exchanged a glance, both completely dumbfounded. Because this receipt is clearly a certificate for Franz Garment Manufacturing Company's donation of 5 million to the Hangzhou Charity Association. Lin Shan, what do you mean by this? What is your connection with this Franz Clothing Manufacturing Company? Holding the donation in their hands, Wang Hao and Director Lee looked at Lin Shan with great suspicion. Of course they are related. Lin Shan smiled and said, Francis Clothing Manufacturing Company is also my company. According to the principle of tax deduction for donations, this donation of 5 million is enough to offset the taxes that haven't been paid. Lin Shan sneered. It's just that I haven't had time to submit the expense report yet. Since Director Lee is here today, that's perfect. Please have Director Lee reimburse me for the expenses. I've always been passionate about public welfare, and I'll naturally continue to donate large sums to charity organizations to do good deeds. Lin Shan looked at Director Lee and Wang Hao with amusement. Is there any problem with that? How come there's no problem? This donation was made in the name of Franz Clothing Manufacturing Company, not in the name of Ritter Foundation Company. That doesn't count. Wang Hao roared. You're trying to pass off inferior goods as superior ones. Huh. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan laughed and looked at Wang Hao with disdain. It's obvious that you don't understand charity and don't do charity. Charitable donations are about the people, not the companies. As long as it's donated by me, the company will be in my name. For tax deductions, any company can use them. So I can donate in the name of Franz Garment Manufacturing Company to help Ritter Foundation with tax deductions. Lin Shan sneered, and vice versa. If you don't believe me, you can ask Director Lee next to you. Director Lee works in taxation, so he should know this better than anyone else. Gulp this. Swallowing hard, Wang Hao looked at Director Lee with an extremely solemn expression. Director Lee, is that really the case? Yes. Director Lee's lips twitched. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to nod. Although Lin Shan's actions were, to be precise, not entirely in accordance with the rules. The problem is that his actions were not entirely in accordance with the rules. If you really take it to his department and find his boss to explain everything in detail, he'll be in deep trouble and will have to face the consequences. Therefore, he couldn't completely break ties with Lin Shan. After all, this 10 million went into Wang Hao's private account. Director Lee, what about this matter? Wang Hao was completely stunned. He looked at Director Lee suspiciously. Then what should we do? What else can we do? Director Lee glanced at Wang Hao, then looked at Lin Shan with a serious expression. Bullshit. Take care, and don't bother seeing me off. Lin Shun crossed his arms and watched with a cold smile as Director Li, who had deliberately picked a fight, left in a sorry state. This, Lin Shun, you bastard. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. He had worked for nothing and glared angrily at Lin Shun. You just wait. This isn't going to end like this. Yeah. Lin Shun's lips curled up, and he looked at Wang Hao with a playful expression. You need to give me an explanation for this 10 million and return it to the company. Otherwise, you can expect to receive a court summons. Embezzlement of company assets. Although you have lost your position as chairman, you still have to take responsibility. This money is originally mine. Lin Shun. Wang Hao glared fiercely at Lin Shun, his teeth clenched in anger. You're lucky this time. You just wait and see. I won't let you get away with this. With a roar, Wang Hao fled in a sorry state. He was really unlucky. Not only did he fail to resolve the issue with Lin Shun, he also got himself into a mess and almost got himself implicated. That's incredibly unlucky. Foolish thing. Pooh. Jin Shun spat at Wang Hao's back and looked at Lin Shun with a serious expression. Brother Lin, we have to find a way to give this guy a hard time, to ensure he can never recover. Otherwise, this guy will just keep buzzing around like a mosquito. Jin Shun was speechless. Although he can't cause us any fatal damage, he will definitely annoy you. It means that they might find an opportunity at any time to bite you hard. You're so annoying. Chapter 168, Taking Chu Qinglan to the Swimming Pool. He definitely needs to be given a severe punishment, so that this mosquito won't bother me anymore. These annoying mosquitoes should be swatted dead. With intense frustration in his eyes, Lin Shun hesitated slightly before looking directly at Ho Huan beside him. From a financial perspective, what does this have to do with Wang Hao? He is suspected of illegal money laundering and transferring company assets. As for tax evasion, that should also be counted. Ho Huan quickly replied. Who transferred this money to the company? Wang Hao has already deleted the transfer record. The reason for payment displayed when we receive payment is management fee. The reason given for the transfer was stock dividends. But in reality, it's impossible for management fees to be as high as tens of millions unless the funds under management reach hundreds of billions. Ho Huan said awkwardly. But at that time, our funds under management were only 300 million, and with a 1% handling fee, it would only be 3 million. And this is an annual management fee, not a monthly management fee. As for stock dividends, there won't be more than 10 million. Okay, I understand. Lin Shun shrugged slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This guy is trying to dig his own grave. How interesting. Manager Go. Chairman Lin. Upon hearing Lin Shun's call, Manager Go immediately looked at Lin Shun with utmost respect. Find a reliable law firm, then talk to the lawyers there about this matter, and sue Wang Hao for embezzling company funds. Then he was subtly implied to be involved in illegal money laundering. Lin Shun sneered. He wants to play around, so I'll play along with him. This should be enough to give him a hard time. Clear. Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, Manager Go immediately nodded respectfully and gave Lin Shun a thumbs up with great admiration. Chairman Lin, you are truly amazing. Wang Hao is definitely completely dumbfounded now. He tried to steal a chicken, but lost the rice instead. Not only did I fail to harm you, I also got myself into trouble. He deserved it. Old Zhang said bluntly. He brought it on himself. Dare to swindle Chairman Lin? You must be out of your mind. That's right. Ho Huan snorted coldly. He's just being arrogant. He thought he had found a loophole in the company, but in reality, he was just exposing his own stupidity. That's true. Lin Shun nodded slightly and said with a smile, don't pay any attention to him. Everyone continue working. You did a great job today. Lin Shun smiled and looked at Ho Huan. I'm very satisfied. Chairman Lin, this is my duty. It's what I should do, Ho Huan quickly said. It was my fault for not finding the problems in the accounts before. This is not your fault. Lin Shun laughed and said, no one expected him to deliberately trick people like this. Let's all focus on our work. Strive to secure this major client so that the company's managed funds can quickly reach 2 billion. I will give everyone bonuses at the end of the year. Lin Shun smiled and waved to everyone. As long as everyone works hard, you'll all get at least a 13th month salary, or even a 14th month salary, by the end of the year. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Follow Chairman Lin, and you'll have plenty to eat. That's right. Following Chairman Lin means unlimited potential. Don't worry, Chairman Lin will definitely secure this big order. Upon hearing Lin Chen's promise, everyone enthusiastically and excitedly thanked him. Very good. Lin Chen shrugged slightly, smiled, and waved to everyone, then walked out of the office with Jin Shun. Chairman Lin is truly incredibly capable. This Franz clothing manufacturing company, that's a company valued at over 100 million. The fact that Chairman Lin can start such a company speaks volumes about his strength. Manager Go, his eyes gleaming, watched Lin Chen's departing figure. Perhaps besides this Franz garment manufacturing company, Chairman Lin has other companies under his name. If I follow Chairman Lin, my future will be limitless. We must do a good job. Effort. Clenching his fists, Manager Go kept encouraging himself. They felt that if he followed Lin Chen and worked hard, he would definitely have everything he wanted and make a fortune. It definitely has unlimited potential. After all, Lin Chen is powerful and capable, and who knows what kind of unknown and powerful background he might have. So all he had to do was latch onto Lin Chen's coattails. The future will surely be bright. Drat. An excited Manager Go gave himself a pep talk and immediately threw himself into his work with renewed vigor. Brother Lin, you're really steady. After leaving the office building, Jin Shun gave Lin Chen a thumbs up with great admiration. Under your leadership, Brother Lin, the company will definitely get better and better. Whether it's Ritter Fund or Franz Garment Manufacturing Company, they're bound to make a fortune. All right, stop flattering me. We're all friends who know each other inside and out. Why are you flattering us? Lin Chen glanced at Jin Shun helplessly. Let me tell you, managing a company isn't that easy. Making these two companies profitable is not an easy task. Keep a close eye on them. Clear. Under Lin Chen's serious gaze, Jin Shun immediately nodded respectfully. Brother Lin, don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on this Franz clothing manufacturing company for you and make sure it continues to be profitable. You should also study management knowledge to improve your management skills. Otherwise, how can I promote you in the future? Lin Chen smiled and patted Jin Shun on the shoulder. Go ahead. Clear. Chewing on Lin Chen's words about promoting and giving him important responsibilities, Jin Shun, knowing that his future was limitless, naturally drove back to Franz Garment Manufacturing Company with great excitement. Time to go to the swimming pool. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lin Chen drove his Ferrari 812 directly to the park where Chu Qinglan worked. Why do we suddenly need to go to the swimming pool? Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Chen with suspicion. It's too hot, so let's go take a shower and play, Lin Chen replied with a smile to Chu Qinglan. I've never been before either, let's give it a try. Let's go to the water park then. Chu Qinglan tilted her head and asked, how was it? All right. Lin Chen thought about it and felt that water parks and swimming pools were essentially the same thing. Let's go? After saying that, Lin Chen drove Chu Qinglan directly to the Water Mountain Park in Xiaohu, Hangzhou. I'm waiting for you. Lin Chen, now dressed in swimming trunks, smiled as she watched Chu Qinglan, who was wearing sports pants and a tank top, walk into the changing room. She thought to herself that Chu Qinglan would look absolutely stunning after she changed her clothes. He must be the object of envy, jealousy, and hatred from countless men in this water park. A moment later, Chu Qinglan emerged from the dressing room. The clothes she had changed into were Chapter 169, The Boss with Dragon and Tiger Tattoos. A conservative one-piece swimsuit. Although it's a tight-fitting swimsuit, because it's a one-piece swimsuit, it's similar to wearing tight shorts and a tank top normally, and it doesn't really accentuate the figure. Compared to a three-piece swimsuit, it is naturally much more conservative. Call. This made Lin Chen breathe a sigh of relief. That's right. He wanted to complete the tasks assigned by the system, but he also didn't want Chu Qinglan to be taken advantage of by others. After all, for men, it's always better for their own wives to be dressed as much as possible, and for other men's wives to be dressed as little as possible. No man would say he likes his wife to wear crop tops, backless dresses, or tight shorts and miniskirts, because that would expose too much skin and attract too much attention. It's always best to take care of your own wife yourself. What's wrong with you? Chu Qinglan tilted her head and looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. It's okay. I was just thinking that the moment you appeared, my wife, you attracted countless eyes. Looking at Chu Qinglan in front of him, Lin Shen smiled and said, countless people are now staring at you. So, my dear wife, you really are beautiful. She's a stunningly beautiful woman. Oops. Chu Qinglan blushed and glared at Lin Shen, annoyed. Chun, you're not allowed to talk nonsense. I'm not making this up. I'm telling the absolute truth. Wife, you're already so outstanding, beautiful, and have such a great figure. Lin Shen laughed. Right now, I don't know how many men are looking at me with envy and jealousy, wanting to take my place. Bringing your wife out here really satisfies a great deal of vanity. Lin Shen winked playfully at Chu Qinglan. After all, my wife's beauty is enough to fascinate everyone. Cut. Chu Qinglan blushed and gave Lin Shen a disapproving look. Chun, stop praising me. If you keep praising me, I'll get arrogant. I'm telling the truth. Lin Shen shrugged slightly. My wife is just that outstanding and eye-catching. Then I'm very happy too. Chu Qinglan gave a soft hum and handed her delicate hand to Lin Shen. Chun, you are also very outstanding and handsome. I wonder how many women are eyeing you, wanting a boyfriend as handsome as you. Actually, they envy me too. Yeah. Lin Shen was momentarily suspicious and asked Chu Qinglan in a very strange manner. Of course. Chu Qinglan snorted and winked at Lin Shen. You men like to look at beautiful women, and we women naturally like to look at handsome men too. Take a look if you don't believe me. I wonder how many women, even some married women with children, are watching you and taking pictures of you secretly. Chu Qinglan chuckled. They must all be very envious of me. Well, Lin Shen glanced over quietly, and sure enough, the facts were exactly as Chu Qinglan had said. While many men were staring at Chu Qinglan, many women were also staring at Lin Shen. After all, men and women are essentially the same. Men like to look at beautiful women, and women naturally like to look at handsome men. This avoids a lot of fighting and arguing. Lin Shen gave Chu Qinglan an awkward smile, somewhat helplessly. We did do a good thing, though. Chu Qinglan didn't quite understand Lin Shen's words. She tilted her head and looked at Lin Shen with a suspicious expression. Why do you say that? Because if it's just because you're pretty, and these men keep staring at you, their wives and girlfriends will definitely have something to say about it. I will definitely be jealous. They might get a scolding by having their ears pulled. On the contrary, Lin Shen laughed and said, if it were just me, these men would definitely get jealous. After all, no man likes his woman to stare at other men. Right now, both men and women are watching, so they can't even notice each other's gaze. Lin Shen winked at Chu Qinglan. Even if they did notice, since everyone is watching, no one has the right to criticize anyone else. Since everyone is in the same boat, let's just be honest and pretend we don't know. So what? Lin Shen laughed and said, that's what it means to be blissfully ignorant. We also contributed to their marital harmony. Cut. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Chun, you're such a clever little devil. Reaching out to touch Lin Shen's brow, Chu Qinglan chuckled. I can't argue with you. You're really good with words. No matter what it is, you can explain it all in great detail. You always have a lot of reasons. Ha ha. Lin Shen smiled upon hearing this, and shrugged slightly at Chu Qinglan. I'm telling the truth. Nobody would believe that. Chu Qinglan's eyes darted around, and she pinched Lin Shen's arm with a smile. Chun, do you also like looking at beautiful women? Well, Lin Shen was instantly embarrassed, realizing that this was not only an easy question, but also a potentially disastrous one. How was he supposed to answer Chu Qinglan's question? Lin Shen subconsciously felt that no matter how he answered the question, there would be a problem. This is a complete sinkhole. Cough, cough. Lin Shen coughed lightly, then smiled and looked at the popsicle stall next to him. Wife, the popsicles at that stall are pretty good. We can buy one and try it. Then I saw that the adult play area of the water park over there has a water slide. We can go and try it. I saw it on a short video platform. This kind of water slide should be quite interesting. What do you think? To change the subject, Lin Shen suggested taking Chu Qinglan to buy popsicles and then play on the slide. Lin Shen wouldn't answer Chu Qinglan's question. Are you kidding me? Answering this question would be a death sentence. Although given Chu Qinglan's personality, she probably wouldn't get angry with Lin Shun. She would definitely throw a tantrum at him. But even Lin Shun couldn't bring himself to say that he didn't like looking at beautiful women. Because that statement is so obviously false. Are you kidding me? What man doesn't like looking at beautiful women? Even men in their 70s or 80s enjoy looking at beautiful women. Unless he's not a man. Shun, look. Just as Lin Shun was about to buy a popsicle, Chu Qinglan suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful woman. She has such a great figure, and she's so beautiful. Huh, she's still wearing." Chu Qinglan suddenly tugged at Lin Chen's arm. "Chun, look. She's such a stunningly beautiful woman that even I'm captivated by her." Oh, cough cough. I instinctively wanted to turn my head to look at Lin Shun, wondering just how beautiful this stunning woman, whom Chu Qinglan had praised, really was. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he realized something was wrong. This is a trap. Chapter 170, Completing the Mission. What beautiful girl. No interest. I only want to see you, my wife. You are the only one in my heart. No woman is more beautiful than my wife. Realizing it was a trap, Lin Shin suppressed his curiosity and didn't turn around to look. Instead, he looked at Chu Qinglan very seriously and said with a smile, "In my heart, there will always only be one more beautiful woman than you, my wife. The only person I'll ever look at is you, my wife. With a wife as beautiful as you, why would I need to look at anyone else?" Lin Shin looked at Chu Qinglan with utmost seriousness and devotion. "Wife, I only love you. Oh my, look. She's really beautiful, and she has a great figure too. If you don't look, they'll be long gone." Chu Qinglan deliberately pinched Lin Chen's arm. "I'm tempted just looking at you. Take a look quickly. Don't worry, I won't be angry with you." Chu Qinglan, "I'm the one who told you to see it." "Then I'm not interested either." Lin Shun immediately shook his head. "I don't think it's interesting. You're the prettiest one. All I want to see is my wife." Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan with utmost seriousness. "I have absolutely no interest in other women." "Cut." Chu Qinglan snorted and glared at Lin Shun with annoyance. He wanted to find fault with Lin Shun and give him a good scolding. Now look what happened. Lin Shun actually managed to defuse it so easily. "I'm not stupid. With such a beautiful wife, why would I look at other women?" Lin Shun said with a smile, holding Chu Qinglan's hand. "The only woman I like to look at is you, my wife. There are no other women." "Cut." Chu Qinglan snorted and rolled her eyes at Lin Shun. Hey, let's go swimming." Relieved, Lin Shun immediately changed the subject. He took Chu Qinglan's hand and led her into the water park with a smile. Sure enough, after the two of them entered the swimming pool of the water park at the same time, then a system notification sounded in his mind. He successfully completed today's task assigned by the system. Yeah. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lin Shun was in a very pleasant mood. He thought to himself that he was really clever. Using this opportunistic method, we successfully completed today's difficult task. Otherwise, if he really wanted Chu Qinglan to go into the same bathtub with him, that would be absolutely impossible. Given Chu Qinglan's level of shyness, it's safe to say that the two of them have never consummated their marriage. Even if the two of them had consummated their marriage, it's unlikely that Chu Qinglan would do such a thing with him so easily. Chu Qinglan's personality is such that she absolutely has to turn off the lights for everything. How could I possibly agree to something as audacious as Lin Chen's request? So, Lin Chen really racked his brains to complete the task using such a sneaky method. It wasn't easy at all. After all, the task given by the system is just a swimming couple. Although everyone's first thought upon seeing this is, well, there are actually many ways to interpret it. When mandarin ducks are swimming on the lake, it can't be said that there is only one pair of mandarin ducks in the lake, can it? Therefore, Lin Shun taking Chu Qinglan to the water park at this moment is completely in line with the system's requirements. Although it's opportunistic, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. System, oh system, I never thought you'd get stuck on a bug. You want to turn me into a eunuch and use that as an excuse to punish me? That's pure wishful thinking. How could I possibly give you that chance? With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lin Shun clenched his fists, feeling extremely pleased. Previously, the system had always messed with him, but this time he could finally have some fun and mess with the system himself. It was a way of getting revenge and venting my anger. Now that we've completed today's task, we should be able to collect our rewards. Such a difficult task, the rewards certainly won't disappoint me, right? System, you really need to be more generous. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lin Shin prepared to collect the system's reward for the day without saying a word. Morning. But before Lin Shin could claim it, Chu Qinglan suddenly called out to him. I want to play that. Lin Shin naturally dared not ignore Chu Qinglan, so he had no choice but to temporarily give up on claiming it and follow Chu Qinglan's finger to look. It turns out to be a water carousel. It's quite interesting that this turntable slid down from the air into the water. Okay. Lin Shin smiled and nodded. Then let's go have some fun. Chu Qinglan nodded excitedly, smiled, grabbed Lin Shin's hand, and ran with Lin Shin towards the water carousel. This scene left many people stunned, looking at Lin Shin with envy and jealousy, and filled with hatred for him. Everyone thinks it's like a good cabbage being eaten by a pig. He hated himself for not being able to replace Lin Shin and become the pig who snatched Chu Qinglan. This good cabbage. That's right, generally speaking, people who lament that a good cabbage has been eaten by a pig. It's not that I regret not being able to be that good cabbage, but rather that I regret not being able to become that pig. At this moment, everyone naturally shared the same thought about Lin Shin and Chu Qinglan. They all want to replace Lin Shin and snatch Chu Qinglan away. Aside from the men who had come to the water park, who were also noticing Chu Qinglan and Lin Shin, there were also people in a corner of the water park, at a spot that resembled a beach, who noticed Lin Shin and Chu Qinglan. Under several parasols, a plump middle-aged man with dragon and tiger tattoos on his body was lying on a chair, crossing his legs and enjoying the breeze. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine under the coconut trees on the beach, and he was in an extremely happy mood. Boss. At this moment, a lean man walked over and looked respectfully at the obese middle-aged man. That's Jin Biao, the owner of this water park. What's wrong? Jin Biao opened his eyes and glanced at the lean man. Speak if you have something to say, or shut up if you have something to say. Boss, a beautiful girl has come to our water park. What's the big deal? Do you need to report to me? Jin Biao glared at the lean man with displeasure. There are plenty of beautiful women who come to our water park. After all, this place is for children and women. What's the point of saying this? Roll. Jin Biao glared at the lean man with obvious displeasure, then continued to enjoy the breeze and sunshine. He's seen plenty of beautiful women in places like water parks. Ordinary beautiful women simply don't interest him. That's pointless. It's like how you might be surprised to see bikini-clad women on the street, but not at all on the beach. Did you go to a music or art academy? Wouldn't that mean they're all beautiful women? No, you seem to know this beautiful woman. Look. Seeing Jin Biao's displeasure, the lean man quickly handed him several secretly taken photos. Chapter 171 Jin Biao's Flirting. This. Upon seeing the photo, Jin Biao, who hadn't thought much of it at first, was instantly astonished and stunned. Isn't that? Who was it again? Pointing at Chu Qinglan in the photo, Jin Biao momentarily couldn't recall who she was. When Zheng Huan came over last time, he mentioned that it was Chu Qinglan. The lean man quickly said, hasn't he been coveting this Chu Qinglan for a long time? Then a few days ago, it seems I suffered a big loss. When I asked him what exactly happened, he wouldn't say anything. Anyway, it's quite mysterious. The lean man laughed. But I have to say, this Chu Qinglan is quite beautiful. Her figure and appearance are truly top-notch. She's really quite good. Zheng Huan has a good eye. Especially that figure, those legs. It really is long, thin, and white. The lean man's eyes widened. No wonder he's been eyeing it. I get excited just looking at it. It is quite beautiful. Jin Biao, who had initially been uninterested and only wanted to sunbathe and sleep, now had his eyes shining as he carefully examined Chu Qinglan's photo, finding it quite interesting. Yes, it's quite interesting. This girl looks pretty good. She's a stunning beauty. Boss, do you think we should call Zheng Huan and tell him about this? The lean man chuckled. Have him come over and flirt with him? Tell me your ass. Why give such a beauty to him? Jin Biao sneered, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Go and bring this pretty girl over here. I want to drink with her. This? The lean man was momentarily embarrassed. He scratched his head with a complicated expression and said, "Brother Biao, we don't know her. They probably won't come, right? If Zheng Huan were here, and Zheng Huan invited her, she would probably come, right? And she had a man with her, who looked like her boyfriend." The lean man said to Jean Biao awkwardly, "They probably won't come easily, right? I told you to go and invite them." Jean Biao snorted coldly. "I don't care what methods you use, just bring the person over here as soon as possible. That's all." Looking coldly at the lean man, Jean Biao said without any politeness, "I don't care if she has a man with her or not. This water park is my territory. I told her to come over and have a drink with me, and she has to come. She had no choice." This. Gulp. The lean man swallowed awkwardly, his expression complex, knowing he was in deep trouble. He came here initially because he recognized Chu Qinglan as the woman Zheng Huan was relentlessly pursuing. Since Jean Biao knew Zheng Huan, he wanted to come and curry favor with him. But who would have thought that Jean Biao would suddenly be lustful upon seeing a beautiful woman? He's really in trouble now. How is he supposed to invite him? But he couldn't refuse to invite him. He couldn't afford to offend Jean Biao. "If I had known, I shouldn't have gotten involved." Seeing Jean Biao's displeased expression, the lean man didn't dare to confront him directly. "Then I'll go and invite him right away." "Go." Jean Biao glanced coldly at the lean man, then looked at Chu Qinglan's photo in front of him, showing considerable interest. Left with no other option, the lean man reluctantly approached Lin Chun and Chu Qinglan, who had just finished playing on the water carousel. "What's the meaning? Your boss is looking for me?" Chu Qinglan was surprised to hear this. She hadn't expected that the water park owner would know Zheng Huan. She looked at the lean man with suspicion in her beautiful eyes. "What does he want with me?" "Do I know him?" "You don't know our boss, but our boss knows you." The lean man laughed awkwardly. "Anyway, he invited you two over. Once you see our boss, you'll naturally know what's going on. Please." The lean man didn't know what to say, so he awkwardly gestured for Lin Chun and Chu Qinglan to enter. Although Jean Biao's request was to invite Chu Qinglan, he knew that Lin Chun would definitely not agree to invite only Chu Qinglan, and Chu Qinglan would absolutely not go either, so he naturally invited both Lin Chun and Chu Qinglan together. As for what Jean Biao wanted to do after meeting Chu Qinglan, that's Jean Biao's business. It's none of his concern. What kind of mess is this? "I'm just here to have fun. I don't know your boss." Chu Qinglan frowned slightly, muttered something to herself in annoyance, and then looked at Lin Chun suspiciously. "Chun, what should we do? We're not interested." Lin Chun naturally didn't bother with the water park owner, since he and Chu Qinglan were there to have fun, not to have a get-together or catch up. "If he wants to know us, let him come to us himself. Don't keep me in suspense if you don't know me. We're not interested in all this nonsense." Lin Chun looked coldly at the lean man. "Do you even know what it means to be the customer's king? We just want to have fun. We bought tickets to come here for fun, not to build relationships with your boss." Lin Chun sneered. "We didn't buy tickets to come here to find your boss. If you have nothing to do, go stand over there." Lin Chun gave the lean man a cold look, showing no politeness whatsoever towards this annoying fellow. "Get out of here." Cough, cough. The lean man was quite embarrassed by Lin Chun's retort, but he still said very seriously, "I'm sorry. This is our boss's requirement, and you must do it. Please." "Oh, I don't know your boss. Why should I listen to you?" Lin Chun sneered, looking at the lean man with disdain. "I'll say it again. I bought a ticket to come in and have fun, not to find your boss. You can leave now. Don't disturb my playtime. Otherwise, I will file a complaint against you directly with the Market Supervision Department. Your water park has been shut down." With his arms crossed, Lin Chun bluntly confronted the lean man. "Don't go looking for trouble. If your boss wants to see me, then if you recognize me, please give your name and come over. If you don't know us, then don't mess around. If we know him, then say his name, and let's see what our relationship is." Lin Chun sneered. "He doesn't even have basic manners, yet he expects me to meet him? That's hilarious. My boss is Jean Biao, the boss of Jean." "Jean Biao." Lin Chun frowned, looking at Chu Qinglan with suspicion, as he didn't recognize her. "I don't know him either." Chu Qinglan immediately shook her head. "I only know one person surnamed Jean. and that's the company boss. Chun, you've met him before. Certainly. Lin Shin nodded slightly. After all, he had bought his house from President Jean. I don't know your boss, Jean Biao. Lin Shin looked coldly at the lean man. So, I'm not going to see them. Chapter 172, Preparing to Fight Together. Cough cough. Lin Shin's sharp rebuke left the lean man utterly embarrassed. He knew from the beginning that this matter would be difficult, but he did not expect Lin Shin to be so stubborn and to confront him so bluntly. In particular, he didn't reveal that their boss was interested in Chu Qinglan at this moment. Why did Lin Shin refuse so readily? Brother, let's talk this out. There's no need to make things so tense. Taking a deep breath, the lean man looked at Lin Shin with a gloomy expression. Our boss invited you over because he has something to ask you. There's nothing else to it. Go over there once our boss has finished asking, and that'll be the end of it. Otherwise, with a cold laugh, the lean man looked at Lin Shin with a gloomy expression. I'll have no choice but to force you to come over. Morning. Hearing the wiry man's threatening words, Chu Qinglan's heart clenched, and she couldn't help but tightly grasp Lin Shin's hand, looking at him with a nervous expression. Rest assured. Lin Shin winked at Chu Qinglan, signaling her not to panic. It's nothing serious. I'm here. Don't panic. How exactly do you intend to force it? With a cold laugh, Lin Shin looked at the lean man with a glint of cold light in his eyes. Since this skinny man dared to threaten him like that, Lin Shin wouldn't be polite to him either. What do you think? The lean man sneered and gave a wink to his men beside him. Without saying a word, the several burly men with bare arms surrounded Lin Shin and Chu Qinglan. They were all clenching their fists with unpleasant expressions. Clearly, this lean man only needed to give the order. Then they would not hesitate to beat Lin Shin up without hesitation. Brother, our boss just wants you to come over. He has something to say to you. Nothing else was it. Don't be ungrateful. Looking coldly at Lin Shin in front of him, the lean man's expression was icy. As for me, I don't want to make things too tense. You'd better come with us yourself. Don't force me to take action. Otherwise, it won't look good for anyone. With a sinister grin, the lean man sneered, Don't ask for trouble. So that you don't get beaten up later and then complain that I didn't warn you beforehand when you obediently come with me. The lean man looked at Lin Shin disdainfully. I've told you everything now, so you'd better be sensible and come with me obediently. Otherwise, if you get beaten up and end up with a black eye and a swollen face, you'll lose face in front of your woman, which is pointless. Let's go. With a cold laugh, the lean man looked at Lin Shin with disdain. Don't be ungrateful. Oh. Lin Shin was amused by the lean man. He shielded Chu Qinglan in front of him and looked at the lean man with utter disdain. You're quite the joker too. You think you can threaten me with these few weaklings who are all bark and no bite. You're ridiculous too. I'll tell you. Lin Shin retorted without hesitation. If your boss wants to see me, let him come and see me himself. Should I and Qinglan go find him? Lin Shin sneered without any politeness. Impossible. Kid, you asked for this. Upon hearing Lin Shin's words, the lean man's expression hardened, and his eyes instantly filled with coldness and ferocity. Since you want to get beaten up, then I won't be polite to you. You brought this on yourself. Beat them. Staring coldly at Lin Shin, the lean man winked at a burly man. Teach him a lesson. Kid, you asked for this beating. This burly man naturally didn't take Lin Shin seriously. After all, his muscles were at least twice as big as Lin Shin's. In particular, he rarely does things like bullying others by abusing his power. And they also outnumbered and outgunned. Therefore, after the lean man finished speaking, he punched Lin Shin in the nose, intending to beat Lin Shin until he bled profusely. Good timing. Lin Shin sneered and immediately launched a counterattack. Bang! Crunch! Ah! A shrill scream was heard, and then the burly man's fist, which was about to smash into Lin Shin, was caught by Lin Shin and twisted forcefully. Lin Shin simply twisted it lightly, and the burly man grimaced in pain, scratching his ears and cheeks. It was absolutely tragic. You think you can fight me with this? Hee hee. With a disdainful smile, Lin Shin kicked out again. Bang! Thump! After being kicked by Lin Shin, the burly man was sent flying into the water. He was in a completely disheveled state. I'll fight you to the death. The burly man was naturally unwilling to be humiliated. He roared and climbed out of the puddle, then charged at Lin Shun again with great momentum. Oh! Lin Shun just smiled dismissively, and then kicked again. Thump! Coo coo coo! Lin Shun kicked the burly man into the water again, and after he swallowed a bellyful of water, he was in so much pain that he couldn't move anymore. He wasn't stupid. He knew he couldn't beat Lin Shun. To continue making a mess of things is to invite humiliation. So he had no choice but to look at the lean man at the head of the group. Gulp! The lean man at the head swallowed hard and looked at Lin Shun with a very serious expression. He truly hadn't expected Lin Shun to be such a formidable fighter. This really surprised him. Kid, I underestimated you. But do you think that gives you the right to do whatever you want? The lean man sneered, staring at Lin Shun with icy eyes. Let me tell you, don't even dream about it. Things aren't that simple. You may have some skill, but so what? With so many people around me, if they all attack at once, can you handle it? You can beat one or two, but can you beat them all? Aren't you ridiculous? With his arms crossed, the lean man looked coldly at Lin Shun. Kid, you're not very capable, so stop acting like this. Now just come with me to see Brother Biao obediently, and nothing will happen. Otherwise, I'll have to send everyone at once to give you a good beating, until you're black and blue and seeing stars. So much so that even your woman won't recognize your face. I'll make you lose all face. With a sinister grin, the lean man looked at Lin Shun with utter disdain. Kid, this is your end. Either you come with me to see Brother Biao obediently, or you'll get a good beating. You choose one. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As he spoke, the lean man waved to the group of burly men surrounding Lin Shun. These burly men all had their fists clenched and their faces contorted in a ferocious grimace. Knowing that Lin Shun was not easy to deal with, they were clearly prepared to attack together. Together they beat Lin Shun until he was covered in bumps and left him crippled. Lin Shun will pay a heavy price. Chapter 173 Opportunity to Apologize. Kid, I'm asking you one last time. Relying on their numerical superiority, the lean man grinned maliciously and glared fiercely at Lin Shun. Kid, tell me, are you leaving or not? If you bring your woman and come with me to see Brother Biao obediently, nothing will happen. Brother Biao isn't some vicious wolf or tiger. He won't do anything to you. You dare not go. Huh? With a sinister grin, the lean man glared at Lin Shun with ferocious eyes. Don't blame me for being impolite. You'll be beaten to a pulp and cough up blood. Then you brought this on yourself. Gulp. Morning. Chu Qinglan was somewhat frightened by the wiry man's threat. She subconsciously clung tightly to Lin Shun's arm and looked at him with a panicked expression. Rest assured, they're all minor matters. After patting Chu Qinglan on the shoulder to indicate that she didn't need to worry, Lin Shun looked at the lean man with disdain and said, You're quite interesting. You think you can threaten me with this rabble? Lin Shun glanced at the burly men surrounding him, each one bearing their teeth and claws, seemingly very strong, and his eyes were full of disdain. Dream on. Damn, kid. You really are the type to refuse a polite offer and then suffer the consequences. Since you're courting death like this, then don't blame me. The gaunt man with a ferocious expression was naturally enraged after being rebuked by Lin Shun. With a sinister grin, he waved his hand forcefully at the group of burly men beside him. Beat them. Beat them hard. Beat this bastard until he vomits blood. You're asking for it. Those ignorant fools. You deserve to get beaten up. Upon hearing the lean man's order, the burly men didn't hesitate and angrily threw vicious punches at Lin Shun. They're going to cripple Lin Shun completely. Overestimating yourself. Lin Shun smiled dismissively, naturally showing no politeness towards them. After letting out a cold snort, he immediately launched a counterattack. Bang 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 bang. Thump. Ouch. Gurgle. With a few muffled thuds, Lin Shun easily knocked down all of these burly men. Some of them knelt on the ground, some were trampled under Lin Shun's feet, and others were thrown into the water by Lin Shun and had their bellies filled with foot-washing water. Each one was more miserable and more pathetic than the last. This. Gulp. Seeing that none of the 5 or 6 burly men he had brought were a match for Lin Shun, the lean man was completely stunned. His eyes widened, filled with intense disbelief. I don't understand why things turned out this way. What exactly is going on? Lin Shun is actually that good at fighting? But it doesn't seem like it. Looking at Lin Shun in front of him, who was neither fat nor thin, and didn't have much muscle, and didn't seem like a trained fighter, the lean man was completely dumbfounded. He thought he could easily teach Lin Shun a lesson, but who knew? He was the one who ended up learning a lesson? You. The lean man, now realizing that the clown was actually himself, looked at Lin Shun with a complicated expression, his face filled with panic and his eyes with confusion and astonishment. Now he has really messed things up. What's wrong with me? Lin Shun sneered disdainfully and directly lifted the wiry man's chin. You look like your father. Do you want to kneel down and kowtow to me? You're talking nonsense. Hold head high. Lin Shun suddenly snorted coldly, tightening his grip on the lean man's chin. Say it again. Do I look like your father? Hiss. The lean man, who was in excruciating pain in his chin, no longer dared to confront Lin Shun. Faced with Lin Shun's reprimand, he could only awkwardly say, Gudong, it looks like it. You are my father. Then why aren't you kneeling down? How dare you stand there and talk to your father like that? Yes, I will kneel, I will kneel. Thump. Forced to kneel on one knee in front of Lin Shun, the lean man looked embarrassed. I was wrong. I shouldn't have caused you trouble. Oh. Lin Shun gave a disdainful smile. There was no way he would believe this skinny man. This guy is obviously talking complete nonsense. Get out. However, Lin Shun was too lazy to pay attention to him, lest he ruin his and Chu Qinglan's good mood. After forcing him to kneel down and apologize, Lin Shun glanced at him disdainfully and then snorted coldly. Get lost. Gulp. Yes, I'll get out of here right now. The lean man stood up awkwardly, glanced at Lin Shun with a complicated expression, and then hurriedly led his group away. You're asking for trouble. He must be out of his mind. Watching the lean man leave, Lin Shun shrugged slightly, too lazy to pay him any attention. It should be noted that Lin Shun at this moment is not only rich, but also possesses top-notch strength. Does he want to be Lin Shun's enemy? That's just a dream. Honey, let's keep playing. Lin Shun didn't care about the lean man or the potential retaliation from this brother Biao behind him. Confident in his own abilities, Lin Shun was prepared to face any challenge head-on. He was also quite puzzled as to what this brother Biao was, and why he was deliberately causing trouble. Is he one of Wang Hao's men? Or perhaps he knows some other enemy of Lin Shun. Lin Shun had let the skinny man go so easily because he wanted to use him to lure out brother Biao. Lin Shun was also curious to see what kind of person this brother Biao really was. That's interesting. Chen, what is this? Seeing Lin Shun's nonchalant attitude, Chu Qinglan didn't have Lin Shun's big heart. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Is this really how it has to be? Should we leave now? Chu Qinglan grabbed Lin Shun's arm with some worry, looking at him with a complicated expression. If something really happens, it will be terrible. So Chun, let's go. This is not a suitable place. There's nothing fun left, let's leave. Ha, you're overthinking it. Seeing Chu Qinglan's deep concern, Lin Shun sneered. Don't worry, nothing's wrong. Let's play a little longer and see what brother Biao really wants. Give him a chance to come over and apologize. Lin Shun held Chu Qinglan's soft hand and gently patted the back of her hand. You dared to disturb our good mood for sightseeing. This matter cannot be left like this. If he dares not come and apologize, I'll let him have his way. I'm so regretful. With a cold laugh, Lin Shun gestured for Chu Qinglan to continue playing. All right. Although her beautiful eyes were full of worry, Chu Qinglan couldn't say anything more in the face of Lin Shun's determination. All right. I still have a reward to claim. Lin Shun's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to claim the system reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 174 Brother Biao takes action personally. Advanced Bagua Palm skill. Wow, this reward. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Shun's eyes lit up, and he was in a very pleasant mood. Because this reward sounds pretty good, it should be quite powerful and have strong combat capabilities. After acquiring Special Forces combat skills, his strength had already undergone a qualitative leap, and he was basically no longer afraid of these troublemakers. However, although the Special Forces have strong physical qualities and combat skills, and can handle 5 or 6 thugs without any problem, If there are any more, Lin Shun will have to flee in panic. After all, even a novice can defeat a master with a flurry of punches. Even though Lin Shun is very strong, he has to temporarily avoid a direct confrontation with the enemy who outnumbers him. However, now that Lin Shun has this advanced iron sand palm skill, he no longer needs to worry about the opponent having too many people and being unable to defeat him. Isn't this a martial arts master? Lin Shun's eyes lit up as he looked at the system's rewards, and he was naturally quite excited. With this reward, Lin Shun could easily defeat the provocative thugs. Even if 7 or 8, or even a dozen, thugs surrounded Lin Shun and attacked him together. Lin Shun can also be fearless. With this skill, I can easily defeat those so-called masters by participating in various professional tournaments, right? And the internet celebrity leaders of various sects, etc. They're all trash in front of me. A cold glint flashed in Lin Shun's eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up, his mood extremely pleasant. After all, this advanced iron sand palm is really useful. It's a truly good skill. I must learn this immediately. Without saying a word, Lin Shun clicked on Learn in the system. In an instant, a great deal of knowledge filled Lin Shun's mind. And then, as if by sudden enlightenment, this knowledge quickly merged with Lin Shun's body, allowing Lin Shun to completely master the iron sand palm. I should test just how strong this iron palm is. A glint of light flashed in Lin Shun's eyes as he quietly walked to a camphor tree that required one person to encircle it. Shun, what's wrong? Chu Qinglan, who had been brought here by Lin Shun, was quite surprised and looked at Lin Shun with suspicion in her beautiful eyes. Lin Shun was a little embarrassed. Unable to explain to Chu Qinglan, he could only smile wryly and say, "It's a bit hot, so I just wanted to find a cool place to rest for a while." After all, it took a lot of effort just now. "Qinglan, could you go buy me a glass of juice?" "Sure." Chu Qinglan didn't think much of it. "Shun, what kind of juice would you like to drink?" "Watermelon juice will do." "Okay." Without saying a word, Chu Qinglan immediately went to the fresh juice stall next to her to buy juice for Lin Shun. A great opportunity. After instructing Chu Qinglan to leave, Lin Shun hesitated slightly before slamming his palm hard against the camphor tree trunk in front of him. Bang! Whoosh! Wow! Looking at the handprint about 1 centimeter deep on the trunk of the camphor tree, Lin Shun's eyes were filled with astonishment. Keep in mind that he had only used 5/10 of his strength. Because he didn't know how strong he was at that moment, he didn't go all out. But with just 5/10 of his strength, he had already left such a deep palm print on the tree trunk. If Lin Shun were to unleash a full-force palm strike, or even a punch, while the camphor tree might not be broken by Lin Shun's palm or punch, it would likely leave a palm print several centimeters long. Or perhaps, it could even be punched right through by Lin Shun. Gulp. This advanced iron sand palm skill is too powerful. Looking at his palms, Lin Shun's eyes were filled with a sharp, intense light. If that slap were landed on someone, it would probably kill a strong man on the spot, causing him to vomit blood and die. They could even slap him into his ribs and punch right through his body. That's how powerful it is. Brother Biao, right? If you want to be tortured, I don't mind granting your wish. Try my newly mastered iron palm on me. With a sinister grin, Lin Shun looked at Chu Qinglan, who was walking towards him with a freshly squeezed juice, and immediately greeted her with a smile. He couldn't let Chu Qinglan see the handprint on the tree trunk. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. "Chun, shall we go over there to bask in the sun and rest for a while?" "Okay." Seeing the beach chair Chu Qinglan pointed to, Lin Shun naturally nodded with a smile, without saying a word. The two lay on white deck chairs, facing the beach and swimming pool, watching the children playing in the water. Although Chu Qinglan's swimsuit wasn't a bikini, it was still a tight-fitting pair of shorts. So, as she reclined on the chair, her long, slender, snow-white legs were incredibly alluring. Many people couldn't help but sneak a peek, and were incredibly envious of Lin Shun. Qinglan. Lin Shun didn't want to be taken advantage of like this, especially since Chu Qinglan was wearing tight shorts. So not only were her legs eye-catching, but the shape outlined by the tight shorts when she sat down also made people's hearts race. Therefore, Lin Shun casually handed a thin blanket to Chu Qinglan. "Don't get a tan." Chu Qinglan gave a soft hum and covered her legs with the blanket. It obscured the alluring spring light. This made many men glare angrily at Lin Chun, extremely displeased with his meddling. At this moment, many men were looking at Lin Chun with envy, and at Chu Qinglan with covetousness, and were very unhappy with Lin Chun's behavior. The skinny man stood in front of Brother Biao and complained to him at length. Brother Biao, we really underestimated this guy. Although he looks unremarkable, he is a real martial arts expert. He tricked me. Looking at Jean Biao in front of him, the lean man said with a miserable expression, we ganged up on him, but he still beat us up. He forced me to kneel down. Brother Biao, you have to stand up for us. The lean man, unwilling to suffer such humiliation, roared in exasperation, I must cripple this bastard. Brother Biao nodded slightly, then glanced coldly at the hook-nosed bodyguard in black beside him. This imposing man, with prominent temples and calloused knuckles on the back of his hands, clearly a skilled fighter, sneered, take him down. It'll be as easy as playing with him. Just a grasshopper overestimating its own abilities. Good. Upon hearing the words of the hook-nosed expert, Brother Biao, who had been slightly worried, immediately felt relieved. He still believed in the strength of the hook-nosed expert. He can open such a profitable water park in the city center where land is extremely valuable. It was because he had this expert with the hooked nose by his side. Many powerful figures, jealous of him, came to cause trouble. They were thoroughly beaten and driven away by this expert with a hooked nose. After these people fled in disarray, they naturally dared not come looking for trouble again. Let's go meet this Lin Chun. This little brat dares to cause trouble on my turf. Fuck you. Brother Biao let out a sinister grin. Looking for a beating. Chapter 175, Wearing a Cheongsam. Morning. What exactly happened to President Jean? Lying on the white recliner, Chu Qinglan stretched, her slender waist very noticeable and eye-catching. After all, she has a really good figure, and there is not an ounce of excess fat on her lower abdomen. Yes, it's good. Staring at Chu Qinglan's alluring and shapely figure, especially her slender waist, Lin Chen's eyes were filled with intense gleam. I'm so lucky. My wife has an amazing figure. Oops. Where are you looking? Chu Qinglan, who had bent down to get a drink and was facing Lin Chun, gave a light snort and rolled her eyes at him. She immediately covered her chest with her clothes. She pressed down on the snow-white area with her delicate hands. Haha. Of course I'm looking at my own wife. Isn't it only natural for me to admire my own wife? Lin Chen smiled and said to Chu Qinglan without any politeness, my wife is really beautiful, and her figure is absolutely amazing. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chun, the sycophant, and said, Chun, you're not allowed to talk nonsense. I'm not that good. In my eyes, my wife is the best. Lin Chun looked at Chu Qinglan without hesitation, his eyes full of smiles. Not only is your personality great, but your figure is also amazing. Honey, you'd look even better in a cheongsam. Yeah. Chu Qinglan smiled and said, then I'll buy one and wear a cheongsam to work. No, please don't. Lin Chen quickly shook his head. What a joke. How could he possibly let Chu Qinglan go to work in a cheongsam? You should know that this kind of short, slit cheongsam not only accentuates the curves of the figure, but also exposes the legs. It's absolutely irresistible. Under these circumstances, how could Lin Chen possibly allow Chu Qinglan to go out wearing such alluring clothes? No wonder people are watching you. Some people are even extremely introverted and might secretly take photos and videos and then take them home. Lin Chen didn't want Chu Qinglan to be taken advantage of. Didn't you say I looked good in it? Chu Qinglan winked at Lin Chen with a mischievous smile in her eyes. I want to wear it, but you won't let me. I will give it up, but we can't let it get out. It's nice for you to wear it when we're alone at home. Cut. Chu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, annoyed. Dream on, I don't want to. Hey. Lin Chen chuckled, thinking that he had to sell a cheongsam so that Chu Qinglan could wear it for him. Moreover, those short, slit cheongsams only reached just above the knee at the hem. Just lift it up slightly, and you can? Hiss. Lin Chen gasped instantly, finding this incredibly exciting. Chun, I have something important to ask you. Chu Qinglan had no idea what kind of nonsense Lin Shen was thinking. She looked at Lin Shen with suspicion and asked, "What exactly is going on with President Jean?" "First they sold the house, and now there are rumors that they're going to sell the company." "The company has always been doing quite well. Why would he want to sell it?" Chu Qinglan looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. "I wonder if things will be more complicated after the new boss takes over. They probably encountered some emergency and are short of money. They want to cash out their position as soon as possible." Lin Shen shrugged slightly, not caring about that. "Or they might be planning to settle abroad or something. Anyway, there are all sorts of reasons. We don't know him, and we don't know the inside story. I can't explain it." "Yes, that's true." Chu Qinglan bit her lip tightly. "I hope the new boss won't be too troublesome, otherwise this job will probably be difficult." "It's nothing, don't worry." Seeing Chu Qinglan's worried expression, Lin Shen said indifferently, "It's just a job. I'll arrange something better for you. None of these are problems." Lin Shen pondered when he should tell Chu Qinglan about the Franz Garment Manufacturing Company. Root Fund Company is relatively small, and he often stays there, so he doesn't need Chu Qinglan to supervise him. But for Franz Garment Manufacturing Company, one Jin Shun wasn't enough. If Chu Qinglan, the boss's wife, could become a CEO, things would be much easier. With Chu Qinglan in charge, Franz Garment Manufacturing Company will naturally get better and better. That's not a problem. It's time to find a reason to get Qinglan to leave and go to France. With my own company, there's no need to work for someone else forever. Lin Shen laughed. Being a CEO is definitely more comfortable than being an employee. Besides, with Qinglan's abilities, becoming a CEO is definitely not a problem. I can definitely do it. Lin Shen stretched and wondered what excuse he could use to tell Chu Qinglan about this. After all, it's not like he's part of the system. If Chu Qinglan were to suddenly be confronted with a company worth over 100 million, she would probably be genuinely frightened. He had to find a suitable, logically plausible reason. Otherwise, there's no way to explain how the Franz clothing manufacturing company came to be. It's just that we were too familiar with each other before. I knew everything about Qinglan's family. Or you could just say it was a gift from your family. Wouldn't that solve everything? Yes, it was given to me by my family. Thinking of this, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he can't say it was given by his family, he can say it was given by a relative. For example, he has a great uncle who left home at a young age to work hard, and because he was injured when he was young, he had no children and only had him as his nephew. All of this was left to him by his second grandfather. Doesn't that make perfect logical sense? Although the chances are indeed slim, such things do actually happen. That's acceptable. I remember there was a poor young man in Annam who suddenly became rich. The reason is that I am actually the illegitimate son of a Western billionaire. He ultimately inherited $100 million. This is truly a welcome sight. After a slight hesitation, Lin Shen smiled and looked at Chu Qinglan. Qinglan, actually, whether this company changes owners or not doesn't really matter to us. You have a stable job at this company, but there's not much room for advancement. Why don't we switch companies? Lin Shen looked at Chu Qinglan and said with a smile, "Let's find a company with better prospects, where we can get promoted and get a raise." Chu Qinglan turned around and looked at Lin Shen with a surprised expression. "Shen, what nonsense are you talking about? The financial environment is sluggish this year, and many companies are laying off employees. Jobs aren't that easy to find. Having a stable job is already quite difficult." "It's not difficult." Lin Shen laughed and said, "Don't worry about my wife. I'll give you a surprise later. I'll arrange it for you." "Morning." Chu Qinglan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Look. Chapter 176 borrowed as a chamber pot." What's wrong?" Hearing Chu Qinglan's surprised exclamation, Lin Shen subconsciously followed the direction of Chu Qinglan's slender finger. "Oh, it's really true that you can just say 'speak of the devil' and he appears. It's quite interesting. You've come at just the right time." Seeing Brother Biao arrive with his men, Lin Shen sneered, his eyes filled with intense disdain. Jean Biao thought that by bringing 7 or 8 burly men with him, he could intimidate Lin Shen and make Lin Shen completely submit to him. That's pure nonsense, complete daydreaming. He's nothing compared to Lin Shen. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of rabble. No need to worry. Lin Shun winked at Chu Qinglan, signaling that she didn't need to worry, then crossed his legs and looked with interest at Brother Biao and his men who were charging in aggressively. He waved his hand, his eyes full of amusement. He thought to himself that he would slap her in the face later. Will Jean Biao have all his teeth knocked out and vomit blood from being beaten by him? Looking at Lin Shun's nonchalant expression, although she was still a little worried, she was relieved because Lin Shun had indeed easily dealt with the lean man and his group. Therefore, Chu Qinglan couldn't say anything at this moment and could only nervously choose to believe Lin Shun. Kid, you've got some nerve. I thought you'd be scared and run away, trying to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Stepping to Lin Shun's side, Brother Biao grinned maliciously, glaring at Lin Shun with a ferocious expression. I didn't expect you to actually dare to stay here openly. He's a prime example of someone who's got a screw loose and isn't afraid of death. Absolutely. This guy is definitely out of his mind, a complete idiot. After Jean Biao finished speaking, the lean man pointed at Lin Shun without any politeness and said to Jean Biao aggressively, Brother Biao, there's no need to waste time with this brain-dead guy. Break his arms and legs and make him pay a heavy price. People with such a screw loose deserve to be beaten up. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Jean Biao turned around and glared fiercely at the skinny man. Shut your stinking mouth. Brother Biao, let me just say something. Faced with Jean Biao's reprimand, the lean man could only lower his head awkwardly. It's up to you to decide. Oh. With a disdainful smile, Jean Biao ignored Lin Shun and instead looked Chu Qinglan up and down, who had a slender figure and an incredibly beautiful face. It has to be said that Chu Qinglan's figure and appearance are truly amazing. She's much more beautiful in person than in photos. That looks so tempting. Kid, you're lucky enough. He actually has such a beautiful girlfriend. Jean Biao sneered, looking coldly at Lin Shun. But today, she's going to be mine. Oh. Lin Shun was immediately amused by Jean Biao. He crossed his arms and looked at Jean Biao with a playful expression. Is your brain filled with water, or was it kicked by a donkey? Are you going to talk nonsense with me? You're not worthy? Lin Shun didn't hold back and directly retorted. Get lost and don't disturb our rest. Damn it. How dare you talk to Brother Biao like that? You're really asking for it. The lean man flew into a rage upon hearing this, glaring fiercely at Lin Shun. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Brother Biao. You blind bastard. Otherwise, Brother Biao will cripple your arms and legs. I'll cripple you. Did you eat shit? Oh. The lean man froze, completely bewildered by Lin Shun's retort. His mouth is so foul. I think you are the one for this matter. Looking at the lean man with disdain, Lin Shun's eyes were full of contempt. If you like eating shit, then find a secluded place to eat it yourself, and stop spouting nonsense. Nobody likes to smell your foul breath. Nausea. Asshole. The lean man was completely enraged by Lin Shun. He roared, his eyes turning bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Lin Shun. I'll kill you. Huh. Come on. Lin Shun looked amused and beckoned to the lean man with his finger. Go ahead and try if you dare. If you want to get beaten up, I can grant your wish. Me? Faced with Lin Shun's provocation, the lean man's face stiffened, and he was immediately embarrassed and speechless. Because he truly didn't have the guts to fight Lin Shun. He's no match for Lin Shun. Foolish thing. With a sneer, Lin Shun ignored the lean man and instead looked at Jean Biao with disdain. Your men are really a bunch of idiots. Brother Biao, listen to what he's saying. This isn't mocking us. It's slapping you in the face. The lean man glared angrily at Jean Biao. You absolutely cannot let them get away with this. He deserves a beating. Shut up. Jean Biao glared at the stupid, skinny man, then looked at Lin Shun with a cold expression. Kid, being sharp-tongued is meaningless. It will only make me get beaten up more. Don't go looking for a beating. Staring at Lin Shun in front of him, Jean Biao's expression was gloomy. I'm going to give you a chance to avoid getting beaten up now. I need to borrow something from you. I'll spare you if you lend it to me. Yo-ho. Lin Shun looked at the arrogant Jean Biao with interest. What do you want to borrow? Lend her. Pointing at Chu Qinglan beside Lin Shun, Jean Biao's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Lend me her for a day, and I might let you go and get lost. I will let her go tomorrow morning. Otherwise, Click, click, click. With cracking knuckles, Jean Biao glared at Lin Shun with eyes full of cold light. You know what will happen to you. Don't blame me for being rude. You're quite arrogant. Lin Shun sneered upon hearing this, then rolled his eyes and looked at Jean Biao with interest. I also want to borrow something from you. You need to lend it to me first, and I might consider your request. What? Jean Biao frowned and looked coldly at Lin Shun in front of him. Speak. It's nothing. Lin Shun laughed upon hearing this, and looked at Jean Biao with interest. It's just that I'll borrow your head for a bit. I happen to need a chamber pot. Fuck you. Upon hearing this, the lean man became even more enraged. He roared. Brother Biao, listen to this. This guy is blatantly courting death. You absolutely cannot let him get away with this. Damn it. How dare they mock you like that? His legs should be broken. Damn it. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Jean Biao was also enraged. His expression turned ferocious, and he gave a sinister smile. He winked at the hook-nosed expert beside him. Cripple him. Clear. Whoosh. This expert with the hooked nose clearly didn't like wasting words, and didn't say a word. He kicked Lin Shun, who was lying down hard. Chapter 177, A Lifetime of Happiness. Overestimating yourself. Facing the hook-nosed expert who was kicking him hard, Lin Shun simply snorted contemptuously and then countered with a palm strike. Smack. Click. With a crisp crack of bone breaking and a piercing scream, the hook-nosed expert's calf was easily shattered by Lin Shun's palm strike. In front of Lin Shun, he was just an incompetent piece of trash. He wanted to spar with Lin Shun, or rather, he wanted to defeat Lin Shun. That's pure daydreaming. My legs. Brother Biao, he's too strong. I'm no match for him. Clutching his leg, which Lin Shun had kicked and broken, the hook-nosed expert rolled on the ground, screaming in agony, looking utterly miserable. Gulp. Jean Biao swallowed hard, his expression grave as he looked at Lin Shun, his face pale. He truly hadn't expected Lin Shun to be so powerful. He was no match for Lin Shun at all. Even the expert with the hooked nose that he valued so highly was no match for Lin Shun. So what else does he have to fight Lin Shun with? Isn't this just asking for death? I was wrong. Thump. Jean Biao was a sensible man. Under Lin Shun's amused gaze, he immediately knelt down respectfully before Lin Shun. Then, incredibly obediently, he immediately kowtowed to Lin Shun. I'm sorry, I offended you. Please punish me. You're quite interesting. Looking at Jean Biao, who was kneeling obediently before him, Lin Shun's lips curled up, and he looked at Jean Biao with newfound respect. Seeing that things were going badly, he immediately knelt down, kowtowed, and admitted defeat. This Jean Biao is truly a clever man. Because he did that, Lin Shun couldn't do anything to him. If he didn't do that, after crippling the hook-nosed expert, he would still act recklessly and threaten Lin Shun with wild words. Then he's completely finished. Lin Shun would certainly not let him off the hook. At this moment, Jean Biao was still quite clever. At least now that he's kneeling obediently before Lin Shun can't really do anything to him. Get lost. After giving Jean Biao a cold look, Lin Shun waved his hand dismissively, his eyes filled with disdain. I don't want this kind of thing to happen again. Clear. Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, Jean Biao immediately bowed to Lin Shun with utmost respect. I promise that such a thing will never happen again. Don't worry. I will definitely do it. Then I'll be going. Looking at Lin Shun in front of him, Jean Biao said cautiously, have fun. If you need anything, just call me anytime. I will definitely take care of it for you. Having said that, Jean Biao immediately led his men away at a trot, displaying utmost respect. He was genuinely terrified by Lin Shun, fearing that Lin Shun would cripple him. A presumptuous fool. Let's go too. After watching Jean Biao leave, Lin Shun lost all interest in playing and smiled at Chu Qinglan. Chu Qinglan naturally had no objections. She obediently hummed and followed Lin Shun out of the water park. A week later, Lin Shun and Chu Qinglan arrived at Chu Qinglan's home in Jiangyu and met Chu Qinglan's parents. Lin Shun had bought a house in Hangzhou, owned a company, and drove a prestigious Ferrari 812. Furthermore, he refused to negotiate the 580,000 yuan dowry demanded by Chu Qinglan's parents and paid it directly. Therefore, Chu Qinglan's parents had nothing to complain about. After all, no matter how picky they are, they can't find another son-in-law like Lin Chen. Furthermore, we must also consider Chu Qinglan's thoughts. Just like with Zhao Kun before, they wanted Chu Qinglan to agree to Zhao Kun, but Chu Qinglan herself would not agree. Therefore, Chu Qinglan's parents had no choice but to agree to Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan's relationship. Shall we have a wedding? After obtaining Chu Qinglan's parents' consent, Lin Chen smiled and looked at Chu Qinglan. Chu Qinglan gave a docile hum, naturally having no objection to it. Then I'll prepare for the wedding. Seeing that Chu Qinglan had no objections, Lin Chen naturally didn't hesitate and immediately called Jin Shun, asking Jin Shun, Root Fund Company, and Franz Clothing Manufacturing Company to prepare for the wedding together. 2 weeks later, Lin Chen's wedding was successfully held on the shore of Shilling Lake. The group included Chu Qinglan and Lin Chen's relatives, as well as the leaders and key employees of Root Fund Company and Franz Clothing Design Company, along with the bosses of many partners. They also have many university classmates. Everyone arrived on time for the wedding. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Chen, who looked incredibly handsome in a suit, and Chu Qinglan, who was stunningly beautiful in a wedding dress, held their wedding. This scene is truly the envy of countless women. After all, no woman dislikes such a grand wedding. Every woman wants to get married in such a setting. Therefore, Chu Qinglan was truly the most dazzling princess at this moment. She was incredibly happy and married Lin Chen right away. Brother Lin, you are so lucky. You're so awesome to have a stunning beauty like sister-in-law Qinglan as your girlfriend. Standing next to Lin Chen, Jin Shun, who was Lin Chen's best man, smiled enviously and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. Ha. Lin Chen smiled and glanced at Jin Shun. This is nothing. You will naturally marry a suitable girl in the future. I'll help you with the wedding arrangements, and I'll make sure you're comfortable. Lin Chen glanced at Chu Qinglan's bridesmaids and said to Jin Shun with a smile, What do you think of these bridesmaids? How about choosing one to be your girlfriend? Gulp. Jin Shun swallowed hard and looked at Lin Chen excitedly. Brother Lin, they are all so beautiful. But would a beauty like that even be interested in me? I don't have that ability, do I? What are you thinking about? Don't underestimate yourself. Lin Chen glanced at Jin Shun, snorted coldly, and said to Jin Shun without any politeness, If I say you have the ability, then you have the ability. Go flirt with her. You're now the deputy director of the company's human resources department, a position with great power and influence. So what's there to be embarrassed about? Lin Chen laughed and said, If you have a good chat, you'll naturally be able to flirt with her. Then I'll go flirt with her. Under Lin Chen's watchful gaze, Jin Shun, without saying a word, immediately and excitedly flirted with the bridesmaids. Lin Chen and Chu Qinglan returned to their Riverview apartment amidst everyone's blessings. Are you tired? Lin Chen hugged Chu Qinglan, who had changed into jeans and a t-shirt, and asked with a smile. Chu Qinglan blushed and gave a soft hum, naturally knowing what Lin Chen wanted to do. Hey. Lin Chen chuckled and carried Chu Qinglan into the room. The two of them will naturally live happily ever after.